You are obviously the 18-year-old Grand Shinjoju, a king of a different surname, with great military achievements, already in a position where there is no more room for promotion. Yet, not a single person in the entire city dares to cheer for you, just because the Empress above said, as a subject, how dare you wear armor and appear in the court? Is it not because you want to rebel after winning battles? At this moment, millions of enemy soldiers couldn't help but sigh. Peace is what the general decides. The general must not see peace. At this moment, in the court of the Great Qian dynasty, 2 rows of dark-clad warriors pointed their swords directly at the renowned king of the north. The new favorite of the Empress, Zhang Hai, immediately became complacent. According to the laws of the Great Qian dynasty, at the very least, the king of the north should be immediately dismissed from office, receive 60 lashes, and be exiled to Lingnan. For more serious cases, he should be immediately taken out of the Meridian Gate and beheaded. When this statement was made, everyone present couldn't help but frown. The renowned king of the north was thus convicted. After a long time, a cold voice rang out. The king of the north launched a surprise attack on the Qin Yuan emperor with 800 troops, causing a great defeat, and such great achievements we already know. However, today you wear armor to the court, deceiving the emperor. We also consider your past merits and cannot be too harsh. To atone for your sins, you will be sent to guard the area around Lingnan, and you are not allowed to return to the capital without an imperial decree. The voice of the dancing phoenix had no warmth. The crafty rabbit is dead, and the running dog is cooked. Chen Nan did not fail to anticipate that this day would come, but never expected it to come so quickly. However, the dance phoenix only arranged such a ridiculous play, and even let a male pet clamor in the main hall, which is extremely foolish. Chen Nan really feels embarrassed to have taught such a disciple. Chen Nan crossed over and obtained a system of famous ministers. As long as he assists in governing the court and the world, he can continuously improve his cultivation skills and gradually embark on the path of cultivation. His first instance is the dance phoenix. You are too impatient. Chen Nan showed a look of regret, as if looking at a disciple who was not promising. Perhaps his gaze angered Wu Fingwan. Why does the world only remember your name from the 3 dynasties? I want everyone to know that I am the master of the Great Gon dynasty. If you truly care about the relationship between master and disciple, hand over the military power and go to guard Lingnan for me. Chen Nan sighed deeply. Enough, enough, just one step away from achieving the highest achievement in this dynasty. What a pity. If he had the determination, he could just raise his arms and shout, and in an instant, he could make this dynasty change its face. I will hand over the military power, and today I will leave the capital to guard the border. With that, he took out a piece of iron lump from his chest and threw it directly on the ground. The warriors approached and were immediately startled. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Chen Nan took off his armor, abandoned his token, and left gracefully. At dusk, a majestic figure was stretched long. The host's path ahead is off course. The journey has been replanned for the host, Northern Way. Please decide whether to accept this route. Accept. A carriage slowly passed by. Young master, where are we going? Northern Wei Dynasty. You should know that in the current De Zhou, De Qin, and De Gon, De Qin is the weakest, because before Chen Nan appeared, De Qin did not have any unique famous generals. Northern Wei has 2 of the 4 famous generals, making their military strength the strongest. Chen Nan is not among the 4 famous generals. It is widely known that there is a god among the 4 continents, and Chen Nan is that god, surpassing the 4 famous generals in a unique way. Originally known as the god of war, he was powerful enough to dominate the Great Gon region on his own. This time he was dismissed and exiled, and the Northern Wei naturally took action upon hearing the news. The Great Gon Dynasty. Report. The Northern Wei army is attacking a city. Report. The Northern Wei army is attacking another city. On the Golden Dragon throne, Empress Wu Fing's face turned pale with anger, and the fury in her eyes erupted like a volcano. What have you all been doing? In just 5 days, the Northern Wei forces have been unstoppable, breaking through 2 of our cities in succession, capturing 5,000 of our soldiers and horses, not to mention the livestock. The losses are devastating. His Royal Highness. A group of courtiers trembled with fear, burying their heads lower one by one, and there were also several military generals in blue official robes with even darker faces, tilting their heads to one side. At this time, Zhang Hai, who was standing by the dragon throne with his hands hanging down, turned his eyes and said, Your Highness, this time we are facing the old subordinates of Chen Nan from Northern Wei. They may hold grudges or follow Chen Nan's orders intentionally. Otherwise, how could our always strong Dacian army be defeated step by step and lose to the defeated soldiers of Northern Wei? In my opinion, to suppress this situation, we must act swiftly and kill them. When this was said, the hall became even quieter, and the dance of the phoenix seemed to be lost in thought. Not refuting Zhang Hai, one of the lightly dressed military officers snorted coldly at the words, Lord Jiang, If what you say is true, then Chen Nan once commanded all the troops of our great Qian. Does that mean all the great Qian military officers are his old subordinates? Other military officers echoed. Does that mean he killed all the great Qian military officers? Moreover, in terms of the defeat of the subordinates, Northern Wei cannot beat Daqian. Wasn't that when Chen Nan was around? Without Chen Nan, Hong Ming of Northern Wei didn't even consider Daqian. Your Majesty, in the face of a great war, can we kill people at will? Even if we kill the generals, where will we find replacements in a short time? A civil official in a red official robe slowly spoke. An old man. The phoenix slightly nodded. What the Grand Tutor said makes sense. Zhang Hai did not achieve his goal. His face darkened, and he tugged at the corner of his mouth. The Grand Tutor saw that the Emperor still had some rationality, pondered for a moment, took a step forward, and sincerely spoke. Your Majesty, if it really comes to that point, the country must come first, even if it means inviting Chen Nan out of seclusion. With these words, the whole audience was shocked, and all the officials knew that this was the best solution. But it was also the Emperor's sensitive spot. Who would dare to risk their lives to give advice? As it turns out, Tai Fu will. Even Wu Fengwan's face changed, instantly sinking like black water. Could it be that without a mere Chen Nan, our great Qian imperial dynasty is still unable to fight? The Emperor's sharp gaze questioned the 100 officials. Just then, another announcement came from outside the hall. Your Majesty, Northern Wei has attacked another city. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Fengwan laughed back in anger and was about to attack the monstrous anger in her heart, when the presenting soldier made another sound. What else is there to say? Wu Fengwan sneered. Or did Northern Wei take another city? Then why don't we let all the generals of this battle cut themselves to thank for their sins? The junior soldier tremblingly stretched out his hands and said, Your Majesty, General Hongming of the Northern Wei has a letter to offer to Your Majesty. Wu Fengwan impatiently said, Bring it up. The letter was opened, and it was thoughtfully accompanied by a Daqian script. Wu Fengwan only glanced at it, and her eyes were glazed over. And being so angry, she directly smashed the letter hard on the ground, but the paper fell lightly. Zhang Hai, conceited as a close minister of the Son of Heaven, had no fear to go up and open it, and at a glance, he was also shocked in place, and then looked at Wu Fengwan. His face was green. Tai Fu also thought that there was some secret military news, was about to go up to the advice, picked up a look, but it was a blank stare. There were only 2 lines on the white paper. Chapter 3, Only One Opponent. The top line is in Northern Wei script and the bottom is in Daqian script. I have only one opponent, Chen Nan, and all of you, up and down Daqian, are nothing more than having eyes without a pearl. There are eyes but no pearls. Talking about Wu Fengwan dismissing Chen Nan, Wu Fengwan was naturally furious and immediately drank. Even Hongming of the Northern Wei province spoke for him. Chen Nan, which shows that he colluded with foreign enemies and that his heart can be put to death. I still wronged him not? It is said that Chen Nan's accomplishments are overwhelming, but if I hadn't given him everything, how could he have created the accomplishments? The great Qian is full of fierce generals, and even without him, Chen Nan, there are others, enough to defeat the Northern Wei. Zhang Hai immediately struck the iron while it was hot. Your Majesty still remembers 3 years ago, in that battle with Northern Wei, Chen Nan had clearly captured Hongming alive, but in the end, he let the man escape, not realizing that the 2 of them had already hooked up. Your Majesty was merciful last time and let him go. In my opinion, we should immediately put out a nationwide manhunt and execute this person, so as to eliminate any future trouble. Now, even Tai Fu was silent. Wu Fengwan took a deep breath. Anger had twisted her. At this moment, even if there were more failures that were placed in front of her, Wu Fengwan would not recognize them. She was just incredibly determined to believe. Chen Nan is nothing. Without Chen Nan's light, it would only make the world know her name as Wu Fengwan. Without Chen Nan, Daqian will only be better. Even if there were enemies now, it would only be for a moment. Thinking so, Wu Fengwan nodded coldly. The whole country is on the lookout to catch Chen Nan. If there is a winner, the reward will be 1,000 taels and the title of Marquis of 10,000 households. I will let him know that without me, the word Chen Nan is nothing. On the other hand, Chen Nan had entered the Northern Wei territory. Once inside, I saw that all up and down the Northern Wei, every household was decorated with lights and colors and joyful, as if there was some kind of great joy. Daqian dismissed the king of Jinbei, Chen Nan, and General Hongming took the opportunity to move south in one fell swoop, attacking 3 cities in a row in 5 days. I heard that Hongming even wrote a letter to anger the emperor. Ha ha, it's really painful. General Hongming has raised our country's prestige, and without the king of Jinbei, Daqian is only a short distance away from its demise. I didn't realize Hongming had become the one to speak for me. Chen Nan laughed silently. It was not difficult for him to guess about the matter of Dechen even though he did not have an eyeline. In today's world, other than him, no one else is sure to defeat Hong Ming, who was one of the 4 great generals. Even between the 4 of them, it was all just a tie. So it was within his expectation that Hong Ming could have such a battle. Just writing for him. 3 years ago on the battlefield, Chen Nan fought her and Hong Ming lost, and Chen Nan let her live. It was because 3 years ago, he felt that Hong Ming had good talent and could be turned, so he deliberately let her go. The bureau that Chen Nan had been stepping on for 3 years was actually going to be implemented just a month later. Just a shame. So, with this gift of saving his life, coupled with Hong Ming's fearless and nasty character, it wasn't hard to do these things. Chen Nan smiled. At this moment in the mind, a data panel appeared steeply, dropping, detecting that the host has reached the border of Northern Wei. The system will briefly describe the path of famous Northern Wei ministers for the host. Enter the Northern Wei dynasty, become a pawn, gain merit, meet the emperor, bonus, trust one hand to cover the sky. Chen Nan. Is it possible that if I say the word Chen Nan, I can omit 99% of the previous steps? System, your version updates are too old-fashioned. Chen Nan grumbled in his head. Can't a man be flexible? If you can't do it, just cut the large Dakian Jinbei King. Perhaps hearing Chen Nan's voice, the system, which was similar to a human machine, quickly gave an explanation. Dropping, the system is humanized. If there is an easy path, the host can decide for himself. Nan Chen, the worst hacking of the HRC. Chen Nan's carriage stopped in front of an inn, but as soon as he got off the carriage, he drew the attention of the people at the inn. It wasn't because of anything else, it was just that Chen Nan's dress was too shabby. The Northern Wei dynasty advocates luxury, focuses on gold jewelry, likes precious stones. In short, the more expensive the better. It's completely different from the kind of aesthetics of Dakian, which prefers simplicity and elegance. Therefore, as soon as he got off the carriage, Chen Nan, who had nothing luxurious on his body, naturally became the center of attention. What's more, this inn was one of the more famous ones in the area. Quite a bit of opulence. As soon as Chen Nan entered, he was stopped in his path by 2 burly men. This guest, we are not a place to eat for free. Chen Nan smiled slightly and was about to speak when suddenly 2 columns of red-armored soldiers ran in from outside. Arrest me. Chapter 4, Light Feather. There are 4 great imperial dynasties in the great state, which draw the land. Then there were 4 more great generals, famous in the world. These 4 are Hong Ming, Huan Zhang, Fish Intestine, and Light Feather, and only because of the characteristics of their battle styles, they correspond to 4 types of weapons: golden knives, sharp daggers, sharp swords, and dark arrows. The visitor was dressed in a green bamboo leaf shirt, long eyebrows into the temples, very handsome. It's none other than Dark Arrow Light Feather from famous generals. On the battlefield back then, the one who ended Lightning Feather's 12 consecutive victories was Chen Nan. Chen Nan and Lightning Feather were like archenemies on the battlefield, but it was hard to imagine that in private. Light Feather had never met Chen Nan, but Chen Nan had his own intelligence system. The portrait has seen Light Feather. It is the 2, one in the light and one in the dark. Light Feather came with troops this time, completely just by order. He also did not ask in detail who the person captured was, just as if it was a spy from an individual country. The brass didn't tell him either. The imperial order was such that he naturally could not fail to follow it. However, he came from Kyoto with great fanfare, and the one he caught according to the portrait was only a shabbily dressed man, and probably of no great consequence. Light Feather was inevitably a little impatient in her heart. Hong Ming has the royal attention, and he has been out of luck since that final battle 3 years ago. Chen Nan shattered his path to fame and became even more of a nightmare in his mind. He dreamed of fighting Dakian again. It's just a pity that there are more and more people supporting Hong Ming in the court, and even the heavenly family is a bit more biased in her favor. Now that Hong Ming was able to take charge of the army outside, while he could only catch a small minion in the border town, he naturally had an imbalance in his heart. Arrest this man and bring him back to Kyoto. TAMU. One of Light Feather's men snapped. Chen Nan handed over his hands and honestly allowed himself to be cuffed. That's a good idea. TAMU sneered. I'll save you the trouble of having to teach you the rules on the way. There's no need to labor. Chen Nan smiled. He wasn't surprised. One's movements were bound to be monitored by the other 3 great imperial dynasties. In fact, they had just left the Dacian Kyoto, and there were people following them along the way. It was just that they were all dissolved one by Chen Nan. In any case, the system had already drawn up a route for him, so he headed straight for Northern Wei. This trip, alarming the Northern Wei Kyoto, was inevitable. Only he also did not expect that the one who came would be Light Feather. Where are you from? Light Feather asked. Dacian. Chen Nan was unapologetic. Dacian? Hearing this name, Light Feather's face changed and asked with some hostility. Under whom do you work? Have you ever known the news of Jinbei King Chen-nan? More than 10 days had passed since the Great Qian Emperor dismissed Chen-nan. However, except for a few people within the Great Qian, the outside world did not know, in complete detail, what had really happened. Even more so, it was unknown whether Chen-nan would live or die after being deposed. After all, Chen-nan was so powerful and accomplished, and he and the emperor had been at odds for a long time. And the emperor hated him as much as he hated the extermination of his family. How could he be tolerated to walk out of the palace alive? This kind of thing has been played out since the beginning of time. It was only for the sake of reputation and goodwill that the emperor only declared the dismissal to the public. As for whether or not they were executed, only the Dacian emperor knows. So that's why Lightfeather had a question. After all, he still had a battle of 3 years of review to finish with Chen-nan. He wanted to defeat Chen-nan with his own hands and get his head on the battlefield 3 years ago. Lightfeather, with a handful of surprise attacks and 10,000 arrows, could be said to have utilized tactical penetration to the extreme, beating the 4 great imperial dynasties without an enemy. Once he made a name for himself on the battlefield, it was 12 consecutive victories that shocked the world. However, it was ended by the unexpected Chen-nan, who came out of nowhere. Hard work on fire tactics and direct restraint. What hatred! Lightfeather hated him with a passion. They only played 1 game against each other, but Lightfeather was routed, and he reviewed that game for 2 whole years. After 2 years of days and nights, Lightfeather dreamed of having another sparring session with Chen-nan to show him his new tactics. But I didn't realize that before the wish was granted, Chen-nan was screwed by his own people. Lightfeather cursed countless times when she found out. If the other party was killed first by that dim-witted female emperor of Dacian, he could only store up his strength and only wait for one day to step on the Dacian palace and take the head of the Dacian emperor in order to make up for the hint of obsession. The Jinbei king is dead, Chen-nan said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Lightfeather's complexion changed, and his expression looked a little complicated, mixed with regret and smoothness. But in the end, it was a kind of sigh of lips dying. Taiping was originally set by the general, and the general is not allowed to see Taiping, a sentence that tells the story of the general's life's destiny. The others did not yet understand this Dichen language, but Chen-nan was truly empathetic. I didn't expect that after the disappearance of the king of Jinbei, the one who could utter a lament for him was not the emperor of Dacian, whom he had supported to the throne with his heart and soul, let alone the generals under him, but the former archenemy. Chen-nan smiled to himself. This is probably destiny. So my lord, don't be a general in this life, Chen-nan said meaningfully. Duqian, the imperial palace. Your Majesty, heavy rains in the south. The Yellow River broke its dike and floods poured in, drowning 12 cities. Countless people became victims in an instant, and 30,000 people starved to death in one night. A miserable sight. In the courtroom, Wu Fingwan looked grave. Taifu arched his hand and burst into old tears. Please also quickly order your Majesty to provide disaster relief as a matter of priority. In previous years, there was no flooding, and it was not solved every time. Wu Fingwan waved her hand, impatiently said, immediately allocate the treasury silver is. Do I have to deal with this kind of thing too? What was done before, so shall it be done this time? The people look at each other. In previous years this can be Chen-nan single-handedly. Do beautifully. Do people feel at ease? Now Chen-nan is gone. Naturally, no one wants to stop this errand. Who should I ask if not the emperor? At this time, the secretary of the Ministry of Revenue stood out from the crowd, hung his head and said, Your Majesty, as early as a month ago, the town. Oh no! The sinful minister Chen-nan has measured the southern flooding. The relief silver totaling 2 million has been prepared. Wu Fingwan immediately said. Then don't quickly disperse it. The minister of household glanced at Zhang Hai beside the dragon chair, his face showing hesitation. Chapter 5 Difficulties in Dacian. Just 10 days ago, Chen-nan just stepped down from his post, and Lord Jiang used the military expenditure as a means to move the disaster relief silver 3 times. The first time 300,000 taels, the second time 500,000 taels, the third time 1,080,000 taels. Now the relief silver is less than 200,000 taels. What? Wu Fingwan and Taifu were shocked in unison. The courtiers, the people were also taken aback. After all, when Chen-nan was around, no one dared to receive money like this, especially the disaster relief silver. When Chen-nan took office in the first year, the officials of Dacian did not yet know his means of dealing with the imperial court, and it was surprising that some people had gone to embezzle the disaster relief silver. As a result, he was found out by Chen-nan, directly copied the family and beheaded, stripped the skin into a scarecrow, and put it on the way to the court every day. The rows of them were just chilling. Going to court every day is no different from walking through a hobnail. After that, who would dare to be so bold? Don't you want to lose your skin? Therefore, the Chen dynasty officialdom quickly spread a consensus, rather than the usual greedy point. This disaster relief silver cannot be touched. Therefore, everyone also didn't expect that Zhang Hai would dare to misappropriate the disaster relief silver in such a way. It's true that the tiger is not at home and the monkey is the king. There was a sigh of relief in the crowd. But more than that, it's rekindled greed. Zhang Hai sniffed and hurriedly knelt in front of Wu Fingwan. A white, feminine face. So low. Your Majesty, after the previous failure to respond to the battle with Northern Wei, I observed afterward and found that most of my Dakian weapons were worn out. At that time coincided with the tax has not come up. The treasury is empty. So he took it upon himself to divert silver, the army up and down the weapons and armor. A new look, but also to kill Hong Ming's prestige. Hearing the last sentence, Wu Fingwan's face eased. That letter last time, letting her, the hallowed emperor, suffer humiliation and forcefully thwarting Northern Wei Hongming's might, it did speak to her heart. Thinking this way, she wasn't angry about the misappropriation of the disaster relief silver. There is an urgency in military needs. Misappropriation is flexible, not a big mistake. Wu Fingwan lightly revealed the words. The officials each had a sneer on their minds. I also heard Wu Fingwan say, right now the tax has just passed. The treasury still has silver, so it would be good to allocate it again. The crowd looked at the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who was worried. Your Majesty, right now the treasury has no silver. In the treasury. What? Wu Fingwan was shocked. The household secretary pontificated. Your Majesty does not know that Chen Nan has been raising a kind of bond in the country since 3 years ago, issuing bonds to the people, called state bonds. When the people buy bonds, they are depositing all their money in the treasury. There's such a good thing? Wu Fingwan and Zhang Hai were surprised in unison. Simply because he too for the government has always been lazy, Zhang Hai needless to say, or he will deal with what affairs of state also do not understand these, only want to have money to take. For her part, Wu Fingwan had been plotting how to get rid of Chen Nan all these years, and hadn't even bothered to learn about Chen Nan's state policy. Now then, shouldn't there be a lot of money in the treasury? Zhang Hai hurriedly pursued the question. None of this. Money has been taken by the people in one fell swoop. Wu Fingwan looked aghast. The minister of the household for is not, since the king of Jinbei was removed from office. The people heard the wind. Result on, just take all the money. The silver in hand just flew away? Zhang Hai even rebuked. Do you have a brain? Will not do the job. The people come to take. You naturally do not give just But this, Jinbei king explained. If not issued, there is chaos in the country. Alright, the minister of the household was coy, just explaining a sentence or two, and was immediately interrupted by Wu Fingwan. The Empress coldly said, it's this Chen Nan again. I see. He just intends to wreak havoc on the country. If he doesn't get any bonds, where would he get so many things? Your Majesty is wise. This Chen Nan is afraid that he has been laying out his plans for a long time. For this day, the treasury is empty. It's all his doing. Zhang Hai concurred. I only hate that I didn't bring him down early enough to make so much trouble for De Chen. In the bottom of Wu Fingwan's eyes, a resentful look burst out, and in a voice that only she could hear, he will definitely die in a foreign land. Your Highness, the minister of the household is trembling. Hearing Zhang Hai and Wu Fingwan curse the Jinbei king so much, he sighed in both his hearts. Think about it. Bonds were issued to fill the treasury and fix and pave the roads. But now, it's become a scourge of the dynasty. It's true that thunder and rain are all the king's favors. It was just that, in his heart, he really felt just a hint of unworthiness for Chen Nan. Such a loyal and good general was still suspected and uprooted from his homeland. What's he up to now? Hanging around honestly for some days and playing deaf and dumb to save your ass is the preferred option. Having made up his mind, the minister of the household refused to utter a word. And even those methods he used to watch Chen Nan from the past, even if he knew, he refused to say a word. Kyoto, Northern Wei, the imperial palace. As soon as Chen Nan stepped into the place, he was deeply shocked by its splendor. Jewelry and celluloid, piled up like a mountain. However, there was one thing that showed Chen Nan. The palace was large and opulent, but surprisingly there were only a few bare trees around, not even a slightly colorful flower. It is evident that its land is barren. He was deep in thought when suddenly there was an overwhelming sound of kneeling in his ears. Long live the emperor for 1,000 years. Chen Nan raised his head, and before him, a palm-sized Doujinshi emperor was looking at him in ignorance. While Chen Nan's eyes looked over, a line of numbers hung on the little emperor's head. Characters, young emperor of Northern Wei. Favorite, 10. Hate value, 10,086. The system has something to say, kids don't get enough. System mission, assist the young Northern Wei Emperor to seize the imperial power. Reward, hearing the young emperor's heart, to be obtained by accepting the quest. Chennai, accepted. Young Emperor of Northern Wei, I want to eat milk. I want to eat milk. Chunnan. And behind the little emperor, a curtain poured down. Behind the curtain was an exquisite and stunning face, as if the queen mother of Yao Qi, dressed to sit, her phoenix eyes lightly raised, taking in the heart. The dignified and majestic female voice came. Are you the great Qian Jinbei King Chunnan? Light Feather, who had completed her task on the side and was about to leave to retire, instantly widened her eyes. You're Chunnan? Chapter 6, Empress Dowager of the Northern Wei Dynasty. Through the curtain, Chunnan actually saw a hint of joy from the woman's face in front of him. The tint of joy came and went quickly, only a blink of an eye, and disappeared in an instant. Chunnan also no longer dwelled on it, and with an expressionless face, he nodded his head, which was considered to be an acknowledgement of his identity, not waiting for the woman behind the curtain to open her mouth. Aside from the eyes glaring like a copper mausoleum, Lightfeather has long been unable to hold back. As if he was a madman, he stepped out 2 steps and pinched Chunnan's arms in death. Unbelievably, he spoke. How can you be Chunnan? You just told me that the king of Jinbei is dead. He's dead. How can? Lightfeather. Finally, the lips of the woman behind the curtain parted slightly. Her voice was not loud, but it contained a might that made it impossible to refute. As soon as the voice came out, Lightning Feather also realized that something was wrong with the situation. Immediately, he half-kneeled. Empress Dowager. It is the last general who is too reckless. Please descend on the Empress Dowager. Poof. Considering that you're a first-time offender and that you've done a great deal for my Northern Wei, you can be spared this time. If there is a next time, you know what will happen to you. At those words, Lightfeather's throat rolled and she swallowed hard. Go down. The Jinbei King and I have some things we need to discuss. Lightfeather, who had been instructed to do so, responded and got up to leave. Just as he retreated from the stage, the eyes gazing at Chunnan never left. It was as if he wanted to carve him into his mind. During this time, Chunnan did not open his mouth, and through their conversation, he realized that the woman in front of him was none other than the Northern Wei Empress Dowager, the highest power in Northern Wei, known as the cold-faced Yen Queen. After Lightfeather left, the Northern Wei Yen Empress lifted the curtain. This time, Chunnan finally got a clear look. The woman looked to be only 30 years old, and her beauty was a few points better than Wu Fingwan. Looking at that almost demonic face, Chunnan swallowed his saliva as a throbbing inexplicably appeared. Finally, the Northern Wei Empress Dowager smiled faintly and opened her mouth gently. Jinbei King, can you be called like this? Still in mid-sentence, he was interrupted by Chunnan's bitter smile. But don't, I'm no longer any Jinbei King. Now I'm just a plain old man. Seeing that his words were interrupted, especially when the name calling was not recognized, a flash of joy flashed across the woman's face once again, associating it with the next plan, and spoke up to ask, I just don't know if you, a plain old man, are a commoner of the Great Qian, or a commoner of my Northern Wei? Her voice was on the cold side, and the Empress seemed torn as she spoke. Chunnan could clearly see that the other party was clenching his hands hard as he spoke. Does it matter? Chunnan did not answer, instead throwing the question back. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't want to answer. Now, he had long since not wanted to bring up the matter of Dechen. Of course, just not wanting to bring it up isn't disqualifying. Once again, both sides fell into silence. Chunnan could see that this Yan Ho in front of him wanted to recruit him. After all, he had been the king of Jinbei in Dechen for so long, and the king of Jinbei is not an empty name. To exaggerate a bit, as long as he raised his arm, at least half of the people in Dechen would be willing to follow him. In the end, it was the Empress Dowager of Northern Wei who couldn't hold back. It's certainly different. If you're a citizen of Dakian, you're my nemesis in Northern Wei. If, and I mean if, you were a citizen of my Northern Wei, a talent like yours shouldn't be buried, much less just an old man. I think my words are blunt enough, don't you? When he finished speaking, his eyes stared deathly at Chunnan. She was waiting for an answer, and her right hand, from start to finish, was in a death grip. Regarding Chunnan, she actually didn't know too much. It is only known that he is above the 4 major war generals and is extremely loyal to Dechen. No knowledge of his cultivation. For, in all his previous victories, he had personally led the generals, and had himself only commanded from the great rear, and had never struck in person. As a result, there was a rumor in the outside world, lighting up the king of Jinbei, charging the Lightfeather general. That's right, Lightfeather of Northern Wei was the closest to an 8th grade martial artist among the 4 great warlords. There was even a rumor that after he lost to Chunnan, he dived into cultivation for a period of time. Cultivation had long since stepped into the 8th rank. However, for many years, Lightfeather had never made a move, and there was no real evaluation of his current strength. Chen Nan let out a light laugh. The Empress Dowager seems to be a bit too serious. The people have never been able to remember in his heart who has been kind to him. Of course, it's only a matter of time before anyone who treats them badly is uncovered. I said that, right? In the last sentence, Chen Nan's tone was a few points heavier. Anyone who wasn't stupid could hear the resentment in his heart. And the hatred. Of course, these are the messages he deliberately releases. After all, the tasks given by the system were still sitting there. If he was really abandoned by Northern Wei, he would have no place to cry. Good. The Empress Dowager laughed dryly twice, appreciation showing in her eyes. Since you're looking at it so openly, Great Xian doesn't need a Jinbei king, but my Northern Wei needs a Jinnan king. I will allow you the right to privately recruit soldiers, as long as you report truthfully to the mourner afterward. Northern Wei still lacks a left minister. What do you think? This? Chen Nan raised his eyebrows. He didn't quite understand why the woman in front of him offered such a good deal right off the bat. After thinking about it, it was a relief. It is said that the Northern Wei is good at war, but the successive years of war, Northern Wei's economy has long been close to collapse. The economy would have collapsed long ago if it weren't for the fact that Shishu has been making contributions for years. At that time, there was no need for Chen Nan to make a move. The people would be able to topple the Northern Wei. And there was never a distinction between left and right for the chancellor of the Northern Wei dynasty. There was a time when the Great Qian was also in the shape of a failed civilization, a failed military, and a near collapse of the economy. Under his power, not only did Dakian survive, but he beat the 4 countries that didn't dare to raise their heads. That position of the left minister, Chen Nan also understands that was said for no other reason than to check and balance himself. Or maybe it's in defense of his hand. How is he not using the other side? Thinking of this, Chen Nan no longer hesitated. I promise. Since it is promised, the king of Jinnan has traveled all the way in a boat. Why don't you go down and take a rest? The Northern Wei Empress Dowager's attitude changed quickly, and she had confidence in Chen Nan. It wasn't her fault. These years, the Jinbei king's reputation could be said to be skyrocketing. De Qian cannot have any civil ministers and military generals, and even cannot have Wu Fengwan, but only cannot not have Chen Nan. Even then, he was single-mindedly supportive and did nothing out of the ordinary. Before Chen Nan turned around, his eyes surveyed the young emperor next to him. As it happened, the system's voice popped up again. Young emperor's voice, when is mother coming to breastfeed me? Chen Nan smiled and involuntarily glanced at the Empress Dowager. Just that one glance, right up against her, was a flavorful one. Outside the palace, beside the 2 guards, Lightfeather kept pacing back and forth. It wasn't until Chen Nan appeared that he once again fell into a frenzy. When he came up, he took Chen Nan's hand and walked toward an open area. Under the city wall, Lightfeather pressed Chen Nan against the wall, his eyes scarlet. You yourself are the king of Jinbei. Why did you lie to me? Why? As they were speaking, not far away, a high voice reached the ears of the 2. Great victory at the border. General Hong Ming has taken down 4 cities in a row in 6 days. Border sweep. As the crier went away, Lightfeather seems to have regained some of her sanity. Eyes but still fierce. Are you satisfied? Chen Nan was puzzled. What would I be satisfied with? Chapter 7, The King of Jinnan can go to court with a sword. Chen Nan's incomprehension caused Lightning Feather to become a few points more irritated. His tone was even more indignant. Oh, do you remember when you broke my 12 consecutive victories? Ha! Chen Nan rubbed his forehead, pondered for a moment, and muttered. It seems like there is such a thing? You. Lightfeather became even more maniacal. It turned out that the winning streak he had always cared about was that bad in Chen Nan's eyes. The glory he cared about was not even a point of memory for Chen Nan. Thinking again of Chen Nan's unrivaled military prowess, Lightfeather lamented. He released. Indeed, if he was that perverted, he naturally wouldn't care about a small victory. After all, Chen Nan was a single person who had lived to pick up the beams of the Great Qian dynasty. When you're relieved, you're not hung up on it. Lightfeather walked away, his steps stumbling and disoriented. You haven't said what I'm satisfied with yet? Perhaps Lightfeather had something on her mind, or perhaps Chen Nan's words had drifted away with the wind. This concludes the communication between the parties. Chen Nan also did not pursue the question, but also fell clean. Just as he was about to head back to the inn, an old man dressed in dark gray eunuch garb walked up to him. The old man appeared kind, but his eyes held a hint of hatred. Chen Nan was even more puzzled. He didn't understand. When we first entered the Northern Wei, lanterns were hung in every house and there was a lot of joy. How come in the middle of this palace, everyone looked at him with hate in their eyes? It's as if he killed the Northern Wei emperor. Soon, the old man arrived in front of Chen Nan, clenching his teeth. His tone was disgruntled. Jinnan King, The Empress Dowager said that she would let us take you to the Jinnan King's residence. The King of Jinnan's residence? For a moment, Chen Nan was confused. He had cleaned up the Northern Way for so many years, but he had never heard of a King of Jinnan, and as for the residence, it was even more so. Follow the old man for an incense stick of time. What appeared head-on was a magnificent mansion. 2 stone lions at the entrance. The orb in the mouth of the stone lions is indeed golden in appearance. Curious, Chen Nan purposely touched it. He was sure that the orb was just pure gold. For a while, it was even more puzzling where this Jinnan King's residence came from. He was in a bit of a trance. Could it be that the Northern Way had started plotting against him a long time ago? Only to see that the originally closed wooden and ancient door was suddenly pulled open. 2 columns of maids came out of the door, 10 standing to the left and 10 to the right. At the head of the group was a character with a kind face, like the appearance of an old butler. King Jinnan, our mission is complete. Now, the Empress Dowager's wish can be understood. Could it be that this Jinnan King's residence was originally prepared for me? A thought suddenly popped into Chen Nan's mind. One must know that his being named King of Jinbei by that woman, Wu Fengwan, was not a casual title. The north of Deqian is none other than Northern Way, and Northern Way actually left him a Jinnan King's residence? Thinking about this, Chen Nan wanted to laugh. He really didn't think that in the end, the one who left the door open for him would actually be his rival for years. The eunuch left and didn't give Chen Nan a greeting before he left. That old butler took a few steps forward, came to Chen Nan, and bent over. The old man's real name is Wang Quan, and he will be the steward of the King of Jinnan in the future. Well, I'll be grateful to Uncle Wang in the future. Chen Nan nodded slightly, but did not refuse. He also knew that refusal would not only be useless, but would also provoke suspicion. As for this Wang Quan, if he can't be recruited, just assign some odd jobs. In just this moment of time, there were quite a few people surrounding the entrance of the mansion. TSK, our Northern Way actually has a Jinnan King? Who says it isn't? It's been 2.5 years since this royal residence was built, right? That's the first time it's been so inviting, isn't it? That is, I've only seen the underlings inside before, and the maids out shopping. Hiss, this Jinnan King looks so young. He doesn't look more than the age of a weak crown, right? Chen Nan didn't pay any attention to the gossip. He remembered that it was the system that required him to come to Northern Way in the first place. Now that he had suddenly changed his mind, perhaps, a lesson should be taught to Deqian. After entering the mansion, Chen Nan was even more surprised. The unassuming mansion on the outside has a lot going for it on the inside. Right in the center of the yard is a vibrant old tree. The dirt around that tree showed signs of renovation, old but still visible. There are 3 compartments to the left and right, and a hall in the center. The door to the hall was left open, and you could vaguely see the decorations inside. Seeing this, Chen Nan recalled the previous situation in Deqian. Even though he has the aura of the King of Jinbei on his head, his family is just a carter and a part-time housekeeper. There wasn't even a single servant, let alone a maid. With entering the room and looking at the soft bed and couch, even he couldn't help but climb up there to get a closer look. Who knew that the sleep would last all night? As the sky gradually brightened, Chen Nan, who was still huffing and puffing, was awakened by a knock on the door. It was accompanied by a reminder from Uncle Wang. Your Highness, the morning court is coming up soon. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan looked around and found 2 maids standing at each end of the bed and couch. Was keeping his head down, his body constantly trembling. It seems to be waiting for something. Ahem. To avoid embarrassment, Chen Nan coughed twice. Go down. I'll call out to you if I need to. Upon hearing this, the 2 women hurriedly knelt down. Your Highness, please also let us change your clothes for you. The 2 women trembled even more violently. They didn't know what to call Chen Nan. They just listened to Wang Quan call it like that and followed suit. And, if Chen Nan did not agree, what would happen to the 2 of them could be imagined. No, I won't say anything out there. Chen Nan waved his hand, once again rejecting the good intentions of the 2. He had been alone for so many years in Deqian. When had he ever let anyone else serve him? Pushing the door open, Uncle Wang was waiting at the door. He was followed by 3 attendants. The 3 women held armor, swords, and a pale white cloak in their hands. At the first sight of that cloak, Chen Nan's eyes revealed a light. Under the watchful eye of Uncle Wang, the 3 of them dressed Chen Nan and tied the cloak on. At the entrance of the Northern Way Palace, Chen Nan looked at the palace that was half as small as the Dakian Palace. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. It's just such a small country. I really don't know how that brainwashed person, Wu Fengwan, was able to be taken down 4 cities in a row. The 4 cities that were taken, he knew well, had a combined garrison of 50,000 men. In only 6 days, 6,000 were captured and 44,000 died. It's 50,000 000 pigs that Northern Wei can't catch in 6 days. However, the current Chen Nan does not belong to the actual Dakian, but the Northern Wei. Shaking his head, he threw those thoughts out of his mind, straight to the outside of the palace. Under the watchful eyes of the two eunuchs, Chen Nan then intended to shed his sword in armor. Just as he made his move, one of the eunuchs paused and reminded, "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has said that your Highness can go to court with a sword." Aha! Chen Nan was dumbfounded. He hadn't forgotten about Wu Fengluan, who had used this excuse to receive his military power. Could it be that the scenes of yesteryear are to be recreated today? Without much thought, he walked straight in. All consequences, walk in and find out. Chapter 8, appointed King of Jinan and left Prime Minister. Chen Nan had one foot in the courtroom. There was a cacophony of voices. He's the great Qian's Jinbei king? How can you be so young? Humph. So what if you're young? Still not expelled from Diqian. Ugh. Pity, pity. The voices were small and mixed, with appreciation, disdain, and regret. When Chen Nan turned his gaze toward that supreme position, he only saw that the Empress Dowager of Northern Wei, who had been talking to him yesterday, was dignified, elegant, and towering over him. On her right side stood the eunuch from yesterday. On the left side stood a beautiful courtesan, still holding the baby in her arms. Young Emperor's voice, so many people, so lively. Hungry, hungry. I want to eat milk. Looking at the civil and military columns, Chen Nan walked to the side of the military generals and stood at the end of the crowd. Go to court. As the eunuch's shrill voice rang out, the civil and military forces on both sides kneeled down. In one voice, they shouted, "Long live the Emperor." Seeing this, Chen Nan also intended to kneel along with the crowd. I'm not sure that he's just out of the action. On the dragon chair, the Empress Dowager's crisp voice assaulted her. Pass on the decree that the King of Jinan may go to court with a sword in the future, and that there is no need for him to kneel when he sees the king. King of Jinan? When did we have a Jinan king in Northern Wei? As the Empress Dowager's words fell, a group of ministers looked at each other. In the end, their gazes were on Chen Nan, or pondering, or surveying, more than a little disgruntled. All the beloved ministers, rise, the Empress Dowager shouted. After the crowd had risen, they pointed their fingers at Chen Nan and began to introduce themselves. Gentlemen, for Chen Nan. I'm sure you're familiar with him. Today, Chen Nan abandons his darkness and joins my Northern Wei. There are two warlords, Lightfeather and Hong Ming, and now we have the addition of Chen Nan, a war god. Our Northern Wei is like a tiger with wings, and our strength will be taken to the next level. Chen Nan made his first appearance in Diqian 3 years ago. Broken Lightning Feather won in a row, captured Hong Ming alive and released him back. Within 3 years, with Chen Nan's Dakian, not only are we being pressurized militarily, today, I appoint Chen Nan as my Northern Wei's Jinan king and left Prime Minister. Do you all have any objections? In nearly a tea's worth of work, the Empress Dowager of Northern Wei could be said to have described Chen Nan's life in detail. It was only at the end that the offer was made to give him the title and the position. Right after she finished speaking, the discussion got a little louder. What? A prince who was just deposed by Diqian has become our Northern Wei's Jinan king in the blink of an eye? Not just a prince, but also holds the position of left minister? Empress Dowager. The old minister feels that this matter is not proper. In the crowd, a man dressed in a white robe with white trembling hair walked to the center and bent over. Immediately after that, the sharp eyes looked straight at the Empress Dowager on the high seat, and her words were sharp. Let's not talk about whether Chen Nan was demoted by Diqian, but let's talk about his identity. Great Qian's Jinbei king, and my Northern Wei is right in the north of Great Qian, where he got this name of King of Jinbei from. I'm sure all of you present are well aware of it. Now, Diqian without Chen Nan is like a tiger without teeth. Even without Chen Nan's addition, it's only a matter of time before my Northern Wei attacks Great Qian. Just a few days ago, General Hongming took down 4 cities in 6 days in a row by himself. Right at this critical moment, Chen Nan actually defected to my Northern Wei, and, just after joining, he was made King of Jinan. Just ask, who can guarantee that Chen Nan is not a spy sent by Diqian? Sun Lao. Above the dragon chair, the Empress Dowager's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Her eyes glazed over. Could it be that elder son is accusing mourner of not recognizing people well? The old man, however, did not budge. Naturally, the old minister does not have this intention. Only that, with regard to Chen Nan's position, the old minister feels that it is subject to deliberation. If the Empress Dowager insists, then, the old minister, this crown prince is not proper. With that, he actually reached out to retire his official uniform. Luckily, the civil minister on the side was quick to stop the old man. Chen Nan couldn't help but nod his head as he sized up the old man. He could understand the old man's thoughts. After all, the mainstay of an enemy country joining his own. If we don't examine it more, we won't know when the country has been sold out. It's just that the idea is good. The practice is, as a courtier, one should share the worries of those in power. And if one meets something and resigns, might as well pull out and chop it up to count the begging. Sure enough, when Chen Nan placed his gaze on the Empress Dowager, the latter's face was a few points darker than it was just a moment ago, and there was a few points of killing intent in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed out a sentence. Gentlemen, who else has the same idea as elder son? Her expression was obvious, and the words that she didn't want anyone else to stand up for themselves were clearly written on her face. But the civil ministers below seemed as if they were all invisible. At the same time, he took a step forward. I second the motion. Yeah, that's great. The Empress Dowager gritted her teeth and slapped the dragon chair with both hands with a thud. Chen Nan bristled. Good fellow. He had not even officially taken the throne yet, and he had offended all the civil officials in the court. If this really becomes the left minister, it will not be difficult to carry out a little work in the future. Just when he thought that those military generals had seen his strength and wouldn't go against him, I only saw light feather lock eyes with the left and right military generals. In the next second, the military generals took a step forward in unison and half-kneeled in the middle of the hall. I thought that Chen Nan had just joined my northern way, and whether or not he is sincere in joining still needs to be examined. Some even, with their heads down, spat out loud. That's right, he, Chen Nan, is the equivalent of a demoted general? By what right since then has he been ranked as the king of Jinan plus the left minister? You should know that in the 300 years since my northern way was founded, there has never been a king whose name begins with the word Jin. The civil ministers were bent over, the military generals were half-kneeling, and in the entire hall, there were only two people standing. Chen Nan curiously looked at the other person, a female general. After all, its face is clear, high nose, lips pursed, eyes calm, long black hair tied up high, wearing red armor, hanging a sword on the waist, valiant and imposing. Shouldn't this Hong Ming be at the border? How come he's back in a day's time? What Chen Nan didn't know was that yesterday, just as he was leaving the back garden of the palace, the Empress Dowager of the Northern Wei dynasty sent 3 orders in a row at the speed of 800 miles, urgently recruiting Hong Ming to return to the capital. And that's Sun Lao. But the 3 dynasties of the old minister should have been to enjoy the age of life, froze by the Empress Dowager to shout to the court above. Chen Nan's gaze swept over Hong Ming and realized that the latter was also looking at him. Both sides looked at each other and Hong Ming smiled coyly, his gaze hastily looking away. She, in shyness? A thought suddenly popped up in Chen Nan's heart. It shouldn't be, right? She was a powerful character on the battlefield. Why is she shy when it comes to the court? Bang! With a loud bang, the Empress Dowager of Northern Wei had heated up. I wonder if this Northern Wei is my Chen family's world or yours. Does it require the consent of all of you to crown a prince? If it's really not possible, how about this Empress comes down from this dragon chair and gives way to all of you? Chapter 9 Waste. Rotten? Above the high position, the Empress Dowager spoke again, her voice cold to the extreme. We are guilty and at the mercy of the Empress Dowager. By this time, the civil and military groups, which should have been tit for tat, were surprisingly united. At the same time, he admits his guilt and is at the mercy of the court, but he just won't let go. Suddenly, among the civil ministers, an elder dressed in a green robe with a slight tinge of white on his temples stepped forward. Empress Dowager, I have been in the position of Prime Minister for 10 years. Dare I ask the Empress Dowager, but what did the guilty minister do wrong? What makes Prime Minister Wang say that? Northern Wei Empress Dowager's eyes sank. Yes, this man is the same Prime Minister who has been in Northern Wei for 10 years. Since the Empress Dowager also feels that the guilty minister did not do anything wrong, why did she split the Prime Minister's position in two? If the Empress Dowager feels that the guilty minister is not capable enough, she could have given Chen Nan full authority over the position of Prime Minister. Why is that so? Are you guys trying to force the palace? Northern Wei Empress Dowager's face was hard to see. Tai Fu refuted her. Light Feather refuted her. And now even the Prime Minister had begun to refute her. Actually, I can't blame them. In the end, Chen Nan had stayed in Diqian for so long and was in a high position of power. Suddenly they defected to their Northern Wei. It's a personal thing to think about more. For a while, Chen Nan was also confused. He really couldn't figure out why this Northern Wei Empress Dowager was bent on supporting herself to sit in the position of Jinan King. He knew, however, that he couldn't continue to be silent like this. Ahem, gentlemen, please also listen to me. Chen Nan, who was at the tip of the storm, cleared his throat and suddenly spoke. It was fine if he didn't speak. Everyone's fingers were pointing at the Empress Dowager. This just opened his mouth, and the talk in the Great Hall instantly drowned him out. I poo-poo. You are the Jinbei king of the Great Qin dynasty. What face do you have to speak above my Northern Wei court? A street rat? How dare you appear above my Northern Wei court in a bright and honorable manner? Begging for a fight? Chen Nan, there is no army of your Great Qin here. Come quickly and fight me to the death. Chen Nan, enough. This is the court, not the West Street Market. With the Queen Mother speaking strongly, the crusade has only diminished, only to see the Empress Dowager take a few deep breaths, her face calming down a bit for a few moments as she spoke blandly. Chen Nan, what do you want to say? Say it now. Chen Nan touched his face and looked at the expressions on his left and right that looked like they wanted to eat people. Slowly, he walked to the center of the main hall, pointing at the column of military generals. The corner of his mouth smiled. You guys? A bunch of losers. Immediately afterward, he turned to look at the civil ministers again. You, a bunch of corrupted scholars. The courtroom, which had hardly quieted down, began to be unusually and without end humiliated again because of these two words. Chen Nan, you, yellow mouth. How dare you insult me? There was even a rash man who ignored the courtroom and rushed straight to Chen Nan's back. He had a cruel smile on his face, as if he was looking at a dead man. His right arm was raised high in the air, his right fist clenched tightly. Even the hand that clenched the fist was trembling, and the muscles in his face were trembling because of the excessive force. Finally, the people around them stopped their tirades, with mocking smiles on their faces as they waited for this good show to come to an end. Chen Nan, be careful. It was Hong Ming who was the first to react. Even with her 7th grade martial artist strength, she was already too late to dissuade her and could only open her mouth to remind her. The Empress Dowager above the high platform even opened her mouth wide, wanting to open her mouth to remind, but she was concerned about the crowd. The fist carried a thunderous force and smashed straight into the back of Chen Nan's head. Everyone present thought that Chen Nan was already a dead man. The man who struck out, they all recognized, was a lieutenant general. He himself even had the strength of a 5th grade martial artist. Someone once saw him kill a sturdy yak with one punch. The reason why he had so much hatred towards Chen Nan was entirely because his own brother had lost to Chen Nan under the leadership of Light Feather, and that battle had been exceptionally tragic. Light Feather led an army of 30,000 men and marched majestically to the bordered battlefield. It was only 2 days before and after that Lightning Feather returned. However, all he brought back was the news of a defeat. Not a single soldier had returned. Not one. Among them, that the middle general's own brother, naturally, also died on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, that fist was no more than millimeters away from the back of Chen Nan's head. The smile on the midshipman's face grew even wider, and there was a flash of anticipation. The moment he was expecting his brain to burst out, he had already played out what was going to happen next inside his head. Just then, Chen Nan turned around sharply, and without hesitation, kicked out. The lieutenant general who was supposed to be behind him flew several meters away and crashed on top of the pillars of the Great Hall. I told you all, you're losers. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. The surrounding people's eyes froze, and the smiles remained on their faces. None of them were sure what had just happened. At the sight of the lieutenant general, he was already set inside the pillar. Several military generals rushed forward and wasted a lot of effort to gouge down this midshipman. One of the military generals half-crouched and tested the nose of the lieutenant general. Rising violently, he stared at Chen Nan with wide, unbelievable eyes. No gas. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Above the Great Hall, there was an intake of breath. You know, that's a 5th grade martial artist. Even in Northern Wei, where martial artists were frequent, it only added up to a few hundred. One actually died today, and at the hands of an ordinary person in their eyes. Quiet, terribly quiet. Who else? Chen Nan bellowed, his cold eyes sweeping the surrounding military generals. Since someone is unconvinced, then step forward and let me see what level your Northern Wei's military generals are at. Saying that, he looked at Lightning Feather with provocative eyes. He knew that the highest combatant in Northern Wei was Light Feather, this person who had stepped into the 8th grade of martial arts in the rumor. The arrogance of being a martial artist when you see yourself being provoked. It made Lightning Feather have to come forward. 4 eyes. Chen Nan pinched his nose and looked at the other party with contempt. Light Feather wasn't stupid. He knew that Chen Nan was scornful of him, but he didn't dare make a move. If he were to replace the lieutenant general just now, he could only guarantee that he would survive. At once, Lightning Feather was cursing in her heart. Damn it, who the hell said that Chen Nan was nothing but a man of the cloth who didn't know how to fight? If the person who said that had appeared in front of him, he would have smacked him in the mouth without hesitation. Chen Nan, where do you place my Northern Wei dynasty when you kill so openly? Even if your martial rank is high, you're still a ruthless person. It wasn't enough to kill one of our lieutenant generals, but now you want to provoke General Lightfeather? I'll give you a chance. Kneel down now and confess your sins to my Northern Way Empress, and we can consider a lighter sentence. Ha 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 ha. Chen Nan laughed, looking around the hall. Eventually, the focus will be on the Northern Way Empress. In a low voice, he droned out, is this your Northern Way hospitality? Verbally? Sneak attack from behind? Ergo, cowards. The words were spoken, turned around, and took a step out. Chapter 10 Chen Nan, come forward and listen to the seal. Chen Nan, wait. Just at the moment when Chen Nan was about to walk out of the courtroom, the Empress Dowager, who was seated above the dragon chair, suddenly got up and ran down at a brisk pace. Seeing this scene, a group of ministers stared wide-eyed, their mouths hanging open. They couldn't believe that the usually noble, dignified, and composed Empress Dowager of Northern Way, today actually for an outcast abandoned by De Qian, defiantly chased from that 9-to-5 position. Empress Dowager. Never. Empress Dowager. That Chen Nan is nothing but an outcast. What virtue can make the Empress Dowager so? At this point, a few responsive veteran ministers opened their mouths to advise, but it was limited to opening their mouths to persuade. The gap between the two sides' identities prevented them from getting on with it. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this Northern Way Empress Dowager, today, will have to be constantly pulled on top of the courtroom. Upon hearing the words of retention, Chen Nan smiled inwardly, and his advancing steps came to a halt, waiting quietly for the following. Chen Nan, this Northern Way is my Chen family's world. Today, the mortar decrees that Chen Nan shall be appointed as my Northern Way's Jinnan King and left Prime Minister. Who's in favor? Who's against? It's actually decreed? Chen Nan was inwardly shocked. He admitted that he was very capable, but this was a country after all. If they were all like her, dictatorial, the people under them would not obey at all. Not only does it not make the country strong, but it leads to centrifugalization of the people at hand. Suddenly, Chen Nan turned around and looked at the Empress Dowager with a slightly flustered expression in front of her. It was as if he was looking at Wu Fingwan from several years ago. That woman, at that time this look, as if leaving him Chen Nan, pressurized to live in general. The decree had been given, and it was useless for the ministers to oppose it. Their eyes were on fire, and each of them seemed as if they wanted to tear Chen Nan apart. Chen Nan politely refused. Empress Dowager, the name of King of Jinnan is too big. Moreover, I have not yet accomplished an inch of merit. How can I have such an honor? The Empress Dowager's brain is not good, but Chen Nan's brain can be very clear. If he were to immediately take the position of King of Jinnan right now, he wouldn't be able to wait until tomorrow for his corpse to appear at his bedside. After some excuses, the Empress Dowager's face changed. Her expression was sad, and her vermilion lips slightly opened. What? Are you also unwilling to come to my Northern Way as the King of Jinnan? But didn't you promise to be nice yesterday? For a moment, Chen Nan suddenly wanted to hold the woman in front of him in his arms and love her. At the critical moment, the system's ill-timed beep sounded. Young Emperor's voice, Mother, I want to eat. I want to eat milk. Chen Nan was a bit out of his element, and his gaze took a curious look. Ahem. Chen Nan then realized that he seemed to have deviated from his original intention. With a straight face, he said, I am grateful to the Empress Dowager for thinking so highly of me. I would like to be a pawn of Northern Way. Saddle up and wait until I have enough merit in the future. Then it is not too late to be crowned king. When they heard the previous sentence, those ministers' faces eased slightly. When the second sentence came out, the face changed again. Good lord. So this Chen Nan is still thinking of being crowned king? Empress Dowager. The last general has a word. In the crowd, Hong Ming, dressed in red armor, suddenly walked to the center of the hall, facing the Empress, whose back was turned. She half-kneeled. Hong Ming's voice is crisp and recognizable. Plus, they were the only two women above the great hall who could speak. Even if the Empress Dowager hadn't turned around, she knew who the speaker was. General Hong Ming, just say what you have to say. Empress Dowager. Hong Ming paused and looked at Chen Nan with a determined expression. Take, for example, the ministers present. When Chen Nan's military attainments are said to be second, I'm afraid no one would dare to call it first. Is it too condescending to be just a pawn? Moreover, rumor has it that Chen Nan is not a martial artist, but once I saw him today, the rumors are obviously not believable. In this way, Chen Nan joining my Northern Way will not only strengthen the military, but also lead to economic development, and moreover provide high-end combat power for my Northern Way. In that case, may I ask the ministers what reason there is to reject Chen Nan's membership? Hong Ming said a lot in a row. The words were met with frequent skepticism. Hong Ming, don't forget that he, Chen Nan, is a person from the great Qian dynasty, and that's the mortal enemy of my Northern Way. That's just it. Who knows what's really going on in his mind? Maybe he was sent by Wu Fingwan to erode our northern way. There were many different opinions, and there was only one reason for suspicion. Chen Nan might be an undercover agent sent by De Qian. However, after listening to Hong Ming's words, everyone's attitudes were somewhat eased. They knew that Hong Ming had a point. If Chen Nan was sincere in joining Northern Way, then the time to break through De Qian could be greatly advanced. Suddenly, Hong Ming smiled wryly and then spoke. Since your lords doubt that Chen Nan is sincere about joining my Northern Way, I suggest that I be the commander-in-chief for the next war against De Qian, with Chen Nan as the deputy commander-in-chief. In that case, wouldn't it be more intuitive to see what he's up to? All the ministers were stunned. This solution is not impossible. The minister stopped crusading, but instead bowed his head and began to meditate. Anyone who can stand here is no cutie pie. Naturally know how to discern the best interests of a thing. They weren't rebelling against Chen Nan's joining either. They were just worried that they would lose their interests if they were to be crowned as soon as they arrived. And Hong Ming's offer would diffuse that nicely. It just carries the title of deputy marshal without any substantial rights. It has no effect on them. Seeing that the voices of opposition had almost disappeared, finally, a small smile appeared on the Empress Dowager's face. Once again, she transformed into the previous appearance of a high and cold goddess and returned to that dragon chair. Since all of you have no opinions, then after today, Chen Nan is considered one of my Northern Way. I hope there will be no discord in the future. We will do our best to work together to benefit the people of my Northern Way. Following the movements of the crowd, Chen Nan also bent down to pay his respects. Everyone thought that the matter of Chen Nan was over. The Empress Dowager announced in a loud voice once again, Chen Nan, come forward and listen to the seal. At the sound of the voice, Chen Nan took 3 or 2 steps to the center of the hall. Appointment: Chen Nan was appointed as General of Jinan, Left Prime Minister, Supervisory Royal Historian, and Prefect of Weidu. He was bestowed with the 9-clawed python robe and the golden tin scepter. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. The courtroom exploded. Empress Dowager, please withdraw your order. The Empress Dowager must not. The courtroom, which had been quiet for a short while, once again boiled up. The group of military generals spoke at the same time. Their official positions are well counted, and the openings are just as quick to get a share. One must know that Hong Ming, as a 7th grade martial artist, was only a Jinbei general, and Lightfeather was even relegated to general and she because of the defeat. This Chen Nan was new to the city, and even if he hadn't been crowned king, this 4 towns general was able to control an army of 30,000 men. What's more, above those 4 town generals is the Hussar general, and the next step up is the Great General. The same position with it is only the front and back plus the generals of the guards. Chapter 11. Chen Nan, come forward and listen to the seal. When the rebuttal on the side of the military generals was over, the side of the civil ministers became even noisier. Empress Dowager, you mustn't. If this happens, my Northern Way will be in chaos. Empress Dowager, think twice, think twice. The supervisor is not a high position, but a 5th grade official. In the past, the 5th grade officials did not have the qualifications to go to the top of the court. However, the inspector general is able to inspect all officials and even face the emperor directly. It's just that the hesitation doesn't qualify for the court, and the latter half of the sentence has been nothing but empty words. But don't forget that Chen Nan was also added to the Wei capital prefect, which is the capital of the Northern Wei dynasty, the 2nd rank. To add insult to injury, there is a left chancellor. This also meant that the prime minister's position, which was originally monopolized, was split in 2 just today because of Chen Nan. The most frightening thing is the bestowal of the python robe and the golden tin scepter. That is a python robe. Northern Way officials from top to bottom can be divided into 9 ranks. The top 3, the middle 3, and the bottom 3, the colors of which are again red, yellow and green. The 3-clawed python robe is worn by princes beginning with the word N, and the 6-clawed python robe is worn by princes beginning with the word Jin. As for the 9-clawed python robe, that was something that only the legendary 1-character side-by-side king was qualified to possess. Northern Way was founded more than 300 years ago. There has never been such a prince. That's why it has always been just a legend. Also, the one-word side-by-side king is still only qualified to own a python robe. It doesn't mean you can just wear it. Today, a general of Jinan is given a 9-clawed python robe by the royal court. What does that mean? The crowd was predictable. What was even more frightening was that Chen Nan had also been given the golden tin scepter by the imperial court, which was a divine weapon that could strike a dim-witted ruler on the top and a treacherous minister on the bottom. To exaggerate, whoever dares not give him face, even if he kills the other person with his golden tin scepter, it will end up being a non-issue. The Empress Dowager of Northern Way seems to have considered this situation long ago, Press ignored it and waved his hand. A few eunuchs stooped out of the side door, their hands dragging trays. The tray at the head was none other than the piercing golden tin staff. The moment they saw the golden tin scepter appear, regardless of civil or military, they all closed their mouths. There was even a hint of fear in the eyes that looked toward Chen Nan. They were afraid that Chen Nan would retaliate later. There is a rumor in the Northern Wei dynasty, holding a golden tin scepter. The little emperor of the Northern Wei dynasty. It's just that for more than 300 years, this golden tin staff has never appeared in front of the eyes of the people, and it has always been nothing more than a rumor. Today, not only had they seen what a golden tin staff looked like, they had even seen the 9-clawed python robe. That's right, the tray in the hands of the second eunuch is carrying that unique dark black python robe. The object contained in the tray of the third eunuch was a block seal. Not only does it have the official seal of the Prime Minister, but it also has a sticker. The minister at the front could see at a glance that 4 big words were engraved on top of that sticker, General Jinan. In the center of the 2 items was a dark black seal that the crowd had never seen before. This can't be the king's seal, can it? A group of people, with different minds, some even speculated that the black lump was the royal seal. In the back, there is gold, silver and silk. There are countless various valuable things, in full view of everyone. Those trays were neatly placed at Chen Nan's feet. Looking at the items in front of him, Chen Nan couldn't help but recall the military symbols that he had previously thrown on top of the Great Qian Dynasty Hall. Actually snorted at the thought. In the weird atmosphere, Chen Nan's laughter became even weirder. What? Is General Chen not satisfied with these rewards from the mourner? On the dragon chair, the Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes, unable to see her joy or anger. I only feel that these rewards are a bit too much. As Chen Nan spoke, he raised his head and scanned the crowd. Those who were swept by his gaze lowered their heads one by one. They knew that Chen Nan's rise had been unstoppable, and all they could do was to please and please and please. The last seconds questioning, the tirade, seemed to go unmentioned as if centuries had passed. Good, since the I Ching is satisfied, just accept it. By the way, just now General Hong Ming said, let Ai Cheng be her vice-marshal. Ai Cheng, what do you mean? The Empress Dowager is waiting, and so are the ministers, waiting for Chen Nan's answer. Suddenly, a warhorse's neigh sounded outside. It was accompanied by a roar full of anger. Urgent report from the border. The Great Qian has 300,000 troops on display, with the front of the army pointing directly at La City. Urgent report from the border. A soldier in black armor ran into the courtroom with a gray head, just came in, dropped to both knees and screamed, reporting to the Empress Dowager. An urgent report from the border. The guards of Lu Castle come to report that 300,000 troops of the Great Qian dynasty are approaching the city. As the battle report was handed to the high seat, the 10 soldiers excused themselves. The discussion resumed. This Qian lost 4 cities in 6 days. Where did he get such a big capital to put together 300,000 troops? Could it be that the Luqing guards have lied about the military situation? The minister appeared to be discussing, but his eyes would always rest on Chen Nan without realizing it. It was almost as if he had directly said that he had asked Chen to send out a large army. Their little thoughts naturally could not be hidden from the Empress Dowager on the dragon chair. Only a cold frown could be seen on her brow as she clenched her right fist and slapped it hard on the dragon chair. Enough! King Chen Nan only arrived in my Northern Wei yesterday, and you guys are so suspicious of him? General Hongming was returned by my secret order yesterday, and today there is the phenomenon of Dakian soldiers approaching the city. Wasn't it one of you who tipped off General Hongming of Dakian that he wasn't at the border? She was in the harem and was in charge of the dynasty after the death of the late emperor. Anyone who says that about her is really underestimating her. After all, she hadn't notified anyone when she secretly ordered Hong Ming yesterday. When she first heard the news, she also had her doubts about Chen Nan, but after careful thought, the dislike was ruled out. Without Chen Nan's Dakian, those generals who heard Hong Ming's reputation did not say that they were scared to wet their pants, but they could only cower within the city walls and did not dare to meet the battle. It would be the case that either Qian had someone who didn't fear Hong Ming militarily, either that, or the visitor was a complete rash and just knew how to charge mindlessly. Obviously, she prefers the first point. Secretary Chen, what do you think of this matter? The Empress Dowager threw the question to Chen Nan. She also wanted to see just what Chen Nan had to offer. Of course, it wasn't just her. Those civil and military officials even pulled out their ears, wanting to learn. Chen Nan didn't make a fuss and directly opened his mouth to analyze it. Gentlemen, Wu Fingwan has a strong character, and after the late emperor was assassinated, she was even more bent on growing Great Qian. When the two of us were talking earlier, she did mention wanting to recover the split-off Northern Qian dynasty. This shows that her ambition is not ordinary. What? She still wants to recover the Northern Qian dynasty? A puzzled voice came out from the crowd. That's right. It's exactly the Northern Qian imperial dynasty that split off 3 years ago, Chen Nan affirmed once again. In the beginning, the Dacian imperial dynasty was not only vast, but also united. Only, after the assassination of the late emperor, Wu Tianmu took the Shiji mountain range as the boundary from the northwest of Deqian, completely split the Dacian imperial dynasty into two, calling themselves the Northern Qian imperial dynasty. He, on the other hand, was that supreme king of the Northern Qian dynasty. Chapter 12, Attitudinal Changes. Most of the people present knew what Chen Nan had said. Only, next, Chen Nan pulled out a paper letter from inside his inner pocket. Hold that letter high in the air. Gentlemen, this is a message sent to me by one of the generals under my original command after I left Deqian. Before I left, it was measured that the south of Dacian was about to be hit by flooding. For this purpose, 2 million taels of silver have been specially set aside from the national treasury for disaster relief. It is written inside the letter that Zhang Hai has misappropriated all of the $2 million of disaster relief silver 3 times. Speaking here, that green-robed old man interrupted. General Chen, I wonder how this Zhang Hai's misappropriation of Deqian's disaster relief silver has anything to do with my Northern Wei. Chen Nan glanced at the man and said indifferently, you must be Northern Wei's Prime Minister Changsun, right? How do you know? The Prime Minister's pupils widened. He himself had never shown his face in Deqian, and had even been an official for 10 years, all of which had been done in a low-profile manner. Today, being singled out by Chen Nan, who was meeting him for the first time, his heart was naturally surprised. Chen Nan explained, Prime Minister Changsun, as far as I know, Zhang Hai is the second oldest in the family, and his family emphasizes the eldest son over the second, which is why he was sent to the palace. Ever since Zhang Hai gained favor, his family has gone to even greater lengths to pull some strings with his relationship with Wu Fingluan, his brother Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe, a martial artist, completely brainless, relying on his family's favor for himself, always thinks that the sky is the boss and he is the second. A man of unparalleled arrogance of character who cannot listen to advice. It's just that you all still don't know that Zhang Hai diverted these 2 million taels of military expenses to the Great Qian military expenses, right? Afterward, Chen Nan laughed disdainfully. To put it nicely, 2 million taels are spent on military expenses, and if all of it is really spent on military expenses, it will be considered a blessing for his Dacian. But would a villain who spends all his days at home without power, and who has hardly risen to power, really leave himself so little to chance? That said, it's pretty clear. Inside Chen Nan's meaning, the commander-in-chief of Deqian who led the army this time was none other than Zhang Hai's brother Zhang Zhe. Of course, these were just his guesses. Whether or not, one still needed to arrive on top of the battlefield to know. General Chen, since you were able to predict the flooding that struck the southern part of Deqian, why didn't you send people to prevent the flooding sooner rather than later, but instead needed to raise silver? Prime Minister Changsun asked again, this time with a much better attitude than before. Chen Nan did not hide his words. Prime Minister Changsun, have you really gotten to know the people under your rule? What does General Chen mean by this? Changsun Du was puzzled and asked after him. Chen Nan smiled slightly. Prime Minister, realize that it is true that the people are simple, and it is also true that they are short-sighted. Unless they see the disaster with their own eyes, it would be impossible for them to move away from their native home. Speaking of which, it needs to be mentioned that the folk of Northern Wei are inherently pugnacious. Ask Prime Minister Changsun, if it were you, would you persuade the people under your rule to move out in advance? Chen Nan spoke from the heart. Having just crossed over, he had once managed to flood under the late emperor of Deqian. That flooding wasn't serious, and his last life had given him complete trust in the government. Just when he thought the people here were like him, he urged them to move. He was dumbfounded that not only did those people not listen to him, but they scolded him for trying to embezzle their fields. Call them unruly, but not really. Call them simple, but not that simple. The Great Qian is still so, not to mention the folk more tough Northern Wei. Only, after that time, Chen Nan knew that there were some people who didn't know to lift their feet until a stone hit them. Hearing Chen Nan's words, it wasn't just Changsun Du who lowered his head and pondered. The rest of the civil ministers had strange expressions on their faces, some looking down in thought, others looking around. On the contrary, it was the group of military generals who seemed to have caught the point. General Chen, they're just a bunch of unruly people. Those who are willing to move away should do so, and those who aren't willing to do so should just be killed on the spot. No? At those words, Chen Nan looked at the person looking at the mouth to speak with disgust. Is that so? Can you kill a village? Kill a town? Kill the people inside a city? Do you think they are as simple as just the people? The military generals still scoffed. Why not? It's all just a bunch of grasshoppers. Chen Nan laughed, smiling helplessly. After all, military generals are inherently reckless, And on top of the battlefield you need this kind of killing and decisive person. Explaining patiently, this general, I've just said the same thing about Dechen being split in two. Doesn't the general want to know why those people of the northern Qian dynasty would agree to join a new dynasty? The military general asked. What is this about? Chen Nan said with a straight face. It's simple. Because Bei Qian gives more. The Northern Wei has made you a miscellaneous general with a cognac of 300 stones. Great Qian has granted you the title of one-character parallel king, with a cognac of 30,000 stones. Dare I ask which side the general would like to go to? Chen Nan's words were simple and crude, and the answer was already written on the faces of the crowd. But the man just didn't dare open his mouth to answer. Ahem, General Chen, there's no need for this example. We're still talking about the people. On the dragon chair, the Empress Dowager turned things over with an embarrassed face. Chen Nan didn't dwell on it and continued to narrate. By the same token, in the Great Qian each household is taxed according to its head, whereas in the Northern Qian, children under 7 years of age, male or female, are exempt from taxation. Which side is better will be known by comparison. But we in Northern Wei also levy a poll tax. On the side, Chang Sundu became even more puzzled and muttered to himself. Even with the poll tax, Northern Wei's economy is still at the bottom of the heap. If it were not for Shishu's successive yearly offerings, I am only afraid that. He wanted to say that if it were not for the fact that Shishu has been supplying money for years, I am afraid that the economy of Northern Wei would have collapsed long ago, but he did not dare to say it, even if he was telling the truth. Chen Nan looked at Chang Sundu and inquired, dare I ask the Prime Minister, what is the source of a country's income? Chang Sundu thought for a moment. Collecting taxes? Chen Nan, right. But that's just one of them. The most important thing about the economy is circulation. Northern Wei's economy is dismal. This is something that is well known in the 5 major countries. But have you lords considered why Western Shu is half the size of Northern Wei? Not only can you make offerings to the Northern Wei, but you can also be rich? West Shu's economy is circulating? Chang Sundu's eyes lit up as he snatched at the answer. That's right. Chen Nan nodded with a smile. Western Marsh produces silk, and Northern Wei buys most of its silk from Western Marsh. Shishu is perfectly capable of making offerings in silk. So why are they still using silver? Because they know that even if they give us the silver, we still have to buy their silk? Chang Sundu's eyes shone brighter. The short exchange had made him figure out a lot. Slowly walking to Chen Nan, he solemnly bowed 3 times. Left Prime Minister. No matter what the left Prime Minister does in the future, today Chang Sundu has been taught. Prime Minister Changsun actually called him left Prime Minister now? The ministers froze. Hong Ming could be said to be the first of the Northern Wei generals, and she had previously affirmed Chen Nan's position as the Jiannan general. Now, Chang Sundu, the first of the Northern Wei's literary ministers, affirmed his position as the left Prime Minister. Ha 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 ha, good. Chang Sun right minister has an open mind. I admire it. Looking at the smiles on the face of the Empress Dowager on the dragon chair, she did not mince words of praise. The crowd was even more shocked. It was the first time they had seen this cold and colorful Empress Dowager praising a person above the courtroom. Listening to it is to praise Chang Sundu. In fact, Chen Nan is still in the Dakian. The Empress Dowager cannot wait to scold him 8 times a day. Not only Chang Sundu, the eyes of both the civil and military sides looking at Chen Nan were not as cold as earlier. Whether it's genuine or not, at least the surface work is done. Empress Dowager of Northern Wei took the opportunity to say, Ministers, with 300,000 troops from Diqian approaching the city, we can't afford not to fight. Just now, General Chan also said that the Great Qian commander is most likely Zhang Zhe. Let us also deliberate on who to send to battle. Chapter 13 Chang Sundu's smooth arrangement. Smelling the first signs of war, Light Feather, who had been immersed for 2.5 years, took the lead. Empress Dowager, the last general invites you to fight. This battle will be won. If not, the last general is willing to bring his head to meet you. The matter of Light Feather's advancement to an 8th grade martial artist had long been an open secret among the Northern Wei hierarchy. Even if Hong Ming was excellent, he was only a 7th rank. He is 25 this year and has been in charge of the army for 7 years. Hong Ming is only 22, and his seniority in the army is only 3 years. In contrast, whether it was strength or seniority, he was above the other party. In his mind, this invitation to war was a must, so to speak. Only, after his words fell for a long time, it was as if the people in the Great Hall were down, and not a single person opened their mouths. Unable to resist, Light Feather raised her head slightly and met the very eyes of the Empress Dowager that were about to kill. Immediately, he turned his head to the right and was confronted by the head of the civil ministers, Chang Sundu. Chang Sundu also looked at her with a hostile face and a look of disappointment in his eyes. Embarrassed, he had to turn his head to the left. Who knew that the left that Hong Ming body is trembling? If it wasn't for the fact that the court meeting was still in session, I was afraid that Hong Ming would have rushed up to fight with him. For a moment, Lightfeather blushed miserably and looked in 3 directions, none of which were well received. The head that had been so easily raised lowered again. Empress Dowager. The old minister suggests that this great battle should be fought with General Hong Ming as the commander-in-chief and General Chen Nan as the vice-commander-in-chief, ordering an army of 100,000 men to face off against Great Xian at Lu City. The one who opened his mouth was none other than Nagasundo. He took 2 steps to the center of the hall, blocking the kneeling Lightfeather behind him, and reminded him slightly with his foot. Until this time, Lightning Feather didn't realize that there was an additional 5-fingered mountain above his head. Originally, Hong Ming had pressed him hard to breathe, and then there was another Chen Nan, making him even more breathless. Only, he, Lightfeather, is not Sun Monkey, there is no master, and even more so, there is no one who will take down the talisman for him. Even more so, they cannot escape the 5-fingered mountain that is like a yoke. Lost in thought, he staggered up and returned to his original position. His eyes closed tightly, and he spoke no more. Oh, Right Minister Changsun actually took the initiative to suggest General Chen to go to war? The Northern Wei Empress Dowager was slightly surprised. Noticing the Empress Dowager's confusion, Changsun Du opened his mouth to explain. Empress Dowager, General Chen's military attainments naturally need no introduction. Moreover, this time, De Qian has raised 300,000 troops, so forgive my old minister's boldness in case General Chen is a spy. He will definitely inform De Qian of the full details of our army's deployment. Therefore, the old minister suggests that General Hongza of Wei lead a rear army of 50,000 men. In that case, together with the 50,000 troops on the border, my Northern Wei has a total of 200,000 troops, so I don't think there will be too many mistakes. I have to say, Nagasundo's arrangement was spot on. Not only did he give Chen Nan the opportunity to show his loyalty, but at the same time, he put a tightrope on him. General Chen, General Hong, how are the 3 of you? The Empress Dowager's eyes scanned the 3. The military generals lined up, and the 3 of them quickly walked to the center while clasping their fists. I accept the order, and I will live up to my high expectations. Behind the duo was a man in dark red armor, whose face was gentle, but the right side of his face had an incongruous scar. This man was none other than Hong Zhe, Hong Min's own brother. Coming behind the 2 men, he similarly clasped his fists and said, "The last general will lead the way. In that case, leave the court." The Empress Dowager bellowed, "Retreat!" As the shrill Cockney voice dropped, the minister withdrew in 2s and 3s. Outside the palace, Chen Nan and Hong Ming both stared at each other. Seeing this, Hong Zhe, who was on the side, was extremely embarrassed. Gently patting Hong Ming's shoulder, he whispered, "Sister, there's still something going on at home, so brother will go back first, haha." Brother? Hearing Hong Zhe address Hong Ming, Chen Nan's mind was confused. That's when he realized that Changsundu had arranged it very carefully. No matter what time of the year it is, people are family and naturally heart to heart. If he really was a spy, I was afraid that the situation would be incredibly difficult. And although Hong Ming was decisive in the battlefield, he carried a grateful heart. Even if Chen Nan really had problems, Hong Ming would let him live for the sake of past favors. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Oh, it's really worthy of being an old fox, covering all the bases. Chen Nan's understanding of Changsundu. This person is not to say that there is much cunning, just that he is very smooth in dealing with people. He never took the initiative to offend people in the workplace, and thus, he was able to hold the position of Prime Minister for 10 years. Of course, to be able to sit on the Prime Minister's seat, without a little real material. I'm afraid the grave grass is 10 meters high. Just as Chen Nan was analyzing it in his mind, Hong Ming spoke. Long time no see. Long time no see. Chen Nan subconsciously uttered a sentence. Look at the fight. In the next second, Hong Ming kicked out. Caught off guard, Chen Nan couldn't react in time, so he had to take 2 steps back, blocking his lifeblood with both hands and staring wide-eyed. Are you crazy? What am I going to do when this thing kicks the bucket? Why? As if Hong Ming hadn't heard, his feet continued to kick randomly over and over again. Kicking and kicking, 2 lines of hot tears fell from her beautiful eyes. Once, when her family wanted to join forces, she ran off alone to join the army as a way to avoid the family arrangement. After joining the army, Lightfeather coincidentally discovered her daughter's body, and was more than protective of it. His intentions, Hong Ming naturally knew, only she couldn't. She admonished herself, my beloved will either outweak me in force or outmaneuver me militarily, or else by what right will he conquer me? In a year's time, with her own efforts, plus the family behind her contributing, she sat in the position of General Annan. young and high-minded. She was unfortunately captured 3 years ago in a battle with Chen Nan. In that engagement, she had not seen Chen Nan once from start to finish. The two first met in the middle of a prison cell. On just one side, Hong Ming was deeply impressed. After this, that one figure in his mind could no longer be waved away. At that time, she was only a 5th grade martial artist. After another half a year, Lightfeather's 12 consecutive victories were ended by Chen Nan. The two switched places. For 2.5 years, each side was at war. However, since her ascension to the throne, Northern Wei has never lost a city or a place. She understood Chen Nan's strength, and it could also be said that it was Chen Nan who had helped her secure the position of General of Jinbei. Just when she was full of intentions, she wanted to draw Chen Nan into the Northern Wei. From the direction of Dakian, there were some rumors. Wu Fingwan had a marriage contract with Chen Nan. She was devastated by the news and teared up every day. A few days ago, when she learned that Chen Nan had been abandoned by De Chen, she seemed to have found a purpose in life. When she sank her teeth into it and thought about it a bit, it struck her that there might be a problem. It was also associated with the question of whether Chen Nan was doing this on purpose. Once again, when she got news from Chen Nan, it was actually the Empress Dowager of Northern Wei who urgently summoned her back to the capital to attend the court meeting. From the people who came, I learned that their Northern Wei had come to a great man of great power. How could she not guess that that person was none other than Chen Nan? The first time he learned that Chen Nan had come to Northern Wei, he was first happy, followed by sorrow. She was afraid that it was a plot against the Northern Wei. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the economy of Northern Wei can't last long, and what Chen Nan is scheming by coming to Northern Wei at this critical moment is known to all. Only, she hadn't considered that the news circulating from Deqian was false, and it's true that Chen Nan joined the Northern Wei. Both sides missed the message perfectly. Facing Hong Ming's attack, Chen Nan could not bear to hurt this talented girl, so he had no choice but to play defense. He wondered why the first time he met Hong Ming in Lightfeather, the other's questions were so strange. Enough! Finally, Chen Nan grabbed Hong Ming's kicked-out foot with his right hand. Hong Ming obviously didn't expect the other party to come this way. Pressed and unprepared, the golden cockerel kept controlling her balance. Eventually, there was no control and it was about to fall to the ground. Chen Nan was quick on his feet and reached out to hold her. Awkward. Chapter 14, I've had an idea for a long time. Incredibly embarrassing. Hong Ming flushed and pouted. Can you take your hand down? After Chen Nan awkwardly took his hand down from a certain part, he did not dare to look at the other party at all. He was really afraid that the woman in front of him would go crazy once again. After relieving himself, Hong Ming continued to pursue. Why? Why did you come to Northern Wei? Is it because you think that Northern Wei is approaching its end and you've come to wrap things up? How come? I truly want to join Northern Wei. Chen Nan hadn't yet gotten out of the embarrassing situation just now again, and his face was slightly red. His right hand rubbed his mouth, still savoring the faint aroma. To Hong Ming, that red face was a sign of weakness. Even more furious, humph, you lied to me 3 years ago, and you're still lying to me now. What did I lie to you about? Chen Nan couldn't help but stare. He couldn't remember when he had lied to the other party. Hong Ming beamed and snorted coldly. Humph, 3 years ago, did you tell me that Wu Fingwan was good to you? Yes, Chen Nan nodded, but in his heart, he was wondering, what is this woman doing talking about this at this time? Then why do you think you joined the Northern Wei when Wu Fingwan treated you so well? Hong Ming asked again. Saying that, Chen Nan understood. You are doubting the veracity of my joining the Northern Wei, right? Immediately afterward, Chen Nan described in detail the scene that had occurred in the Great Qian Dynasty Hall, the difficulties of the 100 officials, the accusations of Zhang Hai. Wu Fingwan also abandoned him. The two talk as they walk. Listening to it, Hong Ming actually cried out. Chen Nan, who was a single dog in 2 lives, had experienced this kind of scene, and immediately messed up, hurriedly consoled up. AI, you don't cry. Really, can't you beat me up? Forget it. Chen Nan just didn't want to see her cry and said that on purpose. In the next second, Hong Ming didn't fight and took a bite at Chen Nan's neck. Coincidentally, the place where the two stopped happened to be the schoolyard, and Lightfeather, who was practicing in the schoolyard, happened to see this scene again. Immediately kneeling on the ground, he covered his face with both hands and cried out, No. And Hong Zhe, who should have appeared in Hongfu, was kindly concerned. General Lightfeather, the ground is cool. What are you kneeling here for? What's not Not what Practicing is too hard. I don't know. It's fine. As long as you read more books on the military, things like practicing the military will naturally fall into place. Hong Zhe thought he had suffered a blow in the courtroom and was about to console him. Glancing at Hong Ming, who was in Chen Nan's arms, the words that were already on his lips could no longer be spoken. so he removed his own cloak and draped it over his body. Only after doing so did he sigh and leave the spot. Hongming was only focused on exerting force on Chen Nan's neck and didn't even notice this scene. Instead, Chen Nan saw Lightning Feather kneeling on the ground. After pacifying Hongming, the two of them separated. At this time, he also knew why Light Feather, who had met him for the first time, had this so much hostility towards him. Chen Nan pulled Hongming and left the schoolyard to a remote place. The two of them sat on the stone pier, and Hongming confirmed once again, "You really aren't a spy sent by Deqian?" Chen Nan nodded with a smile. "Do you know why before every engagement, my Deqian would kill a person to sacrifice the flag?" Speaking of which, Hongming's curiosity was instantly piqued. Originally, she thought it was just to boost the soldiers' morale, but when Chen Nan said that, it was obvious that there was something else in there that she didn't know about. Only to hear Chen Nan explain, "The man we sacrificed the flag to was the overseer of the Great Qian. For every major battle, Wu Fengwan will send out supervisors, and every battle mission and purpose has to be reported to her first through the supervisors. It can only be executed if she approves it." Hongming pouted. "Then you can still defeat our northern way every time." She didn't know about this. As a military general, she naturally knew what it meant to have this kind of supervisor in the army, and Chen Nan was the one who managed to win big despite this situation. For a while, the eyes that looked at Chen Nan began to sprout little stars. "Ha ha, I've told you that before every big battle I would first behead the supervisor to sacrifice the flag." Chen Nan humbly explained again. He's not guaranteed to win a war under these circumstances. On the battlefield, there are instantaneous changes, and with the overseers, the generals out in the field are chained up, and it is inconvenient to do anything. Then why did Wu Fengwan not punish you when you beheaded the supervisor? Hongming became even more puzzled. "Haven't I always won?" Chen Nan cocked his head and looked at Hongming. The latter blushed and turned her head away. "Then why did Wu Fengwan abandon you again later?" Chen Nan laughed loudly. "Have you not realized that the cities I seized earlier were all snatched by Northern Wei from Deqian?" "Ha?" Hongming thought about it in his head for a while and realized that it was really like that. Ever since Chen Nan took back the Great Qian's territory, every time he fought a battle, it was a small victory. Even if there is a chance of a big win by going after them, they won't go after them. "Then why don't you proceed to chase after them every time you have a chance to win big?" Hongming asked again. On this question, Chen Nan pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, "Build a high wall, accumulate grain, and claim the throne slowly." Wu Fengwan's mind is too heavy and overly forceful in person, and every time she talks about my pre-war flag sacrifice. Besides, she's been on my case for a long time. Back in the reign of the late emperor of Great Qian, the Jinbei king's royal residence had countless subordinates, and the people who came to visit every day could break the threshold. Since Wu Fengwan came to power, the specifications of the royal residence were cut down, and overnight, more than 300 subordinates of the royal residence disappeared. She said that those underlings were unable to suffer my oppression, so they tried to escape. Actually, I found the bodies of all those people. "So, the king of Jinbei has had such a hard life as well?" Hongming's eyes swelled. Hugging Chen Nan for a long time, he refused to let go, and whispered in his ear to comfort. It's fine. It's all in the past. Tomorrow we will depart from the capital city, and after that, it's the chance to take revenge." "No!" Chen Nan pushed Hongming away with one hand. "I know this person Jiang Zhe. It's hard to become a man. We will definitely win this war. But I'm not going to make a move against that 300,000 strong army." "Why? You still don't feel relieved about Wu Fengwan?" Hongming's expression was stunned. She didn't understand that Wu Fengwan's attitude towards Chen Nan couldn't even be described as bad. Why is he still like that? Only to hear Chen Nan let out a bitter smile. "It's not because of Wu Fengwan, but because of the late emperor of Deqian. 10 years ago, the late emperor saved me by the side of the road, and has taken me with him ever since. Having saved my life, for 10 years, I have worked diligently, and even when the late emperor was assassinated, I still had no second thoughts. Consider this time as my final repayment to the late emperor of Deqian." Hongming was anxious. "But, 300,000 troops, so many people, even if you don't want to kill too much, then you still need to plan properly, right?" Chen Nan smiled mysteriously. "I already had an idea a long time ago. Chapter 15. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill you." Hongming looked at Chen Nan's mysterious expression, and with his trust in him, he did not pursue the question. The two of them bid farewell, and Chen Nan returned to his mansion. Only then did he realize that the plaque above the original mansion had been replaced by the king of Jinnan with the general of Jinnan. The fluttering figure of the Empress Dowager of Northern Wei came to mind. There was no talk all night. That day, Chen Nan got up early. Just as he stepped out of the gate of the mansion, he saw Hong Ming's two siblings fully dressed and waiting for him at the entrance. Hong Ming was still dressed the same, but the sword at his waist was replaced with a large sword, and Hong Za still had the same sword at his waist. The moment he saw Chen Nan, the eyeless Hong Ming seemed to come to life. Taking a slight step forward, his eyes lit up and his mouth opened to speak, but considering that his brother was standing next to him, he held his tongue. Instead, Hong Za, who was on the side, smiled at Chen Nan and greeted him. General Chen got up quite early. My brother and sister passed by here and thought of calling General Chen to come with us to the schoolyard. Chen Nan also smiled and nodded his head in response. General Hong has a heart. In fact, Hong Zai, at Hong Ming's request, had to come to Chen Nan's gate to wait for him to go to the schoolyard together. As early as Chen Nan saw Hong Ming, he had already noticed this detail. However, both sides unspokenly refrained from poking at it. Hong Ming is in the center, Chen Nan is on the left, and Hong Zai is on the right. Along the way, the three of them were very taciturn. No one opened their mouths to speak. Only when the three of them reached the outside of the schoolyard did Hong Za speak out. General Chen, I still need to make some arrangements on my end, so I'll go ahead. Hong Za was in the rear army, not in the same position as the two of them. The order of departure is different. Also, before he left, he needed to do a little thinking about the soldiers. Seeing Hong Zai off, Hong Ming pulled Chen Nan into the middle of the schoolyard. The 100,000 strong army has long been ready to go. At the forefront of the army stood three stalwart-faced generals in yellow armor. Hong Ming pointed to the two people on his left and right, looking at Chen Nan and introducing them softly. These two are Fong Hua and Fong He. The one in the center is named Hong Yao, and is my lieutenant. Listening to the introduction, Chen Nan nodded slightly. Yellow armor, which in the Northern Way corresponded to an official of the middle third rank, and in the Northern Way, in addition to the special nature of the position contained, only the upper third grade officials can enter the courtroom. The three of them didn't know Chen Nan very well either. So, facing the three, he introduced himself. First time I meet you. My name is Chen Nan. I'm the deputy commander of this army. I hope we can work together and return in triumph. You're Chen Nan? You are Chen Nan, the Jinbei king of Great Xian? The two brothers of the Feng family opened their mouths one after another. The expressions, however, were none too good. Yes, I am Chen Nan. Do the two generals have any instructions? Faced with their rudeness, Chen Nan did not get angry and once again acknowledged his identity. And Fong Xiu's words were filled with mockery. TSK, 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 it's really Chen Nan, the Great Xian's king of Jinbei. Now he's come to our Northern Way as the general of Jinan? As soon as his words fell, Fong He on the side also scoffed wantonly. Ha 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 ha, was he abandoned by De Qian and had no place to go before he came to our Northern Way? Humph, we don't take in all the trash in Northern Way. The two men's mocking voices grew louder, causing the soldiers behind him to all look at Chen Nan on the stage with strange faces as well. Instead, Hong Yao in the center didn't open his mouth, but the expression on his face was no better. Chen Nan's face changed and he pressed them. What? Forgotten the scene of being held down and rubbed on the ground by me? You! Fong Xiu's cheeks twitched more than once and his eyes widened. If it wasn't for Fong He behind him pulling him back, I'm afraid he would have rushed up to the pointing platform to fight Chen Nan to the death. Immediately afterward, one could only see Chen Nan with a straight face. I don't care what your impressions of me are. Now I am serving as the deputy commander of the army. Fong Ha! Chen Nan bellowed. Fong He, who was standing below, froze and subconsciously loosened his hand that was pulling Fong Xiu. Stepping out, he half-kneeled at the bottom of the pointing platform and clasped his hands. The last general is here. What offense should be punished in Northern Way for provoking the marshal's authority in public? Chen Nan did not give them any leeway at all. He knew that these people were all veterans, and all of them had survived from above the battlefield. Naturally, they cannot be dealt with by ordinary means. Back to the vice-marshal, provoke the marshal's authority. According to the law, you shall be beheaded. Good memory, Chen Nan complimented with an evil smile. He then waved his big hand out, pointing at the indignant Fong Xiu in front of him, his pitch 2 points higher. Come on. Fong Hua questioned the commander of the army in public. Drag him out and behead him for me. What? General Fong Xiu is going to be beheaded? Can't be. General Fong Xiu is the grain transportation officer of our army. If we behead him, what will our army eat? I also think it's impossible. General Fong Xiu has the strength of a 4th grade martial artist. How could he be killed just like that? For a while, the noisy voices of the army below continued to ring out. The vast majority of the people did not feel that Chen Nan, the new vice-marshal, would really behead Fong Xiu in public. Hong Ming, who was behind Chen Nan, was also stunned and moved closer, pulling on his sleeve. Chen Nan, don't overdo it, it won't end well when the time comes. Hong Ming didn't step forward. but only whispered a reminder. She also knew that Chen Nan had to raise his prestige when he first arrived. Otherwise, when it comes to the battlefield, those pricks simply won't obey. Even if he gave a military order, the people below him would still be masculine and disobedient. Chen Nan ignored Hong Ming's advice behind him. Eyes swept over the crowd below, seeing the delayed movement. Drawing his sword, he took a step out. Alright, since none of you are going to do it, I'll do it myself. The words were spoken. Sprinting towards the bottom of the pointing platform, tens of steps away, and in the twinkling of an eye, he arrived in front of Fang Xiu. Behind him, where Chen Nan could not see, Hong Ming nodded toward Hong Yao below. He saw Hong Yao take a step forward, pulling in his hand as he passed Fang He. Only then did he come to Fang Xiu and drew out his large sword, placing it across his neck. Raising his head, his eyes looked firmly at Chen Nan. Marshal Chen, Fang Xiu is just provoking, so I won't bother Marshal Chen to take action. Fang He, who had been yanked, finally realized. This was Chen Nan's way of giving them the slip. Not caring about the unpleasantness of wearing armor, he bent his knees and knelt straight down on the ground. Marshal Chen, my brother was foolish and rushed Marshal Chen. Please also ask Marshal Chen to spare my brother this time for the sake of his young age. Fang in his tone contained too much resignation, but he couldn't help it. Even if he didn't want to recognize Chen Nan as the commander-in-chief, people were ordered by the Empress Dowager herself after all, and the appointment letter had reached them as early as yesterday. At that moment, if he didn't stand up and say something, Fang Xiu would really be lifeless. However, his brother didn't seem to appreciate this. Ignoring the knife in his neck, he raised his head and waited for Chen Nan. Chen Nan, I don't recognize you as a vice-marshal. If you have the ability, cut me down, or else you're born to me. Chen Nan, who originally did not want to make a move, could not hold back when he heard these words. Quickly coming to Fang Xiu's side, he locked eyes with him and pressed his right hand on Hong Yao's hand. A smile spread in his eyes. Since you want to die, I'll satisfy you. Chapter 16, General Jinnun, Vice-Marshal of the Grand Army. The hand rose up and Fang Xiu's head rolled down in front of the crowd. Until death, Fang Xiu's eyes were filled with an unbelievable expression. He couldn't believe that Chen Nan had actually cut himself just like that. Not only him, the surrounding soldiers were even more shocked and looked at Chen Nan with a little more fear in their eyes. After all, a general who was a fourth-grade martial artist could be cut down whenever he said so, let alone a bunch of their small soldiers. Fang He stared blankly at the head on the ground. When he reacted, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Chen Nan, gasping for air but unable to do anything about it. He wanted to go up to seek justice for his brother, but he did not dare. Chen Nan is really cut off. Alright, quickly pull General Fang down. The army is ready to start. Hong Ming came out to interrupt the crowd. Chen Nan watched with his own eyes as Fang He left with a resentful face, twisting his head to look at Hong Ming, who was laughing behind him. What's the relationship between Hong Yao and you? He's my family's family general. Hong Ming was quite helpless. No one mentioned anything about the dead Fang Xiu. Under Hong Ming's command, the army quickly departed. 2 days later, inside the city of Su, Chen Nan, Hong Ming, and Han Zhe looked at the two middle-aged men kneeling on the ground in front of them with dark faces. One of the men was wearing green armor, which had no semblance of a mark on it. The other man was in green robes, tattered and cloaked, and now and then a cry came from him. Suddenly, the man lifted his head and crawled a few steps forward on his knees, shouting out, Marshal Hong, Lu City has been lost. It's all because I, Qin Feng, failed to defend the city. Please punish me. Marshal, County Minister Qin, get up and speak. Hong Ming's face was expressionless and his voice was clear and cold. After Qin Feng rose, the man in armor behind him followed and slowly stood up. Seeing this, Hong Ming was furious. Did I tell you to get up? Helplessly, the man who had just stood up, knelt down once again. County Minister Qin, tell us about the situation in La City? Marshal Hong doesn't blame me? Qin Feng was very surprised. Hong Ming faintly said, De Qian has 300,000 troops. Your La City defenders are only 5,000. And since the Qin County Minister is defending the city, the blame for the loss of the city does not lie with you. Hearing these words, Qin Feng's eyes visibly flickered. Even though it disappeared quickly, it was still captured by Chen Nan. He just didn't bring it up right away. Hong Ming pointed to a chair to the side, and Qin Feng obediently sat down. That's what tells it. Marshal, 2 days ago, De Qian led an army of 300,000 men to the bottom of Lu City and completely surrounded it. And none of the great armies under the marshal are in Lexington. Even though I have only 5,000 soldiers under my command, I still don't want to abandon the city and flee. Just join forces with Battalion Commander Wu and prepare to fight Great Qian to the death. But right at this critical moment, Battalion Commander Wu actually abandoned his men and fled the city. This run by Battalion Commander Wu directly caused the northern gate of Lu City to open wide, and the people of Deqian didn't spend any effort at all and entered directly through the northern gate. Your humble servant really wants to defend the city, but there's nothing you can do. As Qin Feng's words fell, it was as if he himself had been drained of all his strength, completely slumped out of his chair with 2 lines of hot tears on his face. Just as the narrative was being told, Chen Nan's eyes were fixed on the kneeling Battalion Commander Wu. He knew that the border cities of Northern Wei would all have a battalion commander, and most of them had an establishment of 5,000 men. Only, these 5,000 men will only follow the orders of the battalion commander. In turn, each battalion commander has independent authority and is directly under the command of the sheriff. Unless he had private dealings with the county minister, the military power would always be in his hands. As for Le City, Chen Nan also knew that it had not been lost until he left Deqian. Both this Sioux City and Le City originally belonged to Deqian. It was just that Hongming was too fast, and when Chen Nan met with the Northern Wei Empress, he took Le City in passing. After a few people listened to Qin Feng's explanation, Hongzhe enthusiastically went up and was about to help him up. Just as Hongzhe's hand had just assisted Qin Feng's arm, Chen Nan questioned, "County Minister Qin, you just said that Deqian completely surrounded Le City, so may I ask how Battalion Commander Wu ran out of the city?" He didn't ask that for nothing. Just as Qin Feng recounted the story, mentioning the escape of Battalion Commander Wu, he could clearly feel the helplessness and hatred of the man kneeling on the ground. This? Qin Feng was confused by the sudden question. It was as if his mouth was jammed and he couldn't say a word. Hans clearly sensed that there was something going on here that they didn't know about yet. The hand that was holding it was silently lowered. Qin Feng, who had already been assisted halfway to the ground, once again paralyzed to the ground because he had no support. The 3 waited for a statement. But Qin Feng was as dumb as a mute, unable to spit out a word in half a day. Hongming couldn't hold back any longer and slammed his large hand on the table. "Qin Feng, what exactly is the actual situation? Why don't you still tell it quickly?" She did more than just startle Qin Feng with a shot. Even Chen Nan was baffled by her, shook his head, and came straight to Camp Commander Wu. Give it a pull to the outside of the tent. The 2 Hong family siblings' minds had been on Qin Feng, and they hadn't even bothered to pay attention to Chen Nan. Naturally, he didn't notice this one line of his move. The 2 who came out of the tent. Chen Nan was about to open his mouth to ask questions. The system popped up in his head, detecting the Northern Wei Leking being captured by Deqian. Now issuing a mission, please ask the host to retake Le City within 3 days. Quest reward, Dragon's Guts Bright Silver Spear. Accepted. Chen Nan mumbled a sentence in his heart. He was all too familiar with the Dragon's Guts Bright Silver Gun, which was Zhao Yun's weapon during the 3 Kingdoms period. The host accepts the mission. There are 3 days left until the mission expires. So, is there any punishment for not completing the mission? Chen Nan silently inquired in his mind. Generally, there are penalties for failing to complete a task. The system also gives a timely response. Failure of the host to complete the task will cause the system to rebound and erase the host. Erase? That's mean. Chen Nan silently sweated in his heart. It was indeed not difficult to take Le Chang with these 200,000 men, but it is not yet known whether these 200,000 people are of one mind with him. Even with the previous dismay, those people would not be very obedient in carrying out his orders. Not to mention the fact that he didn't have much of a killing intent for the 300,000 people of Deqian. For a while, he had already somewhat chagrined for speaking too quickly just now and taking this task on. Just then, Battalion Commander Wu, who had been called out individually, pursed his lips and softly inquired, "General, is there something wrong with calling out the last general?" Chen Nan smiled slightly. Battalion Commander Wu, right? The latter nodded and looked at Chen Nan suspiciously. "I would like to ask about the actual circumstances of the loss of Lake Town?" Upon hearing this question, the lunch battalion commander looked hesitant. Halfway through, a strange question was asked. "Dare I ask what position the general holds?" The commander of the Wu battalion is not stupid. He knows that the Northern Wei can enter the big tent to discuss the minimum as a 5th grade general. However, it seemed that the 5th grade general was still a bit short of what he needed to deal with the man behind Qin Feng. Chen Nan did not hesitate and directly stated his identity. "General Jinnan, Vice Marshal of the Grand Army. Do you have any more questions?" Chapter 17, Are you Chen Nan? Chen Nan of Deqian? The commander of the Wu battalion was shocked and busily said, "General, the truth is just as Qin County Minister said. The last general abandoned the city and fled." Obviously, he did not have any hopes for Chen Nan as his deputy commander. "You're lying." Chen Nan stared deathly into the eyes of Battalion Commander Wu, staring so hard that the latter was so weak that he unconsciously took a step back. What are you afraid of? Chen Nan asked again. This time, he brought a bit of a half-step Zhongsher's aura with him. At this question, the lunch battalion commander couldn't resist the pressure and directly knelt down. General, don't ask. The truth is what County Minister Qin said. Chen Nan sighed and helplessly dragged battalion commander Wu on the ground up. Since you say the same, do you know what the consequences are of abandoning the city and fleeing? I know. Beheaded and sacrificed to the flag. Battalion commander Wu laughed bitterly. He was much more familiar with the military rules of Northern Wei than Chen Nan. Who would be willing to take the blame for someone if they didn't have a hard time? General Chen. Qin Feng has explained himself clearly. Hong Ming's crisp voice came from within the tent. Chen Nan glanced at Battalion Commander Wu and then intended to return to the tent. Without waiting for him to turn back, the commander of the afternoon battalion in front of him pointed at him in shock. You're Chen Nan? Chen Nan of Deqian? Ahem. I am now the Northern Wei's General of Jinan, the deputy commander of the army. Seeing Chen Nan admitted with his own eyes, Battalion Commander Wu seemed to be grasping at straws to save his life. Taking the initiative, he knelt down and clasped Chen Nan's leg with both hands, about to open his mouth to narrate. Don't talk outside. Go inside the tent if you have anything to say. Chen Nan interrupted. The two men had just entered the tent, and the commander of Camp Noon was about to open his mouth. It was only Hong Ming who was one step faster than him, stepping forward and pulling Chen Nan, pointing at Qin Feng who was sitting upright on the side. County Minister Qin just said that battalion commander Wu didn't flee from the north gate, but dug a hole not far from the north gate and ran out from inside that hole. No, that's not it. Battalion commander Wu immediately bellowed. When he said this, Qin Feng, who was originally sitting upright, was as if his tail had been stepped on. Ow barked, snapping to his feet and pointing at the lunch battalion commander. Wu Xiu, what? You don't want to admit it now? Both Hong Ming and Hong Zhe were great generals and naturally looked down on people like Wu Su who abandoned the city and fled. The eyes that looked at him were thick with resentment. Wu Xiu felt the dissatisfaction in the eyes of the duo and looked at Chen Nan again, smiling miserably. It really isn't like that. You're just a person who abandoned the city and fled. What are you? Qin Feng simply didn't give him a chance to finish his sentence. In 2 steps, he crossed the table and rushed to Wu Xiu, his hands grasping the lapels of his coat that leaked out of his armor, with a threat still in his eyes. Since Wu Xiu was brought in by Chen Nan, Qin Feng at the moment had his back to the two siblings. The expression on his face was only visible to Wu Xiu and Chen Nan, and ever since he had entered the tent, Chen Nan had said that one sentence. Inside Qin Feng's heart, Chen Nan was not a character at all. Men, drag this guy who abandoned the city and fled out and chop him up for the flag. Hong Ming shouted in anger. Outside the tent, 2 soldiers walked in and dragged Wu Xiu outside. As Wu Xiu was about to be dragged out of the tent, Qin Feng's face was filled with smugness. Chen Nan was even more certain that there was a problem and interrupted promptly. Hold on. I have questions. The 2 soldiers took a look at the fact that the one who opened his mouth was actually the god of murder, Chen Nan, and without the slightest hesitation, the movements on their feet stopped. The scene of Chen Nan slashing Feng Xiu earlier was still deep in their minds. Marshal Chen, do you have any more questions? Hong Ming was puzzled. In her mind, it was clear what had happened. The kind of people who abandon the city and run away should be cut. Chen Nan did not reply, staring at Wu Xiu and waiting for him to speak. The latter still did not speak, but his eyes swept back and forth over Qin Feng. Seeing this, Chen Nan waved his hand and pointed at Qin Feng. Take him out. Seeing this, the 2 soldiers let go of Wu Xiu and turned around to lead Qin Feng out of the tent. When he went out, he lowered the curtains of the big tent in his hand. Hong Ming stared at Wu Xiu on the ground and said bluntly, Wu Xiu, right? What's the situation? Report truthfully. Wu Xiu finally stopped hesitating and slowly told the truth. It turned out that 2 mornings ago, Qin Feng had taken him out of Lu City, and tell him that the Great Qian's army is coming, and he had long known about the news of Deqian's incoming attack. Inwardly, he was even more puzzled that at such a critical moment, Qin Feng had called him, the hand of the army, out of Lu City. Unexpectedly, that Qin Feng called him to the outside of the city and dragged him outside to swim in the mountains. It was until noon when he realized something was wrong and wanted to return to Lake Town. However, at that time, the city of Lucheng had long been stationed with the army of Deqian. Lake Town pressed on through the Great War. Wu Xiu's words infuriated Hong Ming, who slapped the table. Good. Truly worthy of being a good civil servant of my Northern Wei, isn't he? Qin Feng, afraid that when the time comes, my Northern Wei will counterattack La City and realize that there are no traces of the Great War and poke him? Wu Su smiled miserably. Marshal, Qin Feng said that Northern Wei has no chance of counterattacking La City. This time, Deqian has a 300,000 strong army, while my northern way has only sent a total of 150,000 troops, together with the 50,000 troops on the border earlier, it's only 200,000. Then why didn't you tell the truth in the first place? Instead of dwelling on the number of people, Hongming wondered why Wushu hadn't told the truth in the first place. Wushu smiled even more miserably. Marshal, Qin Feng is surnamed Qin. Hongming froze. She thought of it. The Northern Wei Lungtu Academy University scholar was surnamed Qin. His name was Qing Min. And Northern Wei officials, big or small, have to go to the Lungtu Academy for 3 months before taking office. Not only that, the Minister of Rights was named Qin Chuan and the Minister of Administration was named Qin Tian. These three can all come from the same family. Only to hear Wushu continue. Marshal, Qin Feng said that if I don't do what he says, he will take action against my family. For a moment, Hongming finally understood why this Wushu did not dare to tell the truth at first. Pressed again. Then just now, Marshal Chen called you out, obviously convincing you. Why did you keep looking at Qin Feng once you came in? Wushu said awkwardly. Marshal, I know about Marshal Chen's strength, but this is Northern Wei. The other party is the Qin family. Indeed, Chen Nan hadn't been in Northern Wei for very long. That towering Qin Qingmin, and Qin Tian, and Qin Chuan. Who would take someone from another country seriously? Come on man, Hongming exclaimed. Outside the tent, 2 soldiers came in again. Hongming didn't say anything and instead glanced at Chen Nan. She was waiting for Chen Nan to speak. Sensing the eyes behind him, Chen Nan didn't make a fuss and softly said, push Qin Feng out and sacrifice the flag. The voice was not loud, but the 2 soldiers acted swiftly and immediately turned around and went out of the tent. Qin Feng outside the big tent didn't even know what was happening. The 2 soldiers who entered the tent and came out again escorted him right to the army flag. Chapter 18, My Uncle Will Avenge Me. Under the flag of the army, the unknown Qin Feng was escorted to death by 2 soldiers until he knelt in front of the army flag. Seeing the movement on the side of the military flag, more and more soldiers gathered around. Among them were a number of mid-level generals in the army. They were all curious as to what this Qin Feng had actually committed that he had to be used to sacrifice his flag. As the kneeling Qin Feng saw more and more people around him, he began to panic inside. The moment he was asked to step out of the tent just now, mutterings flooded his heart. By this time, he was certain that Wux had told the truth. And as a parent official of Northern Wei, he naturally knew what would happen if he abandoned the city and fled. For a while, looking up in the direction of the Wei capital in the north, he actually prayed for his eldest uncle, who was far away in the sky, to come to his rescue. Only, a chest-bearing, bearded, girlish, burly man approached him. The burly man also held a large, chili knife in his hand. Qin Feng knew that he was bound to die today. When the burly man walked up to him, he didn't immediately make a move and instead looked in the direction of the tent. Shortly afterward, the curtain of the big tent was lifted, and Chen Nan's few people slowly walked out. After coming under the flag of the army, he looked around. Chen Nan was half a body length ahead of the several people, staring at Qin Feng. Without waiting for him to speak, a flash of hope rose in Qin Feng's heart. Constantly breaking free of the 2 soldiers who were restraining him, he tried to crawl forward. Seeing this, Chen Nan came to Qin Feng alone and gazed down at the other party. Does County Minister Qin have anything else to say? Qin Feng squeezed out a smile and spoke in a low voice. Marshal Chen, my humble servant was only momentarily obsessed and abandoned the city. I also ask Marshal Chen to give my subordinate a chance to redeem himself, and I will certainly not fail Marshal Chen's hopes. Chen Nan smiled coldly. This kind of person who abandoned the city and fled. If they really survived, what will the soldiers think of him from now on? A deserter. All of them can survive. Then if they are all on the verge of desertion when the time comes, wouldn't it be possible to use Qin Feng as an excuse? Chen Nan knew that Qin Feng would definitely die today, and no one could save him. Seeing the smile on Chen Nan's face, how could Qin Feng still not know what was going on? Immediately, his face changed, no longer having the humility of the last second. Instead, he yelled, Chen Nan, you are nothing more than an outcast of the great Qian dynasty. How dare you come to my Northern Wei to make trouble? Do you know that my old man's surname is Qin? And Qin Qingmin of the Lungtu Academy is my eldest uncle. Both the mandarins and the mandarins are relatives of my family. If you really dare to kill me today, a few of them will definitely not let you go after returning to the court. Qin Feng's voice was loud, as if he was doing this on purpose. What he said was heard by the soldiers all around him. In time, the soldiers became curious again. Curious as to what Qin Feng had actually committed, and whether Marshal Chen would really behead him in public. Behind him, Hongming also took a step forward and persuaded in a low voice. Chen Nan, this Qin Feng's family is very powerful. The Qin family isn't like the 2 Fenghua brothers either, so why don't we give him a chance? Hong Ming just didn't want Chen Nan to have too much resistance in returning to the dynasty later on. But she hadn't thought about what consequences she would face if Qin Feng didn't die today. Chen Nan simply ignored Hong Ming's dissuasion behind him. Even more so, he ignored Qin Feng's tall head in front of him. Instead, he braced himself and looked around at the soldiers, bellowing up, "Generals!" Qin Feng, the former county minister of Lekang, not only did he not resist after learning that De Qian had led a 300,000 strong army to attack. Instead, he also took battalion commander Wood and abandoned the city. Not only did he not inform the 5,000 defenders of the City of Music before he fled, but he also took away the possessions he had collected in the City of Music. Generals, what do you say to this kind of man? Should he be killed? After Chen Nan finished speaking, the soldiers around him were like crazy. If it wasn't for the fact that there were still mid-level generals suppressing them in the meantime, I'm afraid that they would have been able to rush up and cut Qin Feng alive. They became soldiers to get a full meal, and they hate the kind of generals who leave them behind and run away. Not to mention the general who used the lives of their soldiers as a last line of defense before running away. Although Qin Feng was not a general, he was the county minister, and even if he didn't want to defend the city, there was still battalion commander Wu. The best thing he could do was to pull the general along and run. Thinking about this, those soldiers became even more frantic, even with the general suppressing them. One after another, they spat disgusting saliva towards Qin Feng, and some even grabbed the dust on the ground and scattered it towards him. These are not very offensive and extremely insulting. Not long after, Qin Feng's already scruffy robes were covered in filth mixed with saliva and dust. Chen Nan knew that the time was almost right and once again asked in a loud voice, "Generals, do you think Qin Feng should be killed or not? Deserve to be killed. The kill, please, Marshal Chen, behead this loser to sacrifice the flag." Qin Feng's behavior had already aroused hatred throughout the military camp. Everyone knew that Qin Feng would naturally not end up too well today. Hong Ming, on the other hand, walked behind Chen Nan with a concerned look on his face. "You killed him today. What are you going to do when you return to the court and face the embarrassment of the three?" She also knew that Qin Feng was bound to die today. Only, she was still worried that Chen Nan would encounter even more trouble when he returned. Chen Nan looked back at Hong Ming and gave her a gentle look. "Don't worry, I have my own way." Afterward, he pointed at Qin Feng, "Chop." Before he died, Qin Feng still had that expression of wanting to eat someone, clenching his teeth and glaring at Chen Nan. "Just wait, Chen Nan. Big Uncle will definitely take revenge for me." The follow-up words did not have time to be said before the bodies were separated, and his head rolled right to the feet of the soldiers around him. The expressions of the group of soldiers looking at the head were tinged with anger. I don't know who started it, but they actually aimed a kick at the head on the ground. After the dust settled, Chen Nan went straight to the military flag. "Generals, tomorrow is the time for the army to march. Tonight the brethren sleep well, and tomorrow, follow me in my crusade against the enemy and take the city in one fell swoop." Under Chen Nan's mobilization, the atmosphere of the entire army had long since reached a climax. No one paid any more attention to the already cold Qin Feng. Instead, they fervently looked toward Chen Nan, raising their weapons and shouting, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Seeing this scene, Chen Nan also knew that his prestige in the army was already there. As for the Qin family's outburst against themselves after returning to the court, those were all afterthoughts. Only, where he hadn't noticed, a pair of shadowy eyes stared at him. Looking closely, wasn't that person the already Feng was brother? Feng He? And Feng He muttered at the corner of his mouth, He, Chen Nan, if I let you succeed so easily, who will pay for the life of my brother? Feng Xiu. Chapter 19, Feng He's offer to take a job. Early the next morning, Hong Ming neatly organized his army and slowly approached towards the city, which was 30 miles away. To her left, Chen Nan rode a reddish-brown fiery horse, covered in black armor, looking so majestic. This armor is still before the army went on a journey. The Northern Wei Empress Dowager personally sent someone to reward him, and this armor is said to be the only set of black armor in Northern Wei. To the right of Hong Ming was her family general Hong Yao, with Feng He and the others following behind him. As for Hong Za, since his mission was the rear army, he naturally did not follow his army. The journey was uneventful, and it was on a small hill that was still 10 miles away from Le Castle. Hong Ming observed the surrounding terrain and immediately decided to set up camp here. After settling the army, inside the big tent, Hong Ming's several people looked at the map on the tabletop, thinking about how to attack. On the side, Feng He walked to Hong Ming, half-kneeled, and asked for orders. Marshal, the last general is willing to lead the scouts to go and find out the situation in Deqian. The few people who had originally bowed their heads in contemplation looked at Feng He, who had suddenly stood out, and could not help but be stunned. Hong Ming thought for a moment and hesitated. General Feng, You are the vice general of the army and you want to personally lead the scouts? Just to probe the situation of Di Chen? Exactly. Fang He nodded solemnly. Hong Ming didn't immediately agree, but instead turned his head to look at Chen Nan on the side. The latter was found to be still studying the map with his head down. Thinking that it was Fang He who was unwilling to join Chen Nan, he had no choice but to nod his head. In that case, I would like to thank General Fang. My lord. Fang He led the order to get up, turned around and headed out of the tent. Only, the moment he lifted the tent curtain, a smile appeared on his face. After leaving the tent, he first toured the army alone before leading the scouts to leave the army in a hurry. Inside the tent, Hong Ming noticed Chen Nan constantly rubbing his forehead and spoke in confusion. General Chen, is it uncomfortable? Chen Nan shook his head. No, I'm just thinking about how this battle should be fought to minimize losses. Meanwhile, the Great Qian Dynasty Hall. Wu Fingluan twitched her face and looked at the 800-mile expedited letter in her hand. Slamming the dragon chair. Bold Chen Nan, how dare you go to defect to my Di Qian's nemesis, Northern Wei. Seeing this, Zhang Hai on the side immediately had a pandering look on his face. Your Majesty, I have long said that Chen Nan is ambitious, and sooner or later he will be unfavorable to my Di Qian. It was suggested to your Majesty to take an early shot at it in the first place, but fortunately this time I have diverted the military expenses. Otherwise, it might have been moved all the way to Northern Wei by Chen Nan. Listening to Jiang Hai's fawning, Wu Fengwan's dark face revealed a rare smile. Well, it's still Jiang Aiching who knows how to divert military expenses in advance. Not only that, but this time it's even recommended a good talent to me. In just a day's time, they counterattacked Le City and managed to recover the lost ground. Come on, reward Jiang Cheng with 100 taels of gold. Jiang Hai, who received the reward, not only didn't smile, but instead suggested with a cautious face, Your Majesty, that Chen Nan is ambitious, not to mention defecting to the Northern Wei, but now he's even leading the Northern Wei army to counterattack my Di Qian. In my opinion, that Jinbei King's residence is better to send someone to tear it down. Leaving it behind is simply an insult to my Great Qian. Good. Wu Fengwan mused. Jiang Cheng, won't you feel the strain of the frontline battle relying on General Jiang Zhou alone? Hearing Jiang Zhe's name, Jiang Hai's face was filled with viciousness. Your Majesty, Jiang Zhou is a famous general that I have only found after asking around for a long time. His martial arts strength has long reached the 5th grade, and with General Jiang Zhou at the front line, there is no need to worry at all. Jiang Hai's words caused those courtiers in the Great Qian Dynasty Hall to frown, but none of them dared to stand up and speak. They had long investigated that Jiang Zhou was Jiang Hai's real brother. It's just that the gap between the two sides' status in the family is too great, and if it weren't for Jiang Hai's power, the Jiang family wouldn't have recognized Jiang Hai as the second son at all. Only, Wu Fengwan and it's strong, and by Jiang Hai lost his mind. Press simply do not listen to the advice. So repeatedly, the court hall of Daqian has long become Wu Fengwan's one-word hall. In addition to Jiang Hai's advice can be listened to. When Wu Fengwan recognized Jiang Zhe as the great general of Daqian, the prime minister of Daqian also stood out to advise him. It's just that the prime minister was advised in the morning, the man was killed at noon, and the house was raided at night. This also led to the fact that nowadays, in the Great Qian's courtroom, except for the exchanges between Wu Fengwan and Jiang Hai, others were as if they were statues. After the court retired, a group of ministers whispered around the corner. What can be done about this? His Majesty listens to the advice of small people all day long. If this goes on, sooner or later, Great Qian will die. Don't mention it. Just think of the pilgrimage as a punching bag now. Go as a good sculpture. Don't talk and cause less trouble. AI. It's really sinful. The king of Jinbei was sealed by the previous emperor. Not only did he not enjoy the benefits of my Daqian, but instead, he was supported up by his hand by the female emperor to cut off the title. Reduced to border drudgery. People defecting to the Northern Wei also have to be exported by the Empress in the courtroom. Where can we go to justify this? The group gathered and dispersed quickly, just afraid that these spiteful words would be overheard by someone with a heart of gold. It ended up with a copycat. The scene shifted to the Leking County office. Above the high seat sat A. It showed, and the smile on his lips didn't stop. A look of enjoyment on his face as the love washed over him. Just at this time, a messenger suddenly ran out from outside. The visitor fell straight to his knees, not daring to raise his head at all, and reported directly, outside there is a Northern Wei general who calls himself Fang He seeking an audience. Said unhappily, get lost, I'm enjoying myself, wait outside the door for me to greet you first. That's right, brother Gang Chul. At this moment, Fang He was outside the county office, pacing back and forth with an anxious face. Every now and then, I even went up to get some information. After a while, took a handful of, go down and don't forget to come to my room tonight. Go! Upon hearing this, The similar beauty wiped away the tear tracks on her face and retreated as if fleeing. The general put on his armor and shouted, "Someone, soon!" The messenger who had just reported returned to the county office. Seeing the visitor, Jiang's face was expressionless, and he first taught the visitor a lesson. "Next time when I'm busy with my business, no matter what, I can't be disturbed. Remember? Marshal." "I remember." Jiang's expression changed from cloudy to sunny. "It's good to remember. What do you have to report?" "Marshal, there's a man outside the county office claiming to be Northern Wei Vice General Fang He. He says he has something important to report." "Oh, the Vice General of the Northern Wei? Call him in and take a look." Jiangzhou was astonished. He didn't understand what a general from Northern Wei was doing hanging around his Deqian's military camp. The crier rose and left, and soon, with one man, returned inside the county office. Chapter 20, Conspiracy? Jiangzhou looked at the visitor and hammered the table. "You are Northern Wei Vice General Fang He?" "Marshal, I am none other than Northern Wei Vice General Fang He." "Bold Fang He, when you see this marshal, why don't you kneel?" Jiangzhou's face changed as he questioned. Fang He also did not immediately half kneel down. "Marshal, I have something important to report." "You, a general from Northern Wei, what business do you have coming to my Deqian? Could it be that you can't stay in Northern Wei and want to defect to my Deqian?" Jiangzhou was even more puzzled. He is just a martial artist, and he is not clear about the situation of the current Daqian dynasty. Inwardly, he still thought that Deqian was the kind of invincible existence before. That's why it's so confident. Unexpectedly, the words he casually uttered caused Fang He's face to be shocked. How does the marshal know what is in the mind of the little man? Then, pulling a piece of parchment from his pocket, he placed it respectfully on the tabletop with both hands. Retreating to his original position, his face became even more fawning. "Marshal, this is drawn with the camp composition of the Northern Wei army. This is the camp diagram of the Northern Wei?" Jiangzhou had a suspicious look on his face. "You're not kidding, are you? What's on the back of this?" With a skeptical mind, Jiangzhou picked up the parchment and gave it a cursory glance, only to find words written on the back of the parchment. "Marshal, what's written on the back of that is the names and martial ranks of the generals of the Northern Wei army." Fang He explained with a humble face, afraid that the other party wouldn't understand. Hearing Fang He's explanation, Jiangzhou had a big heart and did not doubt it, so he took the parchment. Eyes glanced over Fang He. "What do you hope to gain by defecting to my Deqian?" Fang He gritted his teeth as his mind recalled the moment his brother died in front of him. "Marshal, I don't want anything, as long as Marshal can kill Chen Nan for me," Jiangzhou said lightly. "This is simple. Chen Nan is just a literati with no hands. I'm a 5th grade martial artist. It's not as easy as a slap in the face to clean him up. Of course, if you can give a little more, I don't mind letting you do it yourself after capturing Chen Nan." Jiangzhou didn't ask what exactly the conflict was between Fang He and Chen Nan. He only cares about what he can get out of the middle. As for how to catch Chen Nan, he didn't even consider it. In his opinion, this time, Deqian had sent 300,000 troops, and he learned from the parchment just now that Deqian had a total of just 200,000 troops, and 50,000 were the rear troops. 300,000 versus 200,000. Advantage to me. He had already treated Chen Nan as a bird in a cage, just waiting for himself to take it. Fang He saw that Jiangzhou not only promised to be able to kill Chen Nan for himself, but as long as he gave more, he could do it himself. His mind began to come alive, and once again he half-kneeled and said, "Marshal, I am also considered a deputy general in Northern Wei. There are still some valuable objects at home, and as long as I can do it myself, those things are the marshal's. I only hope that the marshal will give me a chance to do it." Upon hearing that there were really benefits to take, Jiangzhou's face broke out into a smile. "Fine, fine, as long as you give enough, let alone killing Chen Nan. You can even cut him up alive." Both sides reached an agreement. Jiangzhou waved his hand. "Men, fetch a jug of fine wine. I want to drink with my brother." Not waiting for someone to go out to get it, Fang He quickly waved his hand. "Marshal, I am following the name of the scout out this time. It is not convenient to drink." After his eyes rolled around a few times, he suddenly smiled. "Marshal, I have a good idea." "Oh, tell me about it?" Curious, Jiangzhou leaned forward. "I only heard Fang He speak. The marshal may give me a granary, and tonight I will take the initiative to lead an army of 10,000 to attack. At that time, as long as the marshal has laid a dragnet here, if I ask for help from the Northern Wei army, the marshal will be able to kill them all. Moreover, all the grain for the Northern Wei army is stored in Sioux City. There are only 10,000 defenders in Sioux City, so the marshal can also take advantage of the opportunity to storm Sioux City, destroy the Northern Wei granaries, and occupy Sioux City. At that time, the Northern Wei army will not be able to advance or retreat. regardless of whether he is Hong Ming or Chen Nan. His downfall is still not a matter of a word from the marshal? Fang Yi spoke in such detail that he actually got Jiang Zhou excited. Is the Hong Ming you're talking about the only female general among the 4 great warlords? Jiang Zhou inquired with a lecherous smile on his face. Fang Yi nodded fiercely. Ha ha ha. Jiang Zhou smiled lewdly, but still retained a trace of sanity. Let me think about this matter. Northern Wei's tent. Looking at Fang Yi, who had not returned for a long time, Hong Ming was so anxious that he circled back and forth. Instead, it was Chen Nan who had a calm face, his eyes still staring at the map on the tabletop. Time passed until noon. The tent curtain was violently lifted, and Fang Yi rushed into the tent with a gray head. Just came in and took a big gulp from the canteen hanging on the side. Hong Ming asked anxiously, General Fang, where did you go to scout? Been gone for so long? Fang Yi, who had finished drinking the water, gasped for air, his face full of joy, and opened his mouth as if inviting credit. Marshal, we found Di Qian's granary. What? You guys found the great Qian's granary? Hong Ming was shocked, and even the calm Chen Nan got up violently and looked at Fang Yi incredulously. They were all generals in the army and naturally knew what it meant for the granary to be in the hands of the enemy. Moreover, for Chen Nan, being able to destroy the great Qian's granary in one fell swoop meant that he did not have to take action against the 300,000 strong army. That, in a way, was right up his alley. Without the need for Hong Ming to urge him again, Fang Yi took out a piece of parchment and laid it on the tabletop. Chen Nan, Hong Ming plus Hong Yao surrounded them at the same time. Seeing this scene, Fang Yi was filled with a cold smile as the corners of his mouth rose, hiding the expression on his face. He stepped forward and pointed to a mountain depression 3 miles behind Lu City on the map. Marshal, this is a mountain pass called Leshan Pass. There is a wooded area around Leshan Pass, and we have 50,000 iron horsemen under our command. I only need 10,000, and I will definitely be able to destroy the Great Qian Granary tonight. On the side, Hong Yao relieved. General Fang is already tired from scouting the enemy, so why don't you rest well tonight? It's better to leave this matter of destroying the granary to the last general. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi's face changed and he spoke coldly. What? Is General Hong Yao trying to steal my credit? The air suddenly stood still as Hong Ming's eyes kept hovering over the 2 men's faces. One was a meritorious official who had just discovered the Great Qian Granary, and the other was his own family general. It wasn't good for him to help anyone, so he could only look towards Chen Nan for help. Chen Nan lightly coughed twice. General Hong, in my opinion, why don't we let General Fang go on this sneak attack? He didn't say why, but directly named Fang Yi. Hong Yao couldn't say much more, so he could only nod his head and gave a smile to Fang Yi. In that case, it will be a hard night for General Fang. Only then did Fang Yi's face blossom back into a smile. Marshal, the last general will go down to reorganize the army first. I'll see General Fang off, and wish him victory. Chen Nan got up and personally escorted Fang Yi out of the tent. Hong Ming also detected a hint of something wrong, but he just didn't say anything and quietly waited for Chen Nan to return. Outside the tent, neither of them spoke, and Chen Nan sent Fang Yi out of the tent dozens of steps before returning. Upon returning to the tent, he saw the two sitting in their chairs and inquired, What? Are you guys not happy that Fang Yi is going to sneak up on you? Chapter 21 Success or Failure. It's tonight. Seeing Chen Nan return and utter some strange words, Hong Ming asked rhetorically, Chen Nan, did you find something? Chen Nan smiled mysteriously. Let me ask you guys, being a scout and discovering the enemy's granary, is this considered a merit? Marshal Chen, as long as we ensure the authenticity of the news, that would naturally be a great achievement. Hong Yao grabbed the lead. Chen Nan quickly walked up to the table and pointed his finger at Lishano. Look, this place is indeed a depression. Only it's surrounded by dense forest and it's late fall. All it takes is one fire, and as much food will be reduced to a smudge of ash. No man, if he were a man, would set up a granary in this place. Looking at the map and combining it with Chen Nan's explanation, the two of them came to a realization. Hong Ming spoke incredulously. So Fang Yi is lying to me? But why would he lie to us? Chen Nan smoothly sat down on a chair and held his forehead. It's me who was in a hurry just now. Lu City is originally a border city, and not many people live in it, but the granary inside is not small, enough to feed 300,000 troops for half a year. So, whoever it is, there is no need to press the granary outside the city. Once Chen Nan said that, the more Hong Ming and the two of them listened, the more surprised they became. Until finally, breaking off, he uttered a sentence that he himself could not believe. Could it be that Fang Yi has defected to Great Qian? Cold sweat broke out on Hong Ming's head as he uttered these words. She really didn't dare to imagine if Fang Yi really defected to Di Qian and went to attack the granary again tonight. What will happen? On the contrary, it was Chen Nan, who was calm. I can't be sure if Fang He has defected to Dechen. Wait a little. Wait for a person to come back. After saying that, Chen Nan stopped speaking. Instead, he got up and walked out of the tent, and Hong Ming followed straight after him. Behind him, Hong Yao also wanted to follow, but was stopped by a look from Hong Ming. There was only one Hong Yao left in the tent, and he didn't know where the two had gone. By the time the afternoon rolled around, the two were back inside the tent. Only, unlike before they went out, Hong Ming's face was flushed with red, his eyes bubbling with little stars as he kept glaring at Chen Nan. Soon the tent curtain was lifted again, and Wushu walked in alone. Just as he came in, he came to Chen Nan and paid his respects. Chen Nan waved his hand. Don't get into all this nonsense. Tell me what you've discovered. Marshal Chen, I went to see the place you mentioned, but there isn't a single grain in that place. Instead, there are tracks of large groups of people moving around. As for Le Castle, it is even more tightly guarded, with garrisons patrolling a mile out in every direction. Chen Nan looked at Hong Ming and asked out loud, how many people are under Fang He? Hong Ming was puzzled, and still honestly replied, Fang He is just an Unsha general, with 2 auxiliary generals under him, totaling just 10,000 men. Receiving an answer, Chen Nan did not open his mouth and stared intently at the map on the tabletop, falling into deep thought, muttered something about dense forests, late fall, and fire attacks. Our granary is in Sioux City, and both sides are 30 miles away. It shouldn't be. Is it a call for help, and then a sneak attack? The three of them listened to Chen Nan's soft voice and pondered over their frowns, but they did not dare to make a sound, just have to be quiet and listen. Finally, Chen Nan viciously pointed at Sioux City on the map. Hong Ming was anxious. Chen Nan, what's going on? Chen Nan grinned from the corner of his mouth. Sioux City has granaries for our army, but the defenders are only 10,000. It's completely unfeasible for Great Xian to want to attack Sioux City in a short period of time, unless they can draw all of our troops out. And the fact that Lesan Pass is a Dakian granary is a front. My guess is that Fang He has deliberately joined forces with Dechen to try to eat all of my army. What? Are you saying that Fang He really defected to Great Xian? Hong Ming gritted his teeth and suddenly stood up. Someone come. Bring Fang He to me. Chen Nan hurriedly interrupted. What's your hurry? Who says that Fang and defecting is necessarily a bad thing? Ha? Marshal Chen. According to you, Fang He's defecting to the enemy can still be a good thing? Hong Yao was even more puzzled. Hong Ming did not continue to shout either, and all three of them watched Chen Nan, waiting for his plan. Chen Nan's hand never left the map from start to finish, and then said, my guess is that Fang He will sneak into the granary this night, and then he will be surrounded by Zhang Zhe. At that time, Fang He will send someone to inform us that he is surrounded and that Lishano is indeed the granary of Dechen, thus luring us over. By the time we get over there, their people should be lighting up the Lakeland Pass. Then, Hongza still had 50,000 troops in his hands, and seeing the fire roiling the sky, it was impossible not to probe. When Hongza determines that it's Northern Wei's men, the defense of Suchang will be empty. Jiangzhou will take Fang He with him to attack Sioux City and knock out our granaries. If Jiangzhou was here, he would definitely be surprised that he had not even met Chen Nan face to face, and he himself had been guessed. Moreover, the fire attack that he hadn't expected was even foreseen by the other side in advance. For a while, Hong Ming became even more angry, and if it wasn't for Chen Nan stopping her, she guessed that she would have to cut Fang He on the spot. Anger is anger, but it's still about what you should do next. As for Hong Ming, he was obviously a bit at a loss for words and could only look at Chen Nan, waiting for him to come up with a solution. Hong Yao, Chen Nan opened his mouth. If it's really as I suspect, when Fang He asks for help this night, you'll lead an army of 20,000 men to go and check the news. Remember, when you go to check the message, don't care who's in there, just set it on fire. Hong Yao glanced at Hong Ming and agreed. I will lead the way. Then, Chen Nan continued. Wu Xiu, you go to the rear army as fast as you can. Tell Hongza that a fire was seen burning at Lesan Pass this evening, and to rush to Sioux City as fast as possible, making sure that the grain is in order. Saying that, he took out the martial order from his waist and handed it to the other party, continuing to speak. At night, Hong Ming, Wu Su, and I will lead the army to Lu City in person. If it's as I suspect, Laketown will be taken this night. If it's different from what I guessed, just based on my Chen Nan's name, those soldiers of Dechen won't dare to act rashly. Chen Nan was very confident, and likewise, he set that confidence in the hearts of the generals of Dechen. Even if he said he could go to heaven, a lot of people would believe him. That's why he dared to bring his army to explore. This was one of the reasons why Chen Nan did not want to harm the Great Qian army. After arranging their respective matters, Chen Nan ordered the entire army to recuperate. A few more of his aides-de-camp were sent out on patrols to give Feng He the illusion that he hadn't found out yet. Having done this, he sat in the tent and waited quietly for the night to fall. Hong Ming watched as Chen Nan settled everything down and followed to rest inside the tent. Both knew that something big was definitely going to happen tonight. Northern Wei and Dakian. Who will succeed and who will fail? It all depends on tonight. Chapter 22. As the sky darkened, inside the Northern Wei camp, the camp soldiers were all still in dreamland. Fanha quietly got up and put on his armor. Glancing at the adjutant general beside him, his voice was low and deliberate as he inquired, "Is all ready? General, it's all been ordered down. It's just that, does the marshal really agree with us doing this?" The adjutant general's face was full of hesitation, and his voice carried a touch of doubt when he answered. Feng He glared and whispered, "What? I personally went to ask for orders and you still doubt me?" The vice general was silenced and no longer dared to retort. About midnight, Feng He lifted the cap and looked out into the reaching night. A smile seeped out from the corner of his mouth. "Humph, Chen Nan, I hope you'll like this big gift." Soon afterward, the camp belonging to Feng and 10,000 soldiers was all but empty. Just as he ran out of the camp with 10,000 troops taking advantage of the night. In the center army, inside the tent, Chen Nan's 3 men were quietly standing guard. Hong Yao's face was tense, and every now and then he lifted the tent curtain to look out. Chen Nan, on the other hand, was calm. Only Hong Ming, who seemed to be in a struggle, sat down for a while, then stood up and walked back and forth. Suddenly, there was a running sound from outside. Inside the tent, Wusu rushed in with a surprised look on his face, coming straight to Chen Nan and half kneeling. "Marshal Chen, you really guessed correctly. That kid Feng He really ran away with the army." "What? Feng He really defected to the enemy?" Hong Ming's eyes widened. The facts had been placed in front of her. She still couldn't quite believe that Feng He would really defect to the enemy. "Well, since Feng He's defected to the enemy has become a fact, let's act according to the plan made in advance." Chen Nan snapped to his feet, and in 2 simple sentences, he made clear the situation at the moment. He also commanded, "Wu Xiu, take my token. The whole army is in a state of war, and the scouts are all spread out. Move according to your respective tasks in 1 hour." Chen Nan was decisive and gave a direct order. He knew that it was still some distance away from Leshan Pass, and although Feng He had defected to the enemy, all of his commanders were foot soldiers. Immediately pursuing them would only reveal their intentions. Wu Xiu took the token and once again exited the tent. Just as Chen Nan's side was preparing to move out, countless figures hurriedly stepped on the road to the Lei Mountain Pass, and every now and then, 2 urges could be heard. Quick! Faster! Meanwhile, Jiang Zhe, who was in Li City, was not idle. He gathered all 300,000 troops together, and on Hong Ze's side, he didn't rest either. Sitting inside the tent, with a black eye, he kept looking out of the camp. Time passes. An hour later, the Northern Wei camp. Chen Nan sat upright in the main seat of the tent, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Hong Ming sat on his left, Hong Yao on his right, and Wu Xiu stood flanking him. Suddenly, he stood up and laughed softly. Almost there. The moment these words came out, the eyes of the 3 of them simultaneously sprang out. They knew that the war between Northern Wei and Great Qian would be completely kicked off because of this one sentence. "Hong Yao!" Chen Nan bellowed. "The last general is here." Hong Yao, who was named, immediately got up. "You are ordered to lead 20,000 cavalry to Lishano as fast as you can, and to light a fire directly after you arrive. Hong Ming, Wu Xiu, complete the great generals and follow me straight to Li City. Military orders have been given, and they are divided." Hong Yao rushed out of the camp with 20,000 cavalry without looking back. Chen Nan slowly walked out of the camp, raised his head, looked to the south, and murmured, "Lu City, I'm coming," followed by Hong Ming and Wu Xiu. At this moment, Hong Ming completely failed to realize that it seemed that, at the very beginning, he was the supreme commander of the army. She seemed to have gotten used to following Chen Nan's orders. Chen Nan looked at the hundreds of thousands of troops in front of him and felt a wave of emotion within his heart. Unable to help himself, he spoke, "Generals, it's late at night, and I know you're tired and worn out. Now, look to yourself. That's Le Castle, a city that countless of our brothers fought with their lives, and now it's being counterattacked by the Great Qian. And the walls of Lu City are not only stained with the blood of our Northern Wei brethren. Until now, there are still 5,000 remnants of our Northern Wei lingering in Lu City. Now, I, Chen Nan, am about to lead all my brethren and take back Lu City together. Tell me out loud, brothers, are you afraid?" The Northern Wei soldiers, who were still weary, were mobilized by Chen Nan. Everyone had hate on their faces, and some even had excitement on their faces. shouting out, "Fear not! Fear not! Kill! Kill!" Sensing the response of the soldiers in front of him, Chen Nan sighed slightly. In his mind, the past comes to mind. The last time he led a large army of this size was in Deqian. This time, he would appear as Northern Wei while Deqian, however, became his enemy. Things are so fickle. Finally, Chen Nan waved his hand. "Brothers, follow me." More than 100,000 troops slowly sailed out of the camp. Over here, Fang He, who had left an hour earlier, was still rushing. Sitting on the warhorse, Fang He's eyelids were more than fluttering. Why does it feel like something big is about to happen? While muttering to himself, he looked ahead. At this time, the adjutant general came to him again. "General, it's less than 15 miles to Leshan Pass. Should we take a rest?" The generals have been rushing back to back and have not rested at all. Fang He grunted coldly. "Rest from what? There's naturally time for rest when we arrive at Leshan Pass, and it's now the right thing to do to get to Leshan Pass as fast as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning the tables if you miss the marshal's plans." The vice general left with a helpless face and went to urge the army to speed up. The scene shifted to the Leking County office. Jiang Zhe looked at the two generals in front of him in green armor with a smile on his face and ordered, "General Zhou and General Lin." "Marshal, but is there a battle?" The two men looked at Jiang Zhe with nervous faces. Jiang Zhe didn't intend to hide it from the duo either, and opened his mouth very painfully. "Both of you, we've known each other for 10 years, and we've always known each other as brothers. Older brother is not hiding anything from you. Tonight is the opportunity for the three of us brothers." At that, the two men's eyes lit up and they moved forward. Jiang Zhe recounted the matter from beginning to end. The smiles on the two men's faces never came down after that. "Ahem, 300,000 troops are ready to go. I'll trouble you two brothers to lead an army of 100,000 to attack Sioux City." Upon hearing this, the two who were still smiling changed their faces. General Zhou opened his mouth and inquired, "Brother, my two brothers are going to Sioux City. Where is brother going?" Jiang Zhe naturally sensed the dissatisfaction in the hearts of the two. "You know, Sioux City is guarded by 10,000 men from Northern Wei. Not only that, there was Hung Ze's 50,000 strong army nearby. If the two of them dared to take 100,000 people with them, they were afraid that they would not be able to return." Jiang Zhe's eyes rolled and he drew up a pie for the two. Chapter 23 The Fire. Starting. "Good brother, Sioux City merely has only 10,000 defenders. Don't forget what I just told you guys. This night Lashano is the main battlefield. Could it be that the two of you are going to lead an army of 200,000 men to Lashano to meet the Northern Wei army with swords?" At those words, the two of them backed up. The two of them just wanted to follow Jiang Zhe to get a little credit and then be named a general. Getting a little paycheck every month would be nice. And I don't even dare to think about anything else. And how could they possibly grasp something like two armies at war? Under Jiang Zhe's different angles of the pie, the two of them happily marched towards Sioux City with an army of 100,000 men. At the same time, Hong Ze, who was being stationed 5 miles away from Sioux City. At this moment, he couldn't sit down inside the tent, and the whole person kept walking around outside the tent, but his eyes were dead set on the direction of the south. Without realizing it, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Fang He looked at the dense forest in front of him, and without any consideration, with a wave of his hand, he led his army inside. And once again, his deputy general spoke up and advised, "General, I feel that this simply cannot be the location where De Qian placed the granary. What are you moving? I personally brought my men to scout it out. How dare you doubt me?" Fang He sidled his face and looked at his lieutenant. "General, why don't I take 1,000 men in to investigate first?" The vice general was still reluctant to press on with a large army. Unexpectedly, his words directly annoyed Fang He. I only saw him tugging tightly on the reins and bellowing, "You, a vice general, dare to question this general? As I said, I personally led the scouting of this location. Now, the entire army will attack and destroy the Great Qian Granary." After saying that, Fang He ignored the expression of the vice general and led his own personal army to go in first. Just after going in the darkness, a voice came out, "Is it General Fang He?" Hearing this familiar voice, Fang He's face only soothed and returned. "It is precisely the last general. Dare I ask if it is Marshal Jiang?" In the darkness, two people slowly stepped out. The person who came was not Jiang Zhe, but Jiang Zhe's personal guards. The two of them led Fang He until they walked deeper into the dense forest. The moment he saw Jiang Zhe, Fang He sighed in relief. With a full smile on his face, he complimented, "Marshal Jiang is really cautious." Jiang Zhe didn't retort, but nodded with approval. "When dealing with your Northern Wei, it's natural to be cautious. This, Jiang Marshal, the last general has come with sincerity. For a moment, Fang He was a bit at a loss for words. At such a critical moment, Zhang Jia actually said that he was from Northern Wei. After a while of testing both sides to make sure there were no accidents, Zhang Jia's face only revealed a smile as he walked up and clapped a hand on Fang He's shoulder. Elder brother Fang, what do you call a marshal? Just call your brother. Fang He also called out obediently. Brother, report. Suddenly, two people rushed in from the dense forest. Zhang Jia and Fang He's personal guards. The two glared at each other and hurriedly returned. Report to the general/marshal. A large number of cavalry are coming 3 miles away from the dense forest. Please general/marshal make early plans. The people who came belonged to different camps and reported exactly the same thing. In an instant, the two men who had been as close as brothers the previous second were separated by a long distance. The faces of the two men who had been wearing smiles instantly turned pale. Looking at each other, they said in unison, "What's going on out there?" After asking the question, both of them were dumbfounded again at the same time. They could see that neither of them was lying to the other. Where in the world did the cavalry outside come from when neither had a small mind? No one told them the answer. Only, just as the two men were doubting each other, the mass of cavalry was no more than a mile away from the dense forest, with the cavalry charging at full speed. A mile, in the twinkling of an eye, could be reached. Zhang Jia was not in a hurry and waved his hand. His personal soldiers surrounded Fang He in the center and questioned. Fang He, don't tell me that you don't know where this cavalry came from? Even though he knew that the cavalry was not brought by Fang He, it had something to do with him. Only, not waiting for Fang He to give him an answer. Once again, two people rushed in from outside. The visitors were extremely fast and had panic on their faces. General/marshal, a large number of cavalry have reached the outskirts of the dense forest. What? Already at the outskirts of the dense forest? Fang He and Zhang Jia looked incredulous. They couldn't figure out how. Normally, cavalry wouldn't go into a place like a dense forest at night, but tonight the circumstances were clearly too coincidental. For a moment, Zhang Jia's trust in Fang He completely disappeared, and with a wave of his hand, his men directly tied Fang He up. Marshal, the last will be wronged. These people really do not know where it came from. Fang He didn't lie. Those people he really didn't know where they came from. But, Zhang Jia had already gotten a bit clearer, looking at Fang He with a smirk. I know you're not lying, but, all 300,000 of my Deqian's army is here. Those cavalrymen are naturally impossible for my Deqian. We're the only two countries currently at war. It can't possibly be someone sent from the western Shu side, right? Fang He's face was greatly shocked, and he knew that Zhang Jia was right. As things stood, the only people in this place besides those from the Great Qian were those from the Northern Wei. Just as the two exchanged words, Hong Yao had already stepped into the outskirts of the dense forest. As soon as he started approaching the dense forest, he knew by instinct that there were quite a few people in it. So ahead of time, he had the generals dismount, half of them leading the horses and the other half following him on foot into the dense forest. After entering the dense forest, he looked around and waved his hand. Brothers, light the fire. 10,000 men, lighting fires at the same time in the outermost part of the dense forest. The dense forest, which was already dry, burst into violent flames when it encountered so many embers. As the fire burned, Hong Yao smiled and looked at the dense forest. Humph, Deqian? Fang He? This is where you will be buried. When the army inside the dense forest saw this scene, where could they stay? They all fled in all directions. Zhang Jia also didn't have the heart to care about Fang He, and was focused on commanding the army. However, it has come to a life and death situation. For this marshal who has just assumed the throne, no one will listen to him, and in the darkness of the night, the sound of quarrels, shouts, and pleas for mercy are endless. On the other side, General Zhou, who had been dispatched by Zhang Jia, glanced back doubtfully and muttered, "Older brother didn't tell us that he would still set fire to the place when the time comes either? Playing so fancy? HM?" At the sound of the voice, General Lin also turned around to take a look and smiled to comfort him. "Whatever, it's good to have both of our military honors in hand." Lamenting again, TSK, old brother is just good at playing. Such a big fire, shall not burn that group of Northern Wei scum into ashes? How could the two of them know that the fire wasn't set by Zhang Zhou at all? And naturally, those who were burned to ashes were not from Northern Wei. Of course, what they knew even less, was that there was Hangzhou waiting for them in Sioux City ahead. Chapter 24 Wushu's Initiative. Taking Lekun, not far from Sioux City, outside Hongzhe's tent, Hongzhe, who was constantly looking out to the south, finally saw the blazing fire burning in the south. A flash of joy instantly blossomed on his face, and he couldn't help but be shocked inwardly. This Chen Nan is truly terrifying. At first, when Wushu came to him with the token, he still didn't believe that Fang He would defect to the enemy. However, With the deputy marshal's token holding him down, he could only do as he was told. Until this moment, that fire burned not only in Lesan Pass, but also in his heart. At this moment, Hongzhe was deeply impressed by Chen Nan's almost demonic abilities, immediately summoned the army, and the whole army marched to Su City, quietly waiting for the Great Qian army to attack. Meanwhile, on the avenue leading to the City of Music, Chen Nan led more than 100,000 troops to the city at a hasty march. The scene shifts back to Lesan Pass, where Jiang Zhe, who has already been engulfed by the fire, still has the same breezy look he had earlier. At this moment, he only wanted to hurry up and escape from the fire, and inwardly he had begun to regret why he had gone deeper into this dense forest. Only, while running away, he didn't forget Fang He, who had defected to him. He even warned his personal guards several times to watch Fang He to the death. It wasn't that he valued Fang He's life so much, it was just that he was afraid that he wouldn't have anyone to vent his anger on after he ran out. In the process of running away, he also did not forget to curse Fang He, "Your grandma, when I run out of here you just wait for me." And where Fang He, who was being escorted by his personal guards, did not know that his ploy had already been seen through by Chen Nan. Now he was no longer as high-minded as he had been. He just hated it, hated why he was picking on his brother. Vaguely remembering, when he was in the schoolyard, his brother was able to say those words, or he secretly authorized it. Chen Nan wanted to give them a hard time, and why wouldn't they want to do the same? Only, it's too late for that. Fang He also saw through it, and he knew that he could not escape death no matter whose hands he fell into. Disheartened, he looked to Jiang Zhe's personal guards at his side. I don't know where the strength came from, but as soon as he struggled away, he saw an opportunity and drew the saber at the waist of his personal guard. Turning his backhand to his neck, he looked up to the sky and wailed, "Hootie, it's Big Brother who's sorry for you. It's Big Brother who's harmed you." Just as he was about to draw his knife and wipe his neck, a sudden force was applied to the small of his back. The huge impact caused him to fly several meters away. The whole man fell to the ground, and the saber in his hand fell somewhere. When he saw the person in front of him, he smiled miserably. "What? Marshal Jiang still doesn't want me to die?" That's right, the person who struck out was naturally Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe's face was smeared with ash as he snorted coldly. "I'm not even dead yet. Isn't General Fang a bit too anxious?" Seeing that the search for death did not work, the smile on Fang He's face became even more miserable. He knew that Jiang Zhe did not want him to die, he just didn't want him to die. Resignedly, he sighed. "That's fine. Since Marshal Jian wants to do it himself, I'll have to fulfill the marshal." It's not that Fang He doesn't want to go back to the northern way. It's just that he knows that if he goes back to the northern way, he'll only end up worse off. Not only will you die, but you'll drag your family down with you. Instead of that, it would be better to die at the hands of Gang Zhe. If he really died in the hands of Jiang Zhe, Marshal Hong Ming might still remember his old feelings and keep his reputation for the rest of his life. Of course, these were just his fantasies. 2 hours later, below the City of Music, Hong Ming looked at the head of La City suspiciously and spoke out in confusion. "Chen Nan, how come it feels as if La City is completely unguarded?" It wasn't just her. Chen Nan had also discovered this. It was just that he couldn't believe that Jiang Zhe would be stupid enough to take all of them out. In the face of Hong Ming's question, Chen Nan did not answer, his eyes staring up at the city, constantly rubbing his forehead. He finally let his hand drop and opened his mouth to say, "I'll take someone up there to check it out." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wushu scurried out from behind the two men and fell to his knees with a thud. "Marshal Chen, let last general go. Look, castle was lost by Mordecai, and I want to get it back with my own hands." Chen Nan gazed at him, pondered for a long time, nodded slightly, and patted his shoulder. "Go on, be careful, and report anything." Under the watchful eyes of Chen Nan, Hong Ming and the two of them, Wu Su led 2,000 sword and shield soldiers and a few ladders, then slowly approached Lu City. Soon, 2,000 people had arrived below the City of Music. Wushu's eyes surveyed the situation around him, and a small soldier beside him blinked and asked in disbelief, "General, there can't really be no one in this La City, can there? Isn't this a credit in hand?" The words were full of fervor, and all the fatigue on his face disappeared in a moment. "You know, this is the first to go, not to mention the credit, but this honor is unmatched. Moreover, they, the Northern Way, made a point of stating that the soldiers who boarded first would each receive a reward of 1 or 2 gold pieces, assuming, of course, that surviving counts." The City of Music was different at the moment, and if there was really no one up there, it meant that each of the 2,000 of them would get a tael of gold as a reward. Wushu glanced at the soldiers and yelled, "Brothers, charge with me." Saying that, the 2 soldiers next to him quickly set up the ladder. He was about to climb up when he was pulled aside by Wushu. "Get out of the way and let me go first." It was the first time the soldiers on the sidelines had seen a general take the lead on a ladder. Unable to help his morale, he wailed and followed closely behind Wushu. Wushu knew that this was a great opportunity for him to get rid of his shame, so naturally he would not let it go. He was so fast that he ascended to the end of the ladder in a few breaths. When he jumped inside the City of Joy, he realized that he hadn't seen even a single hair of the defenders inside. Behind him the soldier jumped down right after him. After searching the city for half a day to make sure there were no defenders, Wushu sent someone to open the city gates and sent another person to report to Chen Nan. On his own, he brought more than 1,000 men to search carefully throughout the city. At the same time, Jiang Zhe, who had run out of the Lakshan Pass, looked back after the robbery. He saw fires burning everywhere below the depression, and the whole dense forest had almost disappeared. Seeing this scene, Fang He on the side laughed out loud. Hearing the laughter, Jiang Zhe frowned in disbelief and walked over to Fang He and slapped him on the face. "What are you laughing at?" In an instant, blood seeped out of the corner of Fang He's mouth and looked downwards. His tongue seeped out and licked the blood, spitting towards the ground. "Humph. I finally know why Northern Wei could keep losing to your Dechen before." At this time, Fang He finally realized that the point of setting fire in Leshan Pass that he and Jiang Zhe combined had not been thought of by anyone. Chen Nan not only thought of it for them, but even set the fire for them. However, just because he had figured it out didn't mean Jiang Zhe had. Jiang Zhe saw that Fang He had pressed on without paying any attention to his intentions. Another round of punches and kicks were thrown, and the fight went on for a while before it stopped. Breathing heavily, he greeted his personal guards to keep Fang He under guard, gathered the senators again and returned to the city of Le. But he didn't know that the city of Lucheng had already planted the Northern Wei flag long ago. Chapter 25, Jiang Zhe, who was angered and spat out blood, just as Jiang Zhe was rushing toward Lu City with his army. At this moment in Lu City, the flag of Northern Wei was being blown by the night wind on the city wall. Meanwhile, Hong Zha had fully taken over Sioux City and was waiting for the Great Qian's army here. Generals Lin and Zhou rushed to Sioux City in high spirits. After another half hour, the sky was turning white. At the foot of Lu Castle, Jiang Zhe stopped at the entrance of the city with his crippled army. Now he pressed on with the idea of looking up to the top. The guards behind him took a step forward and shouted, "Who's on guard duty on the city wall? Why don't you quickly open the city gates to welcome Marshal Jiang?" Shouting, the guards above Lu Castle not only ignored them, but even spoke with a mocking smile. "Below, why don't you look up before you speak? What do you mean by that?" The personal guard looked unhappy and disgruntled as he looked up and out over the city. The original red flag on the city had long since disappeared. In its place was the great blue flag of the Northern Wei. The guards opened their mouths wide and raised their hands in disbelief, pointing at the city. How could the Northern Wei flag be planted in the city? The personal guard quickly retreated 2 steps and came to Jiang Zhe's side, his heart pounding in fear. "Marshal, Lu City has been occupied by the Northern Wei." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Zhe, who was himself a bit tired, instantly stared at the pro-guard with wide eyes, incredulously glaring at the pro-guard, his hands grasping his pro-guard's arms in a death grip. "What did you say? Lu City is occupied by the Northern Wei?" "Yes, Marshal. My subordinate saw the Northern Wei's flag at the top of the city. There's no way it's fake," the proctor said with another shudder, his hand pointing smoothly above the city's head. Jiang Zhe still didn't believe it, but his gaze couldn't help but follow the direction of his personal guard's finger. He also saw that the blue Northern Wei flag was planted at the top of Lu City. Just as he looked towards the city, a breeze actually picked up in the otherwise silent weather. Under the breeze of dawn, the blue flag on the city's headland fluttered up. "How can this be? How can this be? It can't be happening." Jiang Zhe's hands hung down feebly, his head shook involuntarily, and his feet took a few uncontrollable steps backward. Seeing this scene, those personal guards hurriedly surrounded Jiang Zhe. One by one, they shouted, "Marshal! Marshal!" However, at this time, Jiang Zhe seemed to be in a trance, and could not listen to the calls of his personal guards, only shaking his head and whispering to himself. On the contrary, in Lu City, after the guards saw so many De Qian's troops coming down the city, they reported the news to Chen Nan at the first opportunity. Chen Nan and Hong Ming also stepped onto the city walls in the fastest time possible. Just in time, he saw Kong Chul's disillusion look below. Wushu didn't know when he had also gone up to the city wall, and Jiang Zhe's appearance was naturally seen in his eyes. He couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha, Jiang Zhe, you're also worthy of being a marshal?" Wushu said, 2 lines of hot tears flowing from his eyes. Suddenly, he knelt down toward the center of the City of Joy and shouted, "Brethren, do you see? Lu Castle was taken back, and under Marshal Chen's command, it was taken down without a single soldier," he said, and kowtowed 3 times as hard as he could. After getting up, he came back to Chen Nan, looking excited. "Marshal Chen, the last general thanks Marshal Chen. Chen Nan looked at Wushu, who had a blood stain on his forehead in front of him, and smiled lightly. General Wushu doesn't need to say much. This is all the result of everyone working together to fight bravely. After Wushu's reminder, the eyes of those Northern Wei soldiers, who were looking at Chen Nan, changed again. When they used to attack a city, it was nothing more than stepping over the corpses of their companions. With each step, he could even step on 2 or 3 of his companions. But after following Chen Nan in the battle, not only was it effortless, but there were also 2,000 living soldiers who got the credit for being first aboard. Marshal Chen is mighty. I don't know who shouted first. Immediately afterward, a cry of Marshal Chen is mighty was heard from above the head of Lu Castle. Hong Ming behind Chen Nan silently took a step back. She could sense that these soldiers were worshipping Chen Nan from the bottom of their hearts. Until then, the soldiers of Northern Wei had only obedience and submission to their generals. Never before has there been such a picture. Even if one shouted loudly, it would only be because one's army was victorious and one had survived once again. However, at this moment, she deeply felt that Chen Nan was not only the terror of his military attainments, but also his damned charisma. A blush rose to her cheeks as she watched. This change was not even noticeable to her. Below the city wall, Zhang Jia finally came back to his senses amidst that loud chant. He already knew that the main force that sacked the city was the Northern Wei, and the commander-in-chief of the Northern Wei was Chen Nan, who was not wanted by De Qian. Upon hearing Chen Nan's name, Zhang Jia's eyes flashed with a touch of cunning and a confident smile blossomed on his face as he took 2 steps forward and looked up at the walls of Lu City. As it happened, this raising of the head coincided with Chen Nan's gaze. Perhaps Zhang Jia was too stupid. He didn't see that Chen Nan's eyes were full of mockery and carried disdain. Zhang Jia licked his lips and snorted twice. Chen Nan, you were originally the Jinbei king of De Qian, so why don't you return Lu City? When the time comes, I'll have Jiang Hai put in a good word for you in front of His Majesty, so it's not impossible for you to be an idle prince. I'll give you a tea to think about it. Just let me know the result when you're done. With those words, he turned and lifted his feet, intending to return to the army. Between the words, it seemed that he was already determined to win the city of music. Not waiting for him to take a step out, Wushu came to Chen Nan's side with great speed and said in dissatisfaction, Zhang Jia, you only took Lu City by relying on your numerical superiority and that pig of a teammate. We, Marshal Chen, have retaken Lu City without spending a single soldier. Now with your 3 or 2 words, you want to take back Lu City? It's simply fanciful. What did you say? In an instant, Zhang Jia turned back to Wushu with fiery eyes. What? Is what he said wrong? The one who opened his mouth was none other than Hong Ming, who had come to Chen Nan's side. You are Hong Ming? Seeing the female general that suddenly appeared on the city wall, Zhang Jia was puzzled. Hong Ming nodded and leaned towards Chen Nan, adoringly looking at Chen Nan. He exclaimed, listen up. Standing in front of you is my left Prime Minister of Northern Wei Province and Prefect of Wei Province, and is titled King of Jinan. You may go to the court with a sword, and be given a 9-clawed python robe and a golden tin scepter. How is that possible? He, Chen Nan, is nothing but a person who was abandoned by De Qian. How could he become a high-ranking member of your Northern Wei? Zhang Jia's face was filled with disbelief, but his eyes were filled with shock. Hong Ming didn't answer, but scorned Zhang Jia. And you, who are but a mere Dakian marshal, or a first-time warrior, dare to speak out of turn? If it weren't for your brother Jiang Hai, who would recognize what you do for a living? Word for word, no mercy at all. Where could Zhang Jia stand such an insult? A mouthful of old blood sprayed on the ground. Those of his personal guards, were still dared to speak, racked his own marshal toward the center of the army. While the two sides were verbally attacking each other in Lu City, the lower part of Su City, Generals Lin and Zhou with their armies leapt forward to look at the walls of Su City. Chapter 26, 100, 000 troops. The whole army presses on. Su City, 2,500 Northern Wei soldiers were stationed on each of the 4 city walls. Below the city wall, Generals Lin and Zhou looked at the sparse number of soldiers at the top of the city, and couldn't help but feel joyful in their hearts. The two of them looked at each other and smiled as some small thoughts began to flood alive. General Lin's eyes flickered, and with a hefty smile, he proposed, Brother Zhou, I see that there are quite a lot of people on this city wall. Why don't I lead the army to test a way first? TSK, Brother Lin has had a hard journey. Why don't you let me try first? Brother Lin can rest at the back for a moment first. Neither of them were stupid. There were clearly not many people on the walls. It's all talk and trial and error, and I'm afraid that if I try, Su City will be overrun. So, with this first round of attacks, both men wanted to try, just as the two were fighting each other. Above Su City, Hong Zhe, who was hiding behind the city wall, cursed out, ******, these two pussies are so stupid. Again, he had to make arrangements. Go quickly, mobilize 2,000 defenders from the rest of the walls, and gather them all on the south wall. Mobilize louder. Better make them notice, Hongzhe said, smiling wickedly, and throughout his body, an inexplicable aura gradually raised. The personal guards, who had received the order, quickly came out in threes and went to each of the 3 walls. Below, the 2 have yet to be separated. Suddenly, a huge voice rang out above Su Chang. The 2 stopped fighting and looked up at the top of the city wall at the same time, only to see that the Su city, which originally only had 2,000 defenders, instantly had a few thousand more people. The 2 looked at each other again, and this time, neither face looked too good. General Lin took a step ahead and said indignantly, "Humph. I told you I'd go and test the waters first, but now it's good. They've reinforced us, so let's see how we'll explain to the marshal when the time comes." General Zhou's bad brain was bad brain. There was no way he couldn't hear this kind of yin and yang, and immediately questioned, "Lin Xiao, what do you mean by that? Both of us are under the marshal. Why should you go and try it first? Besides, I've known Marshal Jiang for 20 years. And what are you? Do you really think that I don't dare to make a move on you?" Most afraid of the sudden silence in the air, Lin Xiao skimmed General Zhou and laughed bitterly in her heart. Yes, the others are right. The 2 of them have been in a relationship for over 20 years. He and Jiangxia had known each other for only 3 to 5 years, so he naturally knew clearly that although Jiangxia didn't have any great skills, he was extremely righteous. As long as it's your brother, no matter what mistakes you've made, you can get past it. In contrast, he pressed no advantage at all, sighing, "Some humble opening, Brother Zhou. So, we 2 also do not compete. Why not each rate of 50,000 troops, together with the attack on the city, who first threw the walls, this Su city even who captured how?" Lin Xiao knew that he himself was on the inferior side compared to Zhou Man, and he just wants to take the credit of the army, and after returning to the dynasty, he will be a general to satisfy his vanity. It's just that the 2 have torn away that veil of hypocrisy and can never go back to what they started with. Lin Xiao simply didn't give him a chance. "You, Zhou Man, have only known Marshal Jiang for 5 years, so don't hold out if you know you can't do it." After saying that, he pressed on, ignoring the expression on Zhou Man's face, and twisted his head to order up. All troops listened to the order. Then, drawing his sword, he waved it high, "Attack the city." With a command, Zhou Man knew that the ending could not be changed, so he had to step aside. Only, what he didn't know was that just because he and Jiangxia had known each other for a short period of time, he had actually dodged the bullet. Behind the Great Qian army, after receiving the military order, 100,000 troops ran toward Su City as if it was a tidal wave. Hearing the commotion below, Hongzhe was filled with a cold smile as he muttered, "Hey, it's finally here. 100,000 troops swooping in at the same time. I really don't know which genius commanded this. I've been waiting for you guys for too long." With that, he waved his hand, and one of the men behind him came forward. Hongzhe commanded, "Tell the brothers to be ready to mount the walls at any time." Yes, Su City was originally a small city, not even comparable to the border city of Joy. Below the city wall, 100,000 troops swooped in at the same time, and the already not so wide road was even more crowded. At the rear of the army, watching the 100,000 people wailing and charging, Lin Xiao bared his incisors and laughed openly. He also didn't forget to show off with Zhou Man at the side. "See? This is the suppressive power of an army of 100,000. That Su City garrison is only 10,000. How can it fight against my 100,000 strong army?" Only, he didn't seem to see that 100,000 troops was a lot to say the least, but on that crowded road, the army was stretched infinitely long. At this moment, Su City had already been set up with ladders, and the first batch of Deqian's army had already arrived at the bottom of the city wall, and Lin Xiao in the rear of the army is still constantly urging behind him, so that the soldiers behind him quickly follow. On top of the city wall, a man with a smiling face came to Hongzhe and reported, "General, that Deqian's front army has started to attack the city. Why are you laughing? You kid, in the middle of a war? Be serious." Hongzhe chided in a cold voice. The visitor resumed his serious demeanor and awkwardly explained, "General, that Deqian's general seems to have no brain, and actually pressed all 100,000 people in one brain. My subordinate can't stop smiling just thinking about that. I've told you, be serious." Huntsman chided once again. Only, this time, he couldn't help but laugh out loud himself first, halfway through his sentence. In the case that he laughed out loud first, the comers followed along and laughed out loud together in a short while. Those personal guards behind Hongzhe all laughed in hilarity. They all knew that if all 100,000 troops pressed on, not only would they not be able to capture Sioux City, but unforeseen events would occur because of the sheer number of people on the B-side. After laughing for a while, Hung Ze squared his shoulders. Brothers, it's time for us to perform. The words came, and the group of personal guards stopped smiling, their faces resolute, quietly waiting for their own general's order, only to hear Hong Ze speak. Pass the order that the remaining 3 gates will each send out 5,000 defenders. The remaining army is gathered under the south gate, ready to receive the wounded and support the walls. Under Hung Ze's arrangement, his 50,000 strong army moved quickly. The scene shifted, and at the bottom of the city, De Qian's soldiers had begun to climb the ladder. They bit their greatswords and were quick on their feet, all trying to grab the credit for being first. Behind the army, Lin Xiao is still urging. Seeing this, Zhou Man on the side couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up to advise. General Lin, 100,000 troops is too much. Why don't we attack the city in batches? The remaining 3 gates can also send people to build up momentum. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao, who was already a bit annoyed, couldn't hold back any longer and glared at Zhou Man, angrily scolding. What? It doesn't matter if these mud legs run so slowly. You Zhou Man also dare to question me? Did you just not feel the gap and still want to challenge my right? Good intentions and counseling were taken as provocation by Lin Xiao. Zhou Man sighed and looked scornfully at Lin Xiao, who was obsessed with power, and retreated even further away. Chapter 27:3 Urgent Orders. Underneath Sioux City, Lin Xiao raised that lofty head, seemingly still immersed in the fantasy that he was about to take Sioux City. In the next second, he saw that those De Qian soldiers who had already climbed up the ladder were soon smashed down again by some rolling logs. The hands gripping the reins kept clenching and unclenching, and so on, eyes staring straight up at the city's head. He could see that the soldiers were already working hard to attack the city. It was just that the number of rolling logs and attacking stones was too huge, causing the soldiers to be smashed down if they couldn't even get to the top of the city. Furious to the core, Lin Xiao looked around but did not see Zhou Man's figure, and could not help but yell out, Zhou Man! Zhou Man! Where did you kid die? Zhou Man, who was hiding in the last part of the army, heard his name and had no choice but to come to Lin Xiao with his horse. Face expressionless, he opened his mouth. General Lin, is there something you're looking for me in such a hurry? Lin Xiao first froze. At this moment, he felt that Zhou Man was very unfamiliar, but he still smiled and spoke. General Zhou, this front attack is unfavorable. Why don't we change General Zhou to go up in command? Hearing this, Zhou Man smiled. He is not stupid. Know that this is Lin Xiao. See out a short period of time cannot take Su Chang. Want to change their own up to the top bag. Zhou Man, who had already arrived in front of Lin Xiao, let out a shameful laugh and took a step back, looking around at the soldiers who were still running forward. Clapping his hands together, he laughed lightly. Lin Xiao, it's come to this, so don't pretend with me. You also know that Sioux City can't be taken down in a short period of time, so what makes you think I'll take the fall for you? Seeing that his intentions were recognized, Lin Xiao stopped pretending and loudly scolded. Zhou Man, I am the Supreme General of the army. Everyone must listen to my orders. Of course, that includes you. Saying that, Lin Xiao's hand holding the horsewhip tailor up and pointed at Zhou Man. Then, the words changed and became gentle. General Zhou, no matter how you say it, the two of us are considered grasshoppers tied to a rope. If I really fail, do you think that you will be able to gain benefits after returning to the court? Lin Xiao seemed to be smiling. He had thought that under the excitement of this threat plus pie painting, Zhou Man would surely be obedient to him, but he guessed wrong. Not only did Zhou Man not take the command from him, but instead addressed him with his hands clasped in front of his face. General Lin, as you have said, you are the Supreme General of the army. Any error in it will be your responsibility. My lord is only acting according to orders. What offense is there? With that, Zhou Man actually urged loudly as well. Generals, Sioux City is just ahead. Quickly take the city for General Lin Xiao. The moment he opened his mouth, Lin Xiao's face completely changed. There was no longer the breezy and fanciful demeanor of earlier. There is just a strong hatred. That's right, just because of Zhou Man's words, he, Lin Xiao, held it against him. Without waiting for him to speak, Zhou Man once again clasped his fists. General Lin, I have urged the army again and again. Sioux City will definitely be ours. Saying that, Zhou Man revealed his 2 rows of white teeth and smiled widely. You, get out of here. Lin Xiao could no longer keep his composure and rebuked loudly. After Zhou Man disappeared from his sight, he rubbed his forehead and began to consider how the war should proceed next. Meanwhile, at the top of Sioux City, Hong Ze slowly appeared. Lin Xiao, who had been concerned about the situation on the city walls, caught a glimpse of Hong Ze. who had appeared at the top of the city. With wide eyes, he incredulously pointed at the city's head and exclaimed, Isn't that Hongza? Hongzhe, as the biological brother of the god of war Hong Ming, started with a reputation that just wasn't that loud, and there were a lot of people who knew him. This includes Generals Lin and Zhou. The first time he saw Hongza, how could Lin Xiao not know that he was afraid that he had fallen for Jiang's trap? Only, what he didn't know was that Jiang hadn't lied to him, and it was all because Chen Nan's calculations were too accurate, thus shattering their illusions. On this side, Hongza appeared at the head of the city for a reason. Chen Nan had already sent messengers to inform him of the situation in the city. Hongza also did not ink, and immediately ordered the 5,000 iron horsemen who were on the outskirts of Su City to surround them from behind. These 5,000 iron horsemen Chen Nan did not know. Placing these 5,000 people outside the city in the first place was only Hongza's fear of an accident in Suchang. These were the backstops he sent out for help. What he didn't expect was that the general of Dechen would be that stupid. The whole army of 100,000 men pressed on. And again, the role of those 50,000 will be different. All they needed to do was to show up at the rear to destabilize the Great Qian army. Even if it was a 100,000 strong army, the first thought at the sight of 50,000 iron horsemen could only be to run. Run as fast as you can and as far as you can. And at the same time Lin Xiao saw Hongzhe, the earth began to tremble under his feet. It was only a few moments before and after, and the trembling of the earth became more and more pronounced. Lin Xiao already knew that Su Chang was completely out of his league today. Not only that, but maybe his life will stay here. Report. Soon, a small soldier in the form of a messenger ran to Lin Xiao with a gray head, not waiting for the crotch horse to stabilize, even directly jumped down. Half kneeling, report to the general. 3 miles away found a large number of Northern Wei cavalry. Looks like there are estimated to be thousands of people, but also asked the general to make early plans. Without waiting for the visitor to leave, another rider was very flustered and came to Lin Xiao with his horse. The man was even more terrified, falling straight off his horse and panicking. General Lin, an urgent order from the marshal, ordering the general to return to the camp at the rate of 100,000 troops. Lin Xiao had no time to make a response before 2 more riders came before him, and the content was the same as the second ones. At the moment he was a little confused as to who he was, where he was, and what he was doing. Eventually, with the messenger's explanation, he realized, the city of Lu has been put into the hands of the Northern Wei. The provisions for their 300,000 strong army had also fallen into the hands of the enemy. He was well aware of the consequences of not having provisions, and the 300,000 strong army could have a camp tsunami at any time. General Lin, the marshal has said to return to the camp at the first sign of military orders. Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't respond, the messenger continued to press on. The prodded Lin Xiao let out a bitter laugh. You think I don't want to return? There are thousands of iron horsemen on the outskirts of the army, and our 100,000 infantrymen are living targets in front of them. Where can I run to? Where can I go? He panicked, his lips trembling as he spoke. For a moment, the messenger also realized that the situation was critical. Just as he was considering whether to report the situation here to the marshal, another messenger rushed to Lin Xiao, reporting to General. The Northern Wei Iron Cavalry stopped charging a mile away from the army. The other side doesn't seem to have any thoughts of attacking us, and even has the intention of giving way to have a path back. A flash of joy flashed across Lin Xiao's face. Could it be that Northern Wei is afraid of my Deqian's prestige? Chapter 28, Hope of Returning to Deqian? At the head of Su City, Hongzhe looked at the slowly retreating Deqian soldiers and anxiously pounded the city wall. Seeing this, the personal guard on the side inquired in disbelief. General, are we really not going to chase after them? 5,000 iron horsemen can easily crush this 100,000 strong army. Should we not? Seeing Hongzhe's face that was as black as the bottom of a pot, the personal guard did not dare to continue. Only Hongzhe looked at the departing army and spoke resentfully. You think I don't want to pursue? Who knows what Chen Nan thought? Letting me watch the meat fed to my mouth just disappear. Hongzhe also wanted to chase out, but Chen Nan had given him orders to zoom in on the Qian army's departure and only give a certain amount of threat. Chen Nan was afraid that he would ask for Hong Ming's token because of his status as only a deputy marshal. That was the fundamental reason why Hongzhe didn't dare to pursue. Lin Xiao, who was directing the retreat of the army, looked at the iron horsemen on both sides behind him who were waiting in strict formation, and exhaled with palpitations. He was afraid. He was afraid that this group of people would suddenly make a sudden attack when he was withdrawing his army. When that happens, it's a toss-up whether he, the general, will be able to run out, not to mention the army. Finally, after 2 hours of retreat, Lin Xiao finally returned to the interior of the Great Qian camp. In the tent, Jiang Zhe looked at Lin and Zhou in front of him with a pale face and hoarsely let out a voice. Both of you, how is the battle in Su City? Zhou Man looked at Lin Xiao and silently took a step back. Seeing this, Lin Xiao laughed bitterly. Marshal, what 10,000 defenders is that in Su City? By the time we got to the bottom of Su City, there were over 2,000 defenders on each of the surrounding walls. And just as we were attacking the city, all the defenders from the east, west, and north converged on the south gate. At first I thought it was the city's defenders gathering the army together, until we are surrounded and want to retreat. Speaking of which, Lin Xiao's face went bloodless and he swallowed. It was at this point that Hans popped up, with 5,000 iron horsemen behind us. We realized that it was a trap. After listening to Lin Xiao's narration, Jiang Zhe smiled forcefully. That's fine. It's only my fault for listening to the nonsense of that boy Fang He. Fang Ha? Lin Xiao answered out loud. It occurred to several people that Fang He, who belonged to the Northern Way, was still being held by them in the middle of the camp. Thinking of Fang He, Jiang Zhe's face finally recovered a bit, and he said in a cold voice, Come on, bring Fang He up to me. Not long after, two men entered the tent with Fang He, who was covered in wounds. Seeing the visitor, Jiang Zhe let out an oozing laugh. Fang He, whom? Fang He lifted his head breathlessly and met his eyes with difficulty. Seeing this appearance, where could Jiang Zhe hold back? Going up is a kick to the chest of Fang and Fang He, who was already close to being half dead, fell to the ground half kneeling from the kick. Asterisk. Don't ing play dead. Get thee up. Jiang Zhe shouted and waved his hand for the soldiers to signal the soldiers to yank Fang He up. Fang He, who had just been lifted up, was greeted with another one of Fang He's big feet on his chest. This time, Fang He didn't fall down, spitting a mouthful of blood mixed with thick phlegm onto the ground. With his head lowered and his eyes rolled upwards, he looked at Jiang Zhe with a grim smile. Humph, is this the fighting strength of your Qian? In one night's time, not only is the 300,000 strong army cut off from food and provisions, but the city is also back in our Northern Way's hands. TSK. It's really worthy of a man who's going to be crowned the king of Jinan. His brain is really good. Fang He said, not forgetting to praise Chen Nan. It had become clear to him that his ploy had not only been guessed by Chen Nan, but had also made up for his shortcomings. That's what set a fire to Lesan Pass. Just a fire that burned 300,000 troops dead or wounded. When these words came out, not only Jiang Zhe's face changed, the two skirmishers who racked him came to look even harder, glancing at each other and nodding softly. The small movements of the two naturally couldn't escape Jiang Zhe's sharp eyes, squeezing out a smile to comfort up. Don't worry, I've already taken care of the army's food and grass. That's a very underhanded thing to say. Those two junior soldiers naturally didn't believe the words of their own marshal. Early this morning, each of them had nothing more than a bowl of thin porridge for breakfast, with 2 wild vegetables dug up from nowhere floating on top. As for the rest of the dry food, they didn't even dare to think about it. That's all. Soldiers who go late don't even get porridge. When you look at it like this, isn't your own marshal just painting them a cake? However, the duo's perfunctory expressions fell in Jiang Zhe's eyes as much as possible. Jiang Zhe twisted his head to look at Zhou Man, who pressed for a response. There was no choice but to focus on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, who felt the gaze, first froze, and immediately afterward, he saw killing intent in Jiang Zhe's eyes. He realized that Jiang Zhe was telling him to go and finish off these two soldiers. With a slight nod, he walked out of the tent first. Seeing that Lin Xiao had read his meaning, Jiang Zhe then revealed a smile, waving his hand towards the two junior soldiers. Don't worry, I've already taken care of the rations, and I'll be back to my old self by noon. You two are not needed here. Get out first. The corners of the two junior soldiers' mouths lifted at an angle and looked at each other before they dared to walk out of the tent. Only, they didn't realize that outside the tent, Lin Xiao was already holding a large sword, quietly waiting for them. For a while, 3 people were left in the tent. Jiang Zhe frowned, thinking about where to go next. Just as he was thinking, Zhou Man looked at the half-dead Fang He on the ground and rolled his eyes, softly reminding, Marshal, the last general knows a small path to return to Deqian. Even if that trail doesn't work, we can still trade Fang He for our chance to return to Deqian. You know a trail? Jiang Zhe lost his composure and stood up violently. The second half of the sentence, he pressed on without listening to it, quickly came to Zhou Man, grasping both arms, full of joy, constantly shaking the other's arm. General Zhou, quick, where is there a trail? Zhou Man broke away from his shaking and went to the tabletop, his finger on the map. Slowly, he spoke. There is a trail to the right of the city of Lu, and to the left of the Lu Mountain Pass. That trail is narrow enough to pass up to 3 people at a time. So, I'm guessing that the northern way side doesn't know about this trail. We can go back through this place. It's just that 300,000 troops is too big a target. So the marshal should plan how to spread out and escape. Zhou Man pointed out the path with a confident face. However, he seemed to have forgotten that Chen Nan's predecessor was the Jinbei king of the Great Qian dynasty. If he knew about the border trail, how could Chen Nan, a king who was well versed in military affairs, not know about such a trail? Soon, Feng He was brought down, and Zhang Zhe, along with Zhou Man, and Lin Xiao, who had returned from his errand, took 1,000 of his personal guards and quietly left the camp, running in the direction of Leshan Pass. Meanwhile, the path that Zhou Man said, Wux lay on his back on the high on either side. Looking down silently, he was surrounded by arrows. Chapter 29. Did you know the route from Chunshang? At the head of Lu City, Chen Nan was filled with joy as he gazed at the rising sun in the distance. Hong Ming was flanking him, gazing at him fondly. Suddenly, a voice rang in his head. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully occupying Lu City within 3 days. Rewards being distributed. Reward issued successfully. Please receive it in time by the host. System? Chen Nan then remembered that the system had also given him a task earlier. The reward for the quest was none other than the Genshin Bright Silver Gun. Now that the quest had been completed, Chen Nan saw the lance in the backpack in the system derivation. Due to the fact that there were a bit too many people on the city's top, Chen Nan did not immediately take his gun out and brandish it. At this time, Hong Ming suddenly opened his mouth, confirming to Chen Nan, Chen Nan, do you really want to release all of the and more armies back to Deqian? Her face was all hesitation as she spoke. She knew that by releasing these 300,000 people, Chen Nan would indeed be able to answer the kindness of the late emperor of the Great Qian dynasty. However, after returning to Northern Wei, Chen Nan would also be standing on top of the storm. Originally, he was able to become a vice-marshal because of the Northern Wei Empress's forcefulness, plus Hong Ming's recommendation, although Chen Nan had spoken to Hong Ming about this matter in advance. But right now, as long as Hong Ming is willing, Deqian's army is the meat on the edge of her mouth, and she can eat it at any time. The reason why I asked again was just to honor Chen Nan's thoughts. She could also understand the idea of Chen Nan reporting on the kindness of the late emperor of Deqian. After all, that person was considered Chen Nan's savior. Chen Nan tilted his head sideways and looked at Hong Ming with a slight smile. I know that you want to eat the Great Qian's army. It's just that there will be many more opportunities like this in the future. I can't just arrive in Northern Wei and directly disregard the favor and put my hands on Deqian, right? Well, I understand you. Hong Ming nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe with 1,000 of his personal guards had arrived at the path Zhou Man had mentioned. At the intersection, Zhang Zhe couldn't help but frown as he looked at the mountains on both sides that were only tens of meters high. Complicated eyes looked to the side of Zhou Man, puzzled. Zhou Man, is this path really directly back to Windy City? When Zhang Zhe said this, not only him, but everyone's gazes coincidentally looked at Zhou Man. Zhou Man did not retreat, and scanned those personal guards with a serious face. Very firm, Marshal. This trail is hardly known. It was only by accident that I realized this trail could lead to Windy City. Zhou Man then recounted the past when he knew about the trail. After that, a group of people agreed to chime in. Under Zhou Man's sonorous narration, they also confirmed that this path could really return to Windy City. And Windy City, which was a city south of Lu City, didn't have much grain or grass there, but it is indeed a city within the Great Qian. The main thing was that once they reached Windy City, they could change their route and make a detour from Windy City until the Great Qian imperial capital. In that case, let's send a squad in first to check out the situation. After that big fire in Leshan Pass, Zhang Zhou also became wiser. Instead of choosing to go straight in, he first sent his men in to check out the situation. At his command, 10 men stepped out behind him, ride and ease into the trail. Only, those 10 people had just entered inside the path, too late to go deeper. A shower of arrows came from the high mountains on either side. The 10 people who entered not long ago were all killed in an instant. The man at the head was covered in arrows. The worst of the arrows went straight through his skull. The sudden rain of arrows caused Zhang Zhe and the others to retreat. Zhou Man, didn't you say that this trail is hardly known? Why did Chen Nanhui send someone ahead to guard the trail? The near-collapsed Zhang Zhe came to Zhou Man with an angry face and questioned loudly. For a moment, not only Zhang Zhe, even Zhou Man was confused. Looking up at the mountains on either side, his head shook as if it were a rattle. No way. That's impossible. How could Chen Nan know about this trail? My master told me about this trail himself. He told me that no one knows about this trail. Your master? Zhang Zhe was even more puzzled. Just now, Zhou Man narrated only that this trail was told to him by a certain person. It didn't say the exact identity of the man. And now, They knew that the trail was actually told to him by Master Zhou Man. Knowing the specifics, Jiang Zhe became even more irritated. Raising his voice a few points, "Zhou Man, if I remember correctly, your master seems to be about the same age as you, right?" Zhou Man nodded. "Yes, I made a bet with my master before. Both sides sparred and the losing side had to worship the winning side as their master. Until now, I haven't forgotten the shock that his horseback shot brought me," Zhou Man said as he fell into a memory. However, Jiang Zhe was not in the mood to give him a reminiscence and directly interrupted. "I remember that it seems like there was only one person in Deqian who made a horseback shot on top of the battlefield, right? Zhou Man, is your master's name Chen Shang?" At those words, Zhou Man's face changed drastically. "How did you know?" He remembered that he didn't know Jiang Zhe yet when he knew his master. Soon, he saw a touch of mockery on Jiang Zhe's face. Only Trail's lips rose and his face showed disdain. "Zhou Man, Zhou Man, do you know why Chen Shang can make a living in Deqian?" Jiang Zhe's sudden query made Zhou Man puzzled. After a moment's careful recollection, he really didn't seem to know. Ever since he had sparred with Chen Shang, the two had not crossed paths. The trail, too, was learned by accident. Not waiting for his recollection to end, a laugh came from beside his ear. The voice naturally came from Jiang Zhe. Conchal actually cried out as he laughed. "Zhou Man, do you know why Chen Shang's surname is Chen? You're not naive enough to think that he, an orphan, could comprehend that extremely difficult horseback shot on his own, are you?" "What do you mean?" Zhou Man was even more puzzled. Quickly, he reacted, his mouth hanging open. Unbelievably, he said, "Are you saying that Chen Shang is Chen Nan's illegitimate son?" "You too." Conchal had never seen such a stupid person. Chen Nan was only 22 years old, so how could he have a 19-year-old illegitimate child? He had no choice but to explain. "Chen Shang is an orphan picked up by Chen Nan during a disaster relief effort. If it weren't for Chen Nan's defection to the Northern Way, do you think it would have been my turn to take the position of Grand Marshal?" Jiang Zhe snorted and continued. "Chen Nan just casually taught Chen Shang one move. Only this one move allowed Chen Shang to make a name for himself among the generals of Deqian. Having said that, it's actually quite clear. Chen Shang was counted as half of Chen Nan's disciple. And this trail is what Zhou Man knew from Chen Shang's mouth." Trying to ask, how could Chen Nan not know the path that even Chen Shang knew? Finally, Jiang Zhe realized that he wasn't being cheated, but he hadn't investigated the relationship between the two of them. Zhou Man smiled bitterly and spoke of another way. "Marshal, even if this path doesn't work, don't we still have hostages in our hands?" Jiang Zhe froze, surprised. "Are you sure? With Fang and a traitor, you can exchange the lives of over 200,000 of us?" Chapter 30, Replace Hong Ming. Jiang Zhe and his group returned to the camp with great speed. He took the half-dead Fang He with him, and under the protection of his personal guards, he once again went below Luchang. At this time, the Lucheng County Office compound. Chen Nan was sweating as he juggled with his bright silver spear. Inside the county government office, Hung Ze looked at his sister in front of him and let out a bitter smile. "Alas, it's really a woman's life." What did you just say, brother?" Hong Ming, who had not responded, softly inquired. Hung Ze didn't answer. Instead he pointed to the courtyard. "He's finished practicing. Do you want to go deliver a hand towel?" With a simple sentence, Hong Ming instantly flushed and pouted. "Brother, what are you talking nonsense about?" Hans rubbed his nose and hammed and hawed twice. How could he not know what was in the heart of his own dear sister? It was just that, as a member of the Hong family, he had to consider that much. As Hong Ming went out to deliver the hand towel, Hong Ze murmured, "It's time to talk to the elders in the family about this matter." Where did Chen Nan, who was practicing his gun in the courtyard, know that his great-uncle was already preparing to plot his door-to-door visit? Over here, Hong Ming came to Chen Nan with a hand towel. Looking at him with a sweaty forehead, his cheeks were completely red. Forcing the hand towel into Chen Nan's hands, she shyly turned her head and ran. After Hong Ming ran away, a small soldier ran in, coming straight to Chen Nan. He bent down and said, "Marshal Chen, the Dakian side has sent someone, saying that they want to exchange General Fang He for their way back to Dakian." After listening to the soldier's report, Chen Nan smiled. Seeing the pawn come in, Hung Ze also came to the compound from the county office, staring suspiciously at the pawn's back and inquiring offhandedly, "Marshal Chen, did something unexpected happen?" Chen Nan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said softly, "It's fine. It's just that Jiang Zhe came to give us a gift." "It's fine as long as," Hanzo said, not reacting at first. By the time he reacted, Chen Nan had long since walked out of the courtyard. "Marshal Chen, what did you say? Jiang Zhe came to give us a gift?" Hung Ze was unusually puzzled. He didn't understand how a Jiang Zhe who was in the enemy camp could kindly give them a gift. Curious, his feet accelerated to keep up with Chen Nan's pace. Both of them seemed to have forgotten to tell this matter to Hong Ming, the supreme commander of the army. Above Lu City, Chen Nan and Hong Zhe stood side by side, their gazes looking downward. Sure enough, Jiang Zhe was followed by Lin and Zhou. In the back, there were three men tying up Fang He, who was no longer human. Below, the first time Jiang Zhe saw Chen Nan, a flash of surprise actually appeared in his eyes. He had expected the negotiations to be with Hong Ming. Never in a million years did he expect that the one who came to negotiate with him was actually Chen Nan. He hadn't forgotten that when Chen Nan was originally in Diqian, he hated the soldiers under him as if they were his own sons. The moment he saw Chen Nan, he had a feeling of stability in his heart, and Chen Nan on the city's head was also puzzled. This Jiang Zhe saw him not afraid even so. Why could he still smile? However, that didn't stop him from thinking what he had in mind. Marshal Jiang, I wonder what you are looking for me for. At this moment, Jiang Zhe, where was the temperament of the last time the two sides confronted each other? Hiding the joy in his eyes, he said in a low voice, Marshal Chen, this battle was lost by our great Qian. It's just that Lu City has also been taken by you, so you might as well let these armies behind me return to Diqian. How about it? Jiang Zhe didn't even give Chen Nan a chance to open his mouth as he continued. Marshal Chen, I don't think you're willing to be hated by the people of Diqian, are you? Kangchul said and laughed softly once again. Only, after he finished the sentence, Chen Nan, who was still somewhat happy, instantly dropped his face. Without even glancing at Jiang Zhe below, he turned around and descended the city wall. Jiang Zhe from below didn't realize that Chen Nan had already left, but instead continued to speak, until Chouman, who was beside him, touched his shoulder gently. Only then did he raise his head and look up above the city. Only, Chen Nan, who was originally still on top of the city, had long since run off somewhere. Only Hong Zhe was left alone, looking at them with a sneer on his face. He now understood why Chen Nan had said that Jiang Zhe had come to give them a gift. He also knew that Chen Nan did not intend to make a move against these people. The result of their return to Daqian was certain. Just, if you want to go back to Diqian, can you? Mustn't you leave something behind? Otherwise, even if they wanted to release it, I'm afraid Jiang Zhe and the others wouldn't dare to leave. Jiang Zhe wasn't going to give up yet. Chen Nan was gone, but Hong Zhe was still there. So, continuing to pull a smile, General Hong Zhe, Marshal Chen has left. Why don't we confer? Jiang Zhe had only proposed that the two men confer, and hadn't yet specified how they would do so. Hong Zhe then spoke. Jiang Zhe, I'm just a general. I can't make decisions without the commander of the army. After saying that, he didn't even look at Jiang Zhe and left the city wall straight away. Only, when he walked down the city wall, he saw Chen Nan at the city gate and was surprised. Marshal Chen, didn't you go back? Chen Nan asked. Hong Zhe, won't you ask for a lion's share? As far as I know, Shishu didn't make any offerings this spring, right? Hong Zhe froze. He didn't understand why Chen Nan suddenly talked about this matter. Soon, he sensed something was wrong. Weren't you still the Jinbei king of Diqian in the spring? How is it that you know so much about our northern way? Hong Zhe was dumbfounded. No wonder they always failed to Chen Nan. Good lord, what he didn't even know much about. Chen Nan, an outsider, actually knew more than he did? It's a wonder this can be fought. For a moment, the way he looked at Chen Nan changed, and was even a bit bizarre. You kid, you can't really be an undercover agent sent by Diqian? For a while, Hong Zhe did not dare to confirm whether Chen Nan was really joining them in Northern Wei, or whether he had another purpose. Chen Nan sort of understood that this Hong Zhe was properly the caliber of a general. Press has no talent for being a commander-in-chief. In desperation, the herald was summoned from the side. The soldier saw Chen Nan's greeting and jogged all the way over. Marshal Chen, go, call Hong Ming here and tell her it's urgent to see her. The little soldier was unsure, but he just had to carry out the orders. Only after the messenger left did Chen Nan look at Hong Zhe and said, General Hong, now you go to the city. If Jiang Zhe is still around, stabilize him and wait for Hong Ming to arrive. If he's not there, take the cavalry out for a spin and put a little pressure on it. Hong Zhe saw that he actually had a chance to take the cavalry out for a ride. Inwardly, he had begun to hope that Jiang Zhe was not beneath the walls. Only, when he mounted the city wall and looked down below, he happened to see Jiang Zhe, who had turned around and was about to leave. At the same time he looked down. Those personal guards of Jiang Zhe below also saw him and immediately shouted, Marshal, Hong Zhe is back. Hong Zhe is back. It's loud, and there's a surprise in it. Jiang Zhe didn't even suspect that his own guards would lie to him. Hesitating for half a day, he turned around once again and met Hong Zhe's line of sight. The first moment he saw Jiang Zhe's face, Hong Zhe subconsciously took a step back. Chapter 31 True, the Lion's Share. General Hong Zhe, I'm bitter. Without waiting for Hong Zhe to speak, Jiang Zhe spat out loud. The general is unaware that so many large armies are already out of food. If they can't return to Diqian, I'm afraid they'll completely disobey the military order and rob the nearby villages close by. Hong Zhe looked at Jiang Zhe's face that looked like he had died to his own mother. Marshal Jiang, I'm just a general who can't take an idea. His words once again cut off Jiang Zhe's hopes. Jiang Zhe didn't continue to cry miserably and stared at Hong Zhe curiously. That's like saying, why did you come back if you can't make a decision? Hong Zhe gritted his teeth and glared at Jiang Zhe. I've already sent someone to report to the marshal. She'll be here later. He hated it in his heart. If he had known this was the outcome, he would have gone up to the city wall a little later. At least there's a chance to get out for a run. Now it was good that Jiang Zhe not only didn't leave, but instead, he was pestering him. Soon after, Hong Ming appeared on the city's top in his armor, gazing down at Jiang Zhe below, and said in a cold voice, Jiang Zhe, what is it that you are looking for me for? At that moment, Jiang Zhe once again let out a cry of pain. Marshal, I just want to go home. What's wrong with me? The marshal is unaware that a small portion of my men are already disobeying orders. Stop, stop, stop. Hong Ming interrupted. Don't talk so much nonsense. Just say what you want to do. Looking at Hong Ming's cold expression, Jiang Zhe stopped crying and directly stated his thoughts. I want to exchange Fang He for the army's path back to Diqian. Who is Fang He? How come I don't recognize him? The corners of Hong Ming's mouth rose, pressing on to admit that he knew Fang He. For a moment, Jiang Zhe was confused. Naka clearly remembered that Fang He had personally run to Lucheng to find him. How is it that after only 2 days, Northern Wei just flipped the script? Helplessly, Jiang Zhe waved his hand, and the three who were holding Fang He behind him walked under the city wall. Jiang Zhe pointed his finger at the limp Fang He. He is Fang He. Ah, a general of your Northern Wei. How can you not recognize him? He thought that this way, Hong Ming would admit it. Who knows? Hong Ming did not look down at all, raised his head high and looked around wildly. What are you talking about? Where is there someone? Why don't I see it? After a while, Jiang Zhe's heart almost collapsed. He really wanted to pull the trigger and do it, but he does not dare. His side, not to mention morale, food and grass are gone. People can save even good. The tone was even more humble. Then what do you say? How can we people be allowed to return to Diqian? Getting to the point, Hong Ming lowered his head and pondered. Just now, he was in the middle of a fantasy at the county courthouse when he was interrupted by the messenger. Thought someone was coming to attack the city. Chen Nan called her. I realized after I came that it was just Conchul who wanted to go back. Chen Nan refuses to show his face, and Hong Zhe can't talk. It had to be her who stepped in. The point is, she has long been accustomed to killing on the battlefield, and is not much of a negotiator at all. After thinking for half a day, he opened his mouth. Let's put it this way. Seeing as you all truly want to return to Diqian, I won't make it difficult for you. Just 10 million in gold, 10 million in silver, countless silks and cloths, war horses to stay, armor to stay, and weapons to stay. In 2 short sentences, not to mention Jiang Zhe. Even Hong Zhe who was on the side stared blankly after hearing it. Good lord! For the first time he knew that this sister of his actually had such a big appetite. Not to mention the horses and weapons, the 10 million gold. I'm afraid to turn over the Qian dynasty to barely come up with it, right? Moreover, he had also heard that the Qian's treasury had been emptied by Jiang He after Chen Nan left. Now, not to mention the gold, I'm afraid I can't even get $1 million in silver. Then look at Jiang Zhe, a red face, really want to retort, but because of the gap between the two sides, hard to hold back the sulking, until the face back to normal. Laughing again, he spoke. Don't joke. Where else in Diqian is there gold and silver? Not to mention war horses and whatnot. Mainly, we can't make the call on these things. Jiang Zhe continued to sell out. If you can't make the call, get someone who can. Don't you have a senator? Let your senator step in and communicate. Hong Ming exclaimed, leaving 2 words behind. He didn't even give Jiang Zhe time to react, pulling Hong Zhe down the city wall. At the entrance of the city, Chen Nan sized up the duo coming down. Seeing that they didn't look very good, they looked at Hong Zhe suspiciously. Hong Zhe smiled awkwardly and spelled out his sister's request. After hearing those demands, Chen Nan let out a loud laugh and patted Hong Ming's shoulder and complimented. You're really a character who lives life to the fullest. 10 million gold, 10 million silver. You're really daring to mention it. Hong Ming was originally a military general. She knew so much there. Chen Nan explained. According to your conditions, even if you sold Diqian, you wouldn't be able to come up with that much money. The 2 of them looked at Chen Nan suspiciously, and the latter went on to explain. Diqian's economy is almost collapsing right now. Haven't you noticed that the soldiers who came here this time hardly recognize me? Chen Nan said, and the 2 of them froze. Yeah, according to common sense, With Chen Nan's reputation in Diqian, the soldiers knew that their enemy was Chen Nan if they didn't say that they would voluntarily put down their weapons. At least they wouldn't come up and attack Chen Nan. This time, those people obviously didn't recognize Chen Nan. If it wasn't for Chen Nan taking the initiative to mention it, they had actually overlooked such important news. You guys just said that you went straight off the wall after saying your terms, right? Chen Nan looked at the two who nodded and continued. Tonight Hansa is taking the men out for a sneak. If they come back tomorrow, they'll want 50,000 in gold and 2 million in silver, 500,000 pounds of salt, porcelain, artisans, etc. When Chen Nan finished the conditions, Hong Zhe was the first to retort. Then what if they go back with their armor and weapons and continue to come and attack next year? Chen Nan smiled wryly, saying you're stupid, you're really stupid. Let's not talk about this condition. When the time comes to return you can only do so from Lu City. To prevent them from entering the City of Joy and harming the people, ask them to take off their armor and throw away their weapons outside the city. To prevent them from hiding their weapons, they are required to take them off at the city gates, in front of us, in order for it to count. When the time comes, let them go back if they want to. And if they don't want to, stay completely. After hearing the solution, the two unconsciously took a step back. TSK, it's still you. Hong Ming looked disgusted. On the contrary, Hong Zhe's face was full of happiness. He was really glad that the current Chen Nan was one of their Northern Way. After hearing this approach, he had confirmed that Chen Nan was not an undercover agent. If he was really an undercover agent, if he did this, even if he could return to Dakian alive, I'm afraid no one would dare to use him. What about Fenghe? Do we still want it? Suddenly, Hong Ming brought up Fenghe, that Northern Way traitor. Chen Nan murmured, pondered for half a day, and softly said, be it, there is still a use for keeping him. I know. Hong Ming didn't ask what the point was, only that she knew about it. Time passes and night falls quickly. Chapter 32, The Western Shu Army Attacks. At night time, Hong Zhe personally led 5,000 elite cavalry and killed out from the south gate of Lu City. Meanwhile, inside the Great Qian camp, most of the soldiers were in deep sleep. Only a few soldiers on patrol and duty were left leaning around in twos and threes, chatting and farting. When they didn't react, Hong Zhe had already arrived outside the camp with his army. Hong Zhe looked at the sparse torches in front of him, sneered, raised his sword high, and shouted, Brethren, charge me! With a command, the 5,000 elite cavalry behind him was like a flood, pouring into the Dakian camp as much as possible. Inside the tent, the sleepless Jiangzhou was staring at the map. Soon, he felt the uncontrollable trembling of the earth beneath his feet. He knew very well that this was a scene that would only happen if thousands of cavalry charged at the same time. And at the moment, there was no one else who could stop the organization of thousands of cavalry and would still rush towards their camp, except for the Northern Way army in La City. Hong Zhe was clear that his purpose was only to force the other party to come to negotiations. Therefore, when the army rushed into the camp, it was just thunder and rain. Pressing did not cause much substantial damage to Diqian. However, inside Jiang's tent, Lin Xiao and Zhou Man ran in wearing 7 twists and turns of armor. As soon as he entered, Lin Xiao shouted, Marshal, the Northern Way army is attacking. Let's run quickly. Hearing this, Jiang's face turned pale and he picked up with strength and airlessness. Run? Our 300,000 troops are surrounded by more than 100,000 troops. Even the way back to Diqian is completely cut off. Where can we run to? It was only after he said this that the other two reacted to the fact that their side had been wrapped up. Don't say run. We don't even know yet where tomorrow morning's meal will be. The three of them stared at each other wide-eyed within the large fortress, and for half a day, no one could say a word. It wasn't until half an hour later that Hong Zhe returned to Lu City with his army again. It was only after Jiang's side did a rough count that he realized that with such a big noise, none of them had actually died, and there were but a few hundred injured. Looking at Jiang's even paler face, Lin Xiao said in disbelief, Marshal, isn't it a good thing that no one of us has died with such a ferocious attack from Northern Way? Jiangzhe gave him a blank look and pressed on. Not wanting to speak, it was Zhou Man who explained. General Lin, have you ever thought about our current situation? The others just casually harassed us a bit and left our 300,000 strong army exhausted. It's okay if it's only for one night. What if someone else comes once a day? Is our army not going to rest yet? It was only when he said this that Lin Xiao reacted to the fact that this was already an attack. Their three generals knew the other side wouldn't do anything, but the soldiers under them didn't know. And, even if they explain it to their men, not only will they not believe it, they will even turn around and think they are lying. Bang! The bang! Jiangzhe overturned the table in front of him, panting heavily, his face flushed. Seeing this, Lin Xiao hurriedly spoke up. Marshal, this is a ploy by Northern Way. We must not fall for it. It was fine if he didn't speak, but when he did, it was as if Jiangja had found a vent for his anger. Eyes bloodshot, glaring at him, he rose loudly. Don't I know the other side is using a ruse? They're just forcing us to agree to those terms. Not to mention whether or not that woman Wu Fingwan will come up with that much money to save us. As of right now, De Qian simply doesn't have that many goods. Just at this time, a cringing voice suddenly entered from outside the tent. Marshal, an urgent report from His Majesty. An urgent report from His Majesty? Jiangja repeated the sentence and looked at the expressions of the two people next to him. In a deep voice, he said, "Come in." As the tent curtains were lifted, the messenger came in at a two-step trot. Kneeling, he said, "Marshal, urgent report from His Majesty," he said, presenting the gold-colored cloth in his hand. Confused, Jiangja opened the cloth and examined it carefully. Zhou Man on the side was instead staring at the cloth in Jiangja's hands with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand that the army had been trapped here for only 2 days. How can an urgent message come from His Majesty, who is yet to be known in the far south? Soon, Jiangja, who had finished reading the urgent report, laughed out loud. Then, spreading the cloth on top of the table, he smiled and said, "Two generals, look," only to see Jiangja pointing at the cloth and explaining. His Majesty said that he was afraid of accidents happening to our 300,000 strong army. He has specially joined forces with Shishu, and Shishu has even sent 100,000 troops to assist. And the person leading the army in Western Shu is led by Wang Dong, the first gun king of Western Shu, who has just broken through the 7th grade of martial artist. This urgent telegram was sent 3 days ago, and the meeting place for both sides is none other than La City. According to the time, Shishu will be able to arrive at Licheng first thing in the morning. We're saved. Ha 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 ha, Kangchul explained while letting out a loud laugh. In front of Chen Nan, he planted his head several times in a row, and this time, the addition of Shishu has definitely given them hope for a breakthrough. Even if it didn't, at least Shishu would be able to hold the northern way back so that the other side's mind couldn't be all on them. With a longing for the Western Shu army, Jiangja fell into a deep sleep. It was the most comforting sleep he'd had in recent days, as if they wouldn't be under siege when they woke up tomorrow. That night, at the Licheng County office, Chen Nan was in the middle of his room. A person with a full black robe, revealing only a pair of black eyes, stood behind Chen Nan, and Chen Nan muttered as he held the class president's parchment tightly in his hand. Someone from Western Marsh has broken through the 7th rank? No wonder he dared to stop making economic offerings to Northern Wei. Not only did he stop the upward supply, he also openly supported Di Qian's military action. When he finished speaking, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. The person standing behind Chen Nan was a general that he had secretly cultivated, named Shadow, a name that might not be known to the crowd, but he had another name, Undesirable Man, and all of Chen Nan's intelligence was collected in secret through the bad guys. I know all this information, so go on down and collect it. Chen Nan waved his hand after sending the black-robed man behind him out, getting up and coming to the main hall of the county government office. After half a day's consideration, he still sent someone to summon Hong Ming and Hong Zhe to the two of them. Not long after, the two with sleepy eyes appeared in front of Chen Nan. Hong Ming looked at Chen Nan with a face full of curiosity, wondering what kind of urgent matter the other party had called the two up in the middle of the night. Chen Nan placed the half sheet of parchment on the tabletop, and the two curiously picked it up one after another to look at it. Chen Nan, where did this intelligence come from? Hong Ming was filled with shock after reading it. He had heard Chen Nan say before that Western Shu had cut off its economic supply to Northern Wei, but this matter was not circulated in the courtroom, and the exact reason for the break in supply was not even known. But in front of him, the parchment not only wrote the reason for the Western Shu's cut-off, but even depicted in detail that tomorrow morning, Western Shu Wang Dong will lead 100,000 troops to La City to meet and make peace with Jiangja. In particular, Wang Dong had actually broken through to a 7th grade martial artist. One must know that the only two of them in Northern Wei were Hong Ming and Light Feather, who were 7th grade. Shishu was already economically rich, and now there was an additional 7th grade military general. Coupled with the comprehensive national strength of the Great Qian, the two sides win or lose is not yet known. Chapter 33 The Role of Fang and Hong Ming spoke for half a day while Chen Nan said nothing. On the contrary, Hong Zhe came to be interested and waved his fists. What are you afraid of? If they dare to come, let's them. A vassal state equivalent to Northern Wei, but also grow capable? Hong Ming shook his head. Brother, things are not as simple as you think. Shishu just had one person stabbing the breakthrough Qi 7th grade martial artist and dared to cut off the supply. This can tell you how difficult it is to be a 7th grade martial artist. Moreover, we are now at war with Great Qian, and with the additional Western Shu, It's too difficult to predict the victory or defeat. After Hong Ming said this, Hong Zhe also calmed down. Just because he loves to fight doesn't mean he's a cutie pie. Can't see the situation. In the next second, both of them stopped speaking and looked their gazes toward Chen Nan. At the moment, all they wanted to know was what none of them in the courtroom had ever known. Why would Chen Nan know, and know so clearly? For a while, a flash of fear arose in the bottom of their hearts. If Chen Nan wanted to claim the title of emperor in the future, just how simple would it be? Chen Nan met the two men's gazes and smiled blandly. Don't worry, since we already know the other party's deployment in advance, coming up with a countermeasure is still very simple. Chen Nan smiled and proceeded to narrate. Tomorrow, if Jiangxia doesn't send someone for peace talks, let's directly press in with our army and force them to make peace. Only 10,000 troops need to be left in the city of Lu. When the time comes, I will personally sit in Lu City, and you two will each lead large armies to put pressure on Jiangxia. When the pressure is there, negotiate a deal and then bring Fang and Sak over. Chen Nan focused on mentioning Fang He, and the two were puzzled. Why does it have to be Fang He? Chen Nan sneered. Since Shishu has stopped making offerings, we naturally need to send out a person to inquire about the cause of the matter. Chen Nan spoke in a more generalized manner, and the two still didn't understand. In desperation, Chen Nan had no choice but to explain in the vernacular. Fang He's purpose for going to Shishu wasn't to investigate the cause of the broken supply, his purpose for going to Shishu was to send himself to his death. You want Fang He to go and die? Upon hearing this, Hong Ze's eyes widened. He still didn't understand why Fang He had to go to Shishu to die. In his opinion, Fang He was a traitor to their Northern Way. Maybe he used to be loyal to Northern Way. However, now he is a complete traitor to the Northern Way. Hong Ze didn't get it, but Hong Ming on the side saw through the reasoning and asked with his mouth wide open. You want Fang He to die in Shishu, and then we have a reason to march into Shishu? You're very smart, Chen Nan unabashedly praised. This is why I left you alive in the first place. With hindsight, Hong Ming realized that it wasn't entirely because of a good-looking skin that he had survived in the first place. After Hong Ming's explanation, Hong Ze also understood why it was necessary for Fang He to go to his death. Let's not talk about the fact that, in general, no one is willing to die. But, for a traitor, his death can be traded for the peace of a large family. Nothing could be more worthwhile. After getting things finalized, the three of them went to their respective rooms and had a nice long sleep. Until dawn, below the city of Lu, there was no Western Shu army in sight. Jiangxia also didn't send anyone to conduct any talks. Chen Nan was sitting in the main hall of the county government office, and the two people in front of him kept pacing back and forth. Chen Nan's fingers kept tapping on the armrests of the seat. In an instant, he stood up. It's almost time. Since Jiangxia can't make up his mind, let's help him out. Hong Ze's eyes lit up as he urged Hong Ming to mobilize his army and prepare to depart. The army converged with the rear army, and everyone had to follow Hong Ming's military orders. It was only because of Chen Nan's ability that Hong Ming this topped the name of Grand Marshal, but in reality, it was the duties of a Vice Marshal. Last night, the three not only finalized the plan, but also called back Wushu, who had set up an ambush on the trail. It was the fear that Chen Nan could not stand alone in the city. Calling Wushu back was also an order from Hong Ming himself. More than 100,000 troops were quickly reorganized under the command of the two Hong Ming siblings. Before departing, Hong Ming's ears reddened and pulled Chen Nan aside. You are alone in Lu City, be careful. If it comes to the last resort, you can abandon the city and flee. This is the military order I gave you as a marshal. Chen Nan smiled and agreed, not taking Hong Ming's words to heart at all. In fact, Hong Ming was only a 7th grade martial artist. Above the 7th grade there were 8th grade martial artists. It's a well-known thing, but no one knows it. Above the 8th grade martial artists, there were a series of realms such as half-step Zongshi, and so on. As for Chen Nan, his current realm was a half-step sovereign. If the band personally led the army still can't guard Lu City, it's no exaggeration to say that the entire Northern Way, no one will be able to guard Lu City. Chen Nan watched the army leave Lu City. After sending the army away, Wu Su said in disbelief, Marshal Chen, why do we have to let the Great Qian army return to Great Qian alive? This question plagued Wushu for many days. Ever since Chen Nan and the others came, Wushu could tell that his army had no intention of making a move against Jiangzhou and the others. Otherwise, with that fire in Lesan Pass, it was enough for them to lose more than half of their men. You see it too? Chen Nan smiled faintly. Wushu nodded. Marshal Chen, isn't this a fact visible to the naked eye? Chen Nan hadn't thought that the ploy he had worked so hard to set up had actually been seen by a border battalion commander. For a moment, he felt a touch of pity for Wushu and spoke. The fact that you can see that only shows that you have some military acumen. And by the way, this thing is not common knowledge. Can you see what I mean? Chen Nan didn't have a specific explanation. Instead he said a few more official words. However, instead of pursuing the question, Wu Xiu replied, Marshal Chen, I understand. He knew that it was not for him to know how the matter actually was. Moreover, others Hong Ming as the commander of the army didn't even say anything. He was just a border city guard. Where did he get the qualification to question a deputy commander of the army? Moreover, this deputy marshal had allowed himself to be avenged with his own hands. Seeing that Wu Xiu did not pursue the matter further, Chen Nan nodded appreciatively again. He felt that this Wu Su was a bit interesting, at least reaching the qualifications for cultivation, and spoke again. Wu Su, after the Great War is over, would you like to return to Wei capital with me? Wei do? Me? Wu Xiu's eyes widened in fear and he pointed to himself with extreme lack of confidence. He couldn't believe that he just thought he hadn't pursued a question. It's actually worth the vice marshal's personal solicitation? Seeing Chen Nan nodded heavily. That is, he knelt down and said, the reason why my subordinate follows Marshal Chen back to the capital, and in the future, I am willing to go through fire and water for Marshal Chen, without hesitation. It was just that Wu Xiu hadn't expected that one sentence, after a long time, would actually be honored. On the other hand, the two Hong Ming siblings, with their army, had arrived outside the Great Qian camp. Chapter 34 Negotiations again. At this moment, inside the Great Qian tent, Zhang's 3 men were celebrating the arrival of the Western Marsh army. A warhorse was specially slaughtered for hospitality. Only, what a few people didn't expect was that instead of waiting for the Western Shu army, they waited for the Northern Wei's army. Outside the camp, Hong Ming looked at it with cold eyes, and the big sword in his hand was aimed straight at the Dakian camp. Brothers, the military honor is at hand. Kill for me. As her voice went down, the entire army behind her launched a charge. Charging at the forefront were the tens of thousands of iron cavalry led by Hong Zhe himself. In the rear, it was the 100,000 or so infantry. With such a loud charge, the 3 people in the tent immediately reacted. Zhang's face was delighted as he stood up violently. Quickly, I think it's the Western Shu army that's arrived. Quickly go out with me to greet them. The joy on his face had not yet dissipated. As the tent curtains lifted, a personal guard ran into the tent in a panic, not even bothering to salute, and shouted, Marshal, the entire Northern Wei army is out, and has launched a charge on my camp. When these words came out, Zhang's face darkened in shock. What's going on? Wasn't it said that the Western Shu army would arrive below the city early this morning? He panicked, took a big jump, leaped over the table, took 2 steps across to the proctor, and kept shaking the other man's shoulders with both hands. Tell me it's not true. It's not true. He really couldn't believe that the Western Shu army hadn't come yet, but instead, the Northern Wei army had come first. The 2 behind them froze even more, and Lin Xiao glanced at Zhou Man. It was found that the latter was still chewing the meat in his mouth as if nothing had happened. He couldn't help but get furious. Zhou Man, the Northern Wei army is hitting the door. You still have the heart to eat meat and drink here? Can't you see that the marshal is already in a hurry? In the face of his questioning, Zhou Man did not even raise her eyelids. Unhurriedly picked up a piece of meat and swallowed it down in a big gulp, and took a couple of mouthfuls of the rice wine on the side. Only then did he speak. Isn't it only a matter of time before the Northern Wei army hits? Dare I ask the marshal, have you forgotten that we are now surrounded? Even if the Western Shu army does arrive below the city, there's still a city between us and the other side. If the other side has the will, and the 2 sides join forces, there is still a slight possibility of breaking through the city. In case the other side is just here to go through the motions, we're still fish and meat on the table, to be slaughtered? His words hit both hearts hard. Yeah, they're still surrounded by people. Even if Shishu really had the intention to attack the city, don't forget that the Lu city's defender was Chen Nan. That was the former Jinbei king of Deqian and the current Jinnan king of Northern Wei. Who dares to say that the city was breached in his defense? I'm afraid none of them would dare say such a thing. For a moment, the 2 of them also reacted, and Zhang's expression instantly shifted, once again resuming the same lifeless expression from before. Instead, it was Lin Xiao who held a grudge against the other party because of the previous attack on Su City and retorted, What? We won't fight if Chen Nan guards the city? Could it be that you're letting our 200,000 plus troops be completely trapped inside this camp? His exasperation was completely ignored by Zhou Man, who came directly to Jiang Zhu and advised, Marshal, the other side is clearly using their power to force us to engage in peace talks. It had to be said that he had a bit of a brain, actually seeing Chen Nan's intentions. What does that mean? Jiang Zhu still didn't understand that the other party had clearly come with a large army, and his own men say the other side just wants to force peace talks. He can't understand. Zhou Man spoke again. Marshal, in the beginning, when Lishano was in the middle, A big fire didn't burn us to death. When Su Chang retreated, Hung Za did not send any men to conduct a pursuit. While scouting the trail, Wushu just shot a couple of his own guards. Isn't this enough to show that Chen Nan has no intention of making a move against us at all? At this statement, Jiang Zhe seemed to react. Only then did he understand that, as it turned out, all those things before, if it wasn't for Chen Nan letting in the water, I'm afraid that the grass on his Jiang Zhe's grave would have to be 2 meters high. Then according to you? Jiang Zhe softly inquired up. Press didn't even look at Lin Xiao. He also realized that at the critical moment, Lin Xiao was useless as it was also necessary for Zhou Man to be able to give him advice. And if not, at least to be able to see the situation. Zhou Man shrugged helplessly. Marshal, it's come to this. What else can we do? Just follow what people think. After a few words, Jiang Zhe lowered his head and stumbled. When he raised his head again, his eyes were filled with helplessness within them, and he let out a long sigh. Alas, just do as General Zhou says. The three of them simply packed up and took Fang He with them, and the group of 10 headed out of the camp with a heavy pace. It was as if the soldiers of Northern Wei had received their military orders in advance, only killing against the surrounding Diqian soldiers, and the three of them dressed like generals. A 10-meter radius hard not to appear a Northern Wei soldier. In this way, with the Northern Wei soldiers intentionally letting the water out, they came to Hong Ming. At this moment, Hong Ming, riding a pure white screw-headed horse, looked down at the several people and said in a cold voice, Jiang Zhe, our two sides are at war. You come to me with such a few men. Are you trying to give me head? Listening to that cold and grinning tone, a cold sweat seeped out of Jiang Zhe's forehead, and he reluctantly squeezed out a smile. Marshal Hong Ming, this time I've come to make peace, and I'd like to ask Marshal Hong Ming to give our great Qian a chance. Jiang Zhe's posture was put very low, and he even raised the name of De Qian out of fear that the other party would be unwilling. Hearing this, Hong Ming let out a loud laugh. She smiled in a way that a few people dared not ignore. He had to accompany them with an awkward smile. Only, the smile looked more or less oozing. Not long after, Hong Ming's great sword drooped. Jiang Zhe, I have to say, your De Qian's Wu Feng Wan is indeed a talent. Chen Nan's so perfect man can be expelled. It also makes our Northern Wei earn it. Hong Ming first mocked a wave of Wu Fengwan. The smiles on the faces of the three instantly disappeared with that one sentence. Even if it was a fake laugh, the three of them didn't dare to go on laughing. After all, the other party was mocking their majesty. If they followed and laughed along, doesn't that mean that they feel the same way? It was only after the mockery that Hong Ming offered his terms. 50,000 in gold, 2 million in silver, 500,000 pounds of salt and iron, countless silk artisans. At the end, Hong Ming laughed softly. By the way, there is also that what's her name Empress of yours to publicly apologize to my Northern Wei Jiannan king. When they heard the previous conditions, Jiang Zhe's reaction was fairly normal for a few people. Daqian tried a handful of times and could barely get it out. However, when they heard the last condition, the three were confused. That was Wu Fengwan, asking her to publicly apologize, or apologize to someone whose title she had personally cut off. Wouldn't that be worse than killing her? However, the situation at the moment was known to all three. In the absence of reinforcements, in as little as 3 or 2 days, or at most 5 days, the army under his command will rebel. Chapter 35 Who dares to insult Chen Nan? Jiang Zhe's trio lowered their heads and were considering whether this matter was feasible or not. Hong Ming once again imposed pressure. You guys can think about it a bit more. It's only been a while. My army hasn't had a good time killing yet. At once, the three of them reacted. Hong Ming seems to be negotiating with them. In fact, those Northern Wei army behind them are really down. Jiang Zhe didn't dare to hesitate, so he had to open his mouth. Marshal, this matter is of great importance. We must ask for instructions. He also knew that this was when Hong Ming was putting pressure on him, but he had no choice. Really, if all 300,000 troops were gone, he returned to the court with a few generals and personal guards, and that would have been better than dying here. Hong Ming nodded. Of course, I also know that you can't make the decision. We can let you 3 messengers through. However, we are only responsible for releasing the people. Whether or not the people can make it to your great Qian capital is not for us to say. Hearing this, Jiang Zhe helplessly shook his head and smiled. How could he not have thought that at this point in time, Hong Ming was still putting pressure on him? In that case, allow me to screen 3 people to enter the city along with the marshal. Jiang Zhe left a sentence behind, intending to return to the tent with a few people. Only, he had just turned around, before his feet had even stepped out. He was then interrupted by Hong Ming behind him. Marshal Jiang, don't be in a hurry. Is there anything else with the marshal? Jiang Zhe turned around and looked at Hong Ming in confusion. It was reasonable that the other party had made an offer and he went back to discuss it, so he should give some time anyway, right? You can't just open your mouth and force them to agree? Of course, even if Hong Ming really wanted them to agree on the spot, there is nothing they can do to counter it. You may go and leave him behind. This person is considered your sincerity. Hong Ming's greatsword pointed at Feng He, who was being held up by 3 men. The moment the greatsword was swung out, Jiang's 3 men unexpectedly took a step back at the same time. It couldn't be helped that Hong Ming, as a 7th grade martial artist, her blade was too harsh. With the strength of the 3 of them, they couldn't block it at all. Jiang saw that the other party just wanted Feng He, and quickly waved his hand. Marshal, this small matter, there is no need to go to such great lengths, right? As long as the marshal has a word. We all sent Feng He back to the city yesterday. Jiang waved his hand, and the 3 people behind him stepped forward in a cold sweat, pushing Feng He smoothly in front of Hong Ming. After placing it, he retreated back behind Jiang with great speed. Marshal, is there anything else wrong? Jiang nervously inquired. Hong Ming shook his head and ordered, all troops, listen to the order. Retreat. With an order, the Northern Wei army that was killing all over the place inside the Deqian camp simultaneously stopped the movements in their hands. Carefully glaring at the surrounding Deqian soldiers who were already close to trembling, he slowly stepped back. This way, under the south gate of Luchang, a young man in black armor with a red steed at his hip and a dark red lance came under the city gate alone, only to see that he had just arrived at the entrance of the city and thrust the lance in his hand hard into the ground. With a disgruntled face, he called out, I am Wang Dong, a great general of Western Shu. The guards of Lu City will quickly open the city gates to greet this general. At this time, he did not know that the Lu City garrison had been changed from Deqian to Northern Wei a few days earlier, and Chen Nan, after learning of the news that the Western Shu army was coming yesterday, had the military flags on the city walls taken down overnight. Therefore, the current Wang Dong was still naive enough to think that the Lu City defenders would welcome him with 10 miles. In the beginning, when he set out from Shishu, the Lord of Shishu had specifically instructed him that he must be polite when he saw Jiang's army. He didn't take it seriously at that time. He was the man who had broken through to the 7th grade martial artist. Is it necessary to stoop to the level of a bunch of 4th and 5th grade martial artists? There's absolutely no need for that. At this sound of his voice, 3 or 2 heads were revealed above the south gate of Lu Castle. Who is beneath the city? And who is it that will quickly give his name? The guards set up their voices and questioned in a loud voice. Wang Dong, who was already a bit impatient, became even more irritated. Damn it, are all of you people in Deqian deaf? Didn't you hear that I'm Wang Dong of Shishu? I'm here to save you. Why don't you open the city gates quickly? What? Your Excellency is Wang Dong of Western Marsh? The guard forced a smile and spoke again. The 2 sides weren't really close, and the guard was just a normal skirmisher. Press didn't see the expression on Wang Dong's face. However, as a 7th grade martial artist, Wang Dong could clearly see the small soldiers on the city head laughing at him from a long distance away. He was furious and said, Tima, are all your generals of Deqian dead? Knowing that I'm coming, I didn't say I'd receive me, and now I have the nerve to turn me away? And let's not talk about whether or not your great Qian Empress knows about this matter. Do you know that several years ago, when Lao Zi went to your Deqian, even that what's-his-name Jinbei King Chen Nan has to be respectful in front of Lao Zi? Upon hearing this, a few small soldiers at the city's head froze for half a day. You looked at me, I looked at you, and none of them dared to answer. Chen Nan gave them the task of provoking Wang Dong. At first, they thought the task was not too difficult. After all, that was a 7th grade martial artist. It was well known that those who could become 7th grade martial artists did not just have a requirement for their own force value. It was also about a cultivation of the body, so that it was expected to impact the 8th grade martial artist. However, without seeing him, Wang Dong really gave them a shock. Good lord, where is the need for them to get riled up? They hadn't even started mocking on their side yet. And then looking over there, Wang Dong had already completely fallen into the mode of self-importance. They, Northern Wei, being Deqian's nemesis, could be said to be more aware of Chen Nan's methods than anyone else. Does he, a high and mighty Jinan king, have to grovel to you, a 7th grade martial artist? And it's not even now. It's still talking about a few years ago. They could have heard that Chen Nan's martial strength was estimated to have broken through the 8th rank long ago. In such a comparison, that what Nioma Wang Dong is even more even give them Chen Shuaishu's qualification or not. A few people had no choice but to send a person to report the situation here to Chen Nan. Wang Dong, on the other hand, shouted for half a day alone at the city gate. Seeing that no one paid any attention to him, he cursed twice before returning to the camp. Meanwhile, the representative who had been elected by a few people to go and report to Chen Nan was running down the street in a hurry when, unexpectedly, he ran into Hong Ming and the others who had returned with Feng He. Seeing this, Hong Ming was puzzled. What are you going to do in such a hurry? The junior soldier returned. Marshal, the West Shu army at the south gate has arrived. That pussy Wang Dong is really unqualified. It's not even if you don't have the quality. You dare to insult our Marshal Chen. I was just about to report it. What? Are you saying that Wang Dong insulted Chen Nan? Hong Ming's eyes widened as he pulled back the junior soldier who had already run out. Don't go to the report first. I'll go with you to see who dares to insult Chen Nan, Hong Ming said, turning back to command. Hong Zhe, order you to send someone to watch over Fang Yi. I'll go to the south gate to see how many heads this Wang Dong has grown. Hong Zhe sighed, looked at Hong Ming who trotted past on the path and shook his head. Alas, a woman is not a woman. Chapter 36 Enraged Hong Ming. Over here, Hong Ming came straight to the south gate wall. Instead, the little soldier came inside the county courthouse. Upon seeing Chen Nan on top of the main seat, he voiced out, Marshal Chen, someone fishing under the south gate has called himself Wang Dong, who's leading 100,000 Western Shu army is calling out the gate. Chen Nan nodded, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrests of his chair, and said indifferently, it's fine, let them wait outside the city first, there's no rush to go out. He did not immediately go to the walls with the intention of dragging the army sometime instead. The little soldier was going to turn around and leave when he finished speaking, but, before he left, he muttered something in a low voice. I guess the marshal will be able to teach that Wang Dong a hard lesson. What did you say? What happened to the marshal? Chen Nan asked curiously as he listened to the young soldier's words mentioning Hong Ming. The junior soldier, who had already turned around, turned to face Chen Nan and said suspiciously, Marshal Chen, don't you know? The marshal heard that Wang Dong insulted Marshal Chen and didn't even go back to the county office, but went directly to the south city wall. At those words, Chen Nan's face changed drastically and he violently stood up from his chair, quickly stepping in front of the junior soldier. He questioned, what did you say? Hong Ming went to the south city wall? Yeah. As soon as the marshal heard that Wang Dong's insults, he went straight to the city wall. The pawn looked confused, but answered honestly. Bad. Chen Nan's double stop sank as he walked straight towards the county office. Just outside the county office, he bumped into Hong Zhe, who was escorting Fang He. The two met and Hong Zhe greeted. Marshal Chen is here. Where are you going in such a hurry? Seeing Hong Zhe, Chen Nan was puzzled. Didn't Hong Ming go out with you? Didn't you go? The latter scratched his head. No, the marshal told me to keep Fang He under guard, he said, and reached out to point at Fang He, who was half a body behind and being held by three men. Chen Nan also dwelled on it too much and said in a faint voice, since that's the case, then you can escort Fang He down first. Remember to go to the southern city wall after the matter is done. Hong Zhe looked at the already departing figure, puzzled, and muttered to himself, both of you have gone, and still asked me to go for what? He didn't understand, but Chen Nan was the deputy commander of the army, and what he said was a military order, so he naturally had to carry it out. On this side, Chen Nan flew all the way up and soon ascended the southern city wall. After going up the city wall, he looked around left and right and froze without seeing Hong Ming's silhouette. A few guards on the walls were busy at the corners. As far as the eye could see, several people were holding Northern Way flags in their hands, looking for a suitable place in the corner. Put the banner down. Chen Nan ran towards the corner while opening his mouth to stop it. A few people heard voices before their heads could turn back. We are under the orders of the marshal. What kind of a thing are you that you dare to order? The words came to an abrupt end only halfway through, simply because the person who opened his mouth to speak looked back. The person who had just prevented him from raising the flag was actually Chen Nan, the deputy commander of the Grand Army. For a while, the man who opened his mouth to speak turned pale, staring blankly at Chen Nan, his hands frozen in midair, his mouth open, and even drool flowing out from the corners of his mouth. After freezing for half a day, he reacted only after a person on the side poked the man's arm. Rolling and crawling, he ran to Chen Nan and knelt down. Marshal Chen, just now it was Little who was drunk. It was Little who was drunk. Only, he couldn't even finish that sentence before he saw Chen Nan's face that was as black as the bottom of a pot. He realized that he had said the wrong thing again. At this moment, during the Great War, he actually dared to say that he had said that because he was drinking. Isn't that like running into a gun? Once his words came out, how dare those few people who were fiddling with the big flag continue to do so? Together, they placed the large flag and tremblingly came to Chen Nan, waiting for the other party's sentencing. Chen Nan glared at the man and inquired, what is your name? Marshal Chen. My name is Sun Ergu. Sun Erdog? Well, I'll remember you. Chen Nan turned his head and looked at the others again. Where is Hong Ming? Didn't I say she went up to the city wall? The few who were gazing at him became even more flustered, and their limbs couldn't help but tremble. One of them boldly pointed out of the city. Marshal Chen. The marshal has gone out of the city alone to challenge Wang Dong. Hong Ming left the city alone? Chen Nan was stunned and leaned over the city wall to look down. Sure enough, he saw Hong Ming a mile away, in full armor, with a high horse at his hip and a large sword clutched tightly in his right hand. Not only that, the aura on her body had been raised to a 7th grade martial artist. Right in front of her, a young man, also wearing armor, with a cold smile on his face and a long spear carried flat in his right hand, rushed up at Hong Ming. Hong Ming, retreat! Chen Nan shouted out. There was one thing he didn't tell Hong Ming and the others. Shishu's Wang Dong didn't just break through to a 7th grade martial artist. Shishu had settled down for so long, knowing full well that Northern Wei had 2 7th grade martial artists. There was only one Wang Dong who knew he was no match, so he didn't dare to resist. But just some time ago, Wang Dong was sick in bed. By chance he had actually touched the threshold of an 8th grade martial artist. In other words, the current Wang Dong was already at the peak of a 7th grade martial artist, and was just a foot away from the existence of an 8th grade martial artist. And an 8th grade martial artist is one who can briefly stay in the air for 3 breaths of time. This point is exactly the gulf between the 7th and 8th grades. The undesirables leader privately informed Chen Nan that Wang Dong could already override the air for a breath of time. Hong Ming couldn't possibly be his opponent. That was why Chen Nan was so anxious. As he spoke, the visitor had already arrived in front of Hong Ming, only to see the corners of the visitor's mouth lowered in a smile as he said in a low voice that only both parties could hear. You're Hong Ming? The Northern Wei 7th grade war god? As a martial artist, Hong Ming was naturally able to sense that the other party's aura was not much higher than his own. However, she had no intention of retreating, and her body was filled with wariness. What? Are you afraid? Humph. I, Wang Dong, have never known what fear is. While opening his mouth, his right hand lance swung out violently. Hong Ming parries the shot with a very quick reaction. The moment the knife and the gun made contact, Hong Ming felt a powerful shock in his right hand. His grip on the knife tightened a few points, and he quickly stepped back, pulling away from both sides. Pulling away, Hong Ming gasped for air. His face flushed. Just now, if it wasn't for her sudden tightening of her grip on the greatsword, the weapon in her hand would have already been knocked down by the other party. When Wang Dong saw Hong Ming retreating, the smirk on his face grew a few points more as he snickered. What? Is this your Northern Wei's god of war? It's not possible that you can't even stop one of my shots, is it? If that's the case, why don't you just follow me? Give me 2 big fat boys, and stay home to raise your children. Saying that, Wang Dong let out a loud laugh. That's right, he's trying to provoke Hong Ming. He also knew that there was a huge gap between the two sides, but it was clearly impossible to defeat Hong Ming in a short period of time. A person, when extremely angry, will only know how to attack, thus abandoning defense. Sure enough, under his stimulation, Hong Ming clenched his teeth and the veins between his neck continued to twist. Chapter 37, the gentian bright silver spear appears. Wang Dong, die for me! Hong Ming cried out, his legs clenching violently, as if sensing his master's anger. The white horse at his crotch flexed its front hooves and lifted up. With a hiss, he rushed out as if he were a sharp arrow. Hong Ming on horseback tightened his grip on his greatsword again. She knew that she was no match for Wang Dong, but she still rushed forward without any hesitation. In her heart, Chen Nan was that unique god of war. Once upon a time, Chen Nan was an idol-like existence in her heart. And now, not only was someone insulting Chen Nan to his face, he was also mocking her identity as the Northern Wei war god. How does that make her calm down? Looking at Hong Ming who rushed up, Wang Dong had a smug expression on his face. He could see that the current Hong Ming was in an enraged state. With a playful look at the charging Hong Ming, he switched the lance in his right hand to his left. With a light clip of his thighs, the warhorse gave a low growl and galloped forward. As he rushed out, Wang Dong looked serious, and the lance held in his left hand kept rolling over. Soon, the two sides' weapons collided together again. This time, Hong Ming didn't have such good luck. With Wang Dong exerting 10% of his strength, it was just a collision. Hong Ming dropped the large sword in his hand, and more than that, his entire person also fell off the horse's back. Seeing this, Wang Dong heatedly smiled. This is only right. Women should be at home to raise their children. Killing on the battlefield, that is what men do. With that said, the lance stabbed hard towards Hong Ming who was lying on the ground, and although Hong Ming fell from his horse, he was not completely out of strength. Sensing the killing intent contained in Wang Dong's gun, his legs stomped hard and his body shrunk back a few points. This retraction caused the lance aimed at her stomach to be deflected at an angle and stabbed at its calf. At the same time when Wang Dong shot his gun, the white horse belonging to Hong Ming saw that his master was injured, and his neighing voice became a little louder. Defiantly, he charged towards Wang Dong's warhorse. It was this collision that deflated Wang Dong. who was originally full of strength. The lance didn't have as much force when it stabbed the calf. It's just a little bit of a scrape, not much in actuality. As for Chen Nan on the city wall, the moment he saw Hong Ming fall to the ground, ignoring the surprise of the soldiers behind him, and the obstruction of Hong Ze, who had just felt it, straight over the wall and straight down, Hong Ze, who was rushing behind him, accelerated his speed by a few more points, and at the same time stretched out his hands to try to pull back Chen Nan, who was seeking a short fuse. However, he was still a little bit short, and just as his hand reached the edge of the city wall, Chen Nan had already jumped down. Chen Nan, why are you so stupid? Hong Ze lost his voice and cried. He thought that Chen Nan couldn't stand the excitement and wanted to seek a short fuse. That's why it's so responsive. However, the few soldiers who were lying on the ramparts opened one eye and cautiously looked down. Instead of seeing Chen Nan, who had been wrestled into a pulp, he saw a rapidly running stump. Cannot help but be alarmed, General. Chen Shui is not dead. Chen Shui is not dead. The words were full of excitement, and his eyes even shone with 2 drops of tears. Hearing the little soldier's voice, Hong Ze unbelievably opened those tear-filled eyes and looked downward. As expected, he also did not see Chen Nan, who had been thrown to the ground, and what he saw instead was one of Chen Nan's backs. The minions saw remnants because they weren't considered martial artists, and Hong Ze knew very well what the back meant. Chen Nan's strength was definitely above the 8th rank. A moment of relief. He knew that his sister was saved. Only, he didn't quite understand why such a powerful Chen Nan would actually be abandoned by De Qian. At the moment, he didn't understand the meaning of the phrase meritocracy. In the future, he would clearly understand why the great Qian dynasty had abandoned Chen Nan platoon. On the battlefield between the two, Wang Dong did not look at the white horse lying on the ground next to him, eyes filled with desire. He stared at Hong Ming's white, bleeding calves and smiled lewdly. TSK, 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 truly worthy of being the Northern Wei god of war. A proper superb product. Saying so, he rolled over and dismounted, taking 2 steps to Hong Ming. Hong Ming on the ground was full of indignation and spat aside. "I shucks. You, Western Shu, are but a small sovereign state. How dare you compete with my Northern Wei? Just wait. In the future, Northern Wei will definitely step through your capital city of Western Shu." Listening to Hong Ming's threat, Wang Dong pressed on, instead squatting down and watching with what he thought was a godly gaze. "Hong Ming, why do you have to be like this? Do you think that Shishu with me? Wang Dong is still the main country? You, Northern Wei, merely have 2 7th-grade martial artists and you dare to call yourself a kingdom. Now that I have my Wang Dong in Shishu, why can't I call myself a kingdom?" At those words, Hong Ming's face changed. She wanted to retort, but she knew clearly that Wang Dong was right. They had nothing more than 2 7th-grade martial artists, and they could call themselves a kingdom. And Western Shu with Wang Dong could naturally call itself a kingdom. Suddenly, a voice rang in the ears of the 2 men. "I'm only afraid that you, Shi Shu, won't have the chance to call yourself a kingdom." The sudden voice not only made Wang Dong freeze for a moment, the collapsed Hong Ming couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart when he heard such a familiar voice, turning his eyes, but his face was filled with anxiety, urging, "Chen Nan, hurry up. His strength is infinitely close to the 8th rank. You're no match for him." Previously, she had seen Chen Nan out in the courtroom. However, she did not think that Chen Nan was Wang Dong's opponent. Hearing the crucial word Chen Nan, Wang Dong's face blossomed with confidence. "TSK, TSK, are you the great Qian Chen Nan?" As soon as the words fell, his body flew out backwards as if he were a kite. It kept flying 6 or 7 meters before it landed on the ground. When he got back up, his armor was covered in dust and blood was still hanging from the corner of his mouth. His face was filled with astonishment as he raised his finger to point at Chen Nan. "How can you have such strength?" He had heard before that great Qian Chen Nan was an invincible god. At that time he was unconvinced and even looked down on Northern Wei. If it weren't for the fact that there is an East Qin separating West Shu and Great Qian, he firmly believed that he would be able to break Chen Nan's undefeated myth. But now, after the 2 sides had faced each other, he realized that Chen Nan, indeed, seemed to have that much strength. Chen Nan's kick went down, and the people who were shocked were not just the person in question. Wang Dong, Hong Ming, who was lying behind him, was even more shocked and inexplicable, and his body was actually shaking slightly. She couldn't believe it if the kick had been on her. "I'm afraid there was no such person as Hong Ming in Northern Wei 3 years ago." It was only at this moment that Hong Ming realized that Chen Nan was not only militarily gifted, but his martial arts strength was even more unfathomable. Over there, Wang Dong, who had gotten back up from the ground, gently wiping the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, he stabilized himself and muttered to himself, "Impossible. He, Chen Nan, is nothing more than an outcast. How can he be my opponent?" After comforting himself, the same confident look he had earlier emerged on his face. Mounting his warhorse, he gripped his lance tightly in his right hand and locked eyes with Chen Nan. Seeing this scene, Hong Ming used all his strength to throw the large sword aside at Chen Nan's feet. Chen Nan, use this. Chen Nan turned around and smiled at her. It's fine. I have a gun too. Saying so, he pressed on, ignoring the two men's wide-eyed stares, and directly took out a silver-white lance from the system space, the gentian bright silver lance. Seeing a long spear inexplicably appear in Chen Nan's hand, Wang Dong could not stop his right hand from trembling. Only, it was something that even he hadn't realized. Chapter 38 Such a Killing Mind. In the evening, above the great Qian dynasty hall, Wu Fengwan, who was seated on the dragon chair, gazed at the group of ministers below with an iron face. Instead, it was Jiang Hai on her left side who had a relaxed look on his face, picking up a grape and stuffing it into his mouth every now and then. Not long after, Wu Fengwan spat out a breath, slammed the dragon chair, and said in a chorus, "What? All mute? The 300,000 strong army has been on the march for several days, and not a single piece of news has actually been sent back?" She swept her gaze across the crowd below and named them again. "Prime Minister, you come and say, why did Jiangzhe go out for so long without a single piece of military information being sent back?" Below, the old man who had been ordered let out a bitter smile and slowly came to the center. His head lowered and his eyes rolled upwards as he glanced at Jiang Hai. In a cowardly voice, he said, "Your Majesty, I'm only afraid that Marshal Jiang Zhe is in the midst of a war with Northern Wei, and that's why there's no military information being passed on." He spoke in such general terms that he could even guess that the army had had some kind of accident and that was why no news had come back, but he didn't dare to say it. That Jiang Zhe was personally recommended by Jiang Hai, and he was also Jiang Hai's own brother. Regarding Wu Fengwan's level of favoritism towards Jiang Hai, it's better not to say anything, but if you do, I'm afraid that no one will be able to withstand Jiang Hai's retaliation. In the past few days, 7 or 8 veteran ministers in the courtroom had been impeached by Jiang Hai, and those who were impeached, Wu Fengwan did not even investigate. The lightest is to be sent to the frontier. There were even 3 people who were directly executed for their 9 clans, and 1 person was beheaded on the spot for insulting Jiang Hai in the courtroom, and his body is still hanging on the city wall. Hearing the Prime Minister's explanation, Wu Fengwan's face turned completely black as she casually grabbed the fruit plate on the side and smashed it to the ground. Back when Chen Nan was the Grand Marshal, there was military information delivered every day, and it was all good news. What? Now that Chen Nan has been dispatched by me, we can't fight in Dechen? Or is it that the centralized Great Qian, leaving Chen Nan, will not live at all? The moment these words came out, the courtiers' faces all changed, and everyone lowered their heads, not daring to glance at Wu Fengwan in the dragon chair. Even Jiang Hai, who was on the side, resentfully drew back the hand that had been stretched out, and explained after a pause, "Your Majesty, in my opinion, I think it is because Jiang Hai is in the midst of a great war, that's why he can't pass it on in time." His voice was soft, but it worked. This sentence caused Wu Fengwan, who was already on the verge of fuming, to place her gaze on its body. With a light smile, "Well, it's still what Jiang Iching said that meets my mind." The words were spoken, and with a glance at the courtiers, he coldly hummed, "I really don't know. After raising so many of you, you are no better than a Jiang Hai. Get out! Get out! All of you!" Wu Fengwan cursed up and held Jiang Hai's hand, leaving the courtroom through the side door. The remaining courtiers looked at each other, glancing at each other, and most of them lamented, "Alas, I don't know how long Dechen can survive. Hey, 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 keep it down. You don't want to live?" That's right. The Prime Minister and that Jiang Hai didn't both mean the same thing by what they said, but they were still scolded by His Majesty. Below the castle, Chen Nan held a bright silver spear and looked at Wang Dong, whose hands were trembling in front of him with 2 icy eyes. With a cold smile, he murmured out, "Wang Dong." Hearing his name, Wang Dong's expression stuttered as he slowly raised his head, only to see that Chen Nan, who was originally a few meters away from him, made a big jump, sliding through the air for a few breaths, and instantly arrived in front of him. "You, Chen Nan." Wang Dong's lips trembled as he looked incredulously at Chen Nan, who was sneering at his head. Gradually, the bright silver spear in Chen Nan's hand was getting closer and closer to Wang Dong, but the latter did not react at all, just staring so dumbfounded until the lance in Chen Nan's hand was about to pierce into his heavenly aura. Wang Dong winced violently and his legs subconsciously clenched. With this clip, the warhorse in his crotch felt the power and took a few steps forward. The lance that should have stabbed into the sky, but instead stabbed into the back half of the warhorse. In an instant, Wang Dong's crotch was all filled with warhorses neighing exorbitantly, and his limbs bounced up haphazardly. and he was thrown down by the warhorses. Wang Dong, who had climbed up from the ground, looked at the warhorse that had fallen to the ground, and his cold sweat could not stop pouring down. When he looked at Chen Nan, his eyes were filled with fear within them. He looked at the army in the distance, waved his hand and shouted, "Charge the whole army! Charge quickly!" With this call, the Shishu army disregarded the formation and charged upwards with a brain. And Chen Nan was also clear that he could not kill his opponent at all in a short period of time after being reacted to by Wang Dong just now. Taking several steps back, he came to Hong Ming's white horse and picked up Hong Ming and her saber. Turning over and straddling the warhorse, he galloped towards the castle. Looking at the distant white horse, Wang Dong let out a miserable laugh. That was close. Just now, if it wasn't for his temporary reaction, I'm afraid that the one lying on the ground wouldn't be his warhorse, but himself. At this same time, the Empress Dowager of the Northern Wei dynasty also suddenly summoned her courtiers. Above the courtroom, the courtiers whispered, "Right, Minister, why do you think the Empress Dowager suddenly summoned us to court in the evening? The Empress Dowager has the Empress Dowager's considerations. Let's just wait quietly." The right Prime Minister replied with a bland expression, "Go to court." As Eunuch Wang's exclusive Cockney voice came out, the Empress Dowager of Northern Wei slowly appeared from the back holding the young emperor, sitting steadily on the dragon chair. He then delivered the young emperor to the nurse who was waiting at the side. Then, looking at the courtiers below, he laughed out loud. "Secretaries, do you know that under the leadership of Hong Ming and Chen Nan, not only did they recapture Le City in one day, it also besieged the 300,000 strong army of the Great Qian between Le City and Su City, and the reason for the supply cutoff in western Shu has been found." Hiss. Upon hearing this, the group of ministers below simultaneously sucked in a mouthful of cold air. They couldn't believe that the Great Qian had brought a 300,000 strong army majestically towards their northern way. And yet, in a short period of time, not only were they defeated by the two, but they also lost Le Castle in a single day? What they couldn't figure out even more was that Hong Ming, who possessed such heaven-defying battle power, also needed 6 days to capture 4 cities, or cities without a large army to defend them. And with the addition of Chen Nan, it was possible to capture Le City, which was defended by 300,000 troops, in just one day. Just as all the ministers were laughing and complimenting the Empress Dowager for her good knowledge of people, a hoarse voice appeared in the crowd. "Empress Dowager, may I ask if Chen Nan has only besieged the Great Qian army?" When these words came out, everyone's eyes turned towards this person. At once, puzzled voices came out from all directions. "Ha, isn't he Dean Qin? Doesn't he never go to court? Why did he suddenly come today?" Having his identity pointed out by the crowd, Qin Qingmin did not hide behind them. Pushing aside the crowd on both sides, he came straight to the center of the courtroom and clasped his fist at the Empress Dowager, questioning, "Empress Dowager, may I ask why Chen Nan did not slaughter all of that besieged 300,000 strong army?" As soon as he said this, the faces of the people looking at him changed again. No one had thought that the dean, who usually seemed kind, would actually grow such a killing heart. Chapter 39. I said, "Do you understand?" When Qin Qingmin's question came out, the group of ministers were surprised at his ruthlessness though. At the same time, it was even more puzzling why Chen Nan did not escort those 300,000 prisoners back to the dynasty. The reactions of the group of ministers and the confusion on their faces were all seen by the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, who had a smile on her face, suddenly darkened her face. "What? Are you questioning the choices of both General Hong and General Chun? You know, not only did the two of them solve the problem of the 300,000 troops on the Northern Wei border in a short period of time, they also took back Le City in one day. If any of you can pat yourselves on the back and say that it would be just as good to replace yourselves up there, I'll immediately send an order for General Hong and General Chen to come back and replace you up there." The Empress Dowager's words gagged the crowd's mouths. A group of people could not have imagined that a Northern Wei's Empress Dowager would actually be so biased in favor of Chen Nan, who had come over from Diqian. However, the sharp language of the Empress Dowager caused all the courtiers to lower their heads. Her favoritism towards Chen Nan, however, caused a different kind of thought to grow in the hearts of the crowd. At this moment, Chen Nan had only just returned to Lu City. Under Hong Zai's arrangement, all the accompanying physicians in the army all gathered at the South City wall. And the moment Chen Nan returned to Lu City with Hong Ming on his back, all the physicians gathered around and began to examine Hong Ming. Meanwhile, inside the Great Qian tent, Jiang's 3 men were sitting around with a detailed map between Lu Chang and Su Chang in front of them. Not long after, Lin Qiao spoke up. "Marshal, Hongza has already appeared in Lu City, indicating that Su City is severely underdefended. So why don't we make a surprise attack on Su City?" Hearing his words, Zhou Man's face changed drastically while a strange color grew on Jiang Zhe's face. The two men stared at Lin Xiao with dead eyes, the former trying to see if he had grown a brain or not. They were in a situation where they were surrounded up to now, and instead of thinking about how to run out, they actually dared to make a surprise attack on the other city. On the contrary, Jiang Zhe, with a curious face, the corners of his mouth quirked and slowly rose. Seeing this scene, Zhou Man knew that Jiang Zhe had been persuaded. On the other hand, Lu City, under the physician's examination, Hong Ming's body didn't have too many problems. It only takes a few days of recuperation to heal. And Hong Ming also announced in public that during the few days she was resting, the military power was handed over to Chen Nan to take over completely. After placing Hong Ming in a good position, Chen Nan looked expressionlessly in the direction of the South City Gate and said in a cold voice, "Proceed in the big tent." Inside the tent, Chen Nan was at the head of the table, and Hong Zhe, Hong Yao and Wu Su knew by looking at his darkened face that this matter of Wang Dong would not pass so easily. The three of them waited quietly, the air filled with the smell of gunpowder. The three of them glanced at each other every now and then, but no one dared to open their mouths to say the first word. After a long time, Chen Nan looked around at the three of them and slowly pulled out a topographical map, pointing his finger at it and speaking softly. "Here is Wang Dong's 100,000 troops. This time Wang Dong has brought 100,000 troops, 10,000 cavalry, and 3 other vice-generals to the expedition. It has set up its camp 10 miles from the south gate, and will be patrolled by scouts, plus night guards. Tonight at midnight, Hong Zhe will lead 50,000 rear troops to defend the city. I will personally lead 20,000 iron horsemen to charge from the front, while Hong Yao and Wu Su will each lead 30,000 infantry to outflank them." As the words fell, Chen Nan once again glanced at the several people, his voice unusually cold. "Do you understand?" The two of them, Hong Yao and Wu Su, didn't have much say, but they knew that as commander-in-chief they should hold down the army, only to look to Hans for help. And Hong Zhe naturally knows that a marshal, unless the road is a last resort, is simply not likely to appear on the front battlefield. With a bitter smile, "Marshal, shall we not confer and discuss?" When these words came out, they were met with Chen Nan's gaze that wanted to kill. Only Chen Nan threw the Grand Marshal's token that Hong Ming had personally given him on the table, and threw his own Vice Marshal's token on it as well. "I said, you guys, do you hear me?" The three of them looked puzzled and nodded their heads in a hurry, signaling that they understood. A disdainful smile surfaced at the corner of Chen Nan's mouth. "Since you've heard it, go down and execute it." At this moment, the three of them didn't dare to look at Chen Nan at all, as if he was the reigning commander of the army at this moment. What they need is not a rebuttal, but a serious execution of every military order. After coming out of the tent, the three of them came to a corner at the same time. Hong Yao took the lead with a sentence. "General Zhe, why didn't you continue to discourage it just now?" "Ha?" Hong Zhe gave him a blank look and asked rhetorically. "Didn't you see the marshal's face and the pressure on his body just now? If I say one more word, he'll have the nerve to drag me out and chop me up. Do you believe me?" What he said caused a moment of hindsight for the two men. How could the two of them not have thought that the usually gentle-looking Chen Nan actually had such an imposing side? Immediately afterward, Wu Shu inquired, "General Zhe, there are only 80,000 troops in total. Taking advantage of the fact that the Shishu army is resting, we will be victorious, but we may not necessarily be able to annihilate the other side in its entirety, right? If you can see the problem, would the marshal not be able to see it?" Hong Zhe explained helplessly. With that, he arranged, "All right, the military order has been given. We just need to carry it out." Only then did the two men dispel their misgivings and return to their respective camps to rest. Time passed, and the hour of midnight came quickly. Just before the stroke of midnight, the south gate of Lu Castle opened, and it was roughly visible while the night was still young. The first person who stepped out from the south gate had a white warhorse on his hip and a silver lance, and behind him followed uncountable blackened hordes. At the Dakian camp, Jiang Zhe looked at Lin Xiao in front of him and asked with a smile, "General Lin, is everything ready?" Lin Xiao hemmed and hawed. "Marshal, it's all ready." Zhou Man's side wasn't informed at all. With that, the two laughed even more openly. "It's almost time to take Sioux City. Not only will we be able to swap cities with Chen Nan, but we can also solve the problem of food for the army in the meantime. This is obviously a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. I really can't figure out why that brain of Zhou Man's can't turn a corner." Jiang Zhe whined as he commanded the army. In a short while, the 250,000 strong army of Deqian was already fully loaded and ready to go. Before he set off, Jiang Zhe looked at such a huge army in front of him, and that anger in his heart lifted up once again. In a loud voice, he said, "Brethren, you haven't had a full meal in days. have you?" At his words, most of the soldiers below rubbed their parched stomachs. Some, even, had begun to lick the corners of their mouths. Jiangja continued, "Brethren, this marshal has already sent his men to inquire clearly. There are countless grains inside Sioux City." Upon hearing that there was actually food in Sioux City, the soldiers below became even more frantic, wailing that they would follow Jiangja to attack Sioux City. The most crucial thing is that the Sioux City defenders are not much at all. Jiangja once again threw out heavy news. 3 consecutive words raised the heart and morale of his side to the highest peak. After feeling almost done, Jiangja hemmed and hawed, "Brothers, ahead is Sioux City. Follow this marshal and take Sioux City." Chapter 40. Find a pit and bury it. Half an hour later, a mile away from the western marsh camp, looking ahead at the occasional signs of torches, Chen Nan raised his head and closed his eyes, lamenting, "Finally, is it still coming to this?" Chen Nan didn't want to go on a killing spree. He didn't want to be in the same situation as De Chen. He had also been restraining himself before, trying not to produce too many kills, but the heavens do not follow him, and he could not watch Hongming being hurt without taking action. Not to mention the relationship between the two. Just by virtue of Hongming with his own strength hard against the entire Northern Wei dynasty to stand for him. That's what he needed to get back for Hongming. Chen Nan, who had reopened his eyes, had eyes that did not carry any emotion, and with his legs clenched, he took the lead and rushed out. The bright silver spear in his hand sensed the anger in his master's body and vaguely exuded a mighty power. This was closely followed by the command to charge him. Under the military order, the 20,000 Iron Cavalry behind them were charging forward in a desperate manner. They already knew about Hongming, that the Grand Marshal who was majestic and friendly to them could actually be hurt. Upon learning the news, a group of soldiers held their breath in their hearts. They were waiting for a chance to avenge the Marshal's death, and Chen Nan undoubtedly understood their minds very well. Just after the accident during the day, he led them to kill the opposing camp at night. At this time, the soldiers, all of whom carried a resentful aura, were a few points more powerful than usual. As the 20,000 strong army charged, the ground beneath their feet began to shake. The two of them, Hong Yao and Wu Su, felt the shaking and simultaneously gripped their weapons in their hands. The order to charge was given to the soldiers behind him. The distance of 1 mile, which seemed very far, under the charge of the cavalry, but in the twinkling of an eye, it had already rushed into the middle of Shishu's camp, and the Western Shu army pressed on. Those scouts who had gone out on patrol had long since been decimated by Chen Nan. As for the guards on the periphery, they had fallen into a deep sleep. By the time they felt the earth trembling under their feet, it was too late to inform the army. Just like that, Chen Nan very easily broke through the outer defense line. The army rushed straight into the western marsh camp. "Generals, kill!" Chen Nan shouted, and the soldiers behind him simultaneously raised their guns in response. For a while, the Shishu camp was filled with pleas for mercy and shouts of murder. There were also Western Shu soldiers, freshly awakened from their slumber, in their undergarments, coming out of the camp with torches in their hands to check out the situation. Unexpectedly, just coming out of the camp, he was greeted by a silver-colored lance. The tip of the gun pierced into the middle of his chest without mercy. The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at his already pierced chest. The body fell back unwillingly, and the torch in his hand was cast aside. Coincidentally, the torch fell to the ground and rolled down twice, right onto the camp. In just an instant, that camp burst into flames. Chen Nan didn't even look at him as he continued to walk towards the center army tent. At this time, those Shishu troops also realized that their side was only being sneak attacked from the front. Among them were soldiers in good armor running in all directions to the sides. Unfortunately, both Hong Yao and Wushu were leading infantry that were not as fast as Chen Nan. However, it ran right into this group of Western Shu's army that was running towards the flanks. The two sides immediately began to fight. How could the freshly awakened Western Shu army be a match for the Northern Wei army with a chest full of grievances? With only one encounter, those Western Shu armies could only helplessly retreat while fighting. Over here, Chen Nan arrived in the middle of the Shishu tent, followed by two soldiers. The tip of the gun picked through the tent curtain. Without waiting to walk in, a rebuke came from inside. "What kind of person? Who is it that enters this marshal's tent at will? Do you want to die?" As soon as he heard this voice, Chen Nan knew that he had found the right one. Decidedly, he walked in and saw that there were only two people in the tent. The moment Chen Nan walked in, the lance on Wang Dong's flank actually began to tremble. One of them, Wang Dong, was actually wearing a white liner. He could not help but sneer. "Wang Dong, letting you get away with it during the day." Upon seeing the visitor, Wang Dong immediately jumped up and pointed his index finger at Chen Nan in shock. You, Chen Nan." Chen Nan walked forward step by step, his aura gradually rising. Wang Dong, on the other hand, took one step backward and pushed his way to the edge of the tent, unable to retreat. As Chen Nan stopped in his tracks, the distance between the two was no more than 2 body lengths. Wang Dong could clearly feel the aura of Chen Nan's body in front of him, greatly shocked. You're not an 8th grade martial artist? Chen Nan snorted. I never said I was an 8th grade martial artist. Where is your master? Chen Nan asked immediately afterward. You know my master? Wang Dong looked strange. Yes, he did have a master who was an 8th grade martial artist. However, because of some special reason, once his master stepped out of the capital city of Western Shu, his strength would be severely reduced. The farther away from the capital city, the lower the strength will be, and when it reaches the farthest place, the strength will all disappear and turn into a commoner. However, Wang Dong was surprised that this matter was a top secret of Shishu, and he did not understand how Chen Nan knew about it. Since your master is still around, there is no need for you to live. Chen Nan snorted coldly, the bright silver spear in his hand gently picking up diagonally towards the front. Wang Dong smoothly dodged to the side and copied his own lance with his right hand to confront Chen Nan. Seeing this, Chen Nan held his spear and squinted at Wang Dong in front of him. Wang Dong, who had already gotten his weapon, could practically feel the gun in his hand trembling. Without thinking, he looked toward the silver-white gun in Chen Nan's hand. Only then did he realize that the gun in Chen Nan's hand actually had a pressure of its own. He was shocked. You actually refined the pressure? He, the West Shu Gun King, was not a fancy person, and the gun in his hand had already begun to take on the pressure of dealing with some people who were holding ordinary weapons. There was no need for him to do anything. The lance in his hand could scare the other party into palpitations. This was also the reason why he was able to defeat Hongming so easily before. However, the silver-colored lance in Chen Nan's hand in front of him not only had an intimidating pressure, but also completely suppressed his weapon. Suddenly, Chen Nan once again picked up the bright silver spear, while the pressure released from the spear body not only pressed the long spear in Wang Dong's hand to fall, but also made him lose all fighting spirit. With a light pick, the bright silver spear pierced through Wang Dong's jaw and came out from the back of his head. Wang Dong could never have imagined that he, who was known as the king of guns of Shishu, would die easily at the hands of Chen Nan. Following the direction of Wang Dong's collapse, Chen Nan glanced at the lance. Stepping out 2 steps, he picked up the lance in his hand, felt the gun in his hand that was still trembling more than once, and muttered, "It's a good gun, but it's a pity that it's with the wrong person." After pocketing the lance, he then commanded, "Someone come." Outside the tent, 2 Northern Wei soldiers quickly entered. What came into view was a large pool of dark red blood. Wang Dong's copper bell-like eyes caused the two to take a step back. People are dead, so what's there to be afraid of? Chop off his head and bring it back to Luchang. At Chen Nan's command, the 2 soldiers completed everything with great speed and retreated again. Afterward, Chen Nan looked down at the other man. You were lucky to bring Wang Dong's corpse back to Shishu. Soon, I will personally pay a visit. Leaving behind an inexplicable sentence, Chen Nan slowly exited the tent. Outside the tent, the battle had reached a white-hot stage. The soldiers of Shishu all reacted as well, desperately resisting the Northern Wei's attack. Chen Nan glanced at the soldiers on both sides. Pass the order down. The army shout loudly that Wang Dong is dead and those who surrender will not be killed. The 2 soldiers quickly straddled their warhorses and galloped towards the outside. Not long after, a voice rang out one after another. Wang Dong is dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. Those Shishu soldiers originally didn't believe that their marshal would die. You know, that was their gun king of Shishu, and his master was still a peak 8th grade martial artist. How could you die at the hands of the Northern Wei? However, the heads in the hands of the Northern Wei soldiers could not help but believe them. Under great pressure, there was the first man who threw away his weapon. Soon, one after another, the entire Western Marsh army surrendered. After counting the number of people, there were no more than 50,000 of Shishu's 100,000 strong army still alive, and the Northern Wei side lost thousands of soldiers. Chen Nan looked at the Western Shu soldiers in front of him. He spoke lightly, "Find a pit and bury it." The 3 people on the sidelines looked puzzled. Hongza inquired in a low voice, "Marshal, is it burying the dead, or the living, or?" Chapter 41 Jiang Jieyi really slaughtered the city. Hong Yao froze for half a day without hearing Chen Nan's reply. Thought the other party did not hear clearly. Asked again, "Marshal, is it buried dead or?" "It must have been buried dead." "Ah, and the captives all brought back to the city of Le." Chen Nan replied in a cold voice, "Holler, I'll send someone to dig a hole on the spot to bury the body." The 2 men, Hong Yao and Wu Xiu, each had their own duties, one arranging for the soldiers to dig the pit and the other working on the captives. The 2 of them looked enviously at Chen Nan, who was already far away. Chen Nan, who had already traveled far away, didn't have the heart to think about those chores. His mind was always on that long spear of Wang Dong's. He didn't understand how a small shishu could also create a weapon with a hint of might. One must know that in order to create a weapon that could carry power, the starting point would have to be the strength of a half-step grandmaster, and it was impossible for Shishu to press for the existence of such a person. Just as he was considering it, suddenly, a familiar mechanical sound came out of his head. Drop! Sioux City is facing a dangerous situation. Surrounded by 300,000 troops of Diqian. Please respond in time. Mission reward, reward the host with 10 years of cultivation. Mission failure, eliminate all rewards earned by the host through the system. Sioux City is under siege by the Great Qian army? Chen Nan muttered. He really couldn't imagine that the 100,000 strong army of Western Shu had all perished, and the 300,000 strong army of the Great Qian was besieged by them between La City and Sioux City. Chen Nan didn't understand how Jiang Jia could be so chipper that he went to defy all odds and attack Sioux City, but since the system had alerted, it meant that Su Chang must be in the middle of a crisis. Thinking of this, Chen Nan's steps to return to La City quickened a few more points. A quarter of an hour later, inside the Lucheng County office, Hong Ming, who had a cloth wrapped around his calf, sat alone on top of the high seat, and next to him stood the expressionless Hong Zhe, and before her knelt a dusty little soldier. When Chen Nan entered the county office, the little soldier just happened to start telling about it. Marshal, Jiang Jia is leading the Great Qian army to attack Sioux City without leaving any stone unturned. Earlier, General Hong Zhe took away 50,000 troops, resulting in an empty defense of Sioux City. The little one fought to the death before escaping out of Sioux City. Sioux City had fallen before the little one ran out, and the last military order Jiang Jia gave was to slaughter the city. At this point, Chen Nan realized that the crisis in Sioux City actually came from Jiang Jia of Diqian, and after listening to the soldier's description, Hong Ming stood up with a face full of anger and bellowed, "Men, organize the army and march with me." Hong Ming, don't be so impulsive. Chen Nan's voice suddenly came out. It caused Hong Ming in the hall to be taken aback for a moment, wondering, Chen Nan, didn't you lead an army to attack the Western Marsh army at night? It's over. Wang Dong is dead. It's his gun. And the Western Marsh army is finished. Chen Nan explained as he threw a pitch-black lance onto the ground. Looking at the slightly trembling lance on the ground, Hong Ming's eyes gradually became firm. She suddenly realized that after having Chen Nan, she seemed to have forgotten that she had once been the war god general of Northern Wei. Instead, they were little women, canaries, who had been captive by Chen Nan. Gradually, the aura on her body began to slowly rise, until finally, the aura that uniquely belonged to a 7th-grade martial artist was exposed to Chen Nan. With a determined look, Hong Ming coldly said, Marshal Chen, the situation in Sioux City is critical. As the commander of the army, I must go. Chen Nan also knew that the earlier Hong Ming was dead. The current Hong Ming was the true Northern Wei war god, and getting out of this predicament was also the path that she would have to go through if she wanted to break through to an 8th-grade martial artist in the future. Thereupon, Chen Nan stopped dissuading him and let out a light smile. Good, great marshal. As vice marshal, I should stand with my soldiers. The two men smiled at each other. In the next second, the smile disappeared and Hong Ming said with a straight face, Someone come. Two soldiers quickly ran in outside the county courthouse. Hong Ming then spoke. Pass on my military orders and order Hong Yao to sweep up as fast as possible. Then he led an army of 50,000 men to reinforce Sioux City. Make the two men Hong Zhe and Wushu lead an army of 30,000 men to defend the city of Lu. Without my orders, the 4 gates of Lu Castle are completely sealed. After the task is organized in 3 words, the two of them took the remaining 120,000 troops of Lu City and drove towards Sioux City at a hasty marching speed. Early in the morning, the sun rises slowly in the sky. The two of them, Hong Ming and Chen Nan, with their 120,000 troops, frowned as they looked at Sioux City, which was 2 miles away. 2 miles away, Chen Nan could smell a pungent odor of blood. At that moment, he recalled the soldier who had reported to Hong Ming yesterday, narrowed his eyes, and muttered to himself, Jiang Jia actually slaughtered the city for real? What did you say? Hong Ming next to him didn't have such a good sense of smell and didn't smell the blood in the air. Chen Nan bit her lip and tried to look as normal as possible. The tone of his voice, however, was still somewhat agitated as he repeated, Jiang Jia actually really massacred the city. What did you say? Jiang Jia slaughtered the city? Hong Ming's face changed drastically as he twisted his head to stare at Chen Nan's bitter expression. Even though Chen Nan had already repeated him, she was still unwilling to believe it. Jiang Jia actually will really slaughter the city. Chen Nan lowered his head and covered his face with his hand. Yes, the smell of blood in the air is too strong. Unless hundreds of thousands of people died, there wouldn't be such a strong smell of blood. Hongming also knew that Chen Nan had no reason to lie to her, much less cheat her. For a while, the mood of the two men grew heavy. As they got closer and closer to Sioux City, the atmosphere of the Northern Wei army became more and more subdued. There was already a small number of people who couldn't stand such a strong smell of blood and broke away from the large group. Alone, he ran to the side of the road and began to vomit profusely. Meanwhile, above the Great Qian Dynasty Hall, Wu Fingwan frowned, her face full of frost. The military information that was presented by the eunuch in her hand was pinched in her palm. Gritting his teeth, he loudly questioned. Speak? Didn't you guys say that Jiangzhou is engaged in a great war with Northern Wei at the border? Why did such a humiliating battle report come in? This battle report, naturally, was written by Jiangzhou before according to Hongming's request. And currently, only Wu Fingwan knew what was inside. Among the civil ministers, it was still the Taifu in red robes who slowly walked to the center of the hall. Out loud, he said, Your Majesty, may I ask what this war report is about? Seeing that the first person to come forward was actually the Taifu who was already ancient, Wu Fingwan's face became even more unsightly, forcibly holding back the anger in her heart. Her tone was as calm as possible as she said, Taifu Tian, see for yourself. In passing, he threw the ravaged war report in the center of the great hall. Tian Taifu tremblingly stooped down to pick up the battle report on the ground and read it carefully and in a whisper. Today, De Chen was defeated and 300,000 troops were trapped. Only read the first couple of sentences, and then pressed on with the rest. After reading the contents of the above, a mouthful of old blood was sprayed on top of the great hall. Gasping for air and pacifying his chest, Jiangzhou has wronged my De Chen. Jiangzhou has wronged my De Chen. If we had the Jinbei king around, how could we, Great Qian, have lost so completely? 2 words fell and he fainted straight away. But when Wu Fingwan heard this, her face was covered in frost. For a while, the courtiers did not even notice that Wu Fingwan was out of sorts, and one by one, they rushed forward to try to help Taifu Tian up. Tian Taifu was a veteran of 3 dynasties. To really be angry to death in this hall, then their Great Qian's reputation would be completely stigmatized. Just as the crowd rushed forward to assist, Wu Fingwan on the dragon chair snorted coldly. I'll see which one of you dares to move. Master Tian is also a veteran minister of our Great Qian for 3 dynasties. Is Emir Chen Nan really that important to our Great Qian? However, she seemed to have forgotten that in the past, when Chen Nan was around, there had never been anything but victorious battle reports, where she would have suffered such a crushing defeat. Not only her, but Jian Hai, who was chewing grapes on the side, also agreed. That's right, His Majesty is the Lord of Great Qian. Chen Nan is just a prince who has had his title cut off. As ministers, not only can you not share His Majesty's worries, but you dare to question His Majesty's will. Could it be that you want to revolt? Jiang Hai's hatchet is huge. He said this, causing the hands of those civil ministers who were assisting Taifu to be lashed out. Didn't dare to take a look at Taifu who was lying on the ground not knowing if he was dead or alive. Each man scowled and returned to the position that had been his. Only, the courtiers who returned to their positions looked at Jiang Hai with anger in their eyes. Chen Nan is just awesome. With Chen Nan, they people there need to think about the military. Just leave everything to him. Now well, Chen Nan Bei abolished. The title was cut. Dakian completely experienced a great defeat. The funniest thing is that the most authoritative person in Deqian actually doesn't realize it, giving away such a great talent to the enemy. Chapter 42 Hongyao Convergence. Seeing the courtiers move so cooperatively greatly satisfied the little bit of poor pride in Wu Fingwan's heart. She confirmed even more that she had made the right choice in sidelining Chen Nan and raising Jiang Hai's prestige. Do your part well, or else I can't guarantee whether or not I'll become the next Chen Nan. The ministers returned to their positions, each with a small plan in mind. If they had the same skills as Chen Nan, they would have long ago abandoned Deqian and found another way out. Who else would follow a brainless empress on public business? The key thing was that not only did they not have Chen Nan's ability, but they even more so did not have Chen Nan's vigor. Can't give up the wealth and high position that he got from struggling for a lifetime in Dakian. Only, Wu Fingwan seemed to have forgotten that without Chen Nan's words, their Great Qian would have perished long ago, much less so prosperous. Moreover, one should know that the last demand on the war report was for her to personally and publicly apologize to Chen Nan. Only, she couldn't handle the pressure after reading the first few entries and didn't even read the rest. Under her might, the courtiers below had no choice but to respectfully reply. We shall follow your Majesty's example. Summon the imperial physician to diagnose and treat Taifu Tian. Hearing this, the courtiers were relieved. Although Wu Fingwan was stupid, she was not stupid to a certain extent. Meanwhile, the Northern Wei army had already set up camp below Sioux City, above the southern wall of Sioux City. To Jiangzhou's right stood the grimly smiling Lin Xiao. The two of them looked down at Hong Ming and Chen Nan below. Zhang Jia did not hide the smugness on his face and let out his voice. Chen Nan, is this the skill of your Northern Wei Zhenan general? In my opinion, it's nothing more than that. That's right. What king of Zhenbei, what king of Zhenan, and how General Zhenan, are still prostrate at our Marshal Zhang's feet. To the side, Lin Qiao mocked similarly. The two of them were only focused on their own mouths, but they completely failed to notice Chen Nan's darkened face. Pulling Hong Ming aside, he twisted his head and headed towards the camp. Zhang Jia on the city wall, on the other hand, was more energized. Chen Nan, what are you running for? Doesn't Su Chang want it anymore? Ha ha ha, you didn't see it last night. I have to say that your Northern Wei women are not only very moist, but also very loud. That's right, it's just that the siege was a bit of a struggle, otherwise it would only have been more enjoyable. Lin Qiao glanced at Zhang Jia, and the two of them laughed out loud at the same time. Listening to the taunts behind him, Chen Nan did not say anything, only grasping Hong Ming's hand even harder, the veins exposed on the back of his hand fully illustrating his heart. Sighting the backs of the two slowly leaving, Zhang Jia became more energized. Chen Nan, what are you running for? I still have a big gift for you, Zhang Jia said and waved his hand. For a moment, both of them turned around at the same time, only to see uncountable corpses being thrown down from the city walls. The vast majority of those corpses were the defenders of the original Su city. Interspersed among them were a number of old men and women. After the body was thrown, the mocking voice came again. Ha ha ha, Chen Nan, do you like this gift? Zhang Jia, enjoy your last few days. I promise, you'll only be worse off than them. Chen Nan's voice was calm, and in his words, he did not carry a trace of emotion. And those who were familiar with him knew that the Chen Nan at this time would only become even more terrifying. And in the face of Chen Nan's threat, Zhang Jia didn't take it seriously at all. High and mighty, he picked his nose. Come on, I have 30 large armies defending Su city. There are still 100,000 Western Shu troops on the outskirts of Lu Castle to give you pressure. Not only that, but I've requested reinforcements from the court. You don't really think I'm just a fancy person, do you? Chen Nan knew that he was right. He had also observed just now that there were about 20,000 defenders on the south wall. I believe the other 4 doors are similar. As for the rest, it was thought that Zhang Jia had been used as a backup army. After returning to the tent, Chen Nan looked at the approaching sunlight that was nearing the sky and spoke blandly. It's noon. I think General Hong Yao is about to arrive, right? Hong Ming nodded. Almost. When he arrives, we'll discuss the battle plan directly. And at this moment the Northern Wei courtroom exploded. Above the hall, the despondent Northern Wei Empress Dowager held a war report in her hands in the same way. This battle report is the one that was transmitted from Su City to the capital city after the attack on Su City last night. It describes in detail how the 300,000 strong army led by Zhang Jia captured their city. After Eunuch Wang finished reading out the contents of the battle report, the courtiers below began a heated discussion, until the Empress Dowager patted the dragon chair and reminded, "Secretaries, are you done discussing?" As soon as the words fell, a civil official in red robes walked to the center of the hall. Seeing him stand out, the clerical party recalled muttering voices. This Qin Qingmin, who always prides himself on being a scholar in his day-to-day life, appeared in front of the crowd in a white suit. Today is a good day to have a chance to be sarcastic and just change into official clothes. That's right. The person who stood out was none other than the dean of the Longtu Academy, Qin Qingmin. Seeing the person standing in the center, even the Empress Dowager of Northern Wei rubbed her forehead helplessly, forcing out a smile. Does Qin Iching have an opinion? Qin Qingmin perfunctorily clasped his fists. Empress Dowager, what I want to know is why General Chen, who clearly has the ability to annihilate the great Qian army, is dragging his feet again and again? This was evident to him, a dean who imparted knowledge of officialdom, and even more so to others. With him taking the lead, to the right, a young man in armor came to the center in one stride, respectfully cupping his fists. He said, Empress Dowager, I would like to know the same thing. Is it really appropriate in my Northern Wei for General Chen, who is the deputy commander of the army, to cross over General Hong, who is the commander-in-chief, to command the army? For a while, regardless of civil and military, when they saw that it was these two people who stood out, they all sucked in a mouthful of cold air. What the civil servant was puzzled about was Qin Qingmin's station. On the other hand, the side of the military generals were puzzled. It was a known fact that Lightfeather and Chen Nan did not have a good relationship. Only, no one thought that at such a crucial moment, Lightfeather would actually come out and step on it. In the face of the two men's questions, the Empress Dowager gave a perfunctory cry. General Chen is a general that I personally recommended, and the war has not yet ended, so the outcome is not yet known. Are you all in such a hurry to convict General Chen? The ministers saw that the Empress Dowager was favoring Chen Nan as usual. Right, Prime Minister Chang Sun-do couldn't help himself and walked to the center to speak. Empress Dowager. We all know about General Chen's strength, but Empress Dowager, don't forget that he, Chen Nan, was originally the Jinbei king of Great Qian. Actually, Nagasundo didn't want to speak. It was just that Qin Shingmen was putting too much pressure on him. Just a few days ago, Qin Shingmen took a bunch of letters and visited Chang Sun-do at night. The two talked in the chamber for a full 2 hours. That's what brings us to Nagasundo, who is speaking today. Enough! The Empress Dowager hammered down the dragon chair and tore the war report in her hand to shreds with force. Do you think Mourner doesn't know what's in your hearts? If it weren't for the fact that Northern Wei still needs you, do you think that I don't know about the you've done? This matter ends here, and this battle report will be treated as if the mourning family never saw it. Border warfare will continue to be dominated by General Hong and supplemented by General Chen. The moment the words fell, a high voice entered from outside the Great Hall. Report! Marshal Chen attacked the Western Shu army at night, decapitating Western Shu General Wang Dong, killing 50,000 enemies and capturing 50,000. Report! Hearing this battle report, the crowd's expressions had strange expressions. In particular, the three people who had just spoken had a look on their faces like they had eaten rat droppings, and the Northern Wei Empress Dowager finally surfaced a smile. Listen, this is what our Northern Wei generals should do. Instead of standing in the courtroom talking about, doubting, and denigrating your own countrymen, Aiching Qin, Prime Minister Chang Sun, and General Lightfeather, I hope that the three of you can reflect on this after you go down there. Retreat. Familiar Cockney voice. Familiar words. The court ended there. As for Sioux City, the Northern Wei camp, Hong Yao led an army of 50,000 just in time to meet up with Hong Ming and the others. Chapter 43. Take no prisoners in this battle. Not far from Sioux City, in the Northern Wei camp, Hong Yao hurriedly entered the tent. As soon as he entered, he noticed that the atmosphere was very grave, coupled with the angry expressions on Hong Ming and Chen Nan's faces. Doubtfully, he said, Marshal Chen, did something unexpected happen? That villain Jiang Zhe, he actually massacred the city. Hong Ming explained indignantly. She had begun to regret why she hadn't immediately killed Jiang Zhe when she had determined her advantage in the beginning. What? Slaughter? Slaughtered the city? Hong Yao's eyes widened. It had been a long time since he had heard of such a thing as a massacre. And right now, not only is it happening right in front of them, but it's their Northern Wei city that's being slaughtered. Marshal, give the order. I'm willing to be the vanguard. If I can't take Sioux City, I'll carry my head. Hong Yao decisively knelt in the center. And this time, he knelt directly, pressing on with no consideration of the difficulty of being on your full knees while wearing armor. Pass on my military orders. Hong Ming fiercely stood up. His eyes swept over the two Chen Nan, and he said in a loud voice, Order, Hong Yao to lead an army of 50,000 men to besiege the western gate of Sioux City. Order Marshal Chen to lead an army of 50,000 men to attack the northern gate of Sioux City. I will personally lead an army of 70,000 men to besiege the two southeastern gates and take charge of the overall situation. Remember, in this battle, we Northern Wei don't need prisoners, my lord. Chen Nan and Hong Yao replied at the same time. Immediately afterward, Hong Yao glanced at the two men and took the lead to walk out of the tent. Subsequently, Chen Nan also glanced at Hong Ming, smiled slightly, and was about to turn around and leave when he was called by Hong Ming. Marshal Chen. At the sound of the voice, Chen Nan turned around. Is there anything else the marshal wants? Hong Ming took a step forward. Marshal Chen. The northern gate of Sioux City is the According Gorge Pass. Although this pass is easy to defend and difficult to attack, there are only 5,000 defenders inside the pass. After crossing the According to the Gap Pass you can enter the Northern Wei hinterland directly. So I'm counting on Marshal Chen for such an important task. Chen Nan let out a light laugh. Don't worry, I am more familiar with the terrain of Northern Wei than you are. Hearing this, Hong Ming froze. She knew that Chen Nan was right. According to the Gorge Pass, although it was easy to defend and difficult to attack, the previous did Qian, with Chen Nan's reinforcement. According to the Gorge Pass, this majestic pass belonging to the Northern Wei dynasty, but has been in the hands of the Great Qian. It wasn't until Chen Nan was abolished that Hong Ming took it back. Both sides exchanged glances, and Chen Nan left the tent. Looking at Chen Nan's back as he left, Hong Ming sighed. In fact, she preferred to leave Chen Nan in the front battlefield, but no one could have guessed whether the completely deranged Jiang Zhe would throw himself on his own. After further consideration, she still arranged for Chen Nan to go to the north gate. Only, by arranging it this way, she was in effect allowing Chen Nan to defend according to the Gorge Pass, not expecting him to have much of an offensive against Sioux City. However, She did not expect that the first one to open the gates of Sioux City was actually Chen Nan, who was not favored by her. Hong Ming checked his own armor and breathed a sigh of relief, stepping out of the tent with an expressionless face. A quarter of an hour later, Hong Yao arrived under the western gate of Sioux City with an army of 50,000 men. Jiang Jia and Lin Xiao on the city's head looked at the raging Northern Wei army below and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Marshal Jiang, is Northern Wei crazy? They only have a total of 200,000 troops. How dare they put more than 100,000 on the battlefield of Sioux City? Could it be that he, Chen Nan, is not afraid of the 100,000 Western Shu army in the city? Lin Xiao swallowed and spoke the situation of the moment. Jiang Jia, who was on the side, gave a blank look. If I knew what that bastard Chen Nan thought, would I still need you to teach me? At this moment, Jiang Jia somewhat regretted following Lin Xiao's advice. He wanted to make peace with Northern Wei, and at the same time he knew that Hong Ming would not give him that chance. Lin Xiao frowned and forced himself to calm down. Marshal, haven't we requested reinforcements from the court? According to the speed of the urgent report, I think it will reach the courtroom early tomorrow morning. Perhaps we only need to hold out for 2 days for reinforcements to come. These words undoubtedly gave Jiang Jia a peace of mind. Licking his lips, he looked in the direction of De Qian and opened his mouth as if he was talking to himself, or as if he was asking a general question. Lin Xiao, do you think that His Majesty will really send us reinforcements? However, Jiang Jia's voice was too small, so Lin Xiao didn't hear it clearly. Over here, Hong Yao had just arrived under the west gate and pressed the soldiers to give them time to rest. Directly ordered, brothers, set up the ladder. The first one to climb the city wall will be rewarded with 1,000 gold. Heavy rewards will be rewarded. Under Hong Yao's pie, the Northern Wei soldiers wailed and charged forward. As for himself, he was methodically directing from the back. At the east gate of Sioux City, Hong Ming had placed a 30,000 strong army brigade at this location. 20 personal guards were purposely sent to lead these soldiers. As for herself, she personally led an army of 50,000 men to the bottom of the south gate. Hong Ming looked at the top of the city and sneered. Jiang Jia, you asked for this. Directly ordered. Generals, charge with this marshal. With a command, Hong Ming was the first to charge out on his white horse. It was only after another quarter of an hour that Chen Nan arrived at the northern gate with an army of 50,000 men. He did not immediately command his soldiers to attack the city. Instead, he took 2 of his personal guards and improvised a stone table under the city. Another jug of spirits was brought for himself, and with each sip, the sound of smashing his mouth was purposely put out loud. He was well aware that all soldiers, overwhelmingly, preferred to drink. This is how they can wax lyrical about the boring training and marching they do all day. The main thing is that, as small soldiers, if they are not careful, they will be defeated and captured, or they will die on the battlefield. Drinking and beauty became their only preferences. After Chen Nan took a sip of the strong wine, he provocatively glanced at the city head and let out. This Northern Wei's wine is just as strong, and I don't know how many times stronger than De Qian's wine. As soon as these words came out, the defenders on the city's head looked at Chen Nan below the city with murderous eyes. If it wasn't for the military order pressuring them, I'm afraid that they would all dare to come down and open the city gates to have a real fight with Chen Nan. Looking at the appearance of the defenders on the city, Chen Nan sneered a few times in his heart. He knew that the odds were that Sioux City had already been taken down by him. It was just that the time had not yet come. On the side, the 2 junior soldiers who had supported the stone table for him were also looking at Chen Nan with envy, licking their lips from time to time. The 2 men wanted to drink too, but their status was there and they didn't deserve it. As Chen Nan drank glass after glass of wine, the soldiers at the top of the city couldn't hold back any longer, and one of the skirmishers quietly retreated down the wall when the crowd wasn't looking. But if his movements could be concealed from others, how could they be concealed from Chen Nan, a half-step grandmaster expert? Only to see Chen Nan turn the cup downwards, the entire cup of spirits was spilled by him onto the ground. A small circle of smoke rose from the ground. The movement was watched as both the soldiers at the top of the city and the 2 skirmishers beside him angrily nuzzled their mouths. There was a hint of hatred in the gaze that looked at Chen Nan. Meanwhile, on the southern gate, Jiang Jia was resisting Hong Ming's fierce attack with an army of 30,000 men. Corpses were everywhere on the city walls, which had long been stained with blood. Marshal, I have something urgent to report. Jiang Jia, who shot an arrow, turned back with scarlet eyes. Say what you have to say quickly. Marshal, Chen Nan of Northern Wei set up stone tables at the north gate, drinking and eating meat in front of the army, and insulting us. The visitor intentionally exaggerated his words just to get Jiang Jia's attention, but the latter had begun to be overwhelmed by Hong Ming's attacks. There was no mind to pay any attention to what was really going on at the north gate. Just when he heard that North Gate Chen Nan was just drinking and eating meat underneath the city, he kicked the junior soldier who came to report in the stomach. Asterisk 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 come to report to me on this little matter? I thought Chen Nan had attacked the North Gate in force. Get lost, and next time don't bother me with such trivial matters. Jiang Jia reprimanded the visitor and hurriedly turned his head to set up his bow and shoot an arrow. It couldn't be helped. Hongming's offense was just too much. The southern gate was guarded by him personally, and he also lost 20,000 soldiers to barely hold the attack. But the men actually bothered Chen Nan because he was drinking and eating meat under the city. It's a good thing they didn't just decapitate the pawn. The young soldier, helpless, sighed and limped back to the North City head, covering his stomach. Chapter 44, Icy Touch. As time passed, Chen Nan had one cup after another. Soon the sun was setting and it was gradually reaching dusk. The two soldiers next to him could no longer look on, and one of them suggested in a low voice, Marshal Chen, the attack on the south and west gates and its ferocity. It's not good for us to drink here, is it? Chen Nan glanced at the little soldier who opened his mouth. What do you know? This is strategy. With just one sentence, he dismissed the questions of the junior soldiers under his command. Then, picking up his glass again, he took a big gulp. As the sky darkened, the attack on the south and west gates stopped along with the color of the sky. At the top of the city, Jiang Jia, whose armor was stained with blood, looked at the Northern Wei army that had begun to retreat in large numbers under the city walls and sighed in relief. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that I have an army of 300,000 men, this Sioux city wouldn't necessarily be able to hold it. By the faint light, a person behind Jiang Jia came and spoke with a tired voice. How's it going, Marshal? As soon as he heard the voice, Jiang Jia sighed powerlessly. Alas, it's just like that. Just hold on for 2 more days and wait for the imperial reinforcements to come. Lin Xiao, what's the status of the battle at the West Gate? Marshal, the one attacking the West Gate is Hong Yao. That guy is as crazy, round after round, not treating the soldiers under him like human beings at all. In one whole afternoon, 20,000 men were killed at Westgate. Hundreds of those soldiers also fled from the battlefield and let me decapitate them. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and spat unfortunately. Well, special circumstances, someone escaping just cut them down directly. The priority is to hold Sioux City. Jiang Jia didn't have such a compassionate heart. In his opinion, all those who got in his way had to die. What's more, it was only a few hundred pawns he couldn't even name. Suddenly, Jiang Jia laughed. By the way, someone over at the North Gate said that Chen Nan was drinking and eating meat under the city. Funny you say. At such a critical moment, Hong Ming and Hong Yao have both become insane. This Chen Nan is actually in the mood to drink and eat meat under our city's head. If it wasn't for my brother personally telling me that Chen Nan had been invalidated by His Majesty, I would have thought that he had really been sent to the Northern Wei. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao, who had just caught his breath, once again raised his heart to his throat. Marshal, we have to be on guard on Chen Nan's side. As a Dakian, Jiang Jia had only heard of Chen Nan's formidable reputation, but Lin Xiao himself was a military general of the Great Qian dynasty, so he naturally knew Chen Nan's skills. That's why it's such a concern. On the contrary, Jiang Jia frowned. Not so much. As powerful as he is, Chen Nan is just one person. Our Sioux city has 300,000 defenders. Saying this, Lin Xiao's face not only didn't stretch, but instead frowned tighter. Marshal, why don't you send someone to guard the North Gate tonight? Guard the North Gate? Jiang Jia was full of reluctance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm tired all day, and at night, when everyone else is resting, I still have to go to guard the North Gate? Go ahead if you want. I'm going to bed. Putting down a sentence, Jiang Jia didn't even look at Lin Xiao and went straight down to the city. Seeing Jiang Jia leave, Lin Xiao stood at the top of the city, looking out at the distant Northern Wei camp and muttering to himself. He, Jiang Jia, is the Grand Marshal. Even if Sioux City is lost, what does it have to do with me? Lin Xiao? Having talked himself out of it, Lin Zhou ignored it and followed closely down to the top of the town. At this time, on the top of the north gate of Sioux City, the defenders, whose nerves had been strained all day, saw the night fall, and one by one they sat crouching on the ground, leaning against the walls, and talked. General, do you think the Northern Wei will suddenly attack the city later? Humph, it'll be. Can't you see that the generals of the Northern Wei have been drinking all day during the day? So where's the spirit to attack the city? I'm just afraid he's asleep inside the tent at this hour. Let's not talk about the others. Let's also get some rest quickly. It might be another bad battle when we get up tomorrow, said the man, already snoring. The soldiers of the Great Qian saw the generals all huffing and puffing, and followed along, entering the land of dreams. Under the city, inside Chen Nan's tent, Inside the tent stood 5 of his own guards, among them the 2 who had supported the stone table for him during the day. Chen Nan smiled slightly and pointed at the young soldier who had asked him during the day. "What's your name?" "Marshal Chen. My name is Mo Bai." "Mo Bai. Good name." The words came, and Chen Nan's clueless eyes suddenly erupted with a brilliant light as he commanded. "It's about the 11th hour now, and by the time it's midnight, the Dakian soldiers at the top of the city are getting sleepy. I'll go up and open the gates to the city. At that time, each of the 4 of you will lead an army of 10,000 men and enter the city in batches." "Marshal, the little man has..." Before Chen Nan finished speaking, Mo Bai boldly interrupted. Unexpectedly, Chen Nan glared at him, not giving him the chance to interject at all. "Don't interrupt when I'm talking." Then, he continued to set up. "Mo Bai, you lead 10,000 men to guard the city gates. Remember, when all 40,000 troops have entered, as long as someone runs out the door, regardless of whether they are enemy or friend, they will be directly hacked to death." After the incident of the massacre, Chen Nan had completely let go of the grudge of the first emperor of Diqian. He also figured out that since he joined the Northern Way, he should be loyal to the Northern Way, instead of still remembering the previous Diqian. Only after he finished speaking did Chen Nan look at Mo Bai. "What did you want to say just now?" "Marshal Chen. I will live up to my expectations and guard the Northern Gate for Marshal Chen, never letting a single person escape." Mo Bai clasped his hands and knelt respectfully. The people inside the tent did not have the slightest doubt that Chen Nan really had the ability to open the gates to the city, and believed him unconditionally. Chen Nan nodded and spoke again. "When the time comes, don't forget to send a few trusted people. Tell them to inform the Marshal and General Hong Yao separately. Please make sure that the 2 of you keep each of the gates under control." Mo Bai nodded heavily once again. The night is late. Just when everyone was in the middle of dreamland, Chen Nan slowly walked out of the tent and looked at the northern gate of the city from afar. At the top of the city, he didn't see a single person standing. At this moment, he knew that Su City had been taken. 10 years of kung fu was enough for him to completely break through to Zhongshan, and he also had the ability to go on a mission to Western Sichuan. Not only that, but he added another person to his list when he traveled to Western Sichuan. Chen Nan's right hand was raised high in the air, frozen in place for a moment. His heart was also thumping violently. With the fall of his right hand, the 50,000 strong Northern Way army behind him checked themselves at the same time as if they had discussed it. In the next second, Chen Nan, who had been at the front of the army in the previous moment, ran toward the North City Gate with a speed that was as ghostly as its own. For a distance of 5 miles, Chen Nan had only used 15 or 16 breaths. Under the city gate, Chen Nan estimated the distance. Steadying his mind and breath, he took a big vertical jump. Hands gripped the edge of the wall steadily. Looking upward, his eyes filled with excitement as he looked at the distance of about 10 feet. At once, the feet pressed hard and climbed upward, one step at a time. Soon, Chen Nan stood with both feet on the top of the city, and with a light jump, landed inside the city. Chen Nan, who had just landed on the ground, reached for the lock. On this wipe, on the left hand, a cold sensation surged. Chapter 45. You're Chen Nan? What man? A shout came out in the stillness of the night. Chen Nan clearly knew that he was touching the upper part of the armor. Not only that, but there was an odor of urine coming from his nose. He could never have imagined that at such a critical moment, he would actually bump into a Diqian soldier getting up in the middle of the night to relieve himself. Crucially, he also touched heads with the man who relieved him. The man looked at Chen Nan's black armor, and the person who relieved him knew that this person was not one of their Diqian. His mouth had just opened, and before the first word could be shouted out, Chen Nan covered his mouth. What luck to be the first person to die at my hands this night, or painlessly. Chen Nan smiled evilly and said softly. That person could not have imagined that Chen Nan of the Northern Wei province had appeared in the middle of a city defended by their 300,000 troops of Diqian. For a moment, the man struggled haphazardly with his limbs. The more he struggled, the more strength Chen Nan had in his hands. Find a good angle and aim a hard pinch at the knot of his throat. The man then stopped struggling, and his pale-faced body was slowly placed on the ground by Chen Nan. Unexpectedly, such a tiny sound still disturbed the soldiers sleeping aside. A suspicious voice came out. Who is it? What's the ghost screaming for in the middle of the night? Stop it. It might be a mouse. If you have this time, you might as well get more sleep. Looking at the soldiers lying on all fours around him, the expressionless Chen Nan took one step at a time and carefully stepped over the corpses under his feet before arriving at the city gates. A smile finally appeared on his face as he looked at the thick wooden gates in front of him. Hands pressed down on the bolt and removed the stick that had been inserted in it. Pull hard. Squeak. Just as it rang out, voices erupted from above the city. Who is opening the gates? The sound was so loud that most of the sleeping soldiers on the city walls rubbed their eyes in confusion. Seeing this, Chen Nan did not dare to continue delaying, and ignoring the sound emanating from it, he pulled with all his might. Those hundreds of pounds of wooden doors were hardened and pulled open by him alone. Somebody! Somebody! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone's opening the gates! In a flash, all kinds of voices cascaded over the city. On the contrary, Chen Nan, with a calm face, opened the city gate completely. In an instant, countless soldiers poured in from outside the city. Those soldiers had endless hatred on their faces. Just as soon as they entered the city gates, they looked around for enemies, trying to vent their anger. After opening the gates to the city, he ran through the streets only, towards the Sioux City County office. Meanwhile, the people sent by Mo Bai arrived at Hong Yao at the west gate first. Hong Yao, who was resting inside the tent, heard that it was someone sent by Chen Nan. He didn't even have time to put on his armor and came straight to the tent in his white shirt. Seeing the visitor, he shouted, "Marshal Chen asked you to come, but what are your orders?" By military order of Marshal Chen, General Hong Yao is ordered to gather the entire army to guard the western gate of Sioux City to prevent the escape of the Deqian soldiers. Well, I know about this. What else? Hong Yao was at the stage of being sleepy. He didn't listen clearly at all and only thought of sending the person in front of him away in a perfunctory manner. But when he heard half of it, he reacted, his mouth and pupils expanding at the same time. What did you say? Marshal Chen asked me to guard the west gate of Sioux City? He was confused and made a point of looking at his surroundings. He's right inside the tent. It's not wrong for them to be the ones attacking the city. How come they've suddenly turned into gathering the entire army to defend the west gate? Cocking his head, he pondered for half a day. And in the end, still not sure, he asked, "Are you sure you're right? Marshal Chen asked me to guard the west gate?" The same scene is happening together at Southgate. Hong Ming looked at the half-kneeling man in front of him and queried, "What is Marshal Chen's intention in having this marshal guard the southern and eastern gates?" Reporting to the marshal, "The north gate of Sioux City has been broken. I am under the military order of Marshal Chen, and I am here to ask for the marshal's help." "What did you say? The north gate is broken?" Hong Ming was so excited that even his body leaned forward a few points. She couldn't believe that she had originally sent Chen Nan just to prevent Jiangja from attacking according to the Gorge Pass in a desperate attempt. But this person in front of him actually said that Chen Nan had breached the north gate? The grueling attack and defense during the day was still etched in her mind. Hard to kill the first batch of Jiangja's defenders and replace the second batch of defenders when they come up. She had only given the army a quarter of an hour to rest and recuperate, and immediately after that, she launched the second round of the siege. You should know that Jiangja's first round of defenders had a full 30,000 men. It took her all day to kill the first ones. But what did Chen Nan do? She had heard from her men that Chen Nan was drinking strong wine under the north gate during the day. How long has it been? The north gate has fallen? At this moment, Hong Ming was in a daze. She didn't dare to imagine what kind of godly person Chen Nan was to be able to capture the northern gate in such a short period of time. However, she knew that if she didn't give the order yet, she was only afraid that with Chen Nan's 50,000 troops, Sioux City would soon be back in Jiangja's hands. At that moment, without any hesitation at all, he ordered in a loud voice, "The whole army listens to the order. Fully armed, attack the city." As the military order was passed on, the Northern Wei camp began to move at once. In the middle of the night, the soldiers of Northern Wei not only didn't dislike it when they heard the military order to suddenly attack the city, but they were all fighting spirit. They had long ago learned from Hong Ming. The 10,000 defenders inside the city in front of them plus more than 200,000 civilians were all massacred by the Deqian army. At one time, the Northern Wei army at the southeast and west gates were wearing armor at the same time, slowly approaching the gates at a very slow march. To an outsider, this march looks very bizarre. And at this moment, Chen Nan had already arrived at the entrance of the county office. He looked at the red wooden door in front of him and casually threw away the body of the guard. Hands pushed open the cold door and felt the breeze for a moment before crossing the threshold and slowly entering. After searching the rooms in the courtyard for half a day, there was no sign of Jiang Zhou or Lin Xiao. Looking at the inner hall of the county courthouse, he rubbed his nose and left only a residual shadow behind. Meanwhile, in the inner hall, Jiang Zhou was snoring under a large red quilt. Before he realized it, a second person had entered inside the room. Chen Nan, who had entered the room, didn't rush to wake up Jiang Zhou. Instead, he sat on the round table with a calm face, picked up the teapot, and poured a cup of already cooled tea into the cup. Looking at the yellowed tea in the cup, the corner of Chen Nan's mouth rose. "Enjoy the last cup of tea in your life." Saying that, aiming at Jiang Zhou's face, a whole cup of herbal tea was thrown as much as he could. In an instant, Jiang Zhou sat up, surveyed his surroundings, and shouted, Who the is screwing with me? Lin Xiao? Are you kid tired of living? Jiang Zhe thought it was Lin Xiao joking because he hadn't accepted his opinion on guarding the northern gate. You seem to be not awake yet? Chen Nan laughed softly. That sound? Jiang Zhe felt that the voice was a bit unfamiliar. Unfamiliar yet with a hint of familiarity. Rubbing his hazel eyes, it was only then that he could see the people in the room. With only one glance, he was shocked and said, You are actually Chen Nan? How did you get in here? Jiang Zhe was completely dumbfounded. Chen Nan, who should have been drinking and eating meat under the North City Gate in impotent rage, appeared in front of him at this moment. How could this not alarm him? Chapter 46, Don't both of you want it? Give it to me instead. Come on man. Somebody, enemy attack. Gang Chiol panicked and kept fiddling with his hands as a cry for help came out of his mouth. Looking at the near-epileptic Jiang Zhe in front of him, Chen Nan laughed a few points louder. You seem very reluctant to see me? Jiang Zhe's voice drew up a few points. Lin Xiao, where did you die? Chen Nan didn't stop him from asking for help. Just as well, calling Lin Xiao out would save him from wasting time looking for it. At Jiang Zhe's loud shouts, as a small door next to it was pushed open, Lin Xiao, who was also wearing a white liner, rubbed his eyes with both hands and asked while playing hatchet. Marshal, this is the middle of the night. Can it be that the Northern Way has attacked the city again? Lin Xiao man is out, but he is not at all clear about the situation at the moment. Angry Jiang Zhe copied a pillow and smashed it up, angrily saying, You mother asterisk. Open your dog's eyes and see clearly. Is this the Northern Way attacking the city? Who knows? When he heard that it wasn't the Northern Way attacking the city, Lin Xiao was even more indifferent. Marshal, it's not the Northern Way attacking the city, so what's the point of calling me in the middle of the night? After asking, Lin Xiao was completely awake, simply because he saw that there was suddenly one more person in the room where there were originally only two. The expression on his face was a few points better than Jiang Zhe's before, and his right hand was slightly raised. Trembling, he pointed at Chen Nan and said in a clubbed voice, You're Chen Nan? No, you're not Chen Nan. Chen Nan is in the north of the city. How could he appear at the county office? Saying that, he laughed crazily and walked towards Jiang Zhe. Marshal, in the middle of the night, why are you still specifically looking for someone who looks almost as good as Chen Nan to scare the last general? When he walked in front of Jiang Zhe, he tapped up his shoulder behind him. It took that shot for him to realize something was wrong. Simply because Jiang Zhe's shoulder had no temperature at all, just like a dead person. With a confirming glance at Jiang Zhe, he mechanically turned his head to look at Chen Nan behind him. You can't really be Chen Nan, can you? Chen Nan shook his head. Boring. Smoothly, he pulled down the curtain by the bed and tied the two together. It wasn't until their hands were tied together that the two recognized reality. Chen Nan, who was supposed to be drinking in the north of the city, actually captured the two of them at Zihao. This also meant that the 300,000 strong army defending Su City hadn't even been able to hold it for a day. In this situation, Lin Xiao appeared calm. He had heard too many rumors about Chen Nan. In his opinion, capturing a city in a day was nothing at all. As for Jiang Zhe, who was on the side, his hands kept waving and begging for mercy. Chen Nan, Chen Shui, I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Just spare me this time. Lin Xiao knew that falling into Chen Nan's hands, the two had completely lost their chances. He kindly advised, Marshal Jiang, save your strength. It will be more painful on the way to the Yellow Springs. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe's face changed and he angrily rebuked. Lin Xiao, you son of a, if it wasn't for your detrimental moves, how could I have slaughtered the city? Once he heard this, Lin Xiao couldn't help himself. You damn it, get it straight. You're the marshal. What's it got to do with me? Jiang Zhe gave up arguing with Lin Xiao and turned his eyes up to look at Chen Nan. Bending both knees, he directly knelt down. Marshal Chen, it's because I was blind to the fact that I shouldn't have massacred the city. I know I'm wrong. Chen Nan shook his head and gagged both of them with the extra curtain. You just know you're going to die. Immediately afterward, Chen Nan yanked the knot with one hand and dragged the two men to walk on the ground. As he walked, he shouted, Jiang Zhe Lin Xiao has been captured. Gang Chiol Lim Kyo has been captured. At first, among the roads he passed through, those soldiers of Diqian did not believe it at all. Before they saw the two people who were being dragged behind Chen Nan with blood spikes hollering, having to believe in the reality of the marshal's capture, he had to throw the weapon in his hand on the ground and raise his hands above his head in supplication. I am willing to surrender. In their eyes, a group of small soldiers was just a group of small soldiers, and as long as they surrendered they wouldn't have much of a problem. But they didn't see Lin Xiao, who was being dragged by Chen Nan. gazing at the little soldier with a sneer, as if looking at a bunch of dead people. Finally, as Chen Nan walked to the north gate, the lower half of the clothes of the two people behind him had long since become unreadable in their original form. The blood mixed with the dirt, sticky and wet, with a hint of red in the center. Suddenly, Mobai ran up to Chen Nan, his face full of smiles. Marshal Chen, the last general, lived up to his expectations. Not a single person ran out of the north gate. Chen Nan nodded his head as an affirmation of his actions. As for the other three gates, they were under the guard of both Hong Ming and Hong Yao. The Dacian soldiers came out one by one to kill one. For a while, the other three gates were more frightening to the Dacian soldiers than the northern gate. Chen Nan threw the two people behind him in front of Mobai. Keep an eye on both of them. Don't let them die. In addition, inform the Marshal and General Hong Yao that the three gates are reserved for guards, and lead the army to enter Sioux City from the north gate and prepare for the harvest. As the words fell, Chen Nan's face was extremely cold, without a hint of color. The tone of speech actually caused Mobai to take 2 steps back and shiver, muttering, "Hiss, is this our northern Wei Jinnan king? The pressure is so strong." Without any thought, Mobai waved his hand and called for dozens of people to surround the half-dead Jiang Jia and Lin Xiao in the center. 2 more people were sent to report to Hong Ming and Hong Yao. As for himself, he followed closely behind Chen Nan. In the face of this situation, Chen Nan merely glanced at him and did not say much. Soon, Hong Ming and Hong Yao arrived at the north entrance at the same time. Seeing the northern gate full of northern Wei soldiers guarding it, the two people dared to completely believe it. Sioux City was actually really the first to be breached by Chen Nan through the northern gate. After the three of them met, Hong Ming blushed and instantly returned to normal. Appreciatingly, he said, "Occupying Sioux City, Chen Shui is in the first place." After returning to the court, this marshal will explain the situation to the young emperor and the Empress Dowager. Chen Nan hemmed and hawed. The occupation of Sioux City is all credited, so I can't be counted alone. He was right. If it wasn't for the cooperation of both Hong Ming and Hong Yao, he could only capture Sioux City, but he couldn't do anything to wipe out Jiang Jia's army. This matter is settled. Hong Ming was decisive and directly set Su Cheng's credit. The scene of both sides backing down tickled Hong Yao's heart as he watched from the side. Nice guys, one hard to stuff the credit and one hard to not want it. Why don't you give it to me? I want it. However, he was just whining. If he was really asked to say it, he didn't have the guts. After all, Chen Nan's credit was not something that anyone could steal. While Hong Yao was whining, Chen Nan pointed at the Jiang Jia duo surrounded by dozens of people in the corner. Marshal, these two are the main figures in the massacre. Hong Ming and the two of them looked in the direction of Jiang Jia's finger. The two were still half dead, just smelling more like urine. Suddenly, a system alert sound rang out in Chen Nan's mind. Drops, host completion detected. Rewards being distributed. Drops, 10 years of Kung Fu has been issued successfully. May I ask if the host will use it? Chen Nan inwardly shook his head slowly. No, now is not the time to use it. According to his guess, the movement of breaking through to the sovereign would not be small. Right now, it's not time for a breakthrough. Chapter 47, Hope? It's just despair. Hong Ming looked at the two kneeling on the ground, walked up and kicked. Jiang Jia and Lin Xiao were as if they were two dead fish, not moving at all. Don't play dead, Hong Ming said in a hateful voice, with a little more force. This kick directly knocked Jiang Jia's entire body flat on the ground. Jiang Jia opened his eyes and looked up, just in time to meet Hong Ming's fiery eyes. Grinning, blood flowed out along the corners of his mouth. Hong Ming, ha 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 ha, do you still like the gift I gave you guys? Hearing this, Hong Ming's face became even more ugly. Lifting his foot again, he kicked it up. Jiang Jia didn't know where the strength came from, but he actually rolled over and dodged the kick, continuing to laugh as he output. Hong Ming, isn't it heartbreaking? Laozi has seen it clearly. It's not just death. As a general of the Great Qian, do you think I would really be afraid of death? Hong Ming had been in the sand for so long that he could naturally see that Jiang Jia was incomparably afraid at the moment, but he was still putting on an act. It seemed as if that was the only way she could let the other woman go. It had to be said that Jiang Jia was really thinking a bit too much. How could the entire city of Su, more than 200,000 lives, spare his life so easily just because of his two empty words begging for forgiveness? While Hong Ming was thinking about what methods to use against the other party, Chen Nan took a step forward, half crouched down, and leveled his eyes at Jiang Jia, inquiring in a calm tone, "Do you want to die very much?" Jiang Jia froze. He had realized that things had come to this point. Wasn't death inevitable? In his heart, his body still couldn't stop trembling, and his eyes began to dodge. But he doesn't realize that death is easy, even easy, and the hard part is begging for it. His little gesture naturally could not escape Chen Nan's eyes, and he smiled faintly. "You seem to be afraid? It looks like you don't really want to die." I have a compromise here. As long as you can carry through, how about letting you live? Let him live? Instantly, a glimmer of light appeared in Jiang's eyes. It was as if he saw hope for survival. Even if the glimmer of hope was slim, he could still intend to seize the opportunity. Marshal Jiang, don't agree to him, Lin Xiao on the side hurriedly shouted. While others didn't understand, he knew Chen Nan very well. Jiang had committed such a great offense, and he knew very well that Chen Nan would definitely not let him live. Not only that, I'm afraid the death will be extremely torturous. Lin Xiao, do you kid want to die? Marshal Chen kindly gave me a chance to live. You won't see that you don't have that chance and look for trouble, right? Jiang loudly retorted. Instead of listening to Lin Xiao's well-intentioned persuasion, he aimed his spear at the other party. Hearing this, Lin Xiao didn't proceed to persuade him, instead staring at Jiang with an oozing smile. This smile looked at Jiang's heart. Unconsciously, resisting the pain coming from his lower body, he moved a small distance to the left. With an exasperated look on his face, Hongming pulled Chen Nan aside and asked, Marshal Chen, you're not really going to give Jiang a chance to live, are you? The corner of Chen Nan's mouth rose into an evil smile while his aura lifted. Of course, provided that he can hold out. Seeing this kind of evil smile, in addition to the might on his body, Hongming fearfully took a step back and instinctively nodded his head. Alright, then I'll listen to you. Immediately afterward, Chen Nan softly called out, Mo Bai, who had been pointed out, knew that his chance to rise to the top was coming, and with a flash, he appeared behind Chen Nan and respectfully said, Marshal Chen. Chen Nan looked down at Jiang and whispered, Are you afraid of blood? Mo Bai was uncertain. How could he, a soldier, be afraid of blood? In his opinion, the question Chen Nan asked was a bit strange, yet he still answered honestly, Marshal Chen, I'm not afraid. Very well, you go find a pocket knife. Mo Bai, who had been instructed to do so, turned and left. At the same time, Chen Nan continued to speak, Drag these two to the city walls. As the words fell, both Hongming and Hongyao stared at Chen Nan suspiciously. Not knowing what he was planning to do, two of his own guards appeared behind him and pulled the two men to the top of the city. And at this time the South City Gate, by the light of dozens of fires, the bodies on it have long since disappeared after being cleaned up. The only thing that could prove the previous great battle was the flowing blood on the ground. Soon, Mo Bai panted and ran to the top of the city, came behind Chen Nan, and respectfully said, This is the knife that Marshal Chen wanted. Chen Nan glanced back at the small knife in Mo Bai's hand. In the light of the torches, the knife glowed with a bright yellow color, and the blade was sharp, only to see Chen Nan walk quickly to Jiang, the corner of his mouth rising. Are you sure you want to accept this offer? His face was pale as he stared dead at the small knife in Mo Bai's hand. The fear of the unknown made him tremble, but in his heart, he still didn't want to give up that only way to live. Gritted his teeth, and nodded his head heavily. Chen Nan, come on, I'm not intimidated. Seeing him nod his head, Chen Nan smiled, a cold but evil smile. On the contrary, Lin Xiao on the side had long since closed his eyes, his lips constantly shivering as he spoke. Marshal Chen, can you give me something to stuff in my ears? He seemed to have predicted that Jiang's screams would be tragic next. However, in the face of his request, no one paid any attention. Chen Nan pointed at Jiang and ordered, Strip him naked first. At the sound of the voice, Mo Bai stepped forward and reached out as he prepared to undress Jiang. Chen Nan's face changed as he spoke again. What did I ask you to find little dagger for? When these words came out, not only Mo Bai, but Hongming and Hongyao behind him also had their faces changed drastically. Undressing someone with such a sharp knife? I'm afraid I'll be all over the place by the time I'm done taking my clothes off, right? Mo Bai's face turned pale as he took a deep breath. Shakily gripping the handle of the knife, he aimed it at Jiang's upper body and easily cut through an opening. Perhaps it was luck that Jiang was actually unharmed by this slash. He exhaled and grinned. Chen Nan, thank you, you're so nice, and gave me a chance to live. Chen Nan ignored it and continued, Mo Bai, it's too sharp, dip it in some blood and keep cutting. Mo Bai was confused. What do you mean too sharp? Wouldn't it be better to be sharp? Also, how is it possible that the city's head of? Suddenly, he realized that what he was stepping on under his feet was everywhere blood left from the previous killings. Men, raise the torches. Chen Nan gave another order. Two people appeared behind Mo Bai and on either side of Jiang at the same time. The 4 torches, shining on Jiang's face, actually glowed yellow. The crowd could also clearly see that he was trembling at this point, as if he was hesitating. Finally, Mo Bai made up his mind and half squatted down, rubbing the dagger in his hand a bit in the blood on the ground. When he got back on his feet, the whole thing was no longer trembling. Holding a small knife in his right hand, he aimed at Jiang's upper body and stabbed in hard. In a flash, A stream of blood spurted out along the slit where the knife had pierced Chen Nan. Immediately after that, there was Jiang's pig-killing wail. It was then that Hong Ming reacted to why Chen Nan had revealed that smile. How could Jiangja have a chance of surviving now? It seemed. Only, she doesn't realize that these are just the first steps. Chapter 48. Pour the oil in for me. Imobai pulled the knife out and wanted to reach out to undress Jiangja when he did. Chen Nan blocked again. No need to use your hands. Go ahead and repeat. Repeat? This time, without the slightest hesitation, Imobai once again let the knife be wrapped in blood. Against Kong Chul's chest on, stabbing and pulling out. Chen Nan knew that with all this dirt mixed with the blood of tens of thousands of people pouring into Jiangja's body, he would be damned if he could really survive. And that's just the appetizers. It's what comes after that's the main event. Imobai's strength was great this time, and he had understood very well that Jiangja didn't want to see tomorrow's sun. So, there's no mercy. The harder he pushed, the louder Jiangja's wailing voice became, accompanied by angry curses. Chen Nan, you bastard. You promised me and now you're playing this trick? No wonder His Majesty cut off your knighthood. You're a demon. A demon. Imobai. Do it faster. Jiangja's slow and endless tirade caused Chen Nan's face to blush in embarrassment. Couldn't help but urge up Imobai. A quarter of an hour later, Imobai's hands were covered in blood. On the contrary, Jiangja crooked his neck and breathed hard. The whole body was just exposed to the public. After waiting for half a day, Imobai still didn't make a move. Screwing up his head, he checked himself, actually laughed out. Chen Nan, I did it. Shouldn't you let me go? This was one of the calmest things Jiangja had said in recent times. With these words, not only did Chen Nan raise his eyebrows, even Lin Xiao, who was on the side, had his mouth wide open. You actually haven't died yet? Jiangja grunted. Screw you. Your whole family died out and I won't even die. Moreover, old me survived. According to our bet, Chen Nan should release me. Chen Nan gazed up and down at Lin Xiao, who had opened his eyes, and curiously said, What? You want to join this challenge as well? Facing this question, Lin Xiao shook his head frantically. He wasn't stupid, and he knew that the two were bound to die tonight. Poor Jiangja, he really thought he had a chance to live. Seeing Lin Xiao shaking her head, Chen Nan sighed. It's a pity that we can't have a real-life speed bout. Turning his head, he looked at Jiangja with a smile and congratulated him in general and spoke. Congratulations, Marshal Jiang, for passing the first challenge. Number 1? Even if Jiangja's brain was in a bad place, he knew that I'm afraid this challenge wouldn't pass so easily tonight. Resignedly, he lowered his head, and at the bottom of his heart, he still harbored a glimmer of hope. Imobai? Chen Nan called out. Imobai, who was already completely numb, turned around. Chen Shui. Lingering will? Lingering? What's that? Imobai searched the memories in his mind and realized that he had never heard of the expression lynching. Chen Nan explained. Next, each slash will cut off a piece of flesh from Marshal Zhang's body, totaling 600 slashes. The requirement is that after the cut, Marshal Jiang must not die. Can you do it? 3,600 cuts? Hearing this number, the crowd took a deep breath of cold air. Jiangja, in particular, frantically retorted. Chen Nan, you can't do this. I've passed the challenge. You should release me. Poor guy. He was naive enough to think he could actually survive past tonight. Chen Nan didn't even look at him, just stared at Imobai. Can you do it? Suddenly, it was probably the previous action that made Imobai recoil. It actually ran straight to the corner and threw up in a big gulp. A moment later, he returned to Chen Nan and nodded seriously. Marshal Chen, I can do it. In that case, let's begin. With a command, Imobai once again approached Jiangja. A few short steps away, he walked unusually slowly. Finally, he met Jiangja's pair of helpless eyes. Neither spoke. As Imobai slashed down, a piece of flesh fell off Jiangja's arm and fell to the ground, splattering a trail of blood. Forcibly cutting flesh from the body can be 10,000 times more intense than the pain before. Strangely enough, not a single person objected to Chen Nan's decision. Everyone was looking at Jiangja, who was being executed for punishment. Another cut went down and a second piece of flesh fell off the small arm. It was at this time that Jiangja reacted and cursed. Chen Nan, you devil, you won't end up much better than me. You will definitely die a miserable death, and His Majesty will avenge me. As the 10th blade went down, Jiangja continued his verbal tirade. 100 slashes went down, and Jiangja stopped his tirade. Most of the soldiers next to him closed their eyes. The third 100th slash went down, and Jiangja only had one gasp at a time. All the soldiers closed their eyes, and a smell of urine came from the crotch of Lin Xiao, who was watching from the sidelines. The first 1,000 slashes went down, and Jiangja almost lost his breath. Behind them, Hong Ming and Hong Yao had already long disappeared. As the 2000th blade went down, Zhangjia's entire body completely lost its breath, and there wasn't a single intact place on his body. As his aura disappeared, Chen Nan sighed. Alas, it still hasn't survived. Turning his gaze to Lin Xiao on the side again, he inquired, "Are you going to join my challenge as well?" Don't come near me. Stay away from me." Lin Xiao struggled with his limbs. He wanted to retreat, but behind him was the city wall. There was no way to retreat. Chen Nan walked forward step by step, with a body space between them. Suddenly, Chen Nan bellowed, "Let me ask you, do you want to join our challenge as well?" "I don't want it. Don't. Stay away from me. Don't come over." Nearly collapsing, Lin Xiao had another riotous odor coming from his crotch. He said, leaning against the wall and going limp. In the face of this situation, Chen Nan was indifferent and instead promised up, "I promise you that I won't use Zhangjia's way to deal with you." "Don't say it. Don't say it. Marshal Chen, give the little one a hard time." Lin Xiao's eyes were closed tightly. 2 lines of bloody tears flowed out of the corners of his eyes, and his nostrils retained snot. A smattering of saliva dribbled out of the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. "Marshal Chen, why don't we just kill him?" The one who opened his mouth was Hong Yao, who had gone and returned. Chen Nan didn't turn around and replied directly. "I suppose the 200,000 odd people of Sioux City have begged for mercy from the two of them in this manner, right?" With that said, Hong Yao sighed and quietly watched from behind. There was no way around it. He really didn't want to come. However, Hong Ming demanded that he, in its entirety, watch the punishment in its entirety. Chen Nan calmly looked at Lin Xiao at his feet and spoke out once again. "Lin Xiao, do you wish to join this challenge?" "I don't. There's no way I'm joining." Lin Xiao used all his strength to spit out the answer. Suddenly, Chen Nan let out a laugh and asked rhetorically, "Mo Bai, what did General Lin say just now? Did you hear it?" Mo Bai was first stunned, and quickly understood Chen Nan's thoughts. "Marshal Chen, General Lin says he wants to join our challenge." Hearing these words, where could Lin Xiao stand it? She opened her eyes and resigned herself to her fate. "Chen Nan, you really are a demon. I hope you'll do what you say you're going to do." Chen Nan smiled faintly. "Of course. Men, fetch the oil." At Chen Nan's order, a large barrel of oil was carried to the city wall. Looking at the barrel of oil, Lin Xiao inexplicably felt fear, and her body curled up together. "Ma Bai, strip him with your hands." At the sound, Mo Bai breathed a sigh of relief. The previous torture of Zhangjia had caused him to vomit out everything he had eaten yesterday. He began to be thankful that Chen Nan didn't know much about the punishment. Soon, he learned that he was wrong, and very wrong. Right after Mo Bai stripped Lin Xiao of her entire body, Chen Nan spoke again. "Up with the Deqian military flag." After the Great Qian military flag was erected on the city wall, Chen Nan pointed at Lin Xiao. "Tie General Lin and the military flag together. Tie them tightly." In an instant, Lin Xiao and the military flag were closely united. Seeing this, Chen Nan finally smiled. As for Lin Xiao, the moment he saw Chen Nan's smile, his heart trembled, only to hear Chen Nan speak. "Mo Bai, pluck a small opening in General Lin's head and pour the oil in." Mo Bai was dumbfounded. He could even already guess what the next step was. Chapter 49, Tai Fu Tian has something to say. Lin Xiao's entire body was bound to the Deqian military flag. A small incision was gouged out of the top of the brain. The entire person trembled as they met Chen Nan's glowering eyes. Their mouths slightly open, but not a single word could be uttered. And Chen Nan's mouth was tinged with a touch of evil smile as he looked at this scene indifferently. Coldly, he said, "I told you to pour the oil in." Hearing the instruction again, Mo Bai's heart was hardened and he held the bucket of oil aimed at the small hole above Lin Xiao's brain. Looking at Lin Xiao again, his entire body was still trembling and his entire body was constantly contracting. Eyes rolled upwards at the barrel of oil. He tried to stop it, but he was tied to the military flag. There was helplessness in his eyes, and there was nothing he could do. As Mo Bai exerted a little force, the oil dripped in a drop along the hole in his brain. In a flash, the walls were littered with Lin Xiao's wails of heart-rending agony. Mo Bai's face screwed together, and the hand holding the bottom of the oil drum was held halfway up again, only to see the somewhat sticky butter follow the not-so-small hole, as if it were running water, all of it surging into Lin Xiao's brain. Chen Nan, you!" Lin Xiao opened his mouth wide and roared hysterically, trying to vent that anger in his heart. Seeing this, Mo Bai's speed increased a few more points. With the butter all gushing into the middle of Lin Xiao's brain, his entire body was already without strength, and if Mo Bai wasn't so close to him, he was barely able to hear the breathing coming out of his mouth. I was afraid that they would all think that the Lin Xiao in front of them was already a dead man. After pouring the butter out, Emobai thought it would end there and was ready to call it a day. Behind him, Chen Nan's grim voice struck again. Light the oil. Light the oil? Emobai was once again dumbfounded. And it was uncountable how many times he had been dumbfounded tonight. Had poured all the butter into the middle of Lin Zhou's brain. Lighting the oil up. Doesn't that mean it's straight up Lin Zhou? Emobai's head sidled slightly as he tried to turn around to see exactly what kind of expression Chen Nan had uttered those words with. With just one movement, he could feel the killing intent coming from behind him. At once, the eyes stared ahead, no longer daring to look wildly. Smoothly, he snatched the torch from the hand of a soldier who had already frozen to the side. Adjusting his breathing a bit, he aimed the torch at the oil at the mouth of the cave. In a flash, Lin Xiao's entire body directly burned up. The immense pain caused Lin Xiao, who was already on the verge of life and death, to have his face extremely distorted. Bound. He didn't know where he got the strength to break free. Grinning, he exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke from his mouth and smiled at Chen Nan. And then, over the wall, straight down. As he landed, everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. No one knew what other perverted tricks Chen Nan would use next if Lin Xiao didn't die. Pick up Lin Xiao's body and continue if he's not dead. If he is, cut off his head. With that, Chen Nan turned around and looked at Hong Yao and commanded. The Northern Gate Deqian army died in battle by 20,000. About 220,000 troops of the Great Qian have surrendered. Cut off all of these people's heads and build a capital view in Le Castle as a deterrent to the curmudgeons. Kyokan? Hong Yao's eyes rolled back in his head and his entire body froze. He had lived for so many years, but it was the first time he had heard the term Jingguan. No idea at all what that means. It was only to inquire. Marshal Chen, what is the Jingguan? Chen Nan gave Hong Yao a complete account of how the Jingguan was made. After hearing this, Hong Yao was greatly shocked, and his eyes had become somewhat fearful as he looked at Chen Nan. He didn't understand how a person could be so vicious. I can't believe they would build a small mountain out of hundreds of thousands of heads. However, looking back and thinking about the behavior of both Lin Xiao and Zhang Zhe, for a while, Hong Yao felt that it would not be wrong to build the Great Qian army into a capital view. At Chen Nan's command, the 200,000 or so Great Qian troops that had already surrendered were all slaughtered. Without exception, all of their heads were cut off. The body was then dug into a large pit by Hong Yao and completely burned. After getting things done, the sky was getting light. Hong Ming, who had risen early, came to the northern citadel of Su City and looked at the ground that still had traces under his feet, with a hint of an unpleasant odor mixed in the air. Unable to help himself, he frowned and asked the small soldier at the side, "Where are Lin Xiao and Zhang Zhe?" The junior soldier froze and said with a frightened yet respectful tone, "Marshal, last night after Marshal Chen's punishment was over, he sent Zhang Zhe and Lin Xiao's corpses back to Deqian in the night. Has it been sent back already?" Hong Ming nodded thoughtfully. Then he commanded, "Send orders to the entire army to return to the court in 1 hour." In the few days they were out, their 200,000 strong army not only completely ended Deqian, but also took care of the 100,000 strong army of West Shu in passing. For the next long time, there will be no more fighting on the borders of Northern Wei. Meanwhile, the Great Qian Dynasty Hall, today's Wu Fengwan, smilingly holding Zhang Hai's hand, slowly sat on the dragon chair in the gaze of a crowd of courtiers. Just sat on the loud voice, "All the secretary. Jiang Marshal's war report all secretary have read?" The words went out, and the courtiers below were more confused than one another. Gang Chul's war report? Wasn't he already forced by Chen Nan to surrender? How could there even be a war report coming back? However, Wu Fengwan above the dragon chair was clearly in a good mood. The ministers also knew that their own majesties would not be like this unless there was a victory outside. However, nowadays, there is no one else besides the 300,000 troops under Jiang Zhe's command for the only large army of Deqian outside. Could it be that Gang Chul won the war? For a while, Wu Fengwan's words puzzled the ministers. Looking at the unclear and dumbfounded looks of the courtiers below, the feeling of being in control of the crowd in Wu Fengwan's heart tightened a few more points. Spreading out the still-hot war report with both hands, he read aloud, "Today, I, Zhang Zhe, personally led an army of 300,000 men to capture the northern Wei city of Su. The total number of defenders in the city is 10,000, and the people are about 200,000. Facing my Dakian heavenly army, the enemy fought to the death, and in the end, annihilated more than 200,000 enemies with 20,000 losses." Wu Fengwan read out the first half of the battle report. As for the second half of the words begging for reinforcements, she didn't mention a single word. She just wanted to show these courtiers that Deqian was hers, not that Chen Nan's. Dakian is even less likely to leave Chen Nan unable to do anything. And the courtiers below all bowed their heads in silence after hearing this war report. Only the red-robed Tian Taifu sighed and walked to the center with the determination of certain death. Opening his mouth, he admonished, "Your Majesty, the old minister has something to say." Wu Fingwan saw that the first person to walk out was actually Tian Taifu. A cold smile appeared on his face. Tian Taifu, this person she can be too clear, although very loyal to De Qian, but to Chen Nan that was even more incomparably complimentary. This time, she would like to see, in the face of such a war report, what else this Taifu Tian could say. Taifu Tian, have something to say. Taifu Tian did not say it directly. Instead he straightened his clothes. Only then did he raise his head and look straight at Wu Fingwan. Chapter 50. The words of a man who was about to die. Against the sunken eyes of Taifu Tian, Wu Fingwan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, a touch of foreboding rising. Only Tian Taifu spoke. "Your Majesty, the old minister is only old, and as the old saying goes, a man who is about to die. His words are good. I also hope that your Majesty will keep what the old minister said today in mind at all times." Seeing this scene, not to mention Wu Fingwan, even the rest of the ministers began to panic at the bottom of their hearts. There were a few courtiers who were usually on good terms with Taifu Tian who wanted to pull him back, but before he could reach the center, he was stopped by the stern look of Taifu Tian. "Your Majesty." Taifu Tian knelt directly in the courtroom and laughed. "Your Majesty, let's not talk about that guy Jiang's massacre of Su City's 200,000 people. Let's talk about Chen Nan. Chen Nan's military strength is obvious to all of you. The old man doesn't exaggerate one bit. Great Qian can live without me, Tian Yi, and his Majesty, but only cannot live without Jinbei King Chen Nan. With Chen Nan, our great Qian has never lost a battle externally, internally. The people live in peace and happiness. Every family has surplus food, and the treasury is full. I don't know how many of you present still remember the scene of the last great Qian conscription? Tian Ye's words pulled the crowd's thoughts back to the scene of De Qian's recruitment 3 years ago. His Majesty Wu Fingwan of Daqian personally posted a notice to fight Northern Wei to the death and defend the dignity of Daqian to the death. But the people below are as good as out of sight and out of mind. That recruiting notice, posted or not, is no different. However, Chen Nan to the post in front of the notice. Come to enroll in the army of the people can be lined up from the capital city to the city of Su. At that time, Su City was still under the Great Qian. For a while, the courtiers in the courtroom all secretly nodded their heads. They all knew just how important Chen Nan was to De Qian. However, no matter how important the person is, now can't help it if their majesties don't have eyes. Halfway through Tian Ye's words, Wu Fingwan on top of the dragon chair had already set an iron face. Zhang Hai, who saw this scene, spat out the grape skins in his mouth and slammed the dragon chair, standing up in a smooth manner and cursing angrily. Tian Yi, you old undead. His Majesty gives you food and clothes, and in the end you still dare to slander His Majesty? Could it be that Chen Nan gave you some favor? Are you going to speak in his favor so much? To tell you the truth, De Qian can you without you Tian Yi, without me Zhang Hai, and without him Chen Nan, but only not without our Majesty. Zhang Hai spoke while respectfully rushing at Wu Fingwan with a smile, bending over and cupping his fists in salute. Already on the verge of an outbreak, Wu Fingwan finally squeezed out a smile on her face because of this compliment. Taifu Tian, you are too old for the court. Go home and retire. Wu Fingwan waved her hand. This sentence had completely blocked Tian Ye's path. This three-dynasty veteran, today, is finally buried in the hands of Wu Fingwan. She assumed that Tian Yi was just unpopular, which was why he dared to open his mouth and complain in the courtroom. However, Tian Ye's words forced her to change her mind. Your Majesty, the old minister is old and naturally unfit for the court. Suddenly, the words changed and he looked angrily at Wu Fingwan. However, you, Wu Fingwan, are nothing but a dim king who can't listen to advice, but was made to be fivefold obsessed by that villain. Didn't you say that I, Tian Yi, am not fit for the court? Today, I'll show you exactly how it will be recorded in the history books. Tian Yi finished with a cold smile, not giving the crowd a chance to stop him at all. Lifting up his official clothes, he pushed his feet forward with force, aiming at the pillars on the Great Hall and crashing straight into them. Taifu Tian. This time, the courtiers all started to panic. They finally understood why Tian Yi had brought up the history books earlier. This was a veteran minister of 3 dynasties who was almost forced to die by Wu Fingwan above this great hall. They were just anxious, but they didn't dare to make a move at all. Wu Fingwan on the dragon chair also had 2 twinkling eyes. Faced with this situation, she didn't know how to respond. On the contrary, it is the side of Zhang Hai extremely calm. Tian Taifu heart and soul for my great Qian, today actually died suddenly with the court. Your Majesty, in your mercy, allow the Taifu to be buried with the king's rights. The courtiers were dumbfounded by these words. the way they viewed Zhang Hai's eyes changed from unkindness to hatred. Having been officials for decades, this was the first time they had seen such a brazen person. Tian Taifu was obviously forced to die, but he said it was a sudden death. They didn't care what Zhang Hai said. What they cared more about was Wu Fenghuan's attitude. However, when they heard Wu Fenghuan's low, deep voice, it was already known that Taifu Tian had died suddenly without a doubt. Wu Fenghuan looked at Zhang Hai with a light smile and nodded slightly. In a loud voice, he said, Master Tian has labored hard and done his best for my great Qian, so he will be buried with the king's rights. This matter is not to be discussed at a later date. Retreat. After Wu Fenghuan finished speaking, she retired from the court. Pulling Zhang Hai, he ran towards the inner courtyard, leaving a face of confused ministers. They are not clear. This Qian still stay necessary. Moreover, the military generals were in a row, and the one in the center had a bitter look on his face. Someone wondered, what's wrong with you? Alas, Chen Shang gathered 500 of his personal guards and fled by seizing the camp. I wanted to report to His Majesty just now, and I wasn't even given that chance. With that, and a bitter smile, he left the courtroom. On the other hand, Su City was on the official road back to the Northern Wei capital. Hong Ming rode his white horse right in front of the army. On the left and right sides were Chen Nan and Hong Zhe. Hong Zhe's eyes looked at the roadside scenery, but he looked at Hong Ming and Chen Nan every now and then. At this moment, he was hesitating to inform the patriarch of this matter. 2 days passed in a flash. Chen Nan and others returned safely to Northern Wei. Early in the morning, Chen Nan, who was still in bed, was called up by the housekeeper. Young lord, today is the morning court, so it's better to get up early and change. Chen Nan responded and rose from the bed. The housekeeper usually called him master. He felt that he was only in his 20s, and that calling him lord was easily reminiscent of that. That's why he was allowed to be called young lord by everyone in the house. After putting on his clothes, Chen Nan set out on the road to the court with his lance in hand. This was the second time he had come to Northern Wei to attend a court. He also knew that there were quite a few people targeting him in the courtroom this time. So, get ready early. 2. Northern Wei capital city. Outside the palace, all the ministers have gathered at the entrance of the palace, waiting for this eunuch Wang's call. Go to court. The familiar voice came out, and the ministers arranged themselves according to their respective identities and entered inside the palace in turn. Chen Nan, who did not want to attract attention, lined up at the end of the line of military generals and followed the flow of people as he slowly entered. Just as soon as he went in, he saw the dignified Phoenixy Northern Wei Empress Dowager on the dragon chair smiling at him with style, and the rest of the people only thought that it was because of the victorious battle that the Empress Dowager had this smile. Ministers, De Qian and Shishu's total army of 400,000 were all routed by General Chen. Now, mourning family appoints General Chen as the king of Jinan. Do the secretaries have any objections? Chapter 51, Jin Chengmin's Fury. The courtiers below couldn't have imagined that their own Empress Dowager had dropped a heavy bomb as soon as she came up. In order not to attract attention, Chen Nan purposely followed the line of military generals and was the last to step into the court hall. But he didn't expect that dozens of gazes would instantly shoot at him as soon as those words fell. Chen Nan angrily nuzzled his mouth, intending to go up and refuse. Not waiting for him to step out, the civil ministers lined up, and a high, questioning voice reached the ears of the crowd. Empress Dowager. Chen Nan went from white body to General Jinan in the blink of an eye. This time, it's just a tie with Daqian and Shishu, and then he's crowned king and worshipped the minister. Could it be that so many great generals of our Northern Wei are really inferior to him? A man who came from Daqian? Following the voice, Chen Nan saw a half-bent, middle-aged man wearing a red robe and 2 mustaches. He carefully searched the memories in his mind and determined that he didn't know this person, and the two parties had even less time to cross paths. Curiosity was beginning to set in. Curiosity as to why this man was so concerned about his own affairs right off the bat. Empress Dowager. I also feel that it is too early to give General Chen the title of Marquis and Prime Minister at this time. Not only is it too early, but in a battle between us and Great Qian, our Northern Wei losses are not small. I also ask the Empress Dowager to ask for punishment in order, and then discuss the merits and rewards. Staring at the second person who opened his mouth to speak, Chen Nan secretly shook his head. The first he didn't recognize, the second he could know. This is not precisely the right minister Chang Sundu, who is equal to him. What made him strange was that before he left for the expedition, Chang Sundu had not treated him much better. But it was not so bad. How is it that after only a few days, it's a 180-degree turnaround? Seeing these two people open their mouths to question one after another, the Northern Wei Empress on the dragon chair frowned, eyes looking around. Finally, he saw Chen Nan's figure at the end of the military general. Only then did she change into a smiling face and said in a faint voice at Chen Nan, What is General Chen doing standing so far back? Come, stand in front of the mourning family. Chen Nan looked around and helplessly came to the forefront of the military generals and cupped his fists. Empress Dowager. The Northern Wei Empress Dowager smiled gently at Chen Nan, and immediately afterward, her gaze coldly looked toward the two people who had just opened their mouths to speak by the civil ministers. Coldly questioned. Qin College, Changsun Prime Minister. The two love ministers, but the words of the mourning family have questions? Hearing that tone, Chang Sundu knew something bad was going to happen. He quickly knelt down and pleaded. Empress Dowager. I am also sharing the Empress Dowager's worries. General Chen is the culprit for the deaths of 200,000 people in my Sioux city. Seeing the situation was not right, Qin Academy also knelt down and said obediently, Empress Dowager, Prime Minister Changsun is right. Without General Chen, how could more than 200,000 people in Sioux city be killed by that Jiangxia? Not only that, but I've heard that General Chen had the advantage from the start and has been letting Jiangxia's army go, which is why he created such a situation. If this is all to give him Chen Nan's vassalage and worship, how does this make the rest of my Northern Wei generals feel? At the end of the conversation, Qin Qingmin didn't even bring her position, and she even called Chen Nan by his name. Only, he was kneeling and still had his head down. As he spoke, he didn't even notice the black as the bottom of a pot face of the Northern Wei Empress Dowager on the dragon chair. When he raised his head after he finished speaking, he realized that in the Great Hall, everyone was looking at him, including the young emperor in the arms of his nurse next to the dragon chair. The prompting voice came back to Chen Nan's mind below. Drop. Detected young emperor heart voice. Mother, this person. Little cute. I'm so hungry. I want to eat milk. Seeing such a prompt, Chen Nan wanted to laugh in his heart. He had never expected that this Qin Academy would actually attract taunts from the young emperor. Just when he was curious about what the identity of this Qin Academy was and why it was stepping on him so much. On the dragon chair, the Empress Dowager even called her name, Qin Changmin. Don't think that I don't know about your little bit of secret. It's just that your Qin family scion was beheaded by General Chen's order. At that moment, Qin Changmin's face changed greatly. He had never thought that his family's affairs would actually be known by the Empress Dowager. The Chen Nan on the side also remembered that when he ordered to kill Qin Feng in the city before, that person said that he had some relative who was doing something in the imperial capital. Facing the Empress Dowager's cold voice, Qin Changmin wiped the cold sweat running down his forehead. Empress Dowager, I am not trying to avenge my family's juniors. Rather, he, Chen Nan, has simply gone too far, letting the great Qian army loose in the hinterland of my Northern Wei, causing the slaughter of Sioux City. Even more so, it created Shishu to cut off supplies to my Northern Wei, and it also united with Dakian to deal with my Northern Wei. Hearing this, Chen Nan could no longer hold back and wanted to go up and give him 2 slaps. Unexpectedly, the Empress Dowager's words were even sharper. Qin Qingmin, you have been dwelling on General Chen's sins. Today, I will tell you that the Northern Wei before there was General Chen was once beaten by De Chen to the point where he couldn't lift his head up. It was only after General Chen was stripped of his title by De Chen that General Hong Ming was able to retake the lost lands of my Northern Wei. And now that General Chen has joined my Northern Wei, he has even wiped out 300,000 troops from Great Qian in one fell swoop, plus 100,000 troops from Western Shu. On this one item, I ask you, who's good? When the ministers saw that the Empress Dowager was so biased in favor of Chen Nan, their hearts were completely out of temper. Especially Qin Changmin. Those words gave him a heart attack. Without waiting for him to relieve himself, the Empress Dowager again said in a loud voice, General Chen joining the Northern Wei is undoubtedly a heavenly good thing for you and other military generals. Thinking back to earlier, when General Chen was in Dakian, you and the other military generals didn't even have the courage to go to court. Now it's good. You dare to go to the court, but the first thing you do in the court is to watch your side of the dragon head being stepped on by the civil ministers, right? For a moment, the crowd of military generals looked back. 1 or 2 bowed their heads at the thought. They suddenly realized that if Chen Nan was still in Dakian, then Sioux City would still be someone else's. Where would the massacre have occurred? As for Jiangxia, the crowd had also heard of him, and if all their previous opponents were replaced with Jiangxia's kind of goods, I'm afraid that De Qian has died more than 10 times. Thinking about this, most of the military generals looked up at Chen Nan without revealing anything. Only, 2 of them had very strange expressions on their faces, and their faces rose as red as a monkey's butt. Suddenly, Hong Ming stood out and glared disdainfully at Qin Qingmin. Only then did he come to the center of the hall and respectfully said, Empress Dowager, the last general can prove for General Chen. At that time, the army captured Le City not long ago, in order to stabilize Le City so it has not been able to make a move against Jiangxia's army. Just when we wanted to make a move, King Dong of Western Shu led an army of 100,000 000 men to the city. Just as we were dueling with Wang Dong, Jiangja made a desperate attempt to besiege Su City. In the end, this matter is all the fault of the last general for not realizing it in time, and that's why the situation has been created. Hong Ming softly defended herself. She wanted to use her status as a grand marshal to take the blame for this offense, thus not blocking Chen Nan's path to promotion. But Qin Xingmin simply did not give her this opportunity and spoke directly. If General Hong wants to take responsibility for General Chen, then say so explicitly. Why beat around the bush? Hong Ming grimaced. In the end, she was the commander of the army. That incident could indeed be blamed on her. Only, Qin Xingmin had no intention of letting Chen Nan go. Chapter 52, A Separated Corpse. Just as Qin Xingmin wanted to continue speaking, Chen Nan stepped forward, arched his hand, and said softly, "The Qin Academy seems to have a big problem with me. Let's not talk about the fact that there are only 150,000 in the front ranks of my Northern Wei army. The command of the rear army of 50,000 is then General Hongzhe. Try 150,000 against 300,000. What's wrong with being cautious? And, gentlemen, don't forget that Western Shu has also sent 100,000 troops. Calculating in this way, Marshal Hong Ming used 150,000 against 400,000 of the enemy to recapture the city and wipe out 400,000 enemy troops in one fell swoop. Academy Qin, if it were you, I'm sure you could do a better job than Grand Marshal Hong Ming, right?" After speaking, Chen Nan looked at Qin Xingmin, the corners of his mouth rising. He likes to show off, doesn't he? Chen Nan gave him this opportunity. Let him go up. 150,000 against 400,000. Sure enough, as the words fell, the Northern Wei Empress Dowager's face was delighted and her lips trembled slightly. Instead, it was Qin Xingmin who had a face of indignation, pointing with his big hand and saying angrily, "Chen Nan, you're the one who's a military general, and we're just a bunch of civilians. How can we go to the battlefield? You still know you're a civilian minister. Ha? Then so attached to the military generals? Why don't I recommend something to the Empress Dowager, so that the Qin Academy can also try its hand at going into battle and killing the enemy?" Chen Nan sneered, luring the other party step by step. "Chen Nan, you." Qin Xingmin had a bitter face. He knew that he was losing the battle in the rhetoric department, but things were not yet over, only to see him once again fall to his knees and excitedly say, "Empress Dowager, Chen Nan caused the massacre of 200,000 people in my Su city with his own selfish desires. Please hold the Empress Dowager accountable." Moreover, Chen Nan's predecessor was also the Zhenbei king of the Great Qian dynasty, and combined with the fact that Jiangja's army was unharmed, he, Chen Nan, is fully responsible. After he said this, not only Chen Nan, those civil ministers froze. It's just a lot of nonsense. People, Chen Nan has said 150,000 against 400,000. It would be good to win. Also, Chen Nan's predecessor was the great Zhenbei king, and he himself said that it was only a predecessor. So what does it have to do with the present? Moreover, who said that Jiangja was unharmed? 300,000 troops were built into a capital view. The tragic situation is unrivaled, right? They could all see it, and Chen Nan naturally saw it as well. Sighing, he helplessly said, "Qin Academy, since you have such a strong opinion of me, how about the two of us split the difference above this great hall?" As Chen Nan spoke, he smoothly pulled out the golden tin staff that was inserted underneath his armor, and walked towards Qin Xingmin with an expressionless face. Seeing what Chen Nan had in his hands, the courtiers' faces varied. Only Qin Xingmin, in awe, stood up and kept backing away. Good guy. He kind of realized that Chen Nan didn't want him to be good at all. What do you mean by taking out a golden tin scepter in your backhand when you talk about a one-on-one duel? You give me 2 hits with this thing and talk like I dare fight back. Chen Nan slowly walked forward step by step until he forced Qin Xingmin in front of the pillar. Stopping and scanning the crowd some more, his eyes finally landed on Chang Sundu. Asked, "Everyone, who else feels that I, Chen Nan, am wrong? Step forward and let's settle this once and for all." As soon as he saw this, the court meeting, which had been noisy just a moment ago, suddenly quieted down. He has taken out his golden tin scepter. That represents imperial power. Who dares to go against him? Ahem. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager coughed lightly twice. With a hint of a smile on his face, he pretended to be angry and said, "General Chen, what are you doing? This is the imperial court. Quickly put away the golden tin scepter, and don't take it out over the court in the future. If you have any questions about General Chen, you can approach him privately to resolve them." Good lord. When the Empress Dowager spoke like this, Those civil ministers were completely confused, not letting Chen Nan take it out on the court, and then urging himself to go to Chen Nan in private to solve the problem? If they really came to the door, Chen Nan would give them a stroke with that golden tin staff, and there would be no place to go if they wanted to talk sense. Ministers, since you have no objections to General Chen, then make General Chen my Northern Wei Nan king. Now, no one dared to retort a word anymore. The Empress Dowager smiled and spoke again. By the way, the position of Wei-Du prefect has been empty for some time now, so don't forget to go and take a look at it sometime. General Chen, ministers, if there's nothing else, leave the court, said the man, already getting up and trying to leave. The courtiers were all ready to retire as well. The Empress Dowager did some packing and was ready to leave. A voice suddenly came out. Empress Dowager, I have a request. Once he heard that, he looked again at the person who had opened his mouth to speak. Qin Xingmin's heart was in her throat. Looking at the Empress Dowager again, she looked with a face full of displeasure and realized that the person who opened his mouth was actually Chen Nan. Replacing the smiling face, but sat back on the dragon chair. Warm voice, Chen Aiqing can have what to play. Reporting to the Empress Dowager, Shishu cut off the supply and still dares to use troops against my Northern Wei. I think there's a big problem here. Therefore, I would like to ask for a decree to go out to Western Shu and ask them if they have any opinions about my Northern Wei. After listening to the content, the Empress Dowager pondered for a moment and then politely declined. Chen Aiqing, this matter of Shishu is under investigation. This matter can be discussed later. In fact, she also wanted to know where Shishu got the guts to dare to use troops against Northern Wei. But a group of messengers was sent earlier 5 days ago, and until now, that messenger still hasn't moved. Thus, she did not want Chen Nan to take the risk. Helplessly, Chen Nan could only nod his head, obey the Empress Dowager's will. Just like that, Chen Nan's idea of going on a mission to Shishu fell through. But what he never expected was that he didn't go to the trouble of Shishu. The other side in turn came to the door before him. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. Just as the Northern Wei dynasty was ending, the Great Chen dynasty has just begun. In the Great Hall, 2 bodies lay separated on the clean floor. Seeing this scene, Wu Fingwan smoothly threw down a brush. What are you guys doing for food? Jiangji's army of 300, 000, plus 100, 000 troops from Western Shu, totaling 400, 000 troops, actually wiped out by Chen Nan's 200, 000 strong army? Then didn't Jiangji just send me a war report? Can't 300, 000 troops even defend a city for even 2 days? Wu Fingwan went crazy, speaking frantically word for word, but she said whatever she said, and the courtiers below didn't even react a bit. What are you talking about? Are you all dead? Can you still work as officials in Diqian? Wu Fingwan released a big move, forcing the courtiers below to speak. The ministers are helpless with this kind of move. Is there any need to question Chen Nan's ability? A mere 800 men can take a city. 200, 000 men to fight your 400, 000 men is not a piece of cake. Moreover, Chen Nan wasn't the one who had his title cut off by her Wu Fingwan herself, so how come he was doing the opposite now? Only, on the side, Zheng He surveyed the corpses below. It was not until he was sure that he had done so that he suggested in a low voice, Your Majesty, I have not known the people well, so I ask Your Majesty to chastise me. Yes, Zhang He also saw that the corpses lying below were not those of Jiang Zhou and Lin Xiao, and that Jiang Zhe is he personally recommended up, and now an accident, but it is not necessary for him to resist. Of course, this was one of the most crucial points in his mission. If you survive, you'll be able to be crowned king and pay respect to the minister in the future. If you die, there's really nothing left. Chapter 53, How dare you openly confront the court? In the Great Qian Dynasty Hall, Wu Fingwan, whose face was blue, heard Jiang He's voice. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, and his tone calmed down. Jiang Aiqing, this matter is Jiang's unfavorable errand, and you have nothing to do with it. Immediately afterward, she looked straight at the ministers and said in a cold voice, This matter ends here, and is not to be mentioned again in the future. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. The courtiers all sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't understand at all that this Jiang He was nothing more than a gigolo, but it was this little white boy who had actually gotten their empress into a quiver of confusion. Jiang He personally recommended the man who led the 300, 000 strong army on the expedition. It was only a few days before and after, and not a single person was brought back. Even so, the empress actually didn't have the slightest intention of getting angry or chastising her. However, they were only ministers, so naturally they could not overstep their bounds, only to pander. We honor your majesty's will. With the end of the court meeting, the courtiers of Diqian did not have the heart to talk about each other at all, and one by one they all ran away as fast as they could. Meanwhile, in the northern way, inside the General Jinnan's palace office, Chen Nan looked at Wu Su and Mo Bai, who were standing on both sides, and said in a faint voice, "Since the two of you are determined to follow me, you should find a place in the mansion to stay first. Everything will be according to the king's wishes." Mo Bai clasped his fist and respectfully returned. As soon as the words fell, Chen Nan stood up and returned to his room. The corners of his mouth involuntarily rose as he looked at the black official robe that had been placed on his bed. Suddenly, Wang Bo's pale voice came from outside the door. "Your Highness, it's time to go to the government office." At this point, Chen Nan realized that he was not only the substantive king of Jinan and the left prime minister, but he also moonlighted as the prefect of Weidu. When Chen Nan came out of his room, he had already changed into that black official robe. Followed by Mo Bai and Wu Su, Chen Nan went out of the government office, toward the center of the northern part of the Weimar. The entire Weidu can be divided into 5 regions. Separately, the North District is noble, the East District is rich, the South District is poor, and the West District is a market. The one remaining area is the Imperial City, where no one is allowed to approach. And the Weidu prefect was right within the Northern District's aristocratic area, not very far from his Jinan king's residence. 3 people came to the government office in front of the door, standing on both sides of the 2 yamen, leaning against the 2 pillars behind them, inscribed with a pair of couplets: "Deceive people such as deceiving the sky, do not deceive themselves, negative people that is, negative country, why bear to negative, banner, clean and honest." Chen Nan murmured, "This Weidu law and order looks quite good, who knows?" He just took a step forward. One of the officers said angrily, "Where did you come from? Can you even enter this place?" At those words, Chen Nan's face changed. Behind him, Mo Bai and Wu Su simultaneously blocked in front of him. As the 2 were about to strike, they were stopped by him. "Don't be hasty. I'd like to see what kind of place this government office is, and how people like me can't get in." The 2 had no choice but to return to their original positions. Seeing this, the magistrate sized up Chen Nan suspiciously. Only then did he realize that Chen Nan was wearing a black robe, and the material looked very expensive. However, he pressed on, because, from the beginning to the end of the Northern Wei dynasty, there was no black official robe. It became even more arrogant. Don't think that just because you're dressed like a human being that you can go in and out of the government offices as you please. This is the imperial capital. An ungrateful landlord like you can kill countless people with a single slate. I advise you kindly to get the hell out of here, or I'll give you a taste of jail time. At once, Chen Nan became interested and took another step forward. It was this step that the other magistrate also walked up to Chen Nan. His left hand gripped the saber at his waist, and his right hand grasped the hilt, always ready to be sheathed. And a warning voice followed: "If you don't want to die, then hurry up and get out, or don't blame me for having no eyes for my saber." With that, the 2 magistrates simultaneously pulled out their belt knives by an inch. Chen Nan pointed to the couplet on the pillar in doubt and inquired, "Isn't this the government office? Can't I go in even if I want to sue?" "If you want to sue, you can. Bring out your complaint and I'll go in and report to the prefect. You can only go in if his old man receives it. If his old man doesn't receive it." With that, the magistrate sneered twice. "Then get back where you came from." Chen Nan rummaged around. Not to mention the pleadings, there was not even a single paper or pen. Coincidentally, not far away came a wonderful young girl, who supported an old man with both hands. The old man walked shakily, afraid that a gust of wind could blow him apart. The 2 gradually came to the entrance of the yamen, and with 2 thuds, both of them fell on their knees in front of the yamen, loudly crying out, "O great Lord of Heaven, you must do right by the little people." Chen Nan thought that no matter what the official government did, it would listen to the claims of others. To his dismay, the 2 magistrates had no intention of listening. The magistrate who had previously struck up a conversation with Chen Nan directly urged, "Where did the old undead come from? Hurry up and get lost, dirtying the floor of the government office. I'll make you look good." The words were spoken, and putting his belt knife away, he came straight to the old man. With deep contempt inside his eyes, he raised his right foot to kick out. "Slow down." Chen Nan gave an order. Behind him, Wushu dodged to the side of the magistrate, 1 step ahead of his opponent, and kicked the magistrate in the waist. Instantly, the magistrate flew over 2 meters away, rolling back and forth on the ground with his hands covering his waist. Seeing this scene, the other yaman's legs trembled as he twisted his head and ran inside the government office. Within a short while, dozens of magistrates ran out from the gate. Those yamen, wearing dark blue clothes and holding their sabers in their right hands, surrounded Chen Nan and his party along with the old man. Just after the yamen surrounded the group of them, another person appeared at the gate. The man was dressed in a yellow robe, his hands holding his rounded stomach, a hint of a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. As he walked through the surroundings of the magistrates and came into the crowd, he looked at the two people kneeling on the ground with contempt, and then placed his gaze on Chen Nan. After looking at it curiously for half a day, he finally determined that there was no such person in the Northern Way hierarchy. Only then did he raise his head. "You people, don't you know what this place is? Men, escort them all to the prison and wait for their punishment." At his order, the magistrates rushed up towards Chen Nan and the others without even asking. Only Chen Nan took a step back and waved his hand with an indifferent expression. "Speed up." Behind him, Wushu sneered and dashed into the crowd with a flash. It was only a few breaths before and after. More than a dozen yamen lay on the ground almost simultaneously covering their stomachs and wailing. Seeing this scene, the yellow-robed official's eyes widened as he froze and took several steps backward. After thinking that he had left a safe distance, he hid the expression of fear on his face, and shook his right hand continuously while shouting, "How dare you openly confront the court? You're finished." Chen Nan sneered. "Mo Bai." Behind him, Mo Bai came up and whispered, "Your Majesty." Chen Nan pulled out the previous vice-marshal token from his bosom and placed it in Mo Bai's hand. "Go mobilize 1,000 foot soldiers outside the city." Mo Bai, who received the token, turned around and ran out. Seeing that someone ran out, the yellow-robed official chided again. "Stop right there. You want to run even after beating up the yamen?" However, a large group of magistrates are lying on the ground, and he himself does not dare to chase out. Can only rely on the mouth to find a little face. Chapter 54, Listen up. After half a day's reprieve, one of the magistrates finally climbed to his feet. He was seen bending over and covering his stomach to the yellow-robed official and said in a low voice, "General Judge Qin, this person should be a martial artist." The magistrate said, his eyes dodging at Wushu, who had struck out. After only one look, he hastily pulled his eyes back. "He's a martial artist?" The yellow-robed official looked at Wushu with a skeptical expression. He didn't understand why he would strike at the government offices if he was a martial artist from the Northern Way. You know, Northern Way doesn't give martial artists too good a deal. Not only would martial artists be assigned arable land according to rank, but they were also exempted from taxes. Not only that, there would be a monthly allowance of 20 taels of silver given to the martial artist on time, as well as the use of free servants. However, after seeing Wushu's powerful strength, the official finally collected himself for a few moments and said in a gentle tone, "Dare I ask how many grades of martial artist are you?" Wushu stared at him with cold eyes and silently returned behind Chen Nan. From start to finish, there was no thought of answering. Seeing this, the official's face reddened. "Even if you are a martial artist, do you really think that I, Northern Way, can't do anything about you? To tell you the truth, there are more than 2,000 martial artists above the 5th rank in my Northern Way alone. I advise you to see the reality early and not to make a fool of yourself." Suddenly, he realized that Wushu, who had just struck out, had been standing behind Chen Nan the entire time. The puzzlement on his face grew a little more. After locking eyes with Chen Nan for a moment, he asked again, "Dare I ask if your excellency is a citizen of my Northern Way?" Chen Nan asked back, "Your surname is Qin?" The man froze, but nodded honestly. "I am surnamed Qin." "Why?" Chen Nan nodded and reached out to point at the couplet on the wall and asked again, "Do you know what these two lines above mean?" The man was even more confused and looked back at the words written on the pillar, shaking his head. "What does what mean have anything to do with me?" Seeing that Chen Nan did not answer his question, he angrily said, "Who the hell are you? What business do you have coming to the government office?" In the face of his question, Chen Nan still did not answer. Instead, he sighed and turned his head to look at Wushu behind him and lamented, "It seems that this Weidu prefecture is rotten." Listening to Chen Nan's words, Wushu revealed 2 rows of white teeth and replied in a voice that only the two could hear, "Your Majesty, the last general doesn't know about those. I'll do whatever your Majesty tells me to do." Chen Nan patted his shoulder and let out a light laugh. "You kid." The two of them completely disregarded the yellow-robed official, causing him to become even more angry and yell, "All the magistrates in the government office come out for me." With that one sound, hundreds of people actually ran out from the front and back of the government office. These hundreds of magistrates had appeared and tacitly surrounded Chen Nan and the others in the very center. Suddenly, Chen Nan let out a laugh and murmured, "For a government office to have hundreds of yamen staying behind, it is evident that this government office is rotten to the core." The officer looked around at the difference in numbers and snorted, "I'll let you laugh. Let's see if you can still laugh later. So what if you two are martial artists? I just don't believe that over 100 people are still no match for you two." After the harsh words were released, the man raised his right hand high. "Give it to me." As the words fell, that right hand in midair was simultaneously lowered. With a command, the group of magistrates simultaneously drew their sabers and gradually narrowed the encirclement. "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and take these two villains down for me." the official hurriedly urged it on. Just at that moment, a heavy footstep came from the distance. The crowd looked along with the voice. Not far away, a clear line of soldiers in armor neatly ran towards the government office. In an instant, the group of magistrates didn't dare to lean forward at all. Instead, they all shrunk back behind that official. The official was full of gravity as he commanded a few words to a yaman at his flank. He saw the magistrate turn around and run inside the government office. 1,000 soldiers came behind Chen Nan and shouted in unison, "Marshal Chen!" 1,000 people were so loud and powerful that they actually scared that official directly to the point that he sat on his butt on the ground. He was barely able to stand up with the help of the magistrate. Chen Nan waved his hand. Surround! In a flash, 1,000 soldiers with shields in their left hands and swords in their right surrounded a group of magistrates in the center of themselves. That official, where to see this kind of scene? It was not easy to be helped up of the. Once again was scared to squat on the ground. However, even with assistance, he still didn't get up this time. Not only did he not stand up, but a puddle of yellow liquid oozed from his crotch. For a while, the air in front of the government office was filled with the smell of urine. Chen Nan slowly walked up to him, looked down at the other party, and said in a faint voice, "What is your relationship with Qin Qingmen?" I am a side branch of the Qin Academy." The officer shivered and said the two were related. Looking up at Chen Nan, she gathered her courage and inquired, "Who are you really?" Just as Chen Nan was about to reply, a thin man walked out of the courtroom. The visitor was dressed in a red robe. His face was pockmarked with pockmarks. There was an under-cornered patch of hair, and his every move was the orange color of a villain. Only to see the visitor come to Chen Nan with quick steps, bending down and arching his hand. He said, "I am Weidu's chief official, temporarily acting as the prefect. Dare I ask the superior officer is? You're the Weidu chief bookkeeper?" Chen Nan narrowed his eyes at the other party and said in a cold voice, "The chief bookkeeper is only responsible for the daily records of the house. Even if it is the acting prefect position, no matter how, it is not the turn of the chief bookkeeper. I am none other than the chief bookkeeper. Dare I ask the superior officer is?" The visitor answered over and over again, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Chen Nan glanced at Bai. The latter, understanding, stepped forward and introduced himself in a loud voice. "Listen carefully. Standing in front of you is Northern Wei's King of Jinan, General of Jinan and left Prime Minister as the prefect of Weidu, enjoying the sword to go to the court, rewarded with a 9-clawed python robe, and bestowed with a golden tin scepter. Prince Chen Nan." Every time Bai said an official position, the faces of those yamen and the two officials went white. After all the introductions had been made, the chief bookkeeper, who had just come out, also crouched down and sat on the ground. His face was pale, his hands propped up on the ground, the corners of his mouth slightly open. "It's over. It's all over. It's completely over." No longer hesitating, Chen Nan bellowed, "Escort this group of people into the prison and wait for their punishment." A group of soldiers escorted the magistrates away. Chen Nan walked over to the old man who had been completely stunned, with a hint of a smile on his face. His tone was as gentle as possible as he said, "Old uncle, what is your claim? You can say it now." That old man looked at Chen Nan with two dull eyes, unable to say a word, unable to do anything else. Chen Nan could only look at the young girl kneeling on the side. It was only at this look that I realized that in the late fall, the girl child was wearing cloth clothes with several holes torn in them. On his feet was a pair of straw shoes that had dried out. "Raise your head," Chen Nan said softly. The young girl lifted her head up. She was seen with 2 hot tears on her face, and her frozen face looked dark with no idea what had stained it. "Alas, take them down to wash and change their clothes." Leaving behind a sentence, Chen Nan took the lead and walked inside the government office. Wushu followed close behind and followed into the mansion. Bai, on the other hand, arranged the guarding soldiers at the entrance before he led an old man and 2 young men into the government office. Chapter 55, This kind of thing is in the hands of the villain. Inside the government office, Chen Nan was on top of a high position. Wushu stood behind Chen Nan, coldly gazing at the main bookkeeper and Qin Tongjia kneeling on the ground. Chen Nan, on the other hand, briefly flipped through the paperwork laid out on the tabletop. Just see a big line on the topmost paperwork, 10 taels for reporting the official fee, and the complexity of the identity is calculated separately. Sneering twice, TSK, 10 taels of silver for reporting to the authorities? Saying that, he looked up at the 2 kneeling below and said in a flat tone, "Who set the price of this report fee?" The 2 men looked at each other, and no one spoke. Chen Nan did not have the heart to pursue the matter, but instead got up and walked around inside the government office. At this time, Bai, who had arranged the 1 old man and 1 young man, trotted into the government office, only to see Bai come directly to Chen Nan's side, speaking softly in his ear. "Your Majesty." That old man said that his family's land was forcibly requisitioned. He reported it to the authorities many times, but there was never a solution. Half a month ago, his son went out in the middle of the night, saying he wanted a statement from the authorities, but no one has seen his son since he left home. Not only that, the old man also said that the land in their village was either forcibly requisitioned by the government or bought by some big families at very low prices. Instead, the people who depend on the land for food and drink, have been reduced to doing odd jobs for the great families in order to buy a little food. Chen Nan then realized that the current situation of land annexation in Northern Wei is a few points more serious than the previous to Chen. It could even be said to be at its most critical moment. If there is still no reform, I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before Northern Wei is toppled. All the same, he knows very well in his heart that reform, that requires bloodshed. Chen Nan, who had returned to his high position, violently slapped the shocking wood. The frightened duo kneeling on the ground were startled and raised their heads at the same time to look at Chen Nan suspiciously. That principal, call all the people in charge of your government offices. At the sound of the voice, that chief bookkeeper hurriedly climbed up and ran all the way out along the gate. Looking at the only one left, Chen Nan here made sure. You said that you're a side branch of the Qin Academy, right? Commissar Qin nodded his head like a chicken. Since it's a relative of the Qin Academy, then this matter is very good. Upon hearing this, General Judge Qin thought that Chen Nan had compromised with him. With a smile on his face, he took 2 steps forward and spoke in general as a reminder. Many thanks for the king's openness. After this matter, I will definitely pay a visit to your door. Chen Nan played with the shocking wood in his hand, and the corner of his mouth lifted up in an arc. A visit to the door? I'm afraid you don't have that chance. At that moment, General Judge Qin's face changed. He didn't know what Chen Nan meant and thought it was because Chen Nan didn't think his intentions were generous enough. Inwardly, he mockingly and angrily cursed Chen Nan's greed twice, and smoothly pulled out 2 ingots of gold from his waist. Placing the gold on the tabletop, he pushed it toward Chen Nan. Flattering smile, he said, please also rest assured that your majesty's apologies will definitely satisfy your majesty. For a while, the eyes of Chen Nan's few people were dead set on the 2 ingots of gold on the tabletop. Chen Nan took the 2 ingots of gold and raised his head to lock eyes with Generalissimo Qin. Looking at Chen Nan's evil smile, the helpless Qin Tongjie had no choice but to laugh along with him. The two of them laughed half-heartedly in embarrassment. The chief bookkeeper, who had gone and returned, re-entered the hall, followed sparsely by a dozen men. Seeing this, General Judge Qin consciously retreated 2 steps and stood with the chief bookkeeper who had just come in, whispering comfortingly, don't worry, I gave him 2 ingots of gold, and from now on, this king of Jinan will be on the same rope as us. Upon hearing this, the head bookkeeper stared at Chen Nan twice more in disbelief. Originally, he thought that this king of Jinan had a great reputation. Now it seems to be nothing more than an attempt to make a buck. Although their voices were small as they spoke, they didn't know that Chen Nan had already stepped into a half-step sect master. The whispers that the two thought were hidden were no different to Chen Nan than if they had said them in public. Chen Nan cleared his throat. Gentlemen, you are all officials of my Northern Wei. I would like to know what is going on with the land of the nearby villages being forcibly seized by the government. As Chen Nan opened his mouth, the faces of the officials who came in turned ugly, especially that chief bookkeeper. Pulled the sleeve of the Qin Tongjian. Didn't you say that he received 2 ingots of gold from you? Why are you still asking about the forced land seizure? Qin Tongjie, who was being pressed, reddened his face. How could he have known that things would actually go this way? However, Chen Nan had really charged him 2 ingots of gold. Gritting his teeth, he reminded, Your Highness, that bit of stuff just now was just a meet and greet gift, and there will be even more generous gifts in the future. Naive as he was, he had thought until now that he hadn't given out enough portions. Chen Nan suddenly became serious. Commander Qin, I accept the meet and greet gift you gave me. Now, what I'm asking is why the land of the neighboring villages was forcibly seized by the government? Please pass. Judge immediately stared at Chen Nan with wide eyes, not understanding. The current him, if he wasn't afraid of Chen Nan's identity, he would have slapped up 2 slaps long ago. You don't do what you're paid to do you? However, he didn't dare, not to mention Chen Nan's long list of prefixes. As far as Wushu behind Chen Nan stood there, he didn't even have the courage to make a move. The hall of over a dozen people was suddenly so silent that even the air came to a standstill. After a long while, Chen Nan added, Since all of you are unwilling to speak, then go to the prison first to reflect on yourselves. The words came, with a big wave of the hand. Dozens of soldiers suddenly walked into the hall, racking a group of people and heading out. Chen Nan pointed at General Judge Qin and the chief bookkeeper. These two stay. He also commanded, Mo Bai, bring up the old man from earlier. If he wants to reform the issue of land seizure, he has to first understand how exactly it is done. And the old man out there is, without a doubt, the best man for the job. At this moment, in the corner of the hall, General Judge Chin nudged the chief bookkeeper. I reckon this Chen Nan thinks we're giving him too little. You pull out all the money you have on you. I'll go and give him some more, and this matter will be muddled through. Reluctantly, the chief bookkeeper took out 2 ingots of gold from his belt. Be steady. That little movement of the 2 was completely exposed to Chen Nan's eyes. He didn't speak, however, just carried on quietly. Soon, with a smile on his face, Generalissimo Chin walked under the table and said in a low voice, Your Highness, I misremembered just now. There are still 4 ingots of gold here, so please laugh at it. The moment the gold lit up, Wushu behind him wisely closed his eyes and turned his head away. Chen Nan silent under the hands of gold after quipped, You kid, quite on the road ah. Tongjia Chin smiled and chimed in, It's all because of how well the king has cultivated them. Chen Nan turned his words around, Since you kid is so on the ball, then tell this king about the forced land acquisition in the nearby villages? The moment these words came out, Tongjian Chin's smile came to an abrupt end. Looking at Chen Nan again suspiciously, he angrily cursed in his heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Looking at people who are not very old, their hearts can be really greedy. Taking a big breath, he calmed down and replaced it with a smile. Your Highness is joking. This kind of small matter, just leave it to the little man. I promise that in the future, Your Majesty will never hear similar words again. Oh, this kind of thing can be solved by Generalissimo Chin? Chen Nan pretended to be surprised and opened his mouth, only to see Generalissimo Chin patting his chest. Don't worry, Your Majesty. This kind of thing is what I'm best at. As it happened, Mo Bai entered the hall with an old man and a young man. Chapter 56, Who saw it? The old man who entered the hall flopped down and knelt in front of Chen Nan. Your Honor, please be a judge for the little people. Chen Nan rose, stretched out his hands, and half bent over in invitation. Since General Judge Chin is good at this, then you'll be the one to do it. This action frightened Tongjia Chin so much that a layer of dense sweat oozed out from his forehead. Stumbling up to the high seat, he stood in front of the chair. Looking to his left and right, his eyes rested on Chen Nan and he smiled awkwardly. On weekdays, this chair was his exclusive. That chief book is only a nominal acting prefect. The real person who takes the matter must also be his Chin Tongjian. However, this chair, which I don't know how many times I've sat in it, I can't sit in it today. Seeing this, Chen Nan also smiled and reminded, Don't stare at it, General Judge Chin. Quickly sit down and take care of things. General Judge Chin was completely flustered, and at this moment, he couldn't get Chen Nan's mind at all. Not to mention sitting, even just standing in front of the chair could feel the pressure on the flanking Chen Nan. With a strong smile, he explained, Your Highness, villain had 2 hemorrhoids on his buttocks yesterday. Please also ask Your Highness to understand a bit. I really can't sit down. With these words, he intended to test Chen Nan and also wanted to see what the other party really meant. However, Chen Nan simply ignored his temptation and said bluntly, It's good that you can't sit down. Wooster, I'd like to see him sit down and work this out. At the sound, Wushu took a step forward. Before he had a chance to make a move, Tongjia Chin was directly shocked and sat on his butt. Chen Nan sneered, What does yesterday's hemorrhoids have to do with today? It's not as if Commander Chin can sit down. Now that we're sitting down, let's settle things. There was a chill in his tone as he uttered the last words. That touch of coldness caused a layer of cold sweat to emerge once again on Tongjia Chin's damp forehead. The right hand trembled as it carried the shocking wood, and when it wanted to slap it down, it inadvertently looked at Chen Nan, found the latter watching him with cold eyes. Again, he gently put down the shocking wood, and his tone was gentle. Old uncle, don't be nervous, tell us in detail what happened to the family's land. The old man looked at Chen Nan gratefully, and then looked at General Judge Chin with fear. There was a tangled look on his face. Hesitantly, he put his head down and told, My lord, my real name is Gu Erden, and my family lives in Gu village. In January, 2 officials in Yaman's garb suddenly came to the house. Directly after arriving at the house, he took out a copy of the deed, and without saying anything directly asked the old man me to sign the deed. Speaking of which, the old man one could not hold back a small sob. I am but a commoner, and I have never been to school, and I can't read a few big words. After signing that official said that the family land would have nothing to do with us from now on. My son couldn't swallow this breath, so he went to the government to argue. But again, the official said that the words were signed by us and that no one forced us. The second time I went to the government to argue the case, the government simply did not accept the plea of the youngest child. Half a month ago, my son went to the government office for the 3rd time. Who would have guessed that this trip would be half a month? Until now, the old man doesn't even know whether the little one is dead or alive. Please return justice to me. My lord, the little man's family lives on that 1 acre of land. Now it's good. The land is gone. The son has disappeared, and there's only a granddaughter left to live with the old man. After the old man finished his speech, the ground he was kneeling on was already wet with tears. General Judge Qin nervously looked at Chen Nan and inquired, "Your Majesty, look, it's fine for Commander Qin to play on his own." Chen Nan replied in a cold voice. From the old man's words, Chen Nan had almost understood clearly. "I am afraid that it is people in the government who forcibly confiscate land and sell it to the big families of the world, thus making profits out of it. It is just that he does not understand that there are many ways to amass wealth, so why should he keep oppressing the lowest class of people?" Chen Nan was thinking about the backer behind this matter. He knew that without a backer, just a small Wei-Du prefect would not have the guts to do so. As he pondered, so did Generalissimo Qin. It was just that what Tongjia Qin pondered was just what side Chen Nan was on. After thinking for half a day, he simply couldn't understand Chen Nan's path. He could only kick the can down the road and say, "Don't worry, old man. I'll send someone to investigate this matter right away, and I'll definitely give you a result in the end." Even so, that Go-Erden still thanked. "Many thanks to the great Lord of the Green Sky for doing right by me." General Judge Qin waved his hand. "Old uncle, you go back first. After the investigation of the matter is over, this official will naturally give you an answer." If Go-Erden couldn't see his words, how could Chen Nan not see them? Just as the old man got up to leave, he was stopped by Chen Nan. "Go-Erden, if he says that, aren't you afraid that it won't end up in the end?" A sentence that caused the already eased atmosphere to condense again. Chen Nan looked at General Judge Qin. "Is that how you solved it?" The latter froze. "Your Majesty, then you said." Chen Nan simply ignored Generalissimo Qin. Turning around, he commanded, "Mo Bai, send someone to bring these two back to the royal residence to stay." At the sound, Mo Bai pointed out a few soldiers and led the two away from the government office. After the people left, Chen Nan's face turned blue. "General Judge Qin, this king would like to know who sent the people to Guja village to collect the land?" As soon as he heard these words, General Judge Qin knew that this matter was not going to pass. With a hardened heart, he actually threatened, "Your Highness, don't forget that my last name can be Qin. This kind of small matter, we can just get by on face. Why chase after people? Moreover, didn't the king receive a meet and greet gift just now?" Chen Nan froze and took 2 steps back and said evenly, "But don't accuse me falsely. You said I received a meet and greet gift. Who saw it?" All of a sudden, General Judge Qin had a eating expression on his face. "Your Majesty, I have just placed the 6 ingots of gold on the tabletop with my own hands. You also received it, didn't you, Your Majesty? How is this still turning around?" Chen Nan blushed and turned his head to look at the two of them. "Mo Bai, Wu Xiu, Lord Qin just said that I received 6 ingots of gold from him. Did you two see that?" Wux simply closed her eyes and pretended she didn't know anything about it. Mo Bai instead opened his mouth. "Your Majesty, I was just blinded by the wind and sand and didn't see anything." The words of the two men's actions made Tongjia Qin even more confused. Rubbing his head, he jumped up from his chair. "Your Highness, you obviously took it. How can you turn around and disown it?" Chen Nan snorted. "You say I took it? Where's the evidence?" He was so disruptive that he directly confused General Judge Qin into not knowing how to speak. Qin Tongjia wanted to kill people's heart. He can be sure that the first time to give when Mo Bai 2 absolutely saw. But now when it comes time for 2 people to come forward and testify, one simply closes his eyes. The other one actually said he didn't see it because he was squinting from the wind and sand. "Come on, it's inside the room." In desperation, he pulled out the little crumbs of silver left on his body and placed them on top of the tabletop. "Your Highness, just now it was the villain who was abrupt. This is the point to invite your Highness to drink tea. Would it be good for me to pay a personal visit tomorrow?" Chapter 57 The task of rectifying the lands of the Northern Wei province. Chen Nan took the broken silver in the hands of General Judge Qin and weighed it in his hands. The corner of his mouth raised a cold smile. "With this amount of money, what kind of tea can I have?" In front of several people in the crowd, he spread out his palms and let the silver in his hands scatter to the ground. One of the silvers rolled along and fell at the feet of Generalissimo Qin. Looking at the still shaking broken silver at his feet, Tongjia Qin clenched his hands into fists and gasped for air. He knew Chen Nan's high status and position, but no matter how high, he was still a branch of the Qin family. "I can't believe I'm not even giving a little face." The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and not knowing where he got the courage, he kicked the broken silver on the ground and pointed at Chen Nan, shouting up, "Your Majesty, I have already said that I will pay a visit later. Why is your Highness in such a hurry? Could it be that you think I won't give it?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. He then remembered that the person standing in front of him was the Jinnan King of Northern Wei, the only king whose name begins with the word town. And then look at him, he's just a branch of the Qin family. Reacting to this, the Qin Tongjian flung himself onto his knees. Kneeling on both knees, he climbed in front of Chen Nan and grabbed Chen Nan's pants leg and begged, "Your Highness, the villain's brain was confused just now. Please spare the villain's life." Chen Nan kicked General Judge Qin out of the hall. "Commander Qin, I just want to know who was behind the forced land seizure. Say it and you can live." Chen Nan coldly whispered to the outside of the hall. Although he couldn't see the other man, he was sure that the other man wouldn't dare to run. And, in his territory, the other guy couldn't run away. In the next second, the limping General Judge Qin was seen returning to the hall in a crooked manner. This time, his entire body no longer had the various expressions it had before. Frustration was all over his face. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and there was a dark footprint in the middle of his stomach. Only to see him come to Chen Nan in silence, seemingly resigned to his fate. "Your Majesty, I am but a person of the lowest rank. I'll die if I say so, and I'll die if I don't. Why would I say that if I didn't say there were people to take care of my family?" The corner of Qin Tongjia's mouth lifted up in an arc after he finished speaking, and he suddenly exploded with strength, twisting his head and rushing towards the pillars in the hall. Chen Nan closed his eyes. Today was his first day in office. He didn't want to see the look of blood spikes hollering. Moreover, according to his guess, this Qin Tongjie didn't know much. Moreover, it is highly likely that a set of industry chain will be formed behind this set. Just as Chen Nan was thinking, the voice came out in his mind. "Drops. Detecting serious land annexation in the Northern Wei. Please ask the host to rectify the Northern Wei land situation in a timely manner. As a result of the large number of tasks, the rewards are distributed in batches." Chen Nan was confused. This was the first time that the words "huge amount of tasks" came out of the system's mouth. It can be seen that the lowest class of people in Northern Wei has long been in dire straits. System, what's the meaning of this distributing rewards in batches? The Northern Wei is an urban area system, with 4 cities transformed into one district, totaling 16 districts, each with the right to recruit troops on their own. The hosts need to be addressing the annexation of land in each area. Every time the host solves a problem in an area, the system will issue a reward. Please ask the host to first resolve the land annexation of the Northern Wei capital city. Mission time, unlimited. Mission reward, the host will receive a fragment of the Imperial Dynasty. Shards of the Imperial Dynasty? How did the system reward this? For a while, Chen Nan couldn't fathom the path. In his memories, there were only 3 great Imperial dynasties in this continent. And these 3 great Imperial dynasties are the Great Qian and the Northern Qian that split from the Great Qian. As for the 3rd Imperial dynasty, he had no news at all. Thinking of this, Chen Nan flashed a thought. Could it be that the system wanted him to cultivate Northern Wei into the 3rd Imperial dynasty? These were too far away from him, and Chen Nan did not proceed to think about them. When he opened his eyes, what met his eyes was the blood flowing downward from the pillar in front of him. There was also the steaming corpse of the ground Qin Tongjian. Carry the body down, and the chief bookkeeper will be escorted to the prison first. Chen Nan rubbed his forehead, his voice tinged with a bit of exhaustion. Seeing this, Mo Bai kindly asked, "Your Majesty, is something wrong?" Chen Nan naturally couldn't say that it was because he couldn't see clearly with the rewards given to him by the system, so he could only say perfunctorily, "I'm just a little tired. The 2 of you follow me into the court. This king wants to personally meet the Empress Dowager." With the words, Chen Nan flung his sleeves and left in large strides. Meanwhile, the Qin mansion, a small room, opaque in all directions, was furnished with a square table. The 2 men stared at each other around the square table. Not much later, Qin Qingmin spoke. "Prime Minister Changsun, are you naive enough to think that this matter will be over after the death of the Qin beast?" That's right. These 2 were none other than Qin Qingmin and Changsun. Changsun was full of hesitation. "Qin Academy. This minister is getting old. Moreover, the Chen Nanjinnan king has been made real. This matter, let's call it a day." Qin Qingmin's face turned cold as he violently stood up, slapping his large hand on the desktop. "Changsun, don't forget the things Chen Nan did in Diqian. Is that reform? That's stepping on our necks to get to the top. You, Changsun, as prime minister, do you really want to stand by and watch the blood flow in my Northern Wei?" Changsun sneered and said nonchalantly, "Qin Qingmin, I've already given you my face, and I've done what I promised you. Do you really think I don't know who you are?" Hearing this, Qin Qingmin's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. "Prime Minister Changsun, what you said, this dean doesn't understand what it means." Changsun got up and spoke as he walked. "There are some things that you and I should just know. I only want to preserve my Changsun family. The rest has nothing to do with me. I hope this is our last meeting." As the words fell, Changsun also walked to the door. Just as he pulled the door open, outside the door stood 2 middle-aged men. The 2 of them were cleanly dressed in black power suits, and their eyes were devoid of any color. "It's like 2 Muppets." A voice sounded behind him. Prime Minister, there are some things that are done. Do you really think no one will dare touch you? Moreover, this Northern Way is already going to reach a tipping point after all the time we've been working on it, isn't it? You can look at Diqian. Chen Nan's reforms in Diqian are almost completely finished, and in the end it was not disrupted by the river that appeared. There are things that we have to do. Chan Sun Du gritted his teeth and turned around, coldly saying, Qin Qingmin, you and your people are really good at this. Ha ha ha, General, just following orders. Qin Qingmin knew that Chan Sun Du had compromised. He then spoke again. Since the Prime Minister is willing to stand on the same side as this dean, then let's discuss how to get rid of Chen Nan. I don't think the Prime Minister would refuse this matter. Would he? Qin Qingmin opened his mouth with a disinterested expression. The helpless Nagasundo had to turn back to his chair. The voices of the two men were also getting smaller and smaller, with a few cold grunts and taunts coming out every now and then. Chapter 58, The Sudden Sound of Horses' Hooves. Northern Way Palace. Chen Nan and his group stood outside the palace gates. The guards at the entrance of the palace saw Chen Nan's several people arriving and stepped forward with a calm face and said, Your Highness, there is no court today, so please return. Chen Nan pulled out a token from his pocket. This king of Jinan, has an urgent matter to meet with the Empress Dowager to report, he said, about to cross the two guards. Who knows? The two guards drew their swords at the same time and bellowed, Your Highness, please respect yourself. There is no court today. If your Highness dares to take a step forward, don't blame me for being blind with my sword. In this scene, not only Chen Nan froze, even the two behind him, Mo Bai, stared in disbelief. The two could never have imagined that Chen Nan, who was the noble king of Jinan, was actually stopped outside the palace by two guards. They didn't understand, but Chen Nan could be very clear. Any kingdom or dynasty from time immemorial, the brains of those who can be on duty in the palace are in two words, loyalty. The two will naturally do what they are told to do from above. Chen Nan did not blame them for this. Instead, he appreciated it a bit. This king has something important to report. You two can't make up your mind about this matter. Bring the general on duty here. At those words, the two of them looked at each other and nodded to each other. One of the guards retrieved his saber and cupped his fists. I'm offended. Please wait a moment. Your Highness. With that, he turned and left. Chen Nan was in no hurry and waited at the entrance of the palace. Soon after, two figures appeared in the distance. The visitor was wearing a basilisk-colored armor, with a standard Chinese character face, as if it carried an innate majesty, and came to Chen Nan, cupping his fists and saying, My General Tian Wei, I pay my respects to the King of Jinan. Chen Nan nodded his head and returned unhurriedly. General Tian, this king has something important to report to the Empress Dowager, so please inform the general. At the sound of his voice, Tian Wei nodded. Please wait a moment. Your Highness, he said, after giving two instructions to the guards on the side. Just see the guard twist his head and run away. It was a quarter of an hour later when the guards returned again to the palace gates. The guards didn't come back alone. He was followed by a eunuch-like figure. After the two returned to the palace gates, the eunuch pulled his voice and said sharply, Pass on the Empress Dowager's oracle. As the words fell, the line of people at the palace entrance all knelt down. Chen Nan followed suit and bent over in honor. When others give him so much power and fame, he will naturally do his job to the best of his ability. That eunuch kindly glanced at Chen Nan before continuing. The Empress Dowager's decree, where the King of Jinan personally enters the court. There can be no division of time, where the King of Jinan's token enters the court. He can wait directly outside the hall. Hearing this, the few people kneeling on the ground were completely dumbfounded. Envious eyes looked at Chen Nan at the same time. How could they have imagined that it was only the guards who had gone in to report? I can't believe I invited a direct decree. At that moment, that Tian Wei looked at Chen Nan with more than envy in his eyes. There was also a strong scorn. Only, his eyes Chen Nan did not see. Your Highness, the decree is conveyed. Please follow us to meet the Empress Dowager. The eunuch's face was gentle and his voice softened. Only, that clipped voice more or less made Chen Nan feel a bit uncomfortable, and disgustedly followed behind the eunuch. Please trouble the eunuch to lead the way. Along the way, Chen Nan knew that this person's surname was Liu, and he had been in charge of the court since the reign of the first emperor of the Northern Wei dynasty. After the Empress Dowager's reign, she felt that he was still honest, and that's why she didn't replace him. Your Highness, ahead is the back garden. The Empress Dowager is inside. Eunuch Liu pointed to the back garden in front of the two. Chen Nan remembered this place. The first time he came to Northern Wei, it was here that he met the Empress Dowager. After nodding sideways towards Eunuch Liu, he walked in by the memorized route. Only, he didn't see that shadowy look in Eunuch Liu's eyes before he turned around. Entering the back garden, Chen Nan followed the route to the depths. At a pavilion, He saw the Empress Dowager who had her back to him and was enjoying the flowers. Respectfully, Empress Dowager. At the sound of the voice, the Empress Dowager twisted her head and a smirk appeared on her face while seeing Chen Nan. The king of Jinan is here. Is there anything important to report? Chen Nan paused and organized his thoughts. Empress Dowager. The current situation in Northern Wei is very grim. A small Wei-do acting prefect actually dares to urge his subordinates to forcibly seize land. Not only that, but they also dare to openly sell land to the big families of the gentry. Among other things, there are also officials and officials not for the people. In one breath, Chen Nan listed many problems. Only, he realized that the Empress Dowager always had a smile on her face when he was talking. When he finished, the Empress Dowager smiled and asked, King Jinan, have you finished? Chen Nan unconsciously nodded. It's over. Alas. The Empress Dowager sighed. Does the King of Jinan think that I don't want to change this environment? They are all my people of Northern Wei as well. The late emperor died, and the young emperor was still in his infancy. The great Qian has been waging war against Northern Wei for years. On the surface, Northern Wei remains strong, but in reality, what about Shishu, a small, isolated country that actually dares to cut off supplies? Speaking here, the Empress Dowager stared at Chen Nan. If it wasn't for the fact that that woman, Wu Fengwan, was able to release you, and I, the mourner, greatly appreciated the talent of the Jinan king. I'm only afraid that this Northern Wei has all died long ago. Chen Nan froze. He sort of understood. The woman had dragged herself to Northern Wei to clean up the mess. When he himself was in Deqian, his country was so strong that he didn't need the economic support of Shishu at all. It was also able to launch a major war against the Northern Wei. When one leaves Deqian, Deqian still managed to survive for a while, but Northern Wei, which had already been crippled, went downhill. And Western Shu was to see the Northern Wei's fall, which dares to join forces with the Great Qian. Only, both sides did not expect that Chen Nan of Deqian shifted to become the Jinan king of Northern Wei. The status of three countries was hardened and muddied by Chen Nan alone. Chen Nan gave an awkward cry. Empress Dowager. This king is only in Deqian. He was interrupted in the middle of his sentence. Jinan king, your matter in Deqian has been turned over. Since you entered my Northern Wei court, those ministers have rarely come to bother the mourning family. Moreover, with you Northern Wei can annihilate an army of 400, 000 with 200, 000. There's no doubt about your ability. You were still able to discover my Northern Wei's problems in the first place. The king of Jinan is truly a rare talent, the Empress Dowager said, crossing her fingers and nestling them in front of her chest, her eyes tightly closed. Your Majesty, Northern Wei is going to be strong as well. Promised you, and mourner did. From now on, we'll be on our own, said the man, 2 lines of tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. For a moment, Chen Nan actually flashed a flutter as he looked at the charming Empress Dowager in front of him. Just at this time, there was a sudden clatter of horses' hooves outside. Along with it came a slight tremor in the ground. Chen Nan ran to the Empress Dowager as fast as he could and picked her up. Jumping up and down, he sat firmly on the wall. Chapter 59, Can you put me down now? In the next second. In the past days, no one dared to enter the Imperial Garden without a decree, and several blood-red war horses suddenly appeared. A hissing sound came out, as if a war horse in heat was wantonly running wildly in the Imperial Garden. Flowers and plants on both sides are rapidly losing ground under the hooves of the horses. Immediately afterward, dozens of black-robed men in black power suits suddenly appeared in the Imperial Garden, each with a large sword slung around their waist. These people drew their sabers at the same time, and when their hands rose and fell, the blood-colored warhorse fell to the ground in agony. Chen Nan could see that most of these people were 5th-grade martial artists. Strangely, they seemed to know their duties well. After solving the trouble, it disappeared again with a ghostly speed. At this speed, even Chen Nan could only barely capture the figures of a few people. Chen Nan concluded that this group of people must have experienced some sort of specific training. They simply ignored the Empress Dowager who was being held in Chen Nan's arms. Can the king of Jinan put the mourner down now? The woman in her arms suddenly spoke. Only then did Chen Nan react to the fact that the woman in his arms was the supreme ruler of Northern Wei. Smiling awkwardly, he leapt forward and landed firmly on the ground with both feet, putting the woman in her arms down. Empress Dowager. Just now it was my minister who was too reckless. The Empress Dowager let out a light laugh. There is no harm in it. The Jinan king is also considering for the safety of the mourning family. Then his face changed. Since King Jinan has the heart to save Northern Wei, just let go and do it. Everything is backed up by mourning family behind you, getting the rights he wanted. Chen Nan clasped his fists and fled to leave the Imperial Garden. After Chen Nan left, the Empress Dowager's face was handsome and cold, and she said in a chorus, Go and check to see who was so bold as to dare to release the horses of the Imperial Horse Supervisor without authorization. Those horses, blood red in color. The first moment she saw them, the Empress Dowager knew that they were the sweat-blooded horses inside the Imperial Palace. She didn't know why the warhorse that was supposed to be guarded at the Imperial Horse Guards had appeared inside the Imperial Garden. With the fall of her voice, a dull voice suddenly came out from the Imperial Garden. My subordinate will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Chen Nan, who had left the Imperial Garden, smelled the fragrance remaining on his body. The corners of his mouth rose, and he muttered to himself, "This woman, she's quite flavorful." After coming out of the palace, Chen Nan purposely came to a corner where no one was around. The right hand was raised and snapped his fingers. A short while later, a black-robed man walked up to him. The man came before Chen Nan and said in a respectful tone, "Master, what are your orders? Check the land situation in Northern Wei and see what people are behind it." Chen Nan opened his mouth expressionlessly. The black-robed man nodded. "This matter will be continuously followed up by my subordinates. Master's previous request to investigate River's matter has already yielded some results. In addition, Lu Half-Hanging of Western Shu left from Western Shu 2 days ago under the guise of a mission to Northern Wei." Lu Half-Hanging? Chen Nan repeated the name. His eyes suddenly lit up and confirmed. "Is this Lu Half-Hanging Wang Dong's master?" The black-robed man nodded again. "That's right, this person is none other than Wang Dong's master. What's strange is that this time, this person didn't lose his cultivation after leaving Shishu, and the people who followed him have been spotted one after another. Therefore, where this person has arrived now is unknown to my subordinates." "You've all been discovered?" Chen Nan's face changed slightly. His men, he understands best. These people may not be that talented in martial arts, but tracking, counter-tracking and investigative information are all hand-me-downs from him. He could confirm that martial arts cultivation levels below half-step sovereign would never be able to discover the traces of these people, and now they've been discovered. It could only mean that Lu Half-Hanging's strength was definitely a half-step sect master to start with. Thinking of this, Chen Nan felt the pressure for the first time and instructed, "The Jianghe side can be put on hold, and take the lead in investigating the matter of the Northern Wei land." After receiving the order, the black-robed man left straight away. Chen Nan also took the two Wusu back to the royal residence as fast as he could. Inside the royal residence, Chen Nan locked himself in his room. "System, to what extent can 20 years of cultivation advance my strength?" Drops. 20 years of cultivation will allow the host to rise to the peak of the sovereign master. Just the peak of the sovereign? Chen Nan frowned. In his opinion, 20 years of kung fu should have allowed him to break through to the sovereign. 20 years of cultivation is only increased according to the speed of the host's cultivation. Chen Nan let out a bitter smile. His body, cultivating for 20 years, was only at the peak of the Zhongshe, but he didn't care. Anyway, with the system, so what if he had mediocre talent? Steadying his mind, his lips parted slightly. Use 20 years of power. Chen Nan was already prepared to deal with the kind of pain he felt when he broke through. Drop. Use successful. As the system prompt sounded out, Chen Nan's expression tightened and he was always ready. It felt like after a tea's worth of work, Chen Nan still did not feel any pressure on his body. Puzzled. "System, did you swallow the reward? It has been used and finished. The host has stepped into the peak patriarch." "This is stepping in?" Chen Nan's eyes widened. Stretching out his hands and looking at them, he realized that there was no difference from before. He couldn't help but curse angrily. "Damn, what's the difference between this breakthrough and no breakthrough?" Breathless, Chen Nan pulled open the door of the room as soon as he could, intending to head to the prefectural government to proceed to question that chief bookkeeper. But before he could walk out, he saw an anxious-looking Wushu at the door. "Your Majesty, what have you been doing inside your room?" Chen Nan froze. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Immediately afterward, he saw Wushu's white eyes. Pursuing the question, he said, "Wushu, what the hell is wrong with you, kid? What's that look?" Wushu blinked and examined it carefully from beginning to end. Only after determining that the person in front of him was indeed Chen Nan did he open his mouth. "Your Highness, you have been in your room for 5 hours. And why is your skin so white?" "The most crucial thing is that my subordinate can't sense any martial fluctuations from His Majesty." 5 hours? Is it that long? Chen Nan was surprised. 5 hours is 10 hours. In the room he felt it was only a short while. How could 5 hours have passed? As he looked outside, a curved moon hung high in the sky. That's what convinced him that he had really been in the room for 5 hours. Suddenly, the gate of the royal residence was pushed open. An anxious Mo Bai hurried in. "Mo Bai, what's your kid running so fast for?" Chen Nan frowned slightly, his intuition telling him that Mo Bai would bring him bad news. Mo Bai, who had been trotting along, stopped when he heard Chen Nan's voice. Following the voice, he saw Chen Nan in the center of the hall. With just one glance, his eyes were filled with surprise, as if he didn't recognize the person in front of him at all. Your Majesty, your skin. Emobai came to Chen Nan with wide eyes as he sprinted. My skin? What's wrong? It was only then that Chen Nan remembered that Wushu had not only talked about the time just now, but also his skin, and the mite on his body. Chapter 60 Terrifying Peaks. Sure. Emobai walked through the two men and picked up the bronze mirror on the tabletop and placed it in front of Chen Nan. In the bronze mirror, Chen Nan's face was as if it had been carved. For a while, Chen Nan himself couldn't even believe that the person inside the bronze mirror would be himself. After half a day's reprieve, he thought of Wushu's third sentence and asked, Wushu, you said that the power in me is gone. What's going on? Wusu also did not hide. Your Highness, earlier on, my subordinate could feel the aura on your Highness. Although I can't sense the exact strength, I can indeed feel the pressure from it. With that, the words turned. However, the current king gives his subordinates the feeling as if it were a puddle of stagnant water. If one didn't deliberately perceive it, one wouldn't even notice the presence of the king. Chen Nan was confused. He didn't just break through a peak zone master. How did it even come to the point of not being able to perceive his presence? Communicate with the system in a hurry. System, what the is going on here? He asked half a dozen times, but the system pressed on. The helpless Chen Nan had to slowly understand and experience it on his own. Just as Chen Nan was pondering, the door to the royal residence was pushed open. Emobai ran into the royal residence with a nervous face. Seeing this, Chen Nan called out, Emobai, what did you kid just run so fast for? Emobai froze, then remembered and hurriedly spoke. Your Highness, the chief bookkeeper inside the prefectural prison is dead. Dead? Chen Nan raised his eyebrows. Yes, the chief bookkeeper killed himself by biting his tongue, and had a smile on his face before he died. Emobai describes the death of the chief bookkeeper again. Emobai could understand that the chief bookkeeper committed suicide, but he couldn't understand why he was wearing a smile before he died. Chen Nan sneered. Looks like someone is secretly obstructing us. Ha, is this about not wanting us to find out? At this moment, Chen Nan thought that the chief bookkeeper in the prison was forced to bite his tongue and kill himself. Didn't even think about it in any other way. Subsequently, Qin Xingmin's figure appeared in Chen Nan's mind. In his opinion, that Qin Tongjia was a branch of the Qin family. Behind it most likely stood the entire Qin family. And Qin Tongjian died after the governor hit a pillar, followed by the chief bookkeeper biting his tongue in prison. It must be Qin Xingmin who was manipulating the two in the back. Thinking of this, a cold smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Qin Xingmin, don't you like to target me? Then try it. Come on, let's go to the Qin mansion. With a command, Chen Nan took the first step. Wushu followed silently. On the contrary, Emobai had a tangled face and stayed in place without making a move. Chen Nan, who had already walked out, suddenly sensed that Emobai behind him had not moved at all. One turned around and saw Emobai's tangled appearance. Ma Bai, something wrong with you? Emobai hesitated, but still spoke up. Your Highness, it's almost midnight now, and the Wei capital is about to have a curfew. Why don't we wait until tomorrow? Chen Nan's face changed. You're quite good at thinking about Qin Xingmin. Ha! At the sound of the voice, Emobai immediately shivered. The two were separated by dozens of steps, but Emobai felt the aura of death. Hurriedly opened his mouth. Your Highness, no, it's not like that. Little just, don't want to, put. I don't know if it was because of nervousness or something else, but Emobai couldn't even say a complete sentence. A mouthful of old blood was directly sprayed out, and his entire body went limp. Chen Nan frowned. Emobai, what kind of a show is this for you, kid? As Chen Nan's tone calmed down, the feeling of fear in Emobai's heart dissipated. Hastily climbing to his feet, he explained, Your Highness, I just felt that it was inconvenient to travel after curfew. I really didn't think for Qin Xingmin, said Emobai, on the verge of tears. He was really wronged and was totally thinking for Chen Nan. It turned out to be misunderstood by the other side. The key thing was that Chen Nan didn't make a move either, and he couldn't even say a word. And even more so, he directly spat out blood. At this moment, Emobai feared Chen Nan to the bone and at the same time became more loyal. On the side, Wushu muttered his lips as he felt that Emobai had overacted a bit. Just as he was considering whether or not to remind, it occurred to him that, who was his king? That was Chen Nan. Even he could see the pompous acting. How could Chen Nan not see it? However, Chen Nan really didn't see it. He sensed that Emobai's actions and demeanor just now were simply not feigned. Besides, who has nothing better to do than to keep making themselves spurt blood all the time? Go ahead and take care of it. Chen Nan was relieved, staring at Wushu on the side again. Who do you think was behind the death of the chief bookkeeper? Feeling Chen Nan's gaze, Wushu's heart throbbed within him. In this instant, he actually had an urge to kneel down and submit. Immediately afterward, he found his limbs gradually stiffening. Stiffness was followed by paralysis, and a great desire to survive welled up in his heart. At that moment, he realized that the mo by just now was not pretending. He was truly suppressed by Chen Nan, but Chen Nan did not make a move from the beginning to the end. Most crucially, until now, Wushu had not felt a single trace of intimidation from Chen Nan, only to see his mouth open, breathing heavily and spitting out words with difficulty. Your Majesty, subordinate, not clear. Wushu, what tricks are you kid playing again? Chen Nan was even more confused. He knew that Wushu was secretly an honest and simple character. Mo Bai, on the other hand, is a bit more resourceful and intelligent. If that kind of situation occurred with Mo Bai's second-grade martial artist strength, Chen Nan could still understand a bit. Wushu was a fourth-grade martial artist. The most crucial thing was that Chen Nan hadn't released any pressure at all. Having no choice, Chen Nan tried his best to control himself and kept adjusting his breathing. Finally, Wushu returned to normal, sweat dripping down his forehead in bean-sized drops. After noticing that he was back to normal, he said bluntly, Your Majesty, you are too scary. Just a short time ago, Wushu felt like he had taken a trip to the Ghost Gate. If it wasn't for Chen Nan adjusting back in time, I'm afraid that the current Wushu would already be a corpse. Chen Nan finally realized that he had truly stepped into the peak of the sovereign. It just hasn't been completely mastered yet. The earlier one had thought that the rewards had all been deducted by the system. Now it seems that it was totally over his head. At this time, Mo Bai, who had changed his clothes, came to the side of the two. Carefully glancing at Chen Nan, he said in a mosquito voice, Your Highness, I've packed up. Shall we go to the Qin mansion now? Chen Nan did not say a single word as he twisted his head and stepped out of the royal residence. The two men behind him looked at each other and laughed bitterly. With this smile, Mo Bai knew that what he had experienced, Wushu had inevitably gone through as well. The two of them thought that the scene just now was a deliberate attempt by their own king to deter them. For this reason, the two men's loyalty to Chen Nan was at its peak. Where did they know that just now? It was entirely because Chen Nan was new to the clan and could not control his own energy very well. On the street, one in front and two behind, the three slowly walked toward the Qin mansion. Chapter 61, The Furious Qin Wang. On the dark streets, the three of them, Chen Nan, walked with their own thoughts. Suddenly, the sound of heavy armor came to his ears. Chen Nan narrowed his eyes and asked, Did you two hear that? The two froze, and Mo Bai took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Did the king hear something? Wu Xiu, on the other hand, shook his head. My subordinate didn't hear anything. Immediately afterward, a flash of fire appeared in the distance. There was also the sound of heavy armor scraping. The two of them stared at Chen Nan with wide eyes. Incredulously, the two of them didn't know anything yet, but it turned out that their own king knew everything before they did. In that case, what use would Chen Nan have for the two of them? A sudden flash of panic appeared in Mo Bai's heart. He then remembered that the people who appeared on the streets at this time of the day had no other possibilities other than a patrol squad. You know, traveling during curfew hours in Northern Wei is a felony. For those who go overboard, the patrol squad can even behead the curfew people on the spot. This was why he had advised Chen Nan to wait for dawn just now. What kind of people are over there? A childish voice reached the ears of the three. Chen Nan knew that the three of them had been seen. Don't move, or don't blame this general for not sparing my arrows, the visitor bellowed again. Chen Nan wanted to laugh as he pressed the idea of moving. Moreover, he could sense that the other party was only 10 people, and the words were hard. I just don't know what the exact strength is. With both sides meeting, Mo Bai frowned and gently reminded, Your Highness, this person's name is Qin Guang, a member of the Qin family's own family. Seeing Mo Bai open his mouth, Qin Guang angrily cursed, I told you to stay still. Is that you can't hear me? Damn. Openly strolling around during curfew time. What do you take Wei Du for? Your family's backyard garden? State your names, addresses, and hurry up. I'm running out of patience later. Mo Bai glanced at Chen Nan, who nodded slightly and took a step forward. I am Mo Bai, family head of the Jinnan King's house. You, the Jinnan King? Qin Guang stared at Mo Bai suspiciously. What is your relationship with Jinnan King Chen Nan? Mo Bai replied again. I am the king's attendant. He thought that by reporting the name of the king of Jinnan, this matter would be easily resolved. Even if the other party was a member of the Qin family's own family, he would more or less be wary of the Jinnan King's name. But he was wrong, and very wrong. Only to hear Qin Guang explode in rage. Mother asterisk 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 her, are you using the Jinnan King to oppress me? Not to mention that you're his attendant. Even if the king of Jinnan himself were here, I wouldn't be spoiled by his faults. In Northern Wei, during curfew time, lousy is the sky. He had gotten the order from the family head that their Qin family and the Jinnan royal family were in a hostile relationship that would not end in death. Now, when he saw the people from the Jinnan royal house during curfew time, he naturally would not keep his face immobile side and took a pitying look at Qin Guang before retreating behind Chen Nan. Since he couldn't solve it by stepping in, Wushu had to do it. If Wushu still couldn't solve it, then he could only sacrifice Chen Nan. Mo retreated to his original position, and Chen Nan knew that this matter could not be settled. Anyway, they are looking for the Qin house. Who brought it is not the same. Cold voice, stay alive. The words came, and Wushu rushed out with an arrow. The saber at his waist was drawn, and his figure weaved back and forth between the squads. In just a few breaths of time, the 9 people of the squad were lying on the ground, constantly rubbing certain places on their bodies. The only one left was a dumbfounded Qin Guang, only to see him constantly backing up, shivering, pulling his saber out, stunned. I'm a member of the Qin family. Even if you're from the Jinnan royal house, you can't travel during curfew hours. Chen Nan simply ignored his words and directly ordered, take him and go to the Qin mansion. A group of 4 people slowly left. Only Mo twisted his head and looked sadly at the fallen squad of soldiers. He finally understood why Chen Nan had gone to the Qin mansion during curfew time. At first, he thought that Chen Nan had gone over to inquire about things. Only now did he realize that Chen Nan hadn't gone to ask at all, but to find things out. A short while later, the 3 of them stood at the entrance of the Qin mansion. Chen Nan softly said, how is this Qin mansion more luxurious than my Jinnan king? It's time to renovate the royal residence. As Chen Nan made up his mind, he also found a good excuse. Let him call the door. Chen Nan waved his hand, and Wushu threw Qin Guang to the ground. Because there was no support, Qin Guang's entire body came into close contact with the ground. It was hard to get up and he was about to open his mouth to curse, when a big cold knife was placed on his neck, and along with it came that naive voice, call the door or die. The words that had already reached his mouth were stiffly held back by Qin Guang. Depressed, he walked to his door and pounded on it. Open the door! Open the door! Open the door for me quickly! 3 in a row. The gate of the Qin mansion opened a crack, and a pale face peeked out from inside. He snorted angrily and said, that ungrateful one? Knocking on the Qin mansion's door at this hour? Doesn't he want to live? Qin Guang, who was already aggrieved at the hands of Wushu, saw that his own subordinates all dared to point their noses at him, and immediately cursed out along with his earlier aggression. I'll you up. Open your doggy eyes and see what's going on. I'm Qin Guang, the 3rd son of the Qin house, and you're that old undead? You're the 3rd young master? The people inside the mansion finally rubbed their eyes with both hands and looked at Qin Guang up and down in a confirmatory manner. After being identified, sleep was lost, and there was nothing but afterthought. 3rd young master. Little man just slept in a daze. 3rd young master, spare my life. This person knew that his own 3rd young master, Qin Guang, was a complete thug. Not only does he have a foul mouth, but he's also temperamental and can't move without hitting someone. Often, the person who is hit has minor broken bones and ends up with bruises. Heavy or just reopen it. I don't care about you right now. Call my father out. Qin Guang's face was full of depression. Right now, he only wanted to hurry up and see the person in charge of the Qin mansion. 3rd young master. It's not like you don't know that master is most annoyed by being disturbed when he's resting. The subordinate was full of helplessness. He really didn't dare to go in and call someone. Qin Guang was annoyed and was about to snap when a voice came from behind him. Go straight in. Upon hearing this, Qin Guang smiled fawningly and turned around to nod at Chen Nan. Holler, I'll be right in. This scene, watching the subordinates of the Qin mansion were mouths wide open. It was the first time he had seen such a meek scene from his own 3rd young master. Qin Guang was the 3rd oldest member of the Qin family, the 3rd grandson of Qin Qingmin. On weekdays, Qin Qingmin could be said to be extremely pampered towards Qin Guang. This also led to Qin Guang not even putting Qin Qingmin in his eyes. But what did he see? He actually saw Qin Guang currying favor with someone else, and the people being favored don't even necessarily look as old as Qin Guang. In an instant, the worldview of the Qin residence's subordinates collapsed. By the time he reacted, the 4 of them had already entered the Qin mansion, and only then did he follow on his ass. While running, he also called out, 3rd young master, slow down. I'll clear the way for you. He wanted to find a little bit of compensation to avoid Qin Guang from settling the score later. But he didn't know that the current Qin Guang was like a wild beast, biting anyone he caught. His good intentions were met with angry curses. Mother *********, I need you to lead the way to my own home? Get as far away as you can. You old bastard. Chapter 62, The incompetent and furious Qin Changmin. No one dared to mess with Qin Guang in this state, knowing that this night was destined to be uneventful. The underlings ran ahead of the others to the outside of the main house. Inside the main house, on the bed and couch, Qin Shangmin had his left and right hands each wrapped around the beautiful woman, snoring loudly. Every now and then there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Master, it's no good, master." A sudden shout came out, interrupting Qin Shangmin's beautiful dream. Qin Shangmin grimaced and got up from the bed. "Who's out there? What's all the yelling about at this hour?" "Master, it's a big deal." The third young master was held hostage by 3 people into the Qin mansion, and is now in the main hall. Upon hearing this, Qin Shangmin squinted her eyes, her head running at high speed. He seldom went to court on weekdays, so there was no such thing as offending anyone. The last 2 times he went to the court, it was also because of Chen Nan. Could it be? A possibility flashed through his mind. At that moment, the 2 beautiful women on the bed rubbed their hazel eyes. "Master, do you still want to continue?" Qin Shangmin skimmed. "Change your clothes, something big is happening in the Qin residence." At the same time, the Qin mansion's main hall, the fawning Qin Guang looked at Chen Nan, who was sitting on the main seat, and gave a dry laugh every now and then. Not long afterward, Qin Shangmin came outside the main hall in a long robe, followed by 2 subordinates. Before he even entered, he adjusted the expression on his face. "Your Highness came to my Qin mansion at this hour, but do you have an urgent matter to visit?" Seeing the visitor, Chen Nan also responded with a smile. This king lost sleep tonight, so he wanted to come to the Qin mansion to have a chat with the Qin Academy. I wonder if the Qin Academy can give this king this face. The moment Qin Shangmin entered the hall, Qin Guang broke free and leapt behind Qin Shangmin. The fawning expression on his face was no longer there, replaced by a scowl. He wrapped his left arm around Qin Shangmin's waist, and with his right hand, he pointed at Chen Nan and insulted. "Grandpa, it's this bastard who injured my subordinates while I was on patrol. Not only that, but I was blackmailed into knocking on our front door. Said he'd only do it if our family compensated him with 1,000,000 taels of silver." After listening to Qin Guang's description, the smile on Qin Shangmin's face did not diminish as she asked with interest, "Oh, is this what King Jinan means?" Chen Nan laughed lightly. This king naturally did not mean that, but if your grandson has this thought, the king will have to laugh at it. "I just don't know when the 1,000,000 taels of silver will be available." Chen Nan did not expect that the excuse he had thought of, before he himself had even said it, would be brought up by Qin Guang first. Without waiting for Qin Shangmin to speak, Qin Guang was shocked. You're the king of Jinan?" Immediately afterward, a touch of mockery surfaced on his face. "Humph. So what even if you are the king of Jinan? To tell you the truth, all the officials in the entire Northern Wei province came from inside my grandfather's academy, fighting with our Qin family. I really don't know how many lives your kid has." Chen Nan rose and clapped his hands. "Your grandson has great courage." Immediately after, speaking very seriously, "I don't know how many lives I have, but you only have one. Wu Xiu." Just as Chen Nan shouted out Wu Xiu's name, the latter made a flash and the entire person disappeared in place. He understood Chen Nan's meaning to teach Qin Guang a lesson. Just as he was about to grab Qin Guang's right arm, a sudden flash of crisis rose in his heart. The entire person no longer dared to take a step forward and had to retreat behind Chen Nan. "Your Excellency's hand is a bit long. Next time it won't be so simple." As the voice came out, a middle-aged man around 30 years old appeared behind Qin Shangmin. The man was dressed in a strong suit, with an 8-pointed beard, and the whole person was very stable. "King of Jinan, how is it? 1,000,000 more?" Qin Shangmin grinned and said with dark sarcasm. Not only him, but Qin Guang also began to add fuel to the fire. "Grandpa, this kid doesn't stroll around just asking for money. He also said that he wanted me to die without a burial place and called me a little yakuza." With every word Qin Guang said, Qin Shangmin's face became uglier. After Qin Guang finished speaking, Qin Shangmin was completely sullen. The voice that spoke became heavier. "Chen Nan, is what my good grandson said true?" Chen Nan did not reply. Instead, he single-mindedly observed the middle-aged man behind Qin Shangmin. He could sense that the other party was an 8th-grade martial artist. The highest martial arts practitioners in Northern Wei were Hongming and Light Feather, and both of them were only 7th-grade martial artists. And Light Feather is gradually faded out of the central circle, reduced to a marginal character. What he was curious about was why Qin Shangmin had an 8th-grade martial artist by her side. After waiting for half a day, Qin Shangmin did not wait for Chen Nan's reply. His face became even more unsightly as he gritted his teeth and spat out a sentence. "Chen Nan, this academy is asking you a question. Does Academy Qin think it's true?" Chen Nan asked rhetorically. Qin Shangmin froze. He had seen Chen Nan's expression just now. Chen Nan's attention was focused on the power suit man behind him. He was disappointed that he didn't see the expression he wanted from Chen Nan's face, which was why he pursued the question. And he knew better than anyone what a pisser his own grandson was. Chen Nan would inevitably not say something like that. Now that the question was thrown at him, for a moment he actually didn't know how to answer. To say that he admitted it, he was afraid that Chen Nan would really make a move. If you want to deny it, doesn't that mean that all the people in his Qin family are full of? Does Academy Qin think it's true? Chen Nan pursued with a smile. Qin Changmin's face kept changing, and after holding his tongue for half a day, he helplessly laughed. Your Highness is joking. How about letting this matter go? Chen Nan did not chase after him either, his eyes staring at the man in the strong suit behind Qin Changmin as he continued. This is good. Just that. Your grandson said that he would send my Jinnan royal palace 1 million taels of silver. Is this matter true or false? Qin Changmin burst into a fit of irritation, indignantly glancing at Qin Guang behind her, gritting her teeth and not answering for half a day. Chen Nan diffraction more lingering a few points, glaring at the man's pores trembling, unconsciously back a step. A soft step seemed to be magnified in the silent hall. Qin Changmin loosened his clenched fists and nodded in agreement. Since your highness has a need, this academy will naturally fulfill it. Tomorrow, 1 million taels of silver will naturally be delivered to the royal residence. Chen Nan walked up to Qin Changmin, revealing 2 rows of teeth. Qin Academy is joking. This is not what this king is asking for. And with a straight face, he said, a word of caution. This thing called land is not something you, Qin Changmin, can move. Land? What land? Qin Changmin was filled with surprise. Chen Nan froze. The expression on Qin Changmin's face did not look like a lie, let alone being able to fool today's Chen Nan. At this moment, he was certain that Qin Changmin really didn't know about this. Only Chen Nan led the 2 out of the hall, leaving another sentence before leaving. Come early tomorrow. Don't make this king wait too long. Just like that, Chen Nan left the Qin mansion with the 2 of them. Inside the hall, Qin Changmin slammed his hammer on the desktop. Why didn't you just make a move to pressure him? That was clearly a question for the power suit guy. Why should I make a move? I am to assist you, not an underling of your house. Remember who you are. The man in the strong suit left 3 words and disappeared into the hall. A furious Qin Changmin kept gasping for air, casually grabbing the teacup on the tabletop. He smashed it towards the floor. Damn it, if it weren't for old me working so hard for you, could Northern Wei have gotten to this point so quickly? Now it's a good thing you're flipping out. It's just a shame that he's just incapable of raging. Chapter 63, King of Jinnan, do you know your sin? The 3 of them who had come out of the Qin mansion walked on their way back to the Jinnan king's mansion. Mo Bai curiously said, Your Majesty, that Qin Guang is obviously a scoundrel, and Qin Changmin is even less of a thing. However, when His Majesty asked him just now, Qin Changmin seemed to be really unclear about the land. Chen Nan's face was complicated, and he was also thinking about this matter. Originally, it was thought that Qin Changmin was the most likely to be able to finger those lands. From what had just happened, Qin Changmin clearly didn't know about it. Instead, it was Wu Su who spoke up. Your Highness, could it be that the general magistrate did this privately, relying on the Qin family's power? Chen Nan shook his head. Shouldn't be. He's just a branch of the Qin family. Things like forcibly seizing land are very serious. He shouldn't have the guts to do so. Moreover, this kind of thing has occurred at the foot of the imperial city, and it is visible in other places. For a while, Chen Nan didn't have any good thoughts. The 3 of them went all the way back to the royal residence in silence. Early the next morning, still asleep, Chen Nan's urgent voice called out, Your Majesty, His Majesty has decreed that all officials above the 6th rank of the Northern Wei dynasty should enter the court. Chen Nan, who had changed his clothes, walked out of the room. The anxious-faced Wang Bo once again heavily urged, Your Highness should still hurry up. The court is about to start. Chen Nan didn't talk, glanced at Wang Bo and left the Wang mansion. After coming out of the royal residence, he rushed towards the palace at a very fast speed. When he came to the entrance of the Temple of the Bounty, only dozens of officials in yellow official robes were seen waiting outside. Passing through the crowd, he met 2 more eunuchs on either side of the Fengtian Hall. One of them reminded in a low voice, Your Highness, the Empress Dowager is very angry. Please wait for a moment and allow me to go in and inform her first. Inside the Fengtian Hall, the Empress Dowager was dignified and phoenix-like, sitting steadily on top of the dragon chair. The eyes constantly scanned the courtiers below. Suddenly, in a cold voice, Are you all mute? The voice was so loud that even Chen Nan, who was at the door, could hear the anger contained in the weight of the tone. Chen Nan was not sure how the Empress Dowager, who was usually very gentle, was so angry today. Coincidentally, at this time, the eunuch who had gone in to make a report carefully came to the center of the main hall. Seeing the visitor, the Empress Dowager coldly questioned, What? Can anyone just enter this Fengtian Hall? Drag them out and behead them. With a command, the armored personal guards on both sides headed towards the center of the hall. The eunuch were to withstand such pressure. Both knees bent, directly kneeled down, and hastily opened his mouth. Empress Dowager. The little one has something to report. The Empress Dowager was already in a bad mood, plus the court meeting was disturbed by a eunuch. The mood was even worse to the extreme. There was no intention to listen to his explanation. What? Did you not hear what I said? The pro guards on both sides could not help but speed up their feet by a few points, and just set up the eunuch kneeling on the ground. This incident, the eunuch's mind recalled the attitude of the Empress Dowager towards the King of Jinan on the dragon chair. Hurriedly speaking, Empress Dowager, I'm here to report about the matter concerning the Jinan king. He knew that this was his only chance to survive. If he was really taken outside the temple, not to mention the King of Jinan, even the King of Heaven could not save him if he came. Sure enough, he hadn't guessed wrong. Once he heard that it was the reported matter that was related to the King of Jinan, the Empress Dowager actually stood up in an agitated manner, leaning her body forward, her right hand stretched out in midair. Wait, what do you want to report? What could have anything to do with the King of Jinan? She was just now puzzled that this pilgrimage had gathered all the officials above the 6th rank in Northern Wei, and after searching for half a day up there, she froze without finding Chen Nan's shadow. For a moment, it began to wonder what kind of surprise this eunuch in front of her could bring her. As the Empress Dowager's words fell, the eunuch who had been erected was back on the ground, and instead of retreating back, the personal guards on either side waited behind the eunuch. The eunuch flopped to his knees and said bluntly, Empress Dowager, the King of Jinan is waiting outside the temple, and the villain is just coming in to report. Oh, King Jinan has already arrived outside the hall? The Empress Dowager's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light and she hurriedly said, Quickly, declare King Jinan to enter the hall. The eunuch inwardly rejoiced. He knew that he was able to save his dog's life. After getting up, he didn't even dare to raise his head and bowed to the dragon chair. Little man excuses himself. One step at a time, backing out of the great hall. It was a relief to come outside the temple. Eyes filled with gratitude looked toward Chen Nan. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has declared you to enter the hall. Chen Nan nodded at him and lifted his foot to step into the hall. Chen Nan, who had entered the hall, did not even look anywhere else and came straight to the first place of the military generals. The Empress Dowager glanced at the woman in the dragon chair, and the scene in the Imperial Garden yesterday came to mind. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth when he thought of that scene. The Empress Dowager still thought that Chen Nan was looking at herself and had a smile on the corner of her mouth. Similarly, he smiled faintly at Chen Nan. This smile, however, was seen by the courtiers in the Great Hall. The expression on the courtier's face was not very friendly. In particular, Hong Ming, who was behind Chen Nan, pouted her lips as if she was jealous. Empress Dowager, I have a message. A muffled voice suddenly came out from within the hall. This voice was more than familiar to Chen Nan. Last night, he had also spent half a day chatting with the owner of the voice at the mansion. Looking along the source, it was indeed that old man Qin Qingmin. Only, he seemed a few moments happier now than he had been yesterday. What does the Qin Academy have to offer? The Empress Dowager looked at Qin Qingmin with interest, quietly waiting for the other party's next words. Qin Qingmin looked to his left and right, did not move and blinked, walked to the center of the hall, arched his hand and said, Empress Dowager, I want to impeach Jinan King Chen Nan. Once these words came out, in the great hall, the civil ministers began to be noisy on one side, discussing with laughter in twos and threes. On the contrary, on the side of the military generals, no one moved at all. There was only one person, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Shut up! The Empress Dowager gently pounded the dragon case. Curious eyes scanned Qin Qingmin. Oh, Qin Academy wants to impeach the Jinan king? On what grounds? Qin Qingmin pointed his finger at Chen Nan and exclaimed, Empress Dowager, for such an important morning court, King Jinan actually dares to be late. Is this not a defiance of the Queen Mother's power? It's even if you're late, but you actually don't know to apologize to the Empress Dowager when you enter the Great Hall. Stand directly at the head of the military generals. Isn't this putting General Hong Ming out of the picture? Chen Nan didn't react at all to his words. Hong Ming, on the other hand, was wide-eyed, his gaze constantly hovering over Chen Nan and Qin Qingmin. She didn't understand. Wasn't this Qin Qingmin talking about Chen Nan? Why is she suddenly involved? Moreover, he, Chen Nan, was the rightful king of Jinan, having been crowned by the Empress Dowager. She, Hong Ming, was only a general. What qualifications did she have to stand at the head of the military generals? On the side of the civil ministers, for some unknown reason, voices of concurrence could actually come out from time to time. That's right, Academy Qin is right. Even if the king of Jinan came late and didn't ask for forgiveness, this simply doesn't put the Empress Dowager in her eyes. Chop off the title of the king of Jinan and relegate him to the status of a commoner. A crusade ensued. Chen Nan, who was in the center of the vortex, seemed as if he had not heard it, his eyes staring straight ahead without any movement. Seeing this, Qin Qingmen angrily shouted, "Jin Nan King, do you know your offense?" Seeing this, the Empress Dowager did not interrupt, hands flat on his thighs, a look of constant readiness to watch the show. Chapter 64, A Bunch of Wastes. Chen Nan sighed and turned his head helplessly. "I say, Qin Academy, it's not like the two of us have any conflicts, so why do you have to keep grasping at me?" Qin Qingmen smiled contemptuously. "Your Highness, this is not this academy grasping at you. Your Highness is late for the morning court. This is disloyalty, leaving behind your Deqian relatives to join me in Northern Wei. This is unfiliality. To pit and kill 400,000 troops of Deqian and Shishu in a battle with Deqian. This is unkindness, to disregard General Hongming's promotion of you. This is unrighteousness. What face does a person like you, who is disloyal, unfilial, unkind, and unrighteous, have to survive in the world?" Chen Nan snorted coldly and took 2 steps to the center of the hall, locking eyes with Qin Qingmen. Raising his eyebrows, he said, "Dare I ask the Qin Academy, what is the name of my king's family in Deqian? What kind of reasoning is it for Jiangzhou of Deqian to slaughter 200,000 soldiers and civilians of my northern Weisu city? Could it be that in the Qin Academy's view, it's fine for him, Deqian, to slaughter the city, but it's not fine for this king to pit his army?" Chen Nan said all these things based on the actual situation at that time. It was just that Qin Academy had not expected that Chen Nan would dare to show him such disrespect in public. With a gloomy face, he angrily scolded, "Chen Nan, you are nothing but a bereaved dog, who was cut off from his title by Deqian and defected to my northern way. If it wasn't for the Empress Dowager's sagacity, taking in your life and giving you a chance to display your chest's ambitions, in the world, who recognizes you, Chen Nan? That's right. If it wasn't for the Empress Dowager's kind heart that found you Chen Nan from the northern lands of Deqian, who would have recognized you?" Among the civil ministers, a sharp chorus of agreement came out. The others didn't answer. They all looked at Chen Nan with strange eyes. On the contrary, on the side of the military generals, the eyes that looked at Chen Nan were tinged with a hint of fear. They wanted to laugh, but they dared not laugh again on such an occasion. Who does not recognize Chen Nan? I am afraid that no one in the world's military generals is not aware of it. Only those literate civil servants can say such fart-like words. Most of them had fought against Chen Nan. It is natural to know that even if there is no Great Qian and no Northern Wei, Chen Nan will still shine elsewhere. Now without Chen Nan's Daqian, the military force is weak, and the people's livelihood is in chaos. Suddenly, Chen Nan let out a maniacal laugh. "Qin Chengmin, you are but a civil official. You have never been to battle before, yet you dare to speak out of turn. You condone your family's juniors to openly encircle the land in Northern Wei, and your heart is punishable for keeping a dead servant in your house. You have lived such an age in vain, a dog with a broken spine, and you still dare to snarl and bark in front of this king. I, Chen Nan, have never seen anyone with such brazenness." With every word Chen Nan said, Qin Qingmin's face changed by one, until the last sentence was finished. Qin Qingmin's mouth opened wide. He wanted to open his mouth to retort, but he was so exasperated by Chen Nan's words that he could not utter a single word. Put. Suddenly, Qin Qingmin spat out a large mouthful of old blood on top of the main hall. The whole thing fell to the ground as well. On the dragon chair, the Empress Dowager forced a smile and commanded, "Pass the doctor. Be sure to Qin Academy cure. Never fall into the hidden disease." Chen Nan, who had finished cursing, took a long breath and felt a great deal of comfort in his heart. Sweeping his eyes over the entire team of civil officials, he said in a cold voice, "Any other lord who dislikes this king can come forward to discuss it." The entire civil service took a collective step back. Qin Qingmin was the academy's dean, yet he was sprayed to the point of spitting blood by Chen Nan, a martial artist. Replacing them up there would just be the same result. Ahem. Ministers, the Western March envoys will arrive at our Northern Wei capital in 4 days. The ministers will also please deliberate on what kind of specification our dynasty should use to receive the envoys. There are still 4 days left before the envoys from Western Shu arrive. Chen Nan's face changed. He recalled that the black-robed man had said to him earlier that this time, the envoy from Western Sichuan was Lu Hafhang. The key thing was that Lu Hafhang's strength actually didn't diminish after he left Shishu. In this way, Lu Hanhan must have a purpose for traveling thousands of miles from Western Sichuan to Northern Wei. For a moment Chen Nan was not sure what purpose the other party had come to Northern Wei with. What he knew even less was that the Deqian dynasty was also deliberating on this matter. In the Great Qian Dynasty Hall, Wu Fengwan, who was wearing a dragon robe, paced back and forth. The courtiers below were as if they were wooden, not moving at all. Finally, as Wu Fengwan stopped, a furious voice came out, Are you all mute? Or has this emperor sealed your mouths? Lu half-hanging of Western Marsh will arrive in the northern part of my great Qian in a day. Who should our dynasty send with him to the northern way? Under her questioning one after another, the center courtier remained silent. The courtiers of Deqian have long since seen that their majesty is as good as a waste. They also finally realized that Chen Nan was not only a blessing to Deqian, but also a pillar of Deqian. At this moment, they had begun to miss the time when Chen Nan was around. In those days, as now, they didn't have to say a word. Every day is as good as clocking in and out. Just get to and from work at the right time. Even more, he worshipped the late emperor's vision, actually being able to discover this precious gold of Chen Nan. After a long time, Wu Fingwan copied the seal on the dragon case and smashed it towards the ministers. Shading a face, he rebuked, "You guys, what a bunch of losers." With that said, she began to think back to earlier. Whenever no one else stepped forward, as long as she spoke her gaze to that person, this person would surely step forward and give her the perfect answer. Unfortunately, the man had been driven to the Northlands by her. What infuriated her was that this person not only did not act as a subject of his great Qian in the north. Instead, he went to Northern Wei, which was hostile to his great Qian. Just then, a weak voice came out, "Your Majesty, I'm going to the Northlands to join Servant Shishu in his mission to the Northern Wei." This voice, Wu Fengwan, was too familiar. Glaring at the ministers, Wu Fengwan hurriedly turned around, half squatted in front of Jiang He, and comforted, "Jiang He, you're already so weak, but you still have to worry about me. In that case, how can I be at ease?" Looking at Jiang He's pale face, Wu Fengwan couldn't help but touch it with both hands. Jiang He coughed lightly twice, his voice even weaker. "It is my duty and even more of an honor to share your Majesty's worries. I hope that your Majesty will grant me this wish." Jiang He half climbed up, ignoring the occasion. His hands grasped Wu Fengwan's hands with depth, looking deeply into each other's eyes. "Good, good, good. I promise you everything. Quick, lie down. Don't hurt yourself." He said that he should lie down quickly, but he didn't move to pull his hand out. Only, this candidate was not her intention. After pulling his hand out, he resumed his seat on the dragon chair and resumed that high and cold demeanor of the past. Only, the moment she turned around, an imperceptible smile flashed across Jiang He's face. Wu Fengwan looked angrily at the courtiers and said impatiently, get lost, all of you. The civil and military officials are not as useful as Jiang He alone. What a bunch of losers. I will retire." In the face of her furious rebuke, the courtiers acted as if they hadn't heard her. There was an arching retreat. Wu Fengwan looked at the empty hall inside. With a sideways glance at Jiang he said with concern, "Jiang Cheng, go with me to the Imperial Hospital." The two of them walked forward and backward, towards the outside of the hall. Chapter 65 The Purpose of the Western Marsh. Northern Wei, Tai Hospital. Qin Shangmin lay breathlessly on the bed of the Imperial Hospital. Qin Academy. You belong to the category of Qi and fire attacking the heart. You only need to recuperate. Qin Shangmin was naturally aware of her physical condition. Just now, it was entirely because Chen Nan's words were too sharp. He was infuriated by Chen Nan, and he was so alive that he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Since there is nothing else to do, then this academy will go ahead. After Qin Shangmin came out of the Imperial Hospital, he once again returned to the courtroom. Inside the Fengtian Hall, the Empress Dowager of Northern Wei had a grave expression. "Ministers, the Western Marsh envoys will arrive in my Northern Wei in 3 days. What do you all think are the intentions of this Western Shu mission to my Northern Wei?" As soon as the words fell, among the civil ministers, one person stepped out. "Empress Dowager, I believe that Western Shu was defeated first at La City. This mission to my Northern Wei is supposed to be a plea for peace, with envoys sent specifically to discuss the offerings with my Northern Wei." The man who opened his mouth to speak was named Li Shen, with a scholar's face, no beard, and not very old. Although not very old, he is the Minister of Rights of the Northern Wei dynasty, the second rank. Chen Nan laughed coldly and confronted, "Isn't Minister Li a bit taken for granted?" Chen Nan, who had just finished sparring with Qin Shangmin, was once again on the opposite side of the civil ministers. It is worth mentioning that this Minister of Rights, Li Shen, is also out of Longtu Academy. Chen Nan was not aware of these things. He was merely standing in the Northern Wei's perspective and analyzing the Western Shu envoy's intentions from the facts. The two love ministers don't quite see eye to eye. "Ha, what do you think?" The Empress Dowager's words changed and her eyes circled around the rest of the group. At this time, Qin Shangmin, who came out of the Imperial Hospital, happened to Fengtian Hall, standing in the second column of civil officials. In the face of Chen Nan's decree, Li Shen frowned and questioned, "King Zhenan, Western Shu and my Northern Wei have always been at odds, and Western Shu's offerings belong to the helpless. Is this visit not because they have been defeated on the frontal battlefield and have come to make peace with my Northern Wei? These words were echoed by most of those present. Northern Wei's military power was already strong, while Western Shu was nothing more than an economic power. Militarily, they are not even on the same starting line as Northern Wei. That's why it's important to always pay for peace of mind. Chen Nan snorted coldly. Minister Li, don't forget. Although that Western Shu is not as strong as my Northern Wei, it has after all participated in the war between our country and the Great Qian. The words came, and Qin Qingmin stepped forward once again, loudly drinking. King of Jinan. Chen Nan glanced at Qin Qingmin. What? Is this a cure for Qin Academy? As he spoke, his eyes were filled with coldness as he glared at his opponent. This look caused Qin Qingmin to take a step back. Hiss, didn't this Chen Nan say that his martial arts strength was only 8th grade? How come one look is so lingering? It was only then that Qin Qingmin realized that all Chen Nan needed to deal with him seemed to be a single look. Only, he didn't realize that Chen Nan didn't have any thoughts of suppressing him at all. I'm just not happy with him interjecting in the middle of a conversation. Qin Qingmin stabilized his mind. King Jinan seems to have forgotten that Western Shu has already lost the war. If they are not trying to make peace with my Northern Wei, do they still want to come all the way here to provoke a bit of a fight, and thus start another war between the two countries? Chen Nan quieted down to think it over. According to common sense, Lu Hanhuan did come here to beg for peace, but the point that made him strange was that after Lu Half-Hanging had left Shishu only this time, the other party's martial arts strength had not declined. That was the focus of Chen Nan's concern. And, since the ambassadors were sent for peace talks, there was also the matter of the offerings to be negotiated. Shouldn't Shishu send someone who is extremely eloquent? That Lu Half-Hanging is nothing more than a martial artist, or an older martial artist. Shall he not be sent to carry on the matter of the peace talks? And shall not the Northern Wei take all the advantage of it? Seeing that Chen Nan did not speak for half a day, Qin Qingmin felt that the other party was impressed by his insight. The corners of his mouth rose as he said triumphantly, could it be that the king of Jinan also agrees with what this academy says? Suddenly, Chen Nan smiled grimly. The Qin Academy is so sure that the Western Shu envoys are here to make peace. Could it be that they have gotten some news in advance? Chen Nan's words were like throwing a bomb. A flash of surprise flashed across Qin Qingmin's face, which quickly returned to normal. Jinan Wang, you don't spit blood. Old me is loyal to the Northern Wei, so how could I have gotten the news in advance? Chen Nan then pressed. The Qin Academy seems to have gotten it wrong. This king only said that you got the news in advance, but nothing else. Could it be that the Qin Academy really knows something? This statement was more like igniting a dynamite barrel. Above the Great Hall, everyone's eyes were on Qin Qingmin. With so many gazes, it made Qin Qingmin look more or less uncomfortable. He also knew that it had come to this. Whether he knew it or not was no longer important. What was important was to hurry and testify against himself to the Empress Dowager. In an instant, Qin Qingmin bent her knees and knelt in the center, crying bitterly. Empress Dowager, the old minister is a decent person and has been the dean of Longtu Academy for his entire life. Nowadays, the king of Jinan is actually among those who doubt the old minister's loyalty to Northern Wei. The old minister also under his jumping into the river also cannot wash off. Saying that, Qin Qingmin suddenly stood up, holding the determination of certain death in her eyes as she stared at the pillar on her right, as if begging for death. Since the Empress Dowager also thinks that the old minister is harboring second thoughts, then the old minister side headbutt his head on top of this pillar. This scene made Chen Nan curious as he watched. Does everyone in this Qin family like to bump into pillars when they have something to do? Before he could come to a conclusion, on the dragon chair, the Empress Dowager snorted coldly. Is the Qin Academy pushing for death? And let's not talk about the fact that the king of Jinan didn't say anything at all. Mourner does think that the Qin Academy is a bit of a stressor. The Empress Dowager's words completely set Qin Qingmin up in midair. Qin Qingmin stood alone in the center of the Great Hall, her gaze looking around the crowd. It eventually rested on the pillar in front of it. For a while, this pillar, he could not hit it, nor could he not hit it. In this dilemma, fortunately, Li Xin was there to relieve him. Empress Dowager, I do feel that the Qin Academy is bent on thinking about my Northern Wei. Isn't it exactly what my Northern Wei needs when Shishu comes to beg for peace and in turn makes offerings? If that's the case, then why doesn't our side raise its stance and take the opportunity to raise the price when the time comes? Seek a higher good from the Western Marsh. The words came, and Qin Qingmin echoed. Shangshu Li is right. He, Western Shu, is but a small borderland country. How can he be compared to my mighty Northern Wei? Moreover, that Lu Half-Hanging is even a senile old man. Just as these words came out, Chen Nan's sharp eyes stared at Qin Qingmin dead in the face. He still knew that the envoy from Western Sichuan was Lu Hanhuang through his own men, but Qin Qingmin was just a college dean. To put it bluntly, There is some face within the Northern Way. How did he know the exact people on the other side of the mission? Qin Qingmin did not pay attention to Chen Nan's reaction. Instead, she continued to chatter on. Shishu sent a military man on a mission. At that time, as long as we argue on the basis of reason, we will certainly make him Shishu pay a higher price. Chapter 66. How did the Qin Academy know? Qin Qingmin's words fell. Chen Nan quickly picked up. Dare I ask the Qin Academy, how then can we take more benefits from them? Seeing that the person inquiring was Chen Nan, Qin Qingmin's face was delighted as she replied proudly. This is something that King Jinan doesn't understand, right? This academy has just said that Lu Half-Hanging is a martial artist. As long as we are united, point out his West Shoe's mistakes, and the other party will naturally compensate sincerely. Is that so? Then may I ask how the Qin Academy knew about the other party's emissaries? Chen Nan did not give the other parties time to think at all and continued to speak bluntly. Only, Qin Qingmin wasn't that stupid. Hearing Chen Nan's question, there was no intention of explaining it at all. The entire group was about to retreat to their position when the Empress Dowager on the dragon chair snapped. Qin Academy, the King of Jinan is asking you. Why don't you answer? Instantly, a layer of cold sweat oozed from Qin Qingmin's forehead. He had just realized that he had said the wrong thing. The Shishu envoys hadn't even arrived yet, and he had told them all about the other side staffing. This time, even if he said he didn't know, no one would believe him. He could only walk to the center of the Great Hall with a hard head and a face full of respect. Back to the Empress Dowager, I also heard it from others. As for whether the visitor is Lu Half-Hanging, I have no way of knowing. The Empress Dowager's face was cold. Listening to someone else? From who? Could it be that there is someone else in Northern Way who knows more than Mourner? Mourner all this also only just learned of the other party's personnel. It looks like Qin Academy knew about it long ago. Ha! At this time, the Northern Way Empress Dowager's face was covered with frost, as if she would be angry in the next second. The cold sweat on Qin Qingmin's forehead increased even more. He didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't just tell the other party that he and Lu Half-Hanging had private contact, and that the other party's purpose in coming was to send death. Could he? If you really say it like that, not waiting for Lu Half-Hang to die, Qin Qingmin can't walk out of Fengtian Temple alive. Chen Nan also added, could it be that Qin Academy knows some inside information? Why don't you speak up and give us all a point of reference? In the Great Hall, the eyes of the civil and military were all fixed on Qin Qingmin. The Empress Dowager on the dragon chair even slightly raised her small arms. The personal guards on both sides saw the Empress Dowager's movements and placed their right hands on the hilts of their swords, always ready. Looking at Qin Qingmin again, his hands trembled as he clasped his fists, letting the sweat on his forehead drip down onto the Great Hall. The beads in his eyes kept turning. He was thinking of a plausible excuse. Suddenly, Qin Qingmin raised her head, her eyes firm. Empress Dowager, I will tell the truth. That Lu Half-Hanging did send someone to communicate with me. However, he is doing it so that he can reduce some of the silver that Shishu offers up. That's why I sent someone to talk to my minister. This matter is something that I intend to report to the Empress Dowager alone after the court meeting is over. The Empress Dowager's fiery eyes, without waiting for me to take the initiative, actually discovered it in advance. He said this artfully, not only identifying the purpose of Lu Hanhan's mission to the Northern Way. In passing, he also praised the Empress Dowager of Northern Way. Sure enough, hearing this explanation, the Empress Dowager had a smile on her face. The small arm that had been slightly raised dropped in response. The proctors on either side left their right hands where the hilts were. Continue to stand still and wait for the next command. Qin Qingmin's words changed, pointing at Chen Nan and questioning. King Jinan, this academy has spoken. The purpose of Shishu's mission was for peace talks. And with what purpose does the King of Jinan keep pressing the issue? Is it not good for Shishu to make peace? Two countries have to keep getting caught in the quagmire of war, and then by the Great Qian or East Qin to gain benefits from it to take advantage of the Jinan king's heart? Chen Nan froze. He didn't expect that after circling around for half a day, he would end up winding himself in. Although he wasn't clear about the purpose of Lu Hanhan's mission, he knew that it definitely wouldn't be what Qin Qingmin had said. But in the moment, there was no better way. He could only compromise. Since the Qin Academy has said so, this king is naturally willing to have a truce between the two countries. On the surface, the two finally agreed. At this point, Chang Sun-du, who was the right prime minister, stepped forward and pretended to mediate. Since both the King of Jinan and the Qin Academy believe that Shishu has come to peace talks, I suggest that the King of Jinan and the Qin Academy should meet the envoys together at that time. The Empress Dowager pondered for half a day and nodded her head solemnly. Good. Then follow what Prime Minister Changsun said. Retreat. As the two words retreat fell, the courtiers slowly exited the hall. When the ministers came out, they realized that this court meeting had actually lasted all morning, because Chen Nan still had to investigate the matter of the forced land seizure. He pressed on without stopping and left straight away. As he left, Qin Xingmin's eyes stayed fixed on his departing back. It was only until Chen Nan disappeared in seriousness that he withdrew his gaze. Smiling, he invited up. "Thank you for relieving the Prime Minister just now. I'll be the host and invite the Prime Minister to have a chat in his residence." As soon as he heard this, Chang Sun-du, who was planning to go home, couldn't lift his feet in any way. Laughing awkwardly, he said, Good ah. In that case, then the old man is not flattered." In the crowd, Li Shan smiled and exclaimed, "It's still the Qin Academy, actually being able to invite Prime Minister Chang Sun as a guest." The rest of them echoed with respectful faces. Unfortunately, if only Nagasundo could have heard this compliment. "I'm just afraid he's so angry he could kick the crowd to death. Is this something he wants to go to?" If he hadn't been threatened by Qin Xingmin, he, a prime minister, would still need to look at the face of a dean? The Jinnan King's mansion. Chen Nan pushed his way in. As soon as he entered, he saw Wu Xiu practicing boxing alone in the yard. Inquiring, "Wu Xiu, where's Mo Bai?" Wu Xiu turned around and realized that Chen Nan had already returned, and immediately stopped and returned. "Your Highness, Mo Bai. He's gone to the prefecture to investigate." He knew that he was a martial artist, and thus, the only way to give Chen Nan greater help was to work hard to improve his martial strength. And Mo Bai was different. His brain was alive and didn't need that high level of martial arts. "Come on, follow me to the prefecture," Chen Nan commanded. Turning around, he headed out of the royal residence. Wu Xiu hurriedly followed closely. When the two came outside, they found Hong Ming with his head down, wandering alone in the doorway. Chen Nan froze and shouted, "What are you doing here?" As soon as Hong Ming heard the voice, he knew who was speaking, and a smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Quickly returning to normal, he looked up to meet his eyes. "I was just passing by and came to check it out." "Don't look. There's nothing to see in this Thai royal palace. I'm used to living here. Come with me to Weidu Fuyin." Saying that, Chen Nan went forward and pulled up Hong Ming's small hand, then hurriedly walked away. Hong Ming hadn't even expected that Chen Nan would be so reckless. "You haven't even said yes yourself, and this is on?" However, Chen Nan's hand was really warm. Hong Ming was able to break free with just a bit of force, but allowed the other party to pull like this. Wu Xiu was stupid, but not brain-dead. Knowing that Chen Nan needed a bit of space, he purposely followed a bit farther. Chen Nan pressed the mood, pulling his hand, and his footsteps flew. Chapter 67, 2 buckets of water, a hand towel, and an answer. Weidu Fuyin. Inside the big prison, the chief bookkeeper of the previous days was tied to a stick. His face was full of wounds, and every now and then a drop of blood would drip down to the ground from the corner of his mouth. Chen Nan played with the musket in his hand and questioned in a cold voice, "Still not saying anything?" Only to see that the chief bookkeeper raise his head and look at Chen Nan. A mouthful of saliva was spat at Chen Nan's feet, revealing 2 rows of blood-stained teeth. "I say, will I live if I say so?" Chen Nan also knew that since this kind of person dared to do such a thing, he was bound to hold the determination of certain death. Nor did he pray that he could ask anything by ordinary means. With that, he called out, "Wu Xiu, bring 2 buckets of water and a hand towel." No one present was sure why Chen Nan suddenly asked for 2 buckets of water. Without even considering it, Wu Xiu turned and walked out. When he returned to the middle of the prison again, he was carrying a bucket of water in each of his right and left hands. There was also a silk handkerchief over her shoulder. Chen Nan pointed at the chief bookkeeper. "Put him down from the pillar." At the sound of the voice, the 2 jailers on the side went up and put down the chief bookkeeper. Under Chen Nan's arrangement, the 2 of them held down the chief bookkeeper on the stool. "Chen Nan, what are you planning to do?" Hong Ming was unsure, but asked anyway. Chen Nan laughed. "Of course it's a severe torture to force a confession," he said, taking the hand towel Wux handed him. After wetting the hand towel, he put it back over the face of the chief bookkeeper. "Will this work?" Hong Ming's questioning voice rang out. She was not at all optimistic about Chen Nan's criminal law. But just a hand towel, plus 2 buckets of water? But anyone in their right mind can resist, right? In the face of Hong Ming's decree, Chen Nan did not explain and concentrated on continuing the movements of his hands. After he put the hand towel over the master's face, and again, he commanded, "You hold his arms down and don't let him struggle." The 2 jailers pressed the master's hand in death, but their faces were expressions of disbelief. Obviously, the duo did not favor Chen Nan either, with both of them adding to the drills day and night. This chief bookkeeper still had a stiff upper lip and didn't account for a single word, and Chen Nan is a prince. In terms of coercion tactics, how could they possibly compare to the 2 of them? The jailers who made a living off of this tactic? Only Chen Nan was seen lifting a bucket of water and slowly walking towards the chief bookkeeper. That mastermind didn't know what was going to happen next. Fearfully, he closed his eyes shut and his limbs kept struggling. But because his feet were bound with ropes and his hands were held down by 2 jailers, can't move a bit at all. By the time Chen Nan walked up to him, the head bookkeeper breathed louder and even used his mouth to blow on the hand towel covering his face. Chen Nan lifted the bucket and poured it down on the head booker's face. In an instant, the inside of the principal's nose filled with water. Don't! As soon as he opened his mouth, the stream of water gushed down his mouth and into his nasal passages. At once, it was as if the sensation of drowning had struck. Then he kept coughing. After feeling that it was almost time, Chen Nan stopped pouring water. With an evil smile, he asked, "What? Still not talking?" In the face of the question, that master book had no mind to answer. It had been a constant coughing fit, trying to get the water out of his nose and inside his mouth. Only, this action was so unpleasant in Chen Nan's eyes. Straight away, he lifted the remaining half bucket of water and poured it on without pause. The chief bookkeeper, who had just broken away from the encroachment, did not expect the second round of attack to come so quickly at all. The key thing is that he just opened his mouth to give an account. Nah, there was too much water inside his mouth, just trying to make it easier to talk after coughing that water out. However, Chen Nan simply did not give him this opportunity and directly continued to fall up. This time, Chen Nan did not pause, and in a few breaths, he poured out all the remaining water from the bucket. After seeing that the barrel was about to run out of water, Chen Nan shouted, "Wushu, change the barrel." Wushu carried another bucket of water edge to Chen Nan. Just as the exchange was taking place, the chief bookkeeper no longer dared to delay, and hastened to give an account. "Your Majesty, don't pour it out. I'll give an account. I'll give an account of everything." The moment he uttered those words, the people inside the cell were dumbstruck, especially the 2 jailers, who looked at Chen Nan in surprise. How could you not think of something that you didn't even ask for by the craft of eating? As a result, he was asked by Chen Nan with 2 buckets of water and a hand towel? For a moment, it was as if the 2 had discovered a new continent. "Now that you've thought it through, tell us who instructed you to forcibly seize the land." Chen Nan turned back to sit on the stool, folded his hands together and placed them flat on the desktop, quietly waiting for the other party's reply. That's when the Master Chief finally got around to it. "Rush to remove the stagnant water that just entered the inside of your nose and mouth." After clearing it, he hastened to explain, "Your Majesty, I don't know exactly who is behind it. I am only the chief bookkeeper of Weidu. There was a man who used to go to the prefect when he was still there, but the man left the meeting with a black face. The governor didn't look too good when he came out of his room. The strangest thing is that the next day, Lord Prefect inexplicably died violently in his home. So many healers were called in at the time, but none had a definitive cause of death. When the villain becomes acting prefect, the man did it again. What that man's name is I'm not sure. I only know that his surname is Wang. At that time, Mr. Wang asked the villain to go out and force the land. Here, the chief bookkeeper's face changed, and after a pause he went on with the story. In the beginning, the villain didn't agree at all. "Your Majesty, I'm just a small chief bookkeeper, with no background and no big trees." Then Mr. Wang said that if he didn't want to end up like the last governor, he'd better do what he said. "I'm just a master bookkeeper. What can I do?" "So until the end you didn't even know who actually ordered you to do what you did?" Chen Nan looked skeptical. It wasn't that he didn't believe the master book's words. It's just a little strange that there are only a few people in Northern Wei who are capable of doing this. Especially in the morning, most of those officials he had seen before didn't find anything suspicious. The head bookkeeper nodded. "Your Majesty, that Mr. Wang has a black mole at the corner of his mouth, and he seems to be a lefty. Other than that, the little man is really not sure." "You said there was a black mole at the corner of that man's mouth?" Hong Ming sat up violently from his stool. Chen Nan looked back, and shock was written all over her face. Pursuing the question, "What is it? Do you recognize this man?" "No, Hong Ming stammered, unable to say a complete sentence, and hurriedly left the prison. Chen Nan didn't chase after him, and turned back to ask again, "I know what you said. Is there anything else?" The head bookkeeper bowed his head, thought for half a day, and shook his head with conviction. "Your Majesty, I have said everything I know." Chen Nan waved his hand. "Lock up the people first, and keep an eye on them," said the man, thinking hard again. He felt that there weren't many people he could trust in the big jail these days. Moreover, since the other party was able to force the Qin family to commit suicide, then a little bookkeeper is even less of a threat. He also commanded, "Afterward, remember to have Mo Bai go to the army to mobilize 1,000 men. The government office will arrange a portion, and the royal residence will arrange a portion." After the arrangements were made, he then led Wushu out of the prison. Chapter 68 Another Way of Thinking. Chen Nan sighed after coming out of the prison. Wu Xiu, do you think Hong Ming knows this person? Wu Su giggled twice. Your Highness, how would I know about these things? What your Highness says, I'll just do what I'm told. Looking at Wu Xiu's naive face, Chen Nan understood. He also knew that moving his brain was not going to help Wu Xiu one bit. However, just now Hong Ming left in a great hurry. He was also curious if Hong Ming really knew something. When he thought of this, he walked towards the Hong mansion. Meanwhile, Hong Ming, who had gone one step ahead, had already returned to the Hong mansion. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Hans coming from the front, and the puzzled voice. Maisie, didn't you go to look for Chen Nan? How come you're back so soon? At this time, Hong Ming simply did not have the heart to answer, stifled his head and ran towards his room, leaving a dumbfounded Hong Zhe alone and messy in the room. When he had just walked to the door, he bumped into Chen Nan again, who hurriedly came, and hurriedly stopped Chen Nan and asked, Chen Nan, are you bullying my little sister? Chen Nan, who was full of confusion, was stumped by the question. After half a day of thinking back, he twisted his head to look at Wu Xiu and said with extreme lack of confidence, I bullied Hong Ming? Seeing this scene, Hong Zhe knew that he was overthinking, so he smiled and inquired, why do you have the leisure to come to Hongfu today? Without waiting for Chen Nan to reply, he turned his head and commanded, Uncle Wang, a guest has arrived. Go and report a word to the master. All right, le grand young master. I'll go now. A pale answering voice came. At Hong Zhe's invitation, Chen Nan followed along and headed inside. In the hall, there was a white-haired but powerful old man sitting on the main seat. Hong Zhe introduced himself. Father, this is Jinnan King Chen Nan. Your Majesty, this is my father. Chen Nan cupped his fists in respect and said, Greetings, Marquis Yin Wu. That's right, the Marquis of Yin Wu was a title given to Hong Song by the late Emperor of Northern Wei. Because of his age, Hong Song stayed at home most of the time after the late Emperor's violent death. I don't worry much about the court and the army. Chen Nan showed unparalleled respect for this old man. It wasn't just because the other party was Hong Ming's father. What's more important is the identity and status of the other party. Marquis Yin Wu followed the late Emperor of the Northern Wei dynasty at an early age. In that tumultuous era, with a big panglong stick, he hardened a path to heaven for the late emperor. This led to the later Northern Wei dynasty, and Hong Song, moreover, was named Marquis Yin Wu. Chen Nan, the king of Jinnan, is truly a fearful young man. Hong Song did not hide his compliments and praised Chen Nan. Chen Nan was also listening to one. His mind was on Hong Song's back, the one drawing hanging on the wall. With great difficulty, he took advantage of the gap between Hong Song's words to ask, what is this? Hong Song froze and looked in the direction of Chen Nan's finger. Only then did he realize that the other party was talking about the drawings hanging on the wall, and spoke with a smile. King Jinnan has a good eye. This is a topographical map of my Northern Wei, and this map contains not only the cities of my Northern Wei, it's even labeled with the distribution of forces around it. Most of all, this map was given to me by the late emperor. Master, the tea is here. Outside the hall, a voice attacked. Chen Nan turned his head and directly froze, simply because the man in front of him had a black mole at the corner of his mouth. It's not a big deal to have a mole on its own. The key thing was that he remembered that Hong Zhe had just called him an Uncle Wang, surname Wang, with a black mole at the corner of his mouth. In that case, it seemed likely that this man was the same Mr. Wang who had approached the chief bookkeeper in the first place. Moreover, Hong Ming was originally a member of the Hong family, so he was naturally familiar with this Wang Bo. In combination, it wasn't surprising that she had the reaction she had just had. Thinking of this, Chen Nan did not make a sound, bidding farewell to the Hong family, one old and one young, on the grounds that there was something going on at home. When he walked out of the Hong mansion, he happened to bump into a Mobai, who was walking on his way. Your Highness, didn't you say you were going to the Hong mansion? Why are you at the door? Chen Nan didn't have any nonsense, and directly said, Mobai, go find a topographical map of Northern Wei, and when you find it, come to me in the main prison. Mobai responded by turning around and leaving. As for Chen Nan, he brought Wusu back inside the large prison once again. Chen Nan, who had returned to the large prison, looked at the adoring face of the jailer but looked a little unnatural. You are. He wasn't aware that the first time he'd come, these jailers had treated him with only the kind of respect they'd shown the king. But this time, there was not only respect, but a look of adoration on his face. A jailer prayed and opened his mouth. Your Majesty, I would like to learn some interrogation techniques. Chen Nan suddenly realized that he finally knew why these jailers looked at him with a look of adoration. Everyone in the entire prison was at their wits' end as the chief bookkeeper. He was forced to confess by 2 buckets of water plus a hand towel. It's not surprising that that group of people, who again feed off of this tactic, would want to learn more. Chen Nan didn't hide anything either. I'll teach you guys later when I have the chance. Where is that master bookkeeper? The king is looking for him on urgent business. Now, he had to determine the age of that Mr. Wang that the chief bookkeeper was talking about. Not long afterward, the chief bookkeeper was once again brought before Chen Nan. That chief bookkeeper looked at Chen Nan, who had gone and returned, and wailed, "Your Majesty, I have said everything I know." Chen Nan had a cold face. "Let me ask you, how old is the Mr. Wang you mentioned?" The chief bookkeeper froze, nibbling on his fingers to think back in detail for half a day. "Your Majesty, I have met with that Mr. Wang just once." Then the forced land seizure was sent by Generalissimo Qin. As to where the land from the expropriation was sold and by whom it was bought, I am not even sure. Besides, that money doesn't end up in the hands of a villain. Chen Nan certainly believed what he said. The other party is just a pawn. Surely he can't share any oil. However, what he was concerned about now was the age of that Mr. Wang. I can't help but aggravate my tone. What I'm asking you is Mr. Wang's age. As far as I know, that Mr. Wang villain has met him once. Moreover, that time we met at night time. And the other party still wore a straw hat and a night coat. How old is the other person? I'm not too sure. Chen Nan had no choice but to change the angle of inquiry. Then can you still recall his voice? Or is it possible to recognize it when you see it again? Your Highness, Mr. Wang's voice sounds a bit old. If we meet again, I really won't be able to recognize him. The master bookkeeper answered honestly. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. Wushu suddenly spoke up. Oh, you have more suggestions? Tell me. Chen Nan was surprised. This was the first time Wushu had taken the initiative to propose. Wasn't Gu Erden's family's land forcibly requisitioned? We also want to know who is behind the sale of land. Why don't we just go straight to Gejia village and go up to Gu Erden's field and wait? Can't we just arrest whoever steps up when the time comes? Chen Nan's eyes lit up as he complimented. You kid, you really do have a way. This point had been neglected by Chen Nan. He was only thinking of finding out who was the backer behind Generalissimo Qin, but it never occurred to me to investigate to whom the land was finally sold. And Wux's suggestion cuts right through the other side. Can't find the backing behind it the first time though, but by lending a hand to the buyer and seller, the source can eventually be found. Chapter 69 Proposing Reforms. The jailer brought 2 bowls of rice. Your Majesty, it's noon. Eat something first. Chen Nan, who had managed to find a breakthrough, where to refuel his mind for dinner, make a few casual remarks and get up and leave. When he went out, he bumped into Mo Bai, who had arrived late. Chen Nan spoke briefly about Wushu's proposal. Mo Bai let out a shallow smile. Your Majesty, I have already been there. Then most of the land in Ge's village was sold to the Qian family. This Qian family has almost monopolized the fabric trade in Northern Wei. Because the court doesn't value merchants, this Qian family is buying up land in a big way, trying to use it as a way to capture attention and be seen by those above. Chen Nan froze. Scholarship, agriculture, industry and commerce? Yes, that's what it means. Mo Bai saw that he had spoken for most of the day, but it was not as accurate as Chen Nan's 4-word summary, and was greatly shocked by this. Immediately after that, he spoke again. This Qian family has monopolized the fabric line though, but because it's just merchants, it's not seen by some of the nobles, so they spend money on some minor officials, thus elevating the status of their own family. Buying an official? Chen Nan was even more shocked. When he was in Diqian before, it was more chaotic, but not to the point of buying an official. Now not only was there buying of officials in the Northern Wei, but forcible acquisition of land was very common. He knew that reform was bound to accelerate in this situation. Mo Bai, I'll leave the investigation of the Qian family to you. Keep me posted on anything that follows. Wu Xiu, come back to the house with me. Chen Nan hurriedly commanded. After giving his orders, he returned to the royal residence as fast as he could, locked himself directly in his room and told Wux that no one was to disturb him. Only, it was a day and a night. Early the next morning, Chen Nan, who had dark circles under his eyes, came out of his room with a smile on his face. A little girl at the door brought a bowl of hot porridge with trembling hands. Your Majesty, you are? Chen Nan was puzzled. There was a little girl in his house, and he didn't know about it? Wu Su hurriedly explained. Your Majesty, this girl is Gu Erden's granddaughter. His grandfather was called by Mo Bai to Gujia village, and she stayed alone in the mansion. I made some thin porridge because I had nothing to do when I heard that His Majesty was in seclusion. The doubt disappeared from Chen Nan's face and was replaced by a smile. Little fellow, what's your name? Your Majesty, my name is Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing trembled and answered word for word. Chen Nan took the thin porridge in her hand, and the yellow wheat porridge was still emitting a slight heat. He didn't care, and drank up the porridge in the bowl in one gulp. Gu Qingqing watched as Chen Nan drank all of the porridge he had made with his own hands, revealing an innocent smile. "Your Highness, is it good?" "It's delicious, thanks." Chen Nan handed the bowl back. After seeing Gu Qingqing off, he said in a cold voice, "How does Uncle Wang do things? Actually letting the guests do the cooking?" The suddenly furious Chen Nan caused Wushu to look at him as well, taking a small step back and explaining in a low voice, "Your Highness, the king's uncle hasn't gotten up from his nap yet." "Still up?" Chen Nan became even more enraged. "Good lord, he's a king who stays up all day and night figuring it out." As a subordinate, he was surprised that he hadn't gotten up from his sleep by the time he got to the point. "It's not just him, none of the underlings are up yet." Wushu followed up with another tight line. "Tell Mobai to replace the entire batch of the family's underlings. He doesn't need someone who's even lazier than he is. You come with me to the palace. This king has important matters to see the Empress Dowager." This time, the two didn't have to go through a difficult time when they entered the palace. Inside the imperial garden, the Empress Dowager smiled as she looked at Chen Nan, who was bending over to salute. "What does the king of Jinan want with the mourning family?" "Empress Dowager, I believe that the court needs reform." "Reform?" The Empress Dowager frowned slightly. In fact, she knew that the Northern Way looked thriving now. The de facto Northern Way was already massively corrupt, especially since her commands, to the outside world, already smacked so much of listening to the tone. Therefore, she was very much in favor of Chen Nan's proposal. Right at this moment, the system's voice was heard in Chen Nan's mind. Dropping. Issuing task. Courtiers collectively pass the reform of the county system. Successful mission rewards 30,000 sets of bright armor and 30,000 stranger swords. 30,000 bright armors plus 30,000 stranger swords? Chen Nan was overjoyed. With the forging technology of this era, it was simply impossible to forge a stranger's sword. Moreover, the stranger's sword was like a divine weapon to those ordinary weapons, not to mention the restraining effect on cavalry. As for the mission, is it hard to get a courtier to pass a correction? At least it didn't seem difficult to Chen Nan. I wonder how the king of Jinan wants to carry out the change. Suddenly, the queen mother asked questions. Although she also wanted to carry out reforms, she also knew that reforms, for a woman, especially one who did not hold real power, were too difficult. Chen Nan took out a map. "Empress Dowager, please look. This map is a topographical map of my Northern Way. There are 36 cities on it, and an area. In my opinion, there is a great disadvantage in the present system of towns and cities. The city system of the Northern Way dynasty was a system of 3 cities, each of which had a county minister and a subordinate official. And above the county chancellor is the lord of the 3 cities, responsible for all matters in the 3 cities. The most crucial thing was that the court's decrees were all sent down directly to the city lord. Those county chancellors are not at all clear about whether this decree was issued by the court or not." Chen Nan then spoke. "Empress Dowager, I believe that Northern Way can adopt the county system. Divide the 36 cities into 3 counties, with 12 counties under each. These counties are still the same towns. They've just changed their names. But both the sheriff and the court can order these counties directly, and every time an official document is issued, it needs to be stamped with the seal of the court, as a way of avoiding some personnel with ulterior motives." The Empress Dowager was pondering. "Well, this is a good proposal from the king of Jinan, but will the courtiers agree? Those city lords and the prime minister could have been elected by them." The Empress Dowager shrunk her body. "Also, that small area is a small tribe that was discovered during the late emperor's conquest. Most of that tribe still lives the habit of eating raw meat." "The habit of eating raw meat?" Chen Nan's fingers trembled slightly. He'd only heard the term "Harry, are you drinking blood" before. Unexpectedly, today actually let him really see this era. After a pause, he spoke. "Empress Dowager, then form 3 counties and 1 district. Divide that barbarian into a tribe so that it slowly integrates into my Northern Way as a means of assimilation. Of course, not only institutional reforms, but also the election of officials, and the court system." Chen Nan made a new suggestion. Chapter 70, What's the harm in killing my 10 clans? The Empress Dowager nodded her head with interest. What did the king of Jinan say about the official system, and how the elections were reformed? Just as Chen Nan was about to phrase it, the voice came back to his mind. Drop. Release task. Courtiers collectively adopt the reform of the 3 province, 6 ministry system. Successful mission. Reward 10,000 elite white horses. Mission issued. The courtiers collectively adopted the reform of the imperial examination system. Successful mission. Rewarded with 3 million stones of grain. Seeing these rewards, Chen Nan was completely delighted and dumbfounded. Although only 10,000 white horses were given, but with his skills, training 10,000 000 white horses was just an easy skill, and the 3 million stones of grain, even if those big families resisted the reform, it would prevent the people from having no food to eat. Chen Nan also told the original story of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries system and the imperial examination system. As he explained, that eye of the Empress Dowager shone more and more. By the time he had finished speaking, the Empress Dowager was already smiling with joy. Good. Everything is as the King of Jinan said. Mourner will call the group of ministers to discuss this in a group. If the ministers agree, the reforms will be implemented immediately. In the end, the Empress Dowager's pair of slightly meaningful gazes continuously surveyed Chen Nan's body. She was deeply shocked by Chen Nan's idea, and became even more determined that her invitation to Chen Nan to come to Northern Wei to become the King of Jinan was an and its wise decision. Then the minister will take his leave, leaving behind a sentence. Chen Nan twisted his head with the intention of leaving, but he was retained by the Empress Dowager. Does King Jinan think that the ministers will pass this matter? The right foot that had already stepped out retracted. It's not like it's up to him, Chen Nan, to decide whether or not the group of ministers can agree. Besides, what kind of reform doesn't involve bloodshed? For a moment, Chen Nan did not understand what the Empress Dowager meant, or rather, he had understood, but dared not understand, and inquired softly, what does the Empress Dowager mean? Mourner believes that King Jinan can see that Mourner lives in the harem on a daily basis and is not aware of many things, including the system that King Jinan just mentioned. The mourning family also understands it in their hearts. But is this thing really that easy? Chen Nan understood that the Empress Dowager wanted to reform in her heart, but was afraid that the group of ministers would not pass it, so she had this doubt, and smiled evilly. Please also rest assured that the Empress Dowager, I guarantee that they will agree. Receiving Chen Nan's assurance, the Empress Dowager also smiled heartily. In that case, then I will summon the courtiers. The two left the rear imperial garden one after the other. Outside the palace, Chen Nan stood at a corner and said in a spirited manner, Wu Xiu, go back to your residence and bring the golden tin scepter given by the Empress Dowager to this king. Also, tell Mo Bai to lead an army of 10,000 men, and when the pilgrimage opens, directly surround the palace for this king. At that, Wu Xiu stumbled. Your Majesty, you're not wrong, are you? What did he hear? A prince who not only asked for the golden tin scepter, but also had his men lead a siege on the palace? It's a ing crime to kill 9 families. Chen Nan's face was expressionless, his gaze looking straight ahead. What? Are you scared? Wu Su laughed nervously. Your Majesty, I should have died when I was in La City. With that, a hint of determination was revealed in his gaze, and he headed in the direction of the royal residence. Chen Nan looked back at the palace and lamented. I wonder how many heads will fall to the ground today. In the distance, a black-robed man gradually walked towards Chen Nan, and eventually, stopped in front of him. The two just stood there, staring at each other, neither one speaking. After a long time, Chen Nan softly said, How is the situation over in Shishu? The situation is as usual at the Western Shu headquarters, and Lu Half-Hanging will be able to arrive in the northern part of Deqian in the afternoon. It's rumored that Great Qian sent Jiang He on a mission to Northern Wei along with Lu Hanhang. Great Qian also sent someone? Chen Nan was slightly surprised. In his eyes, Wu Fingwan didn't look like a woman who would beg for peace. She loved the feeling of having everything under control. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kicked Chen Nan out of Deqian as soon as it got better. Jiang He, on the other hand, was his double in Chen Nan's opinion. Because Wu Fingwan couldn't control herself, she had replaced her with someone who could easily do so. For Wu Fingwan, Chen Nan was the savior of Deqian. Deqian has been saved, so who needs a useless savior? And the river is Chen Nan, a Chen Nan who is easy to control. Meanwhile, in the Great Qian Dynasty Hall, Wu Fingwan was dressed in yellow robes and looked angrily at the courtiers below. You guys, what a bunch of losers. I have already said that Jiang Iching is not well, and now there is actually no one who is willing to replace Jiang Qing on the mission. Could it be that my Dakian is already so bad? Wu Fingwan was alone in the dragon chair radiating her inner rage, and down below, one by one, the courtiers of Deqian seemed to embody puppets. There was not a single reaction to the press. The Minister of Rights, seeing that there was no answer for half a day, Wu Fingwan directly named names. In the crowd, a youth walked to the center of the hall and made a perfunctory bow. Your Majesty. Wu Fingwan waved his hand. You are the Minister of Rights. Who do you think will be sent on this mission? The ceremonial minister who was named looked up in bewilderment. Who was he and where was he? Doubtfully, he said, Your Majesty, didn't Dr. Zhang say that he himself would personally travel to the Northlands to join Lu Hanhuang in his mission to the Northern Wei? Upon hearing this, Wu Fingwan's already cold face became even more ugly, biting her teeth and spitting out one word at a time. I have just said that Jiang Iching is suffering from a health condition, and the personnel of the mission need to be reformulated. You don't seem to have taken my words to heart, do you? The words came, pressing the other party to not give them time to react, and said decisively, come on, drag them out and chop them up. At Wu Fingluan's command, 2 guards with armor came in from outside the hall and dragged the Minister of Rights towards the outside. That Minister of Rights knew he wouldn't survive and screamed and cursed loudly. Wu Fingluan, you are a dim-witted ruler. You couldn't grasp such an outstanding talent as the Jinbei King, and when it comes to this point, you expect someone to step forward? To tell you the truth, De Qian is rotten because of you. The Dim King. The words of the Minister of Rights were so clear that Wu Fingluan's face was gloomy. Her hands clenched tightly, letting her nails embedded in her palms. Stop. If you say that, aren't you afraid that I will execute your 9 clans? Wu Fingluan thought that if she said this, the other party would be afraid. What shocked her was that the Minister of Rights was not only not afraid, but instead had a sneer on his face. Wu Fingluan, let's not talk about executing my 9 clans. Even if it's executing my 10 clans, so what? Still doesn't change the fact that you're a dim-witted ruler. Good. Really good. What a bunch of treacherous and sycophantic group of ministers I have raised in Deqian. The attitude of the Minister of Rights was like a heavy hammer hitting Wu Fingluan's heart. You don't care about executing 9 clans, but you even volunteered to ask for the execution of 10 clans. Pass the order to execute the Minister of Rights, Li Ming, of 10 clans. Throw his body into a mass grave and leave it to be eaten by wild animals. In Wu Fingluan's opinion, it was also already a very severe punishment. She felt that for this kind of punishment, the average person would bow down. And, as long as the Minister of Rights is willing to bow down and admit his mistake, naturally, she wouldn't make such a big deal out of it. The worst that could be done was to put him to death himself. But the Minister of Ceremonies pressed on, and said in a loud voice, colleagues, De Qian is rotten. I'll go first. Saying that, without giving Wu Fingluan the chance to execute him, he crashed headfirst into death. Chapter 71, Walk slower on the road to the Yellow Springs. There will be someone to keep you company. The Minister of Rights of the Great Qian dynasty just died in the courtroom. Wu Fingluan gazed at the crowd with cold eyes, and not a single person stepped forward to collect his body for half a day. As fellow officers, it wasn't that they didn't want to go up and collect the body. Rather, they know their sire's nature. At this time, whoever dared to come forward to collect the corpse would only be afraid of ending up like Li Ming. Seeing this scene, did Wu Fingluan reveal a smiling face? Ministers, since the Minister of Rights was unfortunately killed, so let's talk about who should go on the mission to the Northern Way. After this change, the already numb courtiers became even more reticent. In the past, when Wu Fingluan asked questions, the crowd at least raised their heads a little. Now it's good. A punishment of 10 clans, completely intended to the Great Qian dynasty. Wu Fingluan asked half a day. The courtiers below froze without a head up. Nearly insane, Wu Fingluan's voice rose, are you guys dumb? One question after another. Still no one down there looked up, and even less answered. Suddenly, a light cough came from outside the Great Hall. Ahem, Your Majesty, I'm going to represent Your Majesty on a mission to the Northern Way. The visitor walked into the Great Hall trembling as if he would fall down when the wind blew. Iching Jiang, didn't the imperial doctor tell Iching to rest? Why did you come to court again? Wu Fingluan's words of concern were undisguised. The hall full of courtiers seemed to have become a light bulb for the two. On the other hand, the Northern Wei dynasty's Fengtian Hall. The Empress Dowager sat high on the dragon chair with a faint smile. Ministers, nowadays my Northern Wei officials are not only huge in number, but their internal is even more disorganized. It so happens that in the morning someone proposed to the mourner to reform the system of our dynasty. This person proposes to change the system of electing officials in our dynasty from the push system to the imperial examination system. Reform the rule of the court from a city system to a county system. What's more, official documents from the court must be issued with an exclusive seal. I wonder what the ministers think. The moment these words came out, a cacophony of discussion began at the side of the courtroom. From time to time, Chen Nan, who was standing at the head of the military generals, could still hear a sentence or two of spitting. Is this what that ungrateful one proposed to the Empress Dowager? That's right. Isn't that cutting us off from all our money in the meantime? Chang Sun-du, who was the right prime minister, stood out, striding to the center of the hall. Dare I ask the Empress Dowager, who proposed this way of reforming the system? The Empress Dowager still had a smiling face. What does Prime Minister Chang Sun think? Chang Sun-du, who was quite calm in the last second, suddenly cranky, Empress Dowager. I suggest that the person who proposed the reforms be launched for beheading quickly. This person harbors a scourge, and will surely become a scourge to my Northern Way in the future. Without waiting for the Empress Dowager to speak, Chen Nan snorted coldly and walked to the center, confronting Changsun-du. Prime Minister Changsun, the suggestion was made by this king. Does the Prime Minister have any different opinion? What? This suggestion was made by the king of Jinan? Shoo, keep it down. What if they hear us later? As Chen Nan stepped out, the discussion became a bit louder. The moment Changsun-du saw Chen Nan walk out, his face turned green. He inwardly guessed that the person who made the suggestion was probably Chen Nan. That was the last thing he wanted to see happen. But what you fear comes to you. This suggestion was, indeed, made by Chen Nan, with a sarcastic laugh. No wonder this Prime Minister thinks this is a good suggestion. It turns out that it was put forward by Your Highness. With this attitude, Changsun-du had basically compromised. He knew that he was no match for Chen Nan. Moreover, the problems that the Empress Dowager had mentioned were not tainted by his Changsun family. This matter, in fact, did not have much to do with their Changsun family. Then, does Prime Minister Changsun have any other comments? The Empress Dowager suddenly spoke out. Changsun-du hastily shook his head. Empress Dowager, I have no opinion whatsoever. Everything is entirely up to the Empress Dowager. In that case, the matter of reform. The Empress Dowager smiled frequently and was ready to order a thorough reform. Among the ministers, a loud voice suddenly came out. Empress Dowager, I don't feel right about this matter. With that said, a man slowly walked to the center and toppled off Nagasundo. Seeing the visitor, the Empress Dowager could not help but frown. Qin Academy, do you have any other different views? The person who stood out was none other than Qin Qingmin, only to see him clasping his hands and speaking vehemently. Empress Dowager, I believe that Jinan Wang proposing such a system is completely destroying the foundation of my northern way. Just a moment ago, Qin Qingmin completely figured it out. He finally understood what Chen Nan meant by the county system and the imperial examination system. Every time the imperial examinations were held, the final location was in Weidu. It's the equivalent of these people being disciples of the Son of Heaven. In that case, what's the point of having him as the dean of Longtu Academy? The key point is that if the imperial examination system is really implemented, how can we stuff our own family clansmen into small places in the future? The imperial examination system is fine, but the most add-up one is the county system. Every official document needs to be issued by the court then approved, and also have a seal. After Qin Qingmin finished speaking, the Empress Dowager, who was still wearing a smile, suddenly had a cold face, eyes looking around the group of ministers. Ministers, who else disagrees? She was trying to ask the others, but Qin Qingmin took over. Empress Dowager, I think that Prime Minister Changsun won't agree to this either, right? Oh, Prime Minister Changsun also disagrees? The Empress Dowager's voice tone was high and deliberately raised a few points. Right at this moment, Qin Qingmin's eyes stared at Changsun-du in death. The latter was furious at his look, but he couldn't not answer in the face of the Empress Dowager's question. Only with a black face, gritting his teeth, he opened his mouth with great reluctance. Empress Dowager, I feel that this matter is too significant, and needs to be discussed carefully. Changsun-du, how to say, is an official old man, and can work to the position of Prime Minister. Naturally, they don't just let people take them and say things as if they hadn't been said. There was no agreement or refusal. Qin Qingmin was not in a position to push too hard, and inadvertently gave a look to the few people behind him. The originally voiceless civil ministers instantly stood out a few people. Empress Dowager, I also think that this is not a good idea. I second the motion. Seconded. At one time, the sequence of civil ministers stood out more than a dozen officials, all of whom stood on the opposing side. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager laughed miserably and did not open her mouth. Placing her gaze on Chen Nan knew that it was time to strike out on his own. Seeing him holding a golden tin staff in his right hand, he slowly walked over to the last of the civil ministers and opened his mouth to inquire. This colleague, what is your name, and what official position do you hold? Humph. I, Lu Renjia, serve as the counselor of the Ministry of Revenue. Does the King of Jinan have any more questions? Counselor of the Ministry of Appointments? Chen Nan sneered. This king thought how big of an official. The Ministry of Justice, to put it nicely, is in charge of the government. To put it mildly, it's nothing more than a traitor under the squire. Lu Renjia, right? Walk slower on the road to the Yellow Springs. Someone will go down to keep you company. For a moment, Lu Renjia did not know what Chen Nan meant by these words. The next moment, all that was felt was a pain in the small of the back. Looking down, the golden tin staff had been inserted along the small of his back. Chapter 72, What is my king's offense? In an instant, Lu Renjia covered his belly with both hands, his eyes full of incredulity. He could not have imagined that Chen Nan would be so bold as to give him a direct hit in front of all the courtiers. His right hand trembled as he raised it to mid-air, pointing dully at Chen Nan, the corners of his mouth wriggling. He wanted to speak, But the moment of real pain in his body was telling him that there was no more chance of that. Bang! With a sound, Lu Ringjia's body fell straight down in the center of Fengtian Hall. He died just like that. A minister-servant senator of the Ministry of Ceremonies died just like that in the courtroom. For a while, the ministers looked at the corpse with its lingering warmth and didn't know what to say. Chen Nan, how dare you do such an unauthorized act in front of the Empress Dowager? Suddenly, Qin Qingmin sneered and rebuked in a loud voice. Turning around, he fell on Lu Ringjia's corpse and cried, Senator Lu, when all is said and done, this matter is still the fault of this academy. If this academy had discovered this man Chen Nan's wolfish ambitions earlier, Senator Lu would definitely not have ended up in such a situation. Qin Qingmin, with a sobbing voice, sarcastically criticized Chen Nan's behavior while pulling up her own morals. Without knowing it, you'd think the people on the ground were on good terms with him. In fact, the two are just in the same official position. The ministers just quietly watched Qin Qingmin's performance, none of them opening their mouths to speak for him. There wasn't even one person who went up to pick up the body. Qin Qingmin was the only one who was lying on Lu Ringjia's body, constantly crying, and her voice was getting higher and higher. Halfway through his wailing, he felt the air fill with weirdness. Slightly opening his eyelids, he glanced around. That's when he realized that everyone's was looking at him, watching, but not a single person spoke up for him. At this moment, Qin Qingmin's embarrassed toes could even gouge out 4 rooms. I have no choice but to turn around. Flopping down in the center, aggrieved, Empress Dowager. I just think, Lu Senator's corpse is not yet cold, so there is only so action. The Empress Dowager on the dragon chair didn't know how she should proceed next. Slowly closing his eyes, he leaned back on the dragon chair in fake sleep. Now, Qin Qingmin completely saw that the Empress Dowager had no intention of managing this matter. And the first person to step forward was again Chen Nan. It has developed to the point where it is clear who proposed the reforms. Qin Qingmin also stopped pretending, got up and patted his knees, and said in a chilling voice, Jinnan King, do you know the crime? Chen Nan snorted a laugh and inquired in a shallow voice, dare I ask the Qin Academy, what is my king's offense? Qin Qingmin took 2 steps across to Chen Nan and pointed his index finger at Chen Nan, then yelled, Chen Nan, as the king of Jinnan, you wantonly massacred the Northern Wei officials in public. Isn't this a betrayal of the Northern Wei court? Isn't this still a felony? I only saw Chen Nan raise his golden tin staff high and laugh up to the sky. This king is the left prime minister of Northern Wei and the prefect of Wei. And I am the king of Jinnan. You may go to the court with a sword, and be given a 9-clawed python robe and a golden tin scepter. What crime has this king committed? The Empress Dowager hasn't even convicted this king. You're just the dean of the district Lungtu Academy. How dare you presume to convict this king? Don't forget, Qin Academy, that this king is still the inspector general. That Lu Ringjia has been an official for many years, secretly receiving bribes. Such officials, not beheaded on the spot. Do you keep them for food? Chen Nan wasn't as simple as paying lip service. The reason why this Lu Ringjia could be the first dead soul was naturally investigated. Under the investigation of Chen Nan's men, this man not only embezzled and took bribes, but even more abominable, he also seized the women of the people. The people of the villages around Weidu were outraged. Chen Nan killing him in public could only be said to be a cheap shot. If it really fell into Chen Nan's hands, it would only cause the other party to beg for their lives. These words did not make Qin Shengmin die, and even angered the other party even more. Chen Nan, it's true that you are the king of Jinnan, but don't forget that the entire Northern Wei dynasty's officials all came out from my Lungtu Academy. There are tens of thousands of officials up and down the Northern Wei. Do you really want to kill them all? Qin Shengmin's mouth was tinged with a hint of a smile. He's already counting this as a phallic plot. After all, who would really have the heart to slaughter tens of thousands of officials? Even if Chen Nan really had the guts to do this, how would the order of Northern Wei be maintained? And if we really do it, will the Empress Dowager agree? Will the people agree? And will the Northern Wei army agree? Only, Qin Shengmin had calculated everything, but had not calculated that Chen Nan not only had the guts to do this, but even more so, he had the idea to do this, only to see the golden tin staff in Chen Nan's hand placed across Qin Shengmin's neck. What? Is this the Qin Academy forcing this king? Or do you think that this king doesn't dare to make a move? Or maybe it's that all of you coming out of Lungtu Academy are of one mind? Cold sweat sprang up on Qin Shengmin's forehead again, but he knew that the more he came to this point, the more he couldn't back off. Raising his head high, he became agitated. Chen Nan, if the officials coming out of our Lungtu Academy are not of one mind with this academy, are they of one mind with you? The one who came out of Deqian? When these words came out, fear was written all over the faces of those civil ministers on the court. Even the Empress Dowager, who had been keeping her eyes tightly closed, opened her eyes, a brilliant light shooting out from her eyes as she stared dead on at Qin Shengmin. The crowd simply couldn't imagine that this Qin Shengmin was actually so stupid that he dared to say this kind of party-affiliated words above the courtroom. Even if they were really of one mind with Qin Shengmin, they wouldn't dare to say it on such an occasion. This Qin Shengmin's young plot was not only cracked by Chen Nan, but even more brilliantly. This sentence of his directly also brought the civil ministers to a height that did not belong to themselves. Moreover, a number of people had already noticed the Empress Dowager's gaze that wanted to eat people. They didn't dare to speak out to remind them, so they could only pray silently inwardly, praying that Qin Shengmin wouldn't make any more overly aggressive remarks. At this moment, Qin Shengmin also realized that what she said was wrong. First, he inadvertently glanced at the position of the dragon chair and realized that the Empress Dowager was glaring at herself. There was a little more sweat on his forehead, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Chen Nan's face was full of mockery. Does the Qin Academy still have anything to say? Qin Shengmin, where there was still a rebuttal in his mind. At this moment he only wanted to hurry and explain clearly to the Empress Dowager. I really didn't make a party of myself. But Chen Nan didn't even give him a chance to open his mouth to speak. Crossing over Qin Shengmin, he stood in the center of the group of ministers and raised his golden tin scepter high. This King Chen Nan, on behalf of the Empress Dowager, questions the ministers. Which of the officials still has an opinion on the reform? After a long time, no one in the hall froze and dared to take the lead. As for Qin Shengmin, she had long been completely paralyzed in the center. Chen Nan looked around at the crowd once again. Do you colleagues really have no more suggestions? This king reminds me that it's better to have an opinion and say it to your face, so that you can still retain a sense of decency when the reforms are implemented in the future. Whoever dares to stand in the way, don't blame the king for turning the other cheek. Chapter 73, Retreat from the Court. Under Chen Nan's threat, none of the group of ministers dared to stand up and retort at all. Instead, it was the Minister of Rights, Sun Xiao, who opened his lips as he tried to fight for the last possibility. Moving his right foot forward slightly, he was about to open his mouth when he felt a tug behind him. With that, he twisted his head to look and saw the slightly shaking head of the Minister of War, with a beak in the corner of his mouth. Don't get on it. Another wink toward the back. Following the color of his eyes, Sun Xiao saw the passerby who had already cooled off. He couldn't help but swallow, which stopped his inner thoughts of going forward. Seeing the reaction of the ministers as well as their attitudes, Chen Nan nodded his head in satisfaction. All of you have no opinions, so that means you all agree with this reform? Upon hearing this, the group of ministers wore helpless smiles on their faces. Is it that they want to agree? Not at all. Who is not aware that reforms will lose their own interests? But when they tried to reason with Chen Nan, the other party directly moved the knife. When they wanted to move their knives, they realized that no one was Chen Nan's opponent. When he wanted to jointly sue the Empress Dowager, he was shocked to find that the Empress Dowager was actually on the same front as Chen Nan. Are they in a position to refuse? Not at all. Only Chen Nan slowly walked to the center of the great hall and looked scornfully at Qin Shengmin, who was still limp at his feet. After kicking it aside, he said in a loud voice, Empress Dowager, I have another proposal. Oh, what other good proposals does the King of Jinan have? Tell me all about it and listen to me. And by the way, I'd also like you all to listen to what kind of officials are the mainstay of my northern way. The Empress Dowager smiled, her words unstinting in their praise. Empress Dowager, I believe that it is not only my Northern Way civil official group that needs reform. The military generals need to be reformed as well. And the Northern Way's great army needs a reform even more. As soon as the words fell, the group of military officials who had been indifferent a moment ago suddenly panicked. When it came to reforming the civil officials, they, the military generals, did not speak at all. And when faced with the difficulties of the civil officials, Chen Nan even killed people in public. If they dared to stand up and refute it, would Chen Nan's butcher knife swing at them? No one knows and no one wants to try. King Jinan speaks in detail. How should my Northern Way military officials be reformed? How should the Northern Way army be reformed? Chen Nan directly explained. Empress Dowager, I believe that the first thing is the problem of the army. Nowadays, the Northern Way's army is too chaotic, and the army not only has old and young, but also scum who are mongrels. I think we should centralize the army and do a major screening of the soldiers. What should be done more than anything else is to strengthen the minds of the soldiers. Let them know who they are fighting for and let them know what their purpose really is. Not only that, but a hero's tomb will be built in Wei capital. All those soldiers who died in battle are to be buried inside the hero's mound. Chen Nan said a lot in a row. The Empress Dowager also nodded frequently as she listened, although she didn't know what Chen Nan's purpose was in doing so. However, Chen Nan gave her a feeling that she could trust each other unconditionally. And trust is rewarded even more handsomely afterward. Just because the Empress Dowager approves of something doesn't mean others do. It is important to realize that these few reforms of Chen Nan have thoroughly offended the civil and military groups of Northern Wei. Finally, one person stepped out of the sequence of military generals. Isn't King Jinnan's words too pompous? We are all fighting for Northern Wei. For the Empress Dowager. Those soldiers are nothing but a bunch of mudbloods. What do they need to know? They just need to know to carry out the general's orders. Following the voice, Chen Nan saw Lightning Feather, the former defeated general. With a cold voice, he slightly released a mighty force. What? General Light Feather is not convinced? He thought that Lightning Feather, who felt the might, would naturally retreat. What he didn't expect was that Lightning Feather actually hardened her might and walked in front of him. Dare I ask the king of Jinnan? Aren't those mudbloods fighting for Northern Wei? Didn't they fight for the Empress Dowager? Chen Nan shook his head. Yes, but not all. His words clouded the minds of those present. Light Feather, a military general. How would he know so many twists and turns? Excitedly, he said, the last general does not understand what the king means, so please be more straightforward. Chen Nan didn't hide it. Try General Light Feather. If it was your turn to fight for Northern Wei, it's a good fight. When I went home, I saw that my wife had been spoiled by a high official of the Northern Wei, and the body of my son had been casually thrown aside. What does General Lightfeather feel inside? Then again, just now General Lightfeather also said that he was fighting for the Empress Dowager. Doesn't the general want the Empress Dowager to stand up for justice for the general when she comes home and sees this scene? At those words, Lightfeather lowered her head and fell into deep thought. He was not the only one. Most of the column of military officials lowered their heads. They weren't stupid and naturally knew what Chen Nan meant by that. Thinking about it differently, they naturally want someone to stand up for them in that kind of situation. However, in the current official environment of Northern Wei, no one will come forward at all. It is even said that not only will the group not stand up for themselves, but they will kill and kill. Is such a Northern Wei really worth their struggle? They didn't want to admit it, but there was a voice inside them that kept struggling. Yeah, how many people are willing to do that kind of out-of-the-box work? Once again, Chen Nan hit the nail on the head. Think about it from a different angle. You fought for Northern Wei, and when you die, not only will the court take care of your wife and children, but you yourself will be able to enter the hero's grave. Isn't that a great honor? When you return victorious, you find yourself at home with 2 acres of good land and a wife sitting on a bed with 2 children in her arms. Is this not what you have in mind? After hearing these words, the courtiers were completely silent. For a moment, the Chen Nan in their eyes actually became taller. Not just taller, but also surrounded by a light yellowish halo. They were somewhat indistinguishable, not sure whether the person in front of them was Chen Nan, the king of Jinnan, or an angel sent from heaven to save them. Fellow officers, think carefully. Is the victory rate higher for the army that goes out with hope, or for those who go out with mixed feelings? In fact, the answer to this question is obvious. They all know it too. They just don't want to admit it or are afraid to. When that group of mudbloods have hope, what about them? The nobles? And how can they enjoy the fruits of that victory with peace of mind? Finally, the Empress Dowager on the dragon chair held back the joy in her heart and opened her mouth. All the ministers, today is just a discussion of reform. After 5 days, the mourner awaits your final results. Retreat! The words were spoken, and the Empress Dowager retired, leaving behind the confused courtiers in the Great Hall. Chapter 74, The Siege of the Palace. Outside the Fengtian Hall, the ministers stared at each other. They still had the content of Chen Nan's speech in the hall in their minds. It had to be said that it was clear to all that the reform system proposed by Chen Nan was very friendly to the people at the bottom. But that's only for the common people. The opposite would do them no harm. In the end, the eyes of the group of ministers coincidentally rested on Chen Nan. Chen Nan did not pay any attention to the crowd, but instead walked directly toward the outside of the palace. For a while, no one dared to go up and question Chen Nan, and could only follow behind him in a grayish manner. When the ministers came to the entrance of the palace, what met their eyes was the large army of the Northern Wei dynasty draped in gold and armor. At that moment, the ministers were completely confused. They didn't know how this place could be such a large number of troops. Most of the military generals on the side were looking at Chen Nan, and they all knew inwardly that in the current Northern Wei, Chen Nan was the only one who had this energy, and he was the only one who dared to gather 10,000 troops to place them at the entrance of the palace in such a grand manner. As for the civil ministers, where had they ever seen such a battle? And even a few of the timid ones had already been paralyzed with fear. However, among the civil ministers, Qin Qingmin walked straight out, stopped in front of Chen Nan, and questioned in a loud voice. What is the Jinnan king's intention? Chen Nan was puzzled. And what does the Qin Academy mean? Qin Changmin questioned. The Jinnan king has mobilized a large army to come outside the palace. Could it be that he wants to rebel? Chen Nan secretly laughed. He had sort of realized that this Qin Qingmin was not very capable, but her ability to withhold hats was still very powerful. It was true that he had called the army together, but ask yourself, did he really want to rebel? To say that the rebellion, he came to Northern Wei for only half a month, and he has brought several years in Dakian. Definitely much easier to rebel in Dakian than Northern Wei. Moreover, Chen Nan didn't even have the idea of revolt when Wu Fingluan devalued his position and cut off his title. Now, just for mobilizing a large army to surround the palace, he was branded as a rebel. Chen Nan's eyes skimmed over the 10,000 strong army in front of him, and at the forefront of the army stood Wu Su and Mo Bai. Mo Bai seemed to be very nervous, and Chen Nan could even see the other parties shaking hands clearly. King of Jinnan? Why don't you say anything? Could it be that you really want to rebel? Qin Qingmin saw that Chen Nan did not say anything for half a day, and thought that she had completely pinned down the other party. The voice was invariably plucked up a few more notches. Chen Nan frowned. What does Qin Academy want this king to say? To admit that this king wants to rebel? Saying that, he glanced at the army again and lamented. Don't say it. It's kinda like forcing a palace. Ha. The king of Jinnan is going to revolt. The king of Jinnan is going to revolt. Upon hearing this, Qin Qingmin shouted in a loud voice. He was just provoking Chen Nan just now, just to get the other party to admit that the large army was brought by him. That way, he could work on the matter. If you don't get it right, you'll end up with no reforms at all. However, he never expected that Chen Nan would be so stupid as to directly say such words as rebellion. With a cold smile, he mocked, Your Highness, this academy will see who can still protect you this time. Chen Nan let out a light laugh. Qin Academy. Let's wait and see then. Qin Qingmin didn't know, but Chen Nan knew very well that this place was the hinterland of the palace. Inside, there were countless guards and experts, both explicitly and implicitly, and his people can bring 10,000 people to completely surround the import and export of the palace. The heart naturally know that this matter cannot be hidden from the Northern Wei Empress Dowager at all. It was impossible to hide it, but his men brought the army with them. The bottom line is that there has been a situation up until now where all the ministers wanted to leave but were forced to stay. None of the personal guards had stepped forward to deliver the decree, and even less had the Empress Dowager heard a peep. Chen Nan also came to understand that the Empress Dowager was delegating her authority to him and did not intend to meddle in this matter. Thinking of this, Chen Nan smiled evilly. Qin Academy. The army was indeed summoned here by this king. Upon hearing these words, Qin Qingmin looked agitated and interrupted in a loud voice. What? Jinnan king is admitting to a rebellion? Immediately afterward, another loud cry went up. Where are the palace chamberlains? Outside the palace Chen Nan has led a rebellion. In one sentence, Qin Qingmin repeated it 3 times stiffly. As the words fell, 2 chamberlains in golden armor passed through the army, eventually stopping in front of the army's formation. The 2 men were full of seriousness, and one of them spoke out and inquired, Who was it that made a clamor here just now? Qin Changmin took 2 steps in front of the visitor, looking excited, pointing his finger at Chen Nan. This man's name is Chen Nan, and he is about to lead an army to besiege the palace. It was this officer who first discovered and informed. In this situation, Qin Qingmin still didn't forget to mention herself. The 2 followed his finger and saw Chen Nan's snickering expression. A perfunctory, My lord, this matter is not our concern. With that, he turned around and prepared to return to his original position. Seeing this, Qin Qingmin pulled one of them and anxiously said, Don't go, Chen Nan is going to rebel. As royal chamberlains, don't you care? Unexpectedly, it was this one movement of his that the chamberlain he was pulling directly drew his saber and placed it across his chest, shouting loudly, Please behave yourself, my lord, this matter is not within our jurisdiction. If your lordship still dares to raise his voice, don't blame us for showing no mercy. In 2 sentences, Qin Qingmin was directly frozen in place. He didn't understand. When did a prince dare to lead a large army to besiege the palace? What's even more outrageous is that the chamberlain saw this kind of thing and actually said it wasn't under his jurisdiction? Only Chen Nan slowly walked up to the 2 chamberlains and said soothingly, Don't worry, things will be resolved soon. Seeing that the visitor was Chen Nan, the 2 of them changed into a kind smile. Your Highness is joking. We are just on the sidelines. If your Highness has something to call out, it will be fine. This scene completely shattered all of Qin Qingmin's illusions. He finally realized that this matter was not outside the jurisdiction of the chamberlain. It was only because the person leading the troops was Chen Nan that they found an excuse. Brethren! Chen Nan suddenly shouted loudly. Those 10,000 troops simultaneously raised their blades in their hands and shouted, Marshal Chen is mighty! 10,000 troops shouted at the same time. The sound was not insignificant. Qin Qingmin seized the opportunity and paced in front of the 2 chamberlains. The voice line was a bit trembling. Chen Nan also clamored here just now. Not only was he alone, the 10,000 troops also clamored here. Could it be that you two don't care about this matter as well? In the face of his questioning, the two of them simultaneously turned backward, each whistling, completely ignoring Qin Xingmin's question. He finally realized that it was not important to lead an army to besiege the palace, and it was even less important to make a loud noise. It's important to look at who the other person is. In the last second he'd vocalized a point higher and was immediately interrupted, but Chen Nan mobilized the army's emotions in front of the two, and the two were just playing dumb. Such differential treatment struck the straw of hope in Qin Xingmin's heart. Chapter 75 Unwarranted Assassins. Chen Nan came to the front of the army formation and cleared his throat, his voice filled with majesty. My fellow officers, the army was indeed summoned by the king. That was when this king heard that there were assassins in the palace, so he mobilized his army to surround the palace. All of this is to prevent the assassin from escaping. Chen Nan first gave himself an excuse for mobilizing a large army. Although the Empress Dowager will not pursue the matter, he needs to have a reasonable explanation. But this casual explanation of his was completely farting in the eyes of the courtiers. All of them were deliberating on top of the courtroom before. What place would there be an assassin? Moreover, there were a large number of patrolling soldiers in the middle of the Wei capital, thousands of guards in the palace, and even more chamberlains all around the Fengtian palace. Just those few small countries around. Who would dare to send assassins to come to Northern Wei to find trouble? Everyone knew in their hearts that the assassin was just an excuse made by Chen Nan. Whether or not this assassin existed or not didn't matter at all. What mattered was that he had the excuse. Immediately afterward, Chen Nan then spoke. Colleagues, now that the assassin has been ambushed and the safety of the palace has been guaranteed, this king will order the army to make way. Saying that, with a big wave of his hand, the middle of the army literally revealed a path that supported only one person to pass through. Seeing this, the ministers didn't dare to say much at all, and one by one consciously lined up according to their position, leave in an orderly fashion by following the gaps left by the army. Chen Nan, on the other hand, stood at the front of the army formation, watching the scene appreciatively. Just as Changsun Du passed by, he gave Chen Nan a meaningful glance. Only, at that time, Chen Nan's attention was fully focused on the back of the group of ministers and did not notice this one look. Gentlemen, with today's assassin resolved, I hope that there will never be an assassin after 5 days. Chen Nan suddenly spoke again. The word stopped the entire group for a split second. In just a moment, the crowd was not stupid and naturally understood what the deeper meaning within the words was. Doesn't it mean that they all have to pass the reforms in 5 days? But if they really did that, wouldn't the Northern Wei Dynasty Hall become Chen Nan's one-word hall? Next time, whoever dares to disagree with Chen Nan's suggestion, how are you going to solve this when others are directly besieging the palace with their troops? For a while, the courtiers viewed Chen Nan with more or less a hint of hatred in their eyes. It was just that they didn't realize that Chen Nan had once lived in a country with a history of several thousand years. The pros and cons of the ancient system are very clear. The reforms he proposes are not the best solution, but the optimal solution for the situation at hand. Meanwhile, inside the imperial garden, Empress Dowager of Northern Wei was sitting in the middle of the compound, her gaze resting on a corner of the wall. Strangely enough, there was a faint blush on her face. A few moments later, with the blush removed from the Empress Dowager's face, the whole person regained that dignified feeling. What's going on in front of the palace gates? Inside the imperial garden, the Empress Dowager was the only one, but she asked a strange question. The next second, a reply came from the empty imperial garden. Chen Nan threatened the group of ministers to agree to his reform system. It looks like most of the group of ministers are very resistant in their hearts, and I'm only afraid that there will be some trouble behind them. The Empress Dowager laughed softly. When the group of ministers have gone, have the king of Jinan make a trip to Morning House. The words were spoken, and the imperial garden was once again at its usual calm. The scene shifts to the entrance of the palace, as all the ministers leave. Chen Nan sighed. This system reward is really bad. That's right, he did all that solely to get the system's rewards. So much equipment, and war horses as well as food. He is fully capable of arming an extremely powerful army. Wu Xiu, take the army back to the camp. You won't be needed here for a while. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiu and Mo Bai returned with their armies. Chen Nan was about to head back to his house after witnessing the departure of the army. One of the chamberlains stopped Chen Nan. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager is waiting for you in the imperial garden. Chen Nan smiled helplessly, knowing that this was because of the trouble he had gotten himself into by privately gathering an army. However, he didn't mind a little more of this hassle in order to ensure that the reforms were carried out. After thinking about it, he went to the royal garden alone. Only when Chen Nan arrived at the imperial garden did he realize that the Empress Dowager was sitting there alone, both of her eyes looking towards a corner. Following the other party's gaze, Chen Nan realized that the corner of that wall actually corresponded to the wall where he had gone up to hide while holding the Empress Dowager last time because the imperial horse had lost control. Instantly, Chen Nan associated a series of images in his mind, even had a bad feeling about it. Just as he made the connection, the Empress Dowager had sensed his arrival. Neither side opened their mouths to speak. Chen Nan's eyes looked towards the sky while the Empress Dowager's eyes kept hovering over Chen Nan. While Chen Nan was thinking, the Empress Dowager suddenly spoke. The Jinnan King is here? A voice pulled Chen Nan's thoughts back to reality, slightly arching his back. I wonder if the Empress Dowager has called the minister for something urgent. The Empress Dowager pondered for a moment. The Jinnan King is a bit impatient about things today. The King of Jinnan has already beheaded one of his ministers above the court, so why should he personally lead a large army to establish his authority? Could it be that you think that Mourner does not support the Jinnan King's reforms? 3 consecutive questions down. Chen Nan awkwardly smiled. Empress Dowager. This matter I also have no choice but to come out of this next book. Those reforms had a key role in the development of my northern way. I have brought a large army to deter as well as just to warn those courtiers not to be fancy in this matter. What Chen Nan said is true. Once those reforms are implemented, Northern Wei will see unprecedented growth. Although the greed of courtiers cannot be completely cut off, it can be effectively stopped. Moreover, after the establishment of the Hero's Mound, the fighting strength and also the will to fight of the army would also skyrocket. The most crucial point Chen Nan has not yet mentioned is that Northern Wei does not value merchants at all. This also leads to ridiculously low commercial taxes. Moreover, some iron and salt mines are even in private hands, regardless of the dynasty. These things can only be controlled in the hands of the court. Otherwise it will affect the livelihood of the people at the bottom at any time. This is the reason why the economy of Northern Wei has never been strong. The Empress Dowager nodded her head. It's not that the mourning family doesn't support your reforms. I'm just saying that it's a bit too reckless this time. Later on, the grieving family will notify the stage that the assassin has ambushed his head. It's also kind of removing the fallout from this whole thing. It was only after saying this that Chen Nan thought that he, a prince, had only led an army to besiege the palace. He only considered the ideas of the ministers but ignored the ideas of the people. The people are so ill-informed that in the morning they hear that the palace is under siege, and in the evening they can spread the news of the destruction of the country. Once this kind of where rumors are distributed, I'm afraid that it won't take 2 days for the Northern Wei dynasty to fall into a situation of panic in the country. I will do my best to contribute to the development of Northern Wei, Chen Nan assured once again. In that case, there is nothing else. In about 2 days the Western Shu envoys will arrive at the Wei capital. At that time the King of Jinnan will take more pains to find out the true intentions of Western Shu. The Queen Dowager points out another problem. On the way back to the royal mansion, Chen Nan's mind kept wandering the Empress Dowager's words. He had never been able to figure out why Shishu had suddenly traveled to Northern Wei. Chapter 76, Lu Hath hanging on the river. At the gates of the palace, Hongming alone paced anxiously back and forth, unconsciously glancing in the direction of the city gates. He happened to see Chen Nan, who had returned from his exchange with the Empress Dowager, quickly stepping forward to stop him. Chen Nan, you really are too reckless this time. Chen Nan was puzzled. How come even you say that? He wasn't quite sure why every single person he met today who was close to him said that. Also, he doesn't seem to have done anything to hurt the world. It's nothing more than surrounding the palace with 10,000 troops. When Hongming saw that Chen Nan still had a disinterested attitude, he was furious and his voice invariably rose a few points. You know what? In Northern Wei, the army can only be firmly controlled in the hands of the Empress Dowager. Maybe it seems like a very small thing to you, but it doesn't look like that at all to other people. Also, you beheaded an official in the courtroom today. Do you know what that means? When Chen Nan saw Hongming's expression was very grave, he couldn't help but attach importance to it in his heart and asked, what does it mean? Hongming exclaimed, you'll make all the other officials unite against you. In fact, Hongming was not afraid of those officials. It was just that she didn't want to see Chen Nan being targeted by so many people, which was why she spoke out to remind him. Chen Nan sighed. Of course I know what you said, but some forcefulness is essential if reforms are to be implemented. And, even if they unite against me, so what? Chen Nan did not take that group of people seriously. To him, whoever dared to stop him from reforming the Northern Wei, then whoever was his enemy. However, Hongming was not aware of what was going on in Chen Nan's mind. Speaking as an onlooker, she was only anxious for Chen Nan when she saw him standing alone against the group of ministers in the courtroom. You are unbelievable. Is this reform really that important to you? Hongming spoke out again. Selfishly, she did not want Chen Nan to have an accident. In public, Chen Nan's usefulness to Northern Wei is too great, and Northern Wei naturally cannot lose this talent. However, today, above the courtroom, Chen Nan's performance was too strong. If this continued, she feared unpredictable results. It was even said that the entire Northern Wei officials, from top to bottom, stood against Chen Nan. In that case, if Chen Nan had another idea, even if it was good for Northern Wei, I'm afraid no one would pass it. Chen Nan said bluntly, "You completely don't understand how much more beneficial it will be to Northern Wei after the reforms are successful. Do you remember the Great Qian in the earliest days?" Hearing the Great Qian of the past again from Chen Nan's mouth, Hong Ming fell into reminiscence. Only Chen Nan then spoke. "The Great Qian of long ago has always been held down and rubbed against the ground by Northern Wei. The reason why I've been able to slowly get stronger is not because I've been working behind the scenes alone. Only a small part of the reforms in Dakian have been implemented. But it's this small portion that makes Daqian so powerful. Just imagine, if Northern Wei is able to implement all of the systems I've mentioned. I'm only afraid that the entire continent will become Northern Wei's territory." While the two were talking, the northern part of Daqian, Jiang He brought a delegation of envoys to meet Lu Hanhuang in the city of Beiki. Beiki City is the northernmost city in Dakian, and if you go further north, you will already be within the strength of Northern Wei. In the middle of the city, inside the hall, the two of them, Lu Hanhuang and Jiang He, were seated opposite each other. Lu half-hanging lifted the teacup in front of him, savored a sip, and slowly opened his mouth. "Jiang He, in fact, there's no need for you to go. This mission to the Northern Wei is my last. And after the completion of this missions, my mission will be complete." Upon hearing this, Jiang He's face changed. "Elder Lu, you're a half-step Grandmaster's expert. Why do you have to be sent on this mission? I remember that there are still quite a few people from the Imperial Dynasty within Western Shu, right? Moreover, even if we tie several of our countries together, we're no match for that pseudo-Imperial Dynasty of Northern Qian, let alone the Imperial Dynasty behind it. Could it be that they're planning to strike?" The words came, and a trace of surprise flashed across Jiang He's face. Lu Hanhuan placed his teacup on the tabletop and suddenly stood up, his gaze looking toward the north. "You know, our lives are always in their hands, and not at all in our control. Moreover, this time, in order to be able to provoke a war between Western Shu and Northern Wei, they actually forcefully activate the poison in my body." "They activated the poison in you?" River dabbed to his feet. He could know very well that all of them contained a poison in their bodies. The antidote was delivered by someone at regular intervals. If the poison is activated, each person has only 10 days of life guess to live. You were also delayed for a few days in Western Shu earlier. Does that mean you only have 7 days to survive? Jiang He was filled with shock. "Only," Lu half-hanging let out a miserable laugh and shook his head. "Of course not. They activated the poison in my body in advance. The activation can be delayed for a few more days in Western Sichuan afterward. If you do the math like that, I'll only have 5 days. Moreover, I want to force Northern Wei to go to war with Western Shu in 5 days' time, preferably of the immortal kind. Of course, they didn't say they were going to take Daqian with them to war. So, for this mission, it's better for you, Daqian, not to send anyone. If possible, it's best to stay away from the Great Qian dynasty, so you can be safer as well," Lu half-hanging kindly advised. Although he was a pawn, after all, he had lived in Western Sichuan for decades. There is more or less an emotional presence to this country. Jiang He, on the other hand, had been in Daqian for only a few years, and all of them were in the mold of a minor character. That's why Lu half-hanging was kind enough to persuade him. He didn't want to end up with none of his group surviving. Only, Jiang He didn't listen to his words and asked rhetorically, "Why the hell is this? Wasn't it fine before? Why are there so many missions these days? And moving people's lives? It's even if the Emperor of Northern Wei died, followed by the Emperor of Great Qian. Isn't it true that the next one to die will be the one from West Shu, and then East Qin?" River's eyes were scarlet as he pushed the tabletop to the floor. The sound of a teacup breaking drew the guards outside the door to rush in to check. Before the guards could speak, Jiang He cursed, "Get out! Get out! All of you!" Seeing this, Lu half-hanging sighed. "You'd better calm yourself down. You should not go on this mission for a while. If they know that you broke away from the Great Qian Palace without authorization, I'm only afraid that the consequences for you won't be any better." After saying that, Lu half-hanging left the room. Without any stops, Lu Hanhuang, who had left from the room, took his country's people and headed in the direction of Northern Wei. Chapter 77, Those Behind the Forcible Expropriation of Land. Inside the city of Beiki, Jiang He sent someone to bring 2 jars of strong wine and drank them alone. At this time, Lu half-hanging has already left the Great Qian's General Yu, and entered within the boundaries of the Northern Wei. On the other hand, Chen Nan had a hard time convincing Hong Ming to reform with him. Returning to the royal residence, he saw a letter sitting on the table. The letter was wrapped in craft paper with a black circular logo at the top. Chen Nan knew that this was the code word for emergencies that he had accounted for with the people under his command. He vaguely remembered that the last time he had seen this kind of code word was after the assassination of the first emperor of Dechen. He picked up the letter in his hand and quickly opened it and read it. Above the letter are written a few lines of large letters. Lu hath hung a person to go on a mission. Jiangyi returned to Daqian. West Shu internal turmoil. East Qin abnormalities. North Wei may be subjected to the joint targeting of countries. In just a few short lines of large letters, Chen Nan's heart was pounding as he read them. He didn't understand that he had merely held a court meeting, and to put it excessively, he had only brought 10,000 people to surround the palace. Only one morning's time had passed during this period. While such a great change had taken place in the outside world, Chen Nan sat on a chair and fell into deep thought after burning the letter he had finished reading. The first was the assassination of the Emperor of Daqian, followed by his carrying the pillar of Daqian. During this period, Daqian has been targeted by other countries, especially in the case of the Northern Wei. The two sides have reached a point where they are on pins and needles. When he wasn't on a roll, Northern Wei had always had the upper hand. Several other countries did not make any moves, but right after he made his power, Northern Wei was never the same, and several other countries around him then began to support Northern Wei. Western Shu was responsible for the economic supply of Northern Wei, while Eastern Qin was responsible for sending wizards to Northern Wei. But since the days when he had been expelled from Deqian, the several major countries had been in a weird balance. This balance lasted until the moment he was recruited by the Empress Dowager of Northern Wei. Since then, the economic support from Shishu has gradually become perfunctory. East Qin is even more directly no longer have dealings with Northern Wei. The only difference is that without him Deqian is again being held down and rubbed by Northern Wei. These are not very strange. The strange point is that after he came out from Deqian, inexplicably, all of the countries that were previously friendly with Northern Wei have turned to the Qian side. For a while, Chen Nan was not sure what kind of conspiracy was contained in these matters. Intuition told him that it must not be simple. Suddenly, a point occurred to him. Whether it's Daqian or Northern Wei, the highest power holders in both countries are women. Also, the emperors of both countries did not die normal deaths. Then there's the fact that whichever country he's in, that country will be targeted. Thinking of this, Chen Nan yelled out, "Mo Bai." At the sound, Mo Bai gently pushed open the door of the room and said suspiciously, "Your Highness, did you call me for something?" Chen Nan looked back at Mo Bai and then at the chair in front of him. Mo Bai would understand and sat down directly. As soon as he sat down, he saw the worried expression of his own king. However, he did not open his mouth to inquire, but waited quietly for the following. Chen Nan sighed lightly. Mo Bai, do you still remember who initiated the Northern Wei's war against Deqian in the first place? Mo Bai froze. He was just a small person. How would he know about such a national matter? Helplessly, he shook his head. Your Highness, I am just a quartermaster in the army. How can I be clear about this kind of thing? But hasn't General Hongming always held the position of Grand Marshal? He didn't know, but someone else did. Chen Nan froze, but did not blame Mo Bai. He also knew that his opponent was just a pawn. What the general says he does is done. Moreover, the best way to find out about this was really to ask Hongming. Suddenly, Chen Nan's eyes stared at Mo Bai, and his fingers kept tapping on the desktop. After half a day, he took a long breath and said softly, Mo Bai, go to Marquis Yin Wu's residence and invite Hongming over. Holler, I'm on my way. Mo Bai replied and left the room straight away. Taking advantage of this gap in time, Chen Nan pondered for a few more moments. In the meantime, though, his mind had been a mess. Not a clue. Had to wait for Hongming to arrive. However, half an hour later, a voice came from outside the door. Your Highness, General Hongming said that she has things to do and can't come today. Unable to do anything about it, Chen Nan had to give up thinking about this matter and turn to studying its reforms instead. However, Mo Bai didn't leave. Instead, he hovered outside Chen Nan's door. There was a great deal of sadness written on his face. Wu Xiu, who was on the side, finally couldn't look away and opened his mouth to ask, what are you spinning here? Mo Bai gave a glance. What do you know? I'm considering whether or not to talk to the king about this matter. Report it if you think it's useful to the king, and don't report it if it's not. Wu Xiu gave a simple laugh. It was this sentence that caused Mo Bai's eyes to light up. Right. If it's useful to the king, report it. If it's not useful, don't care. It's amazing that he hasn't figured out such a simple truth. Without mincing words, he praised. Don't say, you look naive, but you're really useful in critical moments. The words came, and gently knocked on the door. Your Majesty, I have something important to report. Inside the door, Chen Nan heard Mo Bai's voice and was curious as to what exactly the other party had to do. So he spoke. Come in and speak. Soon, the two resumed their previous positions. Mo Bai cleared his throat, and after organizing his thoughts he spoke. Your Majesty, the investigation of Gujia village is almost complete. Oh, tell me in detail. Chen Nan's eyes flashed with light. He never expected that Mo Bai would actually have such a strong ability. It is too condescending for such a talent to serve only as a district food transportation officer. Mo Bai explained. Your Majesty, the land in Gujia village was sent by the Minister of the Household. The salaries of the court are paid according to the size of the official position, and the Minister of the Household is the least official of the three major ministers of the Northern Way. So, naturally, his salary won't be high, but that's only for officials of equal rank. This also led him to sprout crooked ways to forcibly seize land from inside the village and sell it to some big families. By trading in land, the taxes of the court were diminishing, and he himself was making a fortune out of it. After listening to the explanation, Chen Nan appreciated. This is a good job, but how did you guys find out who was behind it? Mo Bai hemmed and hawed. Your Majesty, I directly sent more than a dozen soldiers to make trouble in the field. Those families didn't dare to take on the soldiers, so they had to go to the people who sold them the land in the first place. In that case, it's only natural that the Minister of the Household can't hide it. At that time, when that household minister arrived at the field, he saw that it was one of ours, and without saying a word, he turned his head and left. Chen Nan snapped to his feet. Go, follow me along to the residence of the Minister of the Household. Chapter 78 The Penniless Qian Shangshu. In the evening, Chen Nan brought Mo Bai and Wu Su towards the residence of the Minister of Household. None of the three opened their mouths to speak along the way, and the expressions on all three faces were not very good. A quarter of an hour later, the three of them arrived in front of a more downtrodden mansion. Looking at the dilapidated small wooden door in front of him, Chen Nan was filled with suspicion and looked back at Mo Bai doubtfully. Are you sure the person behind the forced land seizure is the Minister of the Household? It wasn't that he didn't trust Mo Bai, it was just that this household minister's family didn't look like the kind of rich family. A quick glance showed that the wooden door in front of him was in near disrepair, with several patches on it. Not only Chen Nan, but the other two also looked skeptical. Several people felt that this household minister's home was a bit too shabby. For a while, Mo Bai wasn't sure if the results he got were correct or not. In a low voice, he returned, Your Highness, I'm just sure, but the person who came is indeed the Minister of the Household. Chen Nan pointed to the door of the room in front of him again. Then what's going on here? Did he donate all the money he coveted to the people? This villain is not sure exactly what is going on. Mo Bai's voice was getting smaller and smaller as he spoke, and even he didn't have a bottom anymore. Never mind, come what may, go in and take a look. Chen Nan made up his mind. He was already at the door. He always had to go in and take a look. Mo Bai was smart enough to go up and knock on the door of the room. Soon, a woman's voice came out of the door. Who is it? Coming. As the wooden door opened, a beautiful figure appeared in front of the three. Said woman looked no more than in her early 20s, with a standard beautiful face, a slender figure, and the whole thing fell into place. Her face was lightly rouged and she was dressed in a pink cheongsam. Mo Bai introduced. We are from the Jinnan King's residence, and have come to find the Minister of Households to discuss important matters, so please let us know. It was obvious that he treated the man in front of him as an underling of the family. The woman froze for a moment before another voice came from behind her. Xiao Ye, who's here? Xiao Yu replied in a loud voice. Master, it's the Jinnan King's residence that has come, saying that they are looking for master for important matters. Someone from the Jinnan royal family? The voice inside drew up a few points, still filled with a hint of incredulity. Soon, a middle-aged man appeared behind the woman. The visitor had a beard of 8, wore clothes with patches, and looked poor from time to time. The visitor looked at the door and exclaimed, Your Majesty? His face changed, and he hurriedly greeted them. My humble servant did not know that the king had come to visit, so I have missed the opportunity to welcome you, and I ask for your forgiveness. Chen Nan casually waved his hand. There's no harm in it. This king was just passing by and thought of coming in to take a look. Immediately afterward, the words changed. Could it be that Lord Qian intends to let this king stay at the door all the time? Shangshu Qian stalled, pulling Xiao Yu aside as he made way. Your Highness, please, it is my humble servant who has not entertained you well. The group entered the courtyard and what met their eyes was an empty courtyard. The entire courtyard consisted of a small wooden table, plus 2 chairs, and in the back was an inner room flanked by a small room that resembled a kitchen in general. Seeing this, Chen Nan sighed with emotion. Shangshu Qian can be so concise. Shangshu Qian gave a sarcastic laugh. Your Highness is joking. My humble servant is just leading a life with the court salary, barely making ends meet. Then can Minister Qian tell this king why the simplest of amenities are not available at home? Chen Nan then asked. Hit just came in and he sensed something was wrong. It is reasonable to say that a dynastic first-class compound, the family in the simplicity, will not end up in such a situation. Even if Xiangshu Qian donates his salary to the poor people, he can't care about the death of his own family, can he? In his opinion, the condition of the household minister's family could not even be considered poor, and had gone too far. Upon hearing Chen Nan's question, Xiangshu Qian's expression became a bit unnatural and evaded. Your Majesty doesn't know that most of the salaries that the imperial court sends to my subordinates donate to the people inside the slums. At the end of the year, only enough is left to feed and clothe the family, and all the rest will be donated. With his understated voice, coupled with his evasive expression, Chen Nan was probably certain that there must be something wrong with this Qian Xiangshu in front of him, and then he said bluntly, could it be that Xiangshu Qian is really a clean official with a heart for the people of the world? Then could you please ask Minister Qian to tell this king why the person this king sent to Gujia village would meet the minister of the household on the land that was forcibly taken from him? When these words came out, Xiangshu Qian's eyes kept rolling in circles, and his entire body trembled a little. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he intermittently said, my humble servant has only heard that someone has gone to look for trouble on the land inside GE's village. It never occurred to me that it was the king who sent someone to investigate the forced land seizure. This matter really has nothing to do with my humble servant. Please be clear about it. Your Majesty. Qian Xiangshu didn't even think about explaining. He only wanted to quickly detach Chen Nan. Only, after he finished speaking, Chen Nan took 2 steps forward and sat his butt on the chair, folding his hands together and placing them flat on the desktop. With a smile on his face, he looked at Xiangshu Qian. Then, can Xiangshu Qian tell this king what person reported to His Excellency that there was a problem with the land? Chen Nan is not stupid. He has some guesses, even if this matter Qian Xiangshu did not profit from it, but certainly involved in it. Moreover, it was highly likely that Qian Xiangshu was behind this incident, but no one in his right mind would let go of the good life and go to the kind of poverty that is so bitter that it has no bounds. He didn't believe that such an environment in Northern Wei could produce officials with such noble character. Seeing Chen Nan sitting on his chair with his butt, Qian Xiangshu knew that the other party would not leave without a result in this matter today. Immediately, he gave a look to Xiao Ye at the side. The latter understood, and turned toward the inside of the room. Chen Nan was even faster and glared at Mo Bai, only to see Mo Bai take 2 steps to stop at the entrance of the inner room. His expression disgruntled. Are the people of our Jinnan King's mansion so unpopular? When we first meet, we don't even say we'll make a cup of tea for our guest, and this is how we're going to leave? Saying that, his gaze flicked to Qian Xiangshu intentionally or unintentionally. Or is there some treasure hidden inside this room that is inconvenient for people to see? As the words left his mouth, Xiangshu Qian had no choice but to order, Xiao Yu, go and pour a few portions of tea. Looking awkwardly at Chen Nan again, he explained, Your Highness, my humble servant was afraid that she would get in the way here, which is why she was told to go back to her room. Since Your Highness feels that this is inappropriate, let's follow Your Highness's way. Qian Xiangshu kept wiping the sweat running down his forehead as he spoke. After only 2 words of effort, the edge of Qian Xiangshu's sleeves were all drenched in sweat. Chapter 79, asked the head of the Delizi to come. The air was quiet for a moment. A short while later, Xiao Ye came with a couple of tea bowls. After placing the tea bowls on the tabletop in order and pouring them full of tea, he respectfully stood behind the Qian Xiangshu, not saying a word. Chen Nan picked up the tea bowl and drank the tea inside in one gulp. Looking at the tea bowl in his hand with interest, Qian Xiangshu was really thrifty enough. Guests come and even can't spare a teacup to take out. Just use a bowl to entertain guests? Xiangshu Qian smiled awkwardly. Your Majesty, my humble servant does not have those things at home. My humble servant doesn't have any friends above the court and doesn't usually have guests to visit, so I didn't prepare those things. The words were spoken, and Qian Xiangshu obediently picked up the tea bowl on the table, and before he had the chance to take a sip, he heard Chen Nan open his mouth. Oh, is Minister Qian blaming this king for coming uninvited? Why don't you ask the Empress Dowager to issue an imperial decree before I come next time? These words frightened Xiangshu Qian so much that the tea bowl in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. Seeing this, Chen Nan smiled playfully. What? Why is Minister Qian so nervous? Xiao Ye, go clean up the crumbs. Qian Xiangshu didn't reply, but directly crossed the line. Chen Nan also did not want to continue to dwell on it, and spoke again. Can Minister Qian tell this king why Your Excellency appeared in Gujia village? Seeing him return to this issue once again, Qian Xiangshu's face changed, hesitating for half a day. He mumbled, that day a friend of my official came to find my official, saying that there was something in Gejia village, hoping that my official could go and do a small favor. This seemingly reasonable explanation of his is full of holes. Chen Nan raised his eyebrows and was surprised. Oh, Xiangshu Qian doesn't have any friends in the imperial court. but he still has quite a few friends in Gejia village? Then, can you tell this king why the deed to the land in Ji's village is in the hands of the great families of the world? As far as this king knows, it seems that we in Northern Wei don't allow land to be bought and sold by force, right? Moreover, the people of Gejia village went to the government to lodge a complaint. And why did no one dare to accept it? Chen Nan's voice grew louder and louder, and in the final voice, it had turned into a question. Under his pressure, the sweat on Qian Shangshu's forehead flowed downward as if he didn't want money. Your Majesty, this matter is not known to my humble servant. Moreover, Your Highness is only the prefect of Weidu, and such things as accepting cases should be within the jurisdiction of Your Highness. And, the next official is the court's first grade compound. Even if you want to interrogate, it should be the Delizi to interrogate. How can it not be the turn of the king, right? Qian Shangshu knew that he could not hide today, so he could only take the official position. Only, when he mentioned this matter, Chen Nan was obviously puzzled for a moment. Looking back at Mo Bai behind him, the latter replied honestly, Your Highness, the court stipulates that third-rank officials must be interrogated in the presence of someone from the Delizi. Could it be that this king plus the identity of Weidu prefect, plus the identity of the supervisory royal historian can't work? Chen Nan's face was a bit ugly. He had already determined that Qian Shangshu must have been involved in the sale of the land, but now the other side tells him he has no right to interrogate. Mo Bai smiled helplessly. Your Highness, this is indeed the case according to the reasoning. There must be someone from the Delizi present to interrogate. Hearing him say this, a smile finally appeared on Shangshu Qian's face as he got up and said, Since Your Highness does not have the right to interrogate, then please go back to Your Highness, and whenever I am accompanied by personnel from the Delizi temple, I will definitely know what to say. Looking at Shangshu Qian's smug smile, Chen Nan teasingly smiled. What's Shangshu Qian's hurry? You're sure you can interrogate as long as there's someone from the Grand Lodge present, aren't you? Shangshu Qian nodded affirmatively. That's natural. This official is no longer a first-ranking official of the imperial court. As long as there are reasonable procedures, this official will naturally accept all interrogations. Good. Chen Nan suddenly got up and slammed the table. Wu Xiu, go invite the head of the Delizi temple over. As soon as these words came out, Shangshu Qian's face, which had a smile on it the previous second, instantly darkened. He could sort of see that Chen Nan had come here today with the purpose of interrogating him. Moreover, by the looks of the other party, it was completely unrelenting until it achieved its goal. The voice was also a few points colder. Your Highness, the Delizi is now closed. Even if we were to invite the temple master over, it would have to be tomorrow before I could interrogate this official. Chen Nan snorted coldly. Wu Su, did you not hear what this king said? Go to the Delizi and ask the temple master to come here. If he doesn't come, go outside the city and mobilize the army to come here. This king doesn't care what you use. Today Temple Palm must come. Things have come to this point. Chen Nan completely made up his mind, not to mention to invite the people from the Delizi over. Even if he said that he had to get the Empress Dowager to come over in order to interrogate him, he would not hesitate to go into the palace to find someone. Wu Xiu solemnly said, Don't worry, Your Majesty, I don't need a large army. I can capture the Temple Palm alone. When the words came, Wu Su, who had just taken a step out, was pulled back by Mo Bai, who reminded him in a low voice. First, go outside the city to mobilize a large army, and then later go to the Delizi to ask for someone. Wu Xiu nodded and quickly ran out. Although he didn't understand why Mo Bai had to say such a sentence, he knew that Mo Bai was much smarter than him. He had asked himself to go outside the city to mobilize the army, so there must be a role for mobilizing the army. Several people watched Wu Xiu walk out of the gate, and for a moment, Qian Shangshu no longer had that breezy expression. The whole man kept looking around, rubbing his hands together every now and then. Instead, it was Chen Nan who had a calm face and resumed his chair. Go, pour a glass of water. His voice wasn't exactly small, but at this moment, where was Shangshu Qian in the mood to take care of Chen Nan? Mo Bai silently picked up the kettle on the tabletop and filled Chen Nan's tea. After Chen Nan finished his drink, he spoke out. Minister Qian, as things stand now, are you still not going to give an explanation? Your Majesty, my humble servant really doesn't understand what Your Majesty means. Honestly explain, where did you hide all the money from buying and selling land? Give an account now, and this king can guarantee that no one else will be implicated. If we really wait until the people from the Delizi come over, it would be hard for this king to say anything more. He didn't want to implicate anyone else, and looking for the hacks who bought and sold the land was just a reminder to the others. However, Qian Shangshu was really illiterate and did not take him seriously at all. Your Majesty, my humble servant is clean and honest. Could it be that in your eyes my humble servant is a corrupt official? Qian Shangshu let out a bitter smile. Your Highness can also see all of them. The most valuable objects in my official's home are all in plain sight. Is it hard to believe that your highness is going to turn my humble servant's house upside down to look for him? As he said this, his eyes kept darting to the inner room. This little action, naturally, could not be hidden from Chen Nan. Just seeing Chen Nan get up, he headed towards the inner room. Your highness, inside is just a place for my humble servant to sleep. There's nothing to see at all. In an instant, Qian Shangshu panicked and took 3 or 2 steps to follow Chen Nan's pace. However, because of the other party's identity did not dare to stop them, so they had to follow closely behind them. With that, the two entered the inner room, one after the other. Chapter 80, I Have a Friend. Just as he entered the inner room, Chen Nan saw a bed placed in the room, and a wooden table was placed opposite the bed, with a candle placed on the wooden table. Oddly enough, there was a small door on the opposite side of the bed. Curious, Chen Nan walked towards the small door. Seeing this scene, Qian Shangshu's face became even more ugly, hurriedly opening his mouth to dissuade. Your Majesty, the back of this door belongs to the next door neighbor. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan turned his head and said suspiciously, What? The door to your house has become someone else's land behind the door? Shangshu Qian looked helpless, but still admitted with a stiff upper lip. You don't know, Your Highness. This place was already sold to the neighbors by the subordinate official a few years ago. Moreover, there is a wall built behind this door, so that no one can enter from the house of my humble servant, but only from the neighbor's side. Your family's place, you just sold it to someone else? Chen Nan was even more shocked. He didn't understand. As a first-ranking official of the court, had he been reduced to selling his house to make a living? The most outrageous thing is that Shangshu Qian is still selling his family's place. This point made Chen Nan very puzzled. Although Shangshu Qian had said that, Chen Nan still didn't stop and instead continued to approach that small door. Right at the moment when Chen Nan reached the door of the small door, his hand was just about to go up and push the door. A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Your Majesty, the head of the Delizi temple is here. Hearing these words, Qian Shangshu was instantly relieved. Not caring about the status of both parties, he quickly came behind Chen Nan, and without saying a word, pulled the other party up and walked towards the outside of the courtyard. Under his pull, Chen Nan obediently followed him to the courtyard. Not only did Wushu bring the head of the Delizi, but he also mobilized 1,000 troops from outside the city to sit on the ground. However, the army that entered the courtyard was only 10. The rest of the group was placed outside the door by Wushu. The moment the temple palm saw Chen Nan, a trace of helplessness flashed across his face, and he hardened himself to squeeze out a smile. I don't know if there's any urgent matter for which the king has invited this temple palm here? Chen Nan arrived in front of the temple palm and pointed to the small chair on the side. Lord Temple Palm will sit down first. Seeing this, Temple Palm helplessly obeyed Chen Nan and sat down, only to hear Chen Nan speak. I'm sure that the Temple Palm knows more than this king, and in order to interrogate a first-ranked official of the current dynasty there must be someone from the Delizi present. Inviting the Temple Palm to this place at this time of the year. This king also belongs to the helpless. Chen Nan's words said that it was a helpless move, but there wasn't a hint of helplessness on his face. That Delizi Temple Palm was naturally aware that Chen Nan was the king of Jinan, and his status was several notches higher than his own. The other man said that, and that was all he could do to hear it. Moreover, the others had given him face, and it was not good to hang a face. Laughing, he said, there's no harm in it, since your highness has a need, then this Temple Palm will naturally cooperate. It's just that we really don't have to go to the Delizi to interrogate and record it? Temple Palm asked another question. Chen Nan wasn't sure. He knew it very well. If you want to interrogate an official in the Northern Wei dynasty, not only do you need someone from the Delizi to be present, but you also need to be in the Delizi in order to conduct the interrogation. No more interrogation at the Northern Wei government office. It's also convenient for someone to keep track of it so that no one can take advantage of it. Chen Nan waved his hand. With this king as the chief examiner and the Temple Palm recording from it, there is naturally nothing wrong. Temple Palm smiled helplessly, thinking that Chen Nan had called him here specifically for the purpose of interrogation. Turns out the other guy called him in for the sole purpose of recording. However, due to the status of both parties, he had to nod. Your Highness, just make yourself at home. This Temple Palm will definitely record it truthfully. Chen Nan also sat down obediently and slammed the desktop. Qian Shangshu, now that the people from the Delizi have also come, we can have a good exchange, right? Shangshu Qian had long anticipated this scene, smiled this walk to Chen Nan and said in a low voice, please ask, Your Majesty, my humble servant will certainly know everything. Well then, this king would like to know why Shangshu Qian appeared on the land of Ji's village, and whether the buying and selling of the land was executed behind the scenes by Mr. Qian Shangshu, and is it true that Mr. Qian Shangshu knows where the money from the sale of land ends up? Chen Nan asked one after another. Xiangshu Qian frowned, pursed his lips, and let out a bitter smile. Your Majesty, my humble servant has just said it. My humble servant's presence in Gejia village is merely a result of a friend needing my help. There's also the matter of the sale of land in Ge's village that I don't know about. Not to mention where the money from buying and selling land ends up. You're still denying it even now? Chen Nan shouted. Well then, since you said you were asked by a friend to help out in the Gu village, then reveal the identity of this person, and the king will investigate himself. In the end, Chen Nan still pointed the question at the friend that Chen Xiangshu said he had. Unexpectedly, Xiangshu Qian cried out, Your Majesty, that friend of my officials unfortunately passed away a few days ago, so I really couldn't be there. In order to completely block the back road, Qian Xiangshu didn't even want to lose face, and continued, Your Majesty, that friend of my humble servant is a widow and orphan, and before he died it was still my humble servant who went to send him on his last journey. Hearing this, Chen Nan snorted. How could he not be clear that Qian Xiangshu this was a friend completely invented out of thin air? However, he wasn't going to dwell on that. Instead, he turned to the Temple Palm side. Temple Palm. This king knows that there is a door behind Xiangshu Qian's room. This king is very interested in what's behind this door. I just don't know if Temple Palm is interested in accompanying this king to find out what's behind it. As the words fell, Chen Nan tapped his fingers on the desktop and glanced backward at Mo Bai. Mo Bai would understand and coughed softly. The 10 soldiers in the courtyard gradually closed the distance between them. Unobtrusively, several people were completely surrounded. The Temple Palm sensed the movement of the soldiers around him and said helplessly, Since the king is of such a nature, then this Temple Palm will also lay down his life. Ha 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 ha, Chen Nan laughed out loud. Well then, Temple Palm please. Chen Nan got up and made a gesture of invitation. Terrapin also got up and preceded him into the room. Seeing this scene, Qian Xiangshu's clothes completely stuck to its body. Footsteps vainly followed the two. Walking at the end of the line were Wu Su and Mo Bai, each with a few soldiers behind them. After waiting for Chen Nan and the others to enter, Mo Bai arranged for 4 soldiers to guard the entrance of the room. After entering the room, Chen Nan did not hesitate for a moment and went straight to the small door. With a gentle push, the small door was pushed open. Suddenly, Qian Xiangshu's limbs were weak and his entire body went limp. Seeing this, Chen Nan softly said, Mo Bai, send 2 people to assist Xiangshu Qian, and together we'll see what exactly is behind this small door. Qian Xiangshu watched as he was controlled by 2 soldiers. Undeterred, he glanced toward the door again. It was found that even the door was guarded. Hope was completely extinguished, and sighed miserably, before being assisted by 2 soldiers down the small door. Chapter 81, Do you recognize this as your home? Behind the small gate was a clearing about 3 feet long and a foot wide. Only, the soil on top of that clearing was very loose. With just one glance, Chen Nan knew that the soil had been turned over, and that it had been refurbished only recently. Looking back at Xiangshu Qian, he asked, What? Aren't you going to say anything now? Qian Xiangshu still mouthed hard. The king's name under the official has already said. That friend unfortunately died a few days ago. Seeing that the other party was still unwilling to tell the truth, Chen Nan no longer dawdled. Mo Bai, call a few people in. This king would like to see what treasures are buried under the ground. Soon, a few people came in at the door, and because they came in a hurry, the soldiers didn't have shovels or anything like that ready. Diameter flipped the land with his peyote. In a short while, under the soldiers picking and turning, several wooden boxes were revealed in the ground. Your Highness, there are boxes inside the ground, and there seems to be more than one. Just then, Qian Xiangshu, who was being supported by 2 soldiers, once again went limp, unable to do anything about it. Chen Nan had no choice but to have Mo Bai call 2 more people in. With the help of 4 people, Qian Xiangshu was barely able to stand still. Chen Nan commanded, Bring up the boxes in the ground. The 2 soldiers lifted the box up and placed it in front of Chen Nan, and then cleaned up the dirt on top of the box. Chen Nan looked at the box in front of him and whispered, Open it. At the sound, the 2 soldiers smashed the lock off the top of the box. With the moment the box was lifted, the crowd only felt a bright light in front of their eyes. What came into view was a whole box of gold. This. Seeing this scene, Terrapin was so surprised that he could no longer speak. His eyes lingered on Qian Xiangshu for a long time. In the past, the most austere minister of the household, the family actually buried so much wealth. Chen Nan stepped over the box and came to Qian Xiangshu and shouted, What? Still not admitting it? Even with the support of 4 people, Qian Xiangshu was once again paralyzed, finger pointing at the box, face shocked. This who buried so much gold in my family's land? You admit that this is your family's land? Chen Nan let out a furious cry. In the next second, Qian Xiangshu wept and let 2 lines of hot tears flow down his face. Your Majesty, after all these years, I haven't spent a penny. I wouldn't dare. Our family has been farmers for generations. We don't dare to spend it. Chen Nan smiled contemptuously. When you were raking in the black money, how come you didn't think about the fact that you were a farmer's son? When you bought and sold land by force, why didn't you think that you were a farmer's son? How come it didn't occur to you that you were a farmer's son when you watched those people with no land to plant? Under Chen Nan's word-for-word ridicule, Shanshu Qian's psychological defense was completely shattered. Climbing hard on his legs to the wooden crate, he hit the crate with his head one at a time. Soon, he seemed to have figured it out, wiped away his tears, and spoke out. Your Majesty, the gold here is just the tip of the iceberg. In the room I live in, and in the yard, there's gold down there. Under his explanation, Chen Nan sent people to turn over the entire mansion. He also sent Mo Bai to bring Qian Shangshu to the prison to carefully explain his problems. Just as Mo Bai's hands touched Shangshu Qian, Temple Palm stepped forward to stop it. Your Highness, Shangshu Qian is a first-ranking official of the court. He deserves to be monitored by our Delizi when things go wrong. So you mean that this mansion will be taken over by your Delizi next? Chen Nan was dissatisfied. Yes, no matter what. Shangshu Qian is a first-grade official. The king doesn't have that much power yet. The Temple Palm had a straight face. In his opinion, this matter was a great opportunity to fish for political achievements. Such a large yard, counting shall not hundreds of thousands of taels of gold. This if a part of the surrender, how to say can be further. Chen Nan snorted coldly. Are you thinking too much? This case is the king's responsibility from start to finish. Now it's so hard to get results. And then you guys from the Delizi come out? In the face of Chen Nan's questioning, Temple Palm said with a straight face, Your Highness is wrong. In reason, the money Shangshu should be handed over to this Temple's Palm. As for His Majesty's role in this case, this Temple Palm will naturally report truthfully to the Empress Dowager. Everything will be decided by the Empress Dowager. Moreover, such a quantity of gold, in case the king from it, right? What the are you talking about? Hearing someone say something Chen Nan wasn't, Wushu was the first to stand out and retort. In his eyes, Chen Nan was not such a person at all. As the only Jinzi prince of Northern Wei, what does he want that he can't get? What do you care about the gold? What? This Temple Palm is just elaborating on a possible scenario. After all, with so much gold, anyone who sees it would be greedy. Chen Nan let out an evil laugh. Oh, could it be that Lord Temple Boss will also become greedy when he sees this gold? You. What are you saying? This Temple Palm is the representative of the Delizi. How could it be greedy for such a mundane thing? Is your Majesty not insulting this Temple Palm? Chen Nan smiled coldly as he merely followed the other party's words and continued on. Who would have thought that you could just talk your opponent out of their defense? However, that Temple Palm is a rough talker, and any person who sees so much gold is going to be greedy. Even he, for just a moment, thought about taking a bit out of the center. But looking back, what could he do with all that gold? Buy an official? Buy a title? He's got all these things. Moreover, the Empress Dowager of Northern Wei trusted him very much, so he didn't need them at all. Temple Palm, the king is just picking it up down the line as you said. The Temple Master also said that anyone can be greedy. Has the Temple Master really not thought of taking a little out of the middle? Chen Nan smoothly took out an ingot of gold from the box and recklessly played with it in his hands. Another sniff under his nose, before he put the gold back in the wooden box. So much gold. It's really something. Seeing this scene, Temple Palm knew deep inside that there was no way that Chen Nan would be able to hand over the person and the loot to himself. In this instant, he threw away all propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame, and stormed out. Chen Nan, you are nothing but a prince. What right do you have to interrogate court officials? These stolen goods and the money Shangshu, you all give to this Temple Palm. Otherwise don't blame this Temple Palm for taking you to task in front of the Empress Dowager. Chen Nan sighed, followed by a cruel smile. Do you think that this king would be afraid of you going to the Empress Dowager to complain? Then Colorful said, to tell you the truth, the Empress Dowager there to participate in the king's folders stacked up higher than you people. Today, the king will tell you the first lesson of reform. No one can challenge the law of the court. Upon hearing this, a smile suddenly appeared on the Temple Palm's face. Chen Nan, as you also said, no one can challenge the court's laws. According to the laws of the court, both the Qian Shangshu and the stolen goods should be handed over to the Delizi. Temple Palm is in a hurry. The king hasn't finished his sentence yet. Article 2. Any government office has the right to deal with those who violate the laws of the court. Tomorrow, this king will report this matter to the Empress Dowager herself. Mo Bai. See off the guests. Chapter 82 Tentative Wool. With that, Temple Palm left unwillingly, and before he left, his eyes remained on those gold. After sending off the Temple Palm, Mo Bai came to Chen Nan. Your Majesty, what will happen to Shangshu Qian in this gold? Chen Nan thought for a moment and spoke. Imprison the Qian Shangshu in the prefectural governor's jail, and ask him about the deals he has made with those people. This place is sent under heavy guard. This king will enter the palace to report. Under Chen Nan's arrangement, Imobai took Shangshu Qian to the Weidu prefecture. Wushu was left in place to watch over the soldiers. He himself rushed to the middle of the palace as fast as he could. Soon, Chen Nan arrived outside the palace. When the guards saw that the visitor was Chen Nan, they pressed the idea of stopping him. Both of them took a step back at the same time. Making way, Chen Nan came inside the palace as fast as he could. He did not know where the Queen Mother was at this time. Coincidentally, an eunuch walks in the opposite direction. Immediately, he stopped the visitor and inquired. This king is looking for the Empress Dowager with urgent matters. Where is the Empress Dowager now? That eunuch was about to get angry when he fixed his eyes and realized that the person standing in front of him was actually the king of Jinan. Immediately lost his temper and smiled. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has already gone to bed, so if there is anything you can report tomorrow. With that, the eunuch was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Chen Nan pulled him back in front of him and angrily rebuked him with wide eyes. This king told you that this matter is 100,000 fire. Delaying this matter, can you afford the consequences? Now take this king to report, or don't blame this king for being unforgiving. Seeing that Chen Nan was on the verge of a violent rage, the eunuch did not dare to say a word more. Moreover, he did not doubt the authenticity of Chen Nan's words in the slightest. Even if Chen Nan really killed him in this place, his life would be completely gone, but Chen Nan would surely be fine with nothing. Forced to do so, this eunuch had no choice but to lead Chen Nan towards the bedchamber. The two came outside the chambers, with two chamberlains guarding the entrance. When the chamberlain saw the visitor, he immediately stepped forward, his hand gripping his saber. Who is trespassing in the bedchamber? Chen Nan coughed lightly. This king, Jinan King Chen Nan. There is an urgent matter to report to the Empress Dowager. Please go in and pass the word. Upon hearing that it was Chen Nan, the two men's attitudes were kind. Is your highness really in a hurry? At this time the Empress Dowager has already gone to bed. If you are not in that much of a hurry, you might as well come back tomorrow. In fact, the two of them could tell from the eunuch grasped in Chen Nan's hands that this matter was truly urgent. It's just routine for them to inquire that way. Chen Nan nodded heavily. Naturally, this matter is 100,000 times more urgent. This king must meet the Empress Dowager at the first opportunity. In that case, please wait for a moment, your highness, and we will send someone in to inquire. The words were spoken, and only one man was seen heading towards the side, while the other returned to the door of the chambers. Not much later, a man returned with a courtesan behind him. That courtesan first gave Chen Nan a salute before going in to pass on the report. A quarter of an hour later, in the Hall of Diligence, the Empress Dowager was sitting on a chair, looking at Chen Nan with a smile on her face. I wonder what is the urgency of King Jinnan's visit to the mourning family at this hour. Chen Nan exhaled. I wonder if the Empress Dowager has ever heard of any forced land seizures in the villages near Wei capital? The Empress Dowager frowned and shook her head. I have not heard of this matter. Could it be that someone has forcibly seized the land? Chen Nan snorted. Then the Empress Dowager has not been informed of the situation in the villages near Wei capital either? Without waiting for the Empress Dowager him to speak, Chen Nan continued. Empress Dowager. In reality, the land of the villages near the capital of Wei has long since been forcibly expropriated. Those forcibly seized lands have long since been sold to the great families of the world, and the person behind this is officially the Minister of the Household. Just a moment ago, I went to the residence of the Minister of the Household to investigate. Wooden chests containing gold were actually turned over from the grounds of their homes. According to the account of the Minister of the Household, all that is buried in the ground of his house is gold. The approximate estimate is nearly hundreds of thousands of taels. Hundreds of thousands of taels? The Empress Dowager was completely stunned. His Northern Wei tax is only a little bit of silver a year, but a Minister of the Household can actually amass hundreds of thousands of taels of wealth, and all of it is gold. Soon after, the Empress Dowager responded. Then how does the King of Jinan plan to deal with the gold? Empress Dowager. I thought that the gold deserved to go into the treasury, then use force to suppress those great families and force them to return the land to the people, and increase the commercial tax, reduce the land tax, neat the poll tax, and collect taxes according to the land. In this way, our people's side of Northern Wei can get rid of that redundant tax, and the land is rented to the people on a lease basis and no trading is allowed. Any official has the right to investigate any suspected sale of land once it is discovered. The results of the investigation will be reported to the palace, and once convicted, those involved in the sale of land will be executed. In fact, Chen Nan also knew that these were only measures. Nay, transportation and means of communication are not well developed, and there are bound to be accidents during the execution. What he wants to reform is to try to avoid these accidents. The Empress Dowager agreed. In that case, everything will be according to what King Jinan said. Chen Nan slowed his breath and added, Empress Dowager, that batch of gold is now buried in the land of the household minister's home. I have sent heavy troops to guard the area, and I also asked the Empress Dowager to send someone forward to dig in time, so that this gold can enter the middle of the treasury as soon as possible. The Empress Dowager did not ink, and immediately sent people to the residence of the minister of the household to excavate. After giving the order, he looked at Chen Nan again. King Jinan, where is that minister of households now? Chen Nan froze. He did not know how the Empress Dowager could suddenly ask this question, still answering truthfully as well. The minister of the household is now being held in prison by my minister. Imprisonment? Pass the order down. The Ministry of Revenue Secretary Qian Pai embezzlement and bribery. The amount is significant. Beheading. Raising his 3 clans. Empress Dowager must not. Chen Nan hurriedly stopped it. What? Could it be that King Jinan is trying to save Qianpi's life? The Empress Dowager coldly even, gazing at Chen Nan. Chen Nan smiled sarcastically. The Empress Dowager knows that reform is not just about bloodshed. What reform needs more than anything else is money. And the hundreds of thousands of taels of gold are the first funds for the reform of Northern Wei. In case of a lack of follow-up funds, the life of Qianpi comes into play. When Chen Nan said this, the Empress Dowager quickly reacted. There's nothing left when Qianpi dies, if he was still alive, plus the fact that his embezzlement was established. There's also his delayed decapitation by the court. Those worldly families only sleep with one eye open. If the follow-up funds were insufficient, those worldly families were the second batch of wool that Chen Nan recognized. Both are smart people, and a lot of things don't need to be said bluntly. After smiling at each other, Chen Nan left the palace. Only, what he didn't know was that after he left, the always dignified Empress Dowager's cheeks welled up with a touch of redness. Dumbfounded, he looked in the direction he had left for a long time without being able to speak to himself. Chapter 83, Go and Ask Butler Wine to Come. Chen Nan, who had left the palace, did not head to the residence of the Minister of Household. Instead, he came directly to the Wei-Du Prefect's prison. When those jailers saw Chen Nan coming, each of them had a frenzied expression on their faces. They only hoped that Chen Nan would teach them all his skills. Chen Nan ignored this group of people and walked straight to the cell where Shangshu Qian was being held. At this moment, Imobai was sitting outside the cell with a drowsy look on his face. On the contrary, Qian Shangshu, an official robe dirty and messy, cloaked hair crouching at the corner, the whole person completely disheveled. Shangshu Qian, have a chat, Chen Nan said with a straight face. He hadn't forgotten what that chief bookkeeper had said earlier, that an old man surnamed Wang had come to him once before forcibly seizing the land, and this time when he went to Qian Shangshu's house, Chen Nan did not see any old man. The sudden sound not only caused Imobai to wake up, even Qian Shangshu in the middle of the cell raised his head. Seeing that the visitor was Chen Nan, Shangshu Qian let out a bitter smile. Your Majesty, my humble servant has already confessed to the crime. What else is there to talk about? Chen Nan coughed, and Imobai hurriedly got up to give up his chair. After he sat down, he then opened his mouth. Lord Qian, this king has heard that the people inside the Wei-Du prefectural governor of this matter are also involved. Shangshu Qian is only the minister of the household, so he hasn't affected the ability of the prefect yet, has he? This king wants to know how the Wei-Du prefect is involved in this matter. Shangshu Qian's eyes flashed with a hint of light, and then instantly dissipated. Your Majesty, this matter was manipulated behind the scenes by my humble servant alone. The Wei-Du prefect was also bought and paid for with money by my humble servant, and has nothing to do with anyone else. Besides, my humble servant has already confessed to the crime, so why should I continue to pursue it? Chen Nan rubbed himself and stood up angrily. Qianpi, do you think that with you alone you can fight this whole thing off? The king told you that this matter will definitely not end just like that. Anyone who dares to shake the foundation of Northern Wei, this king will definitely not let them go. After saying that, Qianpi didn't answer, but lowered his head and fell silent. Seeing this, Chen Nan also knew that Qianpi would not tell him the truth, so he took Imobai back into the king's mansion. Shortly afterward, Wuxiu also returned. According to him, the Northern Wei court had sent people to take over Qianpi's residence, and the surrounding area had been surrounded by palace guards. The next morning, Chen Nan woke up early. He took Wusu and Imobai straight to the Wei capital government office. Inside the Wei-Du prefectural office, Chen Nan sat on top of the main seat. In a soft voice, he asked, Imobai, do you still remember that butler look-alike when we went to the Marquis of Yinwu at that time? Imobai was also present when Chen Nan asked Xian Pei yesterday evening. He knew that this was Chen Nan's suspicion that the steward of the Marquis of Yinwu's residence was also involved. Thinking back carefully, Your Highness, that butler still looks quite honest. The little man didn't think there was anything wrong with him. Chen Nan shook his head. It's not that if you're honest, you won't make mistakes. What you see is always just the surface. In this case, go to the Marquis Inwu's residence and call that housekeeper here, and we'll make some detailed inquiries. Imobai brought 2 magistrates with him, so he headed to Marquis Inwu's residence. When he arrived at the door of the mansion, he realized that the door of the mansion was tightly closed and there was no intention to open the door. Helplessly, Imobai looked at the magistrate on the side. The magistrate trotted 2 steps forward and knocked on the door. Shortly afterward, the door was opened from the inside. At the head of the group was the old butler from before. Imobai inwardly rejoiced. When he came, he prayed that he wouldn't run into Hong Ming and Hong Zhe. Luckily, the person who opened the door was the one he was looking for. Imobai stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Butler Wang, right? My king has something to ask you about, so please bother Butler Wang to come with me." Hearing this, Butler Wang had a calm face. "Can your excellency wait until I'm done with my business?" Imobai froze. He didn't have time to wait for anyone. In case he accidentally bumped into Hong Ming while waiting for someone, he had no reason to tell the other party. Straightening up, he said, "My king has said that he will go now, so you can wait until you return from the government office before you get busy." After saying that, with a wave of his hand, the 2 yamen behind him were about to go forward to apprehend Butler Wang. "What are you doing here?" Suddenly, the pleasant sound of Hong Ming came from the side. Imobai's face became even more ugly, really afraid of what would come. At first he was afraid of running into Hong Ming, but it turned out that he really did. He could only go forward and explain. "General Hong, I was ordered to bring Butler Wang forward for questioning." "By order? By whose orders? Chen Nan's?" Hong Ming pressed again. This question, Imobai was slow to answer. Although his own prince would not easily express his emotions, it was not as if he could not see the relationship with Hong Ming. "This person in front of me is a bad one who will be the future king's consort, and he is only a subordinate under Chen Nan. The lesser of the 2 he can still distinguish clearly. I'm asking you, did Chen Nan send you here?" Seeing that Imobai didn't answer for half a day, Hong Ming once again opened his mouth to press the issue. Imobai smiled bitterly and said, "General Hong, there's really no way for me to make a decision on this matter." Suddenly, he thought of a compromise. "Why don't General go with me?" In this way, he had not betrayed Chen Nan, but had also accomplished his mission perfectly. Hong Ming wasn't stupid and naturally knew clearly that this was the countermeasure Imobai had come up with. After pondering for a while, he frowned and spoke. "Fine, then I'll go with you to see just who dares to have people come to my Inwu Marquis residence to arrest them." Seeing that Hong Ming was suspected to be angry, Imobai silently prayed for Chen Nan in his heart. The group then walked towards the government office. Along the way, Hong Ming grabbed Imobai and asked him many questions, but Imobai was all sloppy, mainlining a question and answer, but all of them were answered incorrectly. Seeing this, Hong Ming simply closed his mouth. After everyone arrived at the government office, Hong Ming took the first step into the government office. Seeing that the visitor was actually Hong Ming, Chen Nan could not help but have a headache. In passing, he also gave Imobai a blank look. Imobai seemed to know that he would be greeted with a rebuke, and directly lowered his head the moment he entered the door. Chen Nan also knew that this was not the time to pursue the blame, and hurriedly came to Hong Ming. "Why did you follow suit?" Hong Ming snorted coldly. "Why can't I come? Someone has chased me to my Marquis Inwu's residence to arrest me. As someone in the Marquis residence, can't I follow and come to take a look?" Hong Ming had seen it before when Chen Nan had tortured people earlier, with her intuition, but where the one who came today was Butler Wang alone. "I'm only afraid that even my bottom pants will be asked through by Chen Nan." Chen Nan blankly glanced at Imobai again before he returned. "I just have a few questions I want to ask Butler Wang. I'm just inquiring, where is the arrest?" It's all Imobai's fault for being unintelligent and not stating clearly the purpose of his visit, which is why the misunderstanding was triggered. Upon hearing this, Imobai on the side drooped his face. It was Chen Nan who let him go to arrest the people, and now it was good. Caught in the act by Hong Ming, he himself became the one to take the blame. However, no one cared at all about his speechlessness, and he saw Chen Nan speak again. "Why don't you go back first? Wait for me to ask and then tell you the results? Never mind. Come what may. I also want to see what kind of problem you have that could involve the Marquis." Hong Ming's voice was small when he said this, obviously a bit bottomless. Chapter 84. Accompany me to the auction. Chen Nan sighed. He knew that Hong Ming could not be driven away today. Helplessly, he said, "All right, since you are willing to follow then follow. Let's go to the prison first and ask questions after we meet the chief bookkeeper." With that said, the few people were led by the jailer to the place where the chief bookkeeper was being held. When he saw the chief bookkeeper again, the other man's body was covered with bruises everywhere. Obviously, after Chen Nan's last inquiry, the chief bookkeeper continued to experience the torment of his jailers. When he saw the jailer, he gave a helpless cry. "My lords, I have said all that I know." Only, when he saw Chen Nan behind the jailer, his eyelids jumped up fiercely, and he unconsciously stepped back, the corners of his mouth quirking out. "Your Majesty." Chen Nan waved his hand, and Mo Bai Bian pressed Butler Wang to come in front of the chief bookkeeper. Butler Wang was also submissive, crossing his arms in front of him and standing quietly to be observed by the chief bookkeeper. "I only heard Chen Nan speak out. This king is asking you. At first you said that there was a man named Wang who came to you. He also asked you to do the land requisition. Do you still remember this matter?" The master bookkeeper nodded. "Your Majesty, hasn't that matter been explained by the villain? Well then, take a good look at the person in front of you. Do you recognize this person?" The master bookkeeper's eyes hovered carefully over Butler Wang. When he saw the black mole at the corner of the butler's mouth, his eyes visibly shifted. Just at this time, Butler Wang clenched his left hand. It was just that the position of his hands was placed in front of him so that no one could see them except the chief bookkeeper. This action caused the chief bookkeeper's eyes to return to their usual state. Even though it was short, the moment was still captured by Chen Nan. He didn't interrupt, though, but waited patiently. The chief bookkeeper looked at it for an incense stick of time, and finally locked eyes with Chen Nan. "Your Majesty, this person is not recognized by the villain." "You don't recognize it?" Chen Nan's voice drew up. "That one look. If the two really didn't know each other, the chief bookkeeper shouldn't have made any difference." "Your Highness, that person was masked when he approached me, so I'm not sure if it's the person that your Highness found." Chen Nan instantly became enraged. "You said before that the person looking for you had a black mole at the corner of his mouth, and now you're saying that the person who came to look for you was masked. If he was masked, how did you know there would be a black mole at the corner of the other's mouth? Or are you swindling the king from start to finish?" That master bookkeeper let out a miserable laugh. "Your Majesty, the villain has been tortured into such a state. Where else would a list swindle you? It's just that I vaguely remember a black mole at the corner of that person's mouth." Just said the man was masked, just suddenly remembered. By now, where does Chen Nan not know that he has been swindled by the chief bookkeeper from the beginning to the end? However, he wasn't going to follow through with the investigation. Chimpy was arrested and all that gold went into the treasury. Even if anyone wants to forcibly acquire land in the future, they will have to look at the consequences of doing so. His purpose of establishing authority had been achieved, and who the ultimate black hand behind the curtain was, he didn't care at all. Only, he didn't expect that this time, he didn't follow up the investigation, which led to the near destruction of Northern Wei behind him. Chen Nan turned to look at Hong Ming, and smiled heatedly. Since the chief bookkeeper said that his memory is misplaced, then Butler Wang is naturally innocent. Why don't you take Butler Wang back first? At this point, Hong Ming was not happy and muttered. "What? You have to be at your beck and call when you use it, but just throw it away when you don't?" Chen Nan knew that he was at a disadvantage. His bottom line was slightly lacking, and his voice weakened. "Then what do you say? Should I give Butler Wang a little financial compensation?" To be honest, if it wasn't for him looking at Hong Ming's face, not to mention a housekeeper, even those courtiers he didn't care about at all, let alone giving any financial compensation. And Hong Ming's eyes rolled around and smiled mysteriously. "Our marquee people, naturally, don't need you, the Jinnan royal house, to raise them. I've heard that there's an auction today at a place outside the city called the Happy Forest, and you're going to accompany me." "An auction?" Chen Nan froze. He did not remember Hong Ming having a hobby of collecting antiquities. Seeing Chen Nan's puzzled face, Hong Ming explained, "Tomorrow is Grandpa's birthday. The marquee house does not receive guests today. One is afraid that someone will send some expensive gifts in advance. The other one is that Butler Wang needs to do a major cleaning of the mansion." Speaking here, he suddenly glared at Chen Nan. "Who knew that your people would call Butler Wang away as soon as they came up?" And in the end, nothing was investigated. And, as Grandpa got older, he wasn't interested in the military, but instead began to enjoy some of the old objects. "I was also trying to please Grandfather, and had planned to take the men of the house with me. It's just as well you're here, so you'll be the one to accompany me." Under Hong Ming's explanation, Chen Nan finally understood why he suddenly had to go to the auction. Chen Nan thought about it, and there was nothing important to do next. Plus it was indeed Mo Bai who was too reckless, so he had to agree. "Alright, then I'll accompany you on the journey." After saying that, he glanced at Mo Bai. "You stay at the government office and organize the paperwork to see if anyone comes to report to the police or something. Also, those lands that have been forcibly confiscated are your responsibility to reissue them back to the people according to the deeds." The helpless Mo Bai is once again abandoned. Chen Nan had arranged it this way to ensure that there were no accidents on this outing. After all, Mo Bai had just offended Hong Ming, and in case the other party took this matter along the way to make some other requests, Chen Nan could not afford to refuse. So why not bring Mo Bai along and completely solve the problem at the root? Without bringing Mo Bai along, Hong Ming didn't say anything. He just let Butler Wang return alone, while he himself took Chen Nan to leave first. Only, after they left, Butler Wang didn't leave. Instead, he sat on a chair with an aura rising from his body. How did you know I had a mole on the corner of my mouth? I don't remember showing my face when I first approached you, did I? The head bookkeeper felt threatened and shrank his whole body in the corner. Your Honor sneezed as he was leaving at that time. Directly the veil was blown up over his face. It was then that the little man happened to see it. But the villain has not accounted for anything, and the king has no idea who the mastermind behind this incident is. I can assure you that I will keep my mouth shut and will not tell your lordship's secret. Butler Wang smiled evilly. You didn't say. So how did Chen Nan know that I have a black mole at the corner of my mouth? Besides, only the dead can keep a secret completely. In the next second, Butler Wang flung his right hand violently. The head bookkeeper's eyes stared as if they were bronze bells. His mouth was open. His right hand was at his neck, and his left hand was stretched out in front of him. The corners of Butler Wang's mouth rose. Enjoy your last moments alive. With the words, he left behind an eerie back. Chapter 85, The Systems Mission. Coming out of the Weidu government office, Chen Nan had planned to mobilize an army of 100 men to follow along. But Hong Ming could hardly have a chance to spend time alone with Chen Nan, so he naturally did not want to be disturbed by bystanders. Chen Nan did not dwell on it. With his cultivation as a zongshi, he naturally did not have much of a problem protecting Hong Ming. Moreover, the Quickwood Forest was only 30 miles away from the camp, so in case there was a real need, Wushu wouldn't waste much time by making a quicker round trip. As the three rode on, they sailed out of the capital and headed south. Half an hour later, a lush forest appeared in front of several people. There is a quiet path in the middle of the woods. Hong Ming pointed at the road and spoke. Through this path, about 2 or 3 miles, you'll be able to reach the Quickwood Forest. Because the terrain is complicated and they have not done much damage to the court, it will even want to pay taxes to the Weidu government office every year. And the imperial court has sort of acquiesced to the existence of this place. Only after some explanation did Chen Nan understand why such a strange place had appeared around the capital city. As a few people went deeper, the originally quiet woods were greeted with a rustling sound. Soon, deep inside the forest, Chen Nan realized that there was actually a magnificent building inside. The building has 4 floors and covers a very large area, the kind you can't see at a glance. After the three of them dismounted, a junior came up and enthusiastically inquired. Several guests, welcome to the happy forest. Are you going to stay? Hong Ming shook his head. No need. I heard that there is an auction today. We are just here to take a look. Holler, do a few of you need a guide? Kids cheap, only 1 or 2 silvers a day. Hearing such an outrageous price, Chen Nan's eyes widened. 1 or 2 silvers for a day's service. And for that he says it's cheap. You know, the average family of 3 doesn't necessarily spend 1 or 2 silver dollars a year. In the eyes of the other party, 1 or 2 silver pieces were actually just the cost of the guide. Hong Ming was generous and took out a couple of silver pieces from his arms. Here you go, take us inside the auction. The moment he saw the silver, Xiao Er's eyes lit up and he quickly took the silver into his arms, patting his arms in the process, as if he was afraid of losing it. Joyfully smiling, he said, Holler, 3 honored guests. The auction is being held on the first floor. There is about a tea's worth of work left. Of course, your guest pays the honorarium, and the boy's time today belongs to your guest. The kid's name is Dogu. If your guest has any needs or inquiries, you can ask the little man. Your honored guest will wait a moment. The boy will go and bolt the horse first. With that, the dog left and led the 3 horses aside. Soon, the dog returned with a somewhat ugly expression on his face and some extra dust on his clothes. All of this was seen in Chen Nan's eyes, while Hong Ming was so preoccupied with going to the auction that he didn't notice the change in the dog left. Just as the dog returned to the trio, he changed into that smile again. 3 of you. The auction is almost about to start. Let's quickly go in. Hong Ming was already in a hurry, and when he heard this, he took an arrow step towards the inside of the restaurant. Behind him, Chen Nan was curious and asked, Doggy, did something happen just now? The dog was stunned. He didn't expect that a small person like himself could actually be cared about by a character like Chen Nan. A coy smile escaped. It's fine. Thanks for your concern. Seeing this, Chen Nan did not say anything more and followed Hong Ming's pace. When several people arrived at the entrance of the tavern, the guards on both sides smiled and stepped forward, holding out their hands. Several people. If you want to enter the delightful forest, you have to pay first. Hong Ming looked back in dissatisfaction. Doggy, what's going on here? Didn't I just give you all the money for the service? Why do you still need money? When she said that, it was the dog who was embarrassed instead. The latter hurriedly stepped forward and explained with a smiling face, "Two brothers, these three are my honored guests. Please trouble the two brothers for your convenience." With that, he pulled out 20 copper coins from his pocket and handed them over. One of the guards revealed 2 rows of teeth. "Oh, so it's a distinguished guest." Immediately after that, he slammed the copper coins in his hand on the dog's face, followed by his face changing and cursing. "Damn, I never knew what it meant to be an honored guest. Either leave 10 taels of silver to get in, or go back where you came from." With the sudden change of heart, the anxious dog was on the verge of crying out, "Big brothers, isn't 10 coins per person the rule we set? Why do we suddenly need so much?" Hongming only gave him a total of 1 or 2 silver, but as a result, the 2 guards are now asking him for 20 silver. Even if they sell him, they can't sell that much. How could the 2 guards not be aware of the situation when the dog himself was aware of it? Only to see the 2 men's eyes glancing at Hongming's body, with some lewd smiles at the corners of their mouths. "No money? This is simple. Let the nobleman behind you pay out." This group of people, who spend their days in this kind of unregulated area, can tell at a glance whether the visitor has money or not. Unfortunately, they only saw that Chen Nan and his party were rich people, but ignored the fact that this kind of person was simply not someone he could afford to offend. Chen Nan glanced at Hongming and shook his head helplessly. This kind of scene was already expected when he came. People in places like this don't care if you're a prince or not, unless you suppress them on the spot. No one will buy you at all. He expected it though and wasn't going to step in and sanction it, instead giving Wushu a wink. He saw Wushu come to the 2 guards and casually pulled out 2 silver ingots, solemnly placing them in their hands. A disdainful smile. "Both of you, these 20 taels of silver, must be taken well. Don't have the life to take but not the life to spend." The moment they saw the silver, how could the 2 men care about Wushu's threat? Keeping the silver, he retreated to his place and closed both eyes as if he could not see anything. Right at this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Chen Nan's mind. "The pleasure forest has survived for a long time in the vicinity of Weidu, causing the people in the vicinity of the pleasure forest to suffer. The system releases selective tasks. Option 1, completely overthrow the delightful forest and return peace to the people in the neighborhood. Upon completion of the task, the host can designate 10,000 people to be baptized by the system. Option 2, leave the delightful forest alone. Reward the host with an ordinary heart, and in the future, the host's heart will not fluctuate in any way. What's the point of choosing? Definitely choose 1. Chen Nan was completely speechless. There was no reason not to want the benefits delivered to his door. Chen Nan glanced at Hongming and smiled faintly. "You go in with the dog first. I'll explain a few things to Wushu." Hongming looked puzzled. She didn't know how Chen Nan could suddenly want to explain anything to Wusu. Only under Chen Nan's affirmative look did she feel relieved to follow the dog left inside. After witnessing Hongming go inside, Chen Nan pulled Wushu to the side. "Telling up. You go back and tell Mobai about the situation here. Tell him to put the matter of the government office aside and bring his troops to the pleasure forest first. Don't come in yet when you get here. Ambush them outside the forest. And don't let anyone find out either. You can come in first when the notice arrives." Naturally, Wushu knows very well that our king is trying to eradicate the delightful forest once and for all. Nodding his head, he said, "Your Majesty, can those 2 guards be handled by the last general himself?" Chen Nan raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he realized that this Wusu actually had a vengeful heart. Laughing out loud, "Okay, I'll leave those 2 guards to you." After seeing Wushu off, Chen Nan was still relieved. Not that he doesn't have what it takes to overthrow the fast lane. It's just that there's no reason not to use it when you have someone under your hand. Moreover, since he chose to overthrow the happy forest, he might as well be thorough. Mobilizing a large army would also prevent people with ulterior motives from messing up inside or letting some threatening people go. He didn't want to live a life where he slept with one eye on guard. Chapter 86, Opening of the Auction. Only after the arrangements were made did Chen Nan enter the tavern. As soon as he went in, he heard several enchanting voices coming from the 2nd floor. "Yo, master, come to play. Which family's young master is this? So handsome." Young master came upstairs to play with Daji. Chen Nan did not pay any attention to this kind of hookup and focused on finding Hongming. Finally, Hongming, who was sitting upright, was seen in the 2 front seats on the 1st floor, as well as the dog who was looking around next to him. Upon seeing the person, Chen Nan did not stop and rushed over as fast as he could. When Chen Nan had just sat down, Hongming glanced over and asked, "Why did you come back alone? Where's Wushu?" "There is some urgent business at the royal residence that requires Wushu to make a trip back to take care of it, and he'll be back later." Chen Nan casually found an excuse to put it off. Only, the 2 of them obviously did not notice the astonished expression of the dog on the side when Chen Nan had just said Wang Fu. At this time, the dog left. not only began to suspect up the identity of the two, and even some regret to take this single task. Coincidentally, after the two ended their conversation, they only saw one person slowly walk up on the high platform in front of them. The man was dressed in a turquoise robe, and each of his right and left hands wore a goat jade wrench on his thumb, only to see the man smile politely. I am Chin Ran, the forest master of the Happy Forest, and I welcome all guests to the Happy Forest. Today is the first time the Happy Forest has held an auction. In order to wish for the success of the Happy Forest auction, all the auction items will not have a starting price. It's all up to you to compete. Before he could finish his words, the following began to be noisy. Stop talking and get it started. I can't wait. That's right. This person has so much nonsense. If it wasn't for the fact that I heard there was a barbarian woman up for auction, who the hell would come to your auction? The voice coming from below the seat not only didn't upset Chinran, but instead, he smiled and spoke. Your honored guests are in a hurry, so I won't talk too much. Immediately afterward, he clapped his hands together and bellowed. The Happy Forest auction will now begin. As the words fell, 5 men in armor walked up on the left and right sides respectively. Seeing this scene, Hong Ming was afraid that he had misread the scene and rubbed his eyes. After making sure that he hadn't misread the situation, he then turned his head to look at Chen Nan and was about to open his mouth. He was interrupted by Chen Nan. Don't talk, take your time. Yes, Chen Nan also knew that the armor on these 10 people on the stage could all be armor that could only be owned by the Northern Wei Court. Moreover, the sabers of those people on the stage were all only possessed inside the Northern Wei Court. After receiving Chen Nan's reminder, Hong Ming didn't say much and settled down to wait quietly. She was able to come here solely because she had heard that there would be a particularly ancient treasure in this auction. Originally, the idea was to just shoot that one treasure and then leave. However, after arriving, she realizes that things don't seem to be quite what she thought they would be. Right after the 10 people on the stages stood in their positions, another wonderful woman came up on the right side. The woman looked no more than 17 or 18 years old. Her face was white and tender, and she walked with a twist. Hong Ming glanced at Chen Nan, and sure enough, she realized that Chen Nan's eyes were wide open as he gazed at the marvelous woman on the stage. She was so angry that she stomped on Chen Nan's foot. The defenseless Chen Nan was stomped. Even though it hurt, I held back from screaming. Smirking, he glanced at Hong Ming and turned his gaze aside again. Although he didn't say anything on the surface, in his heart, he had already started to spit it out. If he had known that there were such good-looking things in the auction, why would he have brought Hong Ming here? How nice to bring Wushu and Ma Bai to play by yourself. The atmosphere was also brought to a climax as the fabulous women took to the stage to walk the runway. Feeling the shouts that resounded around him, Chen Nan finally understood why this tavern would still open a place like the Spring House on the second floor. The first floor evokes desire and the second floor addresses it directly. The third floor would be better off as a casino. It's straight up and ready to go all at once. Only, Chen Nan did not go upstairs, so he did not know that the third floor of this Happy Forest was really a casino. In Chen Nan's eyes, those shouts were nothing more than the most primitive human desires. But Hong Ming on the side coldly spat out. It's really noisy. If I had known that the auction would be like this, I wouldn't have come. Once he heard this, where could Chen Nan hold back? If Hong Ming left, he would definitely have to follow along. If he left too, the mission to overthrow the delightful forest would not be accomplished. Naturally, there is no reward when the task is not completed. He hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade. Don't be anxious. You've already said that this is an unregulated area. It's normal to be a little bit chaotic. We won't stay here forever. We'll leave as soon as we buy what we want. Only after hearing Chen Nan say this did Hong Ming patiently say, alright, but buy something and leave right away. You can't stay a bit longer. Chen Nan agreed in a loud voice. He had experienced the auction, so he naturally knew that all those powerful treasures came out last. So there's no such thing as leaving early. Just at this time, the young girl on the stage smiled charmingly. Gentlemen, let's come together to witness today's first auction item. Dragon Tiger Aphrodisiac Pill. This Dragon Tiger Aphrodisiac Pill is a treasure that has been passed down from the Imperial Palace, and there is only one of it in the entire Happy Forest. Eating it guarantees that you will change brides day by day and be a groom night by night. After the young girl's introduction, a mad rush started below as well. Chen Nan looked down at the crowd below who were frantically making offers with a disdainful expression. There was just a young emperor plus the Empress Dowager in the palace. One was a woman, and there was a little kid, so no one had any use for this kind of thing. He rightly thought it was just an excuse for the auctioneer to exaggerate. Only, what he hadn't expected was that this Dragon Tiger Aphrodisiac Pill had actually sold for 300 taels of gold. Hong Ming on the side was even more disdainful. I really don't understand what you guys think. This kind of thing can actually sell for more than 1,000 taels of gold. When Chen Nan saw that Hong Ming did not show any signs of blushing, he could not help but whiten his eyes. And when he thought about how the other party was also a god of killing on the battlefield, he was relieved. As the dragon tiger aphrodisiac pill fell, as the man went up to the stage to collect the item, the young girl on the stage directly removed a cloak jacket and handed it to the man along with the elixir. By the way, she also threw an eyebrow. Sir, this is a personal gift from the slave girl. Yo! Words. And immediately after facing the field shyly said, all guests, such as who can get the slave girl the last piece of intimate apparel. Slave girl this night is whose pry. As soon as they heard this, the group below hyped up even more frantically. Damn it, hurry up, hurry up. The next thing Lousy wrapped up. No one can grab it with Lousy. I'll you too. The rest of the stuff is mine. And this woman is mine too. Just as they opened their mouths to threaten, Hong Ming gave Chen Nan another unmoving glance. Only, this time Chen Nan's gaze was not on the stage. He noticed the extra crowd of people in armor around the perimeter of the field. These sudden appearances had surrounded all the guests in the arena. Chapter 87 Auction Item Gold Silk Cloth. This phenomenon was discovered by Chen Nan, but he did not make a sound, but silently watched the performance on the stage, only to see the young girl wantonly displaying her body posture. Zhu lips gently opened, gentlemen guests. The next second treasure but ordinary people easily cannot know. As she narrated, a woman slowly walked up the side, who held a tray in her hands. On it lay a parchment scroll, which looked a touch ancient. The woman went on to explain. Once the Jinbei king of Deqian, now the Jinnan king of Northern Wei. I don't know if you all have heard of him. The parchment within this tray is precisely the gold and silver that Chen Nan buried when he was prime minister in Deqian. It is said that there are countless gold and silver inside, and there is even a winning magic weapon to deal with Deqian. This is the only one in the whole world, and the opportunity will never come again. So if you like it, don't miss it. As the words fell, Hong Ming playfully glanced at Chen Nan. When did you still bury treasures in Deqian? How come I didn't know? She had fought against Chen Nan for several years, so she naturally knew that Chen Nan was clean and never coveted the country's money. Saying that is nothing more than flirting. Chen Nan rubbed his nose in embarrassment, smiled awkwardly, and pressed on without answering. Both knew that the parchment on it couldn't be more fake. However, as the person involved, Chen Nan naturally knew that the stuff was fake. Nay, the rest of the people didn't know about it and instead started making crazy offers. I'll offer 100 taels of gold. Don't any of you grab it from me. I'll go to your grandmother. 100 taels and you want to get Chen Nan's treasure? I'll pay 1,000 taels of gold. I'll offer 2,000 taels. Looking at the group of near crazy people around him, Hong Ming flirted again. I didn't see it. You're quite attractive. Chen Nan was very helpless. This group of people were not interested in him. They were completely interested in his name, and the treasure inside the parchment. In the end, the parchment was sold for 6,780 taels of gold. Chen Nan couldn't help but laugh out loud at the thought of a fake actually selling for over 6,000 taels of gold. And the customer who managed to buy the parchment heard the laughter and thought that Chen Nan was jealous that he had bought the treasure. Angrily, he rebuked, "What the are you laughing at? Did I spend over 6,000 gold on something for you to laugh at?" Chen Nan forced a laugh and explained, Sorry, I just thought of something particularly funny." The woman gave the person taking the auction item a piece of her own clothing, as she had said she would. Ladies and gentlemen, next is the 7th auction item. This auction item is a treasure to be seen and not to be told. Guests who like it can bid now. As the words fell, the young girl lifted aside the covering. Only a dress made of gold silk was exposed to the public. The moment he saw the clothes, Hong Ming fell into a stupor. She saw that the object on the stage was actually a dress made of gold. The kicker was that there was a small piece missing from the bottom right corner of that shirt. Noticing the abnormality, Chen Nan gently pushed. "What's wrong with you?" Another voice of doubt about the dress came from the sidelines. This isn't going to be a gold coat, is it? Don't make a fuss. There is only one gold silk cloth in the entire Northern Wei province. Shouldn't that thing be among the national treasury? How did it end up in the Happy Forest? Upon hearing this, Chen Nan finally understood why Hong Ming had suddenly fallen into a daze. A thing that should appear inside the national treasury, but suddenly strayed into the private sector. Strayed into the private sector is not the most tragic. Actually also on the auction. Chen Nan frowned and whispered, "This gold silk coat can't be real, can it?" His voice, too, pulled Hong Ming, who was on the side, back to reality. Although he didn't want to admit it, Hong Ming knew that this golden silk coat in front of him was absolutely genuine. It was just that she couldn't understand why something that should be in the treasury was in this place. "It's true. Do you see a piece missing from the bottom right corner of that golden coat?" This gold silk coat was then sewn for the late emperor by the Empress Dowager herself when he was fighting in the south. After the death of the late emperor, this gold silk coat was also put into the national treasury. And for so many years, No one has ever seen the real appearance of the gold silk coat. I can tell there's a piece missing from the lower right corner. Or my grandfather told me himself in the first place. When Hong Ming spoke, his voice was a bit low and his expression was slightly dejected. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Chen Nan, no longer able to hold back her own emotions, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed from her eyes. Chen Nan, I didn't realize that the Northern Way, which I have guarded with my life from the beginning to the end, had such assholes appearing inside the court. I don't know if such a court is even worth the effort. I think that in the beginning, in order to be able to defeat Great Qian, I drilled day and night just so that I could strengthen the soldiers of Northern Wei. However, when it really came to the battlefield, I realized that with your De Qian, Northern Wei is no match at all. From that time I swore that not only would I defeat Great Qian, but I would also guard Northern Wei and every one of its subjects. But now, as he spoke, Hong Ming could no longer hold back and sobbed with his hands covering his eyes. Chen Nan took a deep breath and wrapped Hong Ming in his arms. Cry, just cry it out. He was very gentle and soothing, feeling the other woman's side of this weak woman flow through her. For a moment, all of Hong Ming's body sense surged into the middle of Chen Nan's nostrils. In this instant, Chen Nan did not think about anything and just let the other party snuggle up. He also knew that Hong Ming didn't need comfort right now. All she needed was a solid and reliable arm. He also knew that Hong Ming at this moment was in a state of collapsing faith. Once upon a time, he had experienced this state when he was expelled by Wu Fenghuan. Fortunately, he first experienced the 996 blessings of his previous life, followed by Wu Fenghuan's backstabbing. Right now, he didn't care about any of that. Aren't beliefs meant to collapse? Just reorganize after it collapses. Chen Nan wrapped his right arm around Hong Ming, and his left hand slowly stroked his spine, gently comforting him. Do you know why I must reform? It's not the officers or any of the generals that Northern Wei needs. Northern Wei most need is the people's heart. Water can carry the boat, also can overturn the boat. Change the courtroom to say the same thing. We have to focus on the interests of the people at the bottom. The moment any of the people at the bottom are willing to give their lives for their country, that country will be stronger than ever. Even back then, if Jiang Jia had led the Great Qian soldiers I trained, we would still have lost the battle, because that group of people have their country engraved in their bones, and they know that there is a country before there is a home. This is something that the present-day Northern Wei is far from achieving. Under Chen Nan's word-for-word comforting, Hong Ming stopped crying and raised his head again. Just a hint of confusion inside those red, swollen eyes. Are you talking about reforming the structure of Northern Wei? To have Northern Wei put the people first? Chen Nan nodded heavily. This is natural. I proposed the establishment of the Hero's Mound in order to increase the cohesion of the army, as well as to give them faith in their hearts. Once they are trained, they will go forward whenever the country needs them. Regardless, is that why Northern Wei didn't capture a single De Qian soldier in the first place? Hong Ming suddenly remembered when he had stood against Chen Nan. Once the wind was blowing in the wrong direction for their Northern Wei army, the entire army could surrender. On the other hand, the Great Qian army led by Chen Nan would not hesitate to charge forward even if there was only one person left. That's for sure. They understand that they're not fighting for their country. They're fighting for themselves. This battle, if they don't fight it, their descendants will. Chen Nan explained with deep emotion. Immediately afterward, the words changed. You see, it doesn't really matter if that golden coat is real or not. The important thing is that it was sewn by the Empress Dowager herself for the late emperor. Even if the one on stage is a fake, who has the ability to imitate a fake one out of it? Speaking of which, Hong Ming also responded. Yes, the golden clothes have always been stored in the national treasury. In the end, who has the guts to copy or even to steal it? Chapter 88. 1 million taels of gold. Gradually, Hong Ming's eyes cleared. In fact, it doesn't matter at all who actually circulated the gold cladding. Importantly, the outflow of clothes is more evidence of the corruption of the Northern Wei dynasty. What else would a man, as a vassal, dare not do, if he dared to covet the inside of the treasury? After she figured it out, the bidding next to her came to an end. Suddenly, a man stood up in the crowd and shouted, I offer 30,000 taels of gold. My name is Qin Guangming. Those who want to make a bid should first think about their own abilities and whether they can withstand my retaliation. Qin Guangming? Qin Qingmin's grandson? Why is he here as well? Hong Ming was stunned. Chen Nan smiled playfully. It's getting more and more interesting. He could completely understand the meaning of Qin Guangming's appearance here. A gingham coat may not be worth much, but if the late emperor had worn the golden clothes, plus the current Empress Dowager sewed them herself, that would mean something completely different. After all, who wouldn't want to try wearing the same clothes as the emperor? No way. This golden cloth can't fall into Qin Guangming's hands. Hong Ming shouted angrily, hands up and ready to quote. But before she could raise her hand, she was stopped by Chen Nan. Hong Ming looked at Chen Nan suspiciously. What? Are you going to give up this golden cloth? Chen Nan shook his head. Of course not. This kind of thing, it's just not convenient for us to make a move. After saying that, he stared at the dog left next to him and said in a cold voice, You call the price. Directly call 1 million taels of gold. Hearing such a high price, the dog is completely dumbfounded. He is just an ordinary people. Where has he seen someone with 1 million taels of gold to buy a broken clothes? One could only say that he didn't have enough eyes to comprehend the price of the clothes on the stage. The dog kept swallowing his saliva. Sir, really want to ask for 1 million taels of gold? My lord, I'll say one more thing, but this happy forest requires the price to be settled on the spot. Hong Ming was also cautious. Yes, why don't we just call for 100,000? Call for that much at once. Adding up our 2 mansions won't buy us that much money. Chen Nan pacified up. Don't worry, as long as they have the ability, they will come to the royal palace to get money from me. Doggy, hurry up and bark. The voice of urging came. The dog left was about to cry. Had he known that it would be like this? He was idle, but actually provoked Chen Nan, the furious god, just 1 or 2 silver pieces of pay, and as a result, he was now asked to bid 1 million taels of gold. He really didn't want to yell. He's the one who yelled the price. In case Chen Nan didn't have that much money, where could he justify it? The words of refusal reached his mouth and met Chen Nan's gaze that wanted to eat him. The dog knows that if he doesn't shout today, I'm afraid the result won't be any better. He completely regretted, but at the moment pressed no retreat. Directly closed his eyes. With a trembling voice, the bottom of the shout, 1 million taels of gold. The moment these words came out, the entire room was silent, and the eyes of the entire first floor converged in the direction of the dog's leftovers, especially Qin Guangming, directly raged. Where the did you come out? Halfway through his sentence, he noticed the 2 men sitting next to the dog. Fixing his eyes, weren't those 2 people Chen Nan and Hong Ming? For a moment, he didn't even ponder why Chen Nan and Hong Ming had appeared in this place. Slipped out quietly, taking advantage of the crowd, keeping running outside the tavern. He annoyingly kicked a stone on the side of the road. Damn, it's really bad luck. I actually bumped into Chen Nan. It's a good thing he didn't see me, or I wouldn't know what to say when I get back. With that, he ran towards the outside of the happy forest at a very fast speed. Meanwhile, in the Qin mansion, within a certain secret room, Qin Qingmin and Chang Sun Du sat opposite each other. In front of each of them was a cup of tea that had gone cold, only to see Qin Qingmin open her mouth and smile. Thanks to the Prime Minister for this matter. The payment that should be given to this academy will certainly not be less. Chang Sun Du snorted coldly. Qin Changmin, I stole the clothes for you. Does that mean you won't have to threaten me with that in the future? TSK, TSK, TSK. Prime Minister Chang Sun is really being true to himself every day. Qin Qingmin said, getting up and coming behind Chang Sun Du, one hand resting on his shoulder. The right minister of the Northern Wei dynasty has privately infiltrated the treasury to steal the golden clothes. What do you think will happen to you if this academy spreads the word about this? Qin Changmin Yu. Nagasundo drew himself up. Qin Changmin let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. Chang Sundu ah Chang Sundu. Hard work for Northern Wei for a lifetime. Do you want to see the Northern Wei courtroom become Chen Nan's one-man palace? Humph. Even if the court hall becomes Chen Nan's one-word hall, at least he is sincerely considering for the development of Northern Wei. Is it not something that a villain like you who only knows how to hide his head can discuss? Chang Sun-du spoke up for Chen Nan on a rare occasion. It was. The words seemed to poke at Qin Qingmin's heart. His face instantly hardened. Yes, I'm hiding my head, but don't forget that the 2 of us are now grasshoppers on a rope. Follow me well. When the time comes and I help them accomplish something, I will be the emperor of Northern Wei. Isn't it good for you to continue to be your prime minister? And it's not just Northern Wei. There are our people in Deqian, Eastern Qin, and so on. You don't really think there's only 2 of us, do you? As the words fell, Chang Sun-du sat paralyzed in his chair as if he were a deflated ball of leather. At this moment, he began to be confused, and he knew that Qin Qingmin was nothing more than a pawn on the stage. It was just that, for such a long time, he didn't even know who the person behind the other party was. The matter has come to a head. Prime Minister Chang Sun consider carefully how this matter should be done, and whether or not to side with this academy. This academy will leave the right minister to his thoughts for now. You know how to get out. This academy will go first. The words came. Qin Qingmin walked to the wall, and with a gentle push, a passageway suddenly appeared on that wall. The scene shifts to the inside of the Happy Forest Tavern. The young girl's eyes flashed when she heard 1 million taels of yellow on the stage. This guest is bidding 1 million taels of gold. Is there anyone else with a higher price than that? After a long time, there was still no one bidding. The young girl was ruthless. "Gentlemen, if anyone pays more than this price, the young woman can give away 3 pieces of clothing." Oh, only, no matter how much she talked, there was still no one bidding below. No one present was stupid. If Chen Nan could really take out 1,000,000 taels of gold, he was simply not in existence they could afford to mess with. If Chen Nan couldn't come up with that much money, the Quickwood Forest wouldn't let the other party go at all. Seeing this, the young girl on the stage also knew that no one could afford a higher price than this. Throwing an eyebrow at the dog, "Congratulations to this guest for auctioning the gold silk coat for 1,000,000 taels of gold. Now please ask this guest to come up and pick up the treasure he has auctioned." Instantly, the dog was once again dumbfounded, let alone 1,000,000 taels of gold. He couldn't even take out 1 or 2 taels of gold. One could only look towards Chen Nan for help. Chapter 89, "I'm sure I'm the last one." Chen Nan frowned slightly. He knew that this was the Quickwood Forest's fear that he would renege on his debt and not be able to come up with the money. A whispered reminder, "Just say you've asked the family to pick up the money and send it later." At this point in time, the dog also knows that he has no way back, only to answer stiffly, "I've sent my family to fetch the gold, and it will be delivered later." For a while, the young girl on stage didn't know what to do in the face of the dog's reply. Twisting his head to look at the side, he quickly turned back to reveal a standard smile. "Then please also ask this guest not to leave yet after the auction is over." Upon hearing this, the dog sighed in relief. At least his little life was saved for the time being. Chen Nan also sighed in relief. The system's mission hadn't been completed yet. How could he leave early? The young girl knew the hearts of the people, stroking them up and down and staring at Chen Nan with affection. This guest has spent 1,000,000 taels of gold, and the young lady has decided to give him all the clothes on her body. Immediately afterward, he spoke again. "Next is the last item of this auction." This item was once a piece of calligraphy written by the great Qian Diffusion's Sacred Communion after exhausting his life's work. "If you like it, you must seize the opportunity." The moment these words came out, the people below were completely offended. One began to curse. "Aliu, didn't I say there were barbarian women? I've been waiting for half a day. How come the last auction item is some kind of cow and horse calligraphy? What does the old man need this thing for? Go home and burn the fire? Protest! Protest! Give us back our barbarian women. That's it, that's it. I want to see barbarian women." For a moment, the field was united in a rare moment of unity, chanting protests at the same time. Chen Nan also knew that this was entirely because the other party was afraid that he would renege on his debt, so he wanted to end the auction early. He was also curious as to who was behind this pleasure forest. It was reasonable to say that someone who had channels to get a golden coat was definitely not a nobody. Just as the crowd was arguing, Wushu came to the outer door of the tavern, smiled cruelly at the sight of the 2 guards. When they were about to go in, the 2 men once again came forward to stop and smiled. "Guest, if you want to go in, pay first." Wushu froze, then remembered what he had said earlier, and the smile on his face grew even wider. "Fine, how much are you going to ask for?" The 2 were shocked. It was the first time they had seen someone so generous. Glancing at each other, one of them stepped forward. "Guest, the person you brought earlier has already gone in. Because it's a second entry, the fee needs to be a little more expensive. It costs 100 taels of silver to enter this time." The man made a random excuse and asked for 100 taels of silver. Wushu knew that the 2 men were determined to screw themselves over. I just don't know who ended up screwing who over. Wux was also aware that what he gave out now, he would get back later. Very generously, he took out 100 taels of silver from his bosom and handed it over. Laughing, he said, "Here's 100 taels. You 2 load it up." The 2 looked at each other again. They didn't understand why Wushu had suddenly said such a thing. Only, Wushu gave the 2 another deep look before entering. The 2 men looked at that look Wushu had left behind with an inexplicable pang of fear. After going in, he looked around for Chen Nan's figure. After seeing Chen Nan in the front row, he quickly walked up again. In a soft voice, he said, "Your Highness, all has been arranged." On the side, Hong Ming became puzzled. "Didn't you say that Wushu had something to do when he returned to the royal residence? What else do you need to arrange?" Chen Nan was worried that there was no reason for Mobai's arrival, and the goldenrod coat is a wonderful reason to do so. Then he spoke. "I had a feeling that this auction was not simple, so I asked Wusu to go back and call Mobai in advance." Speaking of Mobai, Hong Ming understood. Normally, when Mobai appeared, he would definitely be accompanied by a large army behind him. And what had just happened, Hong Ming still remembered vividly. She naturally knew that Chen Nan was asking Wushu to go back and shake people. However, she didn't quite understand why Chen Nan was able to predict in advance that such a thing would happen at the auction. Fortunately, Chen Nan was not sure what Hong Ming had in mind. He couldn't tell the other party that he had a system and that the system had issued a quest for him to overthrow the delightful forest. It was during the exchange between a few people that the guests below couldn't stop cursing. They could only be forced to accept the arrangement of the happy forest. It's just that no one is really interested in the calligraphy of that Grand Xianyan Shanggong. It was finally sold for only 13 taels of silver. Right after the price was sold, the young girl's eyes stared deathly at the dog leftover who had just quoted the price. Her pair of sharp gazes naturally couldn't escape Chen Nan's human gaze. Wushu narrowed his eyes, his right hand already on the hilt of his blade, ready at a moment's notice. The dog left also noticed the gaze of the young girl on the stage, and he looked at Chen Nan helplessly, his eyes showing a prayerful expression. Chen Nan sneered, "Follow me." With that, he got up and headed out the door. Just after taking a few steps, those surrounding people in armor surrounded towards Chen Nan. After the crowd, the middle-aged man in turquoise robes from earlier passed through the crowd and appeared in front of Chen Nan. "Brother, I'm afraid it's not quite right to quote a price and not pay it, is it?" Chen Nan looked to his left and right. The few of them had been completely surrounded. Laughing softly, he said, "What? Are you the forest master of this happy forest?" "That's right, I'm the forest lord here." The middle-aged man replied affirmatively. Chen Nan glanced at the dog and gave a teasing smile. "I wasn't the one who made the offer just now. What are you looking for me for?" When these words came out, the middle-aged man wasn't the most dumbfounded. The most dumbfounded had to be the dog left. What did he hear? He had earned Chen Nan just 1 or 2 silver, and the silver was still given to him by Hong Ming. It could be said that the silver he earned had nothing to do with Chen Nan. It was just 1 or 2 pieces of silver, but as a result, Chen Nan actually made him take the blame for 1 million taels of gold. At this moment, he wanted to die. The middle-aged man is not stupid. One look at the dog left that wimpy look knew that he could not possibly quote that high price. Straight away, he said, "And don't gossip with me, brother, give me the money and give you the stuff." "Then what if I don't pay?" Chen Nan asked rhetorically. "TSK, TSK, TSK, you're not the first to provoke the happy forest, and you certainly can't be the last. I hope the consequences are something you can live with." As the words fell, the middle-aged man flinched back, and the people around him simultaneously drew their swords. Chen Nan laughed twice. "I don't know if I'm the first to provoke, but I'll definitely be the last to do so." "What do you mean by that?" The middle-aged man's face changed. "It's simple, because after today, there will be no more happy forest as a place." Chen Nan sneered. As his words fell, countless soldiers in armor quickly poured through the tavern's doors. At the head of the group was none other than Mo Bai, and behind him, 2 soldiers mentioned the 2 guards at the entrance. Seeing this scene, how could the middle-aged man not know that he couldn't afford to mess with this person in front of him? Chapter 90, When you go out, you give yourself an identity. At this moment, the middle-aged man recognized the reality. Full of hate expression instantly disappeared. In its place was a fawning face. "My name is Chun Yu, master of the Quickwood Forest. I wonder who you are." Chen Nan knew that this was Chen Yu's attempt to make peace as he saw that he was powerful. However, he was also clear that this Chen Yu was able to get the golden clothes inside the national treasury, so he must have power behind him. On the side, Mo Bai took 2 steps forward, wanting to report Chen Nan's name. Stopped by Chen Nan, the corners of his mouth rose as he spoke. "I'm just a family general in the Marquis of Yinwu, and I don't have any background." Right after he said those words, the gazes of those present all fell on him, especially Hong Ming. She wasn't sure why Chen Nan would say that. Could it be that a prince's name is not as big as their Marquis Yinwu's? Chen Yu also stared at Chen Nan with a suspicious expression. He didn't believe a word of Chen Nan's rhetoric, not to mention the Marquis family generals. Even if the Marquis himself came over, I'm afraid he wouldn't have the ability to mobilize a large army. Chen Yu sighed. This brother can really joke around. In our northern way, which Marquis family general can mobilize so many soldiers? Brothers, or the truth? But also let me Chen Yu know who offended. Have a heart preparation. Chen Nan naturally knew that the other party would not believe the identity that he had spoken out. But don't forget, you give yourself your identity when you go out. Whatever he says, the other guy has to believe. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, he heard Chen Yu say again, "Since the brother is unwilling to disclose his true identity, how about informing me of the brother's name?" "Brother, I'm also considered a somewhat famous person in Northern Wei, and both of us have the same surname, so maybe we're still in the same family." Chen Nan snorted. "I wouldn't dare to call myself a brother with someone like you, and it's inevitable that the 2 of us won't be in the same family." Only to see Chen Nan pointing at the golden silk coat on the side and inquiring, "My identity is not important. I just want to know how exactly this golden silk coat ended up in your hands." Previously, Hong Ming's introduction of the golden clothes Chen Nan still remembered vividly. He also knew what the outflow of this garment represented. Only, when he asked this question, a trace of surprise clearly flashed across that Chen Yu's face. With a snort, he replied, "Bro, The clothes are fake. They just look somewhat like the real thing. Chen Yu was not stupid. If people could find a large army and were not willing to disclose their identity, there must be a situation. He wasn't going to be stupid and just tell the other side all about it. Moreover, if it were really an ordinary person, it would not be clear about the value of this golden coat. Since Chen Nan was able to ask about this piece of clothing alone, Chen Yu was certain that the other party must know the provenance of this item. Chen Nan sighed. You really won't say anything? Chen Yu laughed and shook his head. What nonsense are you talking about, brother? I have said that this dress is fake. What do you want me to say? Just as the two were arguing about the truth, Hong Ming suddenly picked up the dress, pointed to the gap in the lower right corner, and solemnly said, if you say it's fake, then how do you explain this gap in the lower right corner? Chen Nan followed up by adding, don't tell me that this notch was also specially imitated by you guys. That Chen Yu was worried that he didn't know how to answer, when he heard Chen Nan add his words, smoothly down the line, yes, 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 and the notch was also imitated by us specifically. Just for realism. Seeing this, Chen Nan didn't want to ask, and waved his hand casually. Mo Bai, bring this person back to the government office, and burn the happy forest as well. At first, when he heard this, Chen Yu was still indifferent. When he saw Chen Nan's movements as he led Hong Ming as well as Wu Su outside, plus Mo Bai commanding a bunch of soldiers to destroy things at will, he knew that if he didn't step in, Chen Nan really dared to burn down the happy forest for him. When he spoke, his language was also a bit more intense. Dare I ask this general, what crime have I, Chen Yu, committed that you guys have to burn down my happy forest? Chen Nan, who was almost at the door, stopped in his tracks when he heard this, turning to glare at Chen Yu. His tone was flat. Didn't you say that this dress is an imitation? As far as I know, this dress is the only one stored in the Northern Wei treasury. Ordinary people can't even see it if they want to, let alone imitate it. And through what channels did you imitate it? When these words came out, the corners of Chen Yu's mouth visibly twitched for a while. I don't know if it's because I'm not sure where the dress came from or something else. Chen Nan didn't spoil him either, and continued to command, Mo Bai, don't let anyone take pictures, and also burn this place cleanly. Mo Bai was also clear that his own king was truly moved to anger. Otherwise you wouldn't want to burn down a place for no reason. He also remembered that the last time Chen Nan was angry, it was also because of Hong Ming, and then Zhang Jia and others in Diqian suffered. Thinking about the consequences of Chen Nan's anger, Mo Bai felt a chill on his back, and unconsciously, he began to urge again. Only, Chen Yu, who had already been controlled by the soldiers, still struggled. I don't even know where that dress came from. That dress was just put here by someone who commissioned us at Fastwood to conduct an auction. What's going on with the clothes we don't know. Besides, we at the Quickwood Forest have always paid taxes to the Northern Wei Court. You can't burn down our place. It had to be said that Chen Yu was still a bit too naive. According to Chen Nan's character, as long as he wants to do something, don't say that you have been certified by the Northern Wei Court. Even if you are an imperial decree from the Empress Dowager of Northern Wei herself, he dares to burn you. Only to see Chen Nan snort coldly. Don't be in a hurry. If there's anything we can say it somewhere else. Saying that, he turned his head to look at Mo Bai again. You stay and watch. First have someone bring this guy back. The rest of you don't rush the process. There might be someone else who knows where this dress came from. Soon, the crowd came to the entrance of the Northern Wei government office. Chen Yu took a look at the place he had come to was actually the Northern Wei Yamen. An imperceptible smile flashed across his face. You should know that he was able to open a fast-living forest not far from Weidu. So naturally he had to deal with people from the government offices. And the number of times he made offerings to the Weidu acting prefect on weekdays was not small. And the two of them had a good personal relationship. Only, how could his smile, which he thought was well hidden, escape Chen Nan's eyes? The two men entered the courthouse interior one after the other, unannounced. As soon as he entered the courthouse, Chen Yu did not know where the strength came from and broke away from the custody of the two soldiers. Sitting on his butt in a chair in the hall, he didn't have the same look of awe on his face that he had earlier. Disdainfully glancing at Chen Nan, he coldly hummed, I really don't know how you had the courage to bring me here. For all of his behavior, Chen Nan did not stop him, but instead just watched. When he heard him speak, he pretended to be puzzled and said, Oh, in that case, you are familiar with the court? Chen Yu's smile widened. You really don't know my relationship with the Yamen. Men, fetch your acting prefects here. Chapter 91, you guys ask instead. Sitting in the chair Chen Yu was more like Wei Du Fuyin than the standing Chen Nan. Only, he completely failed to see the sneers on Chen Nan and the others' faces. At his shout, two magistrates came in at the door. Those two Yamen just came in and walked to Chen Nan with a respectful face. Chen Nan smiled faintly and pointed at the seated Chen Yu again. It wasn't me who called you guys. It was him. Not waiting for the two magistrates to react, Chen Yu once again shouted, "What are you two looking at him for? Why don't you hurry up and bring your acting prefect here? When Lord Prefect arrives later, I'll have to confide in him about the security problems in Weidu." The two magistrates were immediately dumbfounded. Wasn't their prefect Chen Nan right in front of the two of them? Then why did this man go to their prefect? And he wants to talk about the security problems in Wei capital? The two just didn't understand it, but they were definitely not stupid. The man who was sitting just now was escorted in by Chen Nan. Moreover, it hadn't been long since Chen Nan had first taken office as the prefect of Weidu. Maybe the man hasn't gotten over the last prefect fantasy. The two men had to think that way. Only the two men smiled awkwardly and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, the little ones have seen this person before. He has a good personal relationship with the former chief bookkeeper, so he's a bit arrogant. If your highness can't see past it, I'll immediately send someone to drive him out." In an instant, Chen Yu was confused. What did he hear? Those two magistrates actually called Prince Chen Nan? As far as he remembered, there were no living princes in Northern Wei. In addition to the fact that some time ago, the Empress Dowager of the Northern Wei dynasty enthroned a king of Jinan, which is also the only living prince of the Northern Wei dynasty at present. Moreover, that prince was said to have come from Diqian. Not only was his force value strong, but he was also very capable, and the most crucial thing was that he was very young. Now, two magistrates were calling a man a prince in front of him. To be able to remain breezy under the siege of dozens of people from his happy forest, the force value must not be bad, and being so young, and having been enthroned as a prince at such a young age, the ability must not be bad. Comparing the before and after, Chen Yu finally recognized the reality, and he realized that the one standing in front of him was not the only prince of Northern Wei. In fact, he had a chance to recognize it a long time ago, but he just wasn't willing to just give up the pleasure forest that he had been operating for his whole life. Only to see Chen Yu panicking from leaving his chair, bending his legs and kneeling in front of Chen Nan, hot tears squeezing out of his eyes. "I hope your highness will forgive me. It was my eyes that were clumsy and I didn't recognize your highness. Since that piece of clothing your highness likes, I'll do the honors and give it to your highness. I won't accept a cent from the happy forest." Perhaps Chen Yu was used to being arrogant on weekdays and was actually thinking of preserving his happy forest when it came down to it. Chen Nan shook his head with an evil smile. "But don't, even though I, Chen Nan, am bold, I'm not so bold as to go and steal something inside the national treasury. And, your pleasure forest is no more." Hearing these words, Chen Yu seemed to have lost his mind as his entire body relied on Chen Nan's lap, his lips shivering unceasingly. He was also aware that with so many people striking together, a small happy forest could easily disappear completely. He had brought it up solely to confirm whether what Chen Nanji had said was meant to scare him or if he would actually do that. Chen Nan kicked out, and Chen Yu's entire body was kicked outside the hall. Chen Nan's voice, which was cold to the core, could be heard coming out. "Bring this person within the dungeon, and this king will personally question him." As soon as the words left his mouth, a beep sounded in Chen Nan's head. "Drop. Mission completed. 10,000 army baptisms have arrived. Please host check for rewards in time." As the system's voice fell, a small mist of red light was added to Chen Nan's mind. Just existing in the middle of his mind, he already felt the aura contained in the fog mass. The moment he saw the fog mass, Chen Nan had already smiled inwardly, and he had a feeling that an army that had been baptized by the system would even be able to reach the strength of a full first-grade martial artist. This also meant that in the future, if they fought with other countries, these 10,000 troops would be enough to rival 50,000 troops. For the baptism of these 10,000 people, he had already made arrangements. When the entire court passed the reforms a few days later, he planned to arm some of the Northern Wei soldiers with the batch of equipment rewarded by the system, and those baptisms, naturally, were to be superimposed on that group of soldiers. As of now, he has no idea of using the rewards. Inside the large prison, Chen Nan was followed by Wu Su and Hong Ming. In front of the three, there was Chen Yu who was tied to a pillar. "I don't know anything. You guys kill me," Chen Yu said expressionlessly. By this time, he was no longer struggling. He seemed to see his future. He knew that the appearance of that golden coat inside his pleasure forest left him with only one end in mind. It was just that he had misjudged one thing, that by the time he got to this place, it was not at all up to him to decide whether he would live or die. Chen Nan waved his hand, and two frenzied-faced jailers came forward. "You guys remember my interrogation tactics from last time, right?" The two were first stunned and quickly nodded their heads. "Don't worry, Your Highness, the little ones will find someone to practice every day. I have to say, His Majesty's technique is really brilliant, making it impossible to beg for life and impossible to die at the same time." Chen Nan blanked out. It was the first time he had heard such compliments. At least they were all under his command, and he didn't have a mind to count. Moreover, it was imperative to understand why Chen Yu had gotten the golden clothes. Chen Nan pointed in front of him. Since you all still remember, then this king will test you all today. One incense stick of time. The king wants to know everything he wants to know. At the sound of the voice, the two jailers became excited. Your Majesty, just watch from the sidelines. I will do my best. The words were spoken, and the two men divided their labor. When the two returned, one was carrying 2 buckets of water in his hands and the other was holding 2 hand towels. Seeing this scene, Chen Yu completely panicked. Although he hadn't seen this kind of punishment before, the cruel smiles on the faces of the two jailers still terrified him. Without a moment's pause, the two jailers soaked the hand towel and then covered Chen Yu's face. To prevent him from holding his breath, one of them took the lead and punched him in the stomach. A piece of the hand towel on Chen Yu's face was seen dented. At the same time, another jailer held a bucket of water to Chen Yu's face and started pouring water down. For a moment, the water ran down his cheeks, past the hand towel, and to the inside of his shirt. He tried to cough, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a million streams of water would enter his mouth. Soon the jailer who had poured the water paused for a moment. The other jailer inquired, "Are you going to say anything?" Before Chen Yu had a chance to speak, the jailer who had poured the water proceeded to start pouring it. Do this cycle a few times and the bucket of water bottoms out, but Chen Yu still hadn't explained a single word. The two jailers wondered, is this man so hard-mouthed? Last time, when Chen Nan tortured the chief bookkeeper, the other party was quick to give an explanation. This time it was their turn to try their hand and the other side was slow to speak. The two jailers felt that they had lost face in front of Chen Nan. By the time he reached the second bucket of water, the jailer couldn't help but speed up the pouring. By the time the second bucket of water reached the bottom, Chen Yu's body was completely soaked. Are you going to say it or not? We can still have plenty of water here, the jailer asked again. Chen Yu breathed heavily, and a helpless voice came out, keep letting me talk. You guys ask nah. Chapter 92. So what if it's really him? The two jailers felt a bit confused and turned to look at Chen Nan at the same time. Good lord. It turned out that the other party didn't say anything not because their interrogation techniques weren't good, but because Chen Nan didn't ask questions. Just as the two were confused, Chen suddenly got up and spoke. If you tell me everything you know, I can consider letting you die a decent death. At the sound of the voice, Chen Yu stared at Chen Nan with wide eyes, incredulously. He thought he could live if he just said it, but it never occurred to me that after I told everything, I would merely be able to die a decent death. If I tell you, will your majesty let me off the hook? Chen Yu spoke with a face full of supplication. He wanted to live. He didn't want to die yet, even though the happy forest was gone. The money he had collected from it over the years was enough for him to live the rest of his life in style. Chen Nan firmly shook his head. You must die. Having said that you can die a painful and decent death. Of course, if you don't want to die, I have countless other kinds of punishment like that just now. Chen Nan did not say anything. He knew a lot about those methods of torturing people. He also had full confidence that Chen Yu would cooperate. Only to see Chen Yu think back for a moment, a pained look appeared on his face. Since that's the case, then I'd like to ask your highness to do it more sharply when the time comes. I still remember that when I first created the Quickwoods, I just couldn't stand the constraints. Only, not long after its creation, the court sent a large army to crush it. It's just that the forest was very lush, plus the army wasn't very large, so the little man hid. It's just that, since that crusade, the fastwood has settled down for a while. Saying that, Chen Yu's face showed all the panic. After that, the imperial court seemed to be determined to completely overthrow the delightful forest in general. On that occasion, the army alone came in 20,000 strong, and there were several generals with troops. Originally I thought that time would be my last battle in the pleasure forest. Only, one night during the siege, the entire army that surrounded the pleasure forest suddenly disappeared. The very next day, I welcomed a guest to my pleasure forest. That man called himself the steward of the Qin mansion, and he demanded that I, Quickwood Forest, submit to his Qin mansion. Your Majesty, I am just a merchant. Where is the capital to fight against the court? In the end, I submitted to the Qin house, and this gold silk coat was also sent to me by someone from the Qin house. The value of this dress is something that I'm really not sure about. You're lying. Although Qin Qingmin is powerful, he's just a dean and doesn't have any reason to enter the treasury. How could he possibly obtain this golden silk coat? Hong Ming retorted with a face full of excitement. On the contrary, it was Chen Nan who nodded his head frequently. In his opinion, what Chen Yu said, the probability was true. Although Qin Qingmin had no reason to enter the national treasury, it didn't mean that others didn't. In the entire Wei capital, Qin Qingmin knew and was familiar with 90% of the officials. Facing Hong Ming's decree, Chen Yu helplessly said. Your Majesty, what I've said is the truth. If your Majesty really doesn't believe it, I can confront the steward of the Qin residence. Just as Hongming still wanted to pursue the question, Chen Nan gently tugged on her sleeve and spoke up with his ear. What he said is true. You come out with me first. Hongming was slightly stunned, but he did not grab Chen Yu and did not let go, obediently following Chen Nan out of the prison together. When the two arrived outside the cell, Hongming couldn't wait to speak. What are you pulling me out for? What that man said was obviously false. He just concluded that we didn't dare offend Qin Qingmen and didn't dare to go to the Qin mansion to confront him. This reaction from Hongming was completely understandable to Chen Nan. After all, the golden garment was tied to her faith. Chen Nan didn't dare to be careless, and immediately explained, let's not talk about truth or falsehood for now. On Qin Qingmen alone, there is indeed no reason for him personally to enter the treasury. With his connections to other officials, it's not hard to find someone to get into the treasury. What did you say? Who dares to help Qin Qingmen enter the national treasury to steal the gold silk clothes? Hongming was alarmed. That's a gold silk coat. If anyone really dares to steal this, they'll be waiting to be exterminated. Chen Nan first comforted. Don't be anxious, we can analyze it slowly. You see, Qin Qingmen serves as the dean of Longtu Academy, which is why she is familiar with every official. But take out the officials who can't go into the treasury, and then there are very few left. If you add in people who are suspected of stealing, it's even less. Also, don't forget that this was stolen for Qin Qingmen, not to keep for your own enjoyment. Chen Nan said several sentences in a row, causing Hongming to not react for half a day. You're saying all this, but aren't you saying that there aren't many people willing to take on such a big offense? Chen Nan suddenly laughed out. You're right. As you know, the charge of stealing from the treasury is a serious one. Although the Empress Dowager isn't going to be able to go and check the treasury, there's always a catch in everything. Suppose today the Empress Dowager has a sudden whim and wants to inspect the treasury? And what about inspections in the company of courtiers? You mean, let the one who stole it jump out on his own? Hongming was delighted. It was said that Chen Nan had a fast brain, and she only saw today that Chen Nan's brain was also too fast. But what would it take to get the Empress Dowager to inspect the treasury? Hongming was in trouble. She knew the way to find out who was stealing, but didn't know how she should get the Empress Dowager to take the initiative to check the treasury. Chen Nan hemmed and hawed. Don't worry, I'll just take care of this matter. It's just, do you really want to find out who's behind this? Of course, I must catch this person. I want to see who is so bold as to even dare to think of the treasury's things. Hongming replied through clenched teeth, clenching his right hand into a fist and swinging it fiercely a few times. Chen Nan held his forehead and asked a strange question. What do you think of Prime Minister Changsun? Hongming froze for a moment. He wasn't sure how Chen Nan could suddenly ask about Changsun do, but he still told him honestly. Prime Minister Changsun has made an indelible contribution to the development of Northern Wei. It's because of your arrival that the Prime Minister's position was split in two, and I still respect him as much as I do. But what made you ask him all of a sudden? As the words fell, he looked at Chen Nan suspiciously. Seeing the anxious expression on Chen Nan's face, she said in an afterthought, You don't think that person is Changsun do you? Chen Nan remained quietly staring at her, not saying a word. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Prime Minister Changsun be such a person? Hongming uttered these words angrily. In her eyes, although Changsun Du's talent was not as good as Chen Nan's, but its own loyalty to the Northern Wei is immense, so how could it possibly do such a thing? Besides, stealing from the treasury is punishable by death. Chen Nan blinked with a light smile. And what if it really is him? Chapter 93, I think you're hungry. At this moment, Hongming was completely lost in contemplation. She wanted to point out Chen Nan's mistakes, but she was also well aware that Chen Nan's analysis was rarely wrong. On one side was the person behind the theft, and on the other side was Chen Nan's speculation. However, that person was not what Hongming wanted to see at all. For a moment, it seemed like two little people were fighting in her head. Chen Nan did not rush, giving Hongming enough time to think. After a full quarter of an hour, Hongming inquired in a low voice, How did you know that the person who took the golden clothes was Changsun Du's? Chen Nan smiled and explained, I don't know if you remember the first time I proposed reforms at the court. In the beginning, when I proposed the reform, Changsun Du was very much in favor of it, because he can see that those suggestions of mine have a very important role to play in the development of Northern Wei. The second person who came forward was Qin Qingmen, who did not agree with the reforms at the time. Immediately afterward, Changsun Du also took an opposing view. Then came those courtiers who stood together against me. Qin Qingmen is just the dean of an academy. To say that he was able to get those officers on the same page as him I can understand. But what is it that could make the Prime Minister of the Hall listen to him? A dean? With Chen Nan's explanation, Hong Ming was once again in the midst of contemplation. Indeed, what Chen Nan said made sense. A prime minister. The official position is bigger than a dean. The real power is even bigger than a dean, do not know how many times. But Qin Qingmin disagreed, and Chan Sun-du changed his attitude immediately afterward, which is an intriguing situation in itself. In the past, Hong Ming hadn't noticed this at all until Chen Nan brought it up. It was only then that she reacted to the fact that Chang Sun-du hadn't just listened to Qin Qingmin these past few times. In the past, when Chen Nan hadn't come, Chang Sun-du had always stood on the side with Qin Qingmin as well. Even if Chang Sun-du was really behind this, are we just going to let it go? Hong Ming agreed with Chen Nan's guess, only that she was still a bit unwilling. Of course I won't let it go. It's just that the matter needs to be managed in a different way. Chen Nan still had a smile on his face, as if he didn't care at all. You go to the Empress Dowager and explain the situation, and ask her to organize the top officials of Northern Wei to inspect the treasury together. I'll go to Nagasundo alone and find out what's going on in there. I'll go to the Empress Dowager? Hong Ming's mouth opened wide. She didn't have as much face as Chen Nan. Not everyone could make the Empress Dowager so obedient. There's no harm in it. You explain the reason to the Empress Dowager. And if you can't, you can just say that I asked you to find it, and the Empress Dowager will agree. Chen Nan uttered these words with extreme reluctance. Sure enough, the next second Hong Ming ironed his face and grimaced. Oh, it looks like you and the Empress Dowager have a good relationship. No matter what, the other party was also the Empress Dowager. Hong Ming did not dare to say excessive words. Chen Nan took a step back. You're overthinking it. The Empress Dowager and I are simply on good terms. It's not as complicated as you think. You guys better be. Hong Ming snorted coldly and twisted his head to rush out. In fact, both Chen Nan and the Empress Dowager were more or less ambiguous. It's not like she's a cutie pie. How could she not see that? When it really came down to it, she even had thoughts of betrayal. Looking at Hong Ming's distant back, Chen Nan wiped the sweat from his forehead and lamented. Alas, it's really a woman's heart under the bottom of the sea. One second she's fine, and the next second she's changed her face drastically. With that, he greeted Wushu and the two of them left together. Along the way, Chen Nan walked very slowly, and even had the presence of mind to patronize the vendors hawking on the streets. Suddenly, Chen Nan stopped and looked back at Wushu with a mysterious smile. Wushu, are you hungry? Wushu said blankly. Your Majesty, I'm not hungry. I think you're hungry, Chen Nan said solemnly. Although Wushu didn't understand, he knew that since Chen Nan could say that, he must have his reasons. He could only agree obediently. Your Majesty is really right. I am indeed a little hungry, he said, and rubbed his stomach in the process. Hearing this, Chen Nan smiled heartily and raised his hand to point at the Fuxiang building on the side. I think this place is just fine. Go in and try the flavors. The words were spoken, and he went in ahead of them. Wushu saw that his own king had gone in, so he had no choice but to follow. As soon as the two of them went in, the store's second in command greeted them. What would you two gentlemen like to eat? Our store has just launched a new product, the fire-roasted chicken rack. Would you like to taste it? In reality, Chen Nan wasn't hungry. He was just delaying going to Chang Sun-du's house. Seeing the store assistant's recommendation, he nodded obediently. Since it's a new product, it's good to try it. Again, he asked, what would you like to eat? Wax, king. Wushu's first word had just come out when Chen Nan coughed violently twice. Seeing this, Wushu hastily changed his words. It's fine if young lord decides. After ordering the food, the store assistant gave the two a puzzled look before leaving. An hour later, the two came out of the restaurant. Chen Nan finally quickened his pace, and soon, the two of them arrived at the back wall of Chang Sun-du's house. Wushu was puzzled. Your Majesty, aren't we going to visit Chang Sun-du? What are we doing in his backyard? Chen Nan patiently explained. Do you think that this king is just visiting Chang Sun-du? He definitely has a huge connection with Qin Qingmin. However, this king sees that his attitude towards Qin Qingmin is very bland. Therefore it is presumed that the two are not on the same boat, and that Chang Sun-du may just have to listen to Qin Qingmin for some reason. The less people know about our trip, the better. The words came, only to see Chen Nan make a big jump, and the 3-meter-high wall, surprisingly, jumped straight up. Wushu was directly stunned. With his strength as a 4th-grade martial artist, he simply couldn't do this. With his mouth wide open, he asked, Your strength, Your Majesty. After living for so long, he only knew two people, Hong Ming and Light Feather, who were 7th-grade martial artists. Only they both didn't have this ability either. From this, Chen Nan's strength must be above that of a 7th-grade martial artist, and above the 7th-grade martial artist was the 8th grade. But the feeling Chen Nan gave him was not just as simple as the 8th grade. Chen Nan let out a light laugh. Just a few days ago, he broke through to Zhongshu, With that, he jumped again, bringing Wushu with him, and the two of them jumped over the wall together. At this moment, the subordinate who was trimming the flowers and plants in the corner only felt two black shadows scurrying in front of him. Once he opened his eyes again, he saw Chen Nan leading the two Wusu. The subordinate immediately exclaimed, "Come on people, an assassin has assassinated the master. Quickly comes someone." In no time at all, the normally unvisited corner was full of people. Suddenly, an old voice came out from the crowd. "This prime minister would like to see who is so ungrateful as to dare to come to my prime minister's residence to make trouble." Through the crowd, Chen Nan saw that the person who opened his mouth to speak was none other than Right Minister Chang Sun-du. Chapter 94, 3 Emperors, 1 Falsehood, 5 Kingdoms, and 1 Barbarian. When Chang Sun-du passed through the crowd, there were two familiar faces that he saw. Puzzled, "King of Jinan?" Chen Nan gave a sarcastic smile. "How has Prime Minister Chang Sun been doing lately?" This king was passing by, so he thought to take a closer look. "I just didn't expect to go the wrong way and come in through the Prime Minister's backyard." Chang Sun-du was not stupid. Seeing Chen Nan say this, he naturally knew that the other party was looking for himself for something that he could not let others know. Then he commanded, "Elder son, tell the subordinates in the residence that this minister does not wish to learn about today's matter from other people." He also invited Chen Nan and the two of them into the center of the main hall, and only after closing the door of the hall did he ask, "I wonder if your highness has come to my prime minister's residence with such a move, but is there something important?" Chen Nan said with a straight face, "This king wants to know why the prime minister entered the treasury to steal the golden clothes." "What? A gold silk coat?" Chang Sun-du's face instantly turned cold. "What does your highness mean by that? Is it slandering this minister?" Chen Nan sighed. Why should the right minister be so agitated? The king is only stating a fact. Is the prime minister willing to become Qin Shingmin's puppet? The words fell, and Chang Sun-du did not speak for a long time. Indeed, he had been subjected to it for far too long, and he certainly wasn't willing to be a puppet. Only, the Chen Nan in front of him, could he really believe it? After a long time, Chang Sun-du's mouth quirked and he spoke. "Can I trust the Jinan king?" Chen Nan straightened his chest. "Don't worry, Prime Minister. This king is for Northern Wei. The previous reforms this king also believes that the Prime Minister can see the benefits of them, or else he wouldn't have come forward to support this king. Only, this king is curious as to why you, a Prime Minister, have become a puppet of Qin Shingmin, one of his deans?" Chang Sun-du let out a bitter smile. "Your Highness, forgive me, this matter is inconvenient for this Prime Minister to explicitly say right now. But this matter of the gold silk clothes this Prime Minister can tell truthfully. The clothes were indeed taken by the king inside the treasury. After getting the clothes this minister handed them over to Qin Shingmin. As for what he wanted the clothes to be used for, this minister wasn't very clear." Chen Nan picked up the conversation. "I'm afraid that the Prime Minister would never have imagined that the gold silk clothes would appear in the auction at the fastwood, right?" "What? Your Highness is saying that Qin Shingmin took the national treasure to auction?" There was a hint of shock in Chang Sun-du's eyes, with a dash of skepticism mixed in between. He could not have imagined at all that Qin Shingmin would be so bold. This kind of thing, actually dared to take it to the auction. Only, after he met Chen Nan's resolute eyes, the doubts in his heart completely dissipated. He knew that Chen Nan had no reason to lie to him, nor was there any need to lie to him. With a bitter smile, "Your Highness, this matter is indeed a mistake made by this minister. It's just that he, ugh." Chang Sun-du was halfway through his sentence, but he didn't say anything further. Since the Prime Minister has something difficult to say, this king will not ask too much. "It's just that Prime Minister, don't forget that you're the Prime Minister of my Northern Wei, not a sword in the hands of his Qin Shangmin." The king hopes that the Prime Minister will be able to play a role at the critical moment. Chen Nan left a sentence behind and got up to leave. Before leaving, Chang Sun-du's voice was heard again. "Could it be that your Highness came to Northern Wei for no other purpose? Or is your Highness truly bent on the development of Northern Wei?" This Prime Minister can see that the reform system that the king has implemented in Northern Wei is completely different from what he did in Diqian. And, not even His Majesty can step in to stop Qin Shingmin? Chen Nan did not turn around and said in a cold voice, "The reforms of Diqian have to be carried out slowly. That's because although Diqian is corrupt, it has not yet reached the point of collapse. Prime Minister, take a look at the present-day Northern Wei, where the great families of the lineage wantonly annex land, and even Wei is not immune to it. All over the court, even your Prime Minister has become a sword in Qin Shingmin's hands. The first step in wanting reform is bloodshed. This king's delay in resolving Qin Shingmin is entirely due to his network of connections in Northern Wei, as well as the label he has established for himself on a regular basis. This king still remembers that Qin Shingmin was the one who went to the disaster relief several times, right? In the name of helping the Empress Dowager share the burden on her shoulders? As I said bluntly, it is also the Empress Dowager who is a bit stupid. Otherwise, this kind of thing, it would be fine for the officials from all over the world to carry it out, and it is most likely that it would be his turn to Qin Shingmin. Just now, this king also said that the most crucial time is to completely undo Qin Shingmin's false veil, so the Prime Minister can think about it. By now, Chang Sundu also knows that Chen Nan is sincerely working for Northern Wei. Hurriedly blocking, "Your Highness stay, this minister has something to say." After hearing these words, Chen Nan turned back with a smile on his face. He knew that his actions and persuasion had done the trick. I only saw Chang Sundu sigh. "I wonder if your highness has ever heard of a saying? 3 emperors, 1 falsehood, 5 nations, 1 barbarian." This talk of reconciliation? Chen Nan was puzzled. In his several years in Deqian, plus his time in Northern Wei, he had never heard of such a phrase. He had a hunch that there was someone else or a force behind Qin Shingmin, and what Chang Sundu said was most likely related to the force behind him. I only heard Chang Sundu slowly tell the story. "Your Highness, the so-called 3 emperors are the 3 imperial dynasties. 1 pseudo-imperial dynasty is a pseudo-imperial dynasty. The 5 kingdoms are our 5 countries, and the 1 barbarian is a barbarian tribe situated on the border of Northern Wei." Looking at Chen Nan's puzzled expression, Chang Sundu let out a miserable smile. "Since your highness doesn't know about this, does your highness know about the Northern Wei war god?" Chen Nan nodded. This matter had indeed been heard of. A long time ago, there was an 8th grade martial artist in Northern Wei. Only, that 8th grade martial artist was unfortunately killed in a foreign war. In the beginning, this minister was the one who mistakenly fell into Qin Shingmin's trap and traveled to the barbarian tribes to seek union. That's what led to the Northern Wei being known as one more god of war. And that dead 8th grade martial artist was none other than my Northern Wei's war god at the time. In that battle, this minister went out as a senator, and 200,000 troops were slaughtered by 30,000 troops of barbarians. Unfortunately, that group of barbarians didn't make a move against this phase. Not only did they not make a move, they even released me back. It was not that I did not think of martyrdom at the time and follow the army. Only, there was a sudden change in the barbarian territory. Then how did you end up coming back? Chen Nan was even more puzzled, and Chang Sundu's words were speaking to him in a cloud. Chang Sundu shook his head with teardrops in his eyes. "Your Majesty may not believe it when I say it. To this day, I still don't know how I came back. There are memories of that great battle, and the encounter at the barbarian tribe I have all but forgotten. There's only one thing I can think of. Then Qin Shingmin found me, and he told me that he knew the inside story. Then I was asked to do something before I would tell me the inside story. It's just that. That inside story isn't what you want to hear, right?" Chen Nan inquired. Chang Sundu nodded fiercely. "I'm also not sure if what Qin Shingmin said is true. He's been asking me to do things ever since that incident, and I was in a position to feel guilty about Northern Wei, and slowly, I got on board." Chapter 95, Suan, King of Jinan. After Chang Sundu finished speaking, the entire person had long since sobbed uncontrollably. Chen Nan could also see that the old man in front of him had given too much to Northern Wei. It may be true that he went overboard with some things, but his loyalty to the Northern Wei remained unchanged. Only Chen Nan slowly sat back in his chair and inexplicably laughed out loud. The king also knows that doing something is not the prime minister's intention. Now, this king is going to carry out an unprecedented reform of Northern Wei. I wonder if the prime minister is interested in joining this king? This was Chen Nan's test for Chang Sundu. If the other party dared to say a word of no, he would then unite with Hong Ming and completely cut off Chang Sundu's hope of survival. If Chang Sundu was willing to work together, then it wouldn't be a bad idea to keep him alive. Hearing Chen Nan's invitation, Chang Sundu's eyes flashed with a touch of doubt. "To Northern Wei, I am already a sinner, and King Jinan still dares to use me?" Yes, he first sided with Qin Shingmin on the same side against the reforms, and then followed up by entering the treasury and stealing the golden clothes. Even so, Chen Nan still threw him an olive branch, which surprised him greatly. It was logical that someone who had already betrayed the court would not be used at all. Chen Nan laughed. The prime minister doesn't need to blame himself. This king knows that the things the prime minister did earlier were all out of his own control. As long as the prime minister is willing to side with this king and agree to the reform matter, the Empress Dowager's side of this king will personally go and talk to ensure that the prime minister won't be implicated in this matter. Really? Really? Chang Sundu's eyes widened at once. He believed that as long as Chen Nan was willing to step forward, the Empress Dowager would definitely spare him this time. Only, there was still a trace of doubt within Chang Sundu that Chen Nan's appearance could indeed resolve things, but why Chen Nan had stepped in for him was something that he had never figured out. Seeing the doubts on Chang Sundu's face, Chen Nan opened his mouth to explain. The prime minister need not worry much. The king has no other ideas. It's natural for someone to implement the proposed reforms, And the Prime Minister's loyalty to Northern Wei is something this king has seen. That's why I'm willing to give the Prime Minister a chance to change his ways. The Prime Minister can also consider this. Not only is this a chance to reform, but it is also a chance for the Prime Minister to break free from Qin Shingmin's control. I still have time and opportunity to think about it? Chang Sun-du was even more confused. It was the first time he had seen such a kind Shen Nan. This is natural. Is this king that unkind? Shen Nan hemmed and hawed. Immediately afterward, it stretched out its right hand and closed its 5 fingers one after the other. After all 5 fingers were closed, he raised his head again and locked eyes with Chang Sun-du. How is it? How has the Prime Minister considered it? Chang Sun-du smiled helplessly. He knew that how could Shen Nan be so kind? However, Shen Nan wasn't wrong. This matter was indeed an opportunity for him. Chang Sun-du was slow to make up his mind. Shen Nan once again drew a big cake. The Prime Minister has not yet made up his mind? You know, not only is this an opportunity, but after the reforms are implemented, the Prime Minister will be able to stay famous for generations to come. It had to be said that Shen Nan understood the minds of these officials too well. Chang Sun-du was not greedy for money, not lustful, and did not even have a desire for promotion. Excluding these, Shen Nan did not believe that the other party would be able to refuse the temptation of staying famous for thousands of years. He knew well that none of these ancients, though not in the same dynasty, could resist this temptation. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Chang Sun-du's entire body was energized. Is what King Jinnan said true? Shen Nan smiled mysteriously. Of course, when has this king ever lied to anyone? In fact, he is not exactly painting a cake. For things like reforming the system, no matter what the final result will be, as long as the battle is big enough, it is inevitable that history will be made famous. However, whether the reputation is good or bad can be up to him. Without the slightest hesitation this time, Chang Sun-du nodded fiercely and laughed. Since the king attaches so much importance to it, it would be more or less ungrateful for this Prime Minister to still refuse. Shen Nan stood up and laughed twice maniacally. Ha ha ha, since the Prime Minister is willing, then this king will go find the Empress Dowager. With that, he led Wushu back the way he came. After the two of them came out of the Prime Minister's residence, Wusu scratched his head and giggled. Why did your highness drag Chang Sun-du along with you to reform? Isn't it good for the king to be alone for something like making a name for himself in history? Shen Nan sneered. You're still thinking too simply. Although reform is a good thing, once it is implemented, it is bound to offend a lot of people. It's always impossible for this king to face so many courtiers alone. Pulling on Chang Sun-du, he's kind of a shield for this king. Then the king was also swindling Chang Sun-du when he said he would spare his life just now? Wushu muttered in a low voice. Chen Nan glared. What are you talking about? This king's words of sparing his life naturally count, provided that he is obedient enough to be a qualified shield. If it is necessary afterward, the mission of Nagasundo is considered accomplished. Wushu looked at his own king's fuming expression, and for the first time, he felt that Chen Nan was so unfamiliar. However, even though he felt that Chen Nan was unfamiliar, he had no thoughts of betrayal. He knew that this life of his was equivalent to what Chen Nan had given him. His life was ready to be surrendered if need be. The two chatted and walked until they reached the gates of the palace. Wushu stopped in his tracks. Your Majesty, or else I will wait outside? It wasn't that Wushu didn't want to go in, it was mainly that, once inside, there was not only Hong Ming, but also the Empress Dowager, together with Chen Nan, who was about to go in. These three people gathered together privately. Previously, Hong Ming's attitude towards Chen Nan was seen by Wusu, and the two of them were not exactly cordial when they brought up the Empress Dowager. Wushu didn't want to go along for the ride. Chen Nan smiled helplessly. If it wasn't for the fact that this matter had to be done by him, this palace today, he didn't want to go in. Since you don't want to go, don't go. After saying that, he raised his foot and stepped into the palace alone. Chen Nan traveled lightly and quickly arrived in the middle of the imperial garden. Strangely enough, he didn't find the Empress Dowager or Hong Ming inside the imperial garden. It was only after asking the eunuchs who trimmed the flowers in the imperial garden that I learned. The two of them, the Empress Dowager and Hong Ming, were at the Fengtian Hall. Having no choice but to rush to the Fengtian Temple, just as I reached the door, I heard a high-pitched voice coming from within the hall. What? You said that the king of Jinan asked you to come to the morning house? Yes, the king of Jinan has asked the last general to come and explain the situation, and that the golden cloth is also in the hands of the king of Jinan at this time. Chen Nan shook his head, looked at the eunuch at the door, and nudged his mouth. The eunuch would understand and turned around with a smile to go into the middle of the great hall. Empress Dowager, the Jinan king is outside the hall seeking an audience. Inside the store, the two who were confronting each other froze. The Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes constantly hovering over the eunuch. You said that the king of Jinnan has already arrived outside the temple? The eunuch nodded his head. The Jinnan king is already waiting outside the hall. I hereby come in to report. Declare. The king of Jinnan has an audience. Chapter 96, Big is real. What about white? Getting permission. The eunuch came out again and opened his mouth with a smile. The Empress Dowager has declared. Your Highness, quickly go in. At the sound of the voice, Chen Nan entered the main hall, and just as he entered, he saw the Empress Dowager's frosty expression, and Hong Ming also had a cold look on his face. In an instant, Chen Nan realized that the situation was not right and was planning to run away. The Empress Dowager then opened her mouth. General Hong, this matter is a matter for the mourning family and the King of Jinnan to discuss alone, so you should retire first. Hong Ming was just a courtier. What the Empress Dowager said, of course she didn't dare to refuse. Only, as he walked in front of Chen Nan, he glared fiercely. Seeing this, Chen Nan hurriedly turned his head and pretended not to see Hong Ming's eyes. After Hong Ming left, a smile appeared on the Empress Dowager's face. King Jinnan, what exactly is the situation with that matter of the gold silk clothes? Tell me properly with the mourning family. Just as Chen Nan was organizing his thoughts, the Empress Dowager once again spoke out. This Fontian Hall is a bit too cold, so King Jinnan will follow the mourning family to the Imperial Garden. The Empress Dowager had orders, and even Chen Nan had no choice but to follow them. The two of them, one after the other, walked in the direction of the Imperial Garden. Upon arriving at the Imperial Garden, the palace maid scrambled in with the young emperor in her arms. As soon as she arrived, she knelt down and said, Empress Dowager, His Majesty has just been crying non-stop, and the slave girl really has no choice. With the arrival of the palace maid, the Empress Dowager, who was still light-hearted in the last second, instantly chilled her face. Don't you know that I'm talking about matters of state with the king of Jinnan? What's the point of being so reckless? When these words came out, that courtesan was instantly drenched in cold sweat. She could know very well that the Empress Dowager had chopped no less than 5 people just because she hadn't taken care of His Majesty well enough. At this point, she had felt a sharp blade appear out of thin air on her neck. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager glanced at Chen Nan, her tone slightly gentler. Considering your merit in taking care of His Majesty, the head is temporarily deposited on the neck. If you are so reckless next time, don't blame me for being merciless. Carry His Majesty to the grieving family. As the Empress Dowager's transformation was too swift, it caused that palace maid to not even react. Unbeknownst to him, if it wasn't for Chen Nan's presence, that courtesan would already have half a foot in Hades. Seeing this, Chen Nan lightly coughed twice. That palace maid hurriedly got up, carrying the young emperor, and carefully walked to the Empress Dowager, handing the young emperor to the other party. Strange to say, the young emperor who had been crying loudly in the arms of the palace maid, when she reached the Empress Dowager's arms, the crying stopped at once. Chen Nan was just curious when the system's beep sounded in his head. Dropping. Young emperor's heartbeat detected. Mother, hungry for milk. Big and white. Mother's is big and white. Hungry. In the instant he heard the heartbeat, a touch of strangeness surfaced on Chen Nan's face, and he even burned a little. It was big and white, and just hearing the heart, he could imagine what the Queen Mother looked like inside. Speaking without meaning to, the listener had the intention to. Chen Nan bravely looked at the Empress Dowager's chest. With just one glance, he was sure that the young emperor really wasn't lying. White or not he didn't know at the moment, but it was certainly big. It looked like a 36D just by the looks of it. Chen Nan swallowed his saliva, forcibly suppressing the flash of excitement in his heart. While all his attention was focused on the beautiful view of the Empress Dowager's chest, the Empress Dowager's pair of charming eyes were also gazing at Chen Nan. As she watched, a blush appeared on the Empress Dowager's face. That redness came and went quickly, and when Chen Nan came back to her senses, the Empress Dowager had long since returned to normal. What was King Jinnan looking at just now? The Empress Dowager said with fake anger. When these words came out, Chen Nan instantly blushed. No, I have just thought of a problem that is rather serious, so I have been thinking about it. Oh, what problem is so serious that even the Jinnan king is thinking so deeply about it? Why don't you tell me so that I can listen to it? Where did the Empress Dowager not know that this was just an excuse made by Chen Nan? At the very beginning she was curious. This Chen Nan was not very old, had no interest in official positions, and had no desire for money. Today she just sort of saw out. Together with Chen Nan the whole is a colorful batch. I think of. Chen Nan stammered. Said half a day. Frozen did not say what is thinking. The Empress Dowager laughed out loud twice. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. The king of Jinnan should still talk to the mourner about that gold silk coat. Hearing this, Chen Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The question just now totally killed him. He couldn't say that he had just been peeking at the Empress Dowager's beautiful scenery. If this was said, let alone him being the king of Jinan, he was useless even if he was the king of heaven. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager did not pursue this issue, and Chen Nan had dodged a bullet. Coincidentally, just as Chen Nan was planning to describe it. Mother, eat, big, white. In the Empress Dowager's arms, the young emperor did not cry this time, but babbled out. Instantly, the Empress Dowager had a red face and looked at Chen Nan in embarrassment. Why don't you ask my minister to go out first? Chen Nan proposed in a small voice. To be honest, he didn't really want to go out there. Big he had confirmed it. White hadn't identified it yet. He also wanted to know if it was white in there or not. The Empress Dowager also knew that it wasn't a good idea to keep crying with the young emperor in her arms. He could only let Chen Nan go out first and feed the young emperor himself. With Chen Nan's departure, there was no more sound of the young emperor crying in the imperial garden. Chen Nan stood 100 paces away from the imperial garden, and his mind had long since drifted to the inside of the imperial garden. At this time, he finally experienced the benefits of breaking through to the sovereign. Even from such a distance, with those keen senses, he could vaguely hear the gurgling sucking sound inside the imperial garden. And what made him puzzled was that it was the Empress Dowager who was breastfeeding the young emperor. The Empress Dowager didn't give birth to a child. Would she have breast milk? Is it possible that the young emperor was born to the Empress Dowager? Thinking about the dumping of the Empress Dowager has had a child. Chen Nan heart inexplicably some difficult. Damn the late emperor. About an incense stick later, the sound of contented giggling came from inside. This was accompanied by the Empress Dowager's seductive voice, proclaimed the king of Jinan. Without waiting for the eunuch to deliver the message, Chen Nan rushed in with 2 steps. Once inside, he saw that the Empress Dowager had just straightened her clothes. The flush on her face hadn't dissipated yet, giving the impression that she had just finished. At this moment, Chen Nan finally understood why other people liked young women. King of Jinan? Looking at Chen Nan, who was lost in thought, the Empress Dowager had no choice but to speak out to remind her. Returning to his senses, Chen Nan coughed again. Is King Jinan sick? Do you want to declare a physician to diagnose and treat him? The corners of the Empress Dowager's mouth rose as she spoke with concern. Both of them were human beings, and both of them knew that Chen Nan's cough was entirely to cover up the embarrassment. But what Chen Nan didn't know was that the Empress Dowager also knew that his cough was to cover up the embarrassment. I thank the Empress Dowager for her concern. Just a moment ago there was some haste, some breathlessness. Rest will be fine. Chen Nan casually found an excuse and glossed over it. The Empress Dowager didn't keep grasping at this question and waited quietly for the other party to follow. Chen Nan concentrated, always wanting to adjust his thoughts to tell. Instead, he found that his mind was nothing but white and big, and when he opened his eyes involuntarily tried to look somewhere. Half the time, not a word was uttered. Is King Jinan not unwell? Why don't you announce the imperial doctor to take a look? Once again, the Empress Dowager brought up the imperial doctor. Chapter 97, I'll give you face. Chen Nan let out a sarcastic smile. He really had a bitter feeling. The Empress Dowager holding the young emperor in her arms was already hard to judge. And even more outrageous was the fact that the Empress Dowager of not so long ago had only breastfed. Only to see Chen Nan close his eyes and exhale several deep breaths in a row, finally clearing all the distracting thoughts from his mind. While he was doing this, the Empress Dowager did not utter a word to disturb him, but only watched quietly. A moment later, Chen Nan opened his eyes. At this moment, the Empress Dowager only felt that Chen Nan's entire person seemed to have sublimated. He just stood there quietly, yet he gave off a feeling that he couldn't be ignored. For a moment, the Empress Dowager's cheeks flushed, and there was a deer-in-the-headlights impulse in her heart. Only when Chen Nan opened his eyes, he recounted his discovery of the golden cloth. After speaking, the Empress Dowager was shocked. According to you, wouldn't that happy forest be able to get even the treasures of the national treasury easily? In that case, have all my Northern Wei courtiers become that kind of usurper? Chen Nan smiled bitterly. Empress Dowager, every court has more or less such courtiers. The important thing is to see how those in power go about utilizing such courtiers. Used well, such men are no less useful than the loyalists. Does King Jinan mean that such usurpers are actually better than loyal ministers? The Empress Dowager was even more bewildered. Chen Nan sort of realized that this Empress Dowager had a little ability, but not much. However, with that heaven-defying lesson from Wu Fingwan, Chen Nan didn't think it was strange to see what kind of person in power. Does the Empress Dowager know what is the most important thing about being a subject? The most important thing for a courtier? The Empress Dowager mused for a moment. Is it not ability? Chen Nan shook his head. Of course not. As a vassal, the most important thing is to listen. How many capable people there are in the world, but how many are obedient? It only takes 1 or 2 capable people to keep a court running. The others, most of them, are just generalized people who just need to be obedient and can do things. After hearing this, the Empress Dowager once again fell into deep thought. She realized that Chen Nan was right, comparing it to the previous De Qian. With Chen Nan alone, literature can put pen to paper to secure the world, and martial arts can get on the horse to settle the world. Since Chen Nan left, De Qian is neither here nor there. Then look at his northern way. 200,000 people under the leadership of Chen Nan, to defeat the coalition army of De Qian and Western Shu effortlessly. Then, according to the Jinnan King's opinion, what should I, Northern Wei, do at the moment? Chen Nan looks serious. Empress Dowager. The most important thing that Northern Wei should do currently is reform. Nowadays, there are serious class conflicts up and down Northern Wei, and the people don't trust the court at all. The moment has not yet reached the most serious time. Only 2 years later, there will be people raising their flags to rebel all over Northern Wei. The words are bad, but the reasoning is just that. At present, the land annexation in Northern Wei is very serious, and people everywhere are just hanging on to their last breath. Once someone takes the lead, it is only to be feared that the rest of the places will also rise up. When that time comes, there will be no need for other countries to attack, and Northern Wei will perish on its own. The Empress Dowager also realized the importance of the matter and hastily asked, "Then does the King of Jinnan have a solution?" At this moment, the Empress Dowager panicked, and she was also clear that she was just a woman. Although she is the current actual power holder of the Northern Wei, she has not experienced some things at all, so naturally she cannot do the optimal solution. And Chen Nan is her digging over from De Qian, and with her own strength to reverse the situation of De Qian, the battle record is really in front of her. Or reforms, breaking up the system of officials, reappointing them, and reforming the land system. The reforms of land and officials have been written by the minister before on the top of the Sangha. Chen Nan laughed miserably. This look, together with the Empress Dowager pressure fundamentally did not look at his Zhangzhua. The Empress Dowager realized afterward, Jinnan Wang those Zhengshi mourning family has agreed Since King Jinnan has proposed a solution, then mourner Fangquan, everything will be left to King Jinnan. It's just that the King of Jinnan mustn't forget that early tomorrow morning, the Western Marsh envoy Lu Hanhang will arrive in my Northern Wei. What shall be done about this? Chen Nan then remembered that, counting the days, that Lu Hanhang would indeed arrive early tomorrow morning. He had not yet determined the purpose of the other party's visit, so he had to answer conservatively. This matter cannot be rushed. Just see what happens. I have one more matter for the Empress Dowager's approval. What else does the King of Jinnan have to do? The Empress Dowager stared, thinking that everything had been chartered. However, he didn't realize that Chen Nan still had things to say that he hadn't said. Chen Nan arched his hand and half bent his waist. Empress Dowager, this matter is of great importance. Please do not get excited after hearing this. There's no harm in it. King Jinnan can just speak straight. The Empress Dowager waved her hand. In her opinion, what Chen Nan was going to say was nothing more than that reforms would kill people or something like that. She could understand how it would be possible to change the country's system again without people dying. Only to hear Chen Nan slowly speak. Empress Dowager, I have already investigated and found out that the gold silk clothes were stolen by Right Prime Minister Chang Sun-du. What did you say? The golden silk clothes were stolen by Chang Sun-du? The Empress Dowager exclaimed. Chang Sun-du, the old man of the 3 Northern Wei dynasties, would actually go and steal treasures from the treasury. Not waiting for Chen Nanxia to ride out, the Empress Dowager stormed out. Come on, summon Chang Sun-du and have him come to see the mourning family as fast as he can. As the words fell, a eunuch walked into the imperial garden and respectfully claimed, reporting to the Empress Dowager, the small one will go to the Prime Minister's residence. One look at this situation, coupled with the Empress Dowager's tone, Chen Nan knew that something bad was going to happen. Not waiting for the eunuch to leave, Chen Nan quickly stopped in front of him, his eyes looking towards the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager, I have a different view on this matter. Please ask the Empress Dowager to listen to my view before deciding whether or not to proclaim Prime Minister Chang Sun. Humph. King of Jinnan, you don't need to speak for Chang Sun-du. That old thing. I'm sorry to see that he's already very unpleasant. Twice and thrice with Qin Shangmin that villain wears the same pants. If it is not the Northern Wei cannot leave him at present. The mourning family has long issued a decree to behead him. Chen Nan froze. So it turned out that this Empress Dowager knew all about Qin Shangmin's affairs. The Empress Dowager is not in a hurry. Wait for me to finish first. Then the Empress Dowager will make a decision. Okay? The mourning family will give you this face. Let's see what else you have to say on behalf of Chang Sun-du. The Empress Dowager did not have the same kind of patience with Chen Nan that she had before. Her tone was very cold. Chen Nan laughed bitterly. He was now considered to have completely alienated the Empress Dowager. If not for the fact that the reform must be Chang Sun-du in front of the words, Chen Nan how will not go to be the villain. Chen Nan hurriedly gave the eunuch a wink. That eunuch looked up at the Empress Dowager and found that the latter also nodded frequently, before going outside the imperial garden and continuing to wait for the holy order. Chen Nan again arched his hand and concentrated. Empress Dowager, this matter is of great importance. Please expel all unrelated personnel. It is best if this matter is known only to the Empress Dowager and my minister. Seeing Chen Nan's grave expression, the Empress Dowager also knew that this matter was not as simple as it appeared, and commanded, everyone, exit the imperial garden. No one may enter without the will of the mourning family. Only after everyone had withdrawn did he re-examine Chen Nan. Now that it's just you and I in the imperial garden, King Jinan has something to say. Chapter 98 Wu Fengwan's Mind. Chen Nan first felt it carefully. As he felt it, he realized that there was also a faint scent hidden in the shadows. He knew that this person was the one beside the Empress Dowager when the last Imperial Horse Guards accident happened. Such people, who have long since lost their own minds, the only thing they will do is carry out orders. He didn't care if the other party knew or not, and then spoke. Since the Empress Dowager knows that Qin Xingmin is a villain, then the Empress Dowager must know that there should be a power behind it, right? The Empress Dowager looked at Chen Nan in surprise. Not bad. This matter is known to the mourning family, and has been sending people to probe. Only that they have not yet found out the specific forces behind it. How does the Jinnan king know about it? It's all just a guess on my part. Qin Xingmin can be said to be useless in my northern way, but the Empress Dowager can't completely remove him because of his power. I thought that I could take advantage of the matter of the gold silk clothes to completely solve this backward worry of Qin Xingmin. At that time, my northern way will be united, and the reforms will be twice as effective. You guessed all of this? The Empress Dowager uttered, lost in thought. It took her several years of private investigation to come up with such a small trail, but Chen Nan only relied on his own guesses and actually knew more than she, the Empress Dowager, had investigated. It was no wonder that under Chen Nan's leadership, Da Qian would develop so rapidly. Is that all? The king of Jinan should have more to come, right? In her eyes, Chen Nan was not someone who was easily satisfied. If it was just for the sake of reform, whether Qin Xingmin died or not wasn't that important at all. Chen Nan sneered. Of course that's not the case. Qin Xingmin's death was only a precondition. Since that power was able to install Qin Xingmin, then inevitably there will not be just one person planted. And when the time comes, I can use Qin Xingmin as a front to investigate the rest of the people one by one. Moreover, after Qin Xingmin falls into the net, I can also interrogate him in the process and squeeze out the last bit of his value. Then, it seems that the king of Jinan saying so much has nothing to do with Chang Sundu in the slightest, right? The Empress Dowager suddenly changed the subject. Chen Nan grinned. He did not expect that the Empress Dowager had actually sensed his intentions so quickly. That's right. The Empress Dowager would definitely not have agreed if she had said from the beginning that she would be exempt from pursuing the issue of Changsundu. So Chen Nan changed his perspective and instead of talking about Changsundu first, he instead detailed Qin Changmin's faults. He intended to save the issue of Changsundu for the end, but he did not expect that the Empress Dowager's vision was so keen, only to tell the whole story. Empress Dowager, Prime Minister Changsun cannot die for the time being. I need his cooperation for my reforms, so that I can accelerate the power of Northern Wei. Moreover, as far as I know, there are major secrets behind the matter of Chancellor Changsun, which may even implicate the late emperor. What? How did Changsundu even involve the late emperor? The Empress Dowager was stunned, and a virtual figure in yellow robes appeared in her mind. The Empress Dowager shook her head to drive out the imaginary shadows in her mind before looking straight at Chen Nan. I'm not sure at the moment. It's just that there's likely to be a connection between these two events, which is why I want to protect Prime Minister Changsun. Of course, I can guarantee while keeping him that if this person ever wrongs the Northern Wei court in the future, I will naturally not let him off the hook. Good. Since the king of Jinan has given such assurance, then I will let Changsundu go for the time being. But King Jinan must remember that this is only temporary. If Changsundu remains like this later, King Jinan may have joint responsibility, the Empress Dowager said in a serious manner. In fact, the Empress Dowager where she would like to let Chen Nan linked. So that said also just but hope that the other party can remember this matter. While the two were talking, inside the great Qian Fengtian palace, Wu Fengwan sat high above the dragon chair, and below him stood the restless Jiang He. Wu Fengwan snorted coldly. Didn't Secretary Jiang go on a mission to Northern Wei? Why did you suddenly come back? Jiang He smiled coyly, a soft expression on his face, with a faint sobbing tone. Your Majesty, I only realized when I arrived at the border that Lu Hanhuang didn't wait for me at all. Didn't wait for you? Shishu has long since gotten through to me, and on this mission my Dakian and Shishu will stand on the same front. The purpose is to get Northern Wei to compensate our two countries for their losses in this engagement. So how could Lu Hafhang not wait for you? Wu Fengwan said angrily. Jiang He sneered in his heart can be very clear. Lu Hath hanging this mission from beginning to end is holding the attitude of death and the northern way to go. How could the other side be made to pay for the losses of the Great War? Moreover, the two countries united in that great battle only inflicted a little damage on Northern Wei. Where's the face to ask for compensation when you haven't even fought? It had to be said that Wu Fengwan's thoughts were really a bit too naive. Jiang He knew the truth, but he couldn't say it, and could only say more softly, Your Majesty, this matter was not known to me beforehand. Moreover, that Lu Hath hanging has only left one person in the northern part of my Great Qian, and that person's temper is still very brutal, saying that even my 300,000 men in Deqian can't beat 200,000 men in Northern Wei. I might as well die while I can. What did you say? Did the Western Shu envoy really say that? Wu Fengwan almost exploded with anger. She sort of saw clearly that the Western Shu battle was not very good, but the pot was dumped in a very clear way. The two sides had agreed in the beginning that Shishu's men would go to the bottom of the city to harass Chennan. They, the Great Qian, are delaying Northern Wei's progress on the frontal battlefield. The end result was that they, Daqian, did not delay the main force of Northern Wei, and Western Shu did not give a certain degree of harassment. The allied armies of the two countries were exterminated by Northern Wei as much as possible. This battle can only be said to be the responsibility of both sides. However, in Jiang He's words, Shishu dumped the responsibility onto Deqian in a brain. This was the most unacceptable thing that Wu Fengwan could not accept. At the same time, it increased her level of hatred for the Northern Wei. Only, when her line of sight landed on Jiang He, her anger intensified. Since Lu Hath hanging entered the Northern Wei first, then won't you follow it up with a mission to Northern Wei? Could it be that I, Deqian, cannot live without his Western Shu? Also, that Western Shu is nothing more than an economic supply station for Northern Wei. Where does it qualify to rebuke my Deqian? The more Wu Fengwan thought about it, the more angry she became, and she casually swept the sundries on the dragon case across the floor. Jiang He knew that the anger in Wu Fengwan's heart had been aroused, and the next step was to deepen his hatred for Northern Wei, only to see Jiang He arching his fire again. Your Majesty, I don't blame my minister for this matter. What I also wanted at that time was to enter Northern Wei alone for peace talks, but when I arrived at the border of Northern Wei, I realized that the other side had actually forbidden my Daqian's people to enter Northern Wei's territory. It also says that my Deqian is not as good as a hair of his Northern Wei, especially after their Northern Wei has the king of Jinan, and it also says that. What else did it say? Wu Fengwan's eyes widened. She then remembered that the Northern Wei's Jinan king was her Deqian's Jinan king, Chen Nan. Jiang He muttered in a low voice. Chen Nan even said that His Majesty is a waste of time who knows nothing, and that under His Majesty's leadership, sooner or later, Great Qian will perish and destroy the country. Chen Nan, how dare the vertical sun insult me? Wu Fengwan's eyes were bubbling with rage. At this moment, she gave birth to the thought of killing Chen Nan alive. Chapter 99, This Northern Wei world will be replaced by you. Qin Changmin, Northern Wei, Imperial Garden. Under Chen Nan's persuasion, the Empress Dowager chose to temporarily spare Changsun Du's life. When Chen Nan informed Changsun Du of this news, the latter's aged face smiled like a chrysanthemum. The next morning, Chen Nan woke up early. He could remember that yesterday, the Empress Dowager had specifically instructed him. The envoys from Western Shu will arrive in Northern Wei early this morning, and as the king of Jinan and the left prime minister, he naturally has to hold up the facade of Northern Wei. He deliberately changed into the imperial black python robe, with a big banner draped behind him and a sword at his waist. Because of the arrival of the Western Shu envoys, so the security of the Wei capital has become more strict. In order to ensure the safety of the ambassadors, Chen Nan specially arranged Mo Bai to stand guard in the middle of the Wei capital government office day and night. And naturally, Wushu was responsible for his well-being. This time at the court, Chen Nan planned to bring Wushu along with him. For one thing, the time that the two had followed him was not too short, and it was time to seek an official position for the two. Secondly, it also allows the two to show their faces in front of the courtiers, which will make it easier for them to reform in the future. It was only because Mo Bai also had to take care of the security issues of Wei capital, so only he and Wu Su went to the court together this time. The two of them packed up and headed for the palace, one after the other. When the two came outside the Fengtian palace, the eunuch outside the door gave a call. Chen Nan led Wu Shu towards the hall. Just after entering, Chen Nan noticed that today's morning court was different from the past. I only saw that the officials, both civil and military, had changed into brand new clothes, and the faces of the military generals more or less carried a hint of murderous aura, and on the side of the civil ministers, there is also an unforgiving look on their faces. Chen Nan rather felt that it was a bit of a fuss, no matter how much more. Shishu was a defeated country, and was not at all worthy of such treatment from them. However, he didn't open his mouth to persuade him, but watched it all silently. When he walked to the head of the military generals, he was met with Hong Ming's sultry gaze. Chen Nan smiled bitterly. It looked like Hong Ming had not yet gotten over his emotions from yesterday. Chen Nan could only pretend that he didn't see it and closed his eyes to fake sleep. Wu Xiu, on the other hand, slowly followed behind Chen Nan, and when he saw Hong Ming, he smiled sarcastically and followed suit, closing his eyes. Hong Ming was full of grievances, coupled with her gaze that wanted to eat people, but in the end, there was no object to vent on, so he could only stomp his feet hard twice in a depressed manner. Shortly afterward, the shrill Cockney voice gave a high, "Go to court." It was only then that Chen Nan slowly opened his eyes and faced the solemn Empress Dowager on the dragon chair. "Do the ministers have a request?" The Empress Dowager ignored Chen Nan and directly inquired about the courtiers. The large hall, as the Empress Dowager's words fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, a voice came out from among the civil ministers. "Your Majesty, I have a present message." The Empress Dowager blinked her eyes and swept through the crowd of civil ministers, her gaze finally resting on Qin Qingmin. "Oh, what does the Qin Academy have to offer?" Only to see Qin Qingmin take 2 steps across to the center of the hall and respectfully said, "Empress Dowager, I have heard that a group of bandits have recently appeared at the border of Lu City. That bandit has been running amok around Lu City under the name of Qin Shang, and has long since aroused the people's anger. Please make an early decision on this matter, Empress Dowager." After he finished speaking, the Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes and scanned Qin Qingmin up and down. The crowd of military generals also stared at him with eyes of fury. Originally, he was kind enough to upload this matter. It's just that he's mistaken about one thing: he's a civilian minister, and this sort of thing would have been the province of a military general. Now that he, Qin Changmin, has wrapped up the matter of the military generals, where does this make the face of the Northern Way's group of military generals go? In the next second, someone among the military generals screamed and cursed. "Qin Qingmin, are you full of? Wouldn't we military generals appeal for this kind of thing? It's your turn to appeal to an academy dean?" The person who opened his mouth to speak was Light Feather, who today, with his dark red armor, gave off a gloomy feeling. Add to that the smoldering eyes and the vulgarity of the words. Qin Changmin took 2 steps backward in succession, selling himself to the Empress Dowager. "Empress Dowager, my whole heart is for the development of Northern Wei. I also saw that no one mentioned this matter to my Northern Wei generals, so I was bold enough to make a report, but I didn't mean anything else." The Empress Dowager still had a cold face. "There is no harm. This matter is not the fault of the Qin Academy." Immediately afterward, the words turned. "Morning House has a doubt. I wonder if the Qin Academy can solve the confusion for Morning House." "If you say so, Empress Dowager, I will know everything and say everything." Qin Qingmin revealed a rare smile, and the respect on his face did not diminish in the slightest. The Empress Dowager held her forehead with one hand and said with difficulty, "I am still unaware of the matter of bandits making waves in La City and causing public anger. Mourner dares to ask how the Qin Academy knows this? Could it be that all the major and minor matters of this Northern Way must first pass through the hands of the Qin Academy before they can be dealt with?" Only one sentence. Qin Qingmin immediately scared legs soft, without the slightest hesitation kneeling. "Still please Empress Dowager Mingcheng. I'm just sharing the Empress Dowager's worries for her, and it's natural that the Empress Dowager is the one who makes the decisions on major and minor matters in Northern Way." The Empress Dowager dabbed and stood up, pointing her finger at Qin Changmin who was kneeling on the ground, and loudly shouted, "Qin Changmin, do you know the crime?" Empress Dowager's discernment. "Ah, what offense did I commit?" Qin Changmin was dumbfounded. He had merely submitted a zhengzhua, but he had implicated it in the center of the whirlpool. Below, Chen Nan sneered, knowing that this was the Empress Dowager's power. Yesterday, he had said that there were mysterious forces behind Qin Qingmin. It's just that he didn't expect that the Empress Dowager's temptation would come so bluntly and so quickly. "Qin Changmin, now that it's come to this, you still dare to speak out of turn." The Empress Dowager slammed the dragon case. "Qin Qingmin, as the Dean of Longtu Academy, you don't worry about the cultivation of officials in Northern Wei, and your mind is focused on the banditry within Northern Wei. Could it be that the Qin Academy is thinking that the position the mourner has given you is too small to be worthy of the Qin Academy's noble status? If the Qin Academy has an idea they can say it directly. I am not that unreasonable. Big deal. I'll let the young emperor abdicate, and you Qin Qingmin will take over the world of Northern Wei." The Empress Dowager's voice was getting higher and higher in tone, and her aura was becoming more and more fierce. Qin Qingmin's head was buried lower and lower, and the cold sweat on his forehead was increasing. He knows how many kilograms he is. Even if the dragon chair of the Northern Wei dynasty is replaced, it is not his turn to sit Qin Changmin. Only Qin Changmin's mosquito-sized voice rang out. Empress Dowager, forgive me. I only discovered the seriousness of the banditry in Le City by chance. Ever since I learned of this matter, I also reported it to the Empress Dowager at the first opportunity. I still hope that the Empress Dowager will be clear-eyed and not let me chill my heart. After Qin Shingmin finished speaking, on the part of the civil ministers, voices of intercession sounded at the same time. Reporting to the Empress Dowager, the Qin Academy is also bent on the development of my northern way. No one found out about the banditry martial arts generals in Le City, but the Qin Academy was the first to find out. The Empress Dowager not only doesn't commend even if she doesn't, but she also blames the Qin Academy, which really chills the hearts of the civil ministers like us. Chapter 100, Qin Changmin's Divine Assist. After the civil minister finished his words, Qin Shingmin, who was originally just kneeling on the ground, sat down directly paralyzed on the ground as a whole. All those people seemed to be speaking for him, but those words were a sharp blade that pushed him into the abyss. Speaking like this in front of the Empress Dowager was no different from forcing the palace. Sure enough, the Empress Dowager's already unattractive face became even more ironclad for a few moments. Which one of the civil ministers just now said the words, "Come out and say them in front of the grieving family." Only, when the Empress Dowager's gaze swept over the group of clerical ministers, the heads of a group of clerical ministers could almost shrink inside their necks. The Empress Dowager hadn't memorized it, but Chen Nan had observed it carefully. Just now most of the civil servants were up in arms. The most important ones are none other than Sun Chang, the minister of the Ministry of Administration, Miao Chun, the imperial minister, and He Wei, the Chinese minister. Strangely enough, the Minister of Justice is mainly responsible for the promotion and appointment of officials. Tai Fu was mainly responsible for imparting knowledge to the young emperor. Only now the young emperor hadn't grown up yet, so the position was a bit empty. And one person, the Zong Longxi, could be responsible for a series of state affairs such as advising, counseling, and preparing imperial decrees. It could be said that as long as one gained the following of these three people, one would be able to grasp half of Northern Wei. The rest of us are just a bunch of wallflowers who will fall that way when the wind blows that way. Chen Nan made a silent note of these three people in his heart. Then he walked to the center of the hall and arched his hand. Empress Dowager, I have a request. Seeing Chen Nan come forward, the Empress Dowager's face eased down and her voice was gentle. What does the King of Jinan have to say? Chen Nan glanced at Qin Changmin on the ground and softly said, Empress Dowager, I do think the Qin Academy is doing bad things with good intentions. What does King Jinan say about this? The Empress Dowager snorted coldly, her voice cold again. Chen Nan could naturally see that the Empress Dowager's such appearance was merely for the courtiers, didn't care at all about the other party's attitude, sneered and began to cudgel. Empress Dowager, looking at dozens of my Northern Wei's military generals, none of them actually found out that there was banditry in the city, and the most crucial actually caused public anger. And the fact that the Qin Academy was able to discover this problem at a critical time is undoubtedly a heavenly good thing for my Northern Wei. For a moment, Qin Shingmin was confused. He could not remember when his relationship with Chen Nan had reached the point where he could intercede for the other party. Admittedly, he also knew that as long as Chen Nan stepped in, the Empress Dowager would definitely let him off this time. Carefully raising his head, he looked at Chen Nan with grateful eyes. Chen Nan chimed in with the same look in response. After turning his head back, he said in a low voice, But Empress Dowager, my Northern Wei is after all a different division of labor between civil and military. If everyone were as enthusiastic and diligent as the Qin Academy, would Northern Wei still need the position of military general? I thought that the next time we fought with other countries, we wouldn't need to send military generals to lead our troops. The Qin Academy is so diligent in its administration, and even more so, it is able to discover problems that the military generals have not, so it must have unique insights in the military. Therefore, I suggest that the next time there is a war with another country, it will be sufficient to send one person from the Qin Academy to the front line. I think the Qin Academy will definitely be able to bring a different kind of surprise to my Northern Wei. It was fine before, but when she heard this, Qin Shingmin sensed that something was wrong. This Chen Nan is not speaking for him. This is completely pushing him to the brink of extinction. He also said beautifully that he was allowed to lead his great army into battle and that he had unique insights. He's got a hammer insight, a chicken at best, and not much use for it. Just as he was about to open his mouth in defense, he looked up to meet the surprised eyes of the Empress Dowager. Instantly, he knew bad food. He could know very well that whenever the Empress Dowager showed this look, most of her subjects' suggestions would be adopted. However, Chen Nan's suggestion was to let him, a civil servant, lead the troops to war. Nope, Chen Nan was talking about letting him go to the front line alone, but he didn't mention anything about leading the troops, only to see the Empress Dowager nodding frequently with a smile on her face. This is a good suggestion from the King of Jinan. The mourning family will consider it well. Chen Nan smiled evilly and looked at the group of military generals, then opened his mouth. I dare to ask. The Empress Dowager does not think that my Northern Wei military generals are a bit too redundant? The Empress Dowager frowned. What does King Jinnan mean by this? Empress Dowager. The matter of Lu Castle is like a lead-in. Something that the military generals didn't even discover, but was discovered by the Qin Academy. Doesn't this indicate that there is a major problem within my Northern Wei martial group? As soon as these words came out, the anger in the eyes of those military generals almost gushed out, each of them gasping for air and glaring at Qin Qingmin. Although what Chen Nan said was not nice to listen to, there was a little bit of truth in what he said. The most crucial thing was that all the people present stacked together could not defeat a single Chen Nan, and they did not dare to be too presumptuous in front of him. And as Chen Nan shifted the conflict of the military generals to Qin Changmin, those military generals had no choice but to follow the trend and target Qin Changmin. For a while, Qin Changmin closed her eyes and lowered her head. Her face had long since lost its blood color, and she didn't need to raise her head to feel the exuberant rage around her. If he dared to raise his head to retort, he was only afraid that the group of military generals could tear him apart on the spot. Chen Nan not only did not converge, but continued to speak with a sneer. Empress Dowager. I believe that not only does my Northern Wei need to reform the civil official system, but the military general system also needs to be reformed. That's right. At the very beginning Chen Nan was thinking that it was to overhaul the overall system of the court, but last time he only had the opportunity to propose reforms for the civil servants. The aspect of military generals was not raised by Chen Nan because it involved too many interests and was very disorganized internally. It was just that he had not expected at all that Qin Qingmin would bring up the matter of the banditry that had befallen the city at this morning's court. This directly gave him a perfect opportunity, which is why he took the opportunity to propose a reform along with the military generals. For a moment, the group of military generals spoke up at the same time. Empress Dowager. You must not. The system of military generals is based on the previous emperor. This change is equivalent to moving the foundation of my Northern Wei. No wonder a bunch of big old men can say such civilized words. Only, the Empress Dowager had no intention of giving them any face. Is that so? I'm just afraid that you all inherited the Antoine's pleasure from the late emperor, right? The matter of Lu Castle was originally within the realm of your military generals, and the first to report to the grieving family was actually a civilian minister. I really don't know how you have the face to say that it's based on the system left by the late emperor. Did the late emperor teach you to perfume the mourning family? In accordance with mourner's opinion, what the king of Jinnan said makes sense. My Northern Wei has been immersed for many years, and it's time for a big change. The matter is settled. Do any of the ministers object? The Empress Dowager made an immediate decision and did not give the ministers a chance to discuss the matter, and in a few words she finalized the reform completely. Unfortunately, the Empress Dowager's words fell for a long time, and it was as if the civil and military forces in the Great Hall had their mouths sewn shut. No one opened their mouths in approval, and no one dared to speak out against it. Chapter 101 Reforming the System. What? The ministers have not said a word, but do you think that I have made a mistake in my decision? The Empress Dowager, seeing that no one had spoken up, spoke up again to urge her on. This time, Hongming was the first to step forward and agree. I thought that my Northern Wei indeed needs an unprecedented reform. She said this from the bottom of her heart. The previous matter of the gold nanny clothes had already made her see through, and the current Northern Wei was rotten. If this cycle continues, the sun will rise tomorrow and it's not certain if Northern Wei is still Northern Wei. Moreover, she also believed in Chen Nan's vision that the reform matter would only be beneficial to Northern Wei without any harm. Of course, this is only for the Northern Wei, for the courtiers can be all bad and no good. That's why it's in such an awkward spot. Someone on the side of the military generals had already stepped forward, and next, a representative of the civil ministers needed to speak. Chen Nan glanced at Changsun Du without moving. The latter understood and took 2 steps forward, standing on Qin Qingmin's right side and arching his hand. Empress Dowager. For this matter, I have something to say. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager revealed a smile. Right, Prime Minister has something to say. Empress Dowager. I thought that the matter of reform should be put on the agenda. Nowadays, my Northern Wei's livelihood is withering and we have been stagnating economically. And my Northern Wei army, which I had the honor of seeing once, the right minister even went to the military camp? Then why don't you say what you think about my Northern Wei military camp? The Empress Dowager's smile grew a few points wider. She finally understood the reason why Chen Nan must leave Changsun Du behind. Worthy of being a veteran of 3 dynasties, he understands the meaning just as fast, and not only fast, he can also answer accordingly to the actual situation. He understood even more what Chen Nan said, that the most important thing for a courtier in the middle of a court is not ability, but obedience. Only to see Changsun Du shaking his head, reporting back to the Empress Dowager. I feel that my Northern Way army is really a mess. Within the entire Grand Army, not only the oldest, but also the youngest. I was wondering at the time, do these people really have any fighting ability when they go into battle? Moreover, I even saw many familiar faces in the army. I vaguely remember that this group has been among the army since the late emperor's death. I dare to ask, is it because I have no young men left in Northern Way? Since when does something like defending the country have to be done by these old men? Is this not an insult to my Northern Way army? Chang Sundu was speaking impassionedly, and a huge aura emanated from his body. Qin Qingmin, who was sandwiched between the two of him and Chen Nan, was frantically giving him a wink, but Chang Sundu had already made a decision in his mind, and always looked straight ahead, not looking anywhere else at all. Qin Qingmin's eye attack was completely useless to Chang Sundu at this moment. The Empress Dowager stared at Chen Nan, waving her hand and speaking boldly. Ha 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 ha, it's my Northern Way's good fortune to have loyal ministers like you. It's my Northern Way's good fortune. Immediately, sweeping a circle of ministers, voice with a hint of threat, the ministers may still have different suggestions? Which love secretary has a different opinion can stand out straight. Morning Home is not the kind of unreasonable people. As we all know, my Northern Way court has always been about equality, and anyone has the right to speak. The crowd is not a little cute. Anyone who dares to stand out in this situation will undoubtedly be dancing on the tip of a knife. Led by Qin Nan, the Empress Dowager finalized that the martial arts have Hong Ming, the first war god of the Northern Wei dynasty, and the literature has the current right minister of the Northern Wei dynasty. Where would they have the guts to speak against something that was unanimously approved by the four people who stood at the top of the food chain in Northern Wei? Soon, the loose voices of the group of ministers rang out one after another from the Great Hall. I agree with the reforms of the King of Jinan. I agree. I second the motion. The Empress Dowager was dissatisfied. Did the ministers not have breakfast? Or do the secretaries have a different suggestion? Morning Home have said, which love secretary has a different suggestion despite put forward. Morning Home hands still have a word side by side King's position to all the secretary to keep it. Upon hearing this, the group of ministers did not dare to dawdle. One by one, their mouths opened wide and spoke in unison. I second the motion. As for the one-word parallel king that the Empress Dowager had mentioned, everyone knew that sooner or later, this position would be Chen Nan's, and only Chen Nan's. They weren't foolish enough to grab this knighthood with Chen Nan. Hearing such a neat voice, Qin Qingmin was completely dumbfounded, and he also knew that the matter of reform could no longer be changed. His plans, too, would have to change accordingly. Right at the moment when the group of ministers passed in unison, Chen Nan felt it in detail. Instead, he found that the reward that should have appeared in the system in his mind was delayed. Unable to help, he wondered, system, what's going on? Unexpectedly, the system pressed him. Chen Nan had no choice but to think back carefully. It was only then that I realized that the system had said that the rewards would only come if the reforms were successful. At the moment it was just the group of ministers who agreed to the reform. In an instant, Chen Nan's excited heart was doused with a pot of cold water, completely calming down. In the Great Hall, the military generals were preoccupied with how to take revenge on Qin Qingmin, while the civil ministers had different thoughts. None of them noticed Chen Nan's strange expression. The matter of reform had been passed, and the Empress Dowager was relieved, intending to dump everything on Chen Nan, so she opened her mouth. Since the matter of reform was brought up by the King of Jinan, then the King of Jinan will talk about the various systems that have been put in place after my Northern Way, and all the ministers will listen carefully. Chen Nan laughed bitterly twice. The return please he least expected to see had finally come. However, he started everything and deserved to take over. Colleagues, my Northern Way selection of officials will be changed from the Baojia system to the Kejia system. The civil ministers were disorganized and did not have a specific system, so this king drilled through the night and purposely worked out the 3 provinces and 6 ministries system. The positions of military generals are unclear, with several people holding multiple positions at the same time. For this situation, this king has decided to remove some of the cluttered official positions and show the role of military generals in a more 3-dimensional way. In terms of people's livelihoods, the major urban areas are not harmonized, and land annexation is serious. In this regard, the king proposes to adopt the county system, a county under the jurisdiction of the counties, and every official document should be stamped by the court before it is executed by the next party. This king has heard that everywhere there are such sayings as scholar-peasant, farmer-industrialist, and businessman, dividing the people of my Northern Way into 4 classes. For this situation, wherever within the borders of my Northern Way, all the people should be equalized in a bowl of water, and there is no such thing as anyone being nobler than anyone else. Then there's the tax system. The poll tax is extremely unreasonable, the lands have good and bad yields, and the business taxes are even less. In the future, Northern Wei will abolish the poll tax and replace it with a land tax, with all land belonging to the state, and the people only enjoying the right to lease the land, not the right to buy or sell it. Business taxes, rightly, should be set at a rate, and the portion that exceeds that rate should be taxed more. The status of artisans, the treatment of Northern Wei soldiers, all sorts of things have to be brought up. These are the roots of my Northern Wei's future strength. Just as Chen Nan was narrating, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the main hall. Western Shu envoy Lu Hanhuan requests an audience. Chapter 102, He's Still a Kid. As the eunuch's shrill voice rang out, all the officials in the entire Fengtian hall simultaneously held their breaths and their gazes simultaneously looked outside the hall. Empress Dowager of Northern Wei also looked out of the hall in a grave manner. A moment later, a polite smile appeared on the Empress Dowager's face. Declare, Western Shu envoy, Lu half hanging for an audience. As soon as the words fell, under the gaze of the crowd, 3 people walked in from outside the Fengtian palace. Who was also strange. The 3 are all dressed in plain clothes. The head of the old man gray sideburns, followed by a middle-aged man and a child. Seeing this scene, Chen Nan tightened his brows. This was the first time he had seen such an odd team of ambassadors. An old man, plus a middle-aged man, followed by a child at the end. Although he didn't know why the procession of ambassadors was like this, Chen Nan had a hunch that the purpose of these 3 people coming to Northern Wei wasn't that innocent. It was just that if he could have looked more closely, he would have realized that these 3 people looked very similar. Suddenly, the familiar mechanical voice in Chen Nan's mind came out once again. Drops. Selective quest triggered. Option 1, ignore the Western Marsh envoys and reward the host with a wimpy hat. Option 2, suppress the arrogance of the Western Shu envoys in front of the Northern Wei courtiers, rewarding the host with all the traditional medical skills of Huaxia. Hearing the voice in his head, Chen Nan froze for a moment. He was completely at a loss as to why the system would suddenly release quests related to medical skills. However, since the system had already released it, Chen Nan directly accepted the mission with the idea that something was better than nothing. During the time Chen Nan was thinking, the 3 Lu half-hanging men had already arrived at the center of the hall. The 3 of them knelt directly in the center of the hall in public, not waiting for the Empress Dowager on the dragon chair to open her mouth and ask questions. The youngest of the 3, the brat, actually let out a loud cry. The Northern Wei courtiers were astonished. They finally saw that the 3 were dressed in plain clothes, plus the child had just kneeled down and started to let out a cry. Isn't that just plain weeping? Only, this person from West Shu actually came to their Northern Wei to cry and mourn, and also in front of the dynastic Empress Dowager. This Northern Wei side seems that this is not a mission at all. This is a complete mockery of their Northern Wei. For a moment, Qin Qingmin, who was still paralyzed on the ground, saw this situation, pouncing off the ground with a flutter. At the kneeling child he raged. How dare you? Where did this wild boy come from? How dare he cry in front of my Northern Wei Empress? Are you tired of living? When these words came out, everyone stared coldly at Qin Qingmin, especially the Empress Dowager on the dragon chair. Those eyes spewed out endless anger, almost wanting to swallow Qin Qingmin alive. The atmosphere in the courtroom also became very delicate. The people present were all human beings. Anyone could see that this little kid was just crying wolf. But don't forget, the object of his weeping is the reigning Empress Dowager of Northern Wei. Even though everyone present had already seen it, none of them dared to open their mouths to clarify this one situation. As for Qin Qingmin, it was entirely due to the fact that she was in the middle of a disadvantageous encounter with Chen Nan earlier. That's why I was in such a hurry to get back in the game. Maybe so much so that I forgot what kind of a scenario I was in. Right after Qin Qingmin finished speaking, Chen Nan clearly caught a flash of joy from the face of the old man at the head of the group. Immediately afterward, the old man got up in a hurry and dragged the little kid on his right side up with him. In front of the crowd, he slapped the child's face, and at the same time, his mouth reprimanded. Silly Lu, are you really eating your brains out? When you came here, did you explain that you must not lose your manners in front of the Empress Dowager? Is that how your family educated you? Saying that, he opened his bow left and right, and slapped Lu Dummy's face more than 10 times in a row. Enough! The Empress Dowager suddenly chided. What kind of place do you take this Northern Wei dynasty hall of mine for? With just this sound, Lu half-hanging instantly stopped his hand movements, ignoring Lu's silly egg, who had blood bubbling from the corner of his mouth and his arms. With a bend in his legs, he knelt down once more. Western Shu envoy Lu half-hang sees Northern Wei Empress Dowager. I still ask the Empress Dowager to forgive my Western Shu envoys for being unreasonable. The words fell, not waiting for the Empress Dowager to open her mouth. Qin Qingmin on the side was the first to hold back, pointing at Lu half-hanging began to spit. Daring, you, an envoy. Not only did you not explain your intentions when you met my dynastic empress, but you also wantonly allowed the envoys to cry and mourn in the courtroom. To act like this, What kind of place do you take my Northern Way court hall for? A spiritual hall? Hearing this, the Northern Way officials even sucked in a breath of cold air, something that anyone could see, but was singled out by Qin Qingmin. He wasn't looking for death anymore. He was completely dancing on swords. Only, Qin Qingmin's attention was focused on Lu Halfhanging's body, completely ignoring the Empress Dowager's expression on the dragon chair that was about to eat people. Lu Halfhanging lifted his chest and turned back to glare up at Qin Qingmin, his face carrying the slightest hint if any of a smile. What? Is this how you Northern Way entertain ambassadors? He's still just a child. Could it be that your Empress Dowager would still be pussyfooting around with a child? For a moment, the corners of Chen Nan's mouth twitched. He was all too familiar with this phrase. Classic of classics. He's still a kid. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager on the dragon chair could only hold back the anger that filled her mouth and spoke through clenched teeth. Naturally, my Northern Way province has always treated people with courtesy. So naturally, I won't bother with a child. The words have been said to this point. The Northern Way officials see their own Empress Dowager have opened their mouths. It is not good to say anything more. The smirk on Lu Halfhang's face grew even wider, and his right hand didn't move as he flung it at the child. This time, Lu's silly egg, who had just been quiet for a short while, once again let out his voice and cried. This one was a couple of times louder than the last one. The courtiers were all staring at the three with a face of indignation, but they were all in the way of what their own Empress Dowager had just said, and none of them dared to open their mouths to stop them. As Lu Halfhang was gloating, he only saw Chen Nan arch his hand towards the Empress Dowager and winked again. The Empress Dowager let out a long sigh as she finally waited for Chen Nan to make a move. First, she smiled knowingly, then closed her eyes tightly, as if the matters in the courtroom had nothing to do with her at all. Chen Nan sneered and raised his foot, then kicked out Lu's silly egg, who was crying in mourning. With this kick, Chen Nan had used 10% of his strength. In an instant, Lu's silly egg flew out backwards as if he was a kite with broken strings, and his entire body violently smashed into the load-bearing pillars on the Grand Hall. At the very moment when the child was about to smash into the load-bearing pillar, the ministers in the courtroom closed their eyes at the same time. They had seen Chen Nan's strength, and with this kick, they were afraid that they would be able to kick out the brains of silly Lu. Chen Nan wasn't afraid at all. He had no intention of letting that little brat go in the first place. However, not only did he not close his eyes, but neither of the two men from Shishu closed their eyes either. Instead they were still smiling as they looked at the child that flew out. Chapter 103, Come when you want, leave when you want? In the next second, only Lu dumbass fell down from the load-bearing pillar. Falling down, silly Lu lowered his head to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and once he wiped it clean, he raised his head to stare viciously at Chen Nan. In an instant, Chen Nan saw death intent in those eyes. At this moment, Chen Nan seemed to be caught in the middle of a desolation. His entire mind was empty. The scenery in front of him changed, and his entire body was in the middle of the desert. The officials in the courtroom all disappeared and were replaced by a large dry desert. Corpses and white bones were everywhere as far as the naked eye could see. After he calmed down, there was actually a hissing sound in the distance. Chen Nan knew very well that that sound could only be made when two armies were fighting. He knew that he was in the middle of an illusion. Only Chen Nan's hands were seen embracing his chest as he assumed an imperial posture. Suddenly, an old voice came into his head. Where did you come from, little friend? And where are you going? Throughout the courtroom, those officials were staring at Chen Nan, who was trembling and dripping cold sweat down his brain. Even the Empress Dowager, whose eyes were closed, narrowed her eyes and stared at Chen Nan with a nervous expression. At this moment, everyone forgot about those three Western Shu envoys in the Great Hall. They were all staring at Chen Nan, and even the three ambassadors were not surprised. Of course, some people hoped that Chen Nan would just perish, while others hoped that he would wake up quickly, because they did not understand why Chen Nan was in such a situation. No one dared to rush forward either. In the middle of the illusion, Chen Nan shivered his mouth, just as he was about to open his mouth to reply, snapping his eyes open. Only, they were a little dull. What am I coming from? Yes, where did you come from, little friend? Tell me, and you will have eternal life, and nothing in this world will be able to trouble you. Chen Nan winced as his entire body shook a few points faster. I'm from Blue. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, the courtiers held their breath, quietly waiting for Chen Nan to say the next words. However, without waiting for Chen Nan to finish his sentence, those courtiers looked at each other. Blue, they had lived in Northern Wei for so many years, and there were just a few countries nearby, and no one had ever heard of a place that began with the word Blue. Chen Nan, king of Jinan. Hong Ming and the Empress Dowager's call sounded at the same time. In the illusionary realm, Chen Nan, who was about to reply, suddenly heard a succession of faint cries. Maybe it's about holding on to each other. Maybe it's about trusting each other. Although the voice was very weak, Chen Nan was still able to distinguish that it was none other than Hong Ming and the Empress Dowager's voice. In the next second, only Chen Nan's cloudy eyes instantly became transparent, a few points more transparent than before. Grinning from the corner of his mouth, he shouted from the bottom of his heart, "Old me, but the Jinnan king of Northern Wei." As the voice fell, all those illusions dissipated, and Chen Nan, who opened his eyes, saw that before him was still the Fengtian palace of the Northern Wei dynasty. Only, at this moment, he exuded a unique aura. The moment they saw Chen Nan awake, some people in the courtroom were happy and some were sad. Hong Ming and the Empress Dowager and the others all looked delighted. On the contrary, the Western Shu envoys and Qin Changmin and the others were indignant. They hated why Chen Nan didn't die in this way. If Chen Nan had died, they would not have suffered a great defeat in Western Shu, and Northern Wei would not have seen such a huge reform. Chen Nan first looked at the Empress Dowager and nodded slightly. He looked at Hong Ming again and was about to nod his head to indicate that he was fine when he saw Hong Ming's eyes with a grudge. Chen Nan hurriedly shifted his gaze elsewhere. "Dare I ask the king of Jinan, why did you take action against my Western Shu envoys? Could it be that King Jinan is trying to start a war between Northern Wei and Western Shu? King Jinan, don't forget, he's still just a child, and that's just lucky that there was no accident. In case there is an accident, how will you let me, a handful of old men, go back and explain to my majesty of Western Shu? That's right, Chen Nan, don't forget, they are ambassadors of the Western Shu country. You took a shot at the ambassadors in public. If this gets out, how will I lose face in Northern Wei? Where will the Empress Dowager's face go?" Qin Changmin was furious and actually agreed. Hearing Qin Changmin's concurrence, Lu Hafhang was obviously stunned. He didn't expect that there were actually people in Northern Wei who were on his side. Only, the attention of the crowd was on Chen Nan, and no one saw that the Empress Dowager's eyes, which were already tinged with murderous intent, were hovering over Qin Changmin. Chen Nan glanced at Qin Changmin and pressed his thoughts, walked straight to Lu Hafhang in front of him and smiled contemptuously. "All right, stand up. My Northern Wei doesn't need such a perfunctory mission from your Western Shu." Lu Hafhang stalled and looked up at the Empress Dowager, who still had her eyes tightly closed. He sort of understood that this Empress Dowager had given Chen Nan all the control over everything. Then, without further hesitation, he got up and locked eyes with Chen Nan. "Lu Hafhang, right? The Western Marsh envoys, right? He's still a kid, right?" Chen Nan sneered. "Don't forget, I'm still a child too. I, Chen Nan, am fighting your Shishu's children today. So what if I provoke a war between the two countries? As long as I, Chen Nan, am in Northern Wei for a single day, you, Shishu, will not presume to cross the borders of Northern Wei. You." Lu Hafhang gasped in anger. He could never have imagined that Chen Nan would actually be so shameless, able to talk about beating a child in public in such an honorable manner. Although he was angry, he also understood that what Chen Nan said was the truth. As long as Chen Nan was there, they, Shishu, could indeed not cross the border of Northern Wei. At this moment, the two of them drew everyone's attention over, completely not noticing that Lu Silieg, who had been kicked out by Chen Nan, had his hands clenched tightly, and his entire body was aimed at the Northern Wei Empress Dowager, while his eyelids were tightly closed. "King Jinan, could it be that you really want to provoke a war between the two countries?" Lu Hafhang asked once again in an undeterred manner. "So what if it's a war? I, Northern Wei, have never been afraid of war." Chen Nan gave a lofty cry. Suddenly, Lu Silieg slowly walked behind Lu Hafhang and gently tugged on the tail of his shirt. Feeling the strength behind him, Lu Hafhang did not turn around. A hidden flash of smugness on his face, despite being subtle, it was still captured by Chen Nan. His intuition told him that Lu Hafhang must have gotten his hands on something, or else he wouldn't have shown this expression. "Humph, since the king of Jinan said so, then it seems that there is no need for me to travel to Northern Wei. In that case, we will leave." After saying that, not giving the Northern Wei officials a chance to react at all, the three of them, as if they had discussed the situation, twisted their heads and took a step at the same time, about to walk towards the outside of the hall. "Come and go as you please? Think my Northern Wei Fengtian Palace is your backyard? Where is the Imperial Army? Stop the Western Shu envoys for this king." At this moment, Chen Nan completely radiated the aura of an 8th grade martial artist. He had yet to figure out the intentions of the Western Shu envoys, so naturally he would not expose all of his strength so quickly. Therefore, the strength of an 8th grade martial artist was the most appropriate at the current time. Chapter 104, The Empress Dowager is going to die? At Chen Nan's command, the Imperial Army did not make a move. They were all personal guards, so naturally they would only follow the Empress Dowager's will. And although Chen Nan was powerful, he was still only the king of Jinan. far from reaching the point of ordering them. However, Lu Halfhanging's right foot that had been lifted out suddenly returned to its original position, and seeing this, the two people behind him similarly stopped. The three of them turned back to Chen Nan at the same time, only to see Lu Halfhanging's eyes explode with two streams of brilliant light. What? King Jinan wants to leave us behind? Chen Nan watched for a long time and murmured, could it be that all of you people from Shishu are so impolite? What does that mean? Chen Nan hugged his hands towards the Empress Dowager behind him. My Northern Wei Empress has not yet given her word, and you want to leave like this? Are you not simply not putting my Northern Wei in your eyes? In the next moment, Chen Nan lifted his foot toward the three while speaking. Do you really think that my Northern Wei is something that you can come and go as you please? Seeing that Chen Nan was getting closer and closer, the old aura on Lu Halfhanging's body completely dissipated and was replaced by a touch of lingering coldness. It was at the moment when the two men's auras went toe-to-toe. A loud cry was suddenly ushered in from outside the hall. Mo Bai, under the Jinnan King's command, requests an audience. Once these words came out, the courtiers were once again in shock, especially Chen Nan. He had instructed Mo Bai to purposely leave him in the middle of the Wei Capital government office, and had also instructed the other party to manage the security of Wei Capital well. Just how did he suddenly come to the court? All that was yet to be known until he came in. However, the uneasy premonition in Chen Nan's heart grew a few points stronger, but strangely enough, after a long time, the Northern Wei Empress Dowager on the dragon chair was still supporting her jaw with her right hand, and had no idea of summoning her. Lu Halfhang let out a wild laugh. Your Highness should leave us alone and take a look at your Northern Wei Empress first. Could it be that you have been so frightened by my Western Shuan voice that you don't even dare to summon your Northern Wei courtiers? In an instant, Chen Nan turned around as he focused all of his attention on the Empress Dowager. Only then did he realize that the breath on the latter's body was just too weak, and he was already on the verge of dying. Only Chen Nan was seen rushing out at an extremely fast speed, with a distance of tens of paces between the two sides. It only took Chen Nan 2 breaths to arrive at the Empress Dowager's side. Seeing this scene, the courtiers were directly stunned, and Eunuch Wang beside the Empress Dowager was even quick to speak out to discourage them. Your Highness, you are overstepping your bounds. Why don't you go down quickly? Chen Nan squinted at Eunuch Wang and bellowed. Get lost. Chen Nan was seen coming to the dragon chair, raising his right hand slightly trembling and placing his fingers tentatively at the slightest point of the Empress Dowager's nose. With this test, the Empress Dowager's breathing weakened a few more points, and her entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Chen Nan's hand froze in midair. Eunuch Wang also sensed that something was wrong, but he didn't have the guts that Chen Nan had. One can only summon up the courage to inquire. Your Majesty, the Empress. The latter words were not asked, but he could sense that the Empress Dowager must have had an accident. Chen Nan raised his head and gazed at the Shishu trio. He naturally knew that he was afraid that all of this was the work of these three people. Noticing Chen Nan's gaze, a cold smile surfaced at the corner of Lu Hanuwang's mouth. Has your Highness probed into anything? Is it that your Northern Wei Empress is dying? What? The Empress Dowager is going to die? No way. No one has touched the Empress Dowager since the beginning? Upon hearing Lu Halfhang's words, the group of ministers fell into a panic. The late emperor had been dead for but a year, and as a result, the Empress Dowager was now on the verge of death, and the large Northern Wei had only one young emperor. Where do they, the courtiers, go from here? Big words. Who said that my Northern Wei Empress is going to die? Chen Nan stormed out. He slammed the dragon case and shouted, my colleagues, the Empress Dowager's old illness has recurred, and she needs a doctor to save her. Now, the Northern Wei dynasty is taken over by this king. Chen Nan spoke extremely fast, not giving the crowd any time to react at all. Then he spoke, is Eunuch Wang available? Eunuch Wang beside the Empress Dowager also knew that at this time, it would be appropriate for Chen Nan to accept the Northern Wei dynasty. Without the slightest hesitation, he gave a sharp cry, Minion is here. But please command your Highness. Chen Nan nodded with satisfaction. Please trouble Eunuch Wang to announce the eunuchs and send 2 palace maids to assist the Empress Dowager to go down to check her body. Is General Hong Ming available? Below, Hong Ming froze for a moment and hurriedly spoke out. Hong Ming is here. During the Empress Dowager's diagnosis and treatment, General Hong Ming will accompany her throughout. And remember, General Hong must not leave her behind. Hong Ming clasped his fists and said, I, Hong Ming, will certainly always keep in mind your Majesty's military orders. Chen Nan then went on to speak. Where is General Wei Hongzhe? Not waiting for Hongzhe to open his mouth, Lu Halfhang interrupted. Jinan King or don't bother. According to me, your Northern Wei suffers from heart disease, can't be saved. You Northern Wei might as well surrender to my Western Shu at an early date, and this envoy will still be able to speak more favorably for you in front of my Majesty. Under his compulsion, 2 voices of surrender actually did come out from among the courtiers. Chen Nan knew that he had to make an example of the courtiers at this time, and quickly rushed to the courtiers and drew the sword on his waist. A lucky one was chosen at random from among the civil ministers, and a sword was stabbed into the middle of the period's chest. Then he coldly swept his eyes at the crowd. Northern Wei ministers, who dares to say surrender, will end up like this person. At this moment, anyone could see that Chen Nan had already killed his eyes, and anyone who dared to disobey him would have his soul returned to the west in the next second. 1 or 2 mouths flattered at the same time. We will certainly follow in the footsteps of King Jinnan and work together. Hearing this, Chen Nan's face only eased up, and he also knew that this group of people were all just agreeing with each other on their mouths, but in reality, they would more or less have that little heart in their hearts. However, he wasn't going to give the group any hope of messing up, only to hear him shout once again, "Where is General Wei Hongzhe?" Hongzhe didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly answered, "Hongzhe is here. Please also command King Jinnan." Chen Nan knew that Hongzhe's main position was the general of Wei, and his duty was to defend the safety of the palace, and he also had certain rights to command the imperial guards. Then he opened his mouth. During the Empress Dowager's medical treatment, Hongzhe accepts full authority to defend the palace. The entire palace guards are all replaced by the imperial guards. All people entering the palace must have the king's decree, and those who disobey the decree can be beheaded on the spot. I, Hongzhe, abide by the Jinnan king's military orders at all times. With a grim expression, Hongzhe replied and withdrew to begin commanding the imperial guards to take over the defense of the palace. After settling the palace defense, Chen Nan looked at Chang Sun-du and spoke again. "Is Right Prime Minister Chang Sun-du available?" Chang Sun-du froze. He did not expect that there was something about himself in this. However, he still walked to the center as fast as he could. "I, Chang Sun-du, am here, and I ask for King Jinnan's command." During the period of the Empress Dowager's medical treatment, Prime Minister Chang Sun cooperates with the king in the execution of dynastic government, and if the subordinate officials refuse to do so, they can be beheaded on the spot. Chang Sun-du hurriedly clasped his fists. "I, Chang Sun-du, will then be at your majesty's command." With the orders issued one after another, everyone could see that Chen Nan was truly red-eyed, and was even at risk of seizing power. However, none of them dared to open their mouths and say a word of no. After doing this, Chen Nan remembered that Mobai was still outside the palace listening to the proclamation. In a loud voice, he said, "Declare Mobai to the court." Chapter 105 Step over my dead body. Declare Mobai to the court. That familiar voice rang out, and the crowd saw a figure rush into the middle of the great hall. The visitor was none other than Mobai, and as soon as he came in, he knelt down in the center of the hall and hurriedly spoke. "Report to the Empress Dowager. Just a moment ago, the price of grain skyrocketed in Weidu, and the great families of the world all closed their doors and locked up their own granaries. Nowadays, the streets of Wei capital are all filled with agitated people. Please make a decision on this matter as soon as possible." Empress Dowager. What? Grain prices have skyrocketed in Weidu? The great families of the world are shutting their doors and ignoring the world? At this moment, the courtiers were once again in the midst of panic. Chen Nan knew that this time, Northern Wei would be in the middle of an unprecedented desperate situation. He stabilized his mind. At this critical moment, as the king of Jinnan, he definitely couldn't disorganize himself. Mobai, what exactly is the situation? Stand up and say it to this king carefully. Mobai, who was kneeling below, froze. He didn't hear the voice of the Empress Dowager, but heard the voice of his own king. Just to see Mobai raised his head in surprise and scanned the hall, only to see that, unfortunately, there was no shadow of the Empress Dowager anywhere in the hall. There was only Chen Nan, the king of Jinnan, and a group of Northern Wei courtiers with different minds. Mobai also didn't bother with the Empress Dowager and said bluntly, "Your Highness, you have asked my little one to manage the security of Weidu. However, just earlier, within the Wei capital city, all the stores were closed, and all the grain in the city disappeared without a trace. My subordinate has sent people to discuss with those great families, asking them to first take out the food from their own homes for emergencies. But those people simply ignored my subordinates, and said that the grain was all grown on their own land, and there was no reason to contribute it to the court. Cut the crap and get to the point. This king wants to know the actual situation in Wei capital right now." Chen Nan said angrily, "Your Highness, nowadays the streets are filled with parading people who seem to be organized. I sent the government officials out, but who knows? The people were not afraid at all, and even injured many government officials. Nowadays, the entire Wei capital is in the midst of chaos. The Empress Dowager's death. The price of food has skyrocketed. The people are rioting. Northern Wei is going to die. We'd better find a way back earlier." Among the civil ministers, one suddenly rushed out and started babbling in front of the crowd. Chen Nan laughed coldly. Those who shake the heart of the court's military shall be beheaded. Wushu, chop it up. With a command, Wushu rushed forward in 2 steps and cut down the babbler to the ground in 3 or 2 strokes. With the first, a second stepped forward, followed by a third, and a fourth. Chen Nan was genuinely moved with anger, his voice carrying endless might. Where are the Imperial Guards? This time, the Imperial Guards on the outskirts of the Great Hall were obedient. In an instant, more than a dozen people poured into the large hall. Chen Nan pointed at the civil ministers who spoke before him. Kill them for the king. Whoever dares to shake the military center of gravity, kill them all for the king. The Imperial Guards obeyed the order and stepped forward to quickly cut down all of the several men. Under Chen Nan's iron-blooded tactics, the Great Hall finally returned to the kind of calm it had previously enjoyed. Suddenly, Lu Halfhang grinned. Since your northern way is in such a mess, and you're not willing to surrender to my western shu, then the king will take his time to govern, and we ambassadors will return to my western shu first, he said, turning to leave again. Chen Nan grunted coldly. What? Do you really think you can walk out of this hall? Just then Hong Zhe brought dozens of Imperial Guards to completely surround the Great Hall. He himself even stepped back into the Great Hall with 4 soldiers. What? Does your highness really think that you can keep us in by relying on this group of shrimp soldiers? Lu Halfhang's mouth scraped with a hint of a smile. Scorn was written in his eyes as he looked around at the Imperial Guards that surrounded them. Chen Nan took a step forward. My northern way has countless military generals. Do you really think you can walk out? Lu Halfhanging was even more disdainful. Ha ha ha. I admit that your northern way has many military generals. The 2 with the highest strength are just Hong Ming and Light Feather, and the 2 of them are just 7th grade martial artists. At the most, we'll add you, the 8th grade martial artist Jinnan King, not to mention Hong Ming has been transferred by you. Besides, does your highness really think that Light Feather will follow your orders? As far as I know, it seems that Light Feather is going to be faded out of the top echelon by your northern way Empress, right? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of more than a dozen military generals simultaneously looked at Light Feather, who was not the least bit conspicuous in the crowd. Indeed, if it wasn't for Lu Halfhanging mentioning the words, they would have forgotten that Northern Way still had Light Feather as a person. Chen Nan's gaze also gradually looked toward Lightning Feather. Lightning Feather also raised her head, just in time to lock eyes with Chen Nan. The 2 men's eyes met in a single glance, and Chen Nan read the longing in the other's eyes, with a hint of unwillingness in it. Suddenly, Wushu grunted coldly. The king said you can't walk out, so you just can't walk out. As the words fell, he saw Wushu ignoring the gap in strength between the 2 sides, raising his right fist high and charging up towards Lu Hanhuang. Only, before he could rush in front of Lu Halfhanging, he saw his right palm gently waving out. Wushu quickly flew backwards, and in mid-air, Wushu sprayed blood in a large mouth as his entire body fell to the ground, his hands covering his chest in pain, his breath wilting. Looking at Wusu, who was lying on the ground in agony, Lu Hanhuang laughed. TSK, 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 is this the Jinnan King's men? It's really unbearable. Raising his head again, he turned to Chen Nan. Is there anything else, your highness? If not, we must leave. In the face of Lu Halfhanging's provocation, Chen Nan did not open his mouth, but merely gazed at the other party quietly. Seeing this, Lu Halfhang spat on the ground. This is your northern way? This is your Jinnan King? It's really just like trash. Immediately after that, he looked to the side of the military generals and shrugged. You guys, what a bunch of losers. No one said a word when you were beaten up in the courtroom. Let's just die while we still can. When these words came out, the already exasperated military generals turned even more red with shame. Lu Halfhang's words were extremely insulting. Even so, the Northern Way military generals still didn't dare to come forward. In full view of everyone, Lu Halfhang waved his hand, turned around with the 2 of them and headed out of the hall. Suddenly, Hongza blocked the entrance of the hall with 4 Imperial Guards. Lu Halfhang froze. What? You want to stop me? Hongza smiled helplessly. I know I'm no match for you, but the king of Jinnan said that you can't leave. As general of the guard, I, Hongza, am more than capable of guarding the safety of the palace. If you really want to leave, then you'll only have to step over my Hongza's corpse to get there. The words came, and Hongza's aura quickly rose high, staying firmly above the 5th rank. Lu Halfhang snorted. TSK, it seems that you Northern Way still have some bloodlust. Since you have this request, then I'll have to fulfill you. Without waiting for Hongza to make a move, Lu Halfhang rushed out with a ghostly speed. A jab lands to the small of Hanzer's back. In an instant, Hongza looked down at his belly, and a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Both knees made a bend and went straight down. Chapter 106, you 3 are grandparents and grandchildren, right? Hong Za knelt down. He knelt down in front of Lu Hafhang in front of all the Northern Wei courtiers. Lu Hafhang stared at Hong Zhe in front of him and laughed maniacally. This is your Northern Wei's military general? Now being in front of me. A vassal of Western Sichuan? Chen Nan? King of Jinan? Nothing more than that. The blood flowing from the corner of Hong Za's mouth dripped drop by drop onto the floor of the great hall. The voice wasn't very loud, but it knocked heavily on the heart of every Northern Wei vassal. Chen Nan looked at Lightning Feather and slowly shook his head. It was only the moment Lu Hanhuang raised his foot once again, wanting to walk out of the great hall. Hong Za, whose breath was disordered, suddenly raised his right hand and tugged on Lu Hanhuang's pants leg in a deadly manner. Opening his blood-covered mouth, he said in a cold voice, I said, if you want to leave the great hall, you can't do so unless you step over my corpse. Without any hesitation, Lu Hafhang raised his leg. This time, Hong Za didn't even have the strength to kneel on the ground. Boom, a bang. His body just lay straight on the ground. A cold smile spread across the corners of Lu Hafhang's mouth. Hong Za? Chen Nan? That's really interesting. Without any mercy, Lu Hafhang raised his foot again, right in front of Hong Za's furiously opened eyes. When he was about to step down, Chen Nan moved. His speed was fast, like a phantom, and in 2 breaths, he appeared in front of Lu Hafhang. He raised his aura to the extreme without a word of nonsense. A very simple straight right hand lands to the chest of Lu Hafhollow. In the eyes of the crowd, this light punch had sent Lu Hafhang flying backwards with his body bent. The flip came so quickly that it caused no one to react at all. By the time they got a good look, Lu Hafhang was already lying in the center of the main hall, with all the strength he could muster. He lifted his head with his arms braced on the ground and tried to keep himself as calm as possible, but the look of shock in his eyes still betrayed him. You are not just an 8th grade martial artist? You actually broke through to the sovereign? Lu Haf hung his mouth wide open. No, that's impossible. Without their help, it's impossible for us to break through to an 8th grade martial artist. Chen Nan, who exactly are you? And what kind of power is standing behind you? At this moment, Lu Hafhang was in a daze, no longer having the breezy expression and mocking smile he had earlier. All he had was shock at Chen Nan's strength and curiosity about his identity. Chen Nan spoke indifferently. I am who I am, the Jinan king of Northern Wei, and behind me stands naturally the entire Northern Wei. His voice was cold, without an ounce of emotion. Hearing the reply, Lu Hafhang's eyes were bare red as he exclaimed, No, it's impossible. Without them, how could you possibly break through the 8th grade? Nothing is impossible. Just like them, Chen Nan said, reaching out and pointing at a circle of Northern Wei ministers. Just like them, no one can see that your Western Shu envoys are actually grandparents and grandchildren, right? This child is your grandson, right? From East Qin? The illusion is well practiced, but unfortunately it's still a bit short. As Chen Nan's words fell, Lu Hafhang's already shocked eyes widened a bit more. How do you know? Chen Nan scorned the 3. It's actually not that hard to guess. At this moment, Chen Nan understood all of it. Lu Hanhuang's purpose for coming to Northern Wei was not a mission, or not just a mission. From the beginning to the end, the trio's idea was to provoke a great war between the 2 countries. At the moment Lu Silly Egg made his move, Chen Nan was still puzzled as to why there would be a capable person in West Shu that only existed in East Qin. Just as the Empress Dowager fell into a deep sleep, Chen Nan figured everything out. Perhaps, Lu Hafhang is not exactly from Western Sichuan. It could also be argued that he has a power behind him as well. Moreover, it was highly likely that this person was the same as the forces behind Qin Qingmen. Chen Nan gazed coldly at Silly Lu, his lips slightly parted. If it wasn't for him, perhaps I wouldn't have guessed it so easily. It's a shame it's all coming to an end. You 3, you won't be able to walk out of my Northern Wei's territory after all. As the words fell, Chen Nan's eyes were ruthless as he instantly arrived in front of Silly Lu. With his right hand extended, he easily lifted it in the middle of mid-air. One step at a time, he walked up to Lu Hafhang. I know, people like you don't have any feelings at all, but I still want to see what it's really like to witness the death of your own grandson. Only when Chen Nan threw himself forcefully into the air, Lu's silly egg was thrown into the air. During this one breath of time, Chen Nan squinted his eyes, keeping an eye on Lu Hafhang's facial expression. Even though Lu Hanhuang follows the orders of the forces behind him, he still can't escape the bondage of kinship. Right at the moment when Silly Lu was about to smash into the ground, his eyes still couldn't help but twitch. Seeing the expression he wanted to see, the corners of Chen Nan's mouth rose, and seeing the right moment, he instantly struck out. The right hand reached out and pinched right on Silly Lu's neck. Seeing that his grandson was fine, Lu Hafhang eased his breath. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Chen Nan, you can't kill him. If you kill him, your Empress Dowager will remain trapped in that illusion. Only if he lives will you Empress Dowager have any hope of surviving. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can try. At this moment, Lu Half-Hanging was truly afraid. He had sold his life for those behind him for his entire life, and only had his own grandchildren when he was past his prime, so naturally he didn't want to see this scene. However, the pressure Chen Nan had given him was simply too great, and it simply could not raise a single thought of resistance. At this moment, Lu Half-Hanging had completely lost his fighting spirit, and he was also clear that what Chen Nan had said before was true. The three of them, the grandparents and the grandchildren, really couldn't walk out of the Northern Wei court. Fortunately, his mission was accomplished and the man was able to survive. Seeing Lu Half-Hang's expression, Chen Nan hesitated. He wasn't sure if what the other party was saying was true or not, but at this point, he can't abandon the entire Northern Wei. Dropping, detected that the host completely breaks up Lu Half-Hanging's resistance. Mission accomplished. Rewarding the host with all the traditional healing arts of Huaxia, please absorb it in time. The reward has arrived? Chen Nan froze, and a flash of hope rose in his heart. With all the traditional medical techniques in China, it was not guaranteed that there was a way inside that could save the Empress Dowager. Chen Nan, who had already laughed out flowers inwardly, still had a chilling look on his face. What do you say is what? Lu Half-Hanging smiled bitterly. What I said is true, and, even if my grandson lives, he can only hang on to your Empress Dowager's breath. With this kind of illusion, there is no way to save it at all, and the only way to get through it is to rely on its own tenacious will to tough it out. Speaking here, Lu Half-Hanging stared at Chen Nan unexpectedly and suspiciously. Did you know? Just a moment ago, when my grandson used the illusion on you, all three of us thought that you couldn't hold on to completely fall into the illusion. Who knows? You actually did pull through, and you're still the first person I've ever seen who can walk out from the middle of such an illusion. Truly, I have to admire you. You, Chen Nan, are completely worthy of the Northern Wei's Jinnan King. Getting respect from an opponent would make anyone happy, but the current Chen Nan really didn't have the heart for it. He slowed his breath and stared icily at Lu Half-Hanging. I'll reluctantly trust you for now. Of course you know what will happen to you yourself. The day the Empress Dowager wakes up will mean the death of your grandparents. Only to see Chen Nan's sharp hand, waste Lu Half-Hanging limbs, still do not feel at ease, and then break its meridians. Chapter 107, Qin Qingmen with a wide-minded mind. Lu Half-Hanging, the legendary figure of Western Sichuan, had become a complete invalid today. The moment his meridians snapped, his strength quickly dissipated and the aura on his body continued to fall. In just a few short breaths, Lu Half-Hanging was as if several centuries had passed. From a moment ago the refreshed old man became a late old man. Without any mercy, Chen Nan turned around and used the same maneuver again to waste Lu Hanuan's son. Only then did he come to Hongzhe with the intention of checking his physical condition. Seeing this, Lu Half-Hang smiled miserably. Don't bother, he's a 5th grade martial artist, being punched and kicked by me, a half-step sect master in a row. Not dying on the spot already counts as a great life for him. They say it's a long life, but in reality it's only 2 days away, so we'd better hurry up and prepare his afterlife. Chen Nan glared back. When I was in Deqian, the world knew that I, Chen Nan, was erudite and talented, a rare political talent. After arriving at the Northern Wei, the world knows that I, Chen Nan, can put pen to paper and settle the world, and that I can tread on a horse and settle the world. Today, I'll let you, Lu Half-Hanging, see my Chen Nan's third identity. Glancing again at the dumbfounded Lu dummy. Also, do you think I really don't dare to kill you guys? I'm just trying to give you a little bit of hope, and will end up crushing that hope of yours with my own hands, so that you die with endless curiosity. Lu Half-Hanging snorted coldly. Only then did I praise you. You really don't know the heights of heaven. Do you really think that the foreigners cultivated by East Qin have such little means? The old man would like to see how you brought the half-dead Hongzhe back to life. And even more so, I would like to see how you brought your Northern Wei's Empress Dowager back to life. Chen Nan affirmed. Don't worry, the three of you can only be executed by the decree of my Northern Wei Empress Dowager herself. When he said that, he ignored the other party and inwardly shouted, accept the healing, dripping. All Chinese medical techniques have been transmitted. In a split second, Chen Nan only felt that there was a great deal more knowledge about the medical arts inside his brain. The knowledge, though plentiful, was not cluttered, as if it had been mastered by birth, and could be easily put away. Only to see Chen Nan's hand resting on Hongzhe's wrist. Under his fine feeling, he realized that Hongzhe's physical condition was not very good. The meridians in his body were all scattered and his 5 organs had been dislocated. One thing Lu Half-Hang said was right. Hongzhe didn't die really because he was relying on his tenacious willpower to hold on. During the period when Chen Nan was taking Hongzhe's pulse, those civil and military personnel in the Great Hall did not look favorably on Chen Nan. They recognized that Chen Nan had some unique insights in politics and agreed with Chen Nan's force value. But healing the sick and saving others, Chen Nan simply didn't have the experience. So how could he possibly be able to save the dying Hengzi? Your Majesty's condolences. According to the old minister, it's better to choose a place with better feng shui for General Hengzi earlier. Chang Sun-du stepped forward and spoke with a hint of grief. Admittedly, he hadn't exactly been on good terms with the Hong family in the past. But no matter what, Hengzi was in this situation for the sake of Northern Wei. In all reason, their group should give it the respect it deserves. As the words fell, the other civil and military personnel also chimed in. Your Highness might as well let General Hengzi rest in peace early. Human death was a big deal, and none of them wanted Hengzi, who was already dead, to be tortured by Chen Nan. Chen Nan turned his head to look angrily at the crowd. This king tells you that Hengzi is not dead. If anyone else dares to speak out of turn, I will not blame this king for having no eyes in his hands with his sword. Turning his head again, he stared at Mo Bai. Mo Bai, I order you to lead 1,000 Imperial Forest troops to the military camp to mobilize the army. From this moment on, the entire Wei capital is under martial law. No one is allowed to enter or leave. No pedestrians other than patrolling soldiers are allowed on the streets after sunset. You can announce in front of all the people of the city that within 3 days, the king will definitely solve the problem of food. Chang Sun-du, this king orders you to open the treasury wide and take out all the grain in it and give it to Mo Bai to distribute to the people. Remember, the people must not be thrown into a panic. Immediately afterward, only to see Chen Nan's expression a cold, of course. If there is someone among the people to provoke chaos can be beheaded on the spot. Then he looked around the circle of courtiers. Gentlemen, this is a national disaster. Whoever dares to make trouble out of it, don't blame the king for being blinded by his sword. Under Chen Nan's intimidation, the Northern Wei courtiers lowered their heads at the same time, and none of them dared to look at Chen Nan. Mo Bai and Chang Sun-du, on the other hand, both winced as they cupped their fists and said, "The two of us respectfully follow your Majesty's military orders." Chen Nan nodded. In that case, Mo Bai, you speedily lead your army to the outside of the city to promise to make sure to solve the problem of the people rioting in the city for me in the shortest possible time. Mo Bai once again clasped his fists and ran out from Chen Nan's side, and following him out, there were also 1,000 imperial guards. After seeing Mo Bai leave, Chen Nan began to take Hengzi's pulse. It was only when he got his hands on it that he realized that Hengzi's situation was a few degrees more serious than it was just a moment ago. Chen Nan could not help but feel a surge of anger rising in the middle of his chest. If it wasn't for the interruption from the group of ministers just now, I'm afraid that by this time he would have already begun to diagnose Hengzi. After taking his pulse, Chen Nan determined that Hengzi was only having his 5 organs dislocated and his meridians broken. This kind of injury, it is good to say that it can be cured or not. All that was needed was to categorize their 5 organs through Chinese medicine techniques, and then reattach the broken meridians through acupuncture. If they were put on an ordinary person, just the 5 alien organs alone would have rendered them helpless. Chen Nan, however, was a master at the level of a patriarch, and through maneuvers, it was not difficult to restore the 5 viscera to their original positions. Just when he was planning to have acupuncture, he suddenly realized that this continent did not have acupuncture as a way to save people. There was no choice but to ask, Chang Sun-du, does the state treasury or the imperial hospital have any of those slender silver needles? Chang Sun-du froze and said in a daze, Your Highness, the old minister has never heard of such a thing, and I don't know what use your Highness would have for such a thing? Chen Nan sighed. This result had already occurred to him when he opened his mouth to inquire, only to retreat to the next best thing, since there is none. Then please trouble the right minister to fetch the strips of silver products from the state treasury or the imperial hospital. This king has his own use. No one knew why Chen Nan suddenly wanted silver products. It was Qin Xingmin who didn't know where to get the courage to give a few civil ministers behind him a wink. Now that the Empress Dowager is in a coma, the courtroom has almost become Chen Nan's one voice. You know, silver products can be more than just precious, so simple, but also can be poured into the official silver circulation in the people. In an instant, Qin Xingmin thought of a possibility. He thought that Chen Nan was using this opportunity to create a large amount of official silver, thus enriching his royal residence. Thinking of this possibility, Qin Xingmin's mind instantly came alive. Standing up fiercely, he pointed at Chen Nan and said in a loud voice, Chen Nan, could it be that you want to take this opportunity to create a large amount of silver to enrich the royal household? Chen Nan stared blankly. He merely wanted the strips of silver products to be burned into silver needles so that he could administer the needles. However, his true thoughts were naturally unknown to Qin Xingmin. In the next second, Chen Nan's face changed and he smiled contemptuously. Qin Chengmin, this king does not have the time to play this kind of house game with you right now. Just then, He reacted to the fact that it was entirely possible that the forces behind Qin Qingmin and the forces behind Lu Halfhanging were one force. After reacting, the eyes that regarded Qin Qingmin carried a hint of cruelty. Chapter 108, The Choice of the manhwa. Qin Qingmin felt Chen Nan's terrifying eyes and unconsciously took a step back, saying shakily, "Chen Nan, what do you want?" Chen Nan sprinted to Qin Qingmin, lifted him up and spoke viciously, "If you still want to live, just stay quietly on the sidelines." After threatening it, a hand threw it out. Chen Nan had not made a move against Qin Qingmin yet, solely because of the unknown forces behind him. He always felt that the unknown forces behind it would form a scourge later. Leaving it also gives a little more insight into that power. When Chen Nan returned to Hongzhe, 2 eunuchs followed behind Chang Sundu, and the eunuchs were each holding a tray in their hands, which contained the very barred silver products he had requested. It's just that all of those silver products are of the very thick kind, and it's completely impossible to transform them into something like silver needles in a short period of time. Having no choice but to do so, the crowd only saw Chen Nan stretching out his hands and rapidly pointing them out in various places on Hongzhe's body. Chang Sundu was puzzled. What is the king doing? Chen Nan sighed. What you have brought is not at all in line with my expectations. This king can only seal General Hongzhe's bloodline first, and then heal him later when it has been burned. Nagasundo nodded thoughtfully. Eunuch Wang. Chen Nan spoke again. As the words fell, Eunuch Wang quickly came behind Chen Nan. I'm here. What are your majesty's orders? Go fetch a pen and paper, and the king will draw out for you what is needed. At the sound of the voice, Eunuch Wang turned around and threw himself inside the great hall. Watching him walk out of the great hall, Chen Nan tiredly rubbed his forehead. The situation was now far beyond his expectations. With the Empress Dowager in a coma and Hongzhe seriously injured, the only one civilian minister who could be of use was Chang Sundu. No one on the military side pressed to listen to him. Then there was Light Feather, who remained unmoved after Chen Nan's several attempts. At that moment, Chen Nan remembered that Wushu had also been injured by Lu Hanhuang. Turning to look, he saw Wushu lying next to the warlord, with no one to help him up at all. Chen Nan quickly came to its side and carefully felt down, which was a relief. Wushu's situation was far better than Hongzhe's. It's just that he was injured and had some major ups and downs in his breathing. Chen Nan snorted coldly. You are really good subjects of my northern way, watching your fellow soldiers lying on the ground without doing anything about it. Once these words came out, most of the military generals lowered their heads, not daring to look at Chen Nan. Instead, it was Light Feather who sneered back. What are these words from King Jinnan? Nowadays, if Wushu were the Empress Dowager's man, we would naturally help him out. But isn't Wushu one of your Jinnan King's people? Your Jinnan King is so powerful and excellent as a supreme character. Do you really need the help of us little people? If we do make a move, won't we break your Jinnan King's face? That's right. How powerful a character you Jinnan King are. Wantonly slaughtering civil officials and military generals in the imperial court. If we were to really make a move, wouldn't that be an explicit way to tell the crowd that you Jinnan King can't do it? We second the motion. Because of Light Feather's words, the civil and military ministers viewed Chen Nan's face as not so friendly. Do you really think the king is doing all this for his own rights? Chen Nan raised his head and swept his gaze over the crowd, coldly saying in a chilling voice, this king has just said the same thing. The Western Marsh envoys are 3 grandchildren, and their grandson is a foreigner trained by Eastern Qin. That's 2 countries, plus the Great Qian to the south. As we all know, Great Qian and our northern way have never gotten along. If it really triggers a war between several countries, do you think that Qian will stand by and do nothing? Don't forget that there is still a barbarian tribe in my northern way territory. This tribe was beaten by the late emperor to the point of begging for peace in the first place. But are they really sincere in their plea for peace? It's still not coveting the might of the late emperor and being forced to come under the jurisdiction of my northern way. There's also a literary power, the southern Tang, to the southwest. Do you really think that just because someone else is a literary power, they won't go out and fight? In the next second, Chen Nan fiercely stood up. This king will tell you the truth today. If anyone does not wish to continue serving as an official of my northern way, they may leave now. And later this king will notify the imperial guards inside the palace to make a path for you to leave. If you still want to do your part for my northern way, then let go of your wariness of this king and abandon your personal grudges against each other for the time being. The words have come to this, give you 10 breaths of time to consider. If you want to leave as soon as possible, this king will never stay. The words were spoken, and the civil and military sides fell into deep contemplation. There are no cuties who can stand here. They all knew that what Chen Nan said wasn't very nice. But the reasoning was so true. Northern way is weak. Other countries will not watch. Even the weakest comprehensive national strength of the South Tang will also intervene. Want to come in to share a little benefit. Chen Nan, on the other hand, ignored the crowd and concentrated on healing up Wushu. Fortunately, his injuries were not too serious, and under his healing, he soon got back on his feet. Although not as lively as before, the simple ability to perform was still there. After Wu Su stood up, he said with a red face, "Your Highness, I have disgraced you." Chen Nan patted his shoulder. "There is no harm in it. As this king has seen, you are very brave and a qualified general." Immediately afterward, he said in a chilling voice, "Gentlemen, have you considered this? Among the civil ministers, there are several people who look at each other, and see several people walk out at the same time. Your Majesty, we have considered some. Nowadays Northern Way is not very suitable for our philosophy of governance. Please be honest with your Majesty. Let us leave." Chen Nan laughed coldly a few times and said repeatedly, "Fine. This king naturally keeps his words." The words were spoken, and he turned to look at the military general's side again. "What? Don't any of you want to leave?" Just as the military generals were thinking, Lu half-hanging, who was paralyzed on the ground, suddenly laughed twice. "You guys are so stupid? What Chen Nan says is what Chen Nan says. It's hard to believe that you guys are really naive enough to think that he'll let you guys leave safely, right?" Chen Nan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he did not intend to let this group of people go. The chaotic world uses heavy punishment, and now that Northern Way has come to the chaotic world, he naturally will not be merciful. For a while, the eyes of those civil ministers who had already stepped forward fluttered as they looked at Chen Nan. One of them inquired in a trembling voice, "Your Highness, is what that Lu half-hanging said true? The king really won't let us leave?" Chen Nan laughed dryly. "Don't worry, gentlemen, this king has always been true to his word, and when he says that he will let you leave, then he will definitely not go back on his word." After receiving his assurance, the group of civil ministers breathed a sigh of relief. "Light Feather, you are also considered a mainstay of my Northern Way's military generals. Do you have any thoughts of leaving?" Chen Nan opened his mouth expressionlessly. Light Feather was stunned. He did not anticipate that the first person Chen Nan asked would actually be him. Chapter 109, Chen Nan's Arrangement. The question Lightning Feather hesitated for a moment, and suddenly, his eyes firmed up. He recognized that what Chen Nan said was correct, and that the current Northern Way could be said to have reached a critical moment of life and death, and his choices will affect a large swath of military generals behind him. Only Light Feather slowly came to the center of the hall and knelt down in front of Chen Nan. "My Lord Light Feather, I am willing to be driven by your Majesty. It's just that I still ask your Highness to promise that I will make sure to save Northern Way from the flames." General Light Feather is confused. Seeing this scene, the civil minister who stood out just now also walked to the center of the hall despite the crowd behind him. General is confused. Northern Way is going to die. General, with the strength of a 7th grade martial artist, no matter which country you go to, you will be able to shine. Why are you clinging to the despondent Northern Way? Light Feather looked back at the visitor and let out a bitter smile. "Don't try to persuade Lord Lin. This general made up his mind a long time ago." A touch of regret surfaced on Light Feather's face. Does Lord Lin still remember when this general's father was forced to give this general to the late emperor? Hearing this, both the civil ministers and military generals in the Great Hall fell into the memories of that momentous time. Regarding Light Feather, they were all very familiar with it, and it could be said that Light Feather was completely nurtured by the late emperor's hand. It could be an exaggeration to say that the late emperor had already nurtured Lightning Feather as if he were his own son. Only to hear the Light Feather then spoke, "This general this life is the first emperor to give. Now Northern Way to the critical moment. This general naturally cannot do that kind of unfilial villain. Your Highness, I am not educated, but I can see that all those reforms of your Highness will be of great benefit to my Northern Way. Therefore, my lord is willing to be driven by the king." After saying that, Light Feather kowtowed to Chen Nan 3 times in a row. When he looked up, his face was one of relief. Chen Nan showed a rare hint of a smile. "General Light Feather, please rise. This king can promise you that Northern Way will certainly not perish." He turned his head and scanned the military generals. "Since you do not open your mouths, then this king defaults to the fact that none of you have left." Suddenly, I only saw his face change. "Is Light Feather available?" Light Feather sighed. What came next was something he could worthily already predict. "The last general is here. Please command your Majesty." Chen Nan laughed evilly, pointing at the civil official who had just stepped forward and threw the sword at his waist to the ground. Light Feather hesitated for a moment and bent down to pick up the sword on the ground, and when he stood up, the hesitant look on his face completely disappeared, and was replaced by a look of ruthlessness. "Lord Lin, when you get over there, don't blame this general for being merciless. The path is all of your own choosing." As the words fell, the corpse of Lord Lin, who had just spoken to him, was separated. Before the rest of the people could react, Light Feather dodged to the remaining few people, and his hand rose and fell. At this moment, blood had already flowed in the large hall. Qin Cheng Min, who was reticent in the corner, had long been scared silly when he saw this scene. He would never have imagined that Chen Nan would actually be so ruthless as to kill all of this group of courtiers. On the contrary, Lu Half-Hanging had a relaxed face, and even appreciated. Chen Nan, you are indeed a talented person. Why don't you join us? And afterward there will only be your voice above this northern Wei land. As for the column of civil ministers, the rest were those who had not come forward just now. When they saw the several heads rolling down on the ground, their hearts began to be thankful that they and the others had not stood out just now. If they had walked out as well, I'm afraid that there would be no difference in their current state of affairs. Chen Nan looked at Lu Half-Hanging, who opened his mouth. What? Could it be that the power behind you is very large? Big enough to dominate the emperors of the northern Wei lands at will? Lu Half-Hanging narrowed his eyes. That's natural. Otherwise why do you think I'm taking orders from them? However, I am curious. Without their help, how on earth did you break through the barrier of an 8th grade martial artist? As far as I know, without their help, even your late Northern Wei Emperor didn't break through to the 8th grade martial artist, right? At that moment, Chen Nan's curiosity was aroused, and he was able to break through to sovereign solely with the help of the system. So it didn't really understand that there was that kind of barrier between the 8th rank and a half-step sovereign. Holding a consultative tone, he opened his mouth. Why don't we discuss it, and you tell us what kind of power you have behind you, as well as whether there are any more people you've planted amongst our Northern Wei courtiers. How about I just tell you how I broke through to an 8th grade martial artist? Lu Half-Hang laughed and shook his head. Chen Nan, do you think I'm the same as that group of people? Not to mention the fact that this is not a reciprocal quid pro quo in itself. And, even if I did tell you, would you be honest with me? I am definitely not going to believe you. Chen Nan also laughed and shook his head. This was indeed not an equivalent quid pro quo, as neither of them would believe what the other said. Eunuch Wang, send someone to imprison all 3 of these Shishu envoys, and always have the Imperial Guards watch over them, and do not allow the slightest problem to occur with them. I lead the way. When Eunuch Wang brought 2 teams of Imperial Guards, he pressed Lu Hanhuang and the 3 of them to leave the main hall. After leaving, Chen Nan then commanded, Light Feather, I order you to go to the military camp outside the city and take over command of the 200,000 strong army, because Hans is temporarily injured. The Imperial Guard is being taken over by Wushu. Chang Sundu must estimate the amount of grain needed by the people of Weidu in the shortest possible time. I also hope that those of you who remain will work together with this king to hold up this piece of heaven in Northern Wei. Chen Nan's words were beautifully spoken, but the group of ministers all agreed breathlessly. Chen Nan watched the scene and did not open his mouth to say anything about it. He couldn't just kill all of them. If that was the case, they wouldn't even have to wait for outsiders to fight their way in. They would be in disarray themselves. Under Chen Nan's arrangement, all went about their work in an organized manner. Chen Nan, on the other hand, walked out of the palace alone and headed towards the Weidu prefectural office. Only, in the streets, he saw crowds of people, each with confusion and some anger on their faces. Chen Nan knew that these people could be the cornerstones of Northern Wei, and they couldn't afford a little accident. No sooner had he appeared before the people than someone recognized him. Shouting loudly, he said, Look, isn't he the king of Jinan? Your Majesty, take a look at us poor people. We really can't survive. Chen Nan let go of his aura and shouted, People, don't worry. This king once again promises that within 3 days, he will definitely be able to solve the food problem in Wei capital. This king is going to settle this matter now. You all go home individually first and just wait for news from the court at home. Well, if the king has said so, then he will definitely fix it for us. That's right. We all believe in His Majesty. Folks, let's all go home and wait. Voices varied in the crowd. With Chen Nan's repeated affirmations and pacification, this barely stabilized the people's emotions. The crowd made way for a path to the government offices. In another place, while Light Feather was heading to the military camp outside the city, a man and a horseman outside the Wei capital were running towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 110, La City Seeks Help. When Chen Nan came to the door of the government office, he did not see the magistrates on both sides of the duty. After entering the office, he saw Mo Bai's face full of sorrow, rubbing his forehead from time to time. One person sitting in the middle of the chair. Both sides of the magistrates have long disappeared. Mo Bai, where have all the magistrates in the palace gone? Hearing Chen Nan's voice, Mo Bai raised his head with an ugly smile on his face. Your Majesty, all the magistrates have been dispatched by me to maintain law and order in Wei capital. The people of the entire Wei capital are almost on the verge of rioting, so where would I dare to let the magistrates stay in the mansion? Chen Nan understood. After all, he had encountered those rioting people when he came here just now. The people's emotions I temporarily appease down. Just this appeasement are temporary. You so long. Have you figured out Weidu's grain have gone where? Mo Bai got up and came to Chen Nan inside. Your Highness, I sent people out to investigate, and the results were not very favorable. Nowadays, the entire Wei capital's great families have joined together in a group. They have hidden all the grain in their own homes, and no one has taken out a single grain at all. When I send people to my door to ask for food, they all always have their own excuses and no one is willing to take it out at all. Hearing this, Chen Nan's hands unconsciously clenched. This group of people really don't know how to die. Are they not afraid that the court will turn on them? Mo Bai let out a bitter smile. Your Highness, that wasn't just one or two clans. The entire Wei capital's clans, almost all of them participated in this operation. Suddenly, Chen Nan's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Are there any rumors circulating about those families? Or any rumors circulating within the city? As a matter of common sense, such a huge change would surely have been unusual beforehand. Ever since Chen Nan had come to the court, he hadn't heard of any rumors being passed around at all, let alone know of any emergencies. Mo Bai was also stunned, carefully thought about it, shook his head and said, Your Highness, I've been in the government office. I haven't heard of any abnormalities in Weidu at all, not to mention any rumors of chaos. Somehow, Chen Nan suddenly thought of Lu Half-Hanging and the others who had been escorted down. From the time a few people left for the mission, everything in Weidu seemed to be out of its original orbit. Suddenly, a sound of heavily armored soldiers marching forward sounded outside the door. Soon, Light Feather was followed by several generals, and several people entered the middle of the government office at the same time. Seeing this, Mo Bai dodged and blocked in front of Chen Nan. Your Highness, the visitors are not good. Please go ahead. Chen Nan pivoted away from Mo Bai. Don't worry, Light Feather was sent by this king to control the army, so how could it come from a bad place? Yes, the person who came was none other than Light Feather, who had been sent by Chen Nan to take control of the army. After coming in, Light Feather knelt down in front of Chen Nan. Your Majesty, the last general, Light Feather, has completely taken control of the 200,000 troops outside of the city. Please command Your Majesty. Chen Nan gazed at Light Feather, and only opened his mouth after half a day. Did you find anything unusual just now when you went out of the city? Light Feather hesitated for a moment and lowered her head to think before raising her head. The last general did not feel any abnormalities. It was just a moment ago when the last general was out of the city. He saw many of the people running towards the outside of the city. So many of the people are running out of town? Chen Nan became even more puzzled. It was no longer common sense for the people to run out of the city in large numbers, let alone in the midst of a food crisis in the capital. Just as several people were staring at each other, an anxious shout came from outside the government office. Report! Emergency report from Lu City. Lake Town emergency? Hearing this anxious voice, Chen Nan could not help but stare. Lu City is in the middle of Deqian in northern Wei, but at the moment, the one besieging Lu City is actually the army of Western Shu. How could this not have occurred to Chen Nan? And still caught in the middle of an army of 200,000 men. Quickly, let the heralds in. Chen Nan immediately spoke. As soon as the words fell, a path gave way outside the government office, and between the people, a dusty soldier rushed in. After coming in, he didn't even look at them, and directly knelt down. I also ask Your Highness to send troops at an early date, as Lu City is at risk of being overrun at any time. Chen Nan did not open his mouth and silently walked forward to help the future person up, silently gazing at the other party. Feeling Chen Nan's gaze, the visitor actually slowly trembled, and his eyes began to constantly flutter. Chen Nan sneered. Speak up. Just who sent you? The man froze and said firmly. What are you talking about? Your Majesty? I naturally came from the direction of Lu City. Now that the situation in Lu City is in crisis, that's why the Guardian sent me to the court to ask for help. Could it be that Your Highness doesn't trust me? Chen Nan snorted. Let's not talk about whether or not the Western Shu army can get underneath Lu City without Deqian's permission. Even if you are really asking for help, not going to the palace to ask for an audience with the Empress Dowager, and coming directly to see me in the middle of the government office. Who told you this? Could it be that the situation in my northern Wei is already known to everyone? Chen Nan did not believe that the situation of the Empress Dowager's serious illness would become publicized so soon. It was just that he was curious about the power behind this that was targeting northern Wei, even to the point where he guessed that several other countries had joined forces to collectively target northern Wei. Only, as soon as the thought surfaced, it was suppressed by him. When the crowd heard what Chen Nan had said, they stared at the visitor with unfavorable gazes. They all knew that the Empress Dowager's serious illness had only just happened. Even if it were to get out, it certainly wouldn't be that fast. When you look at it this way, the person who briefed us is highly suspect. By this time, the man had already realized that the atmosphere among the government offices was somewhat subtle, and moved out step by step to go out. Seeing this, Light Feather did not move and blocked the doorway to prevent the visitor from running out. Chen Nan pursued again. Honestly, who exactly did you send? As the words fell, the man had already retreated to the entrance of the government office, only to see it grinning. Jinnan King, I kindly tipped you off, but you actually don't believe me. In that case, you Northern Wei deserve to perish. It would be better to listen to the words of that Lu half-hanging and cast your lot with the Western Marsh at an early date, so that you, Chen Nan, can still land a better position. With that, the man turned around and intended to run towards the outside. He also knew that he would definitely not survive in Chen Nan's hands, which is why he waited until he retreated to the entrance of the government office before he dared to open his mouth and say something like that. As he turned behind him and was about to run out the door, he ran headlong into Lightfeather's cool armor. The impact knocked the man back several steps and sent him sitting on his butt. When he reacted, what he saw instead was Lightning Feather's contemptuous smile. Where else are you going to run to? When did you stand outside the door? Ha, just as well. Ever since I took on this mission, I haven't pressed to leave Northern Wei alive. Since you've been left behind and our men, give the old man a hard time. Lightning Feather didn't say anything and cocked her head to look at Chen Nan. Chapter 111. Prepare to go and raise food. Chen Nan waved his hand. Pull it out and chop it up. At the sound of the voice, Lightfeather then pulled the visitor out. Only after the two went out did Mobai ask, Your Majesty, this man obviously knows something, why don't you arrest him and torture him? Chen Nan smiled. What Mobai said, he could naturally think of everything, but the other man had said that from the time he had taken up this task he had never thought of the possibility of living. With this point alone, Chen Nan knew that he would not be able to obtain any useful information from the other party at all. So naturally, there was no need to leave that person behind. Soon a scream came from outside the government office, and Lightfeather came in again with a few drops of blood staining her face. Your Majesty, that man has been cut down by the last general. What else does Your Majesty command? Chen Nan took a slow breath. The current situation was still a real headache. The people and forces behind Lu Half-Hang's design were a bit too terrifying, plus the Empress Dowager was in a coma again. If he leaves it alone, no one in this world can do anything about it. But he wasn't able to do so. He could only rely on his own ability to break this situation step by step, only to hear Chen Nan speak. General Lightfeather will first go and patrol the streets, make sure to ensure the safety of the people, and when the people of Weidu are thoroughly settled, go with this king to get food. When he heard the previous sentence, Lightning Feather could still understand it, but when he had finished listening to the words he was in doubt. Food? Where to get food? He hadn't forgotten that Mobai had already said earlier that the entire Wei capital's grain had been put away by the family forces. Moreover, he had also noticed when he left the city just now that some of the stores on the streets had their doors closed tightly, with no idea of opening their doors. However, the words came out of Chen Nan's mouth, so he couldn't ask, and could only nod his head. Then I will go to the streets to suppress the people first. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan hurriedly discouraged. Remember, it's not suppression, it's appeasement. It's already chaotic enough now. If General Lightfeather is still like this, that will only increase the danger of Northern Wei. Lightfeather nodded heavily. Don't worry, Your Majesty, the last general has his own measure. He just assured that he naturally knew that. In this case, it was simply impossible to suppress the people using normal methods, and only a little special means could be used. After waiting for the people to leave, Mobai was puzzled again. Your Highness, nowadays there are no more stores selling grain on the streets. Even if we want to buy it, there is no place to go to buy it? Chen Nan stared at Mobai with a chilling expression on his face, suddenly revealing a cruel smile. Do you know what the most fundamental gap between us and those great families is? Mobai pondered for a moment. Could it be that we have the imperial court as our backstage? Chen Nan shook his head and laughed lightly. Naturally not. The fundamental difference between us and them is that we have soldiers under us. 200,000 troops are in my hands, and the grain is only temporarily in their hands. If it really comes to a certain point, what is all that food? It's nothing more than a lamb that draws in the jackals. Your Highness, are you saying that we are going to column our troops to rob the grain? Mobai opened his mouth wide and looked at Chen Nan incredulously. The previous Chen Nan gave him a very kind attitude, but at that moment just now, he only felt that Chen Nan gave him a feeling of too much fear and was a complete stranger. Chen Nan shook his head again. No, you're wrong. This isn't us colonizing and robbing food. Do you remember Qian Pai, the Minister of Revenue at the time? Didn't he give up a lot of evidence of forced land seizures by the great families at that time? It's enough that we have these things. Mobai suddenly realized. Your Majesty, are you saying that we collect all the grain from those people's homes? Soon, he responded. But Your Majesty, although the money skin has accounted for a number of people, but those people are just some small shrimps inside the capital city. Even if they scavenge their homes, they can't provide for such a large number of people in the capital city. At this point, Chen Nan naturally knew that if he just relied on scavenging the grain from those few lineages, he would only be able to supply it for half a month at most. But where are the people going to find food after half a month? Chen Nan said fiercely. Did Qianpi really only explain that much? Aren't there still a lot of great families in Weidu? If they are obedient and hand over the grain obediently, this king may still be able to keep them alive. If they disobey the order, humph. At this moment, Imobai finally understood that his own king was looking at more than just the families that Qianpi had accounted for, and completely topped all the families in the entire Wei capital. Only, he was a bit puzzled. Those families usually hid themselves very well. There was absolutely no exposed handle. On what grounds did Chen Nan go to the door? In this way, the two waited at the government office until evening. The moonlight fell in front of the government office, and a cold wind whipped by, causing Imobai, who was inside the government office, to stifle a cold shiver, only to hear the sound of footsteps coming in from outside. Afterward, Lightfeather and Changsun Du both entered the middle of the government office together. Your Majesty, the people are all settled. According to what the king said, not a single pedestrian is allowed to appear on the streets after sunset, and now there are only patrol squads on the streets. After Lightfeather finished speaking, Changsun Du also frowned and opened his mouth. The silver jewelry ordered by His Majesty has already been created, and these are two randomly taken from it by the old minister. Saying that, he spread out his right hand, and inside the palm lay two tiny silver needles peacefully. Oh, you've already burned the silver needles? Chen Nan was delighted and took the silver needle in Changsun Du's hand to scrutinize it for half a day. Appreciatingly, he said, not bad, this is what this king needs. Seeing this, Changsun Du finally breathed a sigh of relief and laughed dryly. As long as we can meet your Majesty's requirements, this effort of the old minister is not in vain. Chen Nan didn't answer, looked out the door and said, there's no more business for the right minister here. Go back and have a good night's sleep tonight, and remember to go to the court tomorrow. Going to court? Changsun Du was dumbfounded. The Empress Dowager is lying in the Thai hospital not knowing whether she is dead or alive. Who will give them the court tomorrow? He looked at Chen Nan for half a day sluggishly, and finally realized that the person who requested to go to the court tomorrow was Chen Nan. So naturally, Chen Nan would be the one to arrange things in the court. Don't worry, Your Highness. The old minister will definitely inform all courtiers that the court will be on time and on point tomorrow. Changsun Du had already begun to regret that he had come to personally deliver the silver needles so that he could make Chen Nan and the future Empress Dowager have a somewhat favorable impression of him. But he didn't think that Chen Nan would temporarily arrange other tasks for him. If he had known that this was the outcome, he definitely wouldn't have come personally. It was just that the people had come, and Chen Nan had arranged it, so he couldn't disobey. Immediately afterward, Chen Nan looked at Lightfeather and grinned. Is General Lightfeather ready? Lightfeather was puzzled. What does your Majesty need Mordecai to prepare? Out raising food. Of course. Saying that, he left the crowd with a backdrop and took the lead to walk out of the government office. Chapter 112, Frustrated Lightfeather. Seeing this, the people did not know exactly where Chen Nan was going to raise food, and looked at each other, so they could only follow closely behind him and walk out of the government office together. Chen Nan walked to the door, and the large army outside had long been prepared, and each of them looked at Chen Nan with excitement. They had not forgotten the great battle that Chen Nan had led them to fight against Sioux City and La City. Chen Nan looked at the soldiers in full armor in front of him, displaying a confident smile on his face, and asked in a loud voice, Brethren, are you ready? Your Majesty, we are always ready. The soldiers replied in unison. Good, then please all of you, follow this king to save Northern Wei together. This king once again promises that when this Northern Wei crisis is over, your soldiers will certainly not be like before. With Chen Nan's promise, the already highly moralized soldiers were even more motivated. Seeing this scene, a touch of bitterness surfaced in the bottom of Lightfeather's heart. He finally knew where the gap between himself and Chen Nan was. Ever since he first arrived at the barracks, those soldiers were only forced to follow Chen Nan's orders because they were pinching his military orders in their hands. And now, when Chen Nan stood in front of the crowd, the group of soldiers all admired him from the bottom of their hearts, thus voluntarily following his orders. On the contrary, he had been a general in Northern Wei for nearly 10 years, and among the army, he was still far from reaching this kind of prestige. Only Chen Nan waved his hand, followed by Lightfeather and Mobai in a valiant manner. Behind them again, there were a neat 3,000 soldiers, well organized in fighting spirit. Lightfeather quickly caught up with Chen Nan and inquired in a low voice, Your Highness, where exactly are we going to find food? Chen Nan sneered, Don't be in a hurry, you'll know when we get to the place later. Under Chen Nan's leadership, thousands of people marched forward in great numbers. At first, Lightfeather hadn't realized anything, but after walking for half a day, Lightfeather then reacted to the fact that they had been heading in the direction of the Eastern District. The thought came to his mind that the Eastern District was a concentration of all the great clans of Wei-Du. He couldn't help but glance at Chen Nan, only to see that confident smile still on his face. Unable to help but sigh. He knew that with Chen Nan's character, he was only afraid that tonight's East District mansion was destined to be anything but ordinary. It is even an exaggeration to say that after this night, Wei-Du will no longer have the former great families. It was just that he was a tiny general, or a general who had been re-promoted by Chen Nan, and had no say at all. After about half an hour, the sky was getting darker and darker, and every now and then a cold wind blew through. Finally, Chen Nan was the first to stop, and the crowd behind him stopped at the same time. He looked up at the moonlight in the sky and laughed. Dark moon and windy night, murder and fire day. As soon as these words came out, Lightfeather and Mobai looked at Chen Nan at the same time, and from these words, the two of them heard the killing intent contained in his words, only to hear Chen Nan then speak. Since the court is in trouble and you are unwilling to take the initiative to help, then let this king give you a ride. As the words fell, Chen Nan closed his eyes and raised his right hand in the middle of the air. A few moments later, when he opened his eyes, he calmly looked at the very luxuriously decorated gate in front of him, with two big gilt-colored characters on the door plaque, Lu Mansion. Chen Nan sneered in a low voice. Lu Mansion? Let's start with your Lu family tonight. In that case, it's not an indignity to you. As the cold smile stopped, his right hand swung down violently. Mobai would understand. He knew that this was its signal to make a move. It was just that it was the first time that Lightning Feather had followed Chen Nan, and he didn't understand what the gesture meant. He stayed where he was as Mobai took a big step out and froze looking ahead. When Mobai had already walked to the front of the Lu Mansion, Lightfeather realized that the gesture just now was Chen Nan's way of telling them to make a move. Lightfeather quickly followed Mobai's footsteps. Mobai is also clear that this matter cannot he alone to do, deliberately waiting for Lightfeather in place after. Glancing at it, why don't we let General Lightfeather knock on this first door? Lightfeather didn't understand what the other party meant for a moment and nodded dully. Since that's the case, then please ask General Mobai to step back a bit. Mobai laughed and took a few steps back, giving Lightfeather enough space to play. Lightfeather let out a big breath, clenched her right hand into a fist, and slammed it hard on the gate of the Lu Mansion. Speaking of strange, as if the people inside the mansion had prepared for it, after Lightfeather smashed his fist on it, a very powerful voice came out from behind the door. Who is it? Who dares to come to the Lu residence in the middle of the night? Do not want to live? Lightfeather froze, although he was in the middle of the imperial court, but has not fallen to a family within the bred underlings are able to insult him at will. At that moment, a wave of anger rose up in Lightfeather's chest, followed by the second and third punches. After hammering 5 or 6 times in a row, the voice inside the door also carried a few moments of anger. Knock knock knock. Knock your ass off? Don't you know that this time is our Lord's resting time? I don't care who you are. Get the hell away from me immediately, or don't blame the young master for coming out and ripping your heads off. At this moment, Lightfeather seemed to somewhat understand Chen Nan's thoughts. During the day Chen Nan had already notified the entire city that not a single pedestrian was allowed to appear on the streets after sunset. To be able to appear on the street at this time of the day, and to dare to knock on the door of their mansion with such fanfare, the visitor was naturally someone from the government. But they pressed the officials, and without even seeing their faces, they were scolded several times for no reason at all. If it were an ordinary civil minister, it would be hard to avoid some resentment in his heart, not to mention Lightfeather, a general who has been in the battlefield for a long time and has fought in the north and south. Listening to the shouting and cursing inside the door, Lightfeather was no longer knocking on the door, but directly kicking it up with his feet, kicking and shouting, "I'm Lightfeather, open the door quickly, or don't blame me for bringing someone to crash the door." As the words fell, the mansion was noticeably quiet. Just when Lightning Feather thought that the other party would just open the door like that, an even more unpleasant sound came from inside the mansion. Damn it, you say you're Lightfeather and you're Lightfeather. Ha, Lousy also said I'm Chen Nan. Are you ignorant of the fact that the court has long since issued a proclamation that no pedestrians are allowed on the streets after sunset, and you still have the audacity to come knocking on my Lu Mansion's door in a dignified manner? Do you think that I, the Lu Mansion, am so easy to bully that I really don't dare to twist you and send you to the court? For a moment, Lightfeather was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected at all that the other party would use the announcements made under his side to refute himself and the others. After he knocked on the door half a dozen more times, the other side still wouldn't open. Lightfeather had already been annoyed long ago and had no more thoughts of knocking on the door. It just stood in front of the Lu Mansion angrily. He was thinking about it, thinking about whether or not he should take his troops and just barge in and forget about it. In the end, the group of worldly families would be liquidated anyway, and it didn't matter at all how one got in the door. Only, he was also afraid, afraid that Chen Nan would think that he was too reckless and thus reject the proposal. Just as he was by hesitation, Imobai's gentle voice behind him rang out. What? General Lightfeather is frustrated? Chapter 113, Bumping the Gate. Hearing Imobai's voice, Lightfeather couldn't help but blush. At first, Imobai had given him the task of knocking on the door, but not only did he not knock on the door, he was also abused by the other party, which told him how to get a foothold in front of Chen Nan in the future. However, Imobai asked and he couldn't help but open his mouth, so he had to answer awkwardly. Alas, this general really didn't expect that these people would actually be so obstinate. Imobai didn't scoff. He had sort of seen it. The other group of people, they simply couldn't use conventional methods. General Lightfeather stepped back a bit. Let me show the general how to open the door in this situation. Lightfeather froze. In this situation, there was a way for him to open the door. It was nothing more than breaking in. But Chen Nan was still watching from behind. Chen Nan had always given him the feeling that he would not give up without a fight, and would not use violence at all until he had to. That's why he never let the soldiers force their way in. Hearing Imobai say this, for a while his curiosity was also attracted. He also wanted to see, in the face of this kind of situation, Imobai would actually call open the door. So, only seeing Lightfeather take 2 steps back, Imobai stepped forward and said softly, "Listen up people inside. I'm Imobai. I'll give you 3 breaths to open the door and we'll talk about everything. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Ha ha ha, what the hell is Imobai? I've never even heard of him. Inside the mansion, the undisguised smile hit everyone behind him on the heart. Lightfeather shook his head helplessly. He thought Imobai had something good to do. Nothing more than a good-natured call to the door. Just like him, with a few more threats at most. However, if the threat had really worked on them, they would have opened the door the first time they heard Lightning Feather's name. Only, in the next second, he heard Imobai sneer. "Don't recognize me? That's great. I was really afraid that you would recognize me." Imobai could not help but laugh twice in his heart. He was afraid that the other party would recognize himself and then add what he did together on Chen Nan. Once he heard that the other party didn't recognize him at all, that smile on his face couldn't be hidden at all. As the crowd watched, they only saw Imobai start counting. 1, 2, 3. After 3 sounds, the other party still made no move to open the door. Imobai pulled Lightfeather aside and gently waved his hand, and he saw the first row of 5 soldiers behind him step forward at the same time and start kicking at the wooden door in front of them. Seeing this, Lightfeather opened her mouth wide in shock. "General Imobai, didn't the king say that we must treat the people well? But this situation." Lightfeather is confused. In the morning, Chen Nan personally told them that the treatment of the people must be based on appeasement, and never do anything until the last resort. But now, what does he see? Under Imobai's command, the group of soldiers were completely indistinguishable from bandits. The strength in their bodies wielded recklessly on the door in front of them, only to make that door unbreakable. Imobai laughed lightly. "General Lightfeather, this is where you are wrong. His Majesty did say that the people must be treated with appeasement. But it's not the people we're dealing with at all. They're all the hoi polloi. It's the vampires who are entrenched in the midst of my northern way, who have taken all the people's land, grain, and house deeds into their own pockets. General Lightfeather can think about it differently. If you were not a general of the northern way, but just a commoner, what would you think? Do you really want this kind of person to exist among our northern way? Moreover, General Lightfeather has not forgotten that just now, the little one but called himself Imobai. My name is Imobai. What has it got to do with the king of Jinan? Also, the other party has said that they don't know me at all, and since they don't know me, what am I afraid of?" Under Imobai's thoughtful explanation, Lightfeather finally understood that, together, the purpose of them bringing soldiers here was to become bandits. It was just that he himself did not understand this meaning correctly at the beginning. Between the two of them talking, one of the soldiers who kicked the door came to Imobai. "General Imobai, there is probably someone inside the door with a bolt stuck in it, and there is also someone holding the door open, so we can't kick the door open at all with just a few of our brothers." Lightfeather was also looking at Imobai suspiciously. He also wanted to know what exactly Imobai would use to get the gate open in this situation. Only Imobai smiled cruelly. "Today's purpose is to open the door. I don't care if you use stakes to hit the door or something else. I don't care even if you set a huge fire and burn down the Willow House. I just want results. Remember, the people inside, they are all traitors to our northern way. They no longer belong to the people of our northern way." For a moment, Lightfeather's already wide-open mouth became even more dumbfounded. He carefully looked at Imobai for a few moments. How could he not have thought that this person who looked white and clean, similar to the general appearance of a scholar, would actually have such a side? And the corners of the soldier's mouth rose. "General Imobai, don't worry about it." With these words from the general, I will definitely open the door. As the words fell, the soldier was seen backing up while commanding the soldiers behind him to move a huge stake, while also cautioning inside the mansion, warning you guys to back up. We're going to start banging on the door. Don't blame us if someone gets hurt. Lightfeather was even more puzzled. Why did he need to warn the other party a bit more than necessary if he was just going to bang on the door? Emobai could see the doubt in Lightfeather's eyes and explained. Does General feel that warning the other party is superfluous? Lightfeather nodded. Emobai spoke again. The warning is just a reminder. And we've done all the things the king said about being polite first, and all the reminders we should have had. If there are any more accidents back there, it has nothing to do with us. After all, we did warn. It's just that the other side didn't listen. Just then, another voice came out from inside the mansion, which sounded more or less lackadaisical. Big talk. I don't believe that you guys really dare to bang on the door. The king of Jinnan has said that the people must be treated well. We just don't believe that you guys really dare to crash the door. General Emobai. The people inside the mansion know that we are under the Jinnan king's command. Why do they still dare not open the door? This night had completely turned Lightfeather's worldview upside down. Oh, in the beginning they all said they didn't know us. When we want to reason with them, they want to talk about fists. And now that we're talking about fists, they want to start reasoning again. In this world, there's no such thing as a good thing. Emobai didn't give the other side a chance at all and directly started to let the soldiers bang on the door. With the added weight of the stake, the rippling gate was soon smashed open. The moment the door slammed open, the crowd only saw several figures fly backwards at the same time. Chapter 114, 13 years ago. What kind of person? How dare you barge into the Liu family residence? The moment the door was pushed open, a bellowing cry reached the ears of the crowd, only to see Emobai take a step forward. I am under the Jinnan king's command, and I have come to the Liu mansion to arrest the prisoner. A few torches were lit inside the mansion, and a line of people were seen coming out from inside, headed by a fat-headed fat man, who was dressed in a pale yellow robe, and his fingers were full of valuable jade triggers. The visitor snorted lightly. The people of my Liu family have been honest farmers all their lives. How could they possibly harbor so-called criminals? Is it possible that the official has come to the wrong place? Emobai looked at it disdainfully and slowly walked up to it, saying in a cold voice, we never said that your Liu mansion has been harboring criminals. Fatty froze. Since my Liu mansion doesn't have the person you're looking for, why did you come to my Liu mansion in the middle of the night, and slam the door open hard? Could it be that you can act recklessly and weigh capital by virtue of the name of the Jinnan king? Doesn't he, the Jinnan king, have to abide by the laws of the imperial court? Of course not. The Jinnan king naturally acts in accordance with the law. So is it true that your Liu mansion hasn't committed anything at all? Emobai's voice lowered and his eyes radiated a chill. The fat man was panicked by Emobai's look and unconsciously took a few steps back. What do you guys want to do in the end? Emobai, come back. Behind him, Chen Nan said softly. At the sound, Emobai twisted his head and gave way. Chen Nan walked over to Fatty inside. We definitely have official business to attend to when we come to the Liu mansion. Take the trouble to find out who your Willow family's words are. Gift first, soldier later. Chen Nan had initially placed his stance very low, and face had been given to the other party. Now it's up to the other side of the face given whether they want it or not. The fat man snorted. What a joke. Who are you? You want to see my Liu family's head? To tell you the truth, even if the king of Jinnan personally came today, you'd have to queue up to see my Liu family head. Do you really think that everything will be fine with Chen Nan covering you? Seeing Chen Nan being insulted, Emobai once again stepped forward, wanting to open his mouth to retort. He was stopped by Chen Nan. Are you sure you don't want to call your family head out? What's all the shouting about? Our housemaster has already rested. Let's talk about anything tomorrow. Moreover, didn't Chen Nan say that no pedestrians are allowed on the streets after sunset? So for so many of you to come to our Liu mansion, isn't this a blatant defiance of Chen Nan's orders? The fat man's attitude is very arrogant. Open mouth and closed mouth not even called the king. To Chen Nan is even called his name. Chen Nan said in a low voice, the opportunity has already been given. Since you don't want it, then don't blame me. As the words fell, Fatty had yet to understand what Chen Nan meant. Chen Nan was seen waving his hand, and the soldiers behind him swarmed and rushed in towards the Liu family's courtyard. Seeing this, the fat man hurriedly spoke. What's going on? What are you doing? Trespassing on people's homes? This is against the law. Where's Chen Nan? Let him come see me. I'm going to sue you at the government office. Naively, he thought that the soldiers behind Chen Nan were only acting as a deterrent, and did not even think that the other party would really dare to rush in. Emobai, immediately have Chen Nan come see me. I'd like to ask him what the laws of this northern way are in his eyes. Hearing this, Emobai really wanted to laugh. Chen Nan was clearly right in front of him, and he still had to ask Chen Nan to meet him. The key is, he is at most a family dude, and Chen Nan is what? That is the northern ways. Jinan Wang is now the court in the words of the people. What kind of a thing was he? Fatty. And he dared to speak up and ask Chen Nan to meet him. Mo Bai didn't say anything at all, but quietly watched as the soldiers broke inside the Lu mansion in droves. Just as the soldiers broke inside the mansion, a cough came out. Cough cough. I would like to see who dares to intrude into my Lu family's compound. Not to mention that you are under Chen Nan's command. Even if it is Chen Nan himself who arrives today, I'm afraid that he should still give my Lu family a statement, right? As the words fell, another man appeared in front of the crowd with a full head of white hair, wearing a garment of bright red and green colors. Strikingly, the visitor's left eye was completely sunk in and there was a long scar on the right side of his face. Seeing the visitor, the fat man's face rejoiced. Grandpa, it's this group of people. Hard to break into my Lu family compound. The grandson persuaded them, but they didn't listen at all. The old man took the fat man in his arms. His dry hand stroked its head, and said amiably, it's fine, as long as my good grandson hasn't been harmed. These are all small matters. Grandpa will fix them. Xiao Fei, you go in first, and don't come out when you hear any commotion later. In front of the old man, the fat man who was unruly 1 second was as good as a kitten the next. Nodding obediently, he turned and ran inside the courtyard. The old man came directly to Chen Nan and grinned. According to the old man's guess, Your Excellency should be the king of Jinan, right? I wonder what the Jinan king's business is in coming to my Lu mansion in the middle of the night and bringing so many people with him. As the old man's words fell, Chen Nan also called a halt to the movements of the soldiers under him and laughed out. That's right, this king is Chen Nan. You're the head of the Ryu family? The old man froze at first, and a wave of might emanated from his body. Chen Nan was no less impressive, his aura gradually rising up, eventually landing on the 8th ranked martial artist. On the contrary, the old man stopped his chi after merely reaching the 6th ranked martial artist. He knew that Chen Nan was not much higher than his realm in the martial arts path. With an awkward smile, the old man's name is Lu Gongzhong. Now can the king tell me, a bad old man, why he came to my Lu mansion in the middle of the night? You're actually Ryu Hyun? Without waiting for Chen Nan to open his mouth, Lightfeather bellowed. That's right, I am Lu Chang. And who are you? In the darkness, Lightfeather blackened his face and came quickly to Lu Songjong. Look carefully. My name is Lightfeather. Lu Chang. I don't know if you still remember that incident 13 years ago? 13 years ago? Lu Chang was caught up in his memories, but unfortunately, he was already old and didn't remember things from the past that clearly, only to see his eyes confused as he returned to Lightning Feather. The old man is old. I don't know what exactly is that thing that little friend is talking about? I also hope that little friend will tell me truthfully. Lightfeather gritted her teeth and said, Humph, you've forgotten. Have you really forgotten about the extermination tragedy 13 years ago? An entire village, under your massacre, only one of my children survived. If it wasn't for my good fortune to have met the late emperor, I'm only afraid that your crimes would really be covered up, right? I really didn't expect that you would actually dare to appear in Wei capital openly. And what's even more unexpected is that 13 years have passed, and you haven't even changed your name. Chapter 115, Hooliganism. When these words came out, the faces of the people present all blushed greatly. No one had thought that this Lu Chang actually had such a past. Under Lightfeather's telling, Lu Gongzhong's face gradually soothed. Oh, are you talking about the 13-year-old extermination? Ha ha ha, I have acted honorably all my life. What I did is what I did. Why should I change my face? 13 years have passed, and it is entirely due to the inability of your Northern Wei officials to catch Lao Fu. Can this matter still be blamed on Lao Fu? Lu Zhuan spread his hands with a disinterested expression. Seeing his appearance, Lightfeather is even more angry. Ignoring the sight of Chen Nan, 2 steps rushed to the front of Lu Zong. A hand grabbed its lapel. Right hand into a fist is going to fall on its face. Lightfeather. Right at this moment, Chen Nan bellowed out, calling out to Lightning Feather, who was overcome with anger. Upon hearing this, Lightfeather twisted his head to look at Chen Nan, his eyes shedding 2 lines of hot tears. Your Majesty, let last general kill this traitor. No matter what the punishment is, the last general is willing to accept it. At this moment, Lightfeather was almost going crazy. He saw that the enemy who killed his entire village was right in front of him, but he couldn't make a move at Chen Nan's command. Seeing that Lightning Feather's behavior was called off by Chen Nan, Lu Chang was even more rampant and laughed scornfully. Lightning Feather, right? I'm standing right here. Let's see what you can do to me. Ah, ha 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 ha. Lu Chang was getting more and more open. Lightfeather's breathing gradually increased. He was restraining the monstrous anger in his heart. As time passed, Lightfeather's eyes gradually began to turn scarlet. Chen Nan could see that if he didn't stop it, He was afraid that Lightning Feather would sooner or later be reduced to a machine that only knew how to kill. Only Chen Nan slowly came behind Light Feather and said in a low voice, "You must understand that we are now thinking about the future of the entire Northern Way. All the more reason for you to know that neither military generals nor civil ministers should be swept away by their own anger. As a renowned general of the Northern Way, have you not had a single moment to remember after settling on the border for such a long time?" It was only after Chen Nan's persuasion that the scarlet redness inside Lightning Feather's eyes gradually decreased by a few points. Again, he heard Chen Nan say in Light Feather's ear in a voice that only two people could hear, "This king promises you that this Lu Zong's dog's head will be chopped off by you personally in the end." Perhaps Chen Nan's assurance had worked. The scarlet in Light Feather's eyes completely receded, turning to stare at Lu Zong with a smile. Willow Heel, who was being stared at all the time, didn't know what the two had just said, only that he was stared at by Light Feather and his feet took a step backward. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he re-stood back to his previous position, his face displaying the same confident smile as before. "Dare I ask your highness, why did you come to my Lu mansion in the middle of the night?" Chen Nan did not understand why Lu Gongju had suddenly become confident. However, he did not have the heart to think about such things. Straightening up, he said, "This king would like to know why your family is forcibly buying and selling land? Don't you know that buying and selling land in Northern Way violates the court's laws?" Lu Chang was even more surprised. He thought Chen Nan was coming to ask for food from them, but how could he not expect that the other party was actually coming to check things related to the land sale? Only to see Lu Chang's calm expression. "Your Highness is wrong to blame us. Those lands were sold to us voluntarily by those unruly people. Of course we know that buying and selling land in Northern Way is against the law, but we can't help it if others voluntarily buy it from me. Moreover, those unruly people also voluntarily signed a contract of sale just to work for my Lu mansion and voluntarily became my Lu family's slaves. Can you blame me for that too?" Chen Nan snorted. "Ha, family Lord Lu really did find a good excuse. If it weren't for you people from the great families of the world deliberately suppressing the price of food on the market, so that the people can't sell the food they've worked so hard to grow all year for a good price, would they really have voluntarily bought and sold land? And isn't it even more ridiculous that now ***** volunteered to become a slave of your Lu mansion? May I ask the Lu family master, if it wasn't really impossible to live, who would be willing to lower themselves to become a slave in the hands of others? Do you mean to say that they became slaves of your Ryu family just for that tiny bit of food in January? Do you pay the people for their labor? Do you make the people's lives secure? Or is it that when the Lu family lord slaughtered an entire village 13 years ago, it was entirely for his own selfish desires?" Lu Zong froze. He didn't understand how Chen Nan was talking about it and brought it back to that incident 13 years ago. Only, he simply ignored what Chen Nan said and dwelled on the other party's words. "Your Highness, don't say so much. I just know that the imperial court has stipulated that no pedestrians are allowed to appear on the streets after sunset. My Lu family has strictly followed this rule to the letter. But it's the fact that the king has brought a large army to my Lu residence in the middle of the night and hasn't informed us in advance. Then may I ask your Highness if I can execute your Highness and the others as traitors according to the regulations issued by the court?" Towards the end, a wry smile appeared at the corner of Lu Chang's mouth. However, Chen Nan also smiled, only he smiled even more brightly. "Housemaster Ryu was saying that there is no court without prior notice to you, right?" Lu Zhuan nodded fiercely. He wanted to see just how Chen Nan would greet this question. On the side, Mo Bai interjected, "Don't debate with him, your Highness. He's nothing more than a chaotic traitor hiding in my Northern Way court. Why would your Highness do that?" When these words came out, Lu Zong was reluctant, and immediately retorted, "What is this general talking about?" Although the old man massacred a village 13 years ago, the Northern Way regime had not yet been established at that time. The old man but after the establishment of the Northern Way to come to the Way capital to start the family. How is the old man is hidden in the Northern Way among the chaotic officials? These words caused Mo Bai's face to turn pale as he was trying to help Chen Nan out. But he didn't expect that he was not at all a match for that Lu Zong in terms of his mouth. But instead, he let the other party occupy a favorable position. "Alright Mo Bai, what's the point of wasting words with this kind of person?" Chen Nan snorted coldly, then pulled out an iron token from his pocket. Standing the token in front of Lu Zong, he said in a loud voice, "Didn't you say that this king didn't notify you beforehand? This is the king's token, and now the king officially informs you. Your Lu family is suspected of forcibly seizing land. This king has personally brought his men to investigate, and is now ordering your Lu family to open the gates and accept the military garrison. During the inspection period, everyone in and out of the Lu family must report to the garrison, and no one is allowed to enter or leave without the consent of the garrison." Chen Nan spoke word by word until finally, Lu Tsongjong's face was as ugly as if he had eaten. He had never expected that Chen Nan would actually use such means to force him to open the gate of the Lu mansion. Even if he massacred a village 13 years ago, It was unnecessary to do this to him. Chapter 116, Going to the Palace Alone. When Chen Nan revealed the Jinnan King's token, but in an instant's time, Lu Gongzhong's face grimaced and flushed red. What is the reason for this? Your Majesty? I've only bought some land. Is it because of this that the court is going to target my Lu family, isn't it? Ha! Just buying some land? Family Lord Lu speaks softly, but Family Lord Lu simply doesn't know that when the people don't have enough to eat all day long after they are without land, what will be their final end? Chen Nan laughed harshly. Lu Zhuan was only relying on the fact that he had some force on his side, the current massacre of a village, and the subsequent coincidence to have a foothold in Weidu. He would not understand what Chen Nan said at all, much less think about the reasoning it contained. Alright, what should be said has been said by this king. Does the Lu family master still want to resist? Chen Nan stared at Lu Zong and gave an ultimatum. For a while, swords were drawn and countless smoke filled the air, as if foreshadowing a war between the two sides. Under Chen Nan's gaze, Lu Gongzhu's eyes kept turning, and finally, after his eyes rested on the thousands of troops behind Chen Nan, he sighed and took a few steps back to the side, helplessly saying, since the court has a need, then I have no choice but to cooperate. On behalf of the entire Lu family, I welcome your Majesty's garrisoning of the Lu mansion. Of course, Lu Cheng didn't want so many hairy soldiers to suddenly come in his house, but he couldn't help it, and he also knew that when the two of them had just fought for their aura, he had already fallen into a disadvantage. Moreover, he more or less knew Chen Nan's character, and if he really dared to fight tooth and nail, he would only end up worse off. With a little cooperation, there might be a chance for the Willow House to exist. Seeing this result, Chen Nan smiled faintly, then waved his hand. Brothers, enter the Willow Mansion. Under his command, thousands of soldiers surrounded the Lu Mansion more tightly. After watching one soldier impatiently rush into the Lu Mansion, Chen Nan called both Mo Bai and Light Feather aside. Separately, he spoke. Light Feather, you'll watch over the Lu Mansion, and remember, don't ever clash with the Lu family's people. Of course, if they dare to resist, then there's no need to save face. You must realize that you are here now, representing the face of the court. The entire Willow House, from top to bottom, must be searched. Light Feather nodded frequently. Your Majesty, then our purpose is to search for evidence that Lu Cheng has violated the court's laws? Chen Nan shook his head. Of course not. We don't want evidence. We only want the grain inside the Lu Mansion. He knew that the first thing he had to do now was to ensure the most basic order in the Wei capital, or else the people would all run away, and it would be useless even if they killed all the major clans in the capital. After explaining about Light Feather, he turned his head to look at Mo Bai. As for you, you will stay in the middle of the Wei capital government office and proceed to maintain the law and order issues on the streets. Don't send out those yamen. From now on, the Wei capital will be taken over by a large army, all patrols as well as maintenance, including any people going to the yamen to cause trouble. All these things will be left to the soldiers under their command. This king still needs to make a trip to the palace to check on the Empress Dowager and Hung Ze's injuries, so I'll leave this place to the two of you. At this moment, the two of them only felt that the burden on them was much heavier. Only Chen Nan handed the token in his hand to Light Feather. On the side of the army, I'm counting on General Light Feather. Instantly, Light Feather's eyes widened. He was not considered Chen Nan's staff. He was just a general of the Northern Wei. However, Chen Nan was willing to hand over the last card in his hand to him, which caused a touch of a different sentiment to rise in Light Feather's heart. He started out as a famous general of the Northern Wei dynasty, but later lost a battle with Chen Nan, thus being sent to the border for several years. It was hard to return to the court, but the first task he received was to go to the tavern to find someone. That person was naturally Chen Nan from back then, and just when he thought he was going to be back in the eyes of the Empress Dowager, Chen Nan once again stepped forward. Once ascended to the Jinnan King of Northern Wei, completely cut off his path to further advancement. Only, at this moment, it seemed as if he somewhat understood Chen Nan's intention. What the other party was for was nothing more than hoping that Northern Wei would get better and better. It was not at all the same as those of Qin Chengmin, or perhaps not on the same level at all. The former is really for the sake of the country, for the sake of Northern Wei considerations, while the latter is completely for their own selfish desires. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Chen Nan turned around and walked alone towards the middle of the Northern Wei palace. Looking at that distant back, the two only felt that Chen Nan's figure had become incomparably taller. For a while, the two had a feeling in their hearts, as if they could still hold up a piece of the Northern Wei dynasty by relying on Chen Nan alone. The two of them did not feel wrong, and when there were capable hands, Chen Nan would certainly not do everything himself. If it really came to that kind of desperate place, Chen Nan's methods would only become even more brutal. But don't forget, when he relied on himself alone, he was able to bring the already off-track Chen back on track. Chen Nan had left. Mo Bai had also left. and only Lightfeather and Lu Zong were left in front of the Lu mansion. Lu Cheng's heart began to live up to his small thoughts. The corner of his mouth spread a smile, and he opened his mouth gloomily. General, the things that happened 13 years ago are somewhat forgotten by the old man. So can you trouble the general to reinterpret them for the old man again? Previously, from Lightfeather's description, he knew that what happened 13 years ago must have happened. It was just that he had done too many evil things over the years. That's why he couldn't remember. But Lightfeather was different. He was the only one who survived that disaster back then, and his memory of things was definitely deeper than his. The most crucial thing was that Lightning Feather had almost gotten into a fight with him on the spot because of this matter a moment ago. He was gambling that Lightfeather couldn't endure the anger of that year, and under its provocation, as long as Lightfeather made a move, he would have an excuse that would allow the army to pull out of his willow house. Only, under his provocation, Lightfeather sneered. What? Hasn't the Lu family master already forgotten about that incident? Could it be that general still wants to recall the past? Would you like this general to help you remember? Seeing that things didn't go on in the order he wanted, Lu Zongzong couldn't help but frown deeply. What is this general's words? I just want to confirm to the general that if that thing was really done by me, I would also go to the general's grave to mourn. Mourning will not trouble the Lu family master to think about. This general himself does not know where my father and mother are buried. Perhaps they have all been eaten by wild beasts. After all, back then, the Lu family lord wasn't so kind as to give every family in the village a grave to set out. Lightfeather stared sorrowfully at Lu Zong, speaking without a single fluctuation of emotion. Chapter 117, Where the Order of the Imperial Doctor Goes. Seeing the expression on Lightfeather's face, Lu Zongzong confirmed even more that this general in front of him was only afraid that his hatred with himself was far deeper than what he had said. Only, he did not understand what exactly Chen Nan had said to Lightfeather before for the other party to be able to hold back such a great amount of hatred without making a move on the spot. Of course he didn't know that just before when he was talking to Lightfeather. He thought Lightfeather was looking at him out of politeness. In fact, Lightning Feather's eyes had been on his head the whole time. As he spoke, he also imagined whether or not there would be that great thrill of revenge when he cut his head off with a knife afterward. Just as Lu Zong still wanted to pull Lightning Feather to speak, he only saw Lightning Feather slightly flashing and walk straight into the middle of the Lu mansion. Lu family master, don't waste your efforts. There is no way that this general will be able to make a move with you in the Lu mansion. The revenge between the two of us, this general will naturally have the opportunity to avenge later. Hearing these words, the smile hanging on Lu Cheng's face instantly dissipated. He knew that Lightfeather, as a general of the Northern Way, it would be too easy to target him as a family head. At this moment, he had begun to seek a way back. The scene shifted, and Chen Nan passed through the layers of guards and entered the palace. Earlier, he sent eunuch Wang to arrange for both the Empress Dowager and Hengza to be in the Imperial Hospital. He concluded that with the technology of the Thai hospital, he could not save the two people at all, and placed them in the Thai hospital just hoping that the people inside the hospital would take care of them a little bit. Inside the palace, in the middle of the Imperial Hospital, late at night the Imperial Hospital is still brightly lit. As Chen Nan got closer and closer, before he could enter, he heard an anxious voice from inside. Imperial Doctor's order. Imperial Doctor's order. General Hengza is vomiting blood. Where's the order of the physician? A doctor's order? Chen Nan had no time to think about it, and Hengza was considered one of the few people in his hands that he could use. It was just that, when sending him here, he had already made a move to seal all the meridians on his body, so it was simply impossible for him to vomit blood. The order of the Imperial Physician, on the other hand, is the person with the best medical skills in the entire Imperial Hospital. Even he has no way to suppress this simple symptom of vomiting blood? For a while, Chen Nan began to doubt in his heart. Just as Chen Nan was skeptical, a dark shadow suddenly rushed out of the Imperial Hospital. Quickly come someone, General Hengza is vomiting blood and the Empress Dowager's breath is becoming more and more unstable. Quickly send someone to bring the Imperial Doctor's order here. The voice was a bit shrill, and Chen Nan immediately heard that it was not precisely the voice of eunuch Wang. Hurrying forward 2 steps, he inquired, Eunuch Wang, what happened to the Empress Dowager and General Hengza? The moment he heard the voice, eunuch Wang's face was still a bit displeased, but when he saw that the visitor was actually the king of Jinan, he immediately replaced it with a rather helpless smile. Your Highness is here. The Empress Dowager's breath is sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and General Hengza started to spit blood nonstop before half an incense stick was lit. Saying that, he leaned forward a few steps, and his tone became anxious. Please also ask your Highness to quickly diagnose the Empress Dowager. Chen Nan didn't make a fuss, lifting his feet and walking towards the Imperial Hospital. Eunuch Wang, don't worry. This king is here specifically for this matter. The two entered the Imperial Doctor's courtyard one after the other. As soon as he went in, he saw the Empress Dowager and Hong Zhe each lying on the bed and couch, while Hong Ming was sitting on the chair between them, looking at the Empress Dowager for a while and Hong Zhe for a while. When he heard the voice coming in behind him, he didn't turn around and directly inquired, "Did Eunuch Wang find the imperial doctor's order so quickly?" The moment Eunuch Wang intended to reply, Chen Nan waved his hand to stop him from opening his mouth. Looking at Hong Ming's somewhat thin back, he slowly stepped forward and came behind him, untying the big AO he was wearing and draping it over Hong Ming. Only, this very subtle movement drew Hong Ming a jolt. Instantly stared back in an unkind manner. It was only when she saw clearly that the visitor was actually Chen Nan that she breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked down at the large AO that had already been draped over her body and smiled gently. "What gave you the time to come here? Is everything taken care of out there?" Chen Nan put his hands on his shoulders. "Don't worry, I've already made arrangements outside. The problem of food will soon be solved. I came here specifically to check the condition of the Empress Dowager, your brother." Speaking of this, Hong Ming, that smile instantly disappeared, bitterly said, "My brother is only afraid." She was also a martial arts practitioner, and she was naturally aware of her brother's situation. The 5 viscera were displaced. There were also serious injuries, and the blood veins were all broken. If it wasn't for Chen Nan's timely intervention, I'm afraid that at this point her brother's graveyard had been chosen. Behind him, Eunuch Wang saw the two of them in this state and interrupted with some embarrassment. "Your Majesty, we still have some things to do outside. I'll trouble your highness to take care of the inside. We'll go out first." After saying that, without even listening to what Chen Nan had to say, he turned around and walked out. In the large imperial hospital, there were only Chen Nan and Hong Ming, plus 2 living dead. Hong Ming also reacted that the relationship between the two seemed a bit too ambiguous, hastily changing the topic. "Chen Nan, hurry up and examine the Empress Dowager and my brother." Chen Nan rubbed his forehead. Good lord, he was so focused on chatting with Hong Ming that he almost forgot the purpose of coming here. "Get up first, I'll take the pulse of both of them." Chen Nan called off Hong Ming, sat on the chair, and took the pulse of the Empress Dowager and Hong Zhe at the same time, both left and right. After a while, Chen Nan, who was originally calm, also frowned. Seeing this, Hong Ming hurriedly spoke. "How is it? Is it very serious?" Chen Nan left his hands at the two men's pulses, grimaced, and snapped, "Eunuch Wang, come in under." He started out by having Hong Ming watch the Empress Dowager without moving an inch, and it was logical that the first person he would look for when problems arose would be Hong Ming, but he felt that the people involved behind this matter would not be small, so he did not want to be the first to accountable Hong Ming. Outside the door, Eunuch Wang heard Chen Nan's call and rushed in. "The king just called us?" Chen Nan said in a cold voice. "This king asks you, during this period of time when this king was not here, did anyone come into contact with the Empress Dowager and General Hong Zhe?" Eunuch Wang said in a deep voice. "Your Highness, the safety of the Empress Dowager and General Hong Zhe has been handled by the order of the imperial physician all this time, and no one else has been in contact during this time." When Eunuch Wang saw Chen Nan's expression, he knew that this matter was not simple, and his expression deepened. "Did the king find something wrong?" Chen Nan's face changed. "Go, get the imperial doctor's order to this king. Be quick." Eunuch Wang was confused and said, "Your Majesty, I just went out specifically to look for the imperial doctor's order, but I just couldn't find it after searching for half a day." Eunuch Wang's voice came more and more, and at the end of the day, his voice could barely be heard. Chen Nan's face became even more unsightly. When he was taking their pulse just now, he found that the two men's pulses were extremely disorganized, quite a bit more disorganized than they were at the beginning. That's why Hans was vomiting blood. Only, no one knows exactly where he goes when the Eunuch Wang can't even find the order of the imperial doctor. Chapter 118. Are you Shanger? Chen Nan's face changed as he exclaimed. "What? Didn't this king say that no one should approach the two without his permission? Why is that imperial doctor order still able to approach the two?" Behind her, Hong Ming also reacted, and technically speaking, this should be considered a mistake on her part. "Chen Nan, don't blame Eunuch Wang for this matter." At that time, that doctor's order also went up and felt halfway around the wrists of the two men. He said the two won't even make it to morning if they haven't been effectively healed, and we don't have anyone who knows anything about medicine, so that's why we asked him to take a look at the Empress Dowager, and we didn't expect the result to be like this. Chen Nan sighed and smiled bitterly. "Alas, since I can safely place both of them here, I must have ensured that both of them are fine for the time being." "So is the situation serious now?" Hong Ming inquired softly. The Eunuch Wang at the side was also staring at Chen Nan with a sad face. The two are now put all the hope on Chen Nan. If Chen Nan really come to a sentence, two people are hopeless. I'm afraid that tomorrow the entire northern way will be in chaos. Chen Nan shook his head and said, "Hong Zhe's problem is alright. After medical treatment it is estimated that he will be able to get up first thing in the morning. It's just that there are some serious problems with the Queen Mother. What? Egu, Your Highness, don't scare the old slave. Eunuch Wang immediately cried out. He had spent his entire life serving the Northern Wei royal family, and if the Empress Dowager really had an accident and was back in power with a new person in charge, where would he go from there? Well, let's not talk about it for a while, and don't mention what's going on here to outsiders. If anyone asks, just tell them that the Empress Dowager's condition has gradually improved after this king's medical treatment, and that she will be able to attend the court in a few days. Eunuch Wang, you go out first. Hong Ming and this king will be fine here. At Chen Nan's command, Eunuch Wang had no choice but to leave the room and give the place to Chen Nan. The eunuch Wang who went out. The clothes on his back were tightly attached to the back of his chest, but he was still staring at the inside of the Imperial Hospital with a hopeful look on his face. How he hoped that the Empress Dowager would wake up immediately. Just now, after speaking 2 words with Chen Nan, the pressure Chen Nan gave him was like a mountain peak, and that was even if Chen Nan had not deliberately exerted his power. He really didn't dare to imagine just what point Chen Nan's true strength had reached. Chen Nan pushed Eunuch Wang out and closed the door in his hand. Slowly, he came between the 2 men and opened his chest again. Seeing this, Hong Ming's face flushed. Chen Nan, what are you doing? There are still people here watching. Chen Nan turned his head to look at Hong Ming in disbelief. What's wrong? What's wrong with me? Seeing Chen Nan turn his head, Hong Ming hurriedly closed his eyes. What are you doing? Chen Nan suddenly smiled. He knew that it was probably because Hong Ming had heeded him wrongly and thought that he was going to do something else. Explained, I left my chest open solely to facilitate access to my own heart's blood. After saying that, only a silver needle appeared in his right hand, which emitted a hint of light under the dim light. It was then that Chen Nan aimed the silver needle at his heart and violently stabbed it in. As soon as it was inserted, Chen Nan grunted coldly, and his face twisted in pain. Hearing the voice, Hong Ming also opened his eyes. What are you doing? Hong Ming wanted to go up and help, but she didn't know what she was supposed to do, so she could only stay on the sidelines. Seeing this anxious look on Hong Ming's face, Chen Nan softly soothed. It's fine. I'm just taking out 2 drops of my own heart's blood and feeding the blood to the 2 to drink. Then I'll give Hong Ming some acupuncture, and he'll wake up first thing in the morning. He only talked about Hongza's situation, but didn't mention much about the Empress Dowager. To be honest, the current Chen Nan did not dare to ensure that he actually had a way to bring the Empress Dowager back to life. He had also experienced the illusion before, and could only say that the other party's methods were very clever, so clever that even he, a martial artist with the cultivation of a zongshi, had almost fallen into the way. The Empress Dowager was nothing more than an ordinary person, and was quite a bit worse than Chen Nan in every aspect of her body. In the midst of that illusionary realm, the most valued thing was nothing more than one's own willpower as well as one's survival instinct. The Empress Dowager was currently still in a coma, which meant that she was still maneuvering around that old man in the illusion. Just as Chen Nan took his own heart's blood, the Empress Dowager, who was in the middle of the illusion, was in the middle of an oasis, only to see a handsome man in royal robes standing beside her, a golden-colored sword at the man's waist, and quite a few guards around the 2 of them. Shao Yi, for such a long time, I let you suffer alone. Don't leave if you come this time. Stay with me. Xiao Yi, the Empress Dowager repeated dumbfounded. This name, she hadn't heard anyone call it for at least 2 years, and when she suddenly heard it, she actually felt a little bit of familiarity, as if everything had gone back to before. That's right, that person is the first emperor of the Northern Wei dynasty, and this illusion will appear according to the actual situation in the heart of the lost person himself, thus letting the person get lost in it, or letting the person enjoy the life in it, unwilling to face the reality. Do I really have to stay here from now on? The Empress Dowager blushed and bowed her head in deep thought. Right at this moment, the Empress Dowager, who had been peacefully crouching on the stone in the previous second, only felt a touch of flame that was going to break through the sky rise up in her heart. The flame came just in time to bring the almost lost Empress back to herself, only to get up and glare at the handsome man behind him. Weren't you dead a long time ago? Why are you still here? Upon hearing this, the man's face froze and quickly recovered. What nonsense are you talking about, Liang Yi? Isn't it because I see that you are lonely and forlorn, and have come here specially to accompany you? Why do you have such a problem? The corners of the Empress Dowager's mouth rose as she sneered. Why should I stay here? She seemed to be flushed with the thought. Something had just risen in her chest, and she could feel a very familiar sensation in it. That kind of feeling was something she had only ever felt on Chen Nan. That's what would bring her to her senses for a moment. Right after the Empress Dowager came to her senses, a nursemaid's milky voice came out from behind her. Mother, does mother not want the child? Is it possible that even mother is going to leave the child? Hearing these words, the Empress Dowager once again turned her body, and in front of her stood a 12 or 13-year-old child, who was full of childishness, but his dark eyes looked very godly. Are you Shanger? Chen Shang was the name given to his son by the late emperor of the Northern Wei dynasty, in the hope that his son would outshine others in every way. Only, just as the Empress Dowager's words fell, the child's eyes flashed with intent brilliance, as if he had captured some incredible information. Chapter 119 Grandpa, grandchildren are so close. Mother, child is Shanger. Does mother really not want my son? For a while the Empress Dowager was once again in a daze. Are you really my Shanger? Shouldn't you still be a child? The child froze and said, Mother, the child is also a child now. Saying that, he actually cried out. Could mother really be willing to leave her child alone in this desolate place? Right after he finished these words, the Empress Dowager, who was originally in the middle of the oasis, only felt that the sky was spinning at this moment, and the scene under her feet was constantly changing. She had no choice but to close her eyes to fight the intense vertigo. After the Empress Dowager closed her eyes, the scenery under her feet changed from a vibrant oasis to an incredibly desolate desert, and in just a moment, to a ground full of white bones. Eventually, after it opened its eyes again, she was holding the so-called Shanger in her arms, and under her feet were a dense mass of tiny bugs. The two were standing on top of a steep peak, which, strangely enough, was not only very steep, but could only accommodate one person standing on it. The Empress Dowager looked down, and the child actually appeared in her arms with tears streaming down her face. She was so scared that she was just about to throw it out when she saw the little bugs crawling all over the place below her. And those bugs seemed to be looking for something to eat here and there. Finally, as if they had negotiated, the bugs climbed up towards the peak at the same time. The scene shifted as Chen Nan pulled the silver needle out of the Empress Dowager's chest and turned his head before spreading Hong Ze's blouse. Hong Ming closed her eyes and spoke with a red face. Chen Nan, if you're like this, when the Empress Dowager learns about it later, will she really not blame you? Chen Nan also had a reddened old face. To be honest, with the Empress Dowager's favor towards him, he was still this sure that the other party would not look for his problems. However, in the face of Hong Ming, he didn't know how to explain, nor did he directly say that the Empress Dowager pressed would not be blamed. It could only be said in a different way. You're completely overthinking this. I'm healing the sick and saving people, not mixing any distractions in it at all. Unexpectedly, Hong Ming, who heard this, hung his face and grunted. It's important for you to save the people first, and when this matter is over, I'd like to see how you can explain. At this moment Hong Ming sensed a sense of crisis in the Empress Dowager, and it was a stronger sense of crisis than the last time in the courtroom. She is not a little cutie. Her own feelings for Chen Nan were naturally clear in her heart. She could also feel Chen Nan's feelings for her, and the two of them were now close to piercing the last layer of window paper. However, facing the Northern Wei Empress Dowager, the highest power holder in Northern Wei, Hong Ming instinctively had a palpitating feeling in his heart. Just as she was brainstorming, Han suddenly opened his mouth wide and spewed black watery gush outwards. Eunuch Wang, bring in the basin. Bang a bang. Eunuch Wang barged through the door, in no mood to look at the two men, and with the fastest speed he came to the corner washstand, and copied the iron basin to Chen Nan's side. Your Majesty, the basin. Chen Nan placed a basin in front of Hong Ze and carefully collected up the filth it spewed out. It took a while for Hans to stop vomiting, only to see that there was actually a small worm alive in that basin, constantly impacting the edge of the iron basin. What in the world is this? This? How could there be something so terrifying inside General Hong Ze's body? Eunuch Wang exclaimed. In all his years of living, he had never heard of such a means of sending a worm into a person's body. Chen Nan only felt that this bug was familiar, just like the Miaojiang in his last life. This is only feared to be a move by someone from the East Qin side as well. I'm curious now, just how many other scouts and assassins from other countries I have in Northern Wei. Northern Wei Tai Hospital, the most highly skilled medical doctor order is actually the people of East Qin. If this matter is spread out, I'm afraid that the face of their Northern Wei will be completely trampled on the ground. Eunuch Wang intuitive cold sweat. Want to enter the Imperial Hospital? That is to go through a rigorous screening. He knew deep in his heart that this Imperial doctor's order was bound to be impossible to be someone from East Qin, or else he wouldn't have held such an important position at all. Only, he was curious as to how exactly this Imperial doctor's order had learned the tactics that only the East Qin side would know. When he looked at the Empress Dowager, he only saw that the Empress Dowager's chest was not dressed, and hurriedly closed his eyes. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager, this is only a little bit inappropriate, right? Although he was a eunuch and couldn't perform personnel, he saw it and eventually felt something. It was just that he had not expected Chen Nan to be so bold as to dare to treat the Empress Dowager in such a manner in public. What's wrong, Eunuch Wang? Chen Nan followed its voice and looked towards the Empress Dowager. only to realize that he had not dressed the Empress Dowager after tying her up. Coughing twice, eunuch Wang. The healing on the Empress Dowager's side has not yet been completed. So don't make a fuss and disturb my king's thoughts. How could eunuch Wang not know that Chen Nan must have saved the Empress Dowager first, and this was nothing more than an excuse for him. However, at this time, it was not good for him to say anything more. Then don't forget to let the Empress Dowager have some decency when the time comes. Your Highness. Eunuch Wang walked out of the room with a grumpy face. He really wanted to see how Chen Nan actually saved the day. Why was Hung Za able to cough up and spit out blood immediately, while the Empress Dowager's side remained unconscious in bed? The only difference was that the Empress Dowager's breath was much smoother than before. Chen Nan completely stripped Hung Za naked and kept inserting silver needles into his body. Tonight I will keep watch with you. Hung Za, just stay still and change position every half hour. By sunrise tomorrow, it should be almost back to normal. Upon hearing that his brother would be back to normal tomorrow, Hong Ming revealed a rare smile, but his eyes unconsciously rested on the Empress Dowager. Conflicting feelings welled up in the bottom of her heart, and she didn't know whether she wanted the Empress Dowager to wake up or didn't want the other party to wake up. Chen Nan, who had inserted the silver needle into place, noticed Dao Hongming's strange appearance and spoke out. What are you looking at? Me? No. Nothing. Hongming could not possibly let Chen Nan guess this method in his mind, and casually perfunctorily said 2 sentences. Chen Nan also didn't have the heart to think about what Hongming was considering at this time. His current priority was to save and wake up the two. Just as Chen Nan was saving the 2 men, on the other side, on the necessary road from Northern Way to Dakian, a man and a rider were running wildly on the road at full speed. It was dressed in night clothes, and only its violent breathing could be heard in the darkness. The only thing visible was a yellow package carried on its back. There was also the occasional sound of a horse being urged on. In the middle of the prison, Lu Halfhang's grandchildren and grandparents sat opposite each other. Lu Sillieg looked at the two with a silly grin on his face. Suddenly, only his face changed and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The 2 men's faces changed and they rushed forward. Fool, what's wrong with you? Lu Sillieg stiffly raised his arm and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Grandpa, almost. My grandson was so close. Chapter 120, Your Majesty's browsing. Lu Sillieg, that some childish tone of voice let Lu Half-Hanging Master's heart tightened, and asked in a row, good grandson, in the end what happened? What's so close? Lu Sillieg let out a giggle. Grandfather, Sunner was so close to completely trapping that Northern Way Empress Dowager in the middle of the illusion. It's just a pity that at the most critical moment someone helped her with the blood of pure yang, and the grandchild was completely hopeless. What? According to you, then the path of letting the Northern Way Empress get lost in the illusion realm is also completely out of the question? Lu Half-Hanging said bitterly. Grandpa, don't worry about it, although grandchildren failed to completely trap her in the illusion, but that person only helped her. If her willpower is not strong enough, she will be in a coma for the rest of her life. Lu Sillieg rubbed his hands together and looked at Lu Half-Hanging in a state of infatuation. The latter smiled faintly. There's no harm in it, since this way, our purpose has been achieved. In the middle of the Imperial Hospital, Chen Nan frowned as he looked at the poisonous insects forced out of Hong Zai's body in the basin. He had only heard about compulsion, and had no idea to what extent the compulsion in this world had reached. Fortunately, Hong Za had just been parasitized not long ago. His body had not yet been fully invaded, and he would be able to recover completely after waking up and recuperating properly. On the side, Hong Ming inquired with an anxious face. Chen Nan, what's wrong with my brother? Chen Nan laughed softly. Your brother is already better. Just that his injuries are too severe. He will probably be able to wake up first thing in the morning. Said the words changed. Just where is that Imperial doctor's order now? I can understand him bullying the 2 of you for not knowing anything about medicine. So why was he still able to poison you and then walk out of the palace in a dignified manner? It was then that he remembered that when he came in just now, he hadn't seen anyone entering or leaving the palace. To be able to come and go as you please in such a heavily guarded situation was simply not something an ordinary person could do. Hong Ming also frowned. Obviously, she also sensed that something was wrong. Logically speaking, how could the imperial court recruit people from other countries to become the order of the imperial physician? And even if they were to be recruited, then they should be strictly screened. Just as the 2 were thinking, Eunuch Wang outside the door softly said, Your Majesty, may I come in? Chen Nan looked at the 2 who were already dressed, nodded and said, Come in, it's already done inside. When he came in, he came straight to Chen Nan and opened his mouth without hesitation. Your Highness, the miscellaneous family has thought of something that may be of help to your Highness. Chen Nan did not open his mouth and glanced at Eunuch Wang. The latter understood and began to tell. Your Highness, we can say with certainty that the Imperial Doctor's order is definitely someone from our Northern Way. Just at that time when the examination According to its words, it's originally is a medical everyone, and then the chaos rose. The family fell. No choice but to come to the Northern Way. Want to try to enter the Northern Way among the Imperial Hospital. Back when the late Emperor was still alive, the Imperial doctor's order saved many soldiers who had retired from the battlefield. The late Emperor also saw that his medical skills were very good and that he was a medical expert, so he made him the Order of the Imperial Physician of the Imperial Hospital. Since the late Emperor's death, the Empress Dowager has not meddled too much in the court. So many people remain in their original positions. Is it that the Imperial Doctor's order feels that the court has given him too little? Chen Nan shook his head and said, otherwise, that Imperial Doctor's order is definitely not from Northern Way. According to this king's speculation, it's highly likely that it is someone from East Qin. It's just that everywhere was in the middle of a conquest at the time. It's in the land of East Qin cannot live. Had no choice but to flee to the Northern Way. In the most desperate time and want to rely on the hands of a little medical skills will be mixed into the Northern Way court. In this way, its identity is well explained. Plus the fact that it ran over from East Qin. It is reasonable that it knows a little bit of compulsion. As the words fell, Eunuch Wang very much agreed with these words. Your Highness, then now that the order of the Imperial Doctor is unknown, what should we do? His question was not considered by Chen Nan. Rather, he is thinking about whether to take this opportunity to completely reform the roots of Northern Way. The two of them could also tell that Chen Nan was thinking about the problem, and they didn't dare to say anything to interrupt, so they could only quietly watch from the sidelines. That look was all night long, until the faint coughing sound beside the three men's ears woke them up. Water, I want water. Water, Eunuch Wang bring water. Hearing this familiar and faint voice, a flash of joy flashed across Hong Ming's face. It wasn't exactly his brother Hung Ze's voice, and since he could drink water now, it meant that there wasn't much wrong with the person. Eunuch Wang quickly brought water. Just as he was about to feed it, Chen Nan suddenly knocked the white porcelain bowl in Eunuch Wang's hand to the ground. At this instant, the two looked at Chen Nan in confusion, while also wondering why Chen Nan was suddenly so irritable. You can't drink water right now. Hans hold back until morning passes. With his explanation, the two didn't understand why it was necessary, but no one refuted it. The three of them watched Hong Ze together. His lips that had begun to turn white and dry and cracked, and the breath on his body was still somewhat unstable. Get out of the way. You too, and I'll give Hans another look. With that, Chen Nan came to the edge of the bed and helped Hong Ze up so that he sat on the bed. After fixing his posture, he only saw Chen Nan's hands as if they were a residual shadow, nodding back and forth on Hong Ze's body. A moment of strong force, a moment of small force. After a few breaths, Chen Nan breathed a sigh of relief. He's already fine. Let it drink water after the morning. You two take care of the Empress Dowager. Remember, this time never let anyone come within 10 paces of the Empress Dowager. Everything will be decided after I come over. And in the meantime the Empress Dowager will be fine with some thin food. Also, arrange 4 fire pits around the Empress Dowager, with the door of the room closed at all times, and never let her be cold, or she will truly be powerless when the time comes. Under Chen Nan's arrangement, Eunuch Wang quickly set everything up. Chen Nan pondered for a moment and bid farewell to the two of them as he headed towards the Fengtian Hall. He had not forgotten that he had to conduct an early morning court early this morning. At the same time, above the Great Qian Dynasty Hall, only to see a man in black kneeling in the very center of the hall, with a golden-colored package on his back. Your Majesty, this is what I have seen and heard in Northern Way in recent days. Please browse through it. As soon as the words fell, without waiting for Wu Fingwan on the dragon chair to open her mouth, Jiang He, who was on the side, jumped ahead of her. Isn't Northern Way all in complete disarray? What use is there for you to take these things to His Majesty now? 2 short sentences contain so much information in them. The people above the courtroom froze for a moment. What did they hear? Northern Way is actually in disarray? What was recorded in the words of the kneeling men in that great hall about what they had seen and heard? Chapter 121, Requesting Your Majesty to become a qualified monarch. Present the briefs of the Lords of the House of Lords. Wu Fingwan glared at Jiang He before having the briefing presented to him. On the dragon chair, Wu Fingwan couldn't help but laugh out loud as she looked at the brief in her hand. The courtiers below were even more confused. First Jiang He said that Northern Way was in chaos, and then His Own Majesty laughed out loud during the court meeting. A group of them seemed to be trapped inside as if they were blindfolded and didn't know anything. When Wu Fingwan's laughter fell, she opened her mouth and said, "Joyful news. This is really heavenly joyful news." Her laughter became even more unrestrained, only for the high laughter to confuse the courtiers even more. Wu Fingwan didn't hide it, but put that brief on the dragon case in front of her. Come on, you all give me a good look. Under Chen Nan's leadership, the Northern Way hadn't even begun reforms before the Empress Dowager had fallen into a complete coma. Northern Wei courtiers are even by Chen Nan in Fengtian Halka to engage a few. I now want to see. There is who dares to say that I am a fainting king. Wu Fengwan's mental climax was very painful in his heart. It was just that when she had relegated Chen Nan to the border, there was only one person who had scolded her for being a dim-witted ruler. And that person was only afraid that the grass on his grave would be 2 meters high by now. The people present, who were usually nothing but silent. Where else would anyone dare to go against her? When the courtiers had finished reading that briefing successively, their faces were all shocked. They had all seen Chen Nan's talent in their eyes. It is reasonable to say that with Chen Nan sitting in the Northern Wei, it is simply impossible for it to be reduced to such a state. For a while, they began to wonder what the Northern Wei had gone through to get this way. Unfortunately, Wu Fengwan did not give them time to think, only to see him stand up violently. Ministers, a few months ago, the traitor Chen Nan occupied my Deqiansu city. Now, the Northern Wei is in great turmoil, and its empress is in a coma not knowing whether she is alive or dead. Here's our chance. Who among the ministers dares to lead the army and give me a good handful of Chen Nan's sharpness? Good lord! No courtier dared to answer at all when she said that. Moreover, anyone could tell that His Majesty was still angry with Chen Nan, but hadn't things come to a head between the two long ago? Or is it that their majesties are not willing to stop there? Or is he still harboring fantasies about Chen Nan? In that case, what the hell is River? In the Great Hall, the gazes of the vast majority of courtiers lingered on Zhang He for a long time. We're all smart people. There's no need to be so clear about what we're saying. How could Zhang He not know that this was the fact that Wu Fengwan still had thoughts about Chen Nan in her heart? However, he didn't care what Wu Fengwan's purpose was. In the end, he was the only one who could sit in this Deqian world. I only heard him cough. Your Majesty, as far as I know, didn't my great Qian Chen Shang take 3,000 soldiers to the north some days ago? That Chen Shang's relationship with Chen Nan was already unusual, and now that Chen Nan has no one on hand, it's highly likely that he has gone north to join Chen Nan. In that case, the first thing we'll have to face is Chen Shang, so I suggest that it would be better for General Long Hao to lead an army of 200,000 to the Northern Wei again. As we all know, General Long Hao is steadily superior to Chen Shang no matter where he is, which is why I suggested that this battle be fought by General Long Hao. After hearing his words, Wu Fengwan's eyes lit up and her gaze kept scanning the sequence of military generals on her left. One of the men, who looked to be around 30 years old, kept backing up on his feet, his face twisted. The man was clad in basalt white-colored armor, with a large red and white AO draped behind him. This person was the Long Hao that Zhang He was talking about. The Long Hao of this matter even had the intention of beheading Zhang He among them. He was a martial artist, and had also spent a few years in private school, which was way better than the average martial artist. Indeed, he was slightly better than Chen Shang in all aspects. But had the crowd forgotten that Chen Nan had been worshipped as the military god of the Great Qian dynasty back then? All the martial arts generals of Deqian, there is one who counts. Who shall not lower his head as a human being when he sees Chen Nan? The most crucial thing was that at first, Long Hao was not convinced about the first-timer Chen Nan. The strength between the two had already been finalized as early as the reign of the first emperor of Deqian. After so many years had passed, Chen Nan was long since not the brat he was back then. Ask him, Long Hao, if he really had the courage to stand against Chen Nan? When Wu Fengwan noticed Long Hao who kept retreating, she frowned and said unhappily, "What? Did General Long Hao shy away from battle? Could it be that there really isn't a single person in the Hall of Great Qian who dares to stand against Chen Nan? Could it be that Chen Nan is truly invincible?" When she said this, all of the people below, regardless of civil and military, were twitching. Who among the people present knew Chen Nan's strength and who didn't? However, there is one thing that Zhang He didn't say wrong. Long Hao can indeed suppress Chen Shang. It doesn't mean that it is Chen Nan's opponent. However, looking above the Great Qian Dynasty Hall, it seems that apart from Long Hao, an old man who had followed the late emperor's conquests, there was no one else who had this qualification. General Long Hao, Wu Fengwan bellowed again. Among the military generals, Long Hao let out a bitter smile. He could sort of see it. When Chen Nan went to the Northern Wei not without reason, really should be a saying. The king let me die. I had to die. Anyone present understood Chen Nan's military capabilities, and the crowd had heard about that war between the two of him. But Wu Fengwan was still adamant about letting him lead the army. Do they really not understand that this trip to the Northern Wei province will face more than just Chen Shang? What's more, there was the fluttering and shattered Northern Wei behind them, and a Chen Nan who possessed terrifying strength. A fragment of his mind came to him, vaguely remembering that it was still dusk. The capital city of Deqian is caught in the siege of 100,000 troops of the Northern Wei. Unfortunately, should have come forward to preside over the situation of the late emperor but suffered an assassination. Life and death is hard to predict. Wu Finghuan was pushed into the imperial throne at this critical point. Just when everyone thought that the fall of De Qian had become a fact, Chen Nan stepped forward, and with the only 10,000 defenders in the capital city, he opened the gates wide and charged out. 3 back and forth. Kill the Northern Wei 100,000 troops chilled. Kill the Northern Wei completely bereft of courage. Kill the Northern Wei surrendered the flag. Long Hao took a deep breath and slowly came to the middle of the great hall with heavy footsteps, kneeling down and saying, "Your Majesty, the last general will lead the way. I only hope that your Majesty will think more in the future and become a qualified monarch with one independent personality." When these words came out, the entire room was silent. No one would have thought that at this time, Long Hao would actually say such a sentence. Wu Finghuan also froze. What was Long Hao talking about? Long Hao was changing his mind and scolding her for not being a qualified monarch and for being a brainless person. "General Long Hao, what are you talking about?" Wu Finghuan clenched her teeth and spat out the words word by word. Long Hao's mouth smiled. He knew that he would most likely not be able to come back after this trip to Northern Wei. Although he didn't like Chen Nan very much, he could understand the other party, and in a desperate situation, there was no way that the other party would leave room for the enemy. Therefore, this morning in the court hall, it is also considered to be just his last advice to Wu Finghuan. "Your Majesty, my lord said that I hope that in the future, your Majesty will think more and become a qualified monarch." Chapter 122 Going to Court? It's all forced. Wu Finghuan originally belonged to a somewhat conceited person, and Long Hao actually said something so embarrassing to her in front of the courtiers. Its face had long since reddened, and its teeth were creaking from her bite. Suddenly, he was furious. "Long Hao, I order you to rate 200,000 troops and go on an expedition for me to set foot in Northern Wei, or don't come back." She thought that by giving such a military order Long Hao would realize his mistake. If not for the fact that she still needed Long Hao to go out and fight in the war, she would have long ago ordered that he be pulled out and chopped on the spot, and that his clan be exterminated. The crowd was also stunned. No one thought that their own majesty could actually allow Long Hao to bring 200,000 men to set foot on the Northern Wei. Although the Northern Wei is now in the midst of internal troubles, no one knows what is happening within its borders. The most critical thing is that the remaining troops of their Dakian is more than 300,000 in total. If they really take 200,000 people to go to war, in case all of them are folded in the Northern Wei, then their Dakian will be difficult to protect themselves. The most crucial thing is that the group of ministers looked at Wu Finghuan's appearance, and did not want Long Hao to come back alive at all. For a while, the faces of the courtiers looking at Wu Finghuan were not very good. If you really let him lead the troops to attack the Northern Wei, you might as well order a beheading on the spot. "Your Majesty, I'm only afraid that it's simply impossible for General Long Hao to capture all of Northern Wei with this trip, so why don't you give it some more thought?" In the crowd, such a sentence suddenly came out. Wu Finghuan had been thinking about what would happen to Long Hao, and hadn't even looked down below, and didn't know exactly what had been said just now. In a loud voice, he inquired, "I ask you, which one of you just said that? Why don't you come forward and confront me face to face?" Nowadays, in De Qian, the daily court meeting has almost become a setup, and every meeting is Wu Finghuan talking alone on it. At most, the Jianghe on the side echoed a sentence or two. This is the first time since nearly half a month that Wu Finghuan has heard the voice of his own courtiers admonishing him. Wu Finghuan had thought that after she opened her mouth, the person who had just spoken would come forward on her own accord, but she waited for half a day. The following group of ministers remained unmoved. Her face reddened even more, panting heavily. "Good you are really my good ministers. Are you all rats hiding in the gutter? Don't even dare to admonish me to my face?" The courtiers let Wu Finghuan go crazy on the dragon chair, and no one below took her words seriously at all. At this time, Zhang He, who was on the side, smiled sarcastically and said, "Your Majesty, I believe that it is necessary for General Long Hao to go to Northern Wei this time." Wu Finghuan sighed and raised an eyebrow, turning her head to look at Zhang He. After such a long time, she finally heard someone agreeing with her will, and this person was also someone she had promoted. In this instant, Wu Finghuan's self-confidence in her heart was restored to its peak. What does Secretary Zhang say about this? Zhang He rubbed his chin. "Your Majesty, please listen to my analysis. The Northern Wei is in internal turmoil, and Chen Nan is even more of a flamboyant player. And to think that the Great Qian could recover so quickly thanks to His Majesty's wise leadership. Chen Nan is at best a soy sauce player." Zhang He spoke to himself, not seeing the indignant faces of the courtiers below. Everyone present had been favored by Chen Nan to a greater or lesser extent, but now Zhang He was saying in front of them that Chen Nan was a flamboyant player who was playing the game. What did Wu Finghuan lead them to? She ordered them to lead the army to their deaths? Or the decree to cut Chen Nan's title? Or did she order the death of the crown prince? The people just saw that Wu Fingwan didn't have the slightest bit of military acumen, so they weren't willing to explain more to her. But Jiang He is different. As a courtier, not only does he not share His Majesty's worries, he even urges His Majesty to do so. Unfortunately, as Jiang He said more and more, Wu Fingwan's somewhat pale face gradually reddened, and she nodded frequently as she listened. Eventually, after Jiang He's words fell, Wu Fingwan let out a light laugh. Have all the ministers heard the evaluation of Jiang Iching on me? All ministers bear in mind that Great Qian can do without Chen Nan, but never without me. Wu Fengwan, is General Long Hao available? Long Hao, who had been in a state of kneeling in the Great Hall, froze and hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, the last general is here. Order General Long Hao to lead an army of 200,000 men to step on the Northern Wei panorama and bring Chen Nan back to me alive. Remember, I want to live. I want Chen Nan to watch with his own eyes, to see how my Great Qian has unified the world. Her tone was too big. Hearing the group of ministers below wanted to laugh, and due to her might, everyone was doing their best to hold back their laughter. However, the fact that they didn't dare to laugh didn't mean that Jiang He didn't dare to laugh. Jiang He laughed out loud for a moment, then chimed in, Your Majesty is wise. I congratulate you. See, someone agrees with their own point of view. Wu Fingwan is more energized. The voice also hit the big up, since all the ministers agree with my point of view, that Long Hao general can point troops to go out to war. I am in the palace and so on the good news of the great victory. After the court retired, the courtiers of Deqian gathered at the corner of the palace. What do you think of this matter? Why does His Majesty insist on attacking the Northern Wei? It's not because Chen Nan is in Northern Wei, plus the fact that the country suffered a loss from Hongming before, and now His Majesty wants to make up for it. On the contrary, it's that Jiang He, really a villainous behavior. Anyone knows that this time must not provoke Chen Nan. Really push that guy to the brink. He is really you. By the way, I remember that there's not much grain and grass inside the treasury, right? At most, it's enough to feed 200,000 troops for a month. Why didn't anyone remind His Majesty just now? While several people were discussing, a few guards with armor came to the side. Who was muttering over there? Why don't you leave now that the court is over? The scene shifted to the Northern Wei Dynasty Hall, where Chen Nan, clad in a large black AO, stood with a golden tin staff at the side of the dragon case, eyeing the ministers in front of him. Gentlemen, what is the situation in Wei capital today? Is there a definite statistic? Upon hearing his words, many people on the side of the civil ministers trembled, but none of them dared to stand up and chime in. They are afraid. Chen Nan is killing at the drop of a hat, or killing in front of the ministers. If this goes on, who dares to stand up and talk back? Chang Sun Du looked back at the ministers, sighed, and came to the center. Your Highness, according to this minister's statistics, the people of Wei capital were about 2 million earlier. In just one day yesterday there was an exodus of more than 500,000 people, and now there are about 1.5 million people left in Weidu. That's still the number after we sealed the gates and some of the people who wanted to escape were too late. Chen Nan nodded and looked at the courtiers again, unexpectedly saying, I really didn't expect that 500,000 people had escaped in just one day, and the number of people attending the court is still the same as before. It does surprise my king. As the words fell, the ministers looked at each other with bitter smiles. Is it that they want to go to court? Not at all. If Chen Nan had not sealed the city gates, I was only afraid that many of them would have run away yesterday. They also knew that as long as your people were within Weidu, Chen Nan had ways to find them out, which was why they didn't dare to run away. As for going to court, that's just being forced to go to court. Chapter 123. What about outside the courtroom? What about tomorrow? And the day after? In fact, this time, there is no very important thing in the court. Chen Nan is just to see. There is no one really dare not come to the court. After he made sure that the city gates were completely sealed, he nodded his head and said, Since all of you are confident, then the king doesn't have anything else to say, so just do your jobs. As these words fell, all the people had a bottom in their hearts. At least today Chen Nan would not kill indiscriminately for no reason. Just as he was about to exit the court, Qin Changmin suddenly stood out. Chen Nan, are you really trying to cause my Northern Wei to perish? Chen Nan froze. He had not expected that to this day. This Qin Changmin would actually dare to jump out. I don't know what the Qin Academy means by this. How is this king going to cause the Northern Wei to fall? Qin Changmin said sternly. The Empress Dowager is in a coma. My Northern Wei should have the young emperor attend the court. You Chen Nan are just a prince. What right do you have to organize the courtiers to attend the court? This abbot dares to ask your highness. Isn't this an act of usurpation? Isn't it a betrayal of my Northern Wei? If the Empress Dowager keeps falling into a coma, could it be that you, Chen Nan, will always be in charge of this Northern Wei? Moreover, we are all subjects belonging to Northern Wei. but we can't even see the Empress Dowager. Chen Nan, what exactly are your intentions? The rest of the people were also shocked when these words came out. It was only then that they realized that what Qin Shingmen had said really made sense. They all served the Northern Wei and belonged to its vassals. But now, all of them obeyed Chen Nan's words. In that case, what was the young emperor? What is the Empress Dowager of Northern Wei? The most crucial thing is that they really can't see the face of the Empress Dowager. The specific situation of the Empress Dowager. They don't know at all. If Chen Nan really had the guts to murder the Empress Dowager and hide her from the public, wouldn't that be treason? Chen Nan let out a cold laugh. He could sort of see that Qin Shingmen was just using the excuse of the Empress Dowager to turn on herself, and was also trying to pull the crowd together to isolate herself. Only, with the example of Hongzhe being bewitched in front of him, he really didn't dare to let this group of people appear in front of the Empress Dowager. As for Qin Shingmen, Chen Nan had never known exactly what his purpose was, which was why he had never made a move against him. Now it seemed that this Qin Shingmen had really lived long enough, Chen Nan thought, and his eyes were not as kind as they had been when he regarded Qin Shingmen. The dozens of officials of the Fengtian Palace were all silent as they stared at Chen Nan at the same time, and Chen Nan was also staring back at them. As time passed, the killing intent on Chen Nan's face was almost written in stone, only to see him take a step forward, and before he could make a move, Qin Shingmen coldly shouted, "Chen Nan, at this point in time, do you still want to put us in our place by means of killing? This academy tells you that I am an official of Northern Wei for one day and for life. Do you really think that you can make us obediently listen to you by such crude means?" As the two sides were at swords drawn, Chang Sun-du smiled sarcastically and said, "The Qin Academy will say less, and your highness will not blame them. The ministers are also all thinking about the safety of my Northern Wei Empress. Your highness, take it easy. Qin Academy, you should also stop talking. The king naturally has his considerations." Chang Sun-du had wanted to persuade the two away. Unexpectedly, after he had finished speaking, Qin Shangmin was even colder and said, "Humph, Chang Sun-du, you are but a dog with a broken spine. What Chen Nan says you believe. In the future, if he says that he has become the emperor of Northern Wei, and appoints you as the one-character side-by-side king, do you believe him as well?" Chang Sun-du froze. He hadn't thought about it. For a while, even he was in the middle of a long examination. Indeed, what Chen Nan had done before was all for the sake of Northern Wei. But the situation is different now. The Empress Dowager is in a coma. The Northern Wei is in internal turmoil. And on the surface, the Northern Wei is the only one who can pick up the banner, Chen Nan. But don't forget, he was also the right minister of the Northern Wei dynasty. Couldn't he have been this person? Even if the young emperor was ruling and was responsible for supervising the country, it should have been the left and right ministers together. This can also avoid the situation of one family dominating the other. As the thoughts unfolded, Chang Sun-du seemed to consider them clearly, and his tightly furrowed brow unfolded. Seeing this, Chen Nan let out a light laugh. "What? Have you considered it too, Chang Sun-du, to stand against this king?" Chang Sun-du laughed dryly twice. "What words are you saying, Your Highness? This Prime Minister is the right minister of Northern Wei. What decisions are made in the court this Prime Minister has the right to know, which naturally includes the current situation of the Empress Dowager. Could it be that Your Highness really wants to take over the government alone? Do you really want to rely on yourself alone to save Northern Wei from destruction? Could it be that the king really thinks he's the savior?" At this moment, Chen Nan gave birth to the idea of leaving Northern Wei. He knew that if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him at all. However, the previous Empress Dowager of the Northern Wei dynasty was so trusting of him that she was even able to make him a prince in public when he first arrived. More than that, he did not begrudge the military power, and the 200,000 strong army was said to be given. Even if it ends up being just a deputy marshal, that's just a way to shut up the world's yo-yo. Also, after the end of the Great War, Hong Ming's military power was immediately recalled, while he, Chen Nan, had always carried his military talisman with him. The thought of leaving was completely snuffed out of him. Only Chen Nan shook his head and said, "Gentlemen, who else feels that this king is too authoritarian? Come forward and this king will give you an explanation." No one on the military general's side pressed the issue. In their perceptions, martial arts had never been respected, and as Chen Nan was more powerful than them, they were willing to do Chen Nan's bidding, even if Chen Nan wanted to change the dynasty in the future. So what? Who wouldn't want to follow a strong man? It is only on the side of the civil ministers that they are thinking more about the interests belonging to themselves. During the reign of the Empress Dowager, their own interests were dispersed out quite a bit. Now, during Chen Nan's period of substitution, what little power they had in their hands was even more replaced by someone else. In that case, they were naturally unwilling to follow Chen Nan. On the civilian side, most of them had a stupid look on their faces. At this moment, Chen Nan had a smile on his face, but that smile was a bit cold, with some eeriness in it. It was as if anyone dared to step forward, their bodies would be separated in the next second. Qin Qingmin laughed in his heart when he saw the situation of the civil ministers. He didn't stand up for himself either, and he served his purpose. What he wants is for the Northern Way to be in chaos, and as for who is the leader of the Northern Way, it has nothing to do with him at all. In his mind, no matter who it was now, he was the only one who would end up in this position. Chen Nan looked at the courtiers who were dumbfounded and hummed coldly. Didn't you all say that this king is too authoritarian? Now that this king has asked you all to come forward, why has no one come forward again? Are the Qin Academy and Chancellor Changsun the only two people who feel this way? Or is it that you all think this way in your hearts, but only dare not come forward due to the might of this king? Chen Nan smiled evilly. This king once again guarantees that there will be absolutely no bloodshed at today's court meeting. Upon hearing this, Naga Sundo, who already had some desires, mouthed his mouth. When he was about to open his mouth, he happened to see Qin Qingmin, who was giving him a crazy wink from the side. There was also the constant rubbing of its right thumb and index finger. Naga Sundo knew that this was a code word that belonged exclusively between the two. As for the others, they could sort of see that Chen Nan was only saying that he would guarantee that there would be no bloodshed in the courtroom today. What about outside the court? What about tomorrow? And after that? No one dares to stand up and be the first to say no. Chapter 124 Distribution of Relief Food. Long after Chen Nan had finished speaking, there was still no one who came forward to refute it. He didn't have any more patience to wait, and spoke again. Since no one among you has refuted it, this courtroom will remain under the authority of this king. After saying that, he stopped paying attention to the crowd and walked towards the outside of the hall alone. Only, he suddenly stopped his steps when he reached the door. When do you have the time to talk about this to the king's face? Then come back and talk to the king about the power of words. Immediately afterward, he walked out of the great hall. Soon after Chen Nan left, the military generals on his side also left the field, and the remaining civil ministers in the hall looked at each other. They did not expect that Chen Nan would actually be among those who would make their words so clear. So many people had been fighting over the issue of the right to speak. It was only Chen Nan's great power, coupled with the fact that the Empress Dowager had been extremely favorable to him when nothing had happened to her, that had created such a situation. But now, after all, is not before, and there is also Qin Qingmin raised this point, and even more Changsun do the second to come forward to refute the position of their own right prime minister. That's why there are so many problems. Chen Nan, who had left the great hall, had his eyes tightly closed as he relied on his own senses to walk towards the outside of the palace. He wasn't sure. Clearly the previous Changsun Du had been convinced by him, and he had promised the other party that he would have the opportunity to stay in history afterwards. But he didn't expect that the other party would actually defect so quickly, and it hadn't even been 2 days before Changsun Du was ushered into a backlash because of Qin Qingmin's 2 words. Just as Chen Nan was thinking, a voice suddenly came out of his ears. I wonder if your highness is in the mood to have a chat with me. Listening carefully, the voice was a bit hoarse and more of a loneliness, as if the person had lived in the darkness for a long time. After feeling a bit, Chen Nan opened his eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What? You're willing to come out? A quick glance around revealed a gnarled tree in a corner not far away. With a casual gesture, he headed in the direction of the large tree. When he came to the big tree, a black-robed man wearing a mask soon leapt down from the tree. What? You dare to ask me out and you don't even have the guts to show your face? The man froze and laughed lightly. Your highness is overly concerned. I am just a shadow that serves the royal family. I have no face, and naturally I am not worthy of your highness' thoughts. Then what is your purpose in calling this king to this place? Chen Nan said in disbelief. The man smiled helplessly. I just want to know how the Empress Dowager's current situation really is. After all, the young emperor is young, and without the Empress Dowager's company for too long, I am afraid that the young emperor will have heart problems. A long time ago, the two had met once in the imperial garden, and this time could be considered their official meeting. Chen Nan did not answer, but instead felt it carefully. It was only then that it became clear that the other party's martial realm was at the peak of the 8th rank, only one step away from that half-step sovereign. The man in black sensed Chen Nan's purpose and sighed. Your highness does not have to be like this. I have been at the peak of the 8th rank for 15 years now, and I have not been able to step out of this step. Speaking of which, I'm curious as to how your highness took this step. The black-robed man's pair of black eyes appeared deep, trying to read some different points from Chen Nan's face. Unfortunately, he was only an 8th grade martial artist, and he was still far from Chen Nan, who was in the sect master realm. Plus, even though Chen Nan was assured of him, he wouldn't tell him everything, so naturally, he wouldn't let him see any clues. Only Chen Nan slowly spoke. You don't need to consider the Empress Dowager's side. This king will do his best to save her. As for the young emperor, it is true that this king does not have a better solution, and can only let the palace maid take care of him first. However, the king is more concerned about you. Your Highness cares about me? The man in black was stunned. Chen Nan nodded. Not bad. For you to show up at this time, you don't just want to know the actual situation of the Empress Dowager only, do you? Could it be that there are other things that this king does not know? He didn't believe that the other party was only for the safety of the Empress Dowager. If that was really the case, the other party should have stepped forward to inquire at the first moment of the Empress Dowager's accident. And if it didn't come forward then, but suddenly appeared at this time, then it must have some other purpose. The black-clothed man's eyes dodged minutely for a bit. Your Highness is overly concerned. The villain indeed only appeared for the safety of the Empress Dowager. Upon hearing him call himself a villain, Chen Nan snorted twice. Since you have this attitude, it seems that the two of us have nothing to talk about. After saying that, without even giving the other party a chance to retort, he turned around and lifted his feet to leave. The king. Under the tree. The man in black opened his mouth to try to leave Chen Nan behind, but he wasn't that sincere, and Chen Nan had no reason to stay. After watching Chen Nan walk away, the man in black sighed and shook his head helplessly, then smoothly pulled out a small pill from his waist and ate it. At the entrance of the palace, Wu Su, who was on guard duty, saw Chen Nan walking towards him from afar. With an excited face, Your Majesty, is it that you need the help of the last general? Chen Nan patted into his shoulder, relieved up. Don't worry, really something this king will certainly not forget you. Now your primary task is to look after the palace. Wushu walked back to his original position with a disappointed look on his face, and he understood. Now that Chen Nan's hands were in a state where no one was available, he was forced to become the guard of the palace. After coming out from the palace, it was already high noon. Chen Nan could not think about it in time and walked towards the direction of the government office. Last night, he had only explained a few words to Light Feather and Mo Bai, and he still didn't know if the two had gotten things done or not. If this matter was accomplished, at least in the short term, there would be no need to consider the food problem of the people of Weidu. Just as he was walking towards the government office, he saw many of the people walking in one direction with indignant faces. Chen Nan was also curious as to what had happened, so he followed the people forward. As he walked, he realized that wasn't this the way to the East End? The Eastern District is a collection of all the great families of Weidu. Coupled with the fact that this group of people didn't look that amiable, Chen Nan's heart became more and more unsettled. When he greeted the people to go outside the city to mobilize the army, he realized that he didn't have a single person around him that he could call upon. It was too late to consider, casually stopping an older citizen to inquire. Master, what are we doing with so many people? The grandfather who was stopped was disgruntled. Are you from Weidu or not? The Weidu government office has sent word for us to go and collect relief grain today. Don't you know? Get out of the way. Don't block the road. You won't be able to collect it later if you go late. For a moment, Chen Nan's brain only felt a bolt of lightning cross his mind. A message from the government office? Food relief? What's all this? Although he demanded food from the clans of the scholars in order to distribute it to the people, without his word, who was so bold as to order it at will? The most crucial thing was that the government office was in the northern district of Weidu, but the place that this group of people went to was obviously the eastern district, and these two places were so far apart. Chen Nan became even more curious, and his steps unconsciously sped up quite a bit. Chapter 125, 2 Tokens. When he arrived at his destination, he realized that it wasn't exactly the Lu family compound that he had come to last night. In front of the courtyard gate, Mo Bai was distributing food to the scrambling people in front of him with a helpless face, and on its side stood Light Feather with a fierce face. Behind the two of them, there was even a team of soldiers constantly moving the food inside the Lu mansion out towards the outside. What are you doing? Chen Nan bellowed. He didn't quite understand that this was the first time Mo Bai had disobeyed him. He clearly remembered that last night he had only asked the two to organize the assets of the Lu mansion. He hadn't asked them to distribute them on the spot. Thinking so, Chen Nan's gaze unconsciously looked toward Lightning Feather. Light Feather behind Mo Bai sensed Chen Nan's gaze and spread out both hands with a face full of bitterness. Chen Nan's violent shout only slightly stopped the crowd. It quickly resumed as before and the crowd began to get noisy once again. My lord! But the old man came first. How can we give him food first? I'm going to you. It's obvious that I was here first. You old bastards still want to rob me of my grain? That's enough. What's all the bickering about? Chen Nan bellowed. If you continue to argue like this, don't blame this king for throwing this grain into the moat. This king? He's the king of Jinan. Quickly, folks, don't fight. With the king of Jinan here, none of us will worry about food. That's right, the king is here, and each of us will definitely get a share of the New Year's grain. At such a point, Chen Nan remembered that it was November. and there was still a month to go before the new year. The people are also scrambling to have some food stored in their homes for the holidays. Under the helplessness, once again opened, folks. This food is currently just to inventory. Half an hour later again in the government office among the king personally sit down. Surely we can ensure that the food is distributed to everyone. Let's go home individually now. And line up in front of the government office half an hour later, when there will be special people to distribute the food for you. With Chen Nan's assurance, the people who had not yet completely fallen into madness finally calmed down. The people were persuaded, and the noisy Lu mansion finally returned to peace. Chen Nan came to Mobai with a dark face. What's going on? Didn't I ask you to count the assets? How come so many people know about this? Mobai laughed bitterly. You don't know, Your Majesty, that the Lu family has too many assets. Excluding silver and gold and a few collectibles, there are 150,000 stones of grain alone in its house. You should know that the grain stored among the treasury of the entire Wei capital is only 100,000 stones. Most of the grain stored in those people's homes have been raided by the hoi polloi, or they wouldn't be so anxious to come and collect the grain. What I'm asking is how the people know that there is food in the Willow House? Who on earth spread this matter? Chen Nan said angrily. Mobai looked skeptical. Isn't it what the king said? Early this morning, there were people who came and lined themselves up in front of the Lu mansion, and said that the king himself had ordered me to distribute grain to them. Chen Nan froze. I said that? Early this morning my king was still at the court meeting in the courtroom. How could I have ordered it? Besides, can any random citizen pretend to pass on my king's royal order? Mobai was also puzzled. Your Highness, this matter can't really be blamed on me, even though that man had a sincere face. I know that the king would certainly not let a commoner deliver a message about this kind of thing. However, just when I was puzzled, that person actually took out the king's token, and when I saw that the other party had taken out the token, I had no choice but to distribute food to him first. A token? Chen Nan was even more puzzled. At this time, behind him, Lightfeather also took 2 steps forward. Your Highness, that token I also saw, is indeed the prince's token distributed by the court. The token is real, and it's also engraved with the 3 big words Jinan Wang. That's why the last general believes that the other party is really someone sent by the king. As soon as these words came out, Chen Nan subconsciously touched his waist, and with a smooth pull, an iron token appeared in the eyes of the 3. The token was engraved with 3 big words, King of Jinan. At that moment, all 3 of them sucked in a mouthful of cold air. At this time, Mobai and Lightfeather still do not know that the 2 were swindled. This can't be. How can this be? Lightfeather muttered in a small voice. Her feet kept retreating towards the back. According to the saying, General Mobai has seen the king's order not many times. There is still the possibility of recognizing the wrong one. But this general has followed the late emperor for his entire life, and has seen no less than a handful of marquee tokens. So how could he possibly be mistaken? Only to see Lightfeather quickly stepped forward, came to Chen Nan, regardless of the other party's reaction. Grabbed its hands of the token, picked up and carefully examined for a long time. Chen Nan and the 2 of them didn't bother, and they knew exactly what Lightning Feather could see from it. After a long time, Lightfeather raised her head and stared up at the 2 with wide eyes. Your Highness, this token of yours is actually real? Chen Nan said suspiciously. What? Could it be that General Lightfeather suspects that this token of this king is a fake? Lightfeather shook his head and said, naturally not. It's just that the last general is very strange. How could 2 identical Jinan king orders appear in my northern way? This is simply something that cannot happen. As we all know, in all dynasties, there simply would not be 2 princes with the same name. Then naturally there would not be 2 identical tokens. But this bizarre thing appeared right in front of the crowd. The most outrageous thing was that the other party had also tricked them with the token. Chen Nan took back the token. Let's put aside the matter of the token for now. How much food have you sent out? Mobai held his forehead. Before the king came, I had already sent out nearly 100,000 stones of grain. Nowadays, there are no more than 50,000 stones of grain left in the Willow House. A normal person's meal in a day is about a liter. A stone can be 10 buckets, and a bucket is equivalent to 10 liters. Chen Nan was shocked. Just 50,000 stones of grain left? Only enough for 1.5 million people to live on for 3 days? Lightfeather interjected. That's not the case. Your Highness has forgotten that there are still 200,000 troops outside of the city, and the soldiers need to undergo basic training every day, which requires far more food than normal. The army has only 10,000 stones of food left, so the food in our city still needs to be distributed to the soldiers outside the city. Enough. 10,000 stones of grain outside the city will at least be enough for the army for 2 more days. After that we'll think of something else. For a moment, Mobai was puzzled. Your Majesty, Haven't we already sent down 100,000 stones of grain to the people? Why do we still need to go by the base of 1.5 million? Chen Nan sneered. Humph. Those people dared to privately engrave my king's token. You don't really think that the food is all claimed by the people, do you? But your majesty, didn't you just say that you would distribute food at the government offices? What if the group still comes back to claim it? Chen Nan smiled evilly. This is simple. When the time comes to collect the food, you need to bring their household registers. We will check it against the household registers recorded by the Ministry of Households. And there will definitely be no mistakes on this point. Only, Chen Nan did not expect that this point would really come as an accident. Chapter 126, is there any more now? Half an hour later, a long line of people had already formed in front of the Weidu government office. The group of people appeared to be very compliant under the authority of the patrolling soldiers. Chen Nan had someone bring in a chair and personally sat down. It was Mo Bai who personally checked each person's household registration to make sure it was correct before distributing it. Seeing this, Chen Nan was also relieved and closed his eyes to rest. Just as things were getting organized, a violent quarrel woke Chen Nan up. When he opened his eyes, he only saw several red-faced people standing in front of Mo Bai arguing. On what grounds is food not distributed to me? I'm also from Weidu. On what grounds? That's right, Your Excellency. We're all the people of Weidu. Why should we only give it to them and not to us? Could it be that the official wants to starve us commoners to death? The soldiers who maintained order around them had already surrounded several people in the very center, just waiting for Mo Bai to give the order. They would step in and hold down the disruptive few. However, Mo Bai did not dare to give orders at all. He knew that these people were just the head of the group, and there were forces behind them, plus the periphery were all really old people. If he really dared to give such an order, he couldn't wait for the next second before a riot broke out on the spot. Seeing the situation in front of him, Chen Nan coldly grunted. What's all the noise about? Do none of them want food anymore? The moment these words came out, except for the people who had already received the relief food, were indifferent. The people who were queuing up at the back all had their faces changed. Most of them only had a day or two's worth of food stored at home. And if Chen Nan really stopped distributing food, it would mean that they would have nothing to eat next. At the thought of this, the crowd, which was already somewhat pushed and shoved, became even more chaotic, with everyone squeezing their heads to crowd forward. Chen Nan came to Mo Bai and inquired, what's going on? How can we still quarrel about distributing a grain? Mo Bai smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, these people are not among the records of the Ministry of Households, but they took out the land deeds, the authenticity of which I was unable to discern. So naturally, according to the regulations, they could not be given food. Then the guys got a little reluctant and started arguing and getting extra loud. And that's what happened. After listening to Mo Bai's explanation, Chen Nan looked at the several people. The men were found to be powerful and sinewy, and essentially different from those of the common people. Chen Nan glanced at the calm lightning feather behind him, who understood and came before the crowd. Only then did you extend your hand and say, don't you have a land deed? Take it out and let this king take a look? Several people were obedient, simultaneously taking out the land deeds in their hands and handing them to Chen Nan. Chen Nan did not take it, but looked at Lightning Feather. He was a native official of the Northern Wei dynasty, so he naturally had a way of recognizing the authenticity of land deeds. He saw Light Feather take the land deed in the hands of several people and scrutinize it carefully. Only, the moment he received the land deed, Light Feather's calm demeanor disappeared and was replaced by a look of sadness. Chen Nan's face changed when he sensed its change. What's wrong? Can it be that this land deed is real? Light Feather whispered back. Your Highness, the authenticity of this land deed can't be discerned by the last general. It could be an imitation, or it could be real. Chen Nan said breathlessly, the way you say this, that besides being true, isn't it false? It's hard to believe that there is a third outcome. No, all land deeds in Northern Wei are stamped with the court seal on top, and that seal is special and has a prismatic feel to it if you touch it. It's just that the seals on top of these deeds have aged too much, and the prismatic sense that should have existed has long since disappeared, which is why the last general was unable to distinguish between the real and the fake. Chen Nan suddenly smiled. Do you really think that this king is asking you to discern the authenticity of this land deed? Light Feather looked at Chen Nan in puzzlement. Wasn't the other party giving him a wink in the beginning to make him come forward? But what does that mean now? Only to hear Chen Nan then speak. Look at these few people and compare them to the rest of the people. Is there a very obvious difference? At the sound of the voice, Light Feather carefully scrutinized the few people in front of him. He was also practicing martial arts, and inexplicably had a natural feeling towards his fellow travelers. It was only after this look that he exclaimed, Your Highness is saying that these people have also practiced martial arts? They are not ordinary people? Chen Nan nodded. Do you still remember saying that you had seen this king's token in front of the Lu mansion before? I think these guys might know something. In full view of the public, Chen Nan snatched a few land deeds in the hands of Light Feather, among which he tore them to shreds, and then scattered the torn land deeds in midair. This set of movements was flowing smoothly, not giving the few people in front of him time to react at all. By the time they had reacted, the land deed had long since shattered into crumbs and fluttered down recklessly in midair. A few people glanced at each other, and the leader immediately shouted, "Folks, look, the king of Jinan is tearing up our land deeds in public, and he has no intention of distributing food to us at all." The rest of the few people also chimed in. "That's right, still claiming to be the king of Jinans. I don't think you have us, the people, in your heart at all. Everyone, come and see. The king of Jinan wants to starve us commoners to death. Come and help us judge." The people, who were already in the mood, became even more agitated under the vocalizations of several people, and each of them shouted loudly. Only Chen Nan waved his hand and said in a cold voice, "Folks, these people are scouts sent over by Great Qian. Folks, don't be fooled by him. They're not our Northern Wei people at all. Think about it, you are all the people of Northern Wei. When did the king even treat them separately? Each one is given a certain amount of grain according to family size." With these words, the people finally regained some sanity, and some of them looked back. Anyone who was of Northern Wei origin in the Ministry of Households, whether or not they were from Weidu, received the appropriate amount of food. In the crowd, another person spoke up. "Yes, the king has sent us food. Since His Majesty said that these few people have problems, then it must be their problem. Earlier the king also promised that we would certainly distribute food, and now should not all be done?" The few people at the front simply did not expect Chen Nan to be able to solve the problem so quickly. This one directly disrupted their plans. One of them took 2 steps forward. "Dare I ask the Jinnan king on what basis he says we are not the people of Northern Wei? Don't forget, Jinnan king, we are all people with deeds to land in Northern Wei." Chen Nan laughed. "Oh, is that so? Are you guys from Northern Wei if you have a land deed? Look at what the people of Northern Wei call this king." A few people froze and fought back before realizing that all the people of Northern Wei saw Chen Nan as a prince, and no one dared to fully hand over the 3 words Jinnan king, only to hear Chen Nan say once again, "You said you have the Northern Wei land deed. That was before. Do you still have the land deed now? Take it out." This king recognizes it. A few people were not cuties either. Even if they had the land deed on them, it was impossible for them to take it out at this time. Chen Nan's face changed as he shouted, "Take it down." A few soldiers around had long been unable to hold back. In front of the people dared to make Chen Nan unable to get off the stage, and when they went up to their hands, the soldiers also deliberately added some movements. Chapter 127, De Qian's 200,000 strong army. "What are you doing? Forcibly detaining us? Could it be that by virtue of being the king of Jinan you can act recklessly against us? The people?" The leader was smart enough to not single out only Chen Nan for targeting a few of his own people, but to impose the people behind him along with him. However, he never expected that the people behind him not only didn't chime in, but instead looked at the several people with cold eyes. In the crowd, when someone wanted to open his mouth to help, someone behind him pulled and advised, "Don't move. Can't you see that His Majesty's face doesn't look good at all? And the king just said that these people are all spies sent by the Great Qian. If we help them open their mouths, won't that make us a sinner of Northern Wei?" With such persuasion, the people behind them were quite clear in the face of right and wrong, and no one opened their mouths at all. Seeing this, the leader stopped struggling and allowed the soldiers to grab him. It was only after the arrests that order was restored to calm in front of the government offices. After Chen Nan had distributed the food to the people, he brought Mo Bai and Light Feather to the prison. Here, Chen Nan not only saw the 3 Lu half-hangers that he hadn't seen for 2 days, but also the several people who had been arrested and brought in to cause trouble only a moment ago. Chen Nan came to the door of the prison where several people were being held and said in a chilling voice, "Who sent you here? A direct explanation would be much less troublesome, and this king will give you a pain in the ass." The man said disdainfully, "TSK, is this the belly of your Chen Nan? I thought I would just let us go." Chen Nan laughed coldly. "You can enter Wei capital to see that the forces behind you are not ordinary. How can I let the tiger return to the mountain? It's already a great honor to give you a pain in the ass." Whether it was Chen Nan or the troublemaking few, it was clear that they had no chance of surviving. The only thing Chen Nan could do to help them was just to suffer a little less guilt while they were alive. Seeing that several people had no thoughts of cooperating, Chen Nan waved his hand and called the jailer behind him to the front. 1 hour. I just want the result. I don't ask about the process." A few jailers' faces were delighted. Chen Nan had taught them many techniques of questioning before. Helplessly a few people had not been able to experiment with them. Now it was good. Chen Nan not only taught them interrogation techniques, but also thoughtfully found a few tough talkers for a few jailers. He saw a few jailers open the cell door, leaving 2 people to guard outside the door. 2 people went straight into the cell, and 2 others went out to prepare what they would need later. Watching the movements of the several people, Lightfeather let out a vicious laugh and said, "Your Highness, this group of people shouldn't know anything, why don't we just kill them and save time?" Chen Nan shook his head. "Do you remember the token you saw this morning?" Lightfeather nodded uncomprehendingly. I heard Chen Nan then speak. "In the morning, it was an imitation of this king's token, and at noon, it was a direct imitation of the Northern Way's land deed. The most crucial thing is that both of these things are imitated so realistically that even you haven't been able to tell the real from the fake. That brings a particular point to my king's mind." Hearing this, Lightfeather became even more curious about what point Chen Nan had thought of. On the contrary, Emobai looked shocked and was surprised. "Your Highness, it can't really be him, can it?" Hearing the conversation between the two, Lightfeather was even more in the clouds. The 2 people were speaking human language. Why he just couldn't understand it? Yes, the 2 men were talking about the genuine gold-clad one they had seen earlier in the pleasure forest. That one is genuine. So that means there's a replica in the palace. That group of people can even imitate the gold silk clothes, then imitate a token plus a few land deeds that is not a handful. For a while, Chen Nan became even more curious about the identities of the several people. Only, just as he was waiting, Lightfeather suddenly changed his face and came to Chen Nan with a cautious expression. "Your Majesty, the last general sensed the strength fluctuation of a 7th grade martial general in the surroundings." Chen Nan froze. A 7th grade martial general? Wasn't that exactly the henchman he had trained? Usually there is no emergency. The other party is bound to not be so panicked. And now the existence of a person who can make Lightfeather feel his breath is bound to be something big. Only to see Chen Nan saying with a straight face, "You 2 keep an eye on this place. Don't have any accidents. I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back soon." "Your Highness, that person." Lightfeather still wants to keep Chen Nan, but the latter pressed on without listening to him, and left the prison with great strides. Walking out of the jail, Chen Nan came into the middle of the inner room of the government office, and in a short while, a black-robed man walked out of the door. The man stood respectfully in front of Chen Nan. "Your Highness, according to the news from the scouts on the Dakian side, Wu Fingwan sent Long Hao as the marshal, leading an army of 200,000 men, and rushing towards Sioux City under the banner of destroying Northern Wei. According to their marching speed, they will be able to reach the lower part of Sioux City in about 4 days, so please make a decision early." "Your Highness, Wu Fingwan still really can't stay idle." Knowing that Northern Wei is in trouble, he immediately sent someone to attack. Chen Nan smiled slightly. He also asked, "How did Wu Fingwan know about this? Did someone inform on you or?" The black-robed man replied honestly. "This matter came out from the court meeting, and it was said that someone handed a briefing to Wu Fingwan, which depicted in detail the current situation in Northern Wei." Chen Nan nodded. "Other than that, is there any movement on the Western Shu side? And then there's East Qin?" The black-robed man then spoke. "The Western Shu Dynasty Council is still debating on whether or not to claim Lu Hath hanging from the Northern Wei, and the result will be the yes of these 2 days. As for the East Qin side, there are many capable people in this country, and our people aren't very good at infiltrating, so the intelligence is still as scarce as ever. All that is known is that one of their royal princes seems to have been lost. Who exactly? How old he is? What his appearance is like? None of this is known." Without the need for Chen Nan to say anything, the black-robed man proceeded to talk about the situation in Nantang. "Your Majesty, the country of Nantang has been quiet, and its entire country from top to bottom is intoxicated with the pleasures of literature, and has no time to deal with anything else at all. However, the barbarians of the Northern Wei country have also begun to frequent their activities recently, and it is rumored that there is a war god amongst the barbarian tribes who has broken through to the realm of a half-step zongsher, which is something the king should also pay attention to." Upon hearing that it was only a half-step sovereign, Chen Nan did not care much. After all, he was at the sovereign realm. It was just a half-step sect master. It wasn't like he hadn't faced one before. In his heart, the barbarian's half-step sect master could be equated with Lu Half hanging. Half an hour later, the black-robed man's report ended, and Chen Nan once again folded back into the middle of the prison. On the face of it, he walked up to the 2 people with a happy face, in which Lightfeather muttered in a low voice, "Strange, just now I still feel the presence of a martial artist around. How come I can't feel it so soon?" However, with Chen Nan sitting at the helm, he didn't think too much about it. After all, he had already reported this situation to Chen Nan before, and there was no need for him to worry about what exactly should come next. He only needed to follow Chen Nan's instructions. Chapter 128: A loophole in the explanation. Seeing the 2 men's joyful faces, Chen Nan knew that most likely the interrogation had yielded results. Then he inquired, "Did you ask?" Mo Bai nodded. Asked. According to the 2 men's account, They are indeed spies sent by the Great Qian to Northern Wei to spy on the situation, and it's even explained which general sent them. Upon hearing this, the smile at the corner of Chen Nan's mouth immediately disappeared. For a moment, Mo Bai also noticed that something was wrong and asked after him. Your Highness, could it be that something is wrong? It shouldn't be, Chen Nan muttered. According to his understanding of Wu Fingluan, if it was really a spy sent by the Great Qian, it was bound to be impossible to be following the orders of a certain general, and it was more likely to be directly following the orders of Wu Fingluan. Wu Fingluan herself was an extremely conceited woman, and for something like this, it was even more unlikely that she would let her subordinates do it, but would instead hold this matter firmly and tightly in her hands. Chen Nan confirmed again. Are you sure you've asked correctly? Are they really spies sent by Deqian? Can you also tell which general sent them? Mo Bai nodded heavily. That's right. According to what they said, it is indeed like this. Chen Nan sighed heavily and took a large step into the prison. This time, he didn't call the jailer, but gently made his way to the cell door and watched the movements of several people carefully from outside. Just a few people sitting around, paying no attention to what was going on outside. Boss, this Chen Nan is too gullible, isn't he? They really believed us when we said we were sent by Great Qian. The man at the head hemmed and hawed. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Nan had casually made up an identity for us at the beginning, I really couldn't think of a better one for a while. A few people were still immersed in the joy of successfully fooling the jailers, and no one even noticed Chen Nan and the others outside the door. Just as a few people let out a loud laugh, one of them suddenly looked up and yelled, "Ah!" I saw the man too thin pointing outside the cell door and shivering. Chen Nan. With these words, everyone's smiles froze and they simultaneously looked outside the dungeon. At this moment, the smile on the face of the person in the lead disappeared, and with a calm face, he gave a wink to a few people. Chen Nan snorted coldly. Alright, stop pretending. I heard everything you guys just said. Or be honest about who really sent you. The man said with an impatient face. I just said it all. It's the Great Qian who sent us. The general who ordered us is called Chen Shang. He's the red man in Wu Fengluan's eyes. If you dare to make a move against us, General Chen Shang won't let you off the hook. Speaking of Chen Shang, a smile appeared at the corner of Chen Nan's mouth. What? Are you guys sure that Chen Shang sent you? The man nodded fiercely. That's for sure. It's come to this. Do you think we still have the need to lie to you? Have you all forgotten that this king has spent a long time in Deqian before? Do you think that this king doesn't know Wu Fengluan as well as you do? Besides, what courtier would call his own majesty by his first name? Besides, don't you guys think that the names Chen Nan and Chen Shang are very similar? Chen Nan said 3 words in a row, causing several people's faces to gradually become ugly. A few people didn't even think in that direction, and naturally, they didn't realize that what they were saying out loud would have so many holes in it. What Chen Nan had said was indeed something they had overlooked. Moreover, the trio didn't even know that Chen Shang's name could be said to have been renamed by Chen Nan. In the eyes of the Daqian officials, Chen Shang is the representative of Chen Nan, and as Chen Nan had already been expelled from Deqian, Chen Shang's end would naturally not be any better. Not to mention calling Wu Fengluan by her first name. A few people's sayings at a glance were false, and Chen Nan didn't know exactly how those jailers had interrogated them. Suddenly, Chen Nan's words changed. Do you guys know Qin Guangming or Qin Qingmin? A few people didn't even react to his sudden utterance of those 2 names. A flash of light flashed in the eyes of the man at the head, and that light came and went quickly, but it still didn't escape Chen Nan's eyes. No, we don't know any Qin Qingmin or Qin Guangming you're talking about. What are you doing bringing up those 2 all of a sudden? Do you think that a few of us are related to 2 other people's grandparents and grandchildren? Chen Nan mocked. Didn't you say you don't know each other? How do you know that the 2 are grandparents and grandchildren? Could it be that Qin Qingmin crawled to your bedside at night and told you? Even the man himself hadn't thought that in the heat of the moment, he'd actually blurted out the relationship between the 2 of them, which added a few more points to the list of problems they'd exposed. Chen Nan did not dwell on this issue and reintroduced the topic. In that case, that golden silk garment was also copied by you? This time, the man had a memory, and did not rush to answer after Chen Nan's words fell. Instead, he first pondered over it in his mind for a few minutes, confirming that there was no problem before sneering. Chen Nan, you're slandering us. We haven't imitated such things as the golden clothes at all. Just when he thought he had answered seamlessly, Chen Nan burst out laughing. The man wondered, what are you laughing at? Not to mention you. Even this king was not even aware that Northern Wei had such a national treasure object before he saw that piece of clothing. Since you say you haven't imitated it, how do you know about the gold silk coat? Chen Nan narrowed his eyes at the several people, waiting for their explanations. In fact, at this point, Chen Nan was already able to determine that the other party was someone sent out by Qin Qingmin. It was just that he was a bit strange. Although Qin Shangmin had forces behind him as backing, in the final analysis he was still a person of the Northern Way. So why would he have such a great hatred for the Northern Way? The fact that people were allowed to impersonate the people to receive relief food, and that they wanted to take advantage of the chaos to sow discord between the court and the people, made him very curious. Even though Chen Nan had already made his speech clear, the man still refused to admit it. Chen Nan, you're slandering us. In the beginning, when we admitted that we were sent by the great Qian, you didn't believe us and made so many excuses to deny where we came from, and then also successively took out Qin Guangming and Qin Qingmin, two people we didn't even know, to try to bomb us. At the end of the day, it's even more abominable, actually borrowing the national treasures of Northern Way to defame us. I have said, whether it is Qin Guangming or Qin Qingmin we simply don't know, and that gold nanny clothes we are even more have not heard of. Just you first put forward, I just go along down the line. Could it be that you, the king of Jinnan, rely on speculation to convict others? At this time, behind him, Lightfeather also asked softly, Your Highness, is it really a mistake? Maybe these few people are just spies sent by Great Qian. Lightfeather is not that do not believe Chen Nan, just that he does not want to believe that the first emperor by the hand of the creation of the Northern Way, which is not long actually, will face so many problems. On the side, Mo.Bai snorted coldly. What are you saying, General Lightfeather? When have you ever seen the king make an error in judgment? With just this sentence, Lightfeather never spoke again. Right at this moment, a loud laugh suddenly came out from the next cell. Ha ha ha, the Jinnan king is really interesting. Letting the old man gain insight. Chapter 129. Hearing this laughter, the crowd of people looked over at the same time, and the person who opened his mouth to speak was none other than Lu Half-Hanging, who was imprisoned next door. Chen Nan was already curious about Lu Half-Hanging still being in such good spirits. It was too late to ask more questions, but I saw Lu Half-Hanging pointing at the group of people and speaking. You guys, you really don't have any brains at all. Just now, King Jinnan has ordered you all, and that Chen Shang of Deqian has an inherently unusual relationship with him. Plus the fact that King Jinnan has been in Deqian for several years. He definitely knows more about Wu Fingwan than the few of you. And then there's the two of you, Qin Guangming and Qin Qingmin. Do you really think that there's nothing you can do about it if you don't account for Chen Nan? Just because those guys aren't bright doesn't mean everyone is like them. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Nan still doesn't understand the power behind a group of us, as well as the fact that we might still have value to utilize in the future, we would have long since become the souls under his sword. Right after those words ended, Chen Nan's eyes suddenly flashed. Lu Half-Hang said the power behind their group. This meant that it was highly likely that he was the same force behind Qin Qingmin. He had this kind of speculation before, only there was no place where he could support it, and now that he had heard Lu Hanhong count it out in person, Chen Nan had a little clue in his heart. However, Lu Half-Hanging, who was the person in question, was still immersed in his speech and did not notice Chen Nan's subtle changes at all. You guys don't really think that he got the two names Jinbei King and Jinnan King from his political achievements, do you? Indeed, from ancient times to the present, very few people have been able to be crowned as the Prince of Jinji solely on the basis of their political achievements. Every person who was appointed as a Jinzi prince was, without any exaggeration, a savior-like existence for the court and the country. Chen Nan was able to become the great Qian's Jinbei King because he saved the great Qian from the fire. Being able to become the king of Jinnan of Northern Way is now on the way to saving Northern Way. After Lu Half-Hanging finished speaking, the eyes of several people looking at Chen Nan changed. They didn't understand it before, but after the former explained it so well, they finally understood why Chen Nan could be named the king of Jinnan. Understanding to understanding, they naturally won't betray the people behind them, only to see that the one in the lead is still tough talking. Even if you guys talk big today, I'm a spy sent by the great Qian, and I don't have the slightest relationship with anyone from your Northern Way. He himself had countless suspicions, and suddenly uttering such a sentence not only wouldn't clear the suspicion on him, but rather aggravate it by a few points. Lu Half-Hung helplessly shook his head. Already on the table things, you still have to play a hand of death. I really do not understand. So what is the point? As the words fell out of his mouth, he was seen sitting back steadily and shutting his mouth. This time, Chen Nan suddenly came to have a few interests in Lu Half-Hanging. He took 2 steps to the side and arrived in front of Lu Half-Hanging's cell. Since you know it so well, why don't you tell me what kind of power is behind you? Lu Half-Hanging, who was very conscious in the last second, had his eyes lolled and kept foaming at the corners of his mouth. Your Highness, as you know, I'm just a bad old man who doesn't know anything. So if your Highness is capable, why don't you go and investigate it yourself? Once he saw that this was the case, Chen Nan sighed, knowing that there was no result in continuing to ask. Just as Chen Nan was interrogating, light filled a secret room in the middle of the Qin mansion. Qin Qingmin sat on the main seat and looked at the 5 people in front of him with a smile. You can all be elite officials amongst my Northern Way civil ministers. Do you all have any insights into the current situation in the courtroom? As the words fell, several people glanced at each other, and none of them dared to open their mouths to speak. Qin Qingmin frowned and nodded. Prime Minister Changsun, the two of us are old partners. Why don't you say something about your insights on the current court? Chang Sun-du, who had been pointed out, let out a bitter smile. He had thought that it would be this kind of scene before he came. He just didn't expect it to come so quickly. However, he did not excuse himself and slowly got up, facing several people. Gentlemen, as the right minister of Northern Way, I believe that you are all looking at my position in the court. Earlier, when the Empress Dowager had not yet had an accident, I had thought it would be more or less useful. Nowadays, the entire courtroom has become Chen Nan's one-word hall. As all of you can see, Chen Nan is clearly much more favorable to military generals than civil ministers. That's why, as civil officials of the Northern Way, we have no choice but to unite against the group of military generals led by Chen Nan. Humph, confrontation? Easy for you to say. Chen Nan has 200,000 troops under his command, as well as the allegiance of Lightfeather Hong Ming Hongzhe and the others. We are all civil ministers, so does the right minister expect us to go into battle with them? Of the four, someone suddenly stepped forward to retort. Hearing someone retort, Qin Qingmin's eyes lit up. He wasn't afraid of a rebuttal. He was afraid that no one would speak up. Then when he finished his speech backhandedly sued Chen Nan. Now that someone has opened his mouth, it means that there is a desire in the hearts of this group of people. Since there is a desire, it is very well controlled. Qin Changmin interrupted. Yang Fuku is joking. We are all civil ministers. How can it be our turn to go to the battlefield? You and I were also both trained among the same group of academies, and have been in the court for nearly 15 years. Over the years, it took a lot of effort for young Fukaku to rise from a minor official to the post of Wakaku, didn't it? Although he, Chen Nan, has a 200,000 strong army. Don't forget that the Yang Treasury is in charge of but the entire country's military weapons. Imagine the day when other countries fight their way in, and Chen Nan has an empty army of 200,000 men, whose army has no swords, spears, and arrows with the appropriate armor. Won't he still have to beg for Yang Fuku's head? The more Qin Chengmin said, the wider Yang Fuku's smile became. Right, why hadn't he thought of this? It wasn't true that Chen Nan had a 200,000 strong army, but he didn't have enough armor on hand. If these soldiers were just suppressing the people, it would be fine, but if they were really on the battlefield, without him opening the door of the arsenal, where would the army under Chen Nan's command go to get armor and weapons? Seeing the wide smile on Yang Sen's face, Qin Chengmin knew that this person had been taken care of by himself. He saw his eyes circling around Changsun-du and said, and our Prime Minister Changsun, you are in charge of the granary of this Northern Way. Didn't Chen Nan say before that he would open the court granary to distribute food to the people? How did he, Chen Nan, dare to open the court's granary without your right minister's consent? If he really dares to open the granary privately, we civil ministers will unite to senate him again in the court. At that time, whether the people or morality are on our side, in the end, whoever is in charge of the court will still be defined by us? Once they heard this, a few people's faces gradually flushed, and their hearts began to come alive. Seeing the appearance of a few people, Qin Changmin laughed coldly in the bottom of her heart. Oh, still really good at cheating, really don't know the heights of heaven. If you don't have their permission, you guys also dare to think of sitting on the dragon chair of Northern Way? Chapter 130, Qin Guangming's stupid move. In the middle of the Qin mansion, several people were still immersed in the big cake drawn by Qin Changmin, and no one saw Qin Changmin's eyes that had a ruthless look in them. After a long time, the end of several people's excitement passed, and only then did Qin Changmin speak up. Gentlemen, since we've discussed this, let's follow this plan. Several people stared blankly, and Yang Sin wondered, didn't the Qin Academy just say that they would not give Chen Nan armor and equipment or food? Is there any more plans for this? Does Yang Fuku really not understand, or is it a fake? If we want to bring down Chen Nan, then we definitely need to stand against him. Not providing him with equipment and food is the first step of the plan. Next, as long as Chen Nan proposes in the courtroom, we must do our best to stop it. It's just that this academy has been a bit unwell for a while, so I couldn't go to court, which is why I informed you all of this plan. Can't it be that we have to split up just as soon as the alliance is established? Towards the end, Qin Qingmin's voice gradually chilled, and anyone could understand the threatening aura contained in her tone. Yang Sin nodded his head quickly. Don't worry, where does this little matter need Qin Academy's help? Just leave it to us, not to be outdone. A few of the rest of the group rose to their feet and pledged themselves. Only after hearing the assurance of the crowd did Qin Qingmin put on a smiling face. Don't worry, After our northern way carries through this disaster, you will surely be famous in history. The sudden mention of this word caused a very familiar feeling to well up in Chang Sun-du's heart. Before that, Chen Nan was also promising that he would be able to stay in history. Nowadays, Qin Xingmin promised him the same. I just don't know whose promises of the two are true and whose promises of the one are false anymore. Nagasundo shook his head to put those thoughts out of his mind and laughed heartily along with the crowd. The laughter ended and the people exchanged pleasantries for a while longer. Qin Xingmin took advantage of the fact that no one was outside and returned home after sending a few people away. He saw his grandson sitting on a chair, holding a piece of iron lump in his hand and smiling foolishly, and wondered, "Bright, what are you laughing at here all alone?" Hearing his own grandfather's voice, Qin Guangming didn't hide it. Didn't Grandpa send someone to imitate a gold silk coat before? Sunner got those men to imitate a token of the king of Jinan, and also imitated a few northern Wayland deeds, so that they could go to the government office to collect relief food. Of course, Sunner specifically told them that they must provoke the relationship between the court and the people when they receive the grain. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xingmin's face, which was still wearing a joyful smile, instantly darkened. "Bright, who told you to do this?" Qin Shangmin is very clear about his grandson has a few kilograms. This plan is not very clever, but still not their own this stupid grandson can come up with, unless it's behind the guidance of a high person. Seeing that his expression was off, Qin Guangming queried, "Grandfather, could it be that this ploy that my grandson came up with is not good? Hasn't Grandpa always wanted to suppress Chen Nan head-on? Grandson's stratagem will not only make him lose the hearts of the people, but also cause him to lose face in front of his soldiers. Isn't this a good thing that kills two birds with one stone?" Qin Shangmin's eyes widened as he only felt a breath in his heart that kept coming up. Good guy. He was planning for a long time, is in order to be able to behind that person to perform well, and finally do sit on the Northern Way's prime minister position. Even that throne he couldn't even think of. But what had his grandson done? Not only did it disrupt his plans, but it was also highly likely that he would leave a handle on Chen Nan as a result. Grandpa, don't scare your grandson. What's wrong with you? Seeing Qin Xingmin's appearance, Qin Guangming was instantly dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen his grandfather look like this. Immediately threw away his hand to get the token. 2 steps forward to help up the Qin Shangmin is about to fall. Hands slowly pounded its back. It took a while for Qin Shangmin to return to normal, only to see him pick up the piece of iron lump on the ground and twist his head to glare at Qin Guangming. Grandpa asked you, who told you about this matter? And how the hell did you find those guys? Finally, who all knows about this? Looking at Qin Shangmin with a serious look, Qin Guangming also did not dare to hide. Grandfather, this matter is indeed the grandson's own thought out. Some days ago, my grandson once visited the Happy Forest. You went to the Happy Forest? Qin Shangmin was even more aghast. If he remembered correctly, the gold silk coat was the one that he had hosted in the middle of the Happy Forest. Later on, the Happy Forest was destroyed by Chen Nan, and the golden clothes were successfully returned to the national treasury. Now his grandson actually told him himself that he was there for that auction. Qin Xingmin had a grave expression on his face. Tell Grandpa, did Chen Nan find you at that time? Be sure to tell the truth. Qin Guangming didn't want to hide this matter, but he equally didn't want his grandfather to know that not only did he go to the auction, but he was also shown up by Chen Nan. He could only lie. Don't worry, Grandpa. Sun Ran just went to take a look. He was not interested in that gold silk clothes at all, let alone letting that Chen Nan find out. Sun Air is an expert of the 2nd grade of martial arts, and he, Chen Nan, is just a superficial prince. How could he possibly find out about Sun Air? Qin Xingmin looked up to the sky. How could he not understand his own grandson? The only thing on his body that wasn't interested in that gold silk coat was his mouth, and according to his estimation, his grandson was most likely found by Chen Nan as well. He hadn't forgotten that earlier in the courtroom, Chen Nan had bested Lu Hanhan's 3 grandchildren with his own strength. In the beginning, he got that gold nanny clothes did not leave. The reason for Qin Guangming is afraid of its wearing clothes to go out to have a good time. Now it was good. Not only did he not get it, but he also let Chen Nan catch him in the act. Qin Bright Eyes didn't notice his expression and continued to speak. The consequences of this matter being discovered are very serious. Naturally only grandchildren know about it. You can rest assured on this point, Grandpa. Qin Xingmin stared at Qin Guangming for half a day and finally sighed helplessly. Good grandson. Listen to Grandpa. Just stay at home and don't go anywhere these days. As for this Jinan King token, just pretend you've never seen it before. Qin Xingmin is not a little cutie. He just informed those people that he was sick and couldn't go to the court totally because he took those people as his trust. He also knows that Chen Nan for this kind of person that is really dared to put down the knife. Just because of this he does not want to go to the court, but never expected. His own good grandson gave himself such a surprise. Now he no longer wanted to go to the court, also had to go. in case Chen Nan had a whim to turn his Qin mansion upside down like he did with the Lu mansion. This Shannan king's order would not be able to be hidden no matter what. Chapter 131 3 Factions. The scene shifted. In the middle of the prison, Chen Nan looked at the foaming at the mouth Lu Hanhuang in front of him, and sighed helplessly. He also knew that he could not ask anything out of this person's mouth. Just at the moment he turned around, Lu half-hanging smiled mysteriously and reached his hand in to fumble for something at his waist. A few moments later, a white pill was added to its hand, and it swallowed it in again with great speed. This series of movements were so smooth and flowing that none of the people present froze and saw it. Behind Shen Nan, Lightfeather took 2 steps after him and inquired in a low voice, "Your Highness, what are we going to do next?" "You go and reorganize your army first. This king has received exact news that the great Qian Longhao has marched towards Su City with an army of 200,000, and will arrive in a few days. At that time, the army will still need General Lightfeather to sit on it." Chen Nan felt that this matter was so important that he shouldn't and didn't want to hide it from the people below him, which was why he told them straight. However, hearing this, Lightfeather's face visibly changed. Is what His Majesty said true? It hasn't been long since the last great war with the Great Qian. How did they regather their strength to start a new war so quickly? Chen Nan replied with a bitter smile. If possible, this king definitely does not want to start a new war at this stage. It's just that there is no possibility of peace talks at all for Great Qian to come this time. And the Northern Wei side still needs this king to sit on it, so when the time comes, I'm afraid that General Lightfeather will have to take the generals of the army and rush to Su City himself. Chen Nan was not afraid of Lightfeather leading the army alone. In terms of military literacy alone, Lightfeather was definitely not low. It's just that the enemy he encountered before was him, and that's why he lost a few matches in a row. As for loyalty, Chen Nan had even less to worry about. Although Lightfeather has not been valued by the Empress Dowager recently, the Northern Wei is his home. And if the Northern Wei is gone, he will naturally be homeless. Lightfeather hurriedly returned. Please also rest assured, Your Highness, I will definitely fight Longhao back to Deqian and not disgrace my Northern Wei. Chen Nan shook his head. That's not necessary. Right now, the state of Northern Wei needs a large army to sit on the ground. Although we also have 200,000 troops, the capital city still needs to be deployed. Plus it also needs an army to sit on the ground. This expedition the king can only give you 100,000 troops, and all General Lightfeather has to do is hold Su City, and as long as you don't have my military orders, you can't take a step back. Can it be done? For a moment, Lightning Feather felt the pressure that Chen Nan was putting on him before he even went out. However, he pressed on with no thoughts of retreating. A smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, Your Majesty, with the people in the city, the last general will definitely not take a step back. Seeing Lightning Feather's state as well as his answer, Chen Nan was very satisfied and said, since General has such confidence, then let him notify the courtiers and open the court meeting. After the court meeting is passed, and the army is given the appropriate equipment and provisions, the general can set out first. As the words fell, Mobai behind him froze and hurriedly sent someone to the courtier's home to inform him. Half an hour later, the palace, inside the Fengtian Hall, Chen Nan still stood at the side of the dragon case, and the civil and military personnel each stood according to their positions. It was just that there was clearly a tinge of doubt in the eyes of the crowd. They had just finished the court meeting in the morning, and no one knew why Chen Nan wanted to convene another court meeting. Chen Nan looked at the crowd and was surprised to find Hong Zhe, who was on his way to court, in the queue of military generals. Smiling at him, he said with concern, "How is General Hong Ze's injury?" Hong Ze grinned and obediently patted his chest. "Don't worry, Your Highness. The last general has long since recovered and is ready to listen to Your Highness' commands." Upon hearing this, without waiting for the others to react, Lightfeather then looked at Hong Ze with a hostile face. He had waited for a long time, not at the hands of the Empress Dowager, and with great difficulty he had waited at the hands of Chen Nan for the opportunity to lead his troops into battle. At such a critical moment, Hong Ze's injuries actually recovered? He was afraid that Hong Ming's relationship with Chen Nan was basically known to everyone, and it was unavoidable for Chen Nan to take care of Hong Ze and give him a little more credit for looking at Hong Ming's relationship. That's why Lightning Feather was so nervous. Only, his reaction seemed a bit baffling to Hans. Only to see Hong Ze locking eyes with Lightfeather and wondering, it seems like this general hasn't offended General Lightfeather lately, right? Why are you looking at me with a hostile gaze? Lightfeather froze, not realizing how obvious his eyes actually were until he was caught. The rest of the group watched the dramatic scene. The relationship between Hong Ze, Hong Ming and Chen Nan was already delicate. Previously, Chen Nan was completely helpless with Lightfeather. They also wanted to see what position Lightfeather was in now that Hong Ze had been restored to his original state. Just as the rest of the people were planning to watch the show, Chen Nan coughed twice and interrupted. Gentlemen, don't wait to watch the fun. This king has learned of a secret report. De Qian sent 200,000 troops straight to my Sioux city. How should we respond to this matter? As soon as these words came out, the next person began to chatter and talk, with a few unbelievable voices mixed in during the time. What? Great Qian has sent troops again? Didn't we teach them a lesson last time? Cut. Now we Northern Wei are difficult to protect themselves. Sioux City and so on, was originally someone else's Dakian city, according to me, not to say directly give up, and there is no need to defend. That's right, I also think there's no need to defend it. Just give it to De Qian. Maybe this matter will just go away. The nearly 100-member courtroom can be roughly divided into 3 factions. The military generals were in favor of war, and the civil ministers were divided into 2 factions, one in favor of peace, and another weak one actually clamoring for Rao to give up the city. Chen Nan didn't express his own opinion. He also wanted to see what kind of personality these superficial and honorable courtiers usually had when it came to the critical time. What he did not expect was that the 2 factions of civil servants and ministers actually merged into one without anyone stopping them. Both called for the surrender of Sioux City, and the side of the military generals is naturally in opposition. Sioux City is what they have fought for with every soldier. Now let them directly give up. I'm afraid that no one can bear to do so. The sound of the 2 factions arguing grew louder and louder, and almost all of the people from both sides converged in the center of the great hall. Chen Nan could no longer look on and said in a loud voice, "Enough!" Sweeping over the civil ministers, he sneered, "If not for the fact that you are standing above the Northern Wei De Qian at this very moment, this king wouldn't even believe that you would actually be my Northern Wei civil ministers." Upon hearing this, Chang Sun Du, who stood at the head of the civil ministers, frowned. "Dare I ask what your majesty means by this?" Literally. Chen Nan's voice carried a touch of chill. "What? Could it be that Prime Minister Chang Sun also feels that we should just give up Sioux City? Then what should happen to the people of Sioux City? And what should happen to the 5,000 border troops in Sioux City? Did the Northern Wei generals who died in Sioux City die in vain?" Chen Nan's voice grew louder and louder, and at the same time, it resonated with the military generals. Yes, they are all leading soldiers to fight in. Naturally they don't want their hard-fought city to be surrendered. That's why they were opposed to it in the first place. Chapter 132 The Holy Decree That Beheads You. Chen Nan's words slammed heavily on everyone's heart. However, it is just some big words, which naturally cannot make these civil servants change their minds. Only Chang Sun Du argued, "As you know, Your Highness, today's Northern Wei no longer has enough troops to start a major war. If we can't do it, we'll give up Sioux City first. That Sioux City was originally all Great Qian's anyway. Of course, we're not giving up on Sioux City completely, just a stage of temporary abandonment. We can attack Great Qian only after our national strength is restored, and take its land in one fell swoop." "You fart. Sioux City is what we fought for. Are we going to give up just because of your 2 words? Among the military generals, Hong Zhe muffled his voice. Lightfeather also came in front of the crowd. "I beg to differ with Prime Minister Chang Suwen's words, not to mention the fact that Sioux City's geographical location is already incredibly important. Occupying Sioux City is equivalent to occupying the gateway to Great Qian. Giving up Sioux City would be the equivalent of attacking De Qian in the future with another 10 times the current effort. On the contrary, the city of Sioux is inherently easy to defend and difficult to attack, even though there are 200,000 people in De Qian. To defend the city, this general only needs 100,000 people enough. Behind him, Hong Zhe was no different, saying bluntly, "That's right, although the country's power is insufficient right now, it's still more than enough to guard a Sioux City. If it's not possible, then let this general and General Lightfeather go to Sioux City together, with an army of 100,000. The 2 of us can hold it for a year." Lightfeather's words had already made Chang Sun Du displeased, plus Hong Zhe's assists at the back made him even more speechless. What surprised Chen Nan was that Qin Qingmin, who often sang against him on weekdays, was actually unusually quiet today. For a moment, he thought that Qin Qingmin had changed her nature and tacitly supported the defense of Sioux City. "Alright, all of you, don't argue. This king has decided to defend Sioux City. Now, the king will assign the configuration of the defense of Sioux City, make Lightfeather the commander of the army, and lead 100,000 troops can be rushed to Sioux City for defense, and can hold the wall if necessary." He had only spoken one sentence when Chang Sun Du couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, De Qian has sent 200,000 troops. You only gave General Lightfeather 100,000 troops. According to this minister, this Sioux City is not to be desired." Chang Sun Du still insisted on his view. Chen Nan gazed at him with slanted eyes and said in a chilling voice, "What? Is it possible that this king's words are no longer strong now? when I said that Sioux City should be defended. Did Prime Minister Changsun not hear me? This time, Chen Nan could be considered to have seen it completely clearly. Before he thought that Changsun was bent on the northern way, now he realized that it's also a flowery frame. In order to their own interests to be able to defy all the others. One minute he insists on being on the same page with him, and the next he can forget what he said. Changsun completely failed to see Chen Nan's grim eyes as he continued to speak. Your Highness, this Prime Minister does not agree with the defense of Sioux City. If Your Highness insists on this, I will not blame this Prime Minister for not cooperating. Chen Nan snorted. Unworthy? This king would like to know how the Prime Minister is unworthy of the law? Changsun smiled evilly. Your Highness, don't forget that the right to open the treasury is still with this minister. If Your Highness insists on siding with Great Qian, this treasury will not be opened by this minister. With these words, Changsun's intentions were clear. Chen Nan wants to defend Sioux City. He can. But he, Changsun, would not open the doors of the treasury, and that would mean that there would be no provisions for the army to march. Without rations, then there's no need to fight this battle. No need for the Great Qian army to attack. Their Northern Wei army itself will first be routed. Changsun. Chen Nan's voice became even colder. Are you sure you want to do this? This time, he didn't even carry his official title, but called him by his first name. Changsun was shocked by these words and took 2 steps back, stabilized himself and blandly said, this Prime Minister is here. What is the king's business? Just then, Qin Qingmin, who had been silent, gently tugged on Yang Sen's sleeve. Among the civil ministers here came out a few people, the head of which was Yang Sen, only to see it come behind Changsun and openly support it. If the king insists on it, this government store will not open the armory gate. I'd like to see how the king should fight this battle when the army goes out without provisions or armor or swords. Facing the persecution of a few people directly gave Chen Nan an exasperated laugh. What? Could it be that Yang Fuku also doesn't support my king's opinion of defending Sioux City? Yang Sen was already a bit rash, plus he was cajoled by Qin Changmin's sentence about staying famous in history. There was no such aura as Changsun's. It was more like that of a scoundrel on the marketplace. Being treasury doesn't care about those. As long as the king doesn't follow the meaning of this treasury, no one can open the door of this treasury today. This scene froze the Qin Changmin in the back and wouldn't be able to straighten it out. He just wanted Yang Sen to stand up and threaten Chen Nan. Who would have thought that he was so hard-headed? Not threatening at all, and directly among the forced up. Qin Changmin sighed in his heart, and he had already begun to pray for Yang Sen in the middle of his heart. Sure enough, the next second Chen Nan came to Yang Sen, revealing a row of white teeth. Is this really the way Yang Fuku? He was already a little tired of killing, and since this was a negotiation for an expedition, he didn't really want to see blood in the courtroom. It was also a disguised way to give Jansen a chance to change his mind. However, Yang Sen didn't have the idea of giving him face, and his voice increased a few points. This treasury has said that if the king insists on this today, then this treasury door will not open. Gradually, Chen Nan's breath gradually increased. Although Yang Sen was rash, it didn't mean he couldn't see that Chen Nan was already angry. He turned back to look at Qin Changmin, and with this one glance, Qin Changmin shivered in place, her eyes instantly looking elsewhere, not daring to meet her eyes for a second. Seeing that no one supported him, Yang Sen gave himself a boost in his heart. Your Majesty, don't forget that this Fuku is an official of the Northern Wei province, and not a subordinate of you, Chen Nan. Even if you were to open the doors of the house treasury today, then there should be an imperial decree. Chen Nan did not want to argue with him, closed his eyes and tilted his head. Eunuch Wang, fetch a pen and paper. The eunuch Wang flanking the dragon case did not bring a hint of hesitation at all. Taking a stack of paper directly from the dragon case, plus a brush, he trotted behind Chen Nan and bowed. Your Majesty, the paper and brush are here. Chen Nan took the pen and paper and scribbled a big times, casually throwing the paper on the ground. He looked straight at Yang Sen. Yang Fuku, this is the holy decree. Yang Sen is still puzzled. He just drew a times. How can this be considered a holy decree? The most crucial thing is that the imperial decree has to be written by the Empress Dowager and sealed before it counts. He was still puzzled when he heard Chen Nan speak again. Yang Fuku looked carefully. This is not an imperial decree asking you to open the gate of the Fuku. What's that? Jansen subconsciously answered. Of course it's the holy decree to behead you. Chen Nan snorted coldly. Chapter 133, The Tough Yang Sen. As the words fell, Chen Nan quickly drew out the sword at his waist and placed it across Yang Sen's neck. Yang Sen only felt a cold sensation at his neck reaching his brain, and a layer of dense sweat surged out on his brain. The whole person also cannot stop trembling up, shivering. Wang, Prince, what do you mean by this? My humble servant is only speaking out his own advice. Does your highness really want to be dictatorial? And now you can't even listen to admonitions? Advice? You also dare to call yours an admonishment? Chen Nan said in a cold voice. The force in his hands gradually increased by a few degrees. The saber slowly slid inside its neck, and in an instant, a trace of blood appeared above the blade. In the next second, Chen Nan pressed his sword down a point slightly further. Tick, tick. The blood on the blade of the sword dripped down to the ground drop by drop along the sword slightly. The already silent hall was even more chilled to the bone by the sound of dripping blood. At this moment, even Qin Xingmin, who usually did not put Chen Nan in his eyes, did not dare to say another word. Yang Sen swallowed down a mouthful of saliva, his voice chilling up. Could it be that His Majesty really wants to behead this official above the hall today? Don't forget, Your Highness, that this official is a third-ranked official personally enshrined by the late emperor. According to the court's laws, any official above the third rank should have a Dalizi temple palm present at the time of interrogation. Now above the courtroom temple palm cannot be present. Is the king want to break this Northern Way law? Although Yang Sen was afraid, he also knew that he must not back off at this time, or else Chen Nan was really daring to make a move. Originally, he thought that after he moved the court law, this matter would just go away, but he did not expect that Chen Nan seemed to have made up his mind. Right after he finished speaking, the force of the sword at his neck increased by another point. Chen Nan's grim voice could then be heard. Yang Fuku remembered the Northern Way laws at this time? Does the law of the court tell you to abandon the cities of your own country? Or does the court law tell the young treasury that it can privately refuse to open its gates in time of war? A few simple words, disliking Yang Sen so much that he couldn't say a word in half a day. Just at this time, a side of Changsun Du advised, Your Majesty, Yang Fuku was also to express their own opinions, although the opinions may not be quite in line with the mind of the king, just so there is no need to kill people above the Great Hall, right? These words were also very skillfully said, not only changing Yang Sen's reason for refusing to open the door of the government treasury, but also implicitly accusing Chen Nan of pressurizing the courtiers with his status as a prince. Chen Nan did not expect Changsun Du to be able to defend Yang Sen at this moment. Narrowing his eyes, he glared over. What? Could it be that Prime Minister Changsun is also going to stand on the same side as Yang Fuku? This king is also not afraid to tell you that you will defend this Sioux city even if you don't. Whoever dares to give me a trip behind my back at this time, don't look for so many reasons and excuses when this king comes to the door. The words were spoken, and in a smooth manner, he withdrew his sword and stared at Yang Sen and said in a chilling voice, This time, it is even a little lesson for you. If you still want to have the next time, then prepare a coffin for yourself in advance. It wasn't that Chen Nan didn't want to kill Yang Sen on the spot. It was just that he couldn't possibly kill all the civil ministers. The large Northern Wei dynasty always needed some civil officials to keep the country running. Today was also considered a lesson for him. And there was also Changsun Du who chimed in, which was why Chen Nan was willing to give it a chance. Only, Yang Sen watched as Chen Nan's entire body stopped trembling after he removed the sword at his neck. The cold sweat on his forehead was not as much as before, and a hint of smugness appeared on his face again. He thought that Chen Nan was in the way of the combined might of several of his civilian ministers. At this moment, Chen Nan's previous majesty that he had managed to cultivate with great difficulty completely dissipated in Yang Sen's heart, only to see him twist his head and look at Qin Xingmin, and Qin Xingmin also happened to be looking at him. Under the four eyes, Qin Xingmin slowly shook her head, meaning to tell Yang Sen to take a step back and follow Chen Nan's orders. Seeing this scene, Yang Sen's face became a little more smug and nodded slightly. With just this one action, Qin Xingmin felt that something was so wrong. Her mouth opened slightly and she was about to speak. Yang Sen's smug voice could be heard above the hall. Your Majesty, I'm afraid this Su Cheng matter is not so simple, is it? When these words came out, Qin Xingmin was first surprised for a moment, then sighed immediately afterward. He could sort of see that it was a complete miracle that this Yang Sen had survived until now. Chen Nan's actions just now had been so obvious. He, Yang Sen, couldn't really think that Chen Nan didn't dare to kill him due to the pressure of the civil minister. Could he? Sure enough, after hearing that voice of his, Chen Nan turned around violently. What? Does this king still have a different opinion on Sioux City's strategy for Yang Fuku? Yang Sen snorted lightly and took a step forward to Chen Nan, staring condescendingly at the other party. That's for sure. Just now this treasury has already said that if your majesty really wants to stubbornly defend Sioux City, then this treasury gate will not be opened by this official. Chen Nan snorted coldly. Since Yang Fuku was bent on death, then this king will fulfill you. Just as Jansen was still pondering what the words really meant, seeing Chen Nan's hand rise and fall, in the next second, Yang Sen only felt a coldness in his neck. No one present at all saw clearly how Chen Nan actually made the knife. They only blinked their eyes for a moment, and saw Yang Sen's neck bleeding outwardly from the cuckoo. And Yang Sen also sensed something was wrong. His right hand slowly raised and subconsciously touched towards his neck. To his surprise, instead of touching the otherwise smooth skin, he touched some sticky, somewhat warm liquid. In the middle of his mind he could even imagine what had just happened. He just didn't want to admit it. It was only when he put his right hand in front of him and saw the blood dripping down his arm that he was completely convinced. His right hand fell again, and his eyes met Chen Nan's ice-cold eyes as his body gradually lost its temperature. Until he died, he still didn't know why Chen Nan had suddenly struck out, and most crucially, even if he did, it was still so fast and sudden. He wasn't even given time to think and return. Yang Xin seemed to somewhat understand why Qin Shangmin had shaken her head at him just now. As it turned out, that wasn't meant for him to insist that he didn't open the door to the mansion treasury, but rather for him to not continue to work against Chen Nan. In the beginning, he had misunderstood Qin Shangmin's meaning, but now it was clear what the other party meant. Unfortunately, it was indeed a little late to understand, and the natural consequence of a wrong understanding was his life. Jansen's body gradually collapsed. With a loud boom, his body slammed heavily into the ground. This loud sound not only smashed on everyone's heart, but also smashed out several voices from the originally quiet hall. Chapter 134, Qin Academy is also seriously ill? Could it be that your majesty is going to kill all of us civil officials who don't agree with the defense of Sioux City today? The civil ministers were in the audience, and Shang Sundu was the first to speak, knowing that he could not remain silent. Now the civil ministers are weaker than the military generals. In the eyes of the rest of the civil ministers, Yang Xin is also considered to follow his words down before being killed by Chen Nan. If he still didn't seek justice for the other party, he was afraid that no one would want to be in his company in the future. Unfortunately, his voice was loud, but his bottom line wasn't as strong, and he still sounded a bit weak. After hearing his words, Chen Nan shifted his gaze from the corpse to Chang Sundu's face, and the corners of his mouth rose up. This king has said that Sioux City must be defended. If the right minister wants to challenge the king's bottom line a bit, then go on with your reasoning. This king reminds the right minister that you should consider the consequences before saying your reasons. Chen Nan's voice was low, and although it was low, not a single person dared to disregard it or interrupt him. After he finished speaking, Chang Sundu, who was still looking contemptuous the previous second, narrowed his eyes and crossed his right and left hands, rubbing them together continuously. Just now, Chen Nan had already made it very clear that the other party had given the opportunity to say reasons, but to consider the downfall. As for what would happen, Jansen had already given him a demonstration, so he naturally knew. He didn't expect that he was just trying to regain some face, but he was being held in midair by Chen Nan, neither advancing nor retreating. Now if he dared to take a step further, Chen Nan's next target to wield the sword would be him. If he were to take a step back, he would certainly be able to survive, but his position as the right minister would be tantamount to being dead in name only. Chang Sundu glanced back at the sequence of civil ministers and realized that all eyes were on him. Upon turning his head back, he realized that Chen Nan was also looking at him, with a hidden smile on its face. A bitter taste welled up in his heart, and he regretted a little, regretting why he had to eat the big pie Qin Xingmen had drawn out for him. Originally, if he had listened to Chen Nan's arrangement, although he would not necessarily be able to make a name for himself in history, after the Empress Dowager woke up, he would at least be able to leave a good impression in her mind. Now it's good. Not only is the good impression gone, but I'm not sure I'll even get killed later. Just as the crowd watched him, Chen Nan drew his sword a little bit. The sound of the sword coming out of its sheath resounded above the silent hall, similarly fluctuating Chang Sundu's heartstrings. Chang Sundu's throat rolled and he swallowed hard, knowing that this was the countdown Chen Nan had given him to consider. The sound of the blade coming out of its sheath grew louder and louder, and Chang Sundu's gaze couldn't help but look towards the lightsaber that was gradually coming out of its sheath. He only felt why the blade was so sharp and so cold. Swallowing his saliva once again, he looked up to meet Chen Nan's icy gaze, unable to help but let out a bitter laugh. Wang. He had already made a choice in his mind. He was just hesitant to say it. Rather than being reluctant to choose, it's more like he can't afford to give up such a high position. For more than a decade, he had been on high, and today he was about to fall off the pedestal. What's funny is that this result was forged by his own hand. Originally, he could have had a better, more perfect ending, and even said that the official position could have been further advanced, even to the point of saying that he had been conferred the title of Marquis. Just a shame. A stabbing sound. The blade was eventually pulled out. Chen Nan lifted his feet and walked forward one step at a time. Chang Sundu's breathing was getting heavier and heavier. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. In the end, there was nothing more than a sword's distance between the two. Chen Nan's right hand, which was holding the blade of the sword, slowly lifted up and eventually landed at Chang Sundu's neck. Your Majesty, this Prime Minister. No, I agree to defend Sioux City. This sentence seemed to have drained all of Chang Sundu's strength. After saying that, he even directly paralyzed on the ground. He didn't even dare to turn around and look at the expressions of those civil ministers. Even if he didn't look, he knew that he thought that the group must be nothing but disappointed or resentful. This move of his was not only to declare the end of his official journey, but also to completely lower the status of the civil ministers. Chen Nan smiled gently. Congratulations to Prime Minister Changsun for choosing a very correct outcome. The tone of his voice changed. It's just that this king thinks that the Prime Minister seems to be sick. What does the Prime Minister think? Changsun Du replied evenly. Your Majesty is right. I am indeed sick and want to recuperate at home for some time. While I am recuperating, this position of Right Minister is still in your hands. His Chancellor Changsun, this means to let this king also serve as the Right Minister? Is the Prime Minister not afraid of this king's dictatorial and strong behavior? Chen Nan mocked. Changsun Du shook his head and let out a bitter smile. At this time he didn't have the heart to care about whether Chen Nan would be dictatorial or not. It would be good if he could survive. Your Highness is joking. I also want to do my last bit for Northern Wei. But I'm not feeling well, and this Right Minister position always needs someone to take it. I have thought, and I still think that Your Highness is the most suitable person for the job. So please be sure not to excuse yourself. Chen Nan nodded his head. In that case, then this Right Minister's position will be watched by this king for the Prime Minister first, and when the Prime Minister is well enough to be able to contribute to the court, this right of the Right Minister will definitely be returned in full by this king. Among the civil ministers, Qin Qingmin, who had been watching this scene, gasped heavily. Behind him were several people who had conferred together in the chamber that day. They simply could not have imagined that not long after several people had just conferred, Yang Xin died in front of them, and Shansun Du even claimed to be seriously ill. Gentlemen, the king would like to know if there is anyone else who has a different opinion on the Su Cheng strategy of the ministers? The king is giving you this opportunity to come forward and give me a reason. Chen Nan swept his gaze over the ministers one by one. It's just that whenever he looks at a ministers, that person lowers his head. At this moment, they didn't even have the courage to meet Chen Nan's eyes. At the very beginning, all of the civil ministers all disagreed with Chen Nan's strategy, and there were still two people who insisted on disagreeing up to that point. The result is that one is dead and the other, who is very fit, claims to be seriously ill. The rest? They're nothing but vassals. For the sake of the court, for the sake of the Northern Wei, is it really worth it to take your own life? Since they all agree with this king's strategy, let's follow it. By the way, the position of prefectural treasury will be held by Qin Academy for the time being. Chen Nan suddenly changed the topic. These words pushed Qin Qingmin, who was originally a transparent person, in front of everyone, not to mention the rest of the people. Even Qin Changmin himself was shocked. He simply couldn't imagine why this position of the government treasury would fall to his head. You know, not long ago he tried to claim illness and refused to participate in the court meeting. If it weren't for a stupid thing his grandson did, he wouldn't even be at today's court meeting. In that surprised look, Chen Nan laughed evilly. What? Could it be that Qin Academy is also seriously ill? Seeing this look, Qin Qingmin, whose words were on the verge of coming out, had no choice but to swallow. Chapter 135, Qin Guangming wants to take the blame. Qin Changmin looked at the still warm corpse on the ground and couldn't help but swallow his saliva and laugh miserably twice. Your Highness is joking. This academy's body and bones are still quite strong. Not to the extent of having to recuperate at home. Chen Nan said with a straight face. Since this is the case, then does the Qin Academy have something to say to this king when they stand so forward? Qin Qingmin's expression was awkward. He didn't expect that Chen Nan's two words would directly block his back road, causing him to have no excuse at all. However, Chen Nan didn't keep chasing after this issue, only to see him facing the group of ministers. He solemnly opened his mouth. Yang Fuku has died, and Prime Minister Changsun is unfortunately suffering from a serious illness. So after the state treasury and the government treasury will be managed by this king for the time being, anyone who wishes to enter or open the gates of the two vaults must have the consent of the king. When these words came out, the group became even more shocked. They had thought about Chen Nan distributing these two positions to people close to him, but they had not thought about its actually taking such an important position in their hands. The crowd, especially Qin Qingmin, stared at Chen Nan with grudging eyes. If Chen Nan really took these two positions, it would be equivalent to the military power and power of Northern Wei plus people's livelihood, all concentrated in the hands of Chen Nan alone. When that time comes, what's the use of having them as vassals? They could only work step by step, waiting for Chen Nan's orders to come down at any time. And what Chen Nan told them to do, they had to do. This was certainly not a situation Qin Qingmin wanted to see. And for a moment, his brain began to spin at high speed. Chen Nan simply did not give the crowd the opportunity to object. After the announcement, then continued, today's court meeting will be here first. All the ministers who have different opinions can privately come to find by the king. Lightfeather and Hung Ze stay behind. The rest of you can go back to your respective homes. Chen Nan had already given the order to expel the guests, and apart from the two he had named, the rest hesitated for a moment, and Qin Shengmin's eyes looked at a few of the civil ministers one by one before bidding farewell to the great hall helplessly, and the two who were pointed out by him, Lightfeather and Hong Zhe, stood up their chests. Both of them knew that this was to tell them about the matter of Su Cheng. After everyone had walked out, Chen Nan waved at the duo. The two of them understood and took a few steps closer towards Chen Nan, and Lightfeather couldn't help but take the lead in inquiring, "Your Highness, it's better for this Su city to be guarded by the last general." He knew of Hong Ming's relationship with Chen Nan and naturally worried that this matter would not fall on his head, which was why he was so impatient. Hong Zhe naturally did not want this great opportunity to fall into the hands of others, and also said bluntly, "Your Highness, why don't you let the last general go this time?" The situation in Su City is a few points more familiar to the last general than General Lightfeather. Just when the three of them were still discussing the military in the Great Hall, inside the Qin mansion, Qin Changmin hurriedly walked into the hall followed by the housekeeper behind him. "Where is the young master?" Qin Shengmin held back her anger and asked in a low voice. "Master, the young master is still in his room. Last night the young master found 2 new art girls, so I guess he's not up yet this time." The housekeeper sensed that Qin Shengmin was out of sorts and spoke a few points more directly. Upon hearing this, Qin Shengmin's otherwise depressed face suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, it's really heaven helping me." When he was in the courtroom before, he was thinking about how he could stop Chen Nan's footsteps, and he couldn't think of a good way to do it. Just rely only on the local officials of Northern Wei simply cannot do this thing. He naturally thought of the forces behind him. Unfortunately, all this time, he had never known what kind of existence the power behind him was, and when the Western Shu envoy came to visit earlier, he already had a guess in his mind. He also knew that Lu Hanhuang and the others were being held in the dungeon of the Weidu government office. It was a pity that that place was Chen Nan's territory, and if he didn't have a legitimate reason, he couldn't enter at all. And at the moment, his grandson Qin Guangming was a good excuse. Thinking of this, Qin Changmin's sharp eyes stared at the housekeeper in front of him, and the latter was puzzled and couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Your lordship has been looking at the villain like this is." Qin Shengmin smiled amiably. "How long have you been following the old man?" The butler froze and sighed. Sure enough, it had to come to this eventually. He knew that as Qin Shengmin's butler, he was just someone who could be pushed out at any time. He just didn't expect this day to come so quickly. He took a deep breath and said resolutely, "What does the master need me to do?" "Just say it, I will certainly have no complaints." Qin Shengmin froze before reacting to the fact that the butler had obviously heeded his meaning wrongly. Then he explained, "Don't worry, I don't need you to convict me yet. Besides, as far as Chen Nan's character is concerned, if he really wanted to kill Lao Fu, he would have found 2 random reasons to kill him in the courtroom. Where would he have given me the chance to find someone to take the blame?" It had to be said that although Qin Shengmin did not like Chen Nan very much, he still knew his character very well and could even figure out the other party's mind. The butler came to a realization, and he then realized that his own master was not asking him to take the blame at all, nor did he need him to do so. Grinning, "As long as your lordship needs it, this life of the little man is your lordship's." Qin Shengmin gazed at the butler in front of him with a touch of appreciation, though the other party had heeded his meaning wrongly. But being able to face death so openly is a lot better than the average person, and it's even more rare to be willing to take the fall for it. "Don't worry, I don't need you to do anything difficult. Later, the old man will go to the inner hall to rest, and while the old man is resting, you will personally run to the Weidu government office to report to the officials." The Weidu government office? Reporting to the officials? Confusion was written all over the butler's eyes. He didn't understand why he had to report to the police, and even more so, why it was necessary for him to go in person to report such a thing, only to hear Qin Shengmin then speak. "Didn't you just say that the young master found 2 new entertainers yesterday?" As soon as he heard Qin Shengmin talk about Qin Guangming, the butler's face was filled with horror, and his body even shivered slightly. "Master, why don't I find someone from the house to do it?" "What? You were able to die in place of Lao Fu, but not when I asked you to report to the officials?" In an instant, Qin Shengmin's face was covered in coldness. He could understand the situation. No matter what, he was his own grandson. He was naturally aware of Qin Guangming's character, which was completely that of a mongrel. If he knew that the housekeeper had gone to the police because of this kind of thing, he might even get into that kind of trouble. However, this matter to send someone else to do Qin Shengmin simply do not feel at ease. That is why designated to steward personally to do. After all, this matter is related to his future planning. Thinking of this, the tone is also gentle, and even persuade up. "This matter you just rest assured to do. That little brat side of the old man personally go to say, to ensure that he does not let him hold a grudge against you. So saying, the butler had no choice but to agree. In that case, then I will go and report it to the officials. In the end, he didn't want to go personally at all, but Qin Shingmin had given the word, and he didn't even have the right to refuse. And the other side did not let the subordinates of the house to do this matter, and he knew that this matter was important. Chapter 136 Advanced Deployment. Just as the housekeeper twisted his head to leave, Qin Shingmin spoke again. Come back. Old man hasn't explained what you're going to say after you go. The housekeeper froze, thinking that it is not just to report to the police. What should be the truth is good. It is hard not to have any mystery in it. But when Qin Shingmin spoke, he couldn't not listen. So he could only turn back to the other party and wait for the next step with a respectful face. When you go there later, you can say that you don't like what Qin Guangming is doing, forcing a good man into prostitution, and that you'll take those two art girls as good women. If that boy Mobai asks for specifics, you'll say it in a serious way. The housekeeper became even more confused, and the way he looked at Qin Shingmin was a bit off. At this moment, his heart was beginning to wonder if Qin Guangming was Qin Shingmin's own grandson or not. For the sake of perfect execution, the housekeeper asked one more time, Master, the court must know about the relationship between the young master and the master. If the magistrate asks the villain if his lordship knows about it, how should I answer? Qin Shingmin smashed his mouth. So what Lao Fu just said you didn't listen at all? The butler kept his head down and kept rubbing his hands together. How could he not know what Qin Shingmin meant? And asking it like this was just so that he could have a defense in front of Qin Guangming in the future. Remember, the purpose of your trip to the government office is to send Qin Guangming within the prison. Qin Shingmin emphasized. Relying only on himself, Qin Shingmin had no chance at all of entering the prison. But if Qin Guangming had committed a crime and been caught in, he would go in to visit his own grandson so that it would seem very reasonable. I know. I'll go and do it. The butler took a deep breath. He knew that there was no way to hide. He could only go ahead and do it. Qin Shingmin watched the butler walk out of the Qin mansion before humming a tune and heading towards the inner hall. Poor Qin Guangming didn't even know that he was lying in his room and was actually sold by his grandfather. On the Weidu Road, the butler walked quickly towards the Weidu prefectural office with a helpless look on his face. The scene shifted, and inside the Palace Fengtian Hall of the Imperial Palace, Chen Nan was looking at the non-stop bickering in front of him over who was going to Sioux City. Light Feather reddened her face. General Hong Zhe, words are not like that. That Sioux City is the gateway to conquering Great Qian, and likewise the gateway for Great Qian to send troops towards my northern way. In this kind of thing, of course, it's only right to see who has more outstanding military capabilities. Is it hard to expect you to go just because you're more familiar with the topography of Sioux City? Has General Hong Zhe forgotten that once upon a time, this general was the main force in the conquest of Great Qian? Light Feather threw his voice. It was only when he said once that he couldn't help but look at Chen Nan. His reputation as a general with a winning streak was precisely defeated in Chen Nan's hands, but he did not regret it. Being able to fight with Chen Nan was really one of the great fortunes in life. Even more fortunately, Chen Nan was still on the same page as him now. For Light Feather's words, Hong Zhe disdained. Light Feather General, this can be out of the ordinary. You and I are both generals of the Northern Wei dynasty. To go out to war, it must be to choose the most suitable generals to go forward. I will admit that General Light Feather previously led troops into the Great Qian hinterland, but wasn't that beaten back by His Majesty? Moreover, the general fought his way into the Great Qian hinterland in a few days. I'm afraid he didn't even familiarize himself with the terrain properly, right? This general only returned from Sioux City some time ago, and this battle is undoubtedly the most appropriate for this general to go forward. The two kept arguing, never hearing Chen Nan speak. For a while, the two people stopped arguing and looked at Chen Nan at the same time. They knew that even if the two of them argued here until the end of time, none of them would be able to go without Chen Nan's nod. Why don't you stop arguing? Chen Nan lightly laughed. Since you're not arguing anymore, then listen to me. This time, when we travel to Sioux City, Light Feather will lead an army of 100,000 and make sure to guard Sioux City. As the words fell, Light Feather immediately smiled with joy. Glancing triumphantly at Hong Zhe, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose. Hong Zhe appeared calm. Since the last great battle, he had long been deeply convinced by Chen Nan's strength, and he completely accepted his arrangement. Looking at Hong Zhe's calm face, he was also curious. Aren't you curious as to why this king made this arrangement? Hong Zhe smiled faintly. Your Majesty's arrangement has its own deep meaning. The last general only needs to follow orders. Seeing this, Chen Nan nodded in satisfaction and softly called out, Eunuch Wang, bring in the map. Outside the hall, Eunuch Wang, who had already been prepared, slowly walked into the middle of the hall with his hands dragging the map. Behind him, there followed two eunuchs carrying a wooden table. Chen Nan spread the map flat on the wooden table and pointed his finger toward it. Hongza and Lightning Feather also looked curious and followed Chen Nan's finger. Only the map had been clearly marked with lines. Light Feather wondered, "Dare I ask your highness, why is Sioux City and Le City linked together on this map?" Chen Nan explained, "Sioux City is the gateway between Deqian and Northern Wei, while Lu City is a Northern Wei border city. The distance between the two cities is not very far, and it will only take half an hour for the cavalry to reach them under a full-speed march. This time, when General Light Feather goes to Sioux City, Le City will be your big rear, and all the provisions and ordnance will be gathered within Le City." Light Feather froze. He couldn't get his head around the point of using Le Castle as a large rear area. You know, Dakian has a 200,000 strong army. If they surround Sioux City, how will the grain from Le City be transported into Sioux City? Seeing Light Feather's doubt, Chen Nan spoke. Does General Light Feather think that Long Hao will trap Sioux City completely? Light Feather nodded fiercely. He did. If this is really the case, their 100,000 troops don't even need Deqian to attack, as long as they are surrounded by death. Chen Nan smiled mysteriously. This king is just saying this, using Le City as a large rear area. For a while, the two were even more puzzled. They actually couldn't understand what Chen Nan was saying. It is not the purpose to use the city of Lu as a storage granary for the Great Rear. The purpose is to make the great army of the Great Qian think so. When we were first trapped, food had to be shipped out from Lehigh, and it has to be a 5-day delivery. Light Feather's eyes lit up as she suddenly realized. What your majesty means is to actually place the grain within Sioux City. And what Le City is transporting over is not grain, but just to make the Great Qian army mistakenly think that Le City is the big rear area? Chen Nan laughed. Yes and no. Long Hao, this king knows very well. This person is extremely cautious with his troops. Prudence also means that one will not make dangerous moves. And even more so, one will not make some bold moves on top of the battlefield. Even if he knows that Le Chang is Su Chang's big backyard, he will only raise his troops to besiege Su Chang and then send out a large army to intercept the grain routes. There must not be less than 3 grain routes between Le City and Sioux City. Otherwise, not to mention Long Hao, is a person would not believe that only one grain route exists. The reason for setting the delivery time at 5 days is that each delivery of grain is not a huge amount. And it makes sense. And it gives the other side more of an illusion that the army is being commanded by a distant court. In order to prevent accidents, Le Castle still needs 30,000 defenders at all times to prevent Long Hao from throwing his weight around. Of course, this is only an inference made by this king based on his character. The battlefield is inherently ever-changing, and General Light Feather still needs to make the appropriate judgment based on the facts. After the words were said, Light Feather had shock written all over it. The army hadn't even set off yet, and Chen Nan had directly all arranged the road for him. Is this still fighting a war? It's totally just a clear-cut way for him to pick up military honors. Chapter 137 Father, Eat Grandma. Chen Nan turned his head to Hong Ze, whose eyes were full of anticipation. At the side after arranging Light Feather's task, although Hong Ze didn't demand that he had to go to Sioux City, he knew that the other party was not a person who could endure loneliness. Laughing softly, he said, "You two still remember the Lu half hanging from before, don't you?" Seeing Chen Nan suddenly mention this, the two of them glanced at each other. Of course they remembered it, and even more so, they remembered Chen Nan's performance that stunned the crowd that day. Lu half hanging is being held by us within the Wei capital's prison. There's a high probability that the Western Shu side won't let it go. Hong Ze drove to Qingping Pass with 80,000 men. Western Shu has never been very good in military matters, and 80,000 men are perfectly sufficient to guard a pass. Hong Ze was stunned, and he realized that it wasn't that Chen Nan hadn't assigned him a mission, but that he needed him to defend Shishu. Your Highness, Western Shu has always been suppressed by our Northern Wei. Is it really necessary to send a large army to garrison Qingping Pass? Chen Nan's hand was pointing at Qingping Pass on the map and opened his mouth. Look at the map. Western Shu wants to invade Northern Wei. One is to enter through the hinterland of Deqian. According to the current situation, Great Qian sent out 200,000 troops, and will certainly not easily allow Western Shu to enter the hinterland of their own country. Thus Qingping Pass became the only road for Western Shu to enter Northern Wei. Lu half-hanging man is still in the Northern Wei. There shouldn't be too much movement on the part of Western Shu, although it's not certain that there will be movement, but nowadays the situation is special. We must prepare for the worst. Chen Nan had calculated everything, but never expected that the usually very timid Western Shu would actually be so bold this time. Under Chen Nan's explanation, Hong Ze nodded. Don't worry, Your Highness, I will lead the troops to Qingping Pass, and I will definitely not let a single soldier or pawn from Western Shu cross the border of my Northern Wei. For the ability of the two Chen Nan is very assured. He did so much preparation, just worried that West Shu this time will unite the two countries of the Great Qian together on the Northern Wei. Since both generals have understood their mission, Go down and prepare for it. And then lead the troops when the king has deployed the provisions and armaments. As Chen Nan's words fell, the two were about to leave when a sound of a child crying suddenly entered from outside the hall. The three gazes coincidentally looked toward the entrance of the hall, only to see the doorway eunuch Wang stood next to a petite courtesan, whose arms are holding the young emperor of the Northern Wei dynasty. That burst of cries, "It is the young emperor in his arms," came out. Right at the moment he saw the young emperor, the mechanical voice of the system came out of Chen Nan's mind again. Dropping. Young emperor's heartbeat detected. Where's mother? Hungry. Eat big white rabbit. Want milk. Want milk. Only then did Chen Nan realize that the reason why the young emperor was crying out was actually because he hadn't eaten the Empress Dowager's milk. He could not help but have a headache. The Empress Dowager is still in a coma in the Imperial Hospital. That is, today the young emperor cried to death in Fengtian Hall. He also has no way to go to the child to get the Empress Dowager's milk. Your Highness. Outside the hall, eunuch Wang spoke with an embarrassed face. The young emperor has been crying since the morning, and his mouth keeps shouting white. Soft, slave girl is really out of ideas. Chen Nan gave him a blank look and said helplessly, what can this king do if you have no solution? He would like to give it to the young emperor, but the key thing is that he doesn't have that equipment either. It's really more than he can handle. Eunuch Wang smiled miserably and said, Your Majesty. The slave girl also tried to let the palace maid feed the young emperor, but the young emperor did not drink at all. The slave girl is really out of tricks. But please Your Majesty. The latter words were not said by eunuch Wang, mainly because he was a eunuch, not to mention that kind of equipment. Even his body was not sound. And up and down the Northern Way, only Chen Nan is the most capable. If even Chen Nan can't solve this thing, that is really no way. Chen Nan said helplessly, in that case, carry the young emperor in first, and this king will think of a way. After receiving permission, eunuch Wang glanced at the palace maid on the side, and only then did the two of them enter inside the great hall one after the other. Strangely enough, the young emperor, who was still crying non-stop, actually burst out laughing the moment he saw Chen Nan. Not only that, her feet kept struggling, trying to break free from the palace maid's embrace, and her hands were even reaching towards Chen Nan. Seeing this scene, eunuch Wang and the palace maid were completely dumbfounded, and at this moment, both of them were even a bit skeptical about whether Chen Nan had known the Empress Dowager for a long time, and the two of them, Lightfeather and Hongza, looked at each other awkwardly, and then doubled their eyes again in a hurry. Among the four people present, there was one and the same thought in their hearts. This scene, is it something that a few of them can see? Chen Nan sighed and took the young emperor from the palace maid's arms. The young emperor who had arrived in Chen Nan's arms not only laughed openly, but his hands even kept pulling up Chen Nan's long, flowing hair. Mother, gotcha. Father. The young emperor's voice exploded even more anachronistically in Chen Nan's mind. Only, those last two words were confusing for Chen Nan to hear. Even if it's mother, what the hell is father? And he wasn't the young emperor's father at all. He really didn't know the Empress Dowager and had met her for the first time before. Chen Nan continuously lamented inwardly. At this moment, there was only happiness in his heart. Happiness that the young emperor wouldn't speak. Otherwise, if these few words were heard by the four, what would happen? Just as he was celebrating, the young emperor's head lay on Chen Nan's shoulder, babbling, Daddy, eat grandma. With that one sentence, the four were even more shocked, and those eyes that were already tightly closed narrowed a slit. It's true that they don't dare to watch this kind of thing, but it's just too explosive and really fascinating. Who doesn't want to see under what kind of circumstances the young emperor is able to call the king of Jinnan's father? It was just that a few people had forgotten that Chen Nan was at the cultivation level of a patriarch, and even if they squinted their eyes, Chen Nan could still feel it. Feeling it though, holding his breath that he couldn't point it out yet. He couldn't just question the four about what exactly they had seen. Could he? At that moment, there was no sound in the hall except for the young emperor's childish laughter, and the atmosphere was subtle, falling into a burst of weirdness. Suddenly, Hongza coughed twice. Your Highness, I suddenly remembered that my home hasn't been cleaned up yet, so I will leave first. As the words fell, Hongza couldn't even wait for Chen Nan to open his mouth, twisting his head to escape and leaving the hall. Good lord, his sister's relationship with Chen Nan was already somewhat ambiguous, and today, he even ate this kind of shocking melon on the spot, so he needed to empty his heart. Only, he ran away, leaving a bewildered Lightfeather to keep looking from side to side. At this time the Lightfeather Heart 10,000 grass mud horse galloped past. What the hell on the home has not been cleaned up? Don't you have any servants at home after being a prince? What kind of work do you still need to clean up yourself? The most crucial thing is, haven't you just come to your senses not long ago? Lightfeather wasn't stupid, so she naturally knew that this was the excuse Hongza had found. However, Hongza at least has his family as a shield. He is a single man, After the fall home is only a few simple subordinates. Want to find a reason is not good to find. Suddenly, he only saw his eyes quickly turn up, stepped forward, closed his eyes and arched his hand. Your Highness, I will go and see if General Hungza needs any help at his home, so I will also take my leave first. After saying that, he turned his head and ran, and while running, he also shouted, General Hungza, wait for this general. Your house is too big. Wait for me to help you clean it together. The two men's lame reasoning made Chen Nan laugh and cry. Chapter 138, Killing yourself is the best thing you can do. In the Fengtian Palace, Eunuch Wang looked at the two generals who had already run away successfully with an envious expression. At this moment, how he wished he was also a person outside the palace, not needing much power. At least he could find an excuse to run away when something happened. Now it's good that everyone else has found an excuse. And he's also a eunuch. So what excuse can he find? Eunuch Wang? Chen Nan suddenly spoke out. The sudden voice startled Eunuch Wang, and at this moment, the cold sweat on his head couldn't stop flowing downward. He hadn't dared to wipe it off yet, but had to let it flow. Until now, he still hadn't come up with any good reason to run away, so he just left it alone. Chen Nan called out to him, and he treated it as if he hadn't heard it, pressing the idea of saying yes. Seeing this, Chen Nan's voice chilled a few points. Eunuch Wang is asleep? Now, Eunuch Wang knew that he couldn't do it without responding, and took 2 steps forward, flopping down and kneeling in front of Chen Nan, immediately cried out, Your Highness, forgive me. These 2 days slave girl all day to worry about the Empress Dowager's side. Just now some fatigue actually fell asleep. But also please Your Highness forgive me. He is considered to see. Forward is also dead. Backward is also dead. Might as well pull on the Empress Dowager. Die also die a little decent. Pass out also because of the death of the Empress Dowager. Chen Nan did not have the idea of blaming a few people. The young emperor was already young and could not be controlled by what he was called. It would be a real joke if he blamed anyone else for this. This king didn't call you because he wanted to ask you if the young emperor can breastfeed in this current situation? Chen Nan said helplessly. He still has a lot of things to be busy. The entire northern way needs him to worry about. Cannot be all day nothing to do in the Fengtian Palace holding the young emperor to coax the child to play. He didn't have the time, much less the heart. Seeing that Chen Nan did not have any thoughts of blame, Eunuch Wang still did not dare to get up, sighed in relief, and smiled forcefully. Your Highness, the old slave does not know much about this kind of thing. Your Highness should still ask the milkmaid. Milkmaid? Chen Nan froze, his eyes self-consciously resting on the only female in the great hall. Inquired the young emperor. Can the young emperor take milk now? That courtesan was still young and had experienced very few things. Those 2 words just now had already caused her inner turmoil, and now Chen Nan had suddenly asked her. After waiting for half a day, Chen Nan did not wait for a result, and his face instantly changed. Seeing this, Eunuch Wang hurriedly got up and shoved the courtesan, saying unhappily, The king is asking you. Are you dumb? It was only after Eunuch Wang's kind reminder that the courtesan reacted and glanced carelessly for a few moments. It was discovered that the large hall that was originally filled with 5 people was now filled with only 3 of them. Moreover, Chen Nan and Eunuch Wang were both staring at her with displeased faces. Frightened, her legs went limp and she knelt down. Your Highness, forgive me, the slave girl didn't hear anything just now. She didn't see anything. When these words came out, Eunuch Wang was completely cold inside. It was supposed to be a very small thing, and the 2 generals tacitly did not mention it and made excuses to run straight away. He also barely dodged a bullet by playing dead. Now it's good. No one dared to mention the thing froze by a court lady to the middle of the point open. Eunuch Wang gritted his teeth and said, Are you sleep deluded? Did something happen just now? The palace maid froze. She had just clearly heard the young emperor call Chen Nan daddy. Could it be that it was a hallucination? But Chen Nan's face told her that that incident was not an illusion. It was only that Eunuch Wang asked her again what exactly had just happened, and in her opinion, the events would have been strange, and it was still Eunuch Wang who inquired, so he had to answer honestly. Eunuch, just now the young emperor did not call the king. Halfway through the words, Eunuch Wang also does not care about the loss of posture. 2 steps across to the front of the courtesan, a hand to cover its mouth, glaring whispered, You want to die on the straight. This eunuch has not lived long enough. With this, Chen Nan also did not have the heart to ask, and said bluntly, Well, this king still has things to do. Eunuch Wang, this matter you solve it, and after it is solved go to the Thai hospital side to find this king. After saying that, he handed the young emperor to Eunuch Wang and flung his sleeves to leave the hall. Eunuch Wang took the young emperor and said respectfully with a half-bent waist, The slave servant respectfully sends off his majesty. After more than 10 breaths of time, Eunuch Wang dared to raise his head. After making sure Chen Nan left, he completely sent a sigh of relief, and once he turned around, He angrily looked at the courtesan who was still kneeling in front of him, and said in a chilling voice, "Was it that sister who taught you your etiquette?" The courtesan did not know that not only would she not be able to see tomorrow's sun, but she would also have to involve the sister who had taught her the etiquette of the courtesan. She didn't dare not to answer eunuch Wang's questions, and even more so, she didn't dare to answer them carelessly. Such things in the palace were recorded. If she dared to compile a name at random, she was only afraid that the entire palace maids and eunuchs would have to change their minds. "Had to give an honest account of myself," Eunuch Wang said in a cold voice. "Young Emperor Miscellaneous will find a new experienced person to take care of him. Though you are the one the Empress Dowager herself raised up, you know the extent of this matter. This matter is entirely your own death. Don't blame this eunuch when you get down there. Go back later and tell the sister who called your rituals that our family does not want the two of you to see tomorrow's sun." Eunuch Wang spoke bluntly, leaving no room for the other side at all. Upon hearing this, the courtesan's face turned pale and crawled to Eunuch Wang, grabbing his pants leg and begging for mercy. "Please, Eunuch Wang, save the slave girl. The slave girl doesn't want to die yet. Who knows?" Eunuch Wang didn't even look at it, shook off the palace maid's hands and walked towards the outside of the palace. Walking to the entrance of the Great Hall, he reminded again, "For the two of you, killing yourself is the best ending. Don't let our family find out that you have those unrealistic fantasies." Walking out of the hall, Eunuch Wang looked at the young emperor who was laughing in his arms and shook his head helplessly, thinking, "You can really be my little ancestor. Not yet grown up. Just 2 words to take 2 lives. To really grow up, that's not good?" He wasn't wrong either. He could tell that Chen Nan had no intention of pursuing those 2 words in the first place. Both generals knew to run, and he had to stay put solely because of his status. Of the several people, it was conversely the courtesan with the lowest status who had the most guts. A quarter of an hour later, Eunuch Wang came to the Bureau of Slave Maids and chose an experienced crone from among them, handing the young emperor over to her and explaining, "The young emperor will be placed under the care of Sister Li for the time being, and if there's anything you need to do, feel free to come and find this eunuch." Sister Li had a curious look on her face. Who in the entire slave girl bureau didn't know that the young emperor had always been taken care of by that little palace maid? How could it suddenly be her turn? However, curious as she was, she knew the rules. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Don't know what you shouldn't know. Just nodding his head, he said, "Don't worry, Eunuch Wang. The old slave will definitely take good care of the young emperor, and any situation will definitely be reported in time." Eunuch Wang was satisfied with the other party's attitude, and couldn't help but praise it in his heart. This old man's hand is just better than the newcomer's. Not only is he obedient but also understands things. It was just that he suffered. Explaining that the young emperor still had to go and report the results of this matter to Chen Nan. Chapter 139, "Can I see you for a minute?" Outside the Imperial Hospital, Chen Nan glanced doubtfully at the 2 palace maids outside the door. Looking inside again, he found Hong Ming sitting in a chair stretched out, only the corners of his mouth turned up, and he didn't move as he walked inward. When he arrived behind Hong Ming, he reached out and gently patted his shoulder. "Who?" The sudden movement of getting up caused Hong Ming to react greatly, and his left hand quickly went up, trying to grab the hand that was resting on his shoulder. Chen Nan drew his hand back in disbelief. What's with the big reaction? Hearing the outsider's voice, Hong Ming spat out his tongue. "Didn't you tell me to keep an eye on the Empress Dowager? Coupled with that business with the Imperial Doctor's order earlier. Now I don't even dare to let my subordinates in. They all stand outside." Regarding Hong Ming's arrangement, Chen Nan could also understand. "This is quite good. All those who come in will have to go through your permission first. This will also eliminate a lot of hidden dangers. What made you want to come up here?" Hong Ming pursued. Chen Nan looked at the Empress Dowager who was breathing steadily on the bed and explained. "The acupuncture given to the Empress Dowager last time was only the first stage. There will be acupuncture many times over the next few days, or else the muscles in the human body will atrophy without waiting for the Empress Dowager to wake up." Muscles? Atrophy? What's all this stuff you're talking about? How come I've never heard of it before? For a moment Hong Ming was even more puzzled. Chen Nan smiled. For some of the knowledge of Chinese medicine, people in this world did not understand at all. Naturally they were not clear about the magic of Chinese medicine. "Get up first. I'll check the current condition of the Empress Dowager first." Chen Nan waved his hand and did not dwell on the explanation of acupuncture. At that sound Hong Ming rose to make way for a space. Chen Nan went up to the bed and couch and groped up and down on the Empress Dowager's body. As he fumbled around, he didn't notice Hong Ming behind him looking at the scene with a grimace on his face. At this moment, she even kind of expected the person lying on the bed to be herself. She didn't know when it started, but she had an additional indescribable feeling towards Chen Nan. Unfortunately, Chen Nan had never noticed this feeling, instead treating her like a fellow officer. Whenever she thought of this situation, An uncomfortable feeling would appear in Hong Ming's heart, especially when she watched Chen Nan go up and down on the Empress Dowager in front of her. One might even wonder if Chen Nan liked the kind of human women who were already married. Just as she was pondering all this in her mind, there was another light footstep outside the door. Looking back, the visitor was none other than the bitter-faced eunuch Wang. Although other people cannot enter the imperial hospital at will, this eunuch Wang but since the time of the late emperor has been serving the royal family. Hong Ming on its natural not this requirement. It's just that Hong Ming saw that expression on his face, plus the fact that eunuch Wang had just come out of Feng Tian Hall. The most critical thing is that unless Kai Chen Nan proposes to convene a court meeting, Wang Gonggang will only go to Feng Tian Hall. And generally Wang Gonggang will also accompany in the imperial hospital. Hong Ming curiously walked up. What's wrong with eunuch Wang? A face of bitterness. Could it be that something happened in the courtroom? Hearing Hong Ming's inquisitive voice, eunuch Wang's already bitter face became even more ugly. Good lord. He was worried when he arrived in case Chen Nan blamed him for this matter. This did not wait for Chen Nan's rebuke, but instead, Hong Ming questioned him first. The two of them, Hong Ming and Chen Nan, were basically obvious to the entire court, so maybe the two of them would end up becoming a pair. He said a good point is the chief eunuch of the Northern Wei dynasty, said a bad point is a eunuch. He couldn't withstand the greetings of a king plus a future princess. I could only reply with a bitter smile. I thank General Hong Ming for his care. There is no big deal. Just that I was a bit overworked in the past 2 days. This answer eunuch Wang is not a lie. After all, because the Empress Dowager fell into a coma, he did follow the busy work. Although it is his job, it is also really tiring. Hong Ming frowned. Is what eunuch Wang said true? It's not like she's a little cutie. Naturally, she could see that this was nothing more than a reason to push the issue. Eunuch Wang's face became even more unsightly. He had given his reasons, but as a result, Hong Ming was still unsatisfied. It couldn't be that he could directly have him tell the Hong Ming young emperor to call Chen Nan daddy in front of a few people. Could it? If that's the case, we might as well let him find a beam and hang himself. Eunuch Wang nodded his head affirmatively and said, of course what we are saying is the truth. If we lie, we will let our son have no ass eye. Hong Ming immediately widened his eyes and let out a sarcastic laugh. There is no need for eunuch Wang to be like this. This general is just asking casually. Seeing that the muddle passed, eunuch Wang was finally relieved. As for the poisonous oath he swore, he's a eunuch who doesn't even have any offspring, let alone if he has an asshole. As the words fell, Chen Nan also pulled out all the silver needles from the Empress Dowager's body, turning his head only to see that eunuch Wang had already arrived, explaining to Hong Ming, pay more attention to ventilation in the next few days, and don't get too close to the fireplace. Okay, I've memorized it all. Hong Ming replied in a low voice. Chen Nan hummed lightly, glanced at eunuch Wang, and then glanced outside. The latter understood, and the two came outside one after the other. Without waiting for Chen Nan to open his mouth, eunuch Wang grabbed the opportunity to say, don't worry, your highness. The slave girl has already arranged things so that the palace maid who caused trouble will never have the opportunity to take care of the young emperor again. Chen Nan understood that this courtesan would only end up miserable. That was the result he wanted. He didn't want to have a handle in someone else's hands. Chen Nan did not open his mouth for a long time, and his gaze had been resting on eunuch Wang since he came out. The latter added, is there anything else, your majesty? He was smart enough to not say a word about that incident at the Feng Tian temple, as if it had never happened from the beginning. Eunuch Wang is better not to be so laborious lately. Being able to fall asleep on top of the court meeting, won't this be a laughingstock when told? Chen Nan's tone was calm, without the slightest fluctuation. This kind of thing definitely won't happen again. Just rest assured. Your Majesty, eunuch Wang hurriedly stated. In that case, the Empress Dowager still needs eunuch Wang on her side, so go in and get busy first. This king will just turn around and go to the government office. If there's anything, eunuch Wang will just go there and find this king. With the words, Chen Nan turned around and left the same spot. Only after seeing Chen Nan walk away did eunuch Wang dare to raise that somewhat trembling hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. That conversation just now at least showed that Chen Nan wouldn't be looking for trouble from him because of this matter, and it was considered that he had successfully dodged a bullet. Only, Chen Nan did not immediately head to the government office, but rather walked around the palace at random. As he came to the outermost enclosure of the imperial hospital, he saw the still lush tree on his right. Feel it carefully and walk towards the big tree. When I came to the big tree, a cold wind suddenly blew. Chen Nan looked up and spoke into the air. Is it convenient to come out and meet? This king has something he wants to talk to you about. Chapter 140, The Most Dangerous Man. The next moment, only a few leaves fell from the heavily branched trees. In the blink of an eye, a black-robed man appeared in front of Chen Nan, who was extremely calm, without a single fluctuation of breath on his entire body. Your Highness is a good tactician. being able to accurately find my position in such a tiny breath. The man in black looked at Chen Nan. His lips slightly parted. Chen Nan smiled faintly. It's just some small means. Dare I ask what the king is looking for in me? The man in black spoke again. I need you to lead the Imperial Forest Army for the time being. I'm taking Wu Su with me. I currently have no one available on my hands. Chen Nan explained indifferently. Your Majesty is taking Wu Su away? But there is another disturbance in Diqian? The man in black was even more puzzled. No, it's not just Diqian. Chen Nan shook his head. This time there's also Western Shu, which has the participation of Eastern Qin in it, and it's even said that there might be Nantang, as well as the barbarian tribes. So many countries are involved? The man in black froze. He was usually only responsible for the safety and security issues of the palace, and didn't know much about the remaining few countries. What about Northern Qian? I don't think this country is involved, right? Chen Nan sighed. It's uncertain for the time being. It's also possible. But the Northern Qian only targets the Great Qian on weekdays, so they shouldn't be involved in this turmoil. The man in black touched the large tree in front of him and said helplessly, in that case, I will send someone to temporarily command the Imperial Forest Army, so the king can lead General Wushu away when my people are in place. Suddenly, the man in black thought of something and inquired, by the way, it will soon be New Year's Eve. Dare I ask your highness, will the Empress Dowager be able to wake up a year ago? This king can only say that he can do his best. Right now the Empress Dowager is in the middle of an illusion. That illusion this king has also gone in. He can only rely on his own will to get through it. Chen Nan hesitated. To be honest, he wasn't sure if the Empress Dowager would wake up or not, and he didn't even know if he had that ability to cure her or not. The man in black could see Chen Nan's hesitation. His face finally fluctuated in expression, but it was a ruthless expression. Within 2 months, if the Empress Dowager does not wake up, I will trouble your highness to go and be buried with her. Chen Nan raised an eyebrow. Your excellency doesn't seem to be a match for this king, does he? Are you so confident that you can take down the king? Chen Nan was a bit surprised. He did not understand where on earth this black-clothed man in front of him got the strength to say such a sentence. The man in black snorted. I know that your highness is not a low cultivator, but your highness wouldn't be naive enough to think that the late emperor left me such a card for the Empress Dowager. Would you? Chen Nan's figure moved, leaving only a residual shadow in place, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the man in black. His right hand was choking his neck. In a cold voice, he said, this king hates being threatened. Don't provoke this king with your 8th grade martial artist cultivation. Don't talk about how many cards you have. This king only believes in himself. After some warnings, he then put the man in black down. This time it's just a warning. Don't think that this king really doesn't dare to kill you. After Chen Nan left, only the man in black was left in place with his hands on his neck constantly gasping for air, looking at the distant Chen Nan with a shocked expression. Shocked, he opened his mouth. He, actually, is really a patriarch. Earlier in the courtroom, Lu Halfhanging had shocked the entire courtroom with the strength of a half-step sect master. There had been rumors that Chen Nan was a Zongshire after he had struck out, and this rumor had still come out of Lu Halfhang's mouth. It was just that he had never believed that anyone would really be able to reach the realm of a grandmaster, and provoking Chen Nan had only been a decision he had made after further consideration. Chen Nan struck out, but he had some regrets. He really shouldn't have been so reckless, but, having been offended, there was nothing to be said. Shaking his head to get those thoughts out of his head, he raised his hands above his head and clapped them. In the next second, another black-robed man appeared behind him and bowed his head. What are Lord Wei's orders? The man in black indifferently said. Shadow One, you are also considered an old man inside the Shadow Guard. Later go change into the armor of the Imperial Forest Army. The Imperial Forest Army will be taken over by you for the time being. The latter's figure shifted. They had gotten used to life in the darkness, and it was a bit abrupt to expose it to the light for a while. When he didn't wait for an answer for half a day, the Shadow Guard frowned and turned around. What? You don't want to? Shadow One hesitated a bit, but finally spoke. No, my subordinate just wants to know if there is an emergency happening. He wanted to ask to live in the light again. Should he listen to Chen Nan or should he listen to Lord Wei? The Guardian Lord took a deep breath. When you go out, everything will be done according to the king's orders, but everything will be reported to me. The scene shifted, and Chen Nan, who had already walked to the entrance of the palace, saw the scrupulous Wushu smiling blandly and walked forward to ask, how do you feel? Wu Su laughed miserably. When will your majesty pick your subordinates up? This guard's job is too hard to do. Just standing still every day can tire a person out. Don't worry, someone will come to take over your work later. When that time comes, you can just come directly to the government office and look for me. Chen Nan laughed out loud. Really? Wushu was astonished. He didn't expect that he had just casually said that Chen Nan had actually found someone to replace him. Naturally it's true. When has this king ever lied to you? Suddenly, Wu Xiu whispered, Your Majesty, my subordinate has noticed that the Imperial Forest Army doesn't seem to be quite normal. What's out of the ordinary? Chen Nan was curious. Wu Xiu reached out and pointed around. Sometimes my subordinate feels that there are always people around who are secretly watching my subordinate. If it is not that this palace wall is too high that someone topple over, subordinate would like to send someone to climb up to take a look. And then there's the fact that sometimes people who are familiar one day make their subordinates feel very strange the next. It's all the same face, but it just gives the subordinate a very strange feeling. You mean the same person, the same face, gives you a different feeling the next day? Chen Nan was surprised. He couldn't help but think of a type of face painting that was better called a disguise than a face painting. Yes, that's it. That's why my subordinate finds it strange. Wu Xiu was sure. Chen Nan valued this very much, and although Wu Xiu's martial realm was not high, he believed that the other party would not talk nonsense about such things. Chen Nan reconfirmed. Are you sure that no one out of the courtiers has stepped out of the palace recently? Wu Su didn't understand why he would suddenly ask this question, but still answered affirmatively. Don't worry, Your Majesty. This is something that my subordinate is completely certain of. Chen Nan pondered over the fact that the previous imperial doctor's order had not shown up after taking a shot at Hongzhe, and as Wu Xiu described this much like the tactics on the East Qin side, he had to think a little more. After all, Lu half-hanging a man from West Shu, but his grandson knows something from East Qin. In case that imperial doctor's order was also from East Qin and then would also have a disguise technique. When you look at it that way, the whole palace doesn't seem to be safe anywhere. The imperial hospital has Hong Ming to take care of, and without his permission ordinary people simply cannot enter. Moreover, the Empress Dowager was still in a coma and could not play a critical role in Northern Wei. If the Empress Dowager fails to wake up, it will be the young emperor who will take over the Northern Wei in the future. Chen Nan's eyes instantly widened as it occurred to him that the most dangerous person right now was not the Empress not too, but the young emperor who was still young. With that thought, he returned once more and walked quickly toward the imperial hospital. On his way out, he still didn't forget to explain. Keep an eye on it. No one is allowed to enter or leave the palace at will. Chapter 141, Is it not bad to kill the young emperor? Inside the imperial doctor's courtyard, only Hong Ming was left sitting alone in his chair after Chen Nan left. Eunuch Wang carefully stood not far behind him, glancing up from time to time. Just then, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Eunuch Wang was about to open his mouth with a disgruntled face, but he realized that the visitor was actually Chen Nan. Hastily changing into a smiling face, he inquired, Didn't your highness leave just now? Why are you here again? Chen Nan took 3 or 2 steps into the imperial hospital and stared at Eunuch Wang and spoke. This king asks you, who did you just give the young emperor to take care of? Eunuch Wang froze. He did not understand how Chen Nan suddenly cared about this matter, especially not long ago in the Fengtian Palace had happened that a file of things. This question let Eunuch Wang heart is even more nervous. Back to your highness. The slave girl has left the young emperor in the care of the old crone in the palace. Is there any problem? Although he wasn't sure, he could only answer Chen Nan's question honestly. Upon hearing this conversation, Hong Ming, who had been sitting, also stood up and looked at Chen Nan nervously. What's wrong? Hasn't the young emperor always been taken care of by the Empress Dowager's appointed palace maid? How come it suddenly changed? Upon hearing this, Chen Nan and Eunuch Wang both looked at each other with an embarrassed expression, and neither of them tacitly mentioned this issue. How could Hong Ming not know that these two people were obviously hiding something from themselves? Again, he pursued. What? Do you want to hide this matter from this general? Hong Ming directly used his official position to force the two. Eunuch Wang wisely closed his eyes and lowered his head, not even having the courage to raise his head, let alone answer Hong Ming's question. Instead, it was Chen Nan who laughed awkwardly. It's just that the palace maid who took care of the young emperor before had some problems, so I had Eunuch Wang replace her with an experienced person. Problems? That palace maid has been taking care of the young emperor since he was born. How come I don't know what's wrong with her? Hong Ming's face was full of skepticism. She wouldn't believe such a statement. Chen Nan sighed and said helplessly, You don't know. That palace maid took care of the young emperor and cried all the time. That's why she replaced him. This matter is known to your brother and the others. There were quite a lot of people present at the time. Even Eunuch Wang saw it with his own eyes. He didn't want to involve something else because of this, only to pull everyone all the way down. He naturally knew that these people all had brains and knew in their hearts what to say and what not to say. As expected, after hearing these words, Hong Ming did not proceed to press the issue and still turned his head towards Eunuch Wang with a skeptical expression. Is that really the case? Eunuch Wang? Eunuch Wang let out a bitter smile and looked up at Chen Nan. Seeing the determined look snapped. This matter is indeed just like what your highness said. He was helpless, and did not want to get involved in this matter at all, and under the repeated dodging, but he did not expect to be pulled in by Chen Nan. Being stirred up by Hong Ming like this, Chen Nan almost forgot about the main event. With a straight face, he said, Eunuch Wang, you take the king to meet that old crone, and the king wants to make sure there are no accidents here. Could there be any more accidents that could happen here? Eunuch Wang was astonished. At this stage, if the Northern Wei Palace wasn't even safe, I was afraid that there wouldn't be a single safe place in the entire Northern Wei territory. This king remembers that the imperial doctor's order that made a move on Hongzhe a few days ago hasn't been found yet, right? As far as this king knows, he has not fled the palace, and the person should still be inside the palace, Chen Nan said with certainty. For a while, Eunuch Wang also perceived the seriousness of the matter. When the order of the imperial physician was not to lay hands on Hongzhe, but intended to take action against the Empress Dowager, it's only because he didn't get his way that he changed his target to Hanze. If the Empress Dowager falls into a coma and the young emperor has another accident, he really won't want this dog's life anymore. Your highness, come with the slave girl, and the slave girl will go and take your highness to find that old crone. As the words fell, Eunuch Wang anxiously walked out of the imperial hospital, winding his way towards the slave handmaid's bureau. Seeing this, Chen Nan had no choice but to follow closely, and Hong Ming behind him kindly reminded, be careful. During the rush, the two did not have any communication, and soon came to the entrance of the slave bureau, and Eunuch Wang barged straight in. Chen Nan did not go in, but chose to wait at the entrance. If the order of the imperial physician was really ambushed nearby, he would be able to catch the other party in the first place. After a while, Eunuch Wang was followed by an older crone whose arms held none other than the young emperor. After coming out, it's even more confused looking at Chen Nan, stagnant for a moment before reacting, hastily greeted up. Slave girl has seen his majesty. Chen Nan waved his hand. Stand up, puff out your chest, and let this king take a good look at you. The old crone obediently stood up straight, and Eunuch Wang even snatched the young emperor in her arms. Chen Nan felt carefully, and he did not sense any other fluctuations in the breath of the old crone in front of him. With a frown, he spoke. Did Eunuch Wang have any contact with Thane after handing over the young emperor to you just now? The old woman's legs went limp and she knelt directly in front of Chen Nan. Your highness, please calm your anger. The young emperor's status is honored. How could the slave girl dare to allow others to touch the young emperor? Ever since Eunuch Wang handed the young emperor over to the slave girl has been holding him in her arms at all times, fearing that the young emperor might have the slightest accident. Chen Nan narrowed his eyes and looked at the kneeling crone, muttering to himself, not the right scripture. If she is really disguised, by virtue of my realm can also feel the fluctuation of another breath on its body. But he didn't feel it now, so that meant that the crone was currently still normal. For a while, Chen Nan was in trouble. He already had the idea of taking the young emperor to the royal residence to find someone special to take care of him, but he had been so busy lately that he didn't even have the time to go back to the royal residence to sleep. As for Wushu, it was still hard for him to be pulled from his position in the Kingsguard. All right, you go on back. Chen Nan waved his hand, allowing Eunuch Wang to hand the young emperor back to the crone. Where did the old crone dare to stay? Holding the young emperor in her arms, she ran inside in a puff of smoke. Eunuch Wang looked puzzled. Dare I ask what exactly happened to your highness? Why are you suddenly in such a hurry? Chen Nan told Eunuch Wang word for word what he had learned from Wu Su. Eunuch Wang can not only be a eunuch, but also the Northern Wei's seal-carrying eunuch, and there is no need to hide some things from him. After listening to Chen Nan's narration, Eunuch Wang's face changed drastically, and his silver color sharpened a few points. Your highness, is this matter true? Things should be true. Wushu has no reason to lie to this king, and the palace has been under martial law lately. That imperial doctor order martial arts realm shouldn't be very high. Naturally it can't hide from Wushu's investigation, so there's a good chance he's still stuck in some nook or cranny of the palace. Then, Chen Nan sighed again. The young emperor's side. This king can't be distracted for the time being. Eunuch Wang diligently run the bureau of slaves and maids. Don't let it exploit the loopholes. Eunuch Wang hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Right after the duo left, a head suddenly poked out from the fence outside the slave handmaid's bureau, with a black veil wrapped around its face, only to see it whisper, Young Emperor? It's not bad to mess with the Empress Dowager or the young emperor. At least I didn't die in vain. Chapter 142, 2 Missions. On the way back to the Imperial Hospital, Chen Nan confirmed. Eunuch Wang, are you sure there are no mistakes in this matter? Your Highness can rest assured. The slave girl's work is seamless, and this guy will definitely be able to catch the Imperial Doctor's order. It's just that we have to trouble your Highness not being able to return to the royal residence to sleep tonight. Eunuch Wang nodded confidently. It's fine if this king rests or not, It's only right to first solve this rat hiding in the palace. Chen Nan spoke coldly. After the two parted ways at a fork in the road, Chen Nan quickly ran towards the entrance of the palace. Wu Su, who was on guard duty at the gate of the palace, was even more curious when he saw Chen Nan, who had gone and returned in the distance. Why is your highness back again? Didn't you just think of something urgent? Wu Xiu, after midnight tonight, you personally lead the men to encircle the entire slave maiden bureau. Remember not to let a single person escape, Chen Nan solemnly instructed. One look at his demeanor, Wu Xiu knew that this matter was not that simple and nodded his head without even asking. Don't worry, your highness. My subordinate guarantees that not a single flying insect will fly out of the slave handmaid's bureau tonight. After the explanation, Chen Nan glanced back at the direction of the slave girl bureau before slowly walking towards the outside of the palace. What he discussed with eunuch Wang was to transfer most of the slave handmaid's bureau to the imperial hospital tonight to take care of the Empress Dowager. It was a special pocket for that imperial doctor's order, just waiting for the other side to get into it. And eunuch Wang would send someone to arrange all the old crone as well as the young emperor to other places before midnight. Chen Nan was even more decisive. He first pretended to leave the palace and show his face at the Weidu government office, then sneaked into the palace from other places, and then went to check the situation around the slave girl bureau when the Z hour was approaching. Half an hour later, in the middle of the Wei capital government office, Mo Bai was sitting on top of the main seat. On each side of the lower left and right stood Hung Za and Light Feather, the two of them looking at the door from time to time as if they were waiting for someone, just when the two of them did not know how many times they were looking outside the mansion. Mo Bai helplessly said, "The two generals don't look. The fact that the king hasn't returned at this time means that the situation of the Empress Dowager is more serious, or there are other important things in the palace, or else he will definitely return to the mansion at the first time." Others did not know, but he was very clear that Chen Nan had spent the past few days resting in the government office, and had no time to return to the royal residence for a good night's sleep. At the same time, he also knew that although Chen Nan was very powerful, he was a veteran general pointing and strategizing. Otherwise he wouldn't have dumped all the affairs of the government office on him right from the start. This current situation could only be described as forcing Chen Nan to a certain point. Light Feather shook his head helplessly. How could he not know what Mo Bai said? Not only did he know, but he also clearly heard the young emperor calling Chen Nan daddy amongst them. He thought that Chen Nan had expedited to deal with the matter and didn't understand the situation inside the palace at all. As he recalled the incident, he couldn't help but look at Hans, realizing that the latter was also staring at him. The two shared a smile that instantly aroused Mo Bai's curiosity. What are the two generals smiling about? And smiling so obscenely? The two froze. They didn't expect to actually have Mo Bai use the word lewd to describe them. Seriously, though, anyone who saw and heard something like that wouldn't have a smile any better than the two of them. The two of them glanced at each other again. Hung Za looked back at Mo Bai and forced a smile to explain. This matter can only be understood. General Mo Bai is still a little better to realize himself. He has made up his mind that this matter, not to mention other people, even his own sister will not tell. And how will he say to Mo Bai? Within moments, there was a da-da-da-da from outside the door. The two Hansers looked out the door in unison. The moment they saw Chen Nan, a flash of joy appeared on both of their faces at the same time, and they were saddened by the flash of sadness on their faces. The two thought that they were sad because of the two words that the young emperor shouted, and were sensible enough not to say more. Chen Nan, who entered the government office, froze when he saw Hung Za and the two of them. Why are you two here? Didn't you say that the house needs to be cleaned? Hung Za hemmed and hawed. Your highness is joking. The last general went back only to realize that the home had already been cleaned out by the subordinates long ago, so he and General Light Feather came to the government office to wait for your highness. How could Chen Nan know what was in the minds of the two men? It was entirely to determine the date of leading the troops out that he came to the government office to wait for him. He also knew that this matter should be sooner rather than later, and immediately clapped his hands and said, "All right, the king still doesn't know what you two have in mind? Later this king will write 2 oracles and give them to the two of you, and you can set out when the provisions and armaments are ready." Right after he said that, the system popped up again, dropping, detecting that the host is about to send out an army. Issued task 1. Guard Sioux City for 2 months. Reward 1 soul restoring pill for mission completion. Note, the soul restoration pill is made of pure young Chinese medicine, which not only strengthens the body of the person taking it, but also exercises his or her willpower. Soul restoration pill? Chen Nan exclaimed in shock. In his opinion, wasn't this soul restoring pill prepared for the Empress Dowager? She, a woman, was already yin and yang, and now with this soul restoration pill, not only could she strengthen her body, but she could also exercise her willpower, and if she didn't eat it, she would be able to wake up from the illusionary realm. I'll take this mission. Chen Nan inwardly agreed. Drop. This mission is a mandatory issuing mission. The host must accept it and cannot refuse it. The mission fails, abolishing all the host's martial arts cultivation and starting all over again. Mission 2. Defend Qingping Pass for 3 months. Mission accomplished. Rewarding the host with 3,000 White Horse Spirits. Note, this spirit can only be kept for 3 days and can only be passed on to Northern Way soldiers by way of inheritance. Please let the host know. What the hell? 3,000 White Horse Boxer spirits? And only 3 days? For the White Horse Boxer, Chen Nan can know too much. Relying on 3,000 people, Gong Sunzan was able to defend Yuzhou and kill Wu Wan not dare to step in. Moreover, the White Horse Boxers belonged to the light cavalry, which not only possessed super high mobility, but also brought its own swimming shooting, which made it a completely contemporary mobile soldier. The 3 Hongzha people looked at Chen Nan suspiciously, only to see him giggling up at one moment, and at another moment, his face was full of curiosity, with a hint of doubt mixed in with the curiosity. Hongzha and the 2 of them looked at Mobai in disbelief. Mobai spread his hands. He was only Chen Nan's subordinate. Following Chen Nan only started from the Battle of Lu City, and it was also the first time he had seen this kind of situation. Not long after, Chen Nan returned to his senses with a faint smile on his face. Hongzha spoke evenly. Dare I ask if something good is about to happen to your majesty? Chen Nan did not mince words and directly told the several people. Something good is indeed going to happen, but not now. Immediately afterward, with a gloomy face, he looked at the 2. Hongzha, this king asks if you have the confidence to hold Qingping Pass for 3 months? 3 months? Could it be that your highness has some news coming in? Hongzha was filled with surprise. When he said it before, he was still told to pay attention to the situation at Qingping Pass. So how did it suddenly turn into guarding Qingping Pass for 3 months? Chen Nan did not explain and asked again. This king just asked if you have confidence? Hongzha lifted his chest and said with a straight face, please also rest assured, your highness, that the person is in the pass. Light Feather, this king asks if you are confident in defending Sioux City for 2 months? Chen Nan spoke again. Light Feather didn't ask that much, directly half-kneeled and said, don't worry, your highness, the people are in the city. Even if the people are no longer there, the city is still there. Chapter 143. An unexpected guest in the Dacian Dynasty Hall. Receiving an affirmative reply from the 2. Chen Nan did not make a fuss and wrote down 2 oracles on the spot and handed them over. In that case, then Sioux City and Qingping Pass will be handed over to the 2 generals. The 2 of them received the oracle and their faces were delighted as they nodded toward Chen Nan and headed out. At this point in time, the duo did not know how vicious this war would be. All they knew was that they now had a war to fight and did not have to stay in the court every day. Chen Nan gazed at the departing backs of the 2 of them and fell into deep thought. He always felt that the quests released by the system would not be so simple. Especially with Light Feather and Hongzhe's ability to defend 2 cities for 3 or 2 months is not a problem at all, and can even be said to be somewhat easy. Right at this moment, Mobai suddenly spoke up. Nowadays, Wei Du has a total of 200,000 troops. How many troops does the king intend to give to the 2 generals? The number of troops given to the 2 Chen Nan had already informed the 2 of them in the courtroom long ago, only that Mobai did not attend the court, so he did not know the exact number. Chen Nan raised an eyebrow. This king intends to give Light Feather 100,000 troops, Hongzhe 80,000 troops, a total of 180,000 troops, and Wei Du will only keep 20,000. The reason why he only left 20,000 for Wei Du came entirely from his confidence in himself, and he believed that Wei Du wouldn't have any problems with himself personally in the town. Only he did not realize that just because only 20,000 people were left for Wei Du, it led to Wei Du almost losing the city afterward. Just as Chen Nan's side was arranging for the army to go on the expedition, a few guests came above the Great Qian Dynasty Hall. In the Great Qian Dynasty Hall, Wu Fingwan stared appreciatively at the 3 people at the bottom of the hall. Among the 3 people, the head of a person compared to the remaining 2 people to be slightly ahead of half a body. He was even wearing a lavender official robe. As for the 2 people behind him, they were clear of basilica-colored armor, with a hint of ferocity in their eyes. I only saw Wu Fingwan speak. You are ambassadors from Western Shu. What are your intentions for coming to my Daqian this time? The man at the head of the group smiled slightly. Your Majesty of the Great Qian, I, the King of Shu, have learned that the last time our 2 countries joined forces didn't achieve the expected results. This time, I also came here to unite with the Great Qian once again, thus launching an attack on Northern Wei. Before we came here we had already learned that His Majesty the Great Qian had sent General Long Hao with an army of 200,000 men to personally spearhead the attack on Sioux City. Since His Majesty the Great Qian dares to launch an attack so openly, I'm sure that he must also know the current situation in Northern Wei like the back of his hand. Unluckily, King Shu also knows that Northern Wei is currently in the midst of internal and external troubles. Therefore, the King of Shu has decided to send a general to lead an army of 150,000 troops to attack Qingping Pass, attacking on both fronts at the same time as Dakian to put pressure on the Northern Wei border. After hearing what the visitor said, Wu Fingluan snorted. You Shishu are really interesting. I would have wanted to attack the Northern Wei. What has been decided is, why do I still want to attack the Northern Wei in conjunction with you, Western Shu? Or rather, what can I, De Qian, gain from this battle? The ambassador shook his head. No, 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 Your Majesty is obviously wrong. As far as this messenger knows, when Chen Nan was previously affiliated with the Great Qian was always invincible on the battlefield. But now that Chen Nan has defected to the Northern Wei, what is the situation? This messenger will not recount too much. The real situation His Majesty the Great Qian surely knows better than I do. What this messenger has just said is only to put pressure on the Northern Wei border. If you want to completely break through the Northern Wei defenses just by combining these 350,000 troops, is Your Majesty of the Great Qian a bit delusional? For once, he got to the point. Wu Fingluan was also clear that it was already difficult to take down Su City with 200,000 people, not to mention the fact that she also wanted to attack the Northern Wei hinterland. Especially the Northern Wei also has a 50,000 person heavy cavalry, which if to the plains, the Qian is more directly become the Northern Wei plaything. What does that messenger mean? Persuading me to abandon my plan to attack Northern Wei? Wu Fingluan was getting more and more puzzled. She recognized that the other party had a point, but Su City was very important strategically to Northern Wei and Great Qian, and she would not give up on this plan. The messenger sighed in relief. The fact that he was able to talk about it meant that Wu Fingluan had this in mind, so that the next part of his plan would have a chance of being realized. Your Majesty, this time, in order to attack the Northern Wei, the King of Shu has specially taken out 300,000 taels of gold to invite thousands of skilled craftsmen from Eastern Qin. There are not only people here who can build chariots, but there are hundreds of people who specialize in digging tunnels. If we have the addition of these thousands of people, we can completely unite the forces of the two countries and organize a group of elites to dig a tunnel from Qingping Pass. Wei capital is currently closed to news. Even if this news wants to be conveyed, Wei capital will need some time. We can absolutely take advantage of this time to hastily march for a few days to arrive underneath the city of Wei. Oh, Wu Fingluan's eyes lit up. She hadn't thought of this method at all. Seeing Wu Fingluan's eyes light up and a touch of hope rise within the messenger, he knew that the other party was moved. Taking advantage of this opportunity is even proposed, Your Majesty. This attack on the Northern Wei, all the spoils of war I Western Sichuan do not want. But after the breakthrough of the Wei capital Lu half hanging and others to be handed over to my Western Sichuan, after all, he was originally our country's people. Wu Fingluan's face was shocked. The dragon case that her hands kept knocking on, this condition seemed completely acceptable to her. She also knows what kind of person Lu Half-Hang is. He is the strongest combatant of Western Shu, and he was actually captured by Northern Wei. The bottom line is that she actually hasn't heard a thing about this. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Fingluan spoke. I will consider half a day's time first, and I will give you a reply in the afternoon. Men, send the messenger down to rest for a few moments. The words of sending off had been said, and the messenger also knew that Wu Fingluan was trying to discuss something with the courtier. It was a simple thing to say, but to actually do it, how difficult it might be to negotiate, and he could fully understand that. In that case, the envoy will take his leave. Seeing the messenger leave, Wu Fingluan waited for another long time before speaking. What do you think of the proposal from the Western Sichuan side? Upon hearing these words, how could the courtiers below not realize that their own majesties were being persuaded? Since Chen Nan was cut off the title, their advice Wu Fingluan simply cannot listen to it. The Great Qian Dynasty Hall has long become her hall of words. Except for what Jiang he said that she would consider half of it. The rest of them were completely machines that carried out orders. Therefore they did not intend to struggle, and flattered obediently. I feel that the Western Marsh envoy's suggestion is entirely feasible. Seeing the reaction of the group of ministers, Wu Fingluan was even more satisfied and a smile appeared on her face. Just as she was about to slap a decision, Jiang he suddenly interjected. Dare I ask Your Majesty, if we are to unite with Western Shu, which general should De Qian send to lead the army? Wu Fingluan froze. She was only thinking about the distribution of the loot after the battle. For a moment she forgot that she, De Qian, seemed to have no great generals capable of leading the battle. Chapter 144, The Helpless Qinyu. The Dakian courtroom was back in the middle of its daily silence, and Wu Fingluan asked in a cold voice, since all the ministers agree with this strategy, then who can recommend generals for me to lead the battle? The courtiers below looked at each other from side to side, where they knew that anyone else would be able to get out. Previously, such matters were all decided by Chen Nan, and it was simply not their turn to intervene. Long Hao is still a general left behind by the late emperor, and with Jiang He these things are also discussed between Wu Fengwan and Jiang He, and it is even less their turn to intervene. Typical of using people towards the front and not towards the back. As Wu Fengwan's words fell, she didn't get a response for a long time, and her voice couldn't help but raise a few points. What? Are you all mute? Infinite anger surged in Wu Fengwan's heart. She sort of realized that whenever it came to this part, the group of ministers directly became mute. No one could give her a good suggestion at all. She also had the luxury of hoping that the group of ministers could recommend any good talents to come. Turned her eyes to Jiang He and softly said, since Jiang Iching has raised this issue, I think there must have been a countermeasure in his mind for a long time. Why don't you say it out for the minister's reference? Jiang He laughed coldly in his heart. He said those words just to wait for a moment, and said in a loud voice, Your Majesty, there are still many capable generals in my Deqian. For example, isn't there one standing in front of your Majesty? At those words, Wu Fengwan stared at Jiang He suspiciously. All she knew was that River had a bit of brains, but wasn't a qualified general at all. Turning his head and scanning around the hall, he realized that there were just 2 people standing in the column of military generals, and at a glance it looked extremely empty. Wu Fengwan's heart thumped. She then noticed that there were actually only 2 military generals who could stand in the courtroom in the Hall of Great Qian. One of them was dressed in silver white armor, with a small handful of white hairs on top of the armor and a few scars on top of his face. The other was lewd. His eyes kept rolling wildly, and the armor on his body was the standard armor of Deqian. The general in silver white armor was her imperial army general named Xinyu. This person was also her father's beloved, loyalty needless to say, and his ability was no different from Long Hao's. As for the other person is Jiang He recommended a long time ago recommended to her, named Jiang Yao. This person's ability is not good, but also very scheming. Wu Fengwan simply did not use this person's mind. Having no choice but to do so, she dropped her gaze on Xinyu. Noticing Wu Fengwan's gaze, Xinyu helplessly raised his head to meet his eyes. Honestly, for a country to be so pathetic as to need him, a general of the imperial army, to go out and fight, it was evident to what extent the people in power in this country were dim-witted. Xinyu stepped forward to the center of the hall and half-kneeled. Your Majesty, I feel that this matter is still up for discussion. At this time, the state of the Northern Wei is still unclear, especially since General Long Hao has led an army of 200,000 men to Sioux City. It's still unclear what the Northern Wei's troop deployment is, so why don't we wait a few days for General Long Hao to pass on the frontline battle report before we make any deployments? The approach he describes is the most solid and more practical one at the moment. Only Wu Fengwan did not think so. Its cold face violently slapped down the dragon case. Xinyu, do not think that you are the generals promoted up by the late emperor. I do not dare to take action against you. You have always been a subject of my Great Qian, and you should share my worries. Now the Great Qian needs you to lead the troops to fight together with Western Shu and break through Qingping Pass straight to the hinterland of Northern Wei. Do you dare to refuse? At this time, Xinyu finally understood why Long Hao had that look on his face during his last expedition. This Wu Fengwan couldn't listen to the admonition at all, and he also began to miss the time when Chen Nan was still around, and this kind of thing didn't even need to be considered by them. Upon hearing this, Xinyu sighed helplessly. The last general will follow the order. Seeing that Xinyu backed down, Wu Fengwan's face only eased a few points. In that case, then General Xinyu will lead 50,000 Imperial Forest troops to join forces with Western Shu, and penetrate through the tunnels dug out from Qingping Pass and go straight to the capital city of Northern Wei. It's best if you can directly capture Chen Nan back to me. I would like to see how Chen Nan, who has left Deqian, is doing now. When she said this, it was nothing more than pride at work. What she wanted to hear was that Chen Nan had a messy life after leaving Deqian, or even that life was worse than death. Only then could her fragile soul find a shred of solace. Xinyu smiled bitterly and said, the last general will certainly do his best to act. He also wanted to capture Chen Nan back. Only Chen Nan in Deqian. Deqian can be said to be invincible and invincible. Only when Chen Nan was in Deqian could their group be lazy. Moreover, he knew Chen Nan's strength. If it was just him, together with the army of Shishu that was like a dirt dog, it couldn't help Chen Nan at all. The reason why he agreed to do so was solely to stabilize Wu Fengwan and not allow him to give his decree in a chaotic manner. Just as the Deqian courtroom was discussing military actions, the Wei capital city walls were out. Only a sea of people could be seen around the city walls, and the gates of the city, which had recently been put under martial law, were completely open today. With Chen Nan's oracle, Lightfeather and Hong Zhe both prepared the provisions and armaments for the Great Grand Army in a very short period of time. Chen Nan was followed by Mo Bai, and the two of them slowly ascended the city wall to look downward. Just below was the army in full gear, with the people surrounding it. Mo-bai gently reminded, "Your Highness, the general's wariness doesn't seem to be very high. Should we have a pre-war mobilization?" Chen Nan also discovered this, even though the army was ready to go out. It was just that most of those soldiers had their heads down, their minds not even on the upcoming battle. Among the queue, there were even many people looking around as if they were looking for something. Not long after, Chen Nan heard scenes and sounds of recognizing relatives everywhere among the queue. "Father, the child is here. Father, don't be anxious. When my son finishes the battle this time he will come back to do his filial duty." Not only that, there were even a few old men with white hair crowding in toward the interior of the army. Chen Nan coughed twice and said in a loud voice, "Generals, the king knows you're all sick of war." As the words fell, the soldiers in the army simultaneously looked around, searching for the source of the sound. When they saw Chen Nan's figure on the city's head, they excitedly introduced it to their companions next to them. "Look, that's the king of Jinan on top of the city. Che, who in the entire northern way doesn't know the Jinan king? That's right, if it weren't for his majesty, we'd all have starved to death. And you still don't know that the food for the people of the capital city is ordered by his majesty to be distributed according to the heads of the people, right?" "That's right. When I came here my father told me that the king of Jinan saved our family's life. If I don't contribute in the battlefield, my father can beat me to death when he goes back." For a while, the entire army began to boil. Of course, not everyone's blindly worshipped Chen Nan. There was still a part of the soldiers who disdainfully said, "Isn't it just a prince with a false name? If my family was better and my father was more powerful, I'd be a Shih Tzu in high and low places." When these words came out, the people on the side immediately became unhappy. "Just you? You're still the son of the world? I'm afraid you don't even deserve to be the son of the world." "What? You're actually saying that I'm not worthy of lifting Seiji's shoes?" As the excitement around them gradually eased, the sound of the two groups of people arguing was getting louder and louder. "He's the king. He doesn't have to go to war himself. If we really die on the battlefield, who's going to make decisions for me? What about my parents at home? My father and my mother, they're already old. On top of the fact that Weidu doesn't even have stable rations now. Do you want me to watch my father and mother starve to death?" Chapter 145, Don't ask about the process, just the result. The sound grew louder and louder, drawing Chen Nan's attention even more. "Mo-bai, look what's all the noise down there." Mo-bai rubbed his forehead. "Your Highness, do you still remember the grain that was handed down according to heads before? After tomorrow, those foodstuffs will be almost consumed, and this army expedition has even depleted all the foodstuffs left in the treasury. That means after tomorrow the entire population of Wei capital will have no rations?" Mo-bai nodded his head with a pale face. He had wanted to talk about this matter a long time ago. It was just that Chen Nan had been busy and hadn't given him the chance to talk about it at all. Chen Nan said coldly, "No wonder the generals are generally war-weary. In his place, knowing that after tomorrow his family would have no food that could be eaten, he would not want to go to war, and a war where he could die at any time." Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he opened his mouth and said, "Do the other great families within the Wei capital know about this? Have they made any moves?" Mo-bai said awkwardly, "Your Highness, since we took our troops to the Lu mansion, all the great families are now shutting their doors tightly for fear that we'll take our troops and beat them to the door. It's really against them. When the country is in trouble, they actually dare to privately conceal food from their families." Chen Nan fiercely hammered the city's head. Mo-bai looked at the excited soldiers below and spoke helplessly. "Your Highness, don't forget, last time we went to the Lu mansion with a few thousand troops. You also know that we went to the Lu mansion with a few thousand troops." Chen Nan eyed the bottom and took in a deep breath of cold air. "Generals, listen to the king." With this sound, Chen Nan directly used his inner strength. When the soldiers below heard this sound, a large portion of them actually experienced a transient tinnitus phenomenon. When they reacted, they simultaneously looked up curiously above the city walls. They also wanted to know what kind of words Chen Nan, who was the king of Jinan, could actually say. Only Chen Nan's tone was slow. "Generals, this king, you know that you all have concerns in your hearts. Pass on this king's royal order. The army will march out early tomorrow morning. This night the army will temporarily rest for a day. Those who should go home will go home. Those who should visit the old people will visit the old people. And anything will be resolved within today. The king promises that before the sun rises tomorrow, every family will get the grain they deserve." "What? Are you telling the truth, Your Highness?" In an instant, the army boiled up even more. Most of them were local people in Weidu, so they naturally knew the harsh conditions of the moment. But Chen Nan was still willing to assure them that he would give each family a certain share of grain before the sun rose tomorrow. Just this one thing was enough to dispel the concerns in their minds and make them drop everything to go to war. Chen Nan laughed. "This is natural. This king can make a military order in front of the army. Upon hearing that Chen Nan wanted to make a military order, Mo Bai hurriedly stepped in and yanked him backward. It was just that unless Chen Nan was willing to step back on his own, no one had the ability to make him take a step back. And naturally, Mo Bai couldn't either. Seeing that he couldn't pull Chen Nan, Mo Bai wanted to open his mouth to dissuade him, only for Chen Nan's speed to accelerate by 1 point more. If you don't receive your grain before the sun rises tomorrow, feel free to come to me in the government office. Not only that, from now on, the treatment of Northern Wei soldiers will be raised across the board, and you will be the first soldiers to enjoy this system. Also, if anyone is unfortunate enough to die on the battlefield, your wife and children will be raised by the court. And this king will also circle a piece of land in Wei capital to build a hero's mound for these generals and soldiers who died in battle. This matter had been brought up by Chen Nan a long time ago, and because there had been too many things going on recently, it had not been implemented. It was just the right time to take advantage of this time to tell all the benefits of becoming a soldier of the Northern Wei in public. Your Majesty, is it true what your Majesty said? Will the court really support our family members? Can our salaries really be raised? Do we mudbloods deserve to be inside the hero's mound? At this time, Mo Bai didn't pull Chen Nan anymore. He didn't understand how just a few words could greatly mobilize the soldiers' emotions. Earlier, he had seen with his own eyes that most of the soldiers below were filled with dissatisfaction in their eyes. And with just a few words from Chen Nan, the dissatisfaction in the soldiers' eyes not only disappeared, but even filled with a look of excitement and desire. Yes, it was eagerness. He could see the desire to go to war inside the eyes of this group of soldiers. You know, people can die on the battlefield without moving. He also remembered that the previous Northern Wei had to have a general to persuade and pacify the soldiers for ages before every big battle, so as to mobilize some of the soldiers' emotions. Strictly speaking, Mo Bai was not a real soldier. He was only Chen Nan's subordinate, so he could not understand what Chen Nan's promise meant. When he looked at the two of them, Hong Zhe and Light Feather, he was surprised to find that not only the soldiers, but even the two generals had longing in their eyes, and even some impatience. Mo Bai was completely stunned and muttered, "What the hell is going on here?" Although the voice was small, it was still heard by Chen Nan. The corner of his mouth rose as he said, "The reason you don't understand is because you haven't experienced a brutal battlefield. When you really go to war you'll realize that a soldier's combat power isn't the most important thing. As long as they're united and have the belief in their hearts that they're going to win, plus there's not a single one of them backing down, that alone is enough to be a formidable team. A war goes to the end, and when you survive alone, you look around at the bodies of your comrades all over the place. There are even a couple of people who are joking and telling you jokes 1 second and the next second they're a cold corpse. You may even have the illusion that it is a sin for you to live." Listening to it, Mo Bai suddenly shivered. Just listening to Chen Nan describe it, he had already felt the scene of corpses everywhere, and for a second he actually thought of jumping down from the top of the city. Seeing Mo Bai's reaction, Chen Nan smiled and said, "What? Feeling it?" Mo Bai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly nodded his head. "It's really scary. Just now my subordinate actually had an urge to beg for death." Chen Nan's expression was serious. "This is not impulsive. This is a kind of heart. As long as you are in the battlefield, you simply don't have that much time to think about it. All you have to do is move forward to kill the enemy, and only by killing the enemy do you have a chance of surviving. Well, just now this king has already given the military order. Later you go to tell Light Feather and Hong Zhe. Let the two men respectively lead a team of soldiers to Dai family big clan plus collect grain and grass." "Collecting grain and grass?" Mo Bai cried and laughed. "Those great families are not opening their doors at all right now. Our people can't even get in." Chen Nan's tone was grim. This king made a military order in front of the army. "I don't ask about the process. I just want the result." He gazed intently at Mo Bai. "Do you know what it means if the people don't receive food in their homes before the sun rises?" "What?" Mo Bai subconsciously asked. "It means that the army will rise up, and Northern Wei will be completely thrown into chaos. Now this king represents the court. If the court breaks faith with the people, then this country is not far from extinction." Chapter 146, Your Highness, please stay. Mo Bai finally realized the seriousness of the problem and stepped forward and arched his hand. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. My subordinate will certainly complete Your Majesty's command." Chen Nan looked up at the sky, feeling the somewhat cool breeze. "If they don't cooperate, you know what you should do." Just like that, Mo Bai left the city with a big stride. Chen Nan extended his right hand out over the city wall, and snowflakes actually drifted in the sky. "It's snowing." Chen Nan frowned. Snow at this time of the year was undoubtedly a good thing for Northern Wei. Snow meant that the ground would become stiff, marching would become more difficult, and the army in the wilderness would need more heat and provisions. And as the defense, They just need to hunker down inside the city and don't even have to go to war in these harsh conditions. The line of sight turned back to the bottom of the city. The soldiers ran off in all directions, and MOBI's 3 men were gathered around, whose mouths were constantly wriggling, and were giving the 2 of them an explanation of what Chen Nan had just said. Chen Nan slowed down his mind, so he descended the city wall, and for a while, he actually did not know where to go, just kept walking and walking down the street. I don't know how long it took, but a familiar voice suddenly came to my ears. Your Highness. Chen Nan looked up and actually whooshu, and at this moment, he was only 110 steps away from the palace. Seeing that Chen Nan's face was a little pale, Wu Su said with concern, Is your Highness not feeling well? Do you want to go to the Imperial Hospital for a look? Chen Nan laughed. What kind of Thai hospital? The people in it were not as good as his medical skills, and what could they show themselves? No harm done. This king was just thinking about things just now, Chen Nan said casually. Wu Su realized afterward. It's snowing. Isn't your Highness going to find a place to take shelter? Chen Nan froze and looked at himself, only to realize that he was covered in fluttering snowflakes, and the top of his armor was already a bit wet. No, you go to the government office to find Mobi first. He will arrange things for you. This king still has some things to do. He has to go to the Imperial Hospital. With that, he walked towards the palace. Wushu looked at Chen Nan's distant figure and muttered to himself. It's really strange. It's the first time I've seen this kind of expression on the king's face. Doubtful as he was, he didn't think much about it and walked straight towards the direction of the government office. When Chen Nan walked 50 paces from the palace gates, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look to the right. There was a small hutong on the right, and there was a big tree at the entrance of the hutong. And when he saw this place, Chen Nan remembered his first visit to the Northern Wei Palace. That time he was still captured by Light Feather, and after talking with the Northern Wei Empress, he was also held down under this big tree by Light Feather to force him to ask whether he was Chen Nan or not, only to see Chen Nan's eyes rapidly rotate as he unconsciously walked towards that tree. When he came under the tree and looked at the big bare tree, those memories kept flooding into his mind. He thought of the Empress Dowager of Northern Wei's recognition of him, her trust in him, and her complete devolution of power, and for a moment the idea of saving the Empress Dowager from awakening became even stronger. Chen Nan took a deep breath of cold air and jumped onto the wall with a big jump, looking around to make sure no one saw before jumping down, slowly running down the wall at a ghostly speed towards the Imperial Hospital. When he passed a dead end, he suddenly stopped and spoke helplessly. Why do you seem to be a shadowy soul? Why do you keep following this king? Your Highness is joking. I am only carrying out my duties. Whenever someone approaches the Empress Dowager, I will carry out a screening once, which of course includes your Highness. A head suddenly poked out of the corner, still wearing a black veil over its face. I will leave on my own when I am sure that the visitor is not a threat to the Empress Dowager. Your Highness, lighten up. After saying that, the shadow guard instantly disappeared. Chen Nan called out, since you've come out, it just so happens that this king has a matter here that needs your help. As soon as the words fell, the shadow guards that had already disappeared reappeared on the wall. Your Highness, do not act in an unauthorized manner. I will only follow the will of the Empress Dowager of Northern Wei. After saying that, just as he was about to disappear, Chen Nan let out an evil laugh. Do you not care about the young emperor's death or life? What? The shadow guard came to Chen Nan with a small jump, and even through the veil, he could see the other party's mouth open wide from shock. Your Highness has not swindled me? What danger could the young emperor be in? The shadow guard asked hurriedly, a hint of trembling in his voice. Chen Nan told the matter of the imperial doctor's order from beginning to end. When he finished speaking, Shadow Guard took 2 steps back and pressed himself against the wall. After a long delay, he opened his mouth. What does your majesty need from us? From now on, this king needs all parts of the slave bureau to be patrolled by your men, and any emergencies should be reported to me at the first opportunity. Of course, Eunuch Wang also has an insider within the nuns bureau. It's just that this king is afraid that it's not insured, and it just so happens that you've appeared. So consider this as a second insurance policy for the young emperor's life and safety. Chen Nan said bluntly. The shadow guards were surprised. Could it be that your highness is planning to use the young emperor's identity to draw out the imperial doctor's order hidden in the palace? At that moment, his face turned blue and he said in a chilling voice, please don't forget, your highness, that you are the Jinnan king of Northern Wei. For what purpose exactly could one think of using the young emperor's life to lure out the assassin? Chen Nan didn't make a fuss and turned around, saying as he went, the king's plan has already been told to you. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. It's just that this king would like to remind you that when the imperial doctor's order drugged the Empress Dowager, it seems like you didn't realize it either. Or is it that your mind isn't on the Empress Dowager? You, the shadow guard pointed at Chen Nan and froze without uttering a single word for half a day. he also knew that the imperial order thing itself was his own problem. If he had realized it in time, there would never have been this subsequent series of events. The mistakes you make, of course, you have to own them. When he looked at Chen Nan again, the other party had already walked far away. Hurrying out, he said, "Your Highness, stay back." Chen Nan stopped and turned around and smiled. "What? Have you considered it?" The shadow guard smiled sarcastically. "Your Highness is joking. Since it's your Highness's plan, I will naturally cooperate fully. From now on, I will dispatch most of my men to patrol around the slave girl bureau, and whenever I find a situation, I will directly notify your Majesty. I wonder what your Majesty thinks." Chen Nan had intended to do just that, and now the shadow guard was even more direct in agreeing to it, saving him from having to spend more time talking. "In that case, then this king will stay at the Imperial Hospital today, and I'll be counting on you shadow guard people to report back in time if there's a situation." Instead of answering, the shadow guard chose to bend over and clasp his fists, indirectly admitting that he was a head lower than Chen Nan. After bidding farewell to the shadow guards, Chen Nan did not dawdle, specifically picking no one's place all the way to the entrance of the Imperial Hospital. The palace at the entrance had long been surprised by Chen Nan's sudden visit. Through the gate, Chen Nan saw eunuch Wang relying on a pillar to take a nap, and Hong Ming had his back to him, so he could not see exactly what the other party was doing. A smirk rose at the corner of Chen Nan's mouth as he completely shielded his aura and slowly walked into the room. Chapter 147, Shadow 2. You go and report. Chen Nan came behind Hong Ming and gently tapped at his shoulder. "What are you doing?" Hong Ming turned his head with a tired face and hummed softly. "Of course I'm acting according to His Majesty's orders, not moving an inch to take care of the Empress Dowager's well-being." Chen Nan froze. "How did you know it was me?" Hong Ming smiled. "Besides you, who else in the entire Northern Wei would dare to treat a general so unreasonably?" Upon hearing this, Chen Nan awkwardly rubbed his nose. "Since when have I even become the maverick one in Northern Wei? Is not it?" Hong Ming softly said. "From ancient times to the present, to be crowned king and worshipped by the ministers are two choices. Besides you, I haven't seen that person occupying both of them at the same time. Not only did he occupy these two, but he was also given a golden tin scepter by the imperial court, and was crowned imperial inspector, as well as serving as the prefect of Wei-Du. I'm only afraid that the Empress Dowager's mind has been on you for a long time, right?" Not knowing if it was an illusion or what, Chen Nan actually heard a hint of jealousy from these words. Looking at Hong Ming's little face bloodless, Chen Nan's heart actually flooded with a touch of heartache, and he couldn't help but touch it. "Io, what are you doing? There are so many people watching." Hong Ming's face blushed with shame as he dodged Chen Nan's hand that was reaching up. Eunuch Wang on the side had long been awakened by this sudden uproar. Only when he raised his eyelids, he realized that the visitor was Chen Nan, and that he was engaging in some action with Hong Ming that onlookers could not watch. Even though he was already awake, he pretended to look asleep and turned his head obediently. Not long ago just saw that scene, and now see this scene. Eunuch Wang has long been numb inside, but unfortunately, he not only saw and experienced the whole process, but did not dare to mention to anyone. Seeing Hong Ming's shy face, Chen Nan smoothly moved a chair and leaned to sit beside it. At this moment, calm was restored to the room, and Hong Ming skimmed his flushed face, not daring to meet Chen Nan's eyes. Chen Nan didn't say anything either, and the two of them just leaned in silence. Not knowing how long it had been, Chen Nan suddenly felt something leaning over on his shoulder. Subconsciously looking over, perhaps recently Hong Ming was too exhausted and actually fell into a deep sleep against his shoulder. Chen Nan looked at Hong Ming, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and coughed lightly. Eunuch Wang, who had long been awake, rubbed his eyes and pretended to be surprised. "The slave girl didn't know that your highness had come, and just now leaned back and fell asleep, so please chastise your highness." Chen Nan wasn't stupid. How could someone like Eunuch Wang, who had served people for his entire life, fall asleep? And it was even more unlikely that he would fall asleep when there was a strange noise, but he didn't point it out, and even less did he say anything about chastisement. "Help this king find a quilt." Without saying a word, Eunuch Wang went out and commanded, "The king wants a quilt. Go and return quickly, and don't let General Hong Ming east." It had to be said that the efficiency of the people in the palace was high. Before and after only a few breaths of time, the palace maid outside the door came behind Chen Nan holding a quilt. "Your Majesty, the quilt you asked for." Chen Nan took the quilt and carefully covered Hong Ming's body, smoothly holding Hong Ming's small hand and leaning tightly together. "This one. It's an afternoon." In the evening, Chen Nan noticed Hong Ming and his arms suddenly move. To avoid being told off, it's just close its eyes and fake sleep. Just as he was faking sleep, he had expected Hong Ming to simply pull his hand out. Unexpectedly, although Hong Ming woke up, his hands still did not make any movements. Not only that, but also tilted the quilt a few points towards his side. Chen Nan secretly laughed. I thought it was because I really didn't let me touch it, but it turned out to be shyness. He was also not sure that Hong Ming, a god-killing war general on the battlefield, would actually have such a delicate side. Suddenly, Hong Ming nervously looked back, and she also only just reacted to the fact that this was the Imperial Hospital, not just the two of them, especially with an eunuch Wang behind him who always has his eyes open. Strangely enough, as she looked back, she realized that eunuch Wang was leaning on a pillar, his head deluded to the side, also taking a nap. Determining that his small movements had not been discovered by eunuch Wang, then he patted his chest with relief. Right at this moment, Chen Nan moved his hand in advance, swaying his body from side to side a few times. Hong Ming knew that this was the rhythm that Chen Nan was going to wake up, so she hurriedly pulled her hand out and glared at Chen Nan piteously, as if she hadn't finished yet. In the next second, Chen Nan opened his eyes, deliberately rubbed his eyes, and curiously said, "Ha, why is this quilt on me?" Hong Ming looked away and blushed. "It's not because I'm afraid of freezing you to death. I kindly covered you with a quilt, and you actually didn't thank me? Well, then thank you, great General Hong Ming." Chen Nan said words of thanks on his lips, but he didn't mean to thank them. Even inside he had begun to laugh maniacally as he spoke. Just when the two were ambiguous, eunuch Wang also coughed lightly. Chen Nan glared back in dissatisfaction. With just one glance, the scared eunuch Wang immediately closed his eyes, and at this moment, he just wanted to whoop himself twice with his big ear, and inwardly regretted why he coughed. If he had coughed at any other time, Chen Nan would definitely not have said anything, but that look just now made him feel as if he was in the middle of a darkness, and he couldn't see a trace of emotion from inside those eyes. Eunuch Wang had to find a way to make up for it. "Your Majesty, the slave girl's stomach is suddenly a bit uncomfortable," Chen Nan said softly. "Go to the outhouse if your stomach is not feeling well. Say nothing to this king." He knew that it was the look he had just given him that had done the trick. When eunuch Wang left, he was getting a little closer to Hong Ming but was dodged by the other party. "What are you doing so close to me? The Empress Dowager is still here watching." Chen Nan White glanced at the Empress Dowager on the bed, and thought, if she can see me eating live on the spot, just let go of her hand so fondly, and now that I am awake, I will not allow to touch it. For a while, Chen Nan also began to regret why he didn't sleep more just now. Outside the door, eunuch Wang stood behind the palace maid, patting his feet and helplessly looking towards the inside of the room. He was not sick to his stomach. He was totally looking for an excuse. He was afraid that Chen Nan was looking for trouble because of this. Just as Chen Nan was flirting with Hong Ming, neither of them noticed that the ears of the Empress Dowager on the bed suddenly moved, and her breathing rushed 2 times, until late at night. At this time, the slave girl bureau was brightly lit, and the periphery was surrounded by black-clothed people. Shadow Guard stood in the middle of the men in black and said in a chilling voice, "Sure it's up?" One of the people behind him replied, "It can be confirmed that there is an old woman's body in the thatched room of the bureau of the slave girl, whose clothes have disappeared and whose face has hundreds of scratches." The Shadow Guard nodded. "Go to the Imperial Hospital and report this matter to the king. Do not say that this guardian lord has been here." Subordinate obeys. As the words fell, the man twisted his head and disappeared into the endless black night. With the words, the Shadow Guard looked back in the direction of the Imperial Hospital and whispered, "I hope that your highness will not let me down." Speaking again, Shadow 2, "Go and report this matter to the king." A dark shadow stepped out from the side of the Shadow Guards. Subordinate obeys.